In a dim, cramped cabin in the West Blue, a voice roared, "Chun Xia, you brat. You dare refuse." A 2-meter-tall brute bellowed at the gaunt youth who was mopping the floor. Before the youth could react, a huge palm lashed out. Whoosh. Thud. The youth saw stars. The mop flew from his hand, and he collapsed onto the floor. "You son of a bitch. If you don't crawl to my room tomorrow, you'll be sorry." The brute staggered out holding a bottle of rum. "Hawk. Just wait. Sooner or later I'll cut that thing off and feed it to the fish." The youth spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a tooth, staggered to his feet, and glared viciously in the direction the big man had gone. He mopped up the bloodstains, then lay down on a crooked wooden bed with a creak. "Before transmigrating, I worked the 996 grind. After transmigrating, I'm still on the 996 grind, and a gay predator has his eyes on me. What a screwed up world. 3 days, 3 whole days already. Has the Transmigrator Administration Bureau simply forgotten this poor corporate slave?" Yes, Chun Xia had transmigrated. 3 days ago, he had stayed up late in his rented room watching One Piece and had just reached the Wano country arc when 2 options suddenly popped up on his computer screen: 1 million RMB through legal channels, 2 random transmigration into the world of One Piece. As a worn-out corporate slave and a 5-year One Piece fan, of course, Chun Xia chose to transmigrate. With a flash of light, he became a low-tier pirate. He had thought this was the script of a nobody's counterattack, marrying a rich and beautiful girl. But not only had his predecessor's parents both gone west, he had also been kidnapped onto a pirate ship, forced to work the 996 grind, and marked by the ship's gay predator. And the worst part was that the predator was the captain. Am I really going to submit to his lecherous tyranny? Even if this pirate crew is only the most ordinary one, a weakling like me can't deal with it. No way, I don't want to be Wei. At the very least, I should be Jiego. Forget Wei, Jiego is the beautiful one. Just when Chun Xia was sinking into despair, a crisp ding sounded. Chun Xia was stunned. This voice was too wonderful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Penguin brand simulation system. Bro system. Bro system. So this is the golden finger every transmigrator is bound to have. As expected, a golden finger may arrive late, but it never fails to show up. After quickly scanning the information in his mind, Chun Xia instantly understood. The simulation system allowed him to be randomly reborn, choosing different traits to start a new life. After the simulation, he could randomly or selectively inherit the physique, skills, items, and so on from that simulated life. It refreshed once every day at midnight, and he could also use Belly to refresh it manually. Of course, the system also issued missions, and completing them would reward additional simulation attempts, though that depended on the system's mood. He lay on the bed. Chun Xia clenched his fist, stared at the gloomy deck, and began the simulation without hesitation. God bless me. Let me break free. Recalling the scene of being surrounded by several big men on his first day, he grew even more agitated. Ding. Insufficient Belly. Would you like to take a 1 million Belly interest-free loan to carry out the simulation? Oh, borrow it. Anyway, I had a mortgage and car loan in my last life. A little more debt won't kill me. Haha. Now it's time to refresh the talent. I wonder what absolutely badass one I'll get. Chun Xia rubbed his hands and looked expectantly at the refreshed panel before him. Simulation starting. Traits generating. Complete. Please choose 1 trait as the talent for your first simulated life. Friendly reminder: trait ranks are in order: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Big brain, white, you are smarter than ordinary people, a natural scholar. Brute force, white, your strength is greater than an ordinary person's, but that's all. Moderate wealth, green, the family you are born into is far richer than ordinary ones. Peerless body, forging gold, after every training session your physique permanently improves. Your muscles and bones slowly evolve, wounds heal faster, and the healed parts become even tougher. You can break your physical limits countless times, abbreviated as descendant of Hanma. Lust blue, you can father children at age 5, your kidney function is greatly enhanced, and you are an unkillable bull. Extreme speed, physique, white, your. Let's turn the tables. Start. Ding. Since this is your first simulation, no other fee will be charged. Simulation begins. You are born on a small island in the East Blue. On the day of your birth, tangerine blossoms fill the whole island with fragrance. You are born into a village police officer's family. Your parents love you deeply, but you know this is only a simulation. In reality, you still face a life and death crisis. That's right. If this simulation couldn't free him from the gay predator, he would fight to the bitter end. I really don't want to be Wei. Boo-hoo, I understand myself best. Chun Xia watched how sensible his simulated self was and silently wiped an old tear. At age 1, you walk into the yard, silently lift a dumbbell taller than yourself, and train relentlessly. Then 1,000 push-ups and squats. You've already kept up this routine for 5 months. You remember how shocked your parents were when they saw you trembling as you raised that dumbbell. That night, your father even gave your mother a careful checkup. That year, through your desperate training, physique 8, current physique 10. You have reached the physique level of an ordinary person. Chun Xia looked at the little bundle of muscle in the simulation, then at his own spare ribs, and didn't doubt for a second that the little tyke could knock him out with 1 punch. At age 2, seeing you shut yourself indoors training like a madman every day, your parents urge you to go out and play with other children. You take their advice knowing you see. Ignoring your lackey's flattery, you whirl around and shout. Rustling comes from the grass, and a little girl steps out. The girl has bright orange short hair and wears a white sleeveless top. You walk up to her. Over the past few days, every time you went out, you vaguely felt someone following you. Hey, you little brat sneaking after us. Are you secretly crushing on Brother Chun? Before you can say anything, your loyal lackey blurts out the question. The girl's cheeks redden. Scram. You kick him away and ask the girl, Oi, little brat, who are you? The girl raises her head and whispers, I am. What? Nami. Huh. Startled, you gazed at the girl before you, never expecting her to be Nami. Yet you warned her not to follow you again, then turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Before leaving, you made sure to take the black bear's corpse. It was your ticket to earning berry. All that occupied your mind now was training and combat. Beauty is nothing but a handful of dust. Huh. Are you kidding me, kid? That's Nami. The moonlight in the hearts of countless One Piece fans. Chun Xia stared at his carefree, retreating figure, a pang of heartache striking him. The chance to nurture a goddess slipped away just like that. That day, another heartbroken soul appeared in Kokoyashi village, though you paid it no mind. The second year passed. Day and night, you trained relentlessly to raise your strength. Constitution 10, current Constitution 20. Combat experience doubled. In the third year, you discovered Nami still dared to follow you, but this time you chose to ignore her. By the end of the third year, you had wiped out every beast around the village. The village hunters often complained that with no beasts left to hunt, they had to turn to farming. You smiled faintly, clutching the berry you had just earned from selling beast carcasses. Though you never slackened that year, you noticed your strength was growing slower and slower. Your sharp mind realized this must be your body reaching its limit. You schemed on how to break through, all while gradually growing. Little did you know Nami, hiding beneath a big tree, watched you with her blue eyes tinged with loneliness. Plunged. You dived straight into the deep sea. In an instant, the immense water pressure engulfed your entire body, yet your constitution of 39 points allowed you to withstand it. Time ticked by second after second, your face turning blue and purple, but you kept enduring. Hey, kid, don't kill yourself. Watching you remain as motionless as a rock at the bottom of the sea, Chun Xia worriedly called out. This was the simulation opportunity he had obtained by borrowing from the system. Fortunately, you did not let your expectations down. With a faint crack, a surge of warmth burst forth from your young body. Muscles hardened, bones reshaped, and heavy blood raced through your veins. You successfully broke through your limits. Constitution 30. Plop. You swam ashore in a rush, gasping for air, only to attract a sea beast over 10 meters long with all the commotion. Hiss. Chun Xia stared at the ferocious sea beast in the footage and drew a sharp breath. In the 3 days he had spent aboard that ship, working 996 shifts and enduring that pervert's harassment, he had never run into a sea king. You clenched your fists, took a sharp step back, and threw a punch with all your might. The sea beast never expected such power from such a little thing. Dazed and disoriented, it turned and fled toward the depths of the ocean. Huh. You panted heavily, cleaned yourself up, and returned home. This battle made you realize you were still weak, so you plunged once more into a frantic training regimen. With 3 years of saved allowance, you commissioned a pair of 1-ton dumbbells. Train. Sleep. Train again. You trained 12 hours every day. Yet Nami, who used to come play with you often, rarely visited anymore, though you did not mind. The 4th year passed in a flash. After breaking through your limits, your training became far more effective. Constitution 20, current Constitution 89. Time flew by. Thud. You set down the several-ton dumbbells in your hands. This was your 7th year in the simulation. After breaking through the previous limit, you managed another breakthrough at age 6 during a battle against a sea king dozens of meters long. Though you were only 7 years old, you were already a handsome youth. At 1.8 meters tall, you were not even considered short in the world of One Piece. And you made your way to Nami's house with practiced familiarity, greeting the still charming woman before you. Chun Xia here to play with Nami again. Aunt Mare? But where is she? Oh, her. She's gone to the seaside to watch the sunset. The woman pointed in a direction. Okay, Aunt Mare. I'll go find her. Goodbye. You ran in the direction she pointed. Sigh. That boy is not only handsome, but also considerate. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to have him in the future. Though I think Nami stands a good chance. The woman murmured as she watched you leave. It was during your second breakthrough that you barely drove off a sea king, only to collapse from exhaustion and sink into the dark depths of the ocean. Just when it seemed you would drown, Nami, dragging her frail little body, held you and swam to shore. Ever since then, your attitude toward Nami had warmed considerably, and she often came to play with you. Nami. You ran toward a small figure. Chun Xia, why are you here? You scratched your head awkwardly. The truth was you had promised Nami you would bring her a navigation chart, but you had searched all of Kokoyashi village without finding one. Nami turned away angrily with another huff. You hurriedly tried to comfort her, but at 7 years old, she was at her most stubborn. In the end, only by promising to take her around the world when she grew up did she barely calm down. As you parted, you watched that small figure and felt a strange emotion well up in your heart. That's more like it. Unrivaled body doesn't mean being a heartless saint. Seeing the version of himself in the simulation finally not going down the tragic path, Xia let out a relieved breath. I thought the guy in the simulator was as gay as that captain scared me to death. A murderous intent suddenly flickered in Xia's eyes. But once I finish this simulation, you're a dead man. I won't let scum who harbor those kinds of thoughts toward me live. Was naturally the pervert who had slapped him earlier. You clenched your fists, a sense of tension rising in your heart. As a transmigrator, you knew that next year the Arlong pirates, a demon destined to plague Kokoyashi village for 8 years, would arrive. And Nami would be plunged into an abyss because of it, slaving away and desperately earning money for a pathetic hope. In my past life, I was an unloved office drone. Now I have someone I want to protect. This time I absolutely will not let them down. You made up your mind. You see, the vessel draws steadily closer, sweat beads on your palms. This is your first confrontation with a formidable foe, and tension coils tight within you. Captain, look, there's a human brat ashore. Is he greeting us? Ha. Oh, since he's so eager, let's show him the merfolk's hospitality. Ha. Dozens of merfolk aboard the ship jeer at you, yet you know the open sea is not your domain. Once they set foot on land, you will teach them the meaning of cruelty. Whoosh. A shark-headed merman surges toward you, his serrated nose cutting through the waves as spray bursts skyward. Haha, human brat, die. Arlong leaps from the water, claws slashing forward. Bang! You raise your arm to block. Fortunately, your body has already undergone its second transcendence, hard as tempered steel, leaving only faint white marks where his claws struck. Boom! Your fist rockets forth. Arlong midair, and unable to pivot, hurtles backward dozens of meters before crashing into the sea. Boss! Another merman dives in and hauls Arlong ashore. The vessel docks, the merfolk encircle you. Arlong grins savagely, his shark-like maw snapping wide as he lunges. Others surge forward in unison. At the last possible instant, you twist aside, barely evading his jaws. Schlick! 8 blades flash. Hachiro's octostrike slashes a wound across your chest. Yet unrivaled body forging grants not only immense physical resilience, but also extraordinary regeneration. The gash seals itself before your eyes. Dare to die. You roar, and shatter all 8 of Hachiro's blades in one grip, then hurl him away with a single punch. Hachiro stares blankly at the shattered fragments scattered across the sand, before flying backwards, still bewildered. Thud, thud, thud. One after another merfolk are flung backward in shock. Before you've even drawn blood, several of their comrades lie motionless. Water strike. I'll make you die. Arlong bellows. Dozens of water droplets pierce your flesh like bullets. Schlick schlick. Crimson blooms erupt across your skin. You grunt, stagger back a step, and inwardly recoil in astonishment. Merfolk karate, terrifying beyond measure. Iron jaw technique. Arlong lunges, his jagged maw clamping down on your forearm. Go to hell. Ignoring the pain, your hand locks onto Arlong like an iron vice. You're furious. Lifting him clear off the ground, you hoist the 2.5-meter giant high above your 1.8-meter frame. The merfolk gape, never imagining that Arlong, famed for his raw strength, could be overpowered so utterly. Charge. Avenge boss Arlong. One reckless merman bellows, and charges headlong. Crunch. His skull explodes on impact. He's sent straight to the afterlife. You killed Rokuro. I'll kill you. The death of Shark Arm Rokuro sends Arlong into a feral frenzy. Eyes blazing crimson, he wrenches your arm with brutal force and bites down with his razor teeth. Humph. You grunt, instantly driving a fist forward. Clang. Metal rings against metal, but your physique remains insufficient. The recoil hurls you backward dozens of meters, slamming you hard into a towering tree. Die, die, die. Like a rabid hound, Arlong lunges again. Before you even touch ground, his bloodied maw clamps around your waist, blood gushing forth. Faced with annihilation, your will ignites. Unyielding, primal. Again and again, your fists hammer into his skull, even as blood clouds your vision and blurs the world. Clang. How long it lasts? Minutes? Hours? Your arms go numb. But finally Arlong's eyes close, and he collapses lifelessly. You fought like a rabid dog. No sense of self-preservation. You kick him hard twice, thrice, confirming his death, then draw ragged breaths. Boss is dead. Panicked, the remaining merfolk scatter in disarray. Your unparalleled regenerative ability surges, halting the bleeding, sealing the wounds. Hey, where do you think you're going? Just wait quietly for death. Wouldn't that be simpler? You stagger forward, one punch, one merfolk down. By dusk, the shoreline lies strewn with corpses. You sit atop Arlong's lifeless form, drenched in blood, like a god of slaughter. Just as you rise, a small figure darts out and throws her arms tightly around you. Wah? Xia, are you alright? You glance down. Necessarily, so Nami stands only 1 4 meters tall, dwarfed before you like a child. There, Nami, I'm fine. I am the man destined to conquer this ocean. Do you truly think I'd fall here? Ha ha. You lift Nami high facing the vast sea with triumphant grandeur. Nami flushes crimson, her cheeks burning like ripe fruit. Though puzzled, you gather every corpse, then carry her home. That evening your parents stare in stunned silence at the little girl cradled in your arms, nearly scolding you before remembering, wait a moment. Nami's only 7, don't rush things. Huh. You scratch your head utterly baffled, then turn and head straight to training. From that day onward a new truth spreads across the village. The Belmare girl is already betrothed. Don't bother her anymore, got it? Every household issues the same stern warning to their children. Thus dozens more hearts shatter in silence. Countless boys who secretly adored Nami now walk wounded. As ever your days remain unchanged training fighting. Year 7 passes. Nami visits daily, filling your austere cultivation routine with laughter. Your physique improves by 25. Year 8 cultivate laugh, 20. Year 9 defeat a band of reckless pirates, continue cultivating listen to jokes, 20. Time flows swiftly. With Nami beside you those 9 years bloom with quiet joy. Year 17 arrives. At 16 you stand 5 meters tall, barely meeting the threshold, but your bearing sharpens, your features refine, striking like a sovereign carved from legend. Boom! With a casual strike you obliterate a colossal sea king over 30 meters long, bursting from the waves and sprinting toward Nami's home. Before departure you have word. Hello Aunt Mare, still as radiant as ever. You greet Mare whose beauty remains undimmed. Thanks to Arlong's demise the tragedies that once scarred this world never unfolded. Chen Xiao, haven't seen you in years, and look at you now. Come and Nami's been waiting for you. You push open the door, just as Nami sits cross-legged on her bed absorbed in some secret project. Hey Nami. Seeing she hasn't noticed your entrance you break the silence. She startles upright, hastily concealing something behind her back. Chen Xiao, didn't you knock? She wears a cropped top, the gentle swell of her budding curves unmistakable. I did knock. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm setting sail to conquer the ocean. Wait, just a sec. Nami dashes out of the room. What's this? Candy. Haven't tasted one in ages. You pick up the small white confection resting on the table and pop it into your mouth. Delicious, you praise, only to regret it seconds later. Why does this candy taste so strange? You savor the lingering sweetness, sensing something subtly off, yet you cannot quite place it. You shrug it off as simply expired. Bang! The door bursts open. You instinctively stiffen, feigning nonchalance. After all, you just secretly eaten Nami's candy, and even one piece feels like a grave transgression. Given her famously frugal nature in the anime, she might very well hold you accountable for a single sweet. Here, hand me one of your hairs. What for? To make a life paper. That way I won't worry while you're at sea. You pluck a strand and place it gently into her palm. Chen Xia. Nami suddenly leans close, her breath warm against your ear. You promised, when you return from the sea you'll marry me. I'll wait for you. Memories flood your mind. The afternoon sun, your post-training calm shattered by a tear-streaked Nami sprinting toward you. Curiosity piqued, you peppered her with questions, only to watch her sob harder. Wah, Chen Xia, I love you. Without thinking you brushed her damp hair aside, gazing at her flushed, tear-smeared face. Alright then. When I set sail I'll come back and marry you. Deal? Wait, don't tell me you've forgotten. And no, how could I possibly forget? You take a cautious step toward the door, only to be seized by a slender hand gripping your collar. Bang! Dazed you find yourself pinned beneath Nami on the bed. Let me jog your memory, otherwise you'll forget again. Hey, calm down. I'm leaving soon. Her cheeks burn crimson. You know there's no escape, not today, so you yield, half resisting, half surrendering. System, why censor it? I paid for full access. Chen Xia stares at the sudden black screen, heart lacerated. That was Nami, just like that, handed over to some lucky bastard. I hate it. As he rages inwardly, the screen flickers back to life. After the storm subsides, you cradle your aching lower back. Astonishingly resilient though you are, you were clearly outmatched. Beside you Nami sleeps, deeply, skin glistening with sweat. Gently you stroke her hair and whisper, Nami, I'll return and honor my vow. The world map you dream of, I'll bring it back, as your betrothal gift. Without hesitation you rise, grasp the straw hat she wove for you, and stride toward the shore. Hey, I'm setting sail to conquer this ocean, not to become king of the pirates. Ha. You stand atop the small vessel you spent 3 years building, straw hat tilted against the boundless azure, sea laughter ringing free. This voyage had been 3 years in the making, not only to fulfill a childhood promise to Nami, but to truly behold the world with awakened eyes. Back in the room Nami stirs awake, clutching your life paper tightly, and mutters under her breath, what an unforgiving man. Day 1 at sea proves monotonous. Endless water, nothing else. You train in silence, already missing Nami's presence. Yet returning now would shame you, especially after what just happened. Though childhood friends, she must be furious. Going back risks falling victim to her infamous vengeance. You shudder recalling Luffy's bruised, swollen face, and shake your head, fiercely, resolve hardening. Day 2, you slay an ill-fated Sea King, disturbing your sleep. With morning rage still smoldering, it floats belly up, eyes rolled white. You carve into its sizzling golden brown flank and muse aloud. This temper rivals Haoshiku. Delicious. It is day 10. Until now you've seen only Sea Kings, no human soul. But today mist cloaks your vessel. Peering ahead from the bow, your pupils contract sharply. A slender black coffin ship glides through the fog, bearing a tall, elegant figure clad in a long black coat, a massive cross-shaped black blade resting across his back. A faint sizzle reaches your ears. You blink in disbelief. He's openly urinating. Dracula Mihawk. He turns, unflustered, unblinking, as he pulls up his trousers and flicks a casual sword wave. Damn it. Before you can react, the slash cleaves you cleanly in two. Your dying gaze captures the strike, so potent it could split mountains. Simulation terminated. Evaluating rank. What's Mihawk doing? Pissing in broad daylight. Now I'll never answer for Nami. Dead before departure, widower before wedding. Shinsia stares blankly at his absurd, yet perfectly logical demise. After all, everyone who's witnessed his stream has died. Right, Krieg? Simulation rank A. Verdict: a blissfully unlucky cad. Hold on, cad. I'm a pure-hearted romanticist. Shinsia protests, but the system cuts him off. Ding. Rank: a grand selection of 2 simulation rewards. Choose swiftly. Option 1, inherit peak physical constitution, 520 points. Option 2, full simulation memory, from birth to death, 0 side effects. Option 3, Nami's exclusive handwoven straw hat. Option 4, all combat experience, intermediate level. Ah no, I want them all. Please, kind system, grant me all 4. May you live long and prosper. Ding. For 20 million belly, acquire 2 additional rewards. Reminder: rewards expire in 7 days. Hurry and earn. What a 20 million belly. He owns precisely 1000 belly. Earned yesterday scrubbing floors. Barely enough for a chopper or a cotton candy. Phew. 7 days. I can do this. Fists clenched, he bellows, Nami-chan. I will reclaim our memories. Not for lust, for love. Absolutely not for lust. System, I choose reward 1 and reward 4. Instantly searing warmth floods his veins, reshaping his frail frame. System, 5-star review. He braced for agony, but this transformation is effortless, even euphoric. Deserves 5 stars. Ding. Would you like to permanently embed the golden tier trait, invincible body refinement, for 100 million belly? Once solidified, it persists in reality and may be selected freely in future simulations. Special new user discount 90 off. Shinsia assumes it's hopeless, until the system chimes cheerfully. Ding. You have exactly 7 days. After that, this offer expires. System, you're my second parent. Truly, I'll earn every belly. Crackle. Shinsia rises, joints snapping like thunder, eyes blazing with razor-sharp intensity. Ah, exhilarating. The terrifying power surging within makes you certain one punch could fell 10 bulls. I'm a superhero now, though I'll skip the beef. Ha ha. OS. Time for you perverted scoundrel, to descend into hell. He hasn't forgotten the torment of these past 3 days. His gaze turns fierce. He strides toward the deck. Creak. Just as he steps onto the planks, a voice jeers. Hey brat, lick this deck clean right under my feet. Beneath moonlight, a portly pirate clutches a naked woman, his greasy hands roaming unchecked. The deck reeks of decay and filth. Oh, is that so? Shinsia's expression remained calm as he strode forward. In his eyes, this pirate crew had sealed its own doom the moment it laid its vile gaze upon him. Huh. Yes, brat, come on over and eat. Not enough. I've got more right here. Nearby pirates lounged against the ship's railing, laughing boisterously, recklessly hastening their own demise with vulgar taunts hurled at Shinsia. Better lick it clean later, or else, you know the consequences. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed, the sound of fate approaching. While the pirates still cackled in mirth, Shinsia stood before the bloated brute. No one noticed the deep footprints carved into the deck. Shinsia raised his gaze. It was unavoidable. The original host's malnutrition had left him only 8 meters tall. Even after systemic refinement, he stood merely 2 meters, dwarfed by the 3-meter behemoth looming before him. A woman cradled in the brute's greasy arms stared blankly ahead, her eyes dull, her spirit extinguished. Shinsia remembered she'd been seized 2 days prior when this crew slaughtered an entire village. He'd heard her screams echoing from the hold, until her voice broke at dusk, silenced only by exhaustion. Shwa. A cleaving shriek tore through the air, the laugh of death himself. Shinsia wrenched the long blade from the brute's waist and slashed upward in one fluid motion. Thud thud. The grotesquely swollen head and the woman's tumbled onto the deck together. Damn it. This brat dares resist. Kill him. Kill him now. Seeing Shinsia defy them, the pirates gave no thought to their own strength, drawing swords and charging recklessly. Dozens of burly men surged forward, murderous intent blazing, cold steel glinting as they encircled him. So you do possess some intellect, though admittedly not much. Even surrounded Chen Xia wore an effortless smile, casually digging a finger into his ear, then flicking the residue toward an unlucky pirate. Whip! The earwax shot forth like a bullet slicing the air. Puffed, blood spurted. The man collapsed backward, eyes wide in disbelief, never grasping how such a trivial thing could end him. True supreme earwax technique. Attack. Attack now. He's an earwax fruit user, the earwax man. Don't let him flick earwax. Trembling, they charged en masse. Odd earwax fruit. Did Oda ever canonize such an absurd fruit? Chen Xia toyed with them like a cat with cornered mice, delivering casual kicks whenever he pleased. Odd. Several pirates clutched their groins and crumpled, writhing on the deck, curled tight in agony. Chen Xia had albeit indirectly spared countless innocent women from future suffering. True supreme swift kick technique. Before long the deck lay strewn with dozens of groaning men, cries of anguish rising without cease. Our physician Shun, having just performed dozens of sterilization procedures, now stood hands in pockets, admiring his handiwork. Crack. The deck splintered. From the captain's quarters above, a figure soared downward. At last, the big fish has taken the bait. Chen Xia stepped back several paces, gazing into the dust-choked air at the towering silhouette, over 5 meters tall. This man was the architect of all suffering, OS captain of the Wolf Pack pirates, wanted dead or alive by the Marines for 30 million berries, known only as the Wolf. Boy, didn't I tell you to come back tomorrow. So impatient to taste my cock. Ha ha. Hearing those words, Chen Xia's teeth ground together, a flood of revolting memories surging forth, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. OS. Chen Xia roared, his pent-up fury erupting as he lunged forward. Brat, seeking death. OS's body erupted in black fur, his hands warped into massive wolf claws, his frame surged to 7 meters, towering like an iron monolith. Crash. Fist met claw. Sparks exploded like miniature stars, igniting tiny flames across the deck. Oomph. You're nothing special. Die. Feeling the force behind the blow, only marginally stronger than Arlong's, he might have faltered at age 7. But, I'm awakened, you fool. Steam billowed from Chen Xia's body, the vapor of blood racing beneath his skin. Crack. The deck shattered inward. OS lay broken below, drenched in blood, his fur receding, his human form restored, rendered utterly impotent by a single punch. And no, impossible. You were my sex slave. How could you? This shouldn't be. Staring at Chen Xia advancing step by step, OS stammered incoherently, terror twisting his features. It ends now. Gazing down at OS, now little more than a lifeless dog, Chen Xia drew back his fist and struck. A quiet thought crossed his mind: the system truly is indispensable. Without it, I'd already be violated. 5 meters overpowering, less than 2. Unforgivable. Crack. At the impact, OS exploded. Literally, flesh and viscera scattering across the deck in a grisly rain. Uffed. Chen Xia wrenched off the skull and tossed it onto the deck, brushing away fragments of gore before stepping atop it. This is worth 30 million berries. Must preserve it carefully. He placed the head inside a wooden box and headed toward the cargo hold, where mountains of berries awaited him. Well, ridiculously wealthy. So robbery is faster than honest work. Chen Xia gazed upon the hold's overflowing hoard, gold, silver, jewels, his eyes gleaming with avaricious light. These are perfect catalysts for my ascension. And if I have surplus, I'll donate some to wayward girls in Shabandi Archipelago. Ha ha. System, convert everything. Instantly, the glittering treasure vanished, replaced by 25 million berries deposited into his system account. My, what is this? In the hold's far corner, partially obscured by the treasure, sat a pale blue, bizarrely shaped fruit. Chen Xia hadn't noticed it before. This is a devil fruit. Cradling the fruit, Chen Xia gasped aloud. Every seemly new fruits this strange belonged solely to the pirate world. The seas cursed the devil fruit. Pity the system only accepts berries. Otherwise I could have locked in its ability directly. Still, on the black market it'd fetch hundreds of millions. A most unexpected boon. Chen Xia placed the devil fruit into a wooden box and ascended to the deck. Ignoring the pitiful pleas and curses ringing in his ears, he walked among the groaning, emasculated pirates, and mercifully ended their suffering with his blade. Then settling into a small boat, hard won and seaworthy, he pulled out a cigarette. Damn it, no lighter. Frustrated, he returned aboard, searched thoroughly, but found nothing flammable. Penniless wretch. Muttering under his breath, he lit no cigarette, yet sailed away nonetheless, drifting wherever the wind carried him. Where the wind blew, he followed. Purrup, purrup, purrup. Inside the captain's quarters, a snail-shaped den mushy opened its mouth in furious protest. Wolf, where's the cargo? Hey, respond. Damn it, speak. Did you eat the cargo? In the West Sea, inside an office of the Marines' 13th branch, a middle-aged man clad in a white justice coat sat with a grim expression staring silently at the den mushy before him. With a thunderous crash, he crushed his teacup in his fist. Scalding tea splashed across his chest as he slammed both palms onto the desk and rose to his feet. That accursed wolf pirate crew. I granted them mercy, yet they dared to swallow my devil fruit. I'll reduce them to dust. Now, fetch me a ship. Yes, Commodore Komodo. The door swung open. A young Marine snapped to attention and delivered a crisp salute. Meanwhile, far away in the east blew a girl with fiery orange hair, and a striking figure jolted awake from her dream, gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling with fierce rhythm. Was that a dream? Nami suddenly sensed something foreign in her palm. She opened her hand, and there it lay, the life paper of that heartless rogue who'd vanished after taking everything. No, it's not a dream. This is his life paper. And I still remember vividly that ragged, desperate breathing, those trembling legs. She gazed at the unblemished life paper resting in her palm. 17 years of cherished memories surged forth. Shaking her head, she whispered inwardly, "You wretch, I will find you, and you will take responsibility for what you've done." Achoo! Far out at sea, Chen Xia jolted upright aboard his vessel, startled awake from slumber. Who's thinking about this handsome fellow right now? He lifted his gaze to the star-dusted sky, his heart utterly still. After all, in his former world, he'd been an orphan, a weary office drone, a lifelong bachelor. No one had ever truly thought of him. Yet, since I've transmigrated, I'll live fiercely joyfully, making up for every regret left behind. With that, he flopped back down and fell asleep instantly. Thump. Were Kaido himself the Dragon King of intoxication to witness such youthful abandon, he'd surely chuckle. Ah, the vigor of youth. Down he goes, no hesitation. Night bled into day, our stars faded beneath the dawn's soft blush. Upon the sapphire expanse of the Grand Line, a tiny boat drifted like seaweed on the wind. A young man with raven-black hair gripped the railing, retching violently. Ugh, this seasickness, is serious. It had been 3 days since he'd dismantled the wolf pirate crew, and 3 days adrift upon the open sea. Back when I watched anime, I never imagined maritime travel could be this grueling. Now I'm humbled. If only I could master moonwalk someday. Then none of this agony would matter. Glancing at his account balance, 25 million berry, he grinned. Idle hands and idle thoughts. Why not rekindle things with Nami? Haha. Cough cough. Chen Xia, get serious. Is Nami really enough to make you this flustered? What on earth will you do when you meet the pirate empress herself? After a moment's self-mockery, Chen Xia wiped the grin from his face, but his heart still raced, his fingers trembled with anticipation. System, activate rewards 2 and 3. Instantly a straw hat materialized in his hands, fragrant, ancient, imbued with quiet grace. Yet he had no time to savor its aura. Eyes closed, lips curled in blissful delusion, he murmured dreamily, so springy, so wonderfully springy. Minutes later he stirred awake, relishing the memory. Exquisite, profoundly exquisite. Truly like gentle spring rain. But he rested his chin on his palm, sighing wistfully. Alas, it nourishes quietly without thrill. Before he could dwell further, a gleaming white warship emerged on the horizon, over 60 meters long. At its bow stood a lone figure, waving and shouting toward Chen Xia. Ha ha ha. Fortune favors me. Who would have thought Commodore Komodo would cross paths with you here? Hand over the devil fruit. Surrender it now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise. Indeed, the Marines' intelligence network was formidable. Within 3 days they'd pieced together nearly 80% of the truth. Huh. Chen Xia stood frozen on his little skiff, utterly bewildered. Who is this man? And how does he know I have a devil fruit? Seeing Chen Xia motionless, Commodore Komodo, robed in the marine coat, leapt into the air without warning, roaring, "Boy, you're done pretending. I know you betrayed the wolf pirates, slaughtered them all, and stole their devil fruit." With a casual flick of his wrist, Chen Xia blocked the crushing blow, then smiled faintly. "Oh, so you're a marine officer. Convenient. I happen to have a bounty head worth 30 million berry. Take a look." Komodo's face darkened. That this boy had blocked his full-force strike with one hand stunned him. Without a word, he withdrew his fist, turned sharply, and retreated straight onto his warship. No hesitation, no second glance. Chen Xia clutched the straw hat in one hand. Beside him lay 2 wooden boxes, one marked 30 million berry, the other containing the very devil fruit Komodo had named. As the warship bore down on him at terrifying speed, his expression turned blank with pure bewilderment. Hey, wait. Master Ma strikes again, bullying the young, breaking all codes of honor. With that cry, he donned the straw hat, snatched the boxes, and leapt skyward, inhaling the delicate, unmistakable fragrance clinging to the brim. His heart roared ecstasy. Thud. The wooden deck shuddered violently as a graceful, sharp-featured figure landed lightly. Boy, that was merely a warning. Since you refuse wisdom, this Commodore has no choice, but hey, if you're going to fight, do it now. All this chatter is exhausting. Oh, and borrow your ship afterward. I need to collect my bounty at the 13th branch. Chen Xia waved dismissively, voice rough with seasick irritation. On land, Nami might soothe his temper, but out here there was only salt sway and simmering rage. You'll regret this. Komodo's reputation wasn't forged lightly. He'd risen to Commodore in the treacherous West Blue, where monsters prowled daily. A bestial roar tore from his throat. His skin erupted with overlapping scales, his frame swelled grotesquely. 8 meters tall, armored in living armor. With a deafening crash, a colossal lizard lunged forward, jaws dripping foul saliva, maw gaping wide enough to swallow a manhole. Nearby Marines scrambled backward, terrified, not just of the beast, but of their own commander's infamous lack of battlefield discrimination. Back off. I'm not some Indian prince. I don't swing that way. Clamping a hand over his mouth, Chen Xia launched a devastating uppercut, then midair added a brutal flying kick. Buffed. The lizard's massive body rocketed skyward, then slammed down onto the stern with a blinding flash, cratering the deck with a thunderous impact. Cough, cough. Hey, someone tell me where to go. He leaned sideways, spotting bold white letters painted along the hull: 13. Yes. Take me to the Marine 13th branch. The Marines on deck stared dumbfounded. His tone was calm, even courteous, utterly unlike that of a blood-soaked pirate. Yet behind him their Commodore's pained groans echoed relentlessly. Are you moved? Not one of you dares move. Hey, do you Marines suffer from selective deafness? Answer me. Look me in the eyes. Pointing firmly at the assembled Marines, Chen Xia demanded. They hesitated, torn between dread and duty, until finally a young recruit burning for glory stepped forward. Sir, may I ask, what business brings you to the Marine base? What business? Obviously, to claim my bounty. Or did you think I'd come for tea? Chen Xia flipped open the wooden box and tossed the 30 million berry onto the deck. Ding, new quest issued. Please review promptly. Task. System, let me check. Speaking of which, since binding with the system, this was the first time it had issued a task. Chen Xia, disregarding the shocked gazes of the many Marines on the deck, staring at the 30 million belly on the ground, immediately spoke. Mission showcase power mission content. As a distinguished penguin paying player, how can you remain unknown forever? Forcibly seize a Marine branch as your debut to make a name for yourself on the sea. Mission reward: 1 chance to specify a gold trait refresh. A surge of information flooded into his mind. This task reward actually allows me to designate 1 simulation to guarantee a gold trait. The power of gold traits needed no elaboration. His current strength came from them. Kicking Arlong and punching the colonel. Truly formidable. But where to find a Marine branch? Looking at the Marines before him, Chen Xia had a flash of inspiration and revealed a nuclear-friendly smile. All right. Isn't there one right here? Ha ha ha. He decided to collect the bounty while helping the Marines clean up. It couldn't be for free. He definitely needed compensation. He'd just take a little something. Sir, are you leaving now? The young Marine, trembling, asked the laughing Chen Xia. Let's go. Right now? I can't wait. Ha ha ha. After friendly negotiations between Chen Xia and the Marine colonel and his men, the colonel, who had just gotten up, immediately ordered everyone to head for their own Marine branch. Lying in a deck chair sipping juice, sunbathing, Chen Xia couldn't help but sigh. This is the life. This is worth giving up 1,000,000 reincarnations. Thinking about those first few days, what a miserable life. It was worse than a beast. Taking off his sunglasses, looking at the ship full of men, Chen Xia's face fell. But I still want to experience the local culture. Like Nami-chan, Robin-chan, and even Hancock-chan. So what's wrong? The Marine colonel, who was like a bodyguard, saw Chen Xia's bad expression and quickly asked, reminding Chen Xia of that bootlicker in his simulation. Nothing. How much longer until we arrive? He had been at sea for 2 days learning about the current world background from his bodyguard. First, it was November in the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, less than a few months before Luffy, that pirate-obsessed boy, set sail. Second, he was now in the West Blue, known as the strongest sea. Sir, we'll be there in less than a day. May I make a phone call to inform them so they can welcome you? Colonel Komodo, I think you want to taste my fist. Chen Xia snorted coldly. Since the first day he boarded, he had collected all the den mushy, not wanting to find a vice admiral or admiral waiting for him when he disembarked. Then he'd have to experience the local culture of Impel Down. The Marine colonel, seeing his little scheme exposed, shivered and returned to the cabin. A day passed quickly. Looking at the tall white and blue buildings growing closer on the shore, Chen Xia slowly stood up from his chair. Crack, crack. He stretched his stiff joints and laughed. Next, let me, Chen Xia, make my name resound across the entire sea. Ha ha ha. Ace, hey, why are you stealing my lines? Creak. The warship docked with a loud scraping sound. Many Marines below looked at the silent ship in confusion. Ho ho ho. I, Chen Xia, have come to collect the bounty, ha. Chen Xia imitated the previous pirate king's hearty laugh, his voice echoing across the entire base. Thump. The head worth 30 million belly landed, causing a stir among the Marines. Bang. A handsome figure jumped off the deck, striding with an arrogant gait, passing straight through the shocked Marines. Hey, who are you? This is a Marine base. He's a pirate. Quick, stop him. Colonel Komodo shouted weakly from the deck. Watching the Marines charging at him, Chun Xia shrugged and sighed. Indeed, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. I was planning to just grab the belly and run, but now. A fighting spirit ignited in Chun Xia's heart. He charged into the crowd like a tiger. I'll just make you all take a nap. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter rang through the sky. Chun Xia was like a wolf among sheep. Countless Marines were sent flying. The remaining Marines were no match for him, unable to withstand even a single blow. Thump. On the deck, the figure in a Marine coat watched the Marines falling like wheat below and knelt down in despair. Ha ha ha. Dear belly, I'm coming, ha ha. After dealing with all the Marines, Chun Xia laughed and ran toward the supply warehouse. Before coming, the kind colonel had told him all the belly was stored there. Bang! A tall figure draped in a white Marine coat with the word justice landed on Chun Xia's path. That's Roger. Recognizing the figure, Colonel Komodo's face lit up with hope again. Roger should be able to take care of that kid. After all, he's a Commodore. The newcomer was none other than Roger, the commander of the West Blue's 13th Marine Branch. Known as the iron-blooded tough guy, he had once declared, in the West Blue, if you're a dragon, you must coil. Oh, if you're a tiger, you must lie low. Kid, do you want to die, eh? In the dust, a red light flashed, and a low, hoarse voice came. A Commodore. Looks like a tough fight. Sure enough, the system reward isn't easy to get. According to his own estimate, with his physique over 500, he was invincible below the general level, but a Commodore was hard to say. Bring it on. I'm a cheater, you know. Chun Xia laughed, clenched his fists, and charged. He who strikes first gains the advantage. He who strikes later suffers. Bang! Their fists and feet clashed, the dull sound like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Houses shattered. Roger turned his palm into a blade and struck down instantly. Not good, a sneak attack. Sensing danger, Chun Xia frantically twisted his head to dodge while raising his arm to block. Crack! Chun Xia's figure retreated dozens of meters, clutching his numbing left arm, cold sweat pouring down his face. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his transmigration. Waha, kid, you're still too green to storm a Marine branch. Huh. Surrender. The tall figure moved instantly, leaving an afterimage. Chun Xia recognized it as one of the 6 powers, shave. Looks like I need to use a little more cheating. System I want to simulate. That's right, he still had this trump card, the system. It was time to use it. After all, the training effect had already been achieved. A pleasant sound rang out. Ding, simulation starting. An entry is generating. Generation complete. Choose one trait as your innate talent for this first simulated life. Note the host has passed the novice period. Traits now cost currency as follows: white 100, green 0, blue 0, purple 0, gold 0, red 0. Oh, fine. No wonder the system is so merciless about paywalls. Its pay-to-win intensity is unrivaled. Fortunately, the outside world stands still during the simulation, giving Chun Xia a moment to catch his breath, though he still cannot move. Ordinary person, white, you are born ordinary and die ordinary. Your fate is mundane. You marry normally and pass away without notable opportunity or danger. Ox fighting physique, purple, born with the strength of 1 ox, and you gain another ox's strength each year. Luck overflowing blue, your fortune is extraordinary, so much so that you find money in the street as if it were routine. You escape great disasters with ease. Lily blue. The problem is Chun Xia only has 500 Bailey on hand now, so purple is out of the question. He can only pick the best among the affordable. 1 million Bailey was deducted. Simulation begins. You are born, your luck is excellent, and your parents are modestly wealthy merchants. At age 1, you eavesdrop and learn that you were born in the renowned, most beautiful country of the East Sea, the Gaia Kingdom, where Sabo lives. In your 5th month, with extraordinary luck, you learn to walk in your dreams. On your first day walking, you find 100 Bailey on the road. The second day, while practicing walking, you find another 100 Bailey. On the third day, your luck explodes, and you find 100 Bailey. From then on, each day you pick up tens of thousands of Bailey. At the end of your first year, your parents' business is short of funds, and they worry constantly. Seeing this, you reach into your small hand and produce 1 million Bailey. Opt. Your parents are astonished and immediately check you over. You quickly avoid your father's large hand and throw yourself into your mother's warm embrace. Mommy, these were all things I picked up. Take them and use them. There's more where this came from. What a good child, moi. So obedient. Your mother's soft lips press against your cheek and your face flushes. Fortunately, you are only 1 year old, so your second brother cannot compete. You wriggle free and run back to your room. Since you learned to walk, you and your parents moved out, you live on your own side of the house now. You look at the mountain of Bailey on your bed. From picking up coins this year alone, you have already become a multimillionaire. You cannot help but sigh. If I had had this luck when I first transmigrated, I would not have been thrown into a hellish difficulty level. In your second year, besides your daily habit of finding money, you begin to learn commerce from your parents. At first they refuse outright, not only because you are young and weak, but because how could a toddler under 2 possibly understand business? Xinxia, be good and wait for mommy to come back. Mommy will bring you something tasty. Bye-bye. You watch your parents close the door and leave. The vast villa is suddenly yours alone. The maids were all dismissed after your father once caught you making a lecherous little smile at them, so no servants remain. It is time for the name of the Luck King to ring across the world. You throw back your head and laugh, then head out with the usual assortment of junk you've picked up toward the pawnshop. Your luck serves you well. The pawnshop owner is a recently bereaved woman, full-figured and alluring. Seeing a child at her door, she scoops you up her ample bosom, burying you until you can hardly breathe. Mwah, how adorable. Little brother, did you lose your home? Would you like to come live with me? I would never let you starve. You casually wipe the powder from your cheek and look at those 2 mounds. I won't starve, but sister, I'm here to be sold, not to be taken home. She chuckles and asks, well, tell me then, little brother. What do you want to be? Sister can give you the highest price. You think indignantly, hey, my thing is not small. Yet you still present a heap of jewel necklaces and the like. In the end, with powder on your face and more than 10 million Bailey in your arms, you return home. Exhausted, you think you must train harder. You nostalgically recall the trait, Hong Lian Wushuang, and wish you still had it. Back in the last simulation by this time, you could punch beasts and kick small opponents. Now you are forced only to possess 20 million in liquid assets. You sigh and lie upon the bed covered in Bailey. When your parents return, your mother has indeed brought many treats. You sit on her lap, swinging your legs while nibbling on rice crackers. Your father grows wary and finds a reason to call your mother away. Years pass. By the 5th year, your assets have grown to an astonishing 110 million Bailey, richer than your parents. Bored of the sight of money, you set off toward an uncertain destination, counting time. Lu Fei and the others are about to form their brotherhood. I do not love money, you tell yourself, but Lu Fei needs funds. As you leave the noble district, the surroundings deteriorate and a foul stench rises. After 3 years of hard training, your constitution has improved and your pace quickens. Before long, you stand before a garbage mountain. After thoroughly searching a hidden spot, you see a boy with short black hair and freckles. Hey, AC. You rush forward, but are blocked by a length of pipe. Hey kid, who are you? The freckled boy asks, arrogant in his gaze. Beside him, the golden-curled boy holds a pipe and watches you closely. You clear your throat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the man who will become the Luck King of the Great Sea. Xinxia. Bastard. You were spying on us. Tell me what your purpose is. AC snaps. As expected of AC. Always blunt, someone mutters. You produce a handful of Bailey and gesture toward AC. My purpose is simple. I want to join you. Consider this my joining fee. AC stares in disbelief. Before he can react, Sabo beside him cries out, shocked at what you have done. Sabo's shout reverberates because you cut off. A sharp rustle. 10 thick stacks of belly materialize in your hands. Sabo stares blankly at you. Ace, maybe we should just let him join us. After all, Ace and Sabo have slaved away for months robbing pirates, yet amassed only a few 100,000 belly. Meanwhile, your initiation fee alone amounts to no less than 100,000 belly. Brad, I'll reluctantly permit you to join our crew. Watching Ace's flustered, proud expression, you can't help but chuckle. Clearly, my money power remains astonishingly effective. You successfully infiltrate the duo's tight-knit circle, becoming the 3rd member. Yet you're unsatisfied. Pulling out another 100,000 belly, you boldly declare you shall be their captain. Ace gazes at the belly, torn by inner conflict, yet ultimately refuses. You embody the adage perfectly: any problem solvable with money isn't truly a problem. If it is, the money simply hasn't reached sufficient magnitude. You produce yet another 100,000 belly. Still refused. 10,000 more. Still refused. Another 10,000. Under this relentless monetary onslaught, even Ace, the so-called son of the devil, finally surrenders. You ascend as the eldest brother among the 3. After parting ways with Ace and Sabo, strolling home, you sigh inwardly. From now on, I am the elder brother of the future king of the pirates, the 2nd in command of the Revolutionary Army, and the elder brother of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, colloquially dubbed Brother King. Wait, hold on. Doesn't that old man Whitebeard seem to be taking advantage of me? Over the following months, you outfit both younger brothers in brand new attire. Previously, their clothes were little better than beggar's rags. Time races by. Your days filled with picking up stray belly and pawning treasures at the pawnshop run by the gentle older sister. One day, reclining comfortably in the pawnshop owner's embrace, savoring rare tenderness, a figure bursts breathlessly through the door. Xinxia. Quick, hurry. We've gained a new brother. Ace has summoned us for the brother's oath wine. Reluctantly, you slip from her arms and smile back at the beautiful woman behind you. Ro Jia, I'll visit again soon. Bye-bye. Though you never learned her real name, those soft, generous curves earned her the affectionate title, Ro Jia, and she delighted in it. Let's go, Xinxia. Ace will get furious if we're late. Sabo drags you swiftly toward Coral Hill Forest behind Goa Kingdom, their secret hideout. Idiot. A blood oath demands brother's oath wine. And since you're the youngest, you'll be fourth brother. Wah. From afar you spot Ace affectionately wrapping the knuckles of a small boy with black spiky hair and a crimson sleeveless vest. Hey, Ace, we're here. Towering trees surround the clearing, dappled sunlight filters through the canopy. Upon a weathered tree stump rest 4 tiny wine cups. Recognizing the scene, you realize the oath ceremony has begun. Today the 3 of us swear eternal brotherhood. Sabo, golden hair tied neatly behind his head, a single lens gleaming, laughs warmly, yet with mischievous charm. Oh, wait, what not 3, it's 4 of us. I demand to be a brother too. Luffy gapes wide-eyed, brimming with hope, staring at Sabo. Ace scowls impatiently, but a faint smile plays at his lips. You burst into laughter watching Luffy. Luffy, so you're the crybaby Ace told me about. Huh. To join us you'll need to prove your strength. Ha ha. Unlike you, whose wealth instantly won over the others, Luffy arrives empty-handed. I'm going to become the king of the pirates. What dare you underestimate me? Clutching his hand, Luffy lifts his chin defiantly. Wah. A fine ambition. I accept you, Luffy. Allow me to introduce myself. I, Chunxia, am destined to become the king of fortune. With a light pat, Ace taps the bouncing Luffy. Idiot. Let's swear the oath already. Drink this, and we are brothers forever. Ace's eyes blaze with fervor. Suddenly a tiny hand jerks back, too bitter. It's Luffy, the impulsive one, who gulps the wine in one gulp, immediately recoiling, tongue-lolling, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ha ha ha. The group erupts in laughter. Wiping tears, Luffy shouts, I'll become king of the pirates. You must help me. Sabo raises his cup. From this day forth we are brothers. We'll live together, sail together, freer than anyone alive. Ace adds solemnly, no matter what comes, we shall never betray one another. A surge of heroic pride swells within you. I may possess nothing but fortune, but as your brother, money is yours whenever you need it. Clang, for small hands lift their cups, clashing with a resonant chime. Wine splashes as their palms press tightly atop the cups. From this moment a sacred bond, brotherhood, is forged between you and the 3. You feel no regret. Only roaring laughter echoing through the forest. Zixixi, Sashiniri Darna. After the ceremony, Luffy grins broadly, stretches his arm, and wraps it around you. Big brother Chunxia, can you lend me some pocket money? Gramps hasn't given me a single coin lately. That's because last time Grandpa visited you slipped him laxatives, leaving him stranded on the toilet all day. Ace bellows nearby. After all, every belly you've saved is earmarked for the voyage. None may be squandered. You arrive at the shore with 50,000 men clad in black suits, their presence fierce and imposing as you gaze toward 2 distant silhouettes. One large, one small, on the horizon. Too late. But Sabo, I won't let you depart alone. Our vow to sail together must not be broken. Aboard the massive vessel, a grotesque mutant, obese, draped in a pristine white space suit, breathing through an oxygen mask, mocks the kneeling king. The king trembles as he lifts his gaze, a tiny speck upon the sea, and ashore a vast oppressive sea of darkness. His blood turns to ice. It's over. Beside him, Stree, the counterfeit celestial dragon, bows obsequiously. My lord, I shall erase these vermin at once. Then do it now. At the celestial dragon's command, Stree quakes as he barks orders, fire the cannons. Fire, now. Boom, boom, boom. You stand firm on the shore, watching countless dark projectiles streak across the sky. Your subordinates scatter in panic. Money can be earned again. A life once lost is gone forever. Indeed, true strength lies only within oneself. Yaha. You fling your arms wide and shout, trusting fate to pull you from peril. Fortune favors you. You evade the first 2 barges, but destiny permits no third reprieve. The third shell strikes you head-on, hurling you into the sea, vanishing without trace. The small boat shatters into splinters. The boy aboard disappears without a trace. Yet miraculously, even after a direct hit, you cling to life, adrift upon the waves. SSS. Pain sears through you as you force your eyes open, only to collapse again into unconsciousness. In that fading haze you glimpse a towering figure cloaked in emerald, his left cheek marked with a vivid crimson sigil. The supreme footprint. Dragon. Is it a dragon? With those words your eyelids fall shut. The fiery dragon stares down at you, silent for a long moment, then hoists you onto his shoulder and soars away. SSS. Agony surges anew, and yet you live. Your savior is none other than Dragon, the Revolutionary Army's supreme commander, the very man who rescued Sabo in the original chronicles. Young man, your bearing is extraordinary. The aura of a sovereign king radiates from you. Will you join our revolutionary army? Yaha. You awaken to a hearty, resonant laugh. Recognizing the face you saw before losing consciousness, you know you've been saved by Dragon. A faint smile crosses your lips. Dragon, you old rogue. I'm destined to become the king of fortune. How could I possibly refuse? Huh. You truly are a delight, little rascal. Was that young man your comrade? You follow his gaze. Sabo lies sprawled on the deck, his clothes torn, but his injuries are superficial. Rising slowly, you survey the boundless azure sea, then glance down at the modest wooden vessel beneath your feet. Dragon, where is the Revolutionary Army's headquarters? And are you certain this frail craft can withstand the ocean's wrath? No rush. First, I must liberate the people of an oppressed nation, then procure a proper ship en route to headquarters. You recall your unspent 100 million belly, and row still waiting for you. Your expression dims. Dragon misreads your sorrow as hatred for the celestial dragon, who ordered the bombardment, and reassures you gently, little one, fear not. Our revolution exists to topple those swine, and restore peace to the seas. Someday you will exact vengeance with your own hands. You offer no explanation, simply collapse into sleep. You're no Luffy, a monster forged of rubber and resilience. Your wounds remain raw. Days pass quietly upon the open sea, save for the occasional sea king surfacing stunned by a burst of conqueror's haki. Time blurs. Sabo awakens. After the explosion, both of you grasp an immutable truth: strength is the sole currency of the Grand Line. You train relentlessly, sparring, conditioning, while Dragon occasionally hunts sea kings to fortify your bodies. Your physical constitution surges 21. Current constitution 30. Boom. Chinxia, you lost again. Ha ha. Sabo leans against the rail, laughing heartily as you lie sprawled on the deck. Hey, Sabo, that was just a fluke. Next time I'll win, for sure. Hey, you two. Dinner's ready. Dragon calls out, holding a freshly roasted beast leg aloft. Coming, Uncle Dragon. Without hesitation, Sabo abandons you, still flat on your back, and dashes forward, snatching the last remaining thigh bone. You fiend, Sabo. Give that back. You leap up, instantly lunging to wrest the bone from his grip. Foolish Chinxia. You couldn't possibly, huh? You execute a flawless slide tackle, deliver a devastating kick aimed squarely at his groin, and snatch the falling bone midair, shoving it triumphantly into your mouth. Ha! Sabo, you're still too green. Damn you, Chinxia. No honor. Ambush tactics. Ah. Sabo clutches himself in agony, voice trembling with outrage. Even Dragon, standing nearby, instinctively tightens his legs and takes a subtle step backward. Laughter rings across the sea, joyful, sorrowful, fearful. After dozens of days at sea, the little vessel docks at a quiet harbor. Children, the journey ends here. Shortly someone will escort you to a regional branch. I depart now. With that, Dragon vanishes. You watch the bustling wharf, sighing as you rub your temple. Truly a man who abandons even his own son without hesitation. What colossal nerve. Huh. Fortunately, Dragon keeps his words. Soon a tall figure approaches, wearing a crow-shaped mask draped in a black feathered coat, wings of obsidian plumage unfurled behind him. As a seasoned One Piece devotee, you instantly recognize him, Karasu, commander of the North Army, devil fruit user of the Cold fruit, renowned for his silence. Knowing his nature, you say nothing. Yet Sabo, suddenly channeling Luffy's boundless curiosity, fires off questions non-stop. Hey mister, why wear such a strange mask? And why do you have wings? Can you fly? And also, clang. Predictably, Sabo crumples unconscious, slung over Karasu's shoulder. You trail behind, stifling laughter behind cupped hands. Ha! Foolish Sabo. Haha, what an utter dunce. Before long, you enter a concealed alleyway, where youths' faces glow with hope, chanting, "Long live the revolution." Karasu deposits you and Sabo in a small room, then departs without uttering a word. To him, this is merely duty, not kinship. Sabo? Hee. You leer down at him, sound asleep in bed. You've held it in all the way here. It's time to unleash. Foolish Sabo, always bullying me aboard ship, fighting like it's life or death. I am your elder brother. But now, hee. You slip silently to his feet, clutching a single feather. Hee. You press down on Sabo's small foot, grinning wickedly, as you gently brushed a feather against the sole. Aha. You idiot, Chinxia, stop. Stop it, ha. I'm gonna die laughing. Ha. Sabo struggled desperately, but a person laughing has no strength, and you had his foot pinned tight, leaving him no way to escape. Yo. Isn't this Sabo? Haven't seen you in a few days, how'd you get so weak? Ha. Call me big brother, and I'll let you go. Ha. Bastard. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Sabo, starve to death, jump off from here. Huh. I won't. Won't make a sound. Huh. Oh, is that so? Hee. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. As Sabo laughed, his pupils suddenly trembled. Huh. You flipped your palm, revealing 3 more identical feathers. Under Sabo's shocked gaze, you chuckled and placed them on the sole of his foot. Ah. The small room was filled with Sabo's joyful laughter, and you reveled in it like a demon. After what felt like hours, your hand was aching. Sabo still hadn't yielded. Sabo, I salute you, you're a true man. You cupped your hands helplessly, and before he could react, you dashed out the door with a whoosh. Bastard Chinxia. I'll kill you. A roar came from the room behind you. Feeling the murderous intent, you ran even faster. Amid the bewildered stares of passers-by, a golden-haired boy disheveled burst through the door and chased after you. That look in his eyes, well, it was hard to describe. 1 part resentment, 3 parts fury, and the rest pure murderous intent, even heavier than that of a great pirate. Hey, Sabo, it was just a little fun. Besides, I'm your big brother. What are you up to? Sabo's golden hair whipped in the wind, revealing bloodshot eyes. Hearing this, he sped up even more. Bastard, I'll kill you. It's come to this. I have no choice but to use that move. Sabo, sorry. You suddenly stopped in the middle of the street, striking a pose. Blinded by rage, Sabo charged straight at you, without a second thought. You slid, and as you passed under his crotch, you delivered a supreme swift kick. Eggs and balls flew, and Sabo immediately calmed down. Sabo curled up, rolling several meters, before stopping, clutching his groin in pain. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. His manhood had suffered 2 fatal blows in a matter of days. Truly inhuman. Every man on the street clamped their legs shut, and scurried back to their homes. In an instant, you stood alone on the avenue, like a solitary king. The ball-breaker king. You walked over to Sabo, confirmed he was out cold, hoisted him on your back, and returned to the Revolutionary Army base. You laid him on the bed and bound him securely with 3 chains as thick as an arm. Bro, you're not so tough after all. Ha. With a hearty laugh, you stepped out, locking the door behind you. The sight of Sabo just now had truly sent a chill down your spine. You asked Karas for another room, lay down on the bed, closed your eyes, and fell asleep. The supreme swift kick had clearly drained your stamina. Bastard Chinxia, I'll kill you. From the original small room came continuous roars and the clanking of chains. The next day you knocked on Sabo's door. A weak, pleading voice answered, Chinxia, big brother, let me out, I promise I'll get revenge. No repay you. After some thought, you unlocked the door and freed Sabo from the chains. Here, you haven't eaten all day, you must be starving. You were decent enough to bring Sabo lunch. He wolfed it down. From then on, your name, the Ballbreaker King, echoed through the Revolutionary Army. Everyone knew a brat had arrived who loved kicking people in the crotch. Sabo behaved himself for days. On the 6th day, you were lounging on a deck chair soaking up the sun, a habit you'd recently developed. The warm sunlight reminded you of Ruijie's soft embrace. Chinxia, it's so boring here. How about we play hide and seek? Sabo, you're not plotting something bad, are you? Doesn't your, you know what hurt anymore? You took off your sunglasses and teased him. No, it was my fault last time. I've deeply reflected on my mistakes. Oh, then let's go. You were bored at the Revolutionary Army base anyway. No one would talk to the Ballbreaker King. They were still young and didn't want to get their balls broken. Whoopee. Sabo jumped up in joy. The first step of his plan had succeeded. Chinxia, I'll hide you seek. Why, I'll hide you seek. Big brother Chinxia, you're so lucky. If you hide, I might never find you. Your luck was indeed incredible. Over the past few days, you'd returned to your old ways and picked up over 1 million berries. After a moment's thought, you nodded in agreement. Hee, stupid Chinxia, just wait till I get you, Sabo muttered, disappearing from your sight with a sly grin. 10, 9, 1. I'm coming to find you. Sabo, hide well. Who knew you were a sneaky one too? You'd counted 60 seconds as 10. Sabo, who had barely run a few hundred meters, cursed under his breath and ducked into a secluded alley. Big Yellow, come out. You called out loudly. Soon a tall yellow hound came wagging its tail to you. Big Yellow was a stray you'd picked up on the street a few days ago. You'd taken pity on him and kept him. Today, he came in handy. You let Big Yellow sniff Sabo's sock, and he immediately understood, bounding ahead. Sabo, don't blame me. A little cheat is no cheat. You followed Big Yellow through the crowd across streets and arrived at an alley. Meanwhile, Sabo saw you cheating and cursed under his breath, bastard Chinxia. Then he pulled a hand crossbow from his crotch and laughed. Bastard Chinxia, today I, Sabo, will avenge those 2 kicks. Bastard Chinxia. He loaded a blunt wooden arrow aimed at your crotch and sneered. Bastard Chinxia, prepare to die. His voice cut off abruptly. A tall man appeared behind Sabo, knocked him out in one blow, and slung him over his shoulder. Sabo's hat fell to the ground. Hearing the commotion, you sensed something was wrong and told Big Yellow to stay quiet. You crept into the alley. Soon, crouching behind a wall, you peered through a gap and saw a tall man in a black uniform with dark insignia on his cuffs, carrying Sabo and running off at top speed. You covered your mouth. CP9. You were stunned to discover that the kidnapper of Sabo is wearing a CP9 uniform. Though you know confronting him head-on would be suicide, Sabo is your brother. Without hesitation, you trail him. Even if rescuing Sabo proves impossible, identifying CP9's hideout will allow the Revolutionary Army to intervene. Your footsteps are silent, and the distance between you and the agent remains wide, ensuring he fails to detect your pursuit. Soon the surroundings grow eerily quiet. Few people remain. You realize pressing forward any further will inevitably expose you, so you halt. Fortunately, the CP9 agent stops before a 2-story Western-style villa not far ahead and carries Sabo inside. Sabo, I'm coming for you. A fierce cry surges in your heart as you sprint toward the Revolutionary Army's base, pushing this body to its absolute limit. scenery blurs into streaks behind you. A thunderous thud echoes as you crash onto the ground, a gash splitting your forehead, blood welling steadily. One shoe lies abandoned. You ignore it, scramble upright, and surge forward again. Sabo, hold on. Wait for me. Only one thought burns in your mind: rescue Sabo. Through reckless, unyielding flight, you finally reach the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. With a deafening crash, you burst through the conference room door. Dragon always holds meetings here. Inside, the assembled members erupt in laughter upon seeing you. Barefoot on the right, disheveled hair, grimy face, utterly spent. Dragon clears his throat, sharply stifling their mirth. Dragon. Sabo. He's been captured by world government agents. You shout, gripping Dragon's arm. Chief, our recent operations have indeed drawn attention. The world government is likely already watching us, interjects Karis. Dragon falls silent for a moment, then declares, since our cover is blown, alert all comrades. We launch the final assault immediately. As he speaks, Dragon kneels and gently strokes your head. Shinxia, don't worry. I'll bring Sabo back safely. He exchanges a glance with Karis, who promptly ushers you away. You're placed in a heavily fortified room. Karis offers brief instructions before hurrying off. Just sitting here waiting isn't my style. You begin searching for an escape. The door was locked from the outside by that old fox Karis. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle erupts beyond the walls, war cries, explosions, artillery shells detonating nearby. The Revolutionary Army's final assault has begun. Sabo, you must hold on for me. A sharp metallic click echoes. The lock yields at last. You fling open the door. Before you unfolds a maelstrom of idealism and sacrifice. Young revolutionaries clash fiercely with the kingdom's soldiers and marines. Blood, fire, and flashing steel saturate the battlefield. You sidestep a marine's downward slash and counter, felling him effortlessly. Though weak by elite standards, your physique remains thrice that of an ordinary human. A mere foot soldier stands no chance. Skirting the battlefield's edge, blade in hand, you race towards CP9's villa. Then, your gaze lifts skyward. Two figures hover in tense confrontation. One wears a vivid green coat, Dragon. The other, an elderly man draped in the Navy's Justice cloak, clenches fists wreathed in crackling violet-black lightning. Hey, Carp. You instantly recognize the legendary hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Carp, get Sabo out and run. There's no way a son can defeat his father. Darting through the chaos, you soon arrive near the villa. A wooden crate rolls miraculously to your feet. Inside lies a devil fruit, swirling patterns, unnaturally vivid hues. Undeniably authentic. Dragon's pinned down for now. Sabo's counting on me. Looks like I've got no choice but to eat this. You force a wry smile and bite into the fruit. Your expression contorts violently, as though you've swallowed raw sewage. For a fleeting second, you even wonder if Sabo is worth saving. Ugh, ugh. Just as the anime warned. Disgusting. You discard the remainder. Devil fruits require only a single bite to activate. The Logia type Moku Moku no Mi. The instant the flesh dissolves on your tongue, its full power floods your awareness. Fortune favors you. It's a Logia dominant in early arcs. A smirk curls your lips. CP9 possesses no haki, rendering them utterly defenseless against Logia abilities, save perhaps that crocodile who fell to Luffy's blood despite lacking haki. Sabo, Big Brother's here to save you. With a roar, you kick the villa's front door off its hinges and rush inside, scanning frantically for Sabo. Yet the building is clearly not empty. Brat, what are you looking for? Let me send you straight to hell. A rasping cackle echoes from above. You leap backward just as the floor beneath you shatters. A white-masked CP9 agent descends, silent and lethal, striking without warning. Finger pistol. His finger darts like a bullet, blindingly fast. Yet you are a Logia user. Your body shifts seamlessly into elemental form, nullifying all physical strikes. Huh. Dayu, you're a devil fruit user? Correct, but no prize for guessing. A wooden spear materializes in your grasp. You drive it deep into the agent's abdomen with brutal force. Thud. Bewildered, he stares down at the shaft, piercing his gut. Before the impact pins him upright against the wall, blood gushing, eyes rolling back as his spirit departs for the Pure Land. TCH. Daring to challenge a golden kidney warrior without grasping the chasm between your strengths. After the flourish, you resume your search and find Sabo imprisoned in a concealed cellar. He reveals his revolutionary identity was exposed, drawing CP9's attention. Worse still, the Navy has issued a buster call against this kingdom. Soon it will vanish from the map entirely. Damn the world government. How could they slaughter so many innocents? Sabo rages, his fury familiar from the anime you once watched. Your heart stirs only faintly. Our survival under the buster call is now paramount. Dragon. Only Dragon possesses the strength to avert this catastrophe. You hoist Sabo onto your back and bolt outside, only for Dragon's voice to thunder directly into your ears. Dragon's voice resonates in your mind, clear and commanding. Shinxia, the old man is coming. We have to leave now. Before you could understand what was happening, a fierce wind swept through, sending the entire kingdom's ruins flying. You felt a gale lift you up. Riding the wind, you sped toward the dock. With a thud, you landed steadily. You the legendary pilot in your past life. Looking around, you saw revolutionary soldiers, all wounded. Even Karaz's crow mask had been blown off, revealing his pale complexion. Before you could get a clear look at his face, a green wind blew in, and a dragon landed on the deck. Commander, the wounded soldiers said respectfully. The Navy has launched a buster call. Oh, we must return to headquarters immediately. As the words fell, a sharp whistling sound rang out, and dozens of special shells hurtled toward them. Then boom. Before the shells could land, a strange wind swept in, and the shells burst into sparks in the air, like a spectacular fireworks display. Let's go, kid. Dragon chuckled lightly, and a strange wind billowed the sails, instantly transporting them 100 meters away, leaving the bewildered Navy behind. On the ship, life returned to a routine of training, sleeping, and eating. Sabo, however, no longer held a grudge against you for what you had done before, because you had saved his life. Sabo, come here. I'll show you a magic trick. Sabo put down the 100-kilogram dumbbell and walked over impatiently. What is it, Shinsia? You smiled mysteriously. Ever since Sabo witnessed the world government's ruthless buster call, he had become a different person, training desperately every day, pushing his strength to the limit, almost matching your version from the first simulation. Look, what's this? Several sharp wooden spikes, 2 meters long, instantly appeared around you. With a flick of your finger, the spikes shot towards Sabo, leaving afterimages in the air. Wow. Sabo raised his arms to block, feeling a fierce wind rush past, and the spikes stopped right in front of his face. Huh. Scaredy cat. You doubled over with laughter while Sabo's small body trembled. Clang. Sabo's fist landed squarely on your head, raising a big lump. You clutched your head and cried. You bastard, Sabo. Sneak attack. Bullying an 8-year-old kid. No martial ethics. Huh. Come on, hit me. You shouted, a grin spreading across your face. Sabo, don't blame me. You asked for it. Supreme swift kick. That familiar move, but Sabo couldn't dodge it, taking the full force before collapsing. Huh. Another day of practicing the supreme swift kick. You returned to the cabin and began developing your devil fruit abilities. After days of effort, you had come up with a few moves like the wooden spikes you just used. You could also conjure wooden spears, swords, and blades, but these were just the basics. Your ultimate goal was to create a giant mecha, or a Buddha. It was the 7th day at sea. You stared at the landmass growing closer in the distance, jumping with excitement. Is that the White Earth Island Baltigo? So cool. After disembarking, Dragon arranged lodging for you two, and then hurried off without a moment's rest. What a busy man. You complained, staring at the tiny dot on the horizon, because Dragon hadn't told you where the cafeteria was. You two had been starving for 3 days. It wasn't that you hadn't thought of asking someone, but some bastard had spread your reputation as the one-hit wonder. Now whenever you stepped out, people would see you and run away, covering their crotches as if they had grown extra legs. The worst part was that even Ivan, that freak, kept his distance from you. Shinsia, how about we go fishing? I'm starving to death. I refuse to believe that I, the luckiest guy, will starve. Let's go out and pick up some money while we're at it. So you two headed to the beach. Since Baltigo was in the Grand Line, the surrounding waters teemed with countless sea kings. Once you even saw a colossal sea king that must have been thousands of meters long. Normally you wouldn't dare go near the shore, but now you were starving. Hey, Shinsia, there's some berries under your feet. Sabo exclaimed in shock, staring at the thick stack of bills you were stepping on. Huh, just basic skills, nothing special. In just a short while you had already picked up tens of thousands of berries. Even if you didn't catch any fish, you could buy food in town. The million berries you had found in that kingdom earlier had probably turned to ash and blown away over the sea. Shinsia, who's that? Looks so weird. Sabo pointed at a tall figure in the distance. You looked up from picking up money and saw a fishman in a long green trench coat, standing silently watching you. Haku. You had to admit you made full use of your transmigrator advantage. You dragged Sabo toward the fishman Haku. You were curious about him. Not only because he was the first person in days who didn't run away when he saw you, but also because he was a master of fishman karate. Doesn't this weirdo fear Chunxia's supreme swift kick? Is it because Chunxia can't break his balls? Sabo pondered, staring at the behemoth over 3 meters tall. So that's it. As long as I'm tough enough, I won't be afraid of Chunxia's supreme swift kick. Hooray. Wow. It's you two little rascals. Haku laughed heartily, and you looked up at him with innocent eyes. Uncle Haku, can you teach me fishman karate? Please, please. Huh. Is this really Chunxia? Sabo was shocked to see you acting so cute, his worldview crumbling. Huh. This act of yours was completely unlike the person Haku had heard about. You knew deep down that you were just an ordinary person with good luck. After all that training, your physique hadn't changed at all. You understood that in this sea you could be clumsy, stupid, or naive, but you could not be weak. Without strength, how could you return to live happily with Roro? How could you freeload in the red light district? You were just an ordinary person without a monstrous physique or genius talent. Now that an opportunity to grow stronger was right in front of you, how could you not cherish it? Uncle Haku, I really love fishman karate. Please teach me. Under your relentless barrage of charm and cuteness, the tough man Haku felt his heart melt. He bent down and gently tousled your hair. Well, all right, but But you must answer one question for Uncle first. You leap up thrilled, already braced to trade charm for favor, only to discover it's merely a question. Huh. No problem at all, Uncle Haku. Even 10 or 100 questions. Haku rises, gaze drifting into the distant horizon. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he asks slowly, tell me, who's handsomer? Me, or the captain? Your mouth falls wide open as you stare incredulously at Haku's earnest broad face. What's wrong? Don't want to answer. And no, I mean of course you're handsomer, Uncle Haku. You're the most magnificent man on the seas. How could someone like Dragon ever compare? Children never lie. So I truly am peerlessly handsome. Haku beams affectionately, ruffling your hair with his massive hand before sweeping it grandly aside. Kid, you may learn any technique you wish without exception. Really? Then I'll learn the move that can fell one of the 4 emperors in a single strike. Your whole body trembles. Mastering such a technique would let you declare dominion over the red light district of Shabandi Archipelago. Then my harem of 3,000 beauties shall be mine. What bliss! Just as your imagination soars, Haku delivers a sharp rap to your skull. Kid, keep it realistic. Ow. Rubbing your head, you pause in thought. I want to learn everything. Fine, follow me. Though still wildly ambitious, this request feels far more reasonable than the last. Sabo, come along too. You trail behind Haku, flashing Sabo, a motionless figure standing stiffly in place, a meaningful glance. Sabo instantly understands the 3 of them, large and too small, walk side by side toward the shore. Watch closely, kid. This is called water strike. It's spectacular. Haku laughs heartily. Shush shush. Countless water spheres coalesce around Haku, then erupt toward the sea surface at blinding speed, leaving only streaks of azure afterimages. In the next instant, the ocean explodes outward. A sea king surfaces, bloodied and glassy-eyed, already lulled into unconsciousness. Wow. That's incredible. Uncle Haku, I must learn this move. You and Sabo shout in unison. Very well. I'll now demonstrate the full technique step by step. That day you train under Haku's guidance in water strike, but your aptitude proves modest and you fail to grasp its essence. Sabo meanwhile forms droplets of water effortlessly within a single day. Sigh, my talent is simply too poor. Sabo will surely master it tomorrow, while I'll need weeks. He's definitely unlocked it already. Lying in bed, you watch Sabo sleep soundly beside you. Then unease stirs anew. Yet you resist acting upon it. Quietly you slip out, push open the door, and walk alone to the shore, gazing across the boundless sea, slipping into silent, reflective stillness. Behind you, Sabo's eyes slowly open. He approaches silently, then calls out, Hey, Shinxia, what are you doing? Startled, you jolt upright, then exhale in relief upon seeing him. Sabo, why do you walk without a sound? Worried Dragon, Uncle heard what you said today, and will beat you black and blue. Actually, Uncle Dragon is remarkably magnanimous. No, wait. With a soft thud, you collapse onto the sand. Sabo sits beside you without hesitation. Gazing up at the star-strewn sky, you ask quietly, Sabo, what will you do when you grow up? To overthrow this wretched world government and restore peace to the seas. And you, Shinxia? Me, sigh. Sabo nudges you playfully and shouts, Shinxia, you're destined to become the king of luck. Cheer up. Even as a child, Sabo senses something deeply amiss. But I'm so weak. I can't even last a few moves against you, Sabo. And I'm so slow. I haven't even grasped water strike. You sink into profound self-doubt. Foolish Shinxia. Don't forget, you've eaten a devil fruit. You won't stay weak forever. One day you will become the legendary king of luck, renowned across every ocean. Sabo throws an arm around your shoulders, laughing warmly to lift your spirit. You remain silent. The next morning you rise before dawn, practicing your fruit ability. At noon you train water strike with Haku. By night you run laps around Baltaigo. Every second is devoted to growth. You know you're no prodigy, only human. 10 days later you master water strike, conjuring and launching several tiny water droplets, enough to threaten pirates worth millions in bounty. A year passes. You stand at 1.6 meters tall, gazing up at Sabo, who now towers over you, and sigh once more, I'm just ordinary. A year of relentless cultivation raises your physical prowess by 18 points, total 39. Water strike is now fully mastered. Dozens of droplets launch simultaneously, lethal even against pirates bearing bounties of 30 million. Your devil fruit advances too. You've developed wooden armor, a resilient exoskeleton enhancing strength and defense. You estimate your current power matches pirates worth 30 million, but your physique remains your greatest weakness. Stamina falters mid-battle. Time flies through discipline. Now 15, your physical score finally breaches 500. Beyond that, you've spent 4 years mastering Fishman Karate's 1,000-tile straight punch. Standing at the shore you roar, would Emperor prison. From the sea rises a wooden cage, over 20 meters tall, trapping an unlucky sea king within. No matter how it thrashes, the structure holds firm. Inspired by a memory from your past life, you devised this ultimate technique. Sabo himself requires considerable time to shatter it. And though Sabo hasn't yet assumed the role of second-in-command, his martial arts prowess humbles pirates worth hundreds of millions. You now hold your own against bounties of 1 to 200 million, but endurance remains your Achilles heel. Prolonged combat inevitably leads to defeat. It is now the year 1519 of the Marine calendar. You know Luffy will set sail in 1 year, and you hold the newspaper aloft. New pirate ace. Bounty 70 million berry after only 3 months at sea. The next Whitebeard. Sigh. Ace burns fiercely indeed. I'd better accelerate my pace. Or else. Ace, you reckless brother. I'll have to clean up your mess again. The Summit War? I will be there. Ha ha. This year you trained even more frantically to improve your strength, but in the end you were just an ordinary person. Unless you, like someone else, put in 200 times the effort. In the second year, at the beginning of the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, you gazed at the wanted poster of the grinning straw hat boy and murmured, Luffy, that guy has set sail too. Huh. I wonder if we 4 brothers can change the future this time. Time flew by, and Luffy's adventure soon ended. You read the newspaper. The Straw Hat crew had been taken care of by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the tyrant Kuma. And there was the breaking news: Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fire Fist, had been captured and would be executed at Marine Headquarters Marineford in a few days. It's time to set out. Yahaha, Ace. Your big brother is coming. You went to the logistics department to handle some affairs. This year Dragon had promoted you to the logistics director of the Revolutionary Army, all because of your incredible luck. During your years in the Revolutionary Army, you had collected a total of 200 million berries, and by working as a courier you had earned over 1 billion berries. The first thing you did upon taking office was to give each member of the Revolutionary Army 1 million berries, because the Revolutionary Army had no salaries. Everyone's daily life was managed by the logistics department, which only provided food and equipment. Of course, this money came from your own pocket. Dragon would never be so extravagant. After handing out the money, your reputation soared second only to Dragon's, and even the title King of Deliveries was rarely mentioned. Good morning, Director. You walked into the logistics department greeted by subordinates smiling and nodding at you. Occasionally, a few young girls would take your hand, expressing their gratitude. These girls were the ones you had helped before. Their families were struggling, so you used your extra berries to support them. Strictly proper assistance. Sabo. You pushed open the door to find Sabo handling documents inside. Lately the seas have been growing more turbulent. By the way, Chinxiao, what do you need? You placed the newspaper on the table. A familiar face. Ace's leapt off the page. Sabo, it seems we have to go rescue Ace. Huh. Who is Ace? Why should we rescue him? You smacked your forehead. Damn, you forgot that Sabo had lost his memory from a cannon blast. Finally, after patiently explaining, Sabo regained his memory and grabbed your hand, dragging you toward the ship. Chinxiao, why didn't you tell me sooner? I just found out myself. Never mind that. We need to hurry. Ace is scheduled to be executed in just 7 days. The two of you sped toward Marineford without a moment's rest. Meanwhile, far away on Amazon Lily, your younger brother Luffy had also set out for the underwater prison impelled down. Hey Chinxiao, I think someone's tailing us. You looked back and saw a blue and white marine warship following at a distance. A smile curled at the corner of your mouth. Time to stretch my legs. Don't worry, Sabo. Leave it to me. You used Moon's Step to fly swiftly above the warship and overheard the Marines discussing you below. It's the Revolutionary Army's logistics director, the Supreme Great Swift Kick, Chinxiao. Quick. Open fire. Bang. You sidestepped the incoming cannonball, your expression darkening as you looked down at the ant-like Marines. Supreme Great Swift Kick. Who spread that name? Countless wooden spikes rained down from above, turning the warship into a hedgehog in an instant. As for the Marines' lives, they were from the opposing side, and you showed no mercy. Brat, die. By the time the Marine grunts below were almost all dead, a rear admiral in the Marines' Justice Code finally leaped out. Without wasting words, you raised your hand and unleashed Wood Emperor Prison, and then countless wooden spears coated in black armament hockey pierced the fool of a rear admiral, turning him into a hedgehog. The entire battle lasted no more than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. You felt like Guan Yu warming wine before slaying Hua Xiong, but you didn't drink because you were still underage. Lately, Marine warships have been getting closer to headquarters. I suspect there's a traitor inside, Sabo said, walking toward you with a pipe in hand. Phew. Seeing him put the pipe behind his back, you breathed a sigh of relief. You were afraid Sabo might try to kill his own brother. There's definitely a traitor. My nickname has even reached the Marines. How outrageous. Having watched the anime, you knew that the Revolutionary Army's headquarters would later be discovered by Jesus Burgess of the Blackbeard Pirates and attacked, forcing the headquarters to move to Kamabaka Kingdom. You silently vowed to expose the traitor so you wouldn't have to move to an island full of Okama. The journey continued. You and Sabo didn't idle. You trained on the ship, preparing for the upcoming great battle. You didn't tell Dragon about the rescue. The Paramount War was chaotic enough, and even if you did, he might not come. On the vast blue sea, a small boat sped forward with two handsome men standing on the deck. The more handsome one, of course, being you. It was the fourth day of travel, and you were only a day away from Marineford. Sabo, are you nervous? You asked excitedly. As a fan of One Piece, this was your first time experiencing such a legendary scene. The three admirals, the legendary man, Whitebeard, the seven warlords, countless marines and pirates. The paramount war was enough to shake the balance of the four emperors on the seas. Of course. I'm nervous, you idiot. Once we rescue Ace, we run as fast as we can. Don't get caught up in the fight. Of course I'm not as reckless as Luffy. Ah, chewed. Far away on the fourth level of impelled down, Luffy sneezed, feeling a connection. Yosh. Is Ace thinking of me? I'd better hurry. Wait, which level is Ace on? Level 5 maybe. Luffy scratched his head, trying to summon his limited brain power. On the fifth day, thanks to your relentless pace, you arrived at the battlefield, Marineford, 2 days early. Wow. So this is Marineford. You looked at the towering blue and white buildings ahead, and the three admirals seated high above, each exuding a different aura, but all radiating immense power. You covered your mouth and said, what opening line should I use? Stop. Give me face. No, I'm not a face fruit user. I am the man who will become the king of luck. Xia. No, too lame. It's fine to say as a kid, but as an adult I'd be laughed at. Clang. Hey Sabo, what are you doing? Look over there. Ace. Ace is here. You stand on the deck following Sabo's gaze. A towering executioner drags Ace, his jet black short hair stark against the grim scene. His iconic cowboy hat is nowhere to be seen. You and Sabo shout and soar toward the shore. By the time you arrive, the battle has already erupted. Pirates and marines clash fiercely across the battlefield. Why must you two brats burden this old man? A white-haired elder seated in his chair offers a bitter smile, then leaps skyward. His fist slams you and Sabo deep into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Following the unspoken law, where smoke rises but no wound remains, you stand frozen, staring blankly at that hunched figure draped in the mantle of justice. Oh, Grandpa. Having sworn brotherhood with Ace in childhood, you've met Vice Admiral Garp several times. Once you even bought him several crates of senbei with your own money, and he patted your head asking if you'd consider joining the Marines. Time has turned full circle. Now you face him on the battlefield, blades drawn. Grandpa, step aside. Ace is waiting for me. Sabo roars and charges once more toward the execution platform. You follow without hesitation, felling countless Marines who dare impede your path. Yet again, that familiar silhouette blocks your way. Sabo, Xia, run, both of you. Ace. Tears glisten in the white-haired elder's eyes. He raised Ace from boyhood, now forced to watch him condemned to death, powerless to save him, yet compelled to halt his brother's rescue. Ace, I've come to save you. The voice descends from above. You know instantly, it's Luffy. A figure crashes down like thunder, wielding a colossal wooden staff. Marines fall in droves. Stunned, they cry out, the straw hat. How did he get here? Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku, standing atop the execution platform, stiffens in disbelief. An impelled down escapee actually broke through to Marineford. The intruder is none other than Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat himself, resurrected after being erased by Bartholomew Kuma at Sabaody Archipelago. Sabo, brother Xia. You're alive? But didn't you die? You rap Luffy sharply on the head. A jolt of memory. Luffy. We'll talk later. Right now, we must save Ace from Grandpa. Luffy nods solemnly, his gaze fixed upon Garp, his frame more stooped than ever. Grandpa, stand aside. Ace is waiting for me. Garp clenches his fists, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. I am a Marine. How can I let you pass? You stand beside Sabo as Luffy, eyes brimming, swings his fist. I will save Ace. Even if it's my own grandfather. I won't stop. Boom. A meteor-like impact shakes the earth. Marines freeze mid-swing. Vice Admiral Garp. He's been struck down. Fleet Admiral Sengoku erupts in fury. Garp, did you deliberately hold back? Garp lies sprawled on the ground, hand covering his face, weeping silent. Sengoku, I nearly killed my own grandson. As the three of you surge forward toward Ace, a slender azure figure flashes across the field. The path ahead freezes solid in an instant. Revolutionaries. It seems the battlefield grows ever more chaotic. Xia, I'll hold him off. You and Luffy go save Ace. Sabo steps before you, voice fierce, eyes locked on the indolent embodiment of justice, the Admiral Kazan. Just as you turn to sprint forward, a black-green blur streaks in. A colossal emerald sword wave cleaves the air, bisecting even the massive ice mountain behind you. By sheer fortune you evade it. Then stands before you a familiar old comrade bearing a colossal black blade. The Supreme Swift Kick. Let's see how it fares against my Supreme Swift Sword. Oh, accept my challenge, Xia. Hawkeyes, damn it. Not now. I've no time for games. You pivot to leave. Another sword wave surges forth. Again, by impossible luck, you dodge. What the? Hawkeyes, are you sure about this? Hawkeyes says nothing. Only swings his blade once more, inwardly stunned. Truly. No wonder he's dubbed the Explosive Pill King of the Revolutionary Army, evading twice. You evade the third strike with uncanny fortune, then shout to Luffy, go ahead. Get Ace back alive. That's your only order. Luffy darts through the chaos, nodding fiercely as he races toward the scaffold. Creak, crack, muscles coil, and snap, a wooden armor erupts around your body. You know, if you don't activate it, you'll fall in one blow. Then Luffy would be halted, and Ace would be lost. Sorry, but for Ace's sake, I must hold you back, at least long enough so Luffy won't be stopped. A wooden sword materializes in your hand, its edge sheathed in pitch-black armament haki. Gripping the hilt, you grin, and charge headlong at the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Isn't challenging the strongest among us its own kind of triumph? Huh. A wildfire of battle lust ignites within you. Oh, so I wasn't mistaken. You are a worthy opponent. Two sword waves collide. Mihawk's viridian slash obliterates yours instantly. The ensuing shockwave slashes across your flesh like razors, carving ghastly wounds. So, I truly can't match him. Huh. In that moment of imminent death, you forget you're merely a man blessed by outrageous fortune. But then, the instant I draw my blade, I've already won. Ha ha ha. I'm the ocean's supreme luck king. This time you trust your luck utterly. Arms wide, laughter wild and unshackled. Your expression is that of a sovereign radiant with madness. Huh. Mihawk lowers Yoru before him, stunned. Not just he but the entire battlefield stares, jaws slack, as if witnessing a ghost. Yahaha. What a terrifying child. Would you become my son, Shinsia? Whitebeard hurls Akainu skyward with a single punch, planting his great sword before his chest, roaring with his signature, Koa. Issuing a paternal decree. Perhaps you are fortune's illegitimate heir. That fatal slash grazes only your scalp, reducing the main building of Marineford behind you to dust. Becoming your son. Not in 1,000 years, Whitebeard. You laugh, slamming your palm down. Would Emperor prison? Crack. The earth splits open, colossal trees erupt skyward, twisting midair into a towering cage-like prison, trapping Mihawk within. Hawkeyes, prepare yourself. Now witness my signature technique. Kaha. Oh. Mihawk rests Yoru across his back, arms folded, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over you. Imperious, eternal, unblinking. Supreme rapid kick. You slide forward on your knees, stopping just before the cage. Hawkeye is trapped and powerless to stop you. Is this truly all you have? Huh. Before your bewildered gaze, Hawkeye draws a small knife from around his neck and slices it through the air with a grin. My apologies, I don't carry anything smaller. A colossal sword aura cleaves the cage into dust, then surges onward toward you unslowed. Hawkeye, you treacherous cheat. The blade aura reaches you in an instant. Your eyes reflect its overwhelming sky-obscuring force. This time fortune detonates, and so do you. You perish at the hands of an opponent beyond compare, dying without ever grasping the fundamental imbalance of this battle. It was nothing more than a cat toying with a mouse. Simulation concluded. Evaluating rank. 666. Hawkeye is truly unmatched. I fell to him twice in simulation. Am I fated to clash with him? This simulation's rank B. Assessment: you haven't become the sovereign of fortune, but you've certainly earned the title of Explosion King. When it comes to explosive failures, trust only the Revolutionary Army's Explosion King. Ding. At rank B, select one simulated reward. Choose swiftly host. Option 1, Moku no Mi in its completely undeveloped state. Option 2, Armament Haki Intermediate and Observation Haki Intermediate. Option 3, Fishman Karate Intermediate, including techniques such as Fishman Karate, Thousand Tile Fist, and Water Strike. Option 4, Full Simulated Memory, from birth to death, with 0 side effects. System: your tongue may be sharp, but surprisingly generous this time. Yet why must I choose only one? The Moku no Mi is excellent, a Logia-type fruit. In the West Blue, where Haki is nearly non-existent, it would grant near uncontested dominance. Yet Kaido the Golden Teacher once declared, Haki is the very foundation of true strength. Fruit powers are mere auxiliaries. Only Haki transcends all. So I'll choose reward 1. Huh. Of course not. I must select reward 2. Detected host selection, reward 1. Distributing now. Hey, system, I chose 2. 2. Just kidding, just now. Modifying selection. Reward 2 confirmed and delivered. Phew, only the system is kind. The systemless transmigrator is but a blade of grass. With a system, Chun Xia's absurd ditty remained unfinished as a warm surge flooded his body, tingling, prickling like the feather he'd once used to tickle Sabo's soles in simulation. Yet the system proved remarkably efficient. Within seconds, the strange sensation vanished, replaced by something profound, an uncanny awareness, as if a new organ had awakened deep within his flesh. ZZZT. With a mere thought, blackness spread across Chun Xia's hand, dense obsidian armament Haki rippling over his skin, turning his entire limb coal black. In exchange came vastly enhanced offensive and defensive capability, and crucially the ability to physically strike Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Now facing such opponents, he'd no longer stand helpless. Now that the power-up is complete, time for testing. Chun Xia grinned savagely at the towering figure who teleported toward him. Previously, he might have failed to track the movement, but now with observation haki, even Raku's amateur-level mastery offered no advantage. To put it plainly, defeating him should be child's play, or so he thought. Raku wielded not only the Navy's 6 powers, but also formidable haki, and decades of battlefield experience. To Chun Xia, he remained an unyielding, formidable adversary. That brat's emitting haki from nowhere. But what of it? I am Raku, the Ironblood Hardman. Rankyaku. Clang. Metal clashed against metal. Chun Xia skidded backward dozens of paces. Raku, by contrast, halted after only a few steps. Brat, you hold no chance. Surrender now, and spare yourself decapitation. Chun Xia clenched both fists and laughed heartily. Indeed, physical combat remains my weakness. But, damn it, I won't surrender. Ha ha. A phantom afterimage lingered behind as both charged again. Blades of speed clashing repeatedly, carving furrows across the earth, whipping up gales that sent sand and stones scattering violently across the base. It seems I must unleash that technique. Stepping back several paces, Chun Xia surveyed Raku's battered form. His resolve hardened. Raku fared no better. His left arm hung limp, and useless blood seeping steadily from fresh wounds. Supreme rapid kick. Seizing the perfect moment, Chun Xia slid low and lunged, then struck with a devastating kick. Crack. The sound of shattering testicles rang clear across the battlefield. Raku's face contorted in agony and disbelief, but Chun Xia showed no mercy. Irk. You're despicable. Oh, is that so? I hardly think so. Waha. Chun Xia seized Raku's vulnerable throat with one hand. Thick cords of muscle bulged across his forearm. He clearly intended no quarter. If you kill me, you'll incur the Navy's full wrath. You'll be hunted until death. Ha ha. From the moment I raised my hand, the Navy, its name, its authority, ceased to matter. Yet you dared strike me. Surely you prepared for this reckoning. Then accept your fate. Chun Xia roared the final words, voice raw with fury. Thankfully, his newly acquired power had saved him today. Crack. Bone snapped. The West Blue's hardest man could no longer stand. Collapsing limply onto the cold, hard ground, eyes wide and fixed upon the figure striding resolutely toward the supply warehouse. Need money? No. Why didn't you say so earlier? With a creak, Chun Xia pushed open the warehouse door and strode in elated. A Navy outpost should hold at least 70 or 80 million berries. Chun Xia froze stunned. Before him stretched an empty expanse of floor, and in one corner a modest stack of wooden crates. What a... He rushed to the pile, trembling as he lifted the lid. Golden berries gleamed inside like radiant beauties. Thank heavens, thank heavens. System, converted all. Truly the system acted with astonishing speed. Before Chun Xia finished speaking, the crates stood hollowed out, emptied of coin, leaving him feeling strangely hollow himself. Time to flee. Navy reinforcements could arrive any moment. Glancing at his account balance, 123 million berries. He grinned, sprinted outside, commandeered a small vessel, and sailed away once more. He longed for a grand ship, but lacked both a navigator and crew, forcing him to settle for this modest, compact craft. Phew. Salt-laced sea wind lifted Chun Xia's black hair as he stood at the bow, arms flung wide, laughing aloud. Next destination, the Grand Line. Wait, something feels missing. No matter, go. On the warship's deck, a towering figure in an ordinary marine uniform peered out, gazing after the receding figure of Chun Xia, then collapsed limply to the ground. Phew. He's finally gone, the monster. Even Rogue fell to his hands. I must notify headquarters, immediately. Commander Komodo staggered toward the communications room, crawling silently, terrified that the monster might double back. Meanwhile, Chun Xia drifted once more across the open sea, carried wherever the wind willed. At that very moment, on Brudigo, the island of white soil along the Grand Line, a man with gently curled golden hair placed his black formal hat upon a desk piled high with documents. So much to do lately. I haven't slept in days. Time for a quick nap. The golden-haired man lounged lazily into his leather chair, his sapphire eyes slowly closing. His breathing grew steady, then abruptly ragged. Chun Xia. He jolted awake, flailing his hands wildly into empty air, shock etched across his face. Chun Xia is dead. He stared blankly around him, at surroundings utterly unlike the dream, and murmured, dazed, a dream. No, that's not right. Suddenly he sprang up, locked the doors and windows, then swept the area with his observation haki, confirming he was alone, before loosening his trousers and glancing downward. There, stark and vivid, a deep crimson footprint blazed across his skin. Chun Xia, I'll kill you. He roared skyward in fury. Later it was said that Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, changed overnight. From that day forth, he wrapped his groin in armament haki every single day, forging the world's first black underwear. Oh dear. Another day, blacked out, drifting aimlessly. Looks like I'll need a navigator soon. Chun Xia rose from his small boat, gazing at the boundless azure sea, and sighed inwardly. System solidify the traits unrivaled body refinement and explosive luck. With over 100 million belly tucked in his pocket, he felt extravagantly wealthy. Explosive luck, a mere blue-tier trait. Yet it feels more potent than some gold-tier ones. Ding. 110 million belly deducted. Solidifying traits for host. Solidification complete. As the system spoke, Qinxia knew it was done. Sure enough, a surge of electric current coursed through his body. Tingling, electrifying, euphoric. System, your technique rivals that of top-tier foot massage masters. I've cultivated such refined sensibilities over years, yet that current cured them all. Crack, crack, crack. His bones snapped audibly, thick black sludge oozed from his pores. Ugh, stinks. With a splash, Qinxia dove into the sea. Its waters instantly darkened. Several hapless fish floated belly up stunned. Splash. A colossal wave erupted as he vaulted back onto the boat, stripped off his soaked clothes, and stood bare, his physique powerfully sculpted. Out here on the open sea, no one will see me. But if someone does, he smirked, then I'll just have to emulate my hawk. Hanging his clothes on the gunwale with his left hand, he lay sideways, his left hand fully restored alongside the trait solidification, proving once more the worth of a gold-tier trait. System, open my attribute panel. Host Qinxia physique, 599 effects, strength, speed, defense, regeneration rate, etc. Abilities: armament, hockey, intermediate, observation, hockey, intermediate, note, beginner, ordinary, billion belly pirates, lieutenants, commodores. Intermediate, standard, rear admirals, slightly weaker vice admirals, 5 billion belly pirates. Advanced, slightly stronger vice admirals, elite chic. 599 points. So 600 truly is the threshold. Next simulation, I'll push harder. He gazed upward, cloudless skies, stretched infinitely. Sunlight, perfect breeze, gentle. Time for a nap. After striving all his life in his past existence, surely this indulgence was justified. Eyes closed, Qinxia fell asleep at lightning speed. Who? As his snoring echoed, a pirate vessel bearing a blood-red wolf head flag emerged over the horizon. Captain, there's a small boat ahead. Get lost. Don't I see for myself? A burly, bearded man kicked the underling who'd spoken, sending him flying, then fixed his gaze on the tiny vessel adrift upon the waves. Oh, a handsome lad. Looks like fortune's smiling on me. And so bold. He doesn't even wear clothes. Huh. He licked his parched lips, then gestured grandly behind him. Man, work's begun. Stay sharp. Bring that boy to me. After I've had my fun, he's yours. Huh. Boss rules. Boss is unstoppable. Boss is generous. His crew erupted. Eyes bloodshot, grins feverish, as they stared at the comely youth aboard the small boat. Likely all of them were queer. Me too. A discordant voice suddenly rang out behind the captain's ear. The roaring crew froze. Silence absolute. Why aren't my men cheering? Oh. He whirled, only to find a strikingly handsome face mere inches from his own. His crew stood wide-eyed, staring at the figure who'd appeared without warning. That's right. Why have you stopped cheering? Weren't you just roaring moments ago? Qinxia perched barefoot atop the railing, smiling faintly at the band of queers before him, though his murderous intent gleamed unmistakably in his eyes. Damn it, playing ghost. I'll kill you. The captain snatched a long sword from a subordinate's waist and roared, slashing downward. Crack. Qinxia sidestepped, landing lightly on the deck, and mocked. You just said you'd enjoy him. Now you want to kill him? You're even more despicable than I am. Creak. The blade lodged deep into the railing. No matter how hard the captain strained, he couldn't wrench it free, his bearded face flushed crimson. Hey, can't pull it out. Good thing I know just the move to help. Supreme swift kick. Thud. A muffled impact, then a sharp, brittle snap. Arg. My balls. Clutching himself, he crumpled rigidly to the deck, howling in agony. See, Captain. I'll avenge our captain. A reckless young pirate charged forward, weapon raised, utterly oblivious to the gulf in power. Tisk, so blind to the disparity. Qinxia sighed, shook his head, and sent him flying with a single kick, landing beside his fallen captain. Come on, attack together. I don't have time to play with you. He stretched his joints, slowly watching the hesitant pirates before him, then curved his lips into a devilish grin. Not coming. Then I will. His form exploded forward, instantly vanishing from sight. All they saw was white light. Then, arg. My. Moments later, only Qinxia stood upright on the deck. Every other pirate writhed on the ground, clutching their groins in torment. Gee, great lord. The burly man rose to his knees despite excruciating pain, slamming his forehead onto the deck until blood streamed freely. Yet he did not ease the force. A true powerhouse. Why must my luck be so wretched? Regret flooded his heart. Without hesitation, he pleaded, My lord, spare my life. I was blind to offend you. There are treasures aboard, and these men are yours to command. They will bear any punishment without complaint. Only grant me mercy. Huh. Upon hearing this, the groaning pirates froze in disbelief. Their captain, who had shared wealth and women alike, had abandoned them without a second thought. By all logic, you should already be dead. Chun Xia's curiosity stirred with no soul in sight across this endless sea. Such amusement was rare and worth savoring. But the man's bushy beard twisted into a grotesque bloom as he cringed toward Chun Xia. Thank you, my lord. From now on I shall live humbly. Never again a pirate, truly. Hold on. My sentence isn't finished. You may live, but they ha. Chun Xia turned away suppressing disgust and glanced at the trembling pirates sprawled across the blood-slicked deck. My lord, I understand. I'll satisfy you completely. The man rose, seized his crimson-stained broadsword, and strode toward his crew with a cruel grin. Brothers, have I ever failed you? Then rest easy on your journey. I'll care for your wives. Chink. Chun Xia burst into laughter. Had this not been the One-Piece world, he might have believed himself transported to the Three Kingdoms era. Evidently the allure of another's wife knew no master, not even Chow Chow. My lord, what troubles you? He pivoted eagerly, the very picture of a subservient underling. Chun Xia, disinterested in speaking to a man already marked for death, merely waved him onward. Bloodwolf. You treacherous beast born of filth. Slish. The pirate's eyes bulged wide, his body slumped as a gash split his chest from side to side, blood spurting rhythmically. Brothers, Bloodwolf means to slaughter us all. Attack. Kill him. And that man behind him too. A pirate rallied the others, and astonishingly succeeded. Wounded men dragged themselves upright, weapons clutched in shaking hands, shrieking as they charged. Chun Xia's kinbunchaku swept across them, yet the instigator had slipped backward amid the chaos. Oh, one slipped through. Chun Xia vanished, then reappeared before the fleeing pirate. Damn you, I'll carve you to pieces. The man swallowed hard, brandished his blade with feigned ferocity, and swung. Crack. Chun Xia's fingers clamped around his throat and crushed. Eyes bulging, head lolling sideways, consciousness snuffed out instantly. Thud. He tossed the corpse aside, arms crossed, watching the carnage with detached amusement. To him, it was mere farce, a spectacle of ants devouring one another. To the pirates, however, it was annihilation. As Captain Bloodwolf dwarfed them in strength, now single-handed he carved through dozens, leaving no room for resistance. Thump. Another pirate split cleanly in two, blood gushed like rain, staining the deck beneath his boots. Drip drip. Wounds bled freely across his own body, yet his gaze burned with savage hunger upon the last few standing. Kill you, and I live. I live. Ha ha ha. His expression twisted into madness, while the remaining pirates trembled violently, eyes darting wildly, blades trembling in nerveless hands. Mad. All of you are mad. They're dead. All dead. 90 brothers, gone. Under unbearable pressure, one pirate shattered entirely, yet Bloodwolf spared him no pity. Die? You all die. His blade slashed, blood arced, painting his coarse beard and broad face crimson. Like a slaughter god, he swung again, again. Thud. Silence fell. Those who refused stillness had fallen asleep forever. And my lord, may I go? Bloodwolf knelt, voice quaking. Though he butchered his crew like poultry, facing Chun Xia would sever his head before his pulse could skip. Only abject servility offered a sliver of survival. You may leave. Odd. He rose slowly, testing each step. When Chun Xia made no move, he bolted, heart racing. Truly such masters honor their word. But when I return, I'll repay this revenge. He halted, stunned. Chun Xia stood before him. And my lord, you promised mercy. Run. I never said you could run. I told your men to flee. Did I give you permission? Then why run? And no, I didn't. Crack. Before the words ended, Chun Xia snapped his neck clean, tossed the body aside, then added with disdain, I said perverts must die. Perhaps you missed it. I'll repeat it once more. Ha ha ha. Belly, I'm coming. Amusement concluded. Chun Xia turned to business, punched straight through the deck, revealing glittering gold coins beneath. Well, so much treasure for a minor pirate crew. Fortune smiles upon me today. System, deposit everything. A flash of white light. Chun Xia opened his account, beheld the 9-digit sum, and grinned. 100 million. We've struck gold. He recalled how nearly all the 100 million plus he'd borrowed from the Marines had long since vanished. Now his purse swelled anew. 113 million. Time to simulate on an auspicious day. He stepped over the gore-slicked deck back to his small vessel. The moon rose over the sea, stars hung thick and bright across the vault of night. Gazing upward, he remembered Ro, lonely and tender in his simulations, and broke into song, without sister Ro by my side. I am truly alone. His voice carried. Stars trembled and fell from the heavens. Humming softly, Chun Xia drifted into sleep, though tonight others lay wide awake because of him. Far across the ocean at Marine headquarters, Marineford, came frantic news. What? The West Blue Marine base has been wiped out. Are you certain? No jest. Very well, very well. Stand by. Await further orders. Bang. In an orange-walled office, a white-haired old man with explosive hair and a goatee slammed his den, mushy down, fury crackling in every line of his face. Since Roger launched, the great age of piracy, lawlessness has spiraled. But this. A single pirate annihilating an entire marine base. Crunch crunch. On the sofa beside him sat another elderly man, broad-shouldered draped in the justice coat, calmly munching senbei, utterly unmoved by his companion's rage. Cap. Cap. Crack. Pop. How many times have I told you? No snacks in the office. Zhanghua snatched the half-eaten senbei from Carp's hand. Carp. Ha ha ha. Rules are meant to be broken. And with that he swiped it right back. Carp seized the senbei again with one massive hand. Crunch. His mouth stuffed full, terrified Zhanghua might snatch it back. He nearly swallowed the whole thing at once, mumbling indistinctly, "What's wrong?" Zhanghua, you just now had your mustache bristling like a porcupine. Did that kid rat you out about stealing little Tsuru? That incident? Ha ha. Clang. Silence, Carp. Zhanghua flushed crimson, hastily cutting off Carp's audacious remark, and pulled 2 packs of senbei from his drawer. Here, don't go blabbing nonsense. Understood. Ha ha. Carp grabbed the senbei, tore one open with a flick, crammed a handful into his mouth, clutched another in his fist, and lounged back on the sofa with one leg cocked over the other. Carp, are you heading back to the East Blue soon? Zhanghua calmly unwrapped his senbei, lifted the teacup from his desk, ready to savor this new variety. Glug glug glug. Carp instinctively snatched the cup and drained it in one go, wiping stray tea leaves from his lips. Indeed. Going to visit my dear grandson. Lately Dayton mentioned he keeps shouting about becoming the king of the pirates. I'd best give him some proper discipline. Oh. Zhanghua poured himself another cup, but the original tea was gone and he settled for whatever blend remained. Coincidentally, a new pirate has emerged in the West Blue. Just set sail and already destroyed an entire marine base. Take him straight to impel down on your way. As he spoke, he slid open a hidden drawer, revealing shelves stacked with senbei. Upon completion, these are all yours. Boom. Consider it done. Don't forget, haha. Where Carp had stood moments before, only a splintered hole in the wooden door remained. Carp, this is the 3rd time this month you've kicked down my door. Next time, it's confiscation day for every last senbei you've hoarded. Got it, Zhanghua? Ha! Carp's laughter echoed faintly into the distance. Zhanghua stared blankly at the den mushi, then after a long pause remembered he'd forgotten to tell Carp the target's name or appearance. By then, however, Carp was already aboard ship sailing westward. Somewhere in the West Blue Sea, a thunderous snore ceased abruptly. Chen Xia rubbed his eyes, sharp light gleaming within them. He patted his shorts awkwardly and chuckled. Ha! Dreamt about Nami and Ro last night. Both were intense. Surrendered immediately. Ah, what a pity. Woke up to nothing but empty air. Guess I'd better reach Sabeti Archipelago soon. I always wondered what their red light district looked like when binge-watching anime. Long legs, white stockings, black stockings uniforms. Wait, no. I've got a bit of belly. Time to do some charity work. Ha! Good deeds bring lifelong peace. For once the sea lay calm and sunlit. Oi, lovely weather. Let's run a simulation. System, I demand a simulation. As the tiny boat drifted lazily with the wind, a furious roar erupted from its deck, shaking the vessel violently side to side. System, explain, why am I being charged even though my simulation rank is below Class C? Oh, my 10 million belly. Chen Xia stood fully clothed, jabbing furiously at thin air. He'd begun the simulation grinning, dreaming of instant riches, only to draw mediocre results. He picked a plain white tier trait without hesitation, figuring his sole golden tier trait would compensate. But the system coldly informed him unlocking a second trait slot would cost 10 billion belly. Stunned, he proceeded with only the white tier trait. Unpredictably, the simulation collapsed. He'd assumed surviving past adolescence would be trivial, but on his second day pirates raided his village, and he died instantly. Worse still, the system fined him 10 million belly for simulating at rank D, below the Class C threshold. Chen Xia froze, utterly speechless. The system merely notified him, by the time he registered the loss the belly were already gone, sparking this iconic outburst of airborne fury. Huff, huff. Stay calm. Calm. Anger harms the kidneys. Don't get angry. Damage them, and how will you ever fight? Chen Xia forced himself to breathe deeply, repeating mantras until, through sheer self-persuasion, he regained his usual cheerful demeanor. Somewhere in the Grand Line, a pirate ship and a Navy warship faced each other across hundreds of meters of open sea. Boom! Amid stunned, terrified stares from the pirates, a figure clad in the Navy's code of justice soared forward on moonwalk. Fists dyed pitch black by armament hockey slammed into the hull. My ship is. Before the pirate could finish boasting, crack. The hull and deck splintered into 1,000 fissures, then exploded outward. Splinters rained across the waves, mingled with droplets of blood. Thud. Carp landed back aboard the warship. Crisp white uniform, immaculate, not a speck of blood. Settling into his chair to crunch senbei with serene satisfaction. The sailors aboard erupted into cheers. Wow. Admiral Carp is incredible. Just one punch wiped out a 300 million belly pirate. An elderly sailor paused mid-mop, head held high, nose tilted upward. Of course. Admiral Carp is the Navy's living legend. the hero of the Marines, the man who single-handedly annihilated the Rock's pirate crew. Pride swelled in his chest. He'd followed Carp since childhood, even survived that very battle. Nearby, a tall, slender man adjusted his glasses and hand on his sword. Admiral Carp, we'll reach the West Blue in a few days. According to Fleet Admiral Zhangwa, the target pirate should be somewhere in these waters. Oh. Glurp, fa. Glur, boom. Turning around, they found their commanding officer, the hero of the Marines, napping peacefully under the sun, nose bubbles glistening. Snap. Bogart side-adjusted his spectacles and ordered the crew, do not disturb Admiral Carp's rest. Increase speed. Clear this sector immediately. The old sailor mopping nearby simply saluted, well accustomed to Carp's impromptu naps anywhere, anytime. Yes, sir. Salt wind billowed the sails. The warship surged forward, racing toward Chunxia's location. Time dissolved upon the sea in the blink of an eye. Days slipped away. Achoo! Chunxia gripped a freshly grilled fish, sneezed at its aroma, then tore off a generous chunk of meat. Someone's thinking about this handsome guy again. Surely not Nami. After all, she visited me just 2 days ago. Sunshine bright. Perfect for napping. After finishing the fish, Chunxia stretched luxuriously, then froze. His gaze locked onto the horizon. Beneath boundless azure sky and radiant sun, a colossal warship bore down on him, its bow crowned by a snarling dog's head. "K, Carp, run!" Chunxia plunged both hands into the water and paddled frantically. His tiny boat shot forward like a rocket. True human-powered propulsion. On the warship's deck, Garp held a rice cracker in his hand, laughing heartily as he watched the small boat speeding away. Bogart, didn't you say he was a shipwreck survivor? He must have hit his head. Steer the warship over and let the medic examine him. Ha ha. Bogart. The warship unfurled its sails and accelerated toward the small boat. How could human power outrun a machine? Chunxia stared in despair at the dog-headed warship closing in behind him, forcing a bitter smile. Is this the end? It seems my pirate journey will end and impelled down. Ha ha. Woo-woo. Ha ha. Hey kid, get up here. There's a medic on board. Chunxia forced a bitter smile as the voice he dreaded most rang out behind him. Woo-woo. Garp. Chunxia slowly turned around. A robust old man wearing a dog-head hat was stepping through the air, shouting in a booming voice. Mom, I want to go home. Chunxia's composure shattered. Who could understand? He had just destroyed a marine branch and now ran into Garp. Truly a stroke of luck. Hey, kid, did you hit your head? I have a grandson too, and he's not all there either. Always shouting about becoming the pirate king. Are you going to be a pirate too? Ha ha ha. Chunxia. It's over. No more nonsense. Do what you will with me. Knowing he had no chance of resistance under Garp, Chunxia spread his arms and shouted with a trembling voice, huh? Looks like he's already beyond help. Garp grabbed Chunxia by the collar and stepped through the air back to the ship. In his despair, Chunxia obediently let the old man carry him. Hey, Bogart, look, I brought him back. Ha ha. With a thud, he tossed Chunxia onto the deck and laughed at Bogart. Ha. Let the medic take a look at him. I've done another good deed today. When I get back, I'll brag to Sengoku and swipe a few packs of tea. Ha ha. With that, he sprawled back in his chair, closed his eyes, and soon his thunderous snoring echoed across the deck, a giant snot bubble floating from his nose. Huh. Chunxia got up from the deck and looked at the dense crowd of Marines, his heart sinking. Hey there, I'm Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp's adjutant. You must be a shipwreck survivor. Please follow me, I'll take you to see a doctor. What's going on? Chunxia watched Bogart walk ahead, then glanced at the snoring Garp and reluctantly followed. As he passed through the dense crowd of Marines, each exuding a powerful aura, he estimated that they were all elites. With his current strength, he could take on a few, but clearly there were far more than a few on board. Moreover, with Garp and Bogart around, escape was impossible. Bogart knocked on the door, and after a moment it creaked open, revealing pitch darkness inside. Come on. Bogart stepped inside without waiting. Should be fine, right? Given Garp's attitude, he must think I'm a shipwreck survivor. After the checkup, I'll say I want to leave, and that should let me slip away. Chunxia steeled himself and stepped inside. The room was so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He maximized his observation hockey, fearing a sudden blade to his kidney. Click. The room suddenly lit up as the yellowed bulb overhead flickered back to life. Sit, said a hunched old man with white hair seated on a wooden chair. He pointed a withered finger at the chair in front of him, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Huff huff. Chunxia's breath quickened. The sight of the man startled him. Messy hair, only a few yellow teeth clinging to his gums, his body hunched over the table. Come, extend your hand. Let me take a look. Reluctantly, Chunxia sat down and held out his hand. The old man's dry fingers touched his own, making him shiver. The hand felt like a corpse devoid of warmth. Your chi is disordered, as if a heavy shackle binds this body. The old man's expression shifted, sending Chunxia's emotions on a roller coaster. Now he understood why one needed blood pressure medicine when seeing a Chinese doctor, because the frustration could give you a heart attack. To break this shackle, you must experience the terror of life and death. All right, as far as I can see, you have no serious illness. As for the mental issues, Vice Admiral Garp mentioned a few days of rest should suffice. With that, the old man pushed him out, whispered something to Bogard, and slammed the door shut. Chunxia followed Bogard back to the deck and slowly approached the sleeping Garp. Pop! The snot bubble burst, and Garp woke up groggily. Bogard immediately leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Whatever it was, Chunxia's intermediate observation hockey couldn't catch a word under Bogard's deliberate guard. Waha! Kid. Interested in joining the Marines? I'm a vice admiral. Once you're in, I'll make you my adjutant. How about it? Garp stood up, ignoring the speechless look from Bogard, and laughed heartily as he extended an invitation to Chunxia. No thanks. Could the Marines send me back to my boat? Ha ha ha. Of course. Garp scratched his head awkwardly. Bogard had just told him Chunxia wasn't insane, and he had been mistaken. Thank you then. Garp once again grabbed Chunxia by the collar and stepped through the air, carrying him back to the small boat. Hey kid, are you sure you won't reconsider? I'm the hero of the Marines, Garp, and you can have all the rice crackers you want. To be honest, Chunxia was a little tempted. Those rice crackers Bogard had given him a pack earlier, and they were pretty good. But he was a pirate who had destroyed a Marine branch. What if Garp found out later and threw him into Impel Down himself? Sorry, Vice Admiral Garp, I have things to do at home. I'll be off now. Hope we never meet again. Before he could finish, Chunxia's hands turned into oars, and he became a human engine again, shooting 100 meters away with a whoosh. Huff huff. Finally rid of that, Garp. The pressure was just too much. Even though Garp had been asleep on the warship, the overwhelming aura he exuded had suffocated Chunxia. Looking back at the dog-headed warship growing smaller as it turned around Chunxia's side again, from now on, he needed to stay low-key. Without invincible power, he shouldn't be so reckless. On the dog-headed warship, Garp stood on the deck, his face dark as he looked at Bogard, holding a wanted poster. You mean I let the pirate who destroyed the branch go? Yes, that's correct, Vice Admiral Garp. That man was the pirate we were after, and the one who really destroyed the branch. Oh, my rice crackers. Garp's roar shook the wanted poster from Bogard's hand, and it fluttered to the ground, revealing the content: outlaw Chunxia, bounty 7 berries, wanted for heinous crimes, dead or alive. Huh. Chunxia, who had escaped death, burst into laughter on the ship, celebrating his safe return from under Kapu's grasp. The laughter abruptly ceased as he sat on the deck pondering. Although I got lucky this time, I might not have such fortune next time. I need to quickly improve my strength. That old doctor on the ship is also strange. He could actually determine the limits of my physical body. During these days at sea, Chunxia hadn't been dreaming all the time. He often exercised. After all, having solidified the Hung Lien Wu Shuang indomitable body, his training yielded excellent results. The system had given him a second limit breakthrough, theoretically making his training speed extremely fast. Yet after so much training, his physique hadn't changed at all, still at 599 points. I must be approaching the third body limit. Either I break through in the real world myself, or... Chunxia chuckled slyly. Or I save up enough to unlock the second trait slot, and let the simulati. It seems I still need to make money. Only then will I have enough strength to experience the wonders of this world. I don't want to be in the middle of chatting with ladies in the red light district when that old man Kapu suddenly jumps out and shouts, freeze. Vice crackdown. Ha ha ha. So my current goal is to first improve my strength, then make money. Alright, let's start with becoming stronger. Chunxia put his hands into the water, vigorously scrubbing off the dirt to reveal clean white hands. I've washed my hands and solidified. Yin Shi Bao Peng luck explosion. This time my luck should be better. Obviously, the experience of a completely white simulation last time left Chunxia with quite a shadow. System, start the simulation. Simulation starting. Traits are being generated. Generation complete. Please select one trait as your character talent for the initial simulated life. Navigator Blue, you are proficient in navigation. Oh, no matter how harsh the weather, as long as you are there, it's stable. Dragon Knight Purple, your affinity with the Millennium Dragon is greatly enhanced, and you have no reproductive barrier with it. Each time you mate with a Millennium Dragon, your entire physique doubles up to 100 times. Charming Gentleman Blue, your attraction to women is strong, comparable to Ka Wen Dishu. Sweeping Monk Purple, you can become stronger by sweeping. Every 1 square kilometer swept adds 50 points to your physique, up to a maximum of 2,000 points. Noble Birth Gold, the family you are born into will be one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and you will be born a prince. Muscular Man Blue, you can increase muscle and physique through exercise up to 100 points. Not bad. Blue, blue, purple, purple, and a gold. It seems the simulation traits are quite mysterious. Lucky I washed away the bad luck beforehand. Let me see what it choose. Chunxia's gaze swept over the 6 traits before him, pausing for a moment on Dragon Knight, then stopping on the only gold trait. Someone of my noble status must wear gold and silver. System, I choose Noble Birth. Simulation begins. You were born in the wealthiest kingdom on the Vida Honglu Shengluasi. Your father is the current king, and your mother is the daughter of the largest merchant guild in the country. Born. Father. It's a boy. A pure and lovely little girl pushed open the door of the delivery room and ran out hopping and bouncing into the arms of a dignified middle-aged man waiting at the door. The man was the wealthiest man on the sea, also your father and king. He held the flower-like adorable girl in his arms, dotingly tapped her delicate nose. Hua Hua, your little brother is born. Are you happy? You must be good to him. Father Hua Hua is so happy. Now there's someone to play with me. But why does little brother have a little pee-pee down there? That's little brother's little secret. You must not touch it. The little girl in his arms nodded, and the dignified man finally breathed a sigh of relief, carrying her toward the delivery room. The first thing you saw when you opened your eyes was a bright smiling face, and you stared at him blankly. Suddenly a rough but warm hand reached out and pinched your cheek. The dignified man before you broke into a wide smile. Seeing this, the servants around knelt down and chorused congratulations to the king on the birth of a dragon's son. Good, excellent. Spread the order, the whole country will celebrate for 3 days. You were puzzled, was it really that big a deal just to have a boy? Little did you know that your king father had only had you and your sister in his middle age. On the day of the national celebration in Sheng Luosi, you lay in your mother's arms wearing a diaper made of golden thread, your little hands mischievously grabbing forward. You indicated it's normal for a baby to want milk. Your mother held your restless little hands down, sitting beside your father, looking at the dense crowd below, all coming to offer congratulations. You were very unhappy because you could no longer touch the soft, fragrant things. Feeling bored, you opened your eyes and looked at the crowd below. As one of the wealthiest countries in the world and a member of the world government, the guests were all prestigious figures on the sea, but unfortunately, you didn't recognize any of them. You guessed this should not be the time when the plot begins, otherwise why would everyone present be so unfamiliar? Your eyes darted around, trying to find a familiar figure in the crowd. Kong, the former fleet admiral of the Marines. You were shocked in your heart, never expecting the timeline to be so early. Your eyes swept over the crowd, and you saw your king father step down from the throne, walk over to a young man in a naval officer's uniform, and put his arm around his shoulder. You noticed that the young man was at most 25 years old, and his facial features actually bore some resemblance to your father. Could my cheap father and Kong be biological brothers? This background is too strong. The future fleet admiral is my uncle, and the king of a world government member state is my father. A heavenly start. Just as you were imagining the future, Kong handed a wooden box to your father, who placed it beside the mountain of gifts. Come, Kong. Come meet your big nephew. Your father pulled Kong over to you, and 2 pairs of eyes kept appraising you. An imperial bearing, looks like he'll take your place in the future, haha. Kong laughed heartily, placed a vivre card into your little hand, and smiled at you. Little Xia, if you ever encounter any problems, come to me. Your uncle will handle it. If your father hits you, come to me too and see how I deal with him. You looked at your cheap father beside you, who was twitching his mouth and frantically shaking his head. A mischievous expression appeared on your young face as you nodded heavily. Ha. Kong's loud laughter echoed throughout the entire palace. You inwardly complained, is this what a domineering CEO is like? This day was one of the happiest days for you. Not only did you see many powerful figures flattering you one by one, but you also witnessed the most stunning dance of your life. A troupe of exquisitely beautiful dancers clad in tattered silks swayed their long limbs with graceful precision. Their voluptuous forms pulsed rhythmically to the music, dazzling the eye and stirring a wistful murmur. Is this what wealth truly looks like? How decadent, yet how utterly irresistible. Suddenly the dance ceased. Bewildered, you wondered why had the music stopped. Why not continue the revelry? You, how dare you corrupt my son? Your mother burst into the chamber. With stunned disbelief in your eyes, she seized your father's ear in one hand and dragged him bodily from the royal palace. As she passed you, she flashed your father, helpless and pleading, a chillingly benign smile, then turned to you, my dear son. Don't imitate your father. That good-for-nothing reeks of lewdness day in and day out. You stared paralyzed at your father's pitiful state and nodded frantically, trembling. Satisfied, your mother hauled him away. That night you shivered beneath your blanket as his agonized cries echoed unceasingly beyond the walls, until dawn, when he staggered back in his imperial robe torn to shreds, his face drawn and hollow. What does that smirk mean? And why lick your lips? You wretch, you orchestrated this just to get rid of me. I'm still a child. Why won't you let me watch? Watching your father's utter depletion, and recalling the muffled, breathy moans woven through last night's screams, you grasped the truth instantly. They'd been secretly rekindling their bond. And here you'd been fretting over that wretched man all night. What utter ingratitude. Father, I'll curse you. You opened your mouth to unleash a furious rebuke, only for it to dissolve into a soft, helpless whimper. Son, what's wrong? Didn't you enjoy last night's performance enough? Your father lifted you into his arms, his gaze drifting into tender recollection. Nonsense. You're the one who couldn't get enough. Still, it was rather splendid. You fell silent, wide-eyed as your father cradled you, and with a grand sweep of his arm commanded. Music, resume. Dance, continue. Thus you were compelled to endure an entire day of singing birds and swirling silks. Your mother, likely exhausted from the previous night, remained abed. Day after day you and your indulgent father savored these spectacles. Yet each night brought another reality. Sharing a bed with both parents, you'd stir half awake at midnight, chilled to the bone, only to find yourself inexplicably standing outside the chamber, while within hushed sultry murmurs seeped through the door. Truly audacious. No restraint whatsoever. Those two irreverent souls neither saw you as a child nor as a person, leaving you night after night shivering alone in the biting wind. This routine endured for half a month, not because your parents lacked imagination, but because today marked a pivotal threshold in your young life. Your father carried you into the royal palace. Around you stood attendants draped in sheer silks. Before you lay an array of curious objects. Dazed, you thought, what scheme is father concocting now? Surely he wouldn't dare host a group affair. Not with me still a babe. Thankfully your dread proved unfounded. Gently your father set you down upon the marble floor. Son, you've reached your 15th day. By royal decree it is time to test your innate aptitude. Choose any object that draws your heart. Divination by selection. Aptitude testing. Is this even the one-piece world anymore? Will my son pursue scholarship to become the greatest literary master of all time? Though, does such a title even exist? You bypassed the pile of books beside you and crawled resolutely forward. Your father watched you inch toward the swords and blades nearby, and exclaimed, will my son become the world's greatest swordsman? Excellent. Truly commendable. You sidestepped the gleaming weapons at your feet. Having been reborn into such extraordinary lineage, with power and privilege beyond measure, you had no intention of wielding blade or fist. Combat. Let my esteemed uncle handle that. My true ambition is. Your father, momentarily crestfallen, suddenly revived as you veered toward the glittering hoard of gold and jewels at the rear, and cried anew, will my son amass unimaginable fortune, collecting treasures from across the globe to become the wealthiest sovereign the world has ever known? What is my son's true aspiration? Wealth, power, martial prowess. He rejects them all. How inscrutable. Wife, why don't you hazard a guess? A special reward awaits the victor tonight. Your father turned playfully to your mother standing nearby. Oh dear, you scoundrel. She feigned coyness, gently pushing his shoulder, and gazing at you with serene confidence declared, I wager our beloved son shall reign supreme over these boundless seas. Her voice died mid-sentence. Not only she, but every soul present, young and old, male and female, froze petrified. Undeterred, you navigated past barriers and obstacles until you halted before a slender attendant whose grace was matched only by her quiet abundance. My ambition is. Clutching her long, elegant leg, you scrambled upward, hands and knees alike, feeling her delicate frame tremble beneath you. Yet you pressed on undeterred, until at last you met an impassable chasm and paused. Crimson heat flooded her neck, rising to her luminous eyes, but she dared not move. You were the prince. Ahem, ahem. Your father broke the stunned silence with sharp coughs, then spread his arms wide and proclaimed, my son Shenxia possesses the bearing of an emperor. Indeed, the prince is nothing short of divine. Precisely, such a feat, unprecedented in annals ancient or modern. You sighed inwardly. Your simple carnal impulse had been transmuted by courtiers into mythic prophecy. How effortlessly they twisted truth. Watching your father's solemn, contemplative expression, a chill ran down your spine. Does he actually believe this? Though the ceremony concluded with your aptitude officially registered as lustful inclination, your father declared publicly that you bore the aura of an emperor. Overnight your name swept across the Grand Line. The kingdom of St. Rose had birthed a prodigy, barely 15 days old, yet already felling sea kings. You glanced at the newspaper's florid praise, then tossed it aside, sinking into the soft embrace of Ro, the attendant you'd chosen during the rite. Your father, delighted by your attachment, appointed her your personal attendant, her sole duty to tend you day and night. Simultaneously he banished you from his chambers, assigning you your own suite. You shrugged indifferently. After all, you'd grown accustomed to nightly music until your ears felt calloused. Yamit Wani-san, I'm your little brother. Yamit. Yamit Wani-san, I'm your little brother. Yamit. In the midst of your reluctant expression, your soft and tender sister left a pink mark on your face with a firm kiss, then lifted you up and whispered in your ear, MWA, you smell so good, little brother. I really want to taste you, but father told me I can't be too rough with you. Her face instantly fell with disappointment, but then her eyes flickered and you sensed trouble. Your little hands struggled wildly. Oh, I know. How about big sister takes you to a fun place? Even father is not allowed in there, but I have my ways. You weakly protested, quietly staring at her, as if to say, sis, don't drag me into your mischief. I haven't seen today's dance yet. But your sister clearly didn't understand your expression. She muttered to herself, carrying you toward a remote part of the palace. What is this? You stared at the golden gate dozens of meters high, unable to figure out how to enter without a key. Just the two of you little kids. Clearly you were overthinking. Your sister, holding you, groped along the gate. With a click, the mechanism activated and a small door, just over a person's height, slowly opened at the bottom of the golden gate. Little brother, I tell you, there are lots of fun things and delicious food inside. It's so interesting. Hee hee. You just quietly watched her as she skipped into the world behind the door. This. As soon as you entered, a burst of golden light stung your eyes, making it hard to see. Your sister pouted and muttered, I really don't understand why father likes such shiny things. They're not pretty at all, are they? Don't you think so, little brother? You didn't meet your sister's gaze. Instead, you turned to look ahead. You found yourselves in a vast underground palace. The floor, walls, and decorations were all made of gold, with hills of gold piled on both sides of the path. Your sister carried you deeper, and as you went further, the gold and silver diminished, replaced by ancient artifacts. Stopping, a sense of ancient timelessness washed over you. Your squinting eyes fixed on 3 massive ancient thrones ahead. Heavenly King, Sea King, Pluto King. When you saw the words engraved on the thrones, you were greatly shocked. You couldn't understand why the thrones of the 3 great weapons would appear in the underground palace of a kingdom. Before you could ponder further, your gaze fell upon a huge crimson stele behind the thrones, and you were shocked again. The D clan. The stele was inscribed with the most mysterious clan, the D clan, densely covered with text, but unfortunately you were illiterate and only recognized a few characters. This trip to the underground palace made you realize that your father might not be as simple as he appeared. Xiaohua, who allowed you in here? A majestic voice sounded behind you. Your sister trembled slowly, turned her head back, and whispered, Oh no, little brother, we've been caught. I'll have to make you take the blame. You were still puzzled by what she meant, but then you saw your sister turn around and shout with righteous indignation, Father, it was little brother who insisted on coming here. I had no choice but to bring him. Lying in someone's arms, disaster falls from the sky. That's you. Your father glanced at you, who couldn't even speak in his arms, and was speechless, but his expression was very serious as he looked at the two of you. You swore you had never seen your father so serious. You thought he was just a fun-loving guy who always dragged you to watch dances. You never expected him to be capable of such contrast. This father definitely has a huge secret. You thought to yourself, after all, why would a normal family keep forbidden items that the world government has explicitly banned? Get out, your father said softly. Before you two could react, a gust of wind blew and instantly sent you both outside. Is it the power of a dragon-type devil fruit? It's a bit like it, but not quite. In the last simulation, you had experienced a similar ability on a dragon, but your father's was a bit stranger, though you couldn't pinpoint why. Time passed quickly as you spent your days watching dances and nights sleeping with Ro. 2 years flew by. During these 2 years, your parents basically let you run wild. They never came to you unless you sought them out. However, your sister, who had unhesitatingly made you her scapegoat last time, came to play with you every day. She always told you a bunch of nonsense, like whose little dog got neutered or which widow was peeped on while bathing. You indicated that you wanted to discuss this in detail. Location, time, figure. An 80-year-old widow. Never mind. You got up from bed dressed with Ro's help and looked at the exquisitely beautiful little girl by the bed. Disappointed, she said, Little brother, don't worry. I remember there's another widow in the west of the city who bathes every day. Do you want to go? I'll go with you. Sis, what are you talking about? I have no idea. Your body trembled. You obediently got out of bed and stood aside, not daring to breathe. Xiaohua. Mom. The little girl was terrified. You covered your mouth and snickered, gloating. Who told you to make me your scapegoat before? I'm a little bit vengeful. A beautiful, still charming woman in a gauze dress stood behind the girl, tapping her head with a slender jade hand. Who told you that? Was it your father who told you? Your sister was an honest child, and she nodded without hesitation. Very well, very well. That deadbeat having a family isn't enough. He goes out to watch widows bathe. Your mother left like the wind. The two of you stood still, not daring to move. Soon a scream came from the palace. The girl scratched her head awkwardly and said to you, Little brother, are you still going? Of course not. If Mom catches us, we'll be skinned alive. Then, I'll be going now. You watched your sister leave, sighed in relief, jumped into the arms of the maid beside you, and said coquettishly, Sister Ro, can you take me out of the palace? Since you were born, you had never left this palace, which was as big as an island. You really wanted to go out and see the world, definitely not to peep on widows bathing. No, little prince. The king said you cannot leave the palace until you are 15. You suddenly felt that your mother should give your father a good scolding. You were already 2 years old and still couldn't go out to play. You were so angry you could faint. However, little Prince Ro can take you to the 10,000 Beasts Hall. It has all the rare and exotic beasts from the sea. Great. You waved your little hands, bouncing happily in her arms. Mamaznasuk. Seeing the blush on Ro's pretty face, you thought to yourself, indeed, everyone wants Mamaznasuk dead, yet everyone wants to be Mamaznasuk. What bad intentions could a child have? Ro cradles you before a colossal palace. Towering golden gates dozens of meters high stand like an impassable celestial barrier. Before them, dozens of royal guards clad in gilded armor patrol with eyes sharp as blades. Boom. Hail, Prince. With a tiny wave of your hand, a baby's soft voice rings out, yet not a single soul dares to laugh. I command entry. Open the gates. Yes, your highness. The golden doors slowly part, unleashing a cacophony of bestial roars and avian cries so deafening you instinctively cover your ears and shout at row row too loud. Silence them. At those words, the golden armored man beside you flinches, terrified you'll hold him accountable, and hastily releases a pulse of emerald light. Instantly the palace falls into absolute stillness. Oh, what is this? Your highness, I am a user of the superhuman type silence fruit. You pay no mind to his identity. The spectacle within the hall has already seized your full attention. Exotic beasts caged one after another. Crocodile dogs, kung fu sea bulls, tyrannosaurs, pterodactyls, even Sky Island creatures like Sky Island shrimp. Wow. You leap down and approach the cages, studying each creature intently. In your past life, you'd only seen them in animated tales. Now you're meeting them face to face. When you emerge from the hall, you lead a crocodile dog by its leash. You hadn't intended to take it, but the little beast's relentless charm and pleading won you over, so you reluctantly brought it along. Lao Ba, bark once. As you stroll, you give it a gentle kick. Lao Ba is the name you've given it. Woof, woof, such a good boy. Back in your chamber, you recline upon a pair of slender, ivory white thighs, your heart torn between ease and duty. This life isn't half bad. Feasting, frolicking, indulging. Yet Shabai still waits in simulation, yearning for me to grow stronger, so he too may savor such bliss. Exactly. You think this decadent life is yours by chance. I traded belly for it. This golden tier trait cost me 100 million belly. 100 million. Chen Xia lies aboard a small boat, watching the pampered child on screen revel in familial bliss, his teeth grinding with envy. He's been transmigrated for ages, yet hasn't laid eyes on a woman, let alone held one. Each night, he flies solo, piloting imaginary aircraft, enduring solitude no one could fathom. But why should Shabai's pleasure concern me? If he won't strive himself, if he only leans on us to ascend, then to hell with him. Let him find his own path. You whirl and bury yourself in Ro's embrace, breathing in her delicate fragrance until sleep claims you. Rebellious son. Zde. Chen Xia nearly suffers a cardiac arrest watching his simulated self. I fought tooth and nail to grow stronger in every prior iteration. Why then have I fallen so utterly this time? Could environment truly reshape one's very character? Time flows like water. Days blur into years spent strolling with Lao Ba, flirting with maidens, and admiring courtly dances. Before you know it, 7 years have passed. You gaze upon your now matured physique and sigh. I'm no longer a child. Do you have any idea how torturous it's been, resisting the allure of white silk black lace fishnet stockings? This old lecher's restraint knows no bounds. Boom. The door bursts open. Ro enters dressed as a maid. Phew. A legendary pilot executes an emergency landing. All passengers perish, but the pilot survives. Little Prince the King summons you. Ro strides toward you, her long, elegant legs gliding forward, igniting a wildfire deep within. No, breaking my virginity now would be disastrous. You scream, inwardly wrestling against surging desire, yet the sight of those slender alabaster limbs shatters all restraint. A recoil jolts through you. Whoosh, I'm off. You bolt out the door. Lingering would shatter your fragile composure. Father, what is it? You dash into the royal palace and flop onto a nearby sofa. Well, lately affairs have kept me terribly busy. I simply couldn't spare time for you. Now that I'm finally free, I've summoned you. While your mother's away, let's slip off to a special place. Huh. You press yourself against the bathroom wall, peering into the hazy steam beyond, then glance sideways at your father, whose face blooms with lecherous delight. Father, is this the special place you promised? Won't we be caught? Mother will surely scold us thoroughly if she finds out. Ah, foolish child. This is royal tradition. Back in my day, grandfather took me brazenly into the women's bathhouse. Ah, the memories. 666. Our family actually has this tradition. No wonder you're such a lecher. Brilliant lad. You're no saint either. Don't point fingers when you're guilty of the same. Your father ruffles your hair with a broad hand while your gaze drifts back into the steamy chamber. Truth be told, his taste is impeccable. Even among the sea of beauties in the one-piece world, the palace maids stand peerless. Woof, woof. Just as you both lose yourselves in aesthetic rapture, Lao Ba darts over, barking excitedly, and nudges you repeatedly. Oh, peeping Tom. Help someone. Chaos erupts inside the bathhouse. Naked attendants shriek and scramble to don their undergarments. Damn, it's blown. Son, run. Don't tell anyone your old man brought you here. You whirl around, just in time to see your cheap father vanish over 100 meters away, while furious maids charge toward you, fury blazing in their eyes. Your head spins, vision blurs, and you collapse into unconsciousness. Woo. Even in slumber, you don't forget Lao Ba's treachery. A swift kick sends him plummeting deep underground. When you awaken, you lie in bed. Your father stands sheepishly beside you while your mother looms, radiating wrath. Hi, Mom. How are you doing? She plants one hand on her hip, the other grips, impossibly, a skull-shattering mallet. Her teeth grind as she glares at you newly awake. Fine. Do you truly believe I'm in a pleasant mood? Boom. Your trembling father buckles at the knees, collapsing to the floor. Mom, I think my head still hurts. I'll just rest again, and you should get some sleep too. Ow, ow. Easy, Mom, it hurts. She drags you by the ear, forcing you and your surrogate father to kneel side by side. Speak. Who masterminded this? Who ordered you to spy on the women's bath? You and your father exchange silent, strategic glances, neither willing to betray the other. Oh, united in filial piety. Truly a dutiful son and a magnanimous father. Ha. And you, my dear wife, are equally magnificent. Crack. The mallet strikes the floor, shattering it into splinters. You have no doubt were it to strike you, you'd sleep forever. Hold, madam. This matter is. Your father rises, his silhouette suddenly towering, noble, unwavering. Warmth swells in your chest. His father stepping forward to shoulder all blame alone. How deeply moving. Father, no. True father. This matter was actually brought about by my son. He said he wanted to show me something good. Alas. Had I known it would be like this, I would have stopped him no matter what. Alas. Actually, it's all my fault for not spending more time with the child, which led to his character becoming like this. What a clever child he used to be. You were stunned, your eyes fixed on your father's face, full of regret. You had to admit your father's acting skills deserved at least 10 Oscars. Hey, Dad, how can you sell out your teammate? Listen to what you're saying. Woo-woo. You stood up, vehemently denouncing such despicable betrayal, but before you could finish, your father swiftly covered your mouth, leaving you only able to whimper. Ahem. What a disgrace you two are. Watching you two jokers, your mother raised her giant hammer and pointed at you. Look at you. Do you still have the demeanor of a sovereign? Your father scrambled back in fear from the giant hammer. You covered your mouth, silently laughing, but couldn't hold it in, and burst out. Ha. What are you laughing at? Do you think you're any better? All day long you don't learn anything good, just following your father to watch dancers, until your bodies become so weak. You quickly felt your waist. It's fine, pretty healthy. Alas. You too. Your mother was so furious, she collapsed onto the bed. Your father, trembling, rushed over to comfort her. They exchanged words, intimately close. Seeing this scene, you tactfully withdrew from the battlefield, a world where only you were hurt. Time passed quickly, and in these 3 years you began to work hard. Every day you did 100 push-ups, never missing a day regardless of wind or thunder. Of course you never did more either. Do more. Impossible in this lifetime. Even if starved to death, you wouldn't do a single extra. Through hard work, your physique increased by 50, a current physique 180. You discovered that even though you leaked essence daily, your physique not only didn't decrease, but actually improved. Recalling the mysterious stone tablet you saw in the underground palace, you guessed you were one of the legendary D clan. But you were also puzzled because in the anime you watched there was no mention of the D clan having a custom of peeping into women's bathhouses, and Luffy, Garp, and Dragon weren't lecherous. Our dad and I born lechers. Before you could figure it out, your mother burst in without knocking. You quickly hid the paper on the bed and pretended to lie down casually. Son, don't sleep. Get up. Quickly, Mom has some good news to tell you. Oh, Mom, can't you knock before coming in next time? What's the matter? You reluctantly crawled out of bed. Great news. Aren't you always clamoring to go out and play? Well, here's your chance. Oh, Mom, tell me more. Your father is about to leave for the World Conference, which is held at Holy Land Marigios. The Sebaidi archipelago is nearby, and there are many fun things there, including. You waved your hand to interrupt. Where's Dad? At the palace exit. Remember to stick with your father and don't let him flirt around outside, got it? You nodded vigorously, then dashed out the door and raced toward the exit, not even bothering to put on shoes. Hey, keep an eye on your father. After sprinting for a while, as expected, you saw your father at the exit, dressed in formal attire, leading several powerful guards toward the docks. Dad, wait for me. You squeezed into the procession. After a friendly exchange with your father and invoking your mother's authority, your father agreed, without much fuss, to let you come along. Your group arrived at the kingdom's largest dock, Goima Dock. The dock was bustling with people. It was your first time leaving the palace, and you were so excited that you kept looking left and right. Fortunately, your father kept a firm grip on you, so you didn't get lost in the crowd. Son, behave. If I lose you, your mother will beat me to death. Naya. You made faces and stuck out your tongue at your cheap father. You hadn't forgotten how quickly he had sold you out before, and you had already marked a grudge against him. If he weren't your biological father, you would have kicked him, to let him experience the might of the exploding Pill King's supreme swift kick. As son, are you still angry at me? If I hadn't ratted you out quickly back then, you might not be seeing me now. Oomph. Seeing you turn your head away, your cheap father ruffled your hair and said indulgently, when we get to the Sebaidi archipelago, I'll take you to the red light district. The ladies there are as beautiful as angels and very enthusiastic. Then I'll reluctantly forgive you. All right, let's set sail. Depart. Watching your father strike the classic pose of the Pirate King, you pondered, 99 sure he's from the D clan. But how could I let you off? Dad, You secretly decided to take a photo of your father visiting a brothel and show it to your mother when you got home. Life on the ship wasn't boring for you. You woke up the earliest every day just to sneak into your cheap father's room before he woke up and then take advantage of his vulnerability, take all his clothes, even his underwear, and let out a few eerie chuckles. Under the guards' dumbfounded gazes, you walked out triumphantly with an armful of clothes. Even though the guards guessed your intentions, they dared not stop you. After all, one side was the king, the other the prince, and offending either was unwise. So they simply closed their eyes and pretended not to see. You lay on the bed, counting on your fingers. 3, 2, 1. Chunxia, you sneaky bastard. Give me back my clothes. True to your reputation as a time master, you precisely predicted your father's next move. You strolled to his door with the clothes. Creak. As soon as the door opened, a crack, a supreme flying slipper whizzed toward you. You caught it with one hand, but the next second you fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. So stinky. You lay limp, blurrily seeing your father wrapped in a blanket, tiptoeing over to you like a thief. Ha ha ha. Son, didn't expect that, did you? My foot odor is so strong, even that guy Kong can't withstand it. You think you can mess with me? Huh? He snatched the clothes and quickly dressed. Your father grinned devilishly and reached out to start taking off your clothes. Dad, what are you doing? Yamit, I'm your son. As despair and indignation flickered in your eyes, your father stripped you bare, down to your underpants, and lifted you onto the bed. Clearly your suspicions were unfounded. After depositing you on the bed, he issued a stern warning and fled through the door, taking your clothes with him and locking it behind him. Son, you've grown far too unruly. Out at sea you'll face harsher discipline. But for now, consider this your first lesson. You're confined to bed for the entire day. Whoa, Dad, you're moving way too fast. You waited until his footsteps faded, then cautiously slid off the bed. A wave of nausea surged. No mere mortal, not even a marshal of the 3 armies, could withstand that legendary foot odor. Your stomach churned violently, and before you could suppress it, you vomited squarely onto your father's bedsheet. Oh no, this yellow-stained sheet will surely earn me another round of punishment. Waiting here to die? That's not the way of Chun Mao. Gritting your teeth against the stench, you crawled down and began searching for an exit, vowing inwardly that once free your father would suffer 10,000-fold for every ounce of pain he'd inflicted. Hours passed. He remained absent, vanished without trace. Then, a soft click. The lock turned. You eased the door open and vanished down the corridor like smoke. Father, brace yourself for the tempest of my retribution. Ha ha. You crept silently onto the deck, and there he stood gazing solemnly at the sea. His usual grin erased his posture, heavy with sorrow. Has father finally cracked under my antics? Yet I haven't even begun. Truly you possess no conscience. Even an octogenarian grandmother would feel the full force of your lion's fangs if she dared cross you. You lingered on deck watching until every guard had withdrawn. Only then did your grand scheme of vengeance commence. Time to teach you, dear father, the terrible price of provoking a grudge-holding child. You advanced noiselessly, each step deliberate, while the figure at the bow remained oblivious, frozen in place, unaware that in moments he would soar through the air. Free bird, fly. With a sudden leap you delivered a soaring kick, launching him cleanly off the bow in a graceful arc straight into the sea's embrace. A resonant splash echoed across the water. Leaning against the railing, you burst into unrestrained laughter. Never saw that coming, did you, father? Ha ha ha. Emboldened by triumph, you struck elegant poses as rhythmic chirps emanated from the waves below. Grinning mischievously, you whipped out a pilfered recording beetle. Say cheese, father. You aimed the lens at his floundering form midwater. Click. And captured a photograph destined for history. Footsteps approached, guards arriving belatedly. Recognizing the scene as a domestic affair, they feigned inspection before retreating apathetically. Brat, pull me up, now, or you'll regret it. Nya? Try and hit me. Go on, try. Unfazed by his predicament in the water, you leaned in brazenly, taunting him until he erupted in fury, spiraling upward in a 720-degree ascent before landing squarely on deck. Hey, don't hit my face. Your father loomed forward with a predatory grin, his massive hand clamping down on you, yanking down your trousers before delivering sharp, stinging smacks that bloomed crimson upon your skin. Oh, still playing the tough guy? Let's see how tough you really are. The rhythmic smack-smack drew distant guards' attention, only to recoil in horror at the grotesque spectacle of paternal affection. You bowed your head in stoic silence, resolved to endure it all, until memory flashed the fate of that so-called iron-fisted tough guy, a grim, shuddering reminder that made your resolve instantly wilt. Dad, I'm sorry. Please stop. Waha. So much for your iron will. A gilded spear with waxen core. Still chuckling, he set you down, only for you to seize the moment, launching a devastating surprise kick. Oof, you ungrateful whelp. Have you forgotten your roots? This move had been reserved, out of deference to your mother's marital bliss, for dire emergencies only. But your father's excesses left no alternative. Ignoring his furious cries, you waved dismissively, breathe deep. Relax. Testicular discomfort is perfectly normal. Whoosh. You darted back to your cabin, locked the door, collapsed onto the bed, and within minutes your rhythmic snores seeped through the crack beneath the door. When you awoke, your father lay slumped beside you asleep. Gently you lifted him onto the bed, covered him with blankets, and slipped quietly onto the deck. Prince, good day. You offered a slight nod, then gazed across the tranquil sea. Sigh, calm waters are but illusions upon this ocean. To survive, to truly live, one must wield power. Raw, unshakable power. Ever since learning of your lineage as one of the D clan, and witnessing your father's unsettling demeanor, a quiet dread coiled within your chest. This world conference won't be ordinary. Suddenly the sea roared to life, gales whipping the waves into towering fury. You turned and strode heavily back toward the cabin. The fiercer the storm, the rarer the catch. You resolved to begin rigorous cultivation immediately, aiming to reach the strength of a Shichibukai before reaching the Holy Land Mary Geos. First 10,000 push-ups, then 10,000 squats. A day later you lay sprawled on the deck, sweat drenching your hair, saturating your clothes. Huff, huff. Overestimated myself, badly. Tonight no flights. First restore the body, then reconsider whether to soar again. Thus ended your captain's journey through the world of One Piece. Prince, the crew has spotted a castaway adrift on the sea. Shall we render aid? A castaway? Take me to them at once. Such sightings were commonplace on these waters. Every hour pirates plundered, burned, and slaughtered, countless innocents perished. Yet some escaped, blessed by fortune or fate, drifting alone across the boundless blue. You followed him to the deck, gazing into the distance. There was indeed a wooden plank drifting on the wind-tossed sea. Bring the ship closer. The bow turned, and soon they reached the plank. A little girl in tattered clothes lay weakly upon it. Plopped. You leaped into the water, startling the guards, and swam toward the plank. Pant, pant, pant. Gasping, you reached the girl. She was beautiful, not the kind of beauty exuded by the maids in the palace, but a pure, pristine elegance like a lotus emerging from clear water. Hey, can you still speak? You gently shook her shoulder. Her body was slightly cold. A girl alone adrift at sea. Perhaps she had already. You did not give up. Smiling, you lifted her into your arms, jumped with all your strength, and landed on the deck. Since we met on this vast ocean, it must be fate. Back in the cabin, you kicked your father off the bed and gently laid her down. Yo, son, you've grown up. Where did you find this little girl? A castaway at sea. What are you thinking? Your father chuckled lewdly as he stepped out, closing the door behind him. Listening to the sounds outside, you smiled helplessly. No one is to enter. Disobey and you die. 666. Your father understood you too well. You rummaged through the cabin and found some medicine. Following the instructions, you fed it to the girl. Wearing wet clothes will make her catch a cold and harm her health, but there are no women on the ship. What should I do? Thinking about the all-male crew, you suspected your mother had arranged it on purpose. Otherwise, given your father's nature, there would have been at least a few dancing girls. Ahem. Just as you were torn, the girl on the bed suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, a splash of crimson staining your bed. This bed is ruined. You wiped the blood from her lips with a tissue. Hey, can you speak? If you can say something. Why, yes. I can. The girl's eyelids fluttered open, revealing big eyes fixed on you. It seemed the medicine was working. I'll ask you a few questions. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? The girl propped herself up, speaking with effort. I can't remember. I only recall a ship ablaze, countless people falling like wheat on the deck. Well, another amnesiac. Rest for now. If you're hungry, call me. I'm leaving. You placed the den mushy by the bedside and turned to leave. To be honest, you weren't interested in the old trope of saving someone and having them fall for you. The palace was already full of beautiful maids dreaming of becoming princesses. Dad, what are you doing? Oh, nothing much. Just enjoying the sea breeze. You leaned on the railing, gazing at the calm sea. The slightly salty breeze tousled your hair. Dad, can you tell me about the outside world? I haven't been out for a long time. Your father ruffled your hair and said cheerfully, sure. First call me Daddy. Daddy, you called out without hesitation, feeling no shame. He was, after all, your father. Off. Air. It's now year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar. That guy Kong has become the fleet admiral of the Marines. Truly impressive, haha. Kong was still the fleet admiral, so Roger must have just set sail. The seas have been relatively calm lately with no major incidents. But who knows what the future holds, haha. You looked up at your father, who was laughing heartily. Oh, Dad, you seem to have a lot of stories. Spill them. During these days on the ship, you were bored out of your mind. Eating, sleeping, exercising occasionally with no entertainment. Now that there was gossip to hear, you weren't about to let it go. Sigh, it's all tears when I talk about it. Let me tell you the love story between me and your mother. When I was young, I also ventured out to sea. One sunny afternoon, I snore. Your father's love story was too cliché. You suspected he had made it up from some romance novel and embellished it. As you listened, drowsiness crept over you. You closed your eyes, leaned against the railing, and fell asleep, snoring rhythmically. Hey, are you even listening, kid? Your father heard your snoring while talking. He turned and saw you had fallen asleep, who knows when. With a sigh, he carried you back to the cabin. Ah, Mom. When you woke up, you opened your eyes to find a pure little face pressed against your chin. Startled, you jumped out of bed. That. Can't eat. The girl on the bed murmured unconsciously. You stood beside her bewildered. What can't you eat? What kind of dream are you having? What? What's wrong? The girl woke up, rubbing her eyes vigorously, staring at you in confusion. Spit. What's your name? My name is Yer. And you, big brother. You pointed at yourself and laughed heartily. I am the sunshine and cheerful big boy whom everyone loves. Chinxia, also your savior. Brother Chinxia, where are you going? Can you take me with you? My parents were killed by pirates. Boo-hoo. I have no mom or dad anymore. Don't be sad. We are a merchant guild from St. Rose heading to the Xiangbidi Islands. You can stay on the ship. In this life you had never seen a little girl cry so sorrowfully before. The last time you saw a woman cry was in college when your girlfriend of 3 years got into someone else's Maybach. Time flew. With a little one around, life on the ship became interesting. You played games with your every day, and even training felt more motivated. Constitution 1. This was already the 12th day on the sea. Today you would finally set foot on land. Son, hurry up. The Xiangbidi Islands are just ahead. Your father stood at the door, shouting anxiously while you slowly got up, holding your waist. No choice. Last night you had flown too long, and even an old pilot like you was exhausted. Yer, help me. Yer, wearing a little purple dress, stood beside your father. Hearing this, she trotted over to help you out of bed. After this time together, you had grown familiar with her, no longer the initial awkwardness. Dad, you haven't forgotten what you promised, have you? You haven't forgotten your father's promise to you, have you? He said with a playful grin. Come on, let's go. He turned to his guards and instructed them to take Yer away. After all, the red light district was hardly an appropriate place for a young girl. Father, have you ever been to the Sabaody archipelago? Of course I have. Back in my youth, I roamed every corner of this district. Every fallen maiden once received my benevolent aid. You remained silent, merely holding up the din mushy toward your father as he rambled on. Its face contorted furiously, an unmistakable sign it belonged to your mother. Son, when we get there it's on me. Watching your father, blissfully unaware he'd just been sold while helping count the coins, you suppressed a storm of inward laughter. You arrived at a street lined with women dressed in alluring attire, their expressions exuding seductive charm. More than one waved flirtatiously with long, graceful strides. So this is the red light district. It's blindingly white. Your mouth fell open. Before you stretched an expanse of dazzling, unbroken pale. Yet nothing could faze you. You'd weathered far greater spectacles. Ahem. Looks like even you can't hold your composure, son. Father glanced at your flushed cheeks and burst into laughter. Hey, if you keep laughing, I'll tell Mom you dragged me here to the red light district. All right. No more teasing. Come, let me introduce you to an old friend of mine. Guaranteed to satisfy your eyes. Reluctantly you trail behind your father, silently wondering, aren't we here for that? Why visit an old friend? Could she be father's lover? Though still young, your body not yet fully matured, you possessed no shortage of refined appreciation. Years of diligent practice had honed your dexterity to near mechanical precision. Cammy, my dear old friend, I've arrived. You pushed open the door to a small room beside the street. Guests, come to play. The room teemed with flamboyant, bewitching beauties. The moment you stepped inside, your dormant resolve stirred anew. Oh, look who it is. Our esteemed gentleman. What brings you to my humble abode today? A woman clutching a handbag emerged from within. Her figure breathtaking, nearly 2 meters tall, legs occupying most of her height, and twin peaks so vast they resembled mountain ranges barely contained by her hands. Whoa. Father certainly knows how to cultivate charm. His mother's gentle grace insufficient. Must he also command such a devastating weapon outside the home? Inwardly you affixed 2 labels to your adoptive father, rogue and oceanic heartbreaker. I just brought my son here to broaden his horizons. Oh, so this is your son. She turned her gaze upon you. Receiving your father's nod, she strode forward and enveloped you in a tight embrace. No. Auntie, I can't take it anymore. A suffocating pressure, like sinking deep beneath the sea, crushed your breath. Wow, how fragrant you are, little brother. Just as handsome as your father. She glanced at your father, her eyes shimmering with layered emotion. He instantly averted his gaze, guilt flickering across his features. But I wonder, will you prove as heartless as he once was? She set you down. Your face burned crimson, your head spun, and it took several moments before your senses steadied. Broaden his horizons. Very well, let me summon our finest attendants for you both. She swayed her ample hips and beckoned. No, we're fine. My son came for this. I won't partake. I've urgent matters to attend to and must leave immediately. Your father leaned close and whispered, son, have fun. I'm off to an international summit. Oh, and Yer will arrive shortly. Keep her out of sight. Before you could process a word, he vanished. Gone in a blur, leaving only silence behind. Sigh, that wretch truly has no heart left. Come along, little brother. Stay with sister for a few days. Reluctantly, you followed the elegant woman. reluctantly surrendering to a day steeped in sensual indulgence. So this is the red light district. Quite the education. Before you stood a line of young women, long gleaming legs so radiant you instinctively shut your eyes. Which ones would you like? No, children choose. You'll have them all. With a grand sweep of your hand, the women exchanged stunned glances, as if silently asking, little brother, can you truly endure this? Yet you weren't driven by lust, only seeking gentle shoulder rubs and back massages. Lying atop a pair of silken thighs, your hand resting on a black-stockinged leg savoring fruit offered by delicate fingers, you mused aloud. This black silk feels slightly rough. White silk is far more soothing. After all, you were reclining precisely upon a pair of white silk-clad thighs, the most authoritative judge imaginable. Turning, you buried your face in warm, soft curves, breathing in warmth and serenity until sleep claimed you. Trouble. Someone's being beaten. The commotion shattered your slumber. Rubbing your eyes, you murmured groggily to the woman beside you, her figure sculpted by a form-fitting skirt. What's happening outside? Why all the noise? She fed you a piece of fruit and replied calmly, a gang of traffickers is trying to seize a little girl. She's fighting back fiercely. That's what caused the ruckus. Her voice held no inflection. This lawless zone saw neither Navy patrols nor moral oversight. You lay back down, ready to drift off again. Human trafficking was commonplace here in the Sabaody archipelago. No saint or chivalrous hero dwelled within you. Saving strangers demanded effort. Embracing the red light district's warmth cost far less. Brother Xia. At that cry, you jolted upright, shoving past others and sprinting toward the door. That's Yur's voice. You never intervened, unless someone familiar was involved. Though you'd known Yur for barely 10 days, a quiet bond had formed between you. Aboard ship, she was the only one with whom conversation didn't bore you, aside from father, of course. With a thunderous crash, you kicked open the door, revealing Yur's frail, battered frame collapsed on the floor, her breath shallow and fading. I'll kill you. A jagged crack of fury tore through the air. Well, another brat. Seems today is my lucky day. You watched the trafficker's sneer, recklessly clenched your fist until it creaked and moved like a silent gust. A rush of wind, and you sprang upon the damned trafficker. Your merciless fist tore through the chest of the man who had just taunted. The body collapsed with the look of unbelief still frozen on its face. First, you snarled, fixing your gaze on the remaining traffickers. Go. Come on, brothers, move. Bah. A child, what is there to fear? A bunch of cowards. A burly man rolled up his sleeve and charged, eager to prove his strength with your blood. You planted your feet, and unhurried unleashed another crushing blow. These traffickers made their living this way, their strength was mediocre at best. With your constitution, 18 times a normal man, slaughtering them was no greater feat than killing fowl. The charging thug raised his large blade and laughed. The smile froze as he stared down at a bowl-sized wound that had appeared in his chest. Another corpse hit the ground, blood pooling beneath like a stain. Second, the demonic whisper left your lips, and the remaining dozen or so traffickers felt their hearts quake violently. Ghost. A ghost. Some cowards panicked and stumbled backward in frantic retreat. Today you would spare no one. Your fury would not be contained. You moved like lightning. A single punch shattered the skull of the fleeing man, red and white splattering across your body. Third, another slicing gust in the air, the sound of rupture that set a deathly countdown in everyone's chest. Huff, huff, brothers. A trafficker still tried to rally the others to flee, only to become a headless corpse on the floor the next moment. If you did not act finely, but once you acted, it became a storm of blood and carnage, leaving nothing alive. Each strike of yours was fatal and remorseless, every punch felling another unworthy life. After a while, with the final headless corpse collapsing, you calmly wiped the crusted blood from your hands. The fight had lasted so long the blood had congealed into scabs. You hurried to the still motionless Yur, hoisted her onto your shoulder, and carried her into the room. Yur, can you speak? You asked. Cough, cough. Xia. Brother Xia, I'm sorry for causing trouble. It's all Yur's fault. Yur, it's nothing. Brother isn't afraid of trouble. Your hand touched her abdomen, and a warm gush of blood coated your palm. You stopped speaking and shouted desperately, call a doctor. Hurry. You gently set Yur on the sofa and stuffed a pile of papers against the gaping palm-length wound, attempting to staunch the flow. Coming. Little brother, what is this? Enough idle talk. Where's the doctor? A alluring woman was snapped out of her daze by your command, as she stepped aside to let the old man behind her forward. The elder hurried to the sofa, fed Yur a mysterious pill, and bound the wound with bandages. The bleeding slowed, her complexion slowly revived from deathly pale to a faint flush. Good. Arrived in time, otherwise she would have died of blood loss. Hearing that, a weight lifted from your chest, and you sat silently by her side, resolved not to leave no matter the temptation. You stayed until you were certain she was out of danger, then returned to the girl's embrace to savor the post-battle warmth. As for why you had slaughtered those scum, you thought perhaps your anger had simply consumed you. Standing before a host of youthful, tempting beauties and yet unable to indulge a vile flame, had risen within and demanded release. You fell asleep with your head on jade-white thighs. A day passed, your cheap old man did not return, and you remained unconscious. Just when you assumed another day would be spent in beauty, the unexpected exploded without warning. You bit down on the grape offered by the girl in white stockings resting against the black stocking thigh with satisfaction when the door shattered and wood flew everywhere. You jolted awake and warily watched the black-clad man emerge from the dust. Ha ha ha. So you brat dared to provoke the Bobo Nika family, didn't you? Ha ha ha. You blinked puzzled. What on earth was Bobo Nika, and could it be drunk? Turning your head, you were even more bewildered. Every girl in the room had cowered behind you. 10 or more of them in black stockings, white stockings, uniform sailor outfits. Now was hardly the time for such thoughts. You swallowed and slowly curled your fist. The clown-faced man before you looked formidable, far stronger than Along. You estimated his physique at least the equivalent of 400, yet you did not panic, for defeating him would require only 3 moves. First, kneel and beg for mercy. Second, have that plea mocked and be forced to fight. Third, be pulverized into meat to soil his boots. Disgusting, yes, but a perfect one-for-one climax. What a joke. Fresh out of the novice village and already facing a max-level lord. How can I win? You reflected inwardly, but outwardly you still had to try, so you shouted and charged. Brat, for a weakling to draw a blade at a stronger man is brave. I respect your courage. Allow this officer to escort you to the next world with the greatest reverence. Even the enemy admired your gall. Yet was that truly the case? At the moment you reached him, you made a sudden pivot and bolted out of the room like a streak through the street. The black-clad man froze in bewilderment. Some immortal once said it is foolish to fight a losing battle in the name of hot-bloodedness. So I'm running now. The man raged, damn you. You tricked me. I will make you die in the most miserable manner. The black-clad man roared and charged. Watching him draw inexorably closer, you sighed and stopped. If I cannot escape, then let me be foolishly impassioned for a while. Come on. Ha ha ha. Yo kid, not running anymore. Then die he. The man in black threw a punch, but mid-swing a gleaming long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Clearly he was a sneaky one too. As the blade edge descended, your body instantly issued a warning, your scalp tingling, goosebumps rising all over. With a grimace you tried to dodge the strike. With a slish. The clothes on your chest were slashed open, the blade cutting through flesh and drawing a gush of blood. You touched the scar that ran across your chest, sweat beading on your palms. Close call. Another inch and it would have taken my head off. You were barehanded and fists were already at a disadvantage against a blade. What's more, the black-clad man's physique was more than twice as formidable as yours. You knew this battle would be tough, but if you lacked the courage to even throw a punch, you'd truly be worthless. Summer memory. Aura, aura, aura. You swung wildly, your dense fists weaving a dangerous net of blows. The so-called summer memory was nothing but a flurry of punches. As for the move's name, it was because your girlfriend had gotten into that Maybach that very summer. Clumsy boxing. The black-clad man snorted coldly, casually slashing his blade, sending a white sword aura flying toward you. In this simulation, you didn't have the absurd luck of the second simulation, nor the powerful physique of the first. Staring at the sword aura, your brain, I've reacted, dodge. Your feet 666, impossible to dodge. You, this guy's a cheater, report him. No, after finally mustering the courage, you made me lose so thoroughly. The sword aura reflected in your eyes mere inches away. Regret washed over you. I should have held back. At least I could have taken 10 before dying. Son, if you run into trouble, shout for your dad. If you're in a tight spot, shout for your dad. A familiar voice thundered and you immediately yelled at the top of your lungs, Dad, save me. Boom. A figure descended from the sky, slamming into the ground and leaving a large crater, dust swirling. Son, your dad isn't too late. Is he? Then still in his landing pose, your dad was knocked flat by the black-clad man's surprise attack. Not cool, Dad. Are you here to die with me, just to keep me company? Your emotions roller coastered, ultimately crashing to the bottom. The black-clad man didn't press his advantage after the successful strike. Instead, he stared blankly at the dense cracks spiderwebbing across his blade. Clang, crack. The long blade in his hand shattered into countless pieces, clattering to the ground. Ha ha ha. Surprised. Delighted. Your dad appeared again, his figure flickering. Before you could even catch a glimpse, he was already in front of the black-clad man. Boom. Your dad threw a seemingly casual punch. To your shock, the black-clad man, whom you couldn't even scratch, instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Son, how was it? Having fun. I was held up by something at the world government. Your dad rubbed your head vigorously with his big hand. You stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. You couldn't believe that this dad, who usually watched dances with you, peeked at maids bathing, and got beaten up by your mom, could be so strong, so cool. Ha. Son, how cool is your old man? Your dad struck a pose. You looked up. He was indeed quite handsome, but wasn't there a Luffy-like goofiness about him? Back in the day, your old man was a great swordsman who roamed the 4 seas, ha. Right, son? Your dad looked at you expectantly, hoping for an affirmative answer. But come on, you were the pill bomb king. How could you answer like that? I don't know if you're a great swordsman, but you're definitely a great joker. And since when does a great swordsman blow someone into a mist of blood with his fists? Your dad said nothing, just chuckled. Not good. A chill ran down your lower body. A size 48 foot had already kicked you right in the groin. Without time to mourn for your poor eggs, you foamed at the mouth and collapsed stiffly. Who would have thought that you, the pill bomb king, would one day be bombed by your own dad? Truly the wheel of fortune turns. Your dad carried you to the room that had been reduced to rubble, laid you on the bed, and his gaze immediately fell on Ur, who was lying on the sofa covered in bandages. Son, stay here and don't wander off. Your dad has something to take care of. With that, his figure flickered and vanished. Ur was his designated future daughter-in-law, gentle, virtuous, the perfect wife for you. Now she was injured like this. You knew your cheap dad was fiercely protective of his own. Oh, he must have gone to seek revenge. In the past, you might have tried to talk him out of it, but after witnessing his terrifying strength just now, you obediently stayed in bed. Damn, old man's such a hard kick. Almost made me lose my ability to have kids. Don't you want grandchildren? The next time you saw your dad was at dusk. Under the orange sunlight, he walked over with a smile on his lips. Though he had cleaned up thoroughly, your sharp eyes still caught a few bloodstains on the corner of his royal robe. You couldn't help but sigh. Folks who gets how cool a domineering dad is when he's fiercely protective. From that day on, the Shampoo Islands lost one family that loved to drink bubble tea. No matter the outcome of the World Conference, it meant the end of your trip to the Shampoo Islands. Son, cherish this last night. We're leaving tomorrow. Though you were puzzled why you had to leave so early, you trusted that your dad had his reasons. You nodded in agreement. That night you lay on the big bed surrounded by dozens of young girls in different outfits, all of them sexy and alluring. Alas, I still need to work hard to get stronger. After all, Dad won't be by my side forever. Though you hadn't faced life and death, the helplessness of that encounter with the black-clad man today, the only option was to flee. Flee desperately. You knew you could run, but the ones you wanted to protect couldn't. Even if I escaped today, you couldn't escape. So from now on, I can't run anymore. Absolutely. Can't run anymore. Morning sunlight shone on your face, revealing the lip prints plastered all over it. Last night, when they learned you were leaving, the dozen or so girls, in gratitude for your life-saving help, insisted on thanking you. This was their masterpiece. Time to go. You gently got up, stretched without disturbing the sleeping beauties. Truly, you walked through a garden of flowers without a single leaf clinging to you. Goodbye, Shampoo Islands. Next time I'm here, I'll definitely have a good few months of fun. You stood on the deck, waving at the front. But in your view, someone was ruining the sentimental mood. A pair of old lovebirds feeding each other dog food. You're leaving again. Won't you stay a few more days this time? A voluptuous young woman gazed longingly at the handsome man clad in regal robes. What can I do? My wife is waiting for me at home. Then be off with you. You stared speechlessly at the two of them, then glanced up at the rising sun, and couldn't help shouting aloud, "Hey, Dad, if you don't leave now, I'll tell Mom. That brat. I'm off. I'll see you next time." Your father leapt gracefully onto the deck. You hastily concealed the recording insect behind your back and burst into laughter. Fortunately, he merely shot you a glance before retreating into the cabin. You exhaled in relief and slowly made your way back to your quarters. Phew, nearly got caught. This is risky business. Definitely need hazard pay from Mom when I get back. Life aboard ship was only marginally better than imprisonment. Each day after training, you tended to Ur, who had remained unconscious since her injury. Your father paid no mind, so the duty fell entirely to you. In earlier days, he'd been a source of mirth and companionship, but ever since the World Summit, he'd grown uncharacteristically silent and withdrawn. No matter how mischievous you became, even tossing his undergarments into the sea, he'd only offer a bitter smile before diving in without complaint to retrieve them. This man definitely has a story. A week later, you collapsed into despair and finally resigned yourself to this monotonous routine. Leaning over Ur's bed, you gazed upon her exquisite face and murmured to yourself, sometimes perhaps such quiet, steady life isn't so bad after all. You recalled how in your past life netizens often romanticized a secluded existence, a thatched cottage, a loyal dog, and a solitary soul living in serene harmony with nature, and felt a quiet yearning stir within you. Xia, brother Xia, do you truly believe that? Aya, you're awake. You stared flustered at the pale girl before you, panic surging instinctively as though etched into your very genes. Brother Xia, you still haven't answered Yura's question. Well, yes, I do find this kind of life somewhat appealing. Oh, then would Brother Xia mind sharing such a life with Yura? Oh, well, that's not so easy to say. A flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's delicate features, yet she quickly brightened into a radiant smile. All right, Brother Xia, if it's hard to say, then let's not say it. Yura hasn't yet thanked you for saving her life that day. Come to think of it, you've rescued her twice now. Let Yura think carefully about how best to repay you. Your heart raced, your thoughts spiraling. Could she possibly mean marriage by gratitude? Sure enough, Yura sprang from the bed and clung to you fiercely. You never imagined her slender frame could possess such strength. You couldn't break free. Then, Let yours serve Brother Xia for the rest of her life. The warmth of skin against skin sent sparks through your nerves. Flustered beyond words, you stammered. You're still too young. Wait until you grow up, then we'll talk. I've urgent matters to attend to. Rest well, you'll recover soon. Goodbye. At those words her small hands loosened, and she sank back onto the bed, tears shimmering in her eyes. Having spent only 3 years as a devoted admirer in your past life, you couldn't bear it. Your cheeks flushed crimson, and you bolted from the room. As you fled, your called out earnestly behind you, then promise me, you'll wait until I grow up. You nodded faintly, then dashed onto the deck like a startled deer standing alone before the undulating sea, lost in thought. What's wrong, son? Troubled by something. A broad hand settled on your shoulder from behind. You jumped, convinced for a heartbeat that Ur had chased after you. And nothing, just came out to watch the sea. Oh, is that so? I beg to differ. Look what I've got here. Ha ha ha. In your dazed confusion, your father pulled out a recording insect and smiled knowingly, as if silently declaring, son, this secret stays with me, forever. You lunged for it, but he effortlessly intercepted your hand midair, still smiling. Son, truth be told, Ur's quite the gem. So thoughtful for one so young, obedient, and stunningly beautiful. Granted, she's still rather young, but that's precisely the perfect time to nurture affection. Unlike your old man, married your mother, that peerless fire-breathing dragon. Every night leaves me utterly spent. You discreetly pocketed the recording insect, and inwardly muttered, I won't even dignify that with words. Spent. You nearly died in bed. As your father launched once more into tales of his flamboyant youth, you tuned out, letting go of his arm and striding straight back toward the cabin. Hey, son, don't you want to hear more? Let me tell you about. Under the silver moonlight, a solitary figure stood on the deck, sighing softly into the night air. When you returned to the cabin, Ura was already fast asleep, her gentle snores filling the quiet space. You smiled faintly. Who would have guessed such an ethereally pure girl possessed such a delightfully contradictory side? You unfurled a simple straw mat and laid down beneath the cool moonlight, its gentle glow bathing your face as you drifted into slumber. Good. In your hazy half-dream, warmth enveloped you, and something soft nestled into your arms. Dawn's blinding light struck your face. Rubbing your eyes, you suddenly sensed something yielding, and something firm, beneath you. Glancing down, sleep vanished in an instant. Your mind froze. Yitter's delicate form lay pinned beneath you, utterly bewildered. I slept alone on the mat. How did Ur end up beneath me in this position? Thankfully, she's still asleep. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would be catastrophic. Wiping sweat from your brow, you rose carefully, determined not to wake her. Yet the very thing you'd feared most occurred. Brother Xia, is it time to wake up? Last night Ur felt cold, so she took the liberty of joining you. You don't mind, do you? Gazing upon her guileless cherubic face, you chose to believe you'd simply acted foolishly, rather than question her innocent explanation. And no, of course not. Whatever makes you happy. Brother Xia must train now, so I'll take my leave. See you later. Watching you flee, so hastily you forgot your shoes. Ura burst into peals of laughter, her bell-like chimes echoing through the cabin. Looks like I'll need a new cabin soon. But for now, time to begin my path to strength. On the deck, a bare-chested boy strained to lift a barbell towering several times his height. Beads of sweat cascading onto the planks, pooling into a small glistening puddle. 9,900. 99.99. 10,000. Huff huff. You set down the barbell. The moment it landed, a loud bang echoed, and the deck slightly dented. So tired. It's more tiring than flying a plane. By the way, it seems I haven't taken off for a few days. How about a flight tonight? You thought for a moment and decided to postpone the flight. After all, you had just decided to become stronger and couldn't give up halfway. Today was your 7th day at sea. You had been training intensely for 7 days, but you knew that mere hard training alone wouldn't make you a powerhouse. Unless you put in 200 times the effort like that deserter king, but you clearly knew that everyone's physique was different. Hey, Brother Xia, this is a juice I've recently developed that's incredibly delicious. Try it. Beside you, Ura, dressed in a white dress, handed you a bottle of yellow juice that looked like orange juice. You wiped the sweat from your forehead, took it skillfully, and gulped it down. During these days of training, Ura had been bringing you all kinds of homemade delicacies every day. Wow. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Although it was slightly inferior to what was in the palace, you certainly gave ample emotional value. Really? Brother Xia. It's absolutely true. Bro, you're really good. After the daily praise, you returned alone to your cabin. You had been living separately from Ura since 7 days ago. 3 days later, you could already see the bustling dock in the distance. Dong. You put down the dumbbell in your hand, wiped the sweat from your forehead, leaned on the railing, and looked joyfully at the figure on the dock, who was wildly waving at you. Mom. You recognized the figure and silently took out a camera bug. After 10 days of hard training on the ship, your physique had increased by 3, current physique 183. 1. The ship docked and you leaped into your mother's gentle embrace. Looking at your father slowly descending from the ship, this was only the second time you saw him on the ship. Usually, he never left his cabin. However, this didn't stop you from secretly slipping the camera bug into your mother's hand. It seemed your father was destined to have a rough night tonight. You jumped out of the embrace and excitedly approached your father. Dad, do you know armament hockey and observation hockey? Your father habitually patted your head and said proudly, of course not. Just kidding. Huh. Want to learn? You nodded frantically. Hockey was one of your current weaknesses, though you didn't have any strengths either. Then great. When we get back, I'll teach you. I guarantee you'll become one of the top hockey masters on the sea. It's a deal. Liar as a puppy. You readily made a childish pact with your father. Returning to the bed you hadn't slept on in a long time, you pounced onto the soft mattress, breathed in the familiar scent, and let out a long sigh. Creak. The door suddenly opened and you were dressed in a white dress, walked in, and said excitedly, Brother Xia, Annie asked me to sleep with you for a while. There are no extra rooms in the palace right now. Is that okay? You nodded, slightly grinding your teeth inwardly. Mom, I hate you. So you and Yura drew a line down the middle of the bed, agreeing that each would stay on their own side at night and not cross the line. If you crossed, then you would be at the other's mercy. To your surprise, Yura not only blatantly crossed the line, but also touched you everywhere. Fortunately, your willpower was strong enough to avoid making a big mistake. The next morning, you gently moved the small hand that was resting on your shoulder, got dressed, and quickly ran to your father's room. When you arrived, you saw your father kneeling outside the door, his face bruised and swollen, head drooping. At first glance, you thought he had passed away. Feeling guilty, you were about to collect his body when he suddenly stood up and with a whoosh appeared behind you. A chill ran down your spine. You turned stiffly to see your father grabbing your head with a menacing grin, asking in a deceptively kind tone, Son, did you say something you shouldn't have to your mother yesterday? How could you tell the truth? If you admitted it, you feared your father would tear you to pieces instantly. You shook your head wildly, trying to clear yourself of suspicion. But your father was no fool. Although he sometimes seemed a bit slow right now, he was terrifyingly sharp. Oh son, lying children get spanked. Think carefully before you answer. Your father grinned fiercely at you. Even so, you refused to admit it, stubbornly insisting on your lie. Thwack. Oh, damn it, Dad. When you're old, I'll get back at you. Don't hit my face. Whether you were a duck or not, you now had the same handsome face as your father. Shortly after, you stood on the steps, bruised and swollen, and confessed the whole story with your head down, but you didn't reveal the mastermind. Mom, I'm going to charge you for medical expenses and emotional damages. All right, since you know where you went wrong, I, as your father, won't be stingy. You want to learn the two-color hockey, right? Tears welled up in your eyes, and you nodded frantically. Woo-woo, to learn this two-color hockey, I had to take a beating from Dad. Once I master it, I'll teach you a lesson with my love fist about what it means to be filial and strong, Dad. Since you want to learn hockey, your body is too weak. Starting today, run 10 laps around the palace every day. Come find me when you can finish within an hour. You watched your father run away after saying that, your eyes widening. So you endured that beating just to get a useless line. Dad, you'd better be careful when you sleep tonight, or else. You gritted your teeth and started running around the palace. You believed your cheap father's words a little. On the first day, it took you 10 hours to finish from morning to dusk. It wasn't that you were weak or that your physique of over 100 was fake. It was because this palace was huge. As the palace of the world's richest country, it covered an area like a small island. One lap around it was equivalent to 10 marathons. On the second day, you adjusted your strategy: first jog, then accelerate. By the end of the day, you were exhausted, sweating profusely, and didn't even have the strength to take off. But you smiled. This time you finished in only 8 hours, a full 2 hours faster than yesterday. In the dead of night, you lay on the bed, letting the little hand roam all over your body because you were too tired to resist. Hey, you can't touch there. You tightly grabbed the little hand that kept moving downward, and behind you came a silvery laugh. She wasn't asleep either. On the third day, you woke up early. You had no choice, for if you didn't, every inch of your body would have been groped by that wicked little hand. Hoo. The palace guards, maids, and ministers stared at you in shock. In their eyes, you, who used to spend your days eating, drinking, and occasionally peeping at the maids bathing, would at most last 2 days. They had even opened a betting pool. You had wagered 200 million belly on yourself at odds of 1100. That was your pocket money, saved over several years. If you won, you'd become rich overnight. If you lost, you'd be broke overnight. Your small figure ran through every corner of the palace. At dusk, you stopped in excitement. This time you had only taken 5 hours, 3 hours faster than before. Even your cheap father praised you as a once-in-a-lifetime genius. If it weren't for the fact that, to your astonishment, he finished 10 laps in less than a minute, you might have believed him. If you're weak, practice more. You knew this well. That night you added another 10 laps, mainly because you didn't want to go back, or else that wicked little hand would have punished you to nig. My virginity. Brother Xia, you're awake. Last night Uncle brought you back. I thought you didn't want your anymore. Oh, Uncle also said you should take care of yourself and not get too carried away. He took off your clothes and applied medicine before leaving. You quickly burrowed into the bed. Only after talking for a while did you realize you weren't wearing any clothes, and Yura was staring at you intently. Great, I've kept my virginity, but what about my innocence? You dragged your just recovered body and continued running. After all, if you stopped, your 200 million belly would be gone. You were planning to save it for your future wife. Bam! It's over. In the afternoon, you lay limp on the ground, your vision blurry as you stared at the full sky of stars, though it was merely an illusion. This was the 4th day of your arduous training. Your speed had increased again, finishing in just under 4 hours, but you felt that further progress would be increasingly difficult. After these days of rigorous training, your body had grown stronger. Physique 7. You felt that if you returned to your old tricks and took flight again, you could stay airborne for over 10 hours, though you knew your ammunition wouldn't last that long. As usual at night, she attacked and you defended, whether you succeeded or not. Only you knew. On the 5th day, you had the man who set up the gambling pool apprehended. Unexpectedly, seeing that you had persisted, he tried to flee with the money. Well, let's execute his entire clan. You immediately reported him to your father, who considerately reunited him with his 9 clans. When they raided his house, rest well, goodbye. One. The girl's face flushed red. You smiled slightly, pushed open the door, and walked out. This year was the 20th since your birth. Back when you were 17, your cheap father waved his hand and arranged an engagement between you and Yer. This year was the scheduled wedding date. Although last night you and Yer had a brief exchange, just normal conversation, nothing deeper. Over the past 10 years, you had been relentlessly improving your strength. Because this year in the Hyuan calendar year 1500, a major event would occur, the execution of the pirate king Gol D. Roger, which would usher in the great age of pirates. I need greater power to protect the ones I love. My current level is far from enough. Your observation hockey swept across the palace, spotting your father daydreaming in a corner. You dashed over. It was worth mentioning that you had mastered dual color hockey by the time you were 12. According to the system's classification, you estimated that your hockey was now at the transition stage between advanced and top tier. Once when you and your father went to the red light district, you encountered a group of pirates. You couldn't recall the captain's name, but his bounty seemed to be 300 million. And he fell asleep in your hands after a short while. Through hard work, your physique increased by 1,000, current physique 1,400. Son, you're here? Hurry. It's about to close. Your father shed his dragon robe and changed into plain clothes. You also put on simple attire and followed him out of the palace, rushing toward the kingdom's most famous pleasure quarter, the Wanhua Pavilion. Earlier, to get you to agree to the engagement with your cheap father had promised that when you turned 20, he would take you to see the world. And now he was taking you to the Wanhua Pavilion to broaden your horizons. Have you heard? The Wanhua Pavilion recently got a new top courtesan. Her figure, her face. Tisk, indescribable. Oh. Listening to the passers-by's chatter, you grew curious about this mysterious top courtesan you had never met. Since your father was footing the bill, you didn't need to spend your own money. You spent several 100 million belly to finally meet the mysterious courtesan. Your father's face showed deep reluctance as his hard-saved private funds flew away. As for why you about to be married would come to a brothel, you thought, the flower at home can never match the wild ones. You entered a room filled with floral fragrance, chewing on a piece of candy with your father following. The candy dropped from your mouth and shattered on the floor. When you saw the top courtesan in the room, both you and your father felt a chill run down your spines and your knees went weak as you both knelt down involuntarily. Elder mother. Wife. How did you get here? The room shudders violently. You stare in shock as your mother pulls out a bone-shattering mallet. Where she got it no one knows, and strides toward you and your father. You good for nothing. I knew you'd sneak off here to indulge in debauchery. I never imagined my intuition would prove so accurate. And you, my son. Stealing peeks at girls bathing when you were a child. Fine, that was childhood folly. But now, you're about to marry Xiaoya, yet you still follow your father here, to this place. Your mother turns to you, delivering a stern yet earnest lecture, while simultaneously driving your father deep into the floor with a single blow from her blood-splattered mallet. You gaze down at your father, half buried and battered beyond recognition, and instantly surrender. Mother, no need to say more. I've deeply reflected upon my grave error. From this day forward, I swear never again to conspire with father. She flicks the crimson-stained mallet, then waves dismissively. Well then, if you truly repent, go home at once. Prepare yourself properly. Tomorrow is your wedding day. Yes, mother. I'll leave immediately. Trembling, you rise and glance back at your father's pitiful, crumpled form. Ignoring his desperate, pleading eyes, you turn away and sprint alone toward the royal palace. Forgive me, father. Bear with it. For once I'm back, I'll burn extra incense for you. You dash so hard your legs nearly smoke, only exhaling fully when you burst through your chamber door and collapse onto the bed. Brother Xia, why are you drenched in sweat? Are you anxious about tomorrow's wedding? Yer lies abed, clearly exhausted from last night, slowly crawls over and wraps her arms around your neck, whispering softly. No, nothing's wrong. Her delicate fragrance brushes your lips, and your pulse quickens, just as you begin to rein it in. Oh, Brother Xia, what's the matter? Tired? Yer has something wonderful for you. Her innocent face draws near, her silver teeth part in a gentle smile. Unbearable. After all, Yur is already 18 and we wed tomorrow. Surely it's only fair I teach her a thing or two first. You seize her hand. Heavy breaths echo through the chamber. Thankfully no one else is near. The next morning you lie in bed, Yur nestled against your chest. Rising quietly, you step outside to breathe fresh air. Last night's pleasures left you utterly spent, yet profoundly fulfilled. Today's the wedding day. Truth be told, this may well be my first marriage across both lifetimes. Last time I nearly became the green-capped hero. Thankfully this rebirth brought wealth, nobility, and Yur. Truly life is complete. As you stand lost in reflection, a familiar figure sprints toward you and grabs your arm. Son, today's wedding won't happen. The Navy has just issued the demon-slaying edict against us. You blink stunned. Did last night's exertion scramble your wits? How could such absurdity be real? Father, stop joking. Why would the Navy attack us? Uncle Kong is Fleet Admiral. By the way, won't he attend my wedding? Your father shakes his head, frantically gripping your arm tighter. Son, when have I ever lied to you? This matter is intricate, but know this: if you don't flee now, it'll be too late. He sighs deeply and presses a finely carved jade pendant into your palm. Soon someone will guide you and shoo you out of the capital. Guard this pendant with your life. Don't lose it. As for your mother and me, don't fret. After all, I am invincible. He bursts into laughter, but beneath it you hear the quiet ache of farewell. No, Father, we face hardship together. How can I run while you stay? Either we all go, or I remain and let your escape first. You grip his shoulders, shouting fiercely, you swore you'd never flee again. This isn't the time for childish defiance. Your father roars, and black and crimson lightning erupts around him, a crushing aura surging like a tidal wave, pinning you in place. This is the Conqueror's Haki. Your limbs tremble uncontrollably, veins bulge on your forehead, cold sweat streams down your temples, even your kneecaps rattle. Yet instinct screams if you run now there will be no second chance, only eternal separation. You force yourself upright, body quaking like a storm-lashed reed, and lock eyes with your father. This time, I won't run. Crack. The bravado collapses. With one palm strike, father knocks you unconscious. As your vision fades, you catch the faint, heartbreaking sound of his tears. Your father, who bleeds, but never weeps, who endures even being caught red-handed by mother and beaten senseless, is crying. Forgive me, my son. In the next life, I'll be your father again. You 666. When you awaken, Yur holds you tightly in her arms, somehow lifting you though you tower over her. Damn you, father, way too much force. Yur put me down. That strike carried at least a trace of Conqueror's Haki, far beyond your cultivation level. Even now speaking feels like a blade twisting inside your ribs. And no, Brother Xia, father instructed me to take you to the harbor. We haven't married yet, and you're already calling him father. I'm your husband, Yur. As you struggle to break free from her strong, graceful hands, a large hand lands firmly on your shoulder. Prince, this situation is unprecedented. Please heed the king's command. You turn and see a broad-shouldered man behind you, her sharp brows, starry eyes, a well-groomed beard, and a long sword etched with intricate patterns. You recognize him. Karahoro, the world's greatest swordsman, whose blade art even your enigmatic father respects. Uncle Carrie, where's my father? And mother? Karahoro draws his blade. The steel gleams with lethal coldness, and an overwhelming tide of killing intent floods the air ahead. Miss Yur, please escort the prince to the harbor. There's a formidable opponent ahead. Yur bolts toward the harbor, clutching you. Before you've taken more than a few steps, a chilling voice cuts through the air behind you. Run. Do you truly believe you can escape? Bang! The earth beneath your feet began to tremble, and Yur stumbled and fell to the ground. You seized the opportunity to stand up, the rampant Conqueror's Haki wreaking havoc within your body, causing your face to twitch. You silently cursed your reckless father in your heart, then fixed a grave gaze on the towering man slowly approaching from afar, draped in the Marine's cloak of justice. It's you. How can this be? You stared at him in shock. Though his appearance had changed somewhat, you still recognized the man as the current Marine Admiral, Dishi. When you were a child, he had come to visit you a few times with Kong. Long time no see, kid. I'm reluctant to fight you, but for the peace of the world, please die. Underground world. As expected of a Marine Admiral, he didn't waste words and struck with a fatal move. The earth beneath your feet trembled again, cracking open with a sharp sound, and countless mud hands coated in black armament Haki descended upon you. Hey, don't treat me as if I'm not here, Chi-Chi. Kali Chaluo moved his demon blade, swinging forward, sending a massive black sword slash that severed countless mud hands. He appeared in front of you in an instant, shielding you, and his urgent voice echoed, "Go. I'll hold him off. Be careful. There might be more Marines on the way." You took Yur's hand and ran ahead. After all the aftermath of such a battle could kill you, why would you stay and wait for death? Along the way you saw the once bustling streets now filled with the kingdom's armored soldiers and Marines locked in battle. Blood flowed like a river covering the ground, and screams echoed in your ears. You casually dealt with a few Marine soldiers trying to ambush you, then continued forward. The further you went, the more cannonballs rained from the sky, while the fewer people you saw, as if this place were a forbidden zone. You desperately activated your observation hockey to dodge the falling shells, your body covered in black armament hockey. The stray bullets of the battlefield posed no threat to you, but you had no such ability. You had to divert your focus to protect her, and your body had recently suffered a blow from Conqueror's hockey, so your stamina drained rapidly. Fortunately, the few remaining Marines nearby were no match for you, and you put them to sleep with a few moves. You knew that all this ease was thanks to your father holding off the strong enemies. You didn't know who the other equally powerful Conqueror's hockey belonged to, because a stray wave of Conqueror's hockey surged toward you. Thump. Your eyes rolled back, and you collapsed straight down. Before losing consciousness, you saw Yader struggling to throw herself over you. Am I going to die? Ah, huff huff. You woke up with a gasp, staring at the endless blue sea around you, murmuring this. Is this a dream? Or was that the dream? Your mind was dazed, unable to understand your current situation. Or perhaps you didn't want to face the bloody reality. Like a walking corpse, you drifted on a small boat for days, until a news coup flew overhead, snapping you out of your stupor. You tossed some berries into the air, and a newspaper fell down. Upon reading the headline, you collapsed to your knees in despair, tears streaming uncontrollably. See calendar year 1522, years after the execution of the pirate king Gol D. Roger at Logtown, the world's richest kingdom, Shunglasi, was destroyed by the Marines for harboring remnants of the pirate king's crew. You couldn't believe what you saw. You never imagined that one moment you were happily planning a wedding and the next you could never see them again. You were abandoned, once more cast aside by the entire world, left utterly alone. Your lips were cracked, your body haggard, as you lay in the boat. Though you weren't dead, yet you were close. Dad, you didn't, Eve? Creak. The harsh sound was as abrupt as the accident itself in the deathly silence of the sea. This is the jade pendant Dad gave me. A few days later, your expression returned to normal, but your eyes were filled with uncontrollable killing intent. You had come to a realization: rather than dying miserably on the boat, it was better to destroy the Marines, the root cause of all this, just as they had destroyed your father's kingdom. You wanted them to feel your pain and indelible agony and towering rage. On the boat, you caught fish to eat when hungry never rested, and every second you spent desperately growing stronger. You knew that revenge was not just empty words. Only by becoming insanely powerful could you make those bastards pay. A few days later, a different color appeared on the sea, a small island. You rowed toward it. When your feet finally touched solid ground, you should have been happy, or at least felt a ripple of emotion, but your heart was utterly calm. If there was anything, it was only seething fury and murderous intent. Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed as you arrived at a small town on the island. The smiles on the faces of the people here disgusted you deeply. Many times you wanted to attack and silence them forever, but you held back that insane urge. If I do that, what's the difference between me and those scum who slaughtered a nation? You wandered aimlessly, not knowing where you were going or where you could go. The only thing keeping you going was the burning rage and murderous intent. Thump. You bumped into a wooden wall. Before you stood a small tavern. After a moment's thought, you walked in. Give me as much liquor as you have. You threw all the berries you had onto the counter and sat alone in a corner. Even the heat from the nearby pirates couldn't make your frozen heart beat again. Yo, this brother is really rich. How about lending a little to your brother? Don't worry, I'll pay you back in the next life. Ha ha ha. A drunken, burly pirate beside you placed his greasy hand on your shoulder, staining you with alcohol and sweat. No matter how much those pirates mock you, your cold eyes never once looked at them. The tavern keeper trembles as he approaches you, spilling half the ale from his trembling hands. You take the glass from him and gaze into its nearly empty depths before speaking softly. Master, try not to shake next time, or you might develop Parkinson's. A sharp bang. The tavern keeper drops to his knees instantly. A swift shush follows. A whistling cleave slices the air, droplets of blood float atop the beer's surface. In the next heartbeat, several heads thud heavily onto the floor. Crimson seeps through the wooden planks, pooling at the keeper's feet. Her already shaking frame now quivers violently, as if about to levitate. You drain the blood-tinged ale in one smooth gulp, rise, and stride toward the door. Passing the keeper, clad in white stockings, you murmur playfully, such easy arousal won't do. She collapses instantly. You chuckle and push the door open. To you, that was merely a prelude. The true drama has yet to begin. Before you stands a blue and white building emblazoned with the bold characters, Navy. No mistake. I'm exactly where I need to be. Time to handle the appetizer. You scoff, then kick the door inward with a thunderous crash. Hey, you sleeping? Oft. 2 sentries never finish their sentence. Slit throats gush crimson. They collapse rigidly, eyes wide with shock. Tap tap. Your boots, slick with viscous blood, leave a trail of crimson footprints across the floor. You stoop, retrieve the slain Marine's blood-stained longsword, and step inside. Moments later, you emerge from the naval base, a slaughterhouse reeking of iron and death. One captain, several commanders, and countless rank-and-file marines. This was your opening course. Creak. The tavern's wooden door swings open under a blood-smeared hand. With practiced ease, you rifle through corpses on the floor, collect a few belly, and toss them onto the bar counter. Bang. The female proprietor, midway through scrubbing bloodstains, gasps, dropping her mop. Bring me a few dishes. Go light on the salt. I've got all the time in the world. You step over the bodies and settle into a clean sofa, waiting patiently. No fear of betrayal. The payment is already made. Soon the keeper, still clad in blood-spattered white stockings, trembles upright, carries out several plates from the kitchen, places them before you without a glance, and flees. Strange man. He abandons his own shop. You snort, then dig into the meal. Unremarkable, yet not unpleasant. Returning to your small boat, you row steadily toward your next destination. Days drift by upon the open sea. Luck favors you again. Another island, another naval base. Without preamble, you enter a promising-looking tavern and order several beers. Your sole indulgence across lifetimes. This time, no reckless pirates provoke you. Reluctantly, you run a tab with the keeper. Clutching the fine blade seized from the naval captain, you approach the blue and white edifice. At the gate, you slash. No swordsman, yet your monstrous physique forces the blade to shriek through the air. The two guards, utterly absorbed in duty, fall silently into pools of crimson. Bang. Door opened. Blade swung. Repetition. Only this time you linger slightly longer. After all, you still owe the tavern keeper belly. You pull out several 100,000 belly, testing their weight in your palm, then head back to the tavern. Should suffice. If not, I'll just raid the next island. Fortune smiles, it is enough. Yet something feels off. The beer tastes hollow, unbalanced. Glancing around at the marines drinking nearby, you realize what's missing: blood. Wiping your hands clean, you savor the authentic brew. As the keeper stares pale-faced and wide-eyed, you casually extract belly from several generous pirates and press them into his trembling palm. Keep the change, it's yours. You step out, close the door behind you, and return to your boat, resuming your voyage toward the next target. Huff, huff, huff. Sweat glistens on your brow as you wipe it away, sitting on the gunwale. Indeed, physical refinement grows ever harder. Mere austerity won't forge strength nor fulfill vengeance. True growth demands battle against those who wield real power. A newspaper hawk glides across the azure sky. You purchase an issue with borrowed belly and laugh quietly upon reading the headline: Demon Bloodline Heir Chinxia. Bounty 130 million belly. Crimes grave and irredeemable. Capture alive or dead. A demon. I shall become the Navy's waking nightmare. You grin savagely, then rip the paper apart. Shreds flutter down onto the waves, mirroring your face. Sharp-shadowed, undeniably sinister. Life at sea holds only two truths for you: grow stronger, or grow stronger. Thud. The final young marine crumples. You sheath your blade, wipe blood from your face, and resume your endless path of slaughter. This marks the fourth naval outpost erased since your departure from shore. Your relentless carnage has forged an aura of raw, instinctive dread. Even toddlers burst into tears at your presence. Your bounty now stands at 150 million belly, a record-breaking debut unprecedented in maritime history, igniting feverish whispers across the entire Grand Line. Execute, Roger. Boring. Better to kill more marines. Next stop, Sabaody Archipelago. Logically targeting marines exclusively is a direct affront to their authority, yet they remain eerily silent. Why? With a single stroke you bisect a burly man, a bounty hunter blinded by greed. Fame attracts danger, but to you both pirates and reckless hunters are mere fuel for ascension. At last, I've arrived. 10 years ago I stood here once more, yet everything has changed. You watch Sabaody Archipelago draw near, strip off your blood-crusted garments, and don fresh plain attire. Ashore you tether your faithful little boat to a branch and set foot on land, following memory's compass toward the red light district. Not for pleasure, but to seek the enchanting woman of old. From your pocket you withdraw a jade pendant, murmuring, I wonder, does she know its secret? Hey there, where are you headed? Care to join me? You haven't taken more than a few steps when a woman's voice rings out behind you. You ignore it, only quickening your pace. Slap. A jade white hand suddenly landed on your shoulder. You instantly exerted your strength, flipping the person behind you over your shoulder with a swift throw. Thud. A dull impact echoed as the figure behind you crashed face first onto the ground. It was then that you took a proper look at the person before you. The sight startled you, and you stared at her in a daze. Yeah, hey mister, what I just wanted to talk to you, and you start throwing hands. The young girl before you bore an almost identical resemblance to your. You were utterly stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long while, until she gave you a push. Hep. Your died long ago. I've long since become a lone soul. You pushed the girl aside, and continued walking forward. No matter how much she resembled her, it was just a resemblance. She was not your. Hey, mister, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Mister, you're so aloof. Will you ever find a girlfriend like this? The girl dressed in a white dress hurriedly caught up to you, chattering away at your heels. As you watched the fluttering white fabric, your mind wandered. You also loved wearing white dresses. I remember she wore one on our wedding day. The image of a blood-stained white dress surfaced in your mind, and your killing intent involuntarily seeped out, causing the girl behind you to break out in goosebumps. Hey, mister, are you angry? Don't be angry. I'm sorry, I won't follow you anymore. See you next time. The girl halted her steps. Your mind stirred, and your pace slightly faltered. Bang! Several pirates approached from the opposite direction, and as luck would have it, they collided with you. You paid it no mind, barely regaining your composure before continuing onward. But a large hand blocked your way. Hey, Brett, you bump into our boss and think you can just walk away. Ha ha ha. The burly man's greasy hand shoved you, yet he was astonished to find that his strength couldn't budge you an inch. Still, that didn't stop him from blustering. Oh kid, this shirt of mine is a famous brand, worth tens of millions of berries. The lanky pirate who had bumped into you looked at you with a lecherous grin, his rotten mouth missing several teeth, spewing nonsense. If you don't compensate us today, don't blame us for teaching you a lesson. At his signals, several burly men behind him stepped forward, surrounding you completely. The lanky leader wore an exaggerated expression of smug certainty. Just as you were about to let your blade taste blood again, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Hey, it was clearly you who bumped into the mister first. You're obviously trying to extort him. Oh, so there's a little girl with you. Ha ha. The lanky pirate laughed maniacally, a greedy glint flashing in his narrow eyes. Boss, I don't recall us having any fun since we came ashore, right? Isn't there a little beauty right here? Ha! Let me show you brothers how to seize a good woman in broad daylight, ha! The pirates leered and reached out their filthy hands toward the girl who resembled you. You hesitated for a moment, then finally stepped forward. But this had nothing to do with you. Why would you get involved and invite trouble? Don't come near me. What are you doing? Stop. Help. Mister, save me. Let us serve you well, beauty. Ha! The girl's screams reached your ears, accompanied by the pirate's lewd laughter. The sound of fabric tearing signaled the shredding of her white dress. In that instant, a cold gleam flashed. Your fine blade traced an elegant arc, and several jets of blood sprayed forth. The pirates, still wearing obscene grins, dropped to the ground with a thud, their heads severed from their bodies. For you, killing these weak pirates was as easy as crushing ants. You sheathed your blade, wiped the blood droplets from your face, and continued forward like an emotionless being. Thank you, mister, for stepping in. Otherwise I would have. Sob. The girl followed you like a shadow, tear tracks still on her face, wearing the torn half of her white dress. Mister, you're amazing. You killed those pirates in one go. Mister, are you a swordsman? What kind of blade is this? Does it have a name? Her slender fingers lightly tapped the scabbard of your blade, but before she could react, a flash of sword light cut through the air, severing a few strands of her hair. Come any closer, and next time it won't be your hair. You left a cold threat, and walked away alone, clutching your sword. Up. The girl covered her mouth, staring blankly at the few strands of hair that had fallen to the ground. The cut was so smooth that if it had landed on her, she would have fallen asleep without much pain. After taking a few steps, you activated your observation hockey. Despite your earlier warning, the girl, though afraid to come too close, still dared to follow you from a distance. Every time you looked back, she pretended to be bargaining with street vendors. You found it utterly ridiculous. Didn't she know about observation hockey? Speaking of hockey, after countless battles, you realized that fighting these weaklings did nothing to improve your hockey. It seems I need to challenge a strong opponent to break through in the midst of life and death. As you walked, you suddenly flickered into a side alley, quietly watching the girl who was searching for you like a fool. Whooshed. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed. As the nephew of the Navy Admiral, you naturally mastered the 6 powers of the Navy. In this situation, shave came in handy. Hey, are you looking for me? A calm voice sounded behind the girl. Feeling the cold steel at her neck, she dared not move. Big brother, could you please put that away first? It's a bit hard. Her slender fingers tapped the blade, lightly producing a clear ring. I told you if you follow me again, I'll cut off more than just your hair. I'll cut off your head. No, big brother, I'm just passing by, definitely not following you. The girl shook her head, frantically pleading with teary eyes. Since you insist on following, then follow. But only if you can keep up. You are now on a bustling street. If you started a fight, it would surely attract the Marines, though you weren't afraid Marine headquarters at Marineford was nearby. I'm not a match for an admiral yet, but that won't always be the case. Recalling the day when an admiral casually split the earth with a wave of his hand, a scene of apocalyptic destruction, your heart stirred with both battle intent and killing intent. Whooshed. You activated shave and appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. With another flicker of your form, you vanished into the distance. After several dozen breaths, you stand before a gambling den. Your observation hockey sweeps across the interior. Only drunken gamblers boasting and carousing within. Has it already moved? Or is something else amiss? You lower your gaze in quiet contemplation. The room, once filled with breathtakingly beautiful young women, has now become a gambling den. You do not know where to go, or even if you can go anywhere. Hey, haha, young sir. I've finally caught up to you. Are you heading for reincarnation? Why run so fast? You turn your gaze toward the voice. There she stands behind you, panting heavily, her cheeks flushed. Your eyes sharp as an eagle's scrutinize her. Logically, your relentless use of shave should have left even a rear admiral of the Marine headquarters struggling to close the gap in such short time. Moreover, your observation haki detected no presence behind you moments ago. Did you strike with observation haki? Or was it mere luck? You have no desire to linger. She is profoundly strange, her motives utterly inscrutable even to you. This time you walk slowly, the intense burst of shave has drained most of your stamina. Hey, young sir, where are you going? Wait for me. You wander aimlessly across the Sabaody archipelago. Passing a small stall, you pause. The vendor is a broad-faced, middle-aged man whose wooden board displays a vibrant array of multicolored candies. You've tasted these before. On your last visit, your father bought some for you. Back then you found them unbearably bitter and spat one out immediately. Sir, give me a few. Coming right up. You pay and take the candies from the vendor, pink, white, and yellow. I recall you loved the white ones. What were they called again? Bubble gum. Young sir, may I try one too? The girl leans forward from behind, mouth open, blatantly begging. You despise freeloading. Without hesitation, you toss all 3 candies into your mouth and gape wide. Want some? Take them from my mouth yourself. Really? Then thank you for the treat. Before your stunned eyes, her slender pale hand reaches straight into your mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Stop. I've got more. Pull your hand out. Choking, you shout and seize her wrist. Humph. Didn't you tell me to take them? Are you reneging? Haha. You release her hand and flip your palm outward, dropping the remaining bubblegums into hers. Madwoman. Muttering under your breath, you chew the candy as you walk away. The bitterness lingers on your tongue, yet this time you do not spit it out. No matter when I eat it, it's always unbearably bitter. It's fine. The longer you chew bubblegum, the sweeter it becomes. Just keep chewing and sweetness will bloom. Fine. Once again, that tenacious, stray dog-like figure darts up beside you. The girl gazes at you and asks, by the way, young sir, are you visiting the Sabaody archipelago for the first time? You seem unfamiliar with the place. Hey, young sir, you're so aloof. Do you even stand a chance at finding a girlfriend? Suddenly she blocks your path. Hey, young sir, do you have poor hearing? Or are you deliberately ignoring me? Do you truly dislike me? You give a slight nod and step calmly past her, walking straight ahead. Fine. Well then, this maiden is genuinely laughing in exasperation. I'm off. Your pace does not falter, but your voice, cool and detached, drifts back. I'm looking for lodging. Why didn't you say so earlier? Follow me, young sir. I happen to own a house in Sector 31. It's quite spacious, more than enough for 2. She skips merrily before you, takes your hand with effortless familiarity, and leads you toward a towering tree marked with the number 31 foot. You do not pull away, silently allowing her soft, delicate fingers to hold yours. Gazing at her white gown fluttering ahead, your mind stirs with disquiet. She bears such uncanny resemblance to your. Were it not for, I might truly believe she is your. Hey, young sir, what were you muttering just now? Oh, and I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Ro. And you? Sabog. On the high seas, aliases are indispensable, and where better to borrow one than from your dear younger brother? Sabog. A name that sounds undeniably heroic, just like you. She bites her lip, teasing lightly. You remain silent. Only a faint, quiet smile touches your lips. By nightfall, you arrive at what she calls home. A Gothic-style ancient castle, its architecture steeped in somber, shadow-draped elegance. Its eerie aura fails to stir you. After all, with strength rivaling that of a Shichibukai, such gloom holds no terror. That night, deep in slumber, you suddenly sense movement upon your body. What the devil? Your eyes snap open. A pale, slender hand glides across your torso. You seize it. Tension flares as you test her strength against your own. 1,000 words omitted. At dawn, bare-chested, you lie still, gazing down at the pure, lovely girl nestled in your arms. Your eyes drifting to the faint crimson stain blooming across the sheets. Your first time. But I must leave. With icy composure, you uphold your long-standing tradition. No guilt, no hesitation. Passion between men and women is nature's simplest truth. Sabog, are you really leaving? I haven't even shown you all my new techniques yet. Her voice is weak, her grip feeble. Yet she clings desperately to your hand, limbs limp, but will unyielding. Recalling last night, you had gone too far. Relentless, unrestrained, exploring places even you had never dared before. I'm sorry. I have urgent matters to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality. You reach for your clothes scattered across the floor, preparing to dress and depart, when a slender arm wraps tightly around your waist. Her fingertips trace slow, deliberate paths across your chest, each caress sparking electric tension along your nerves. Stop, or else. Before the threat fully forms, suffocation crashes over you. A crushing weight pins you breathless. Or else, what, you rasp, half amused. Oh, how terribly frightened I am. Her face flushes crimson, her lithe frame surges with primordial vigor. You find yourself for once unable to resist. You yield. Resistance dissolves. who decreed that a fleeting encounter cannot bloom anew. If prejudice is a mountain lodged deep within the heart, then you have just shattered it entirely. Time snapped forward with a sharp crack. 4 years had passed. 4 years since you first set foot on the Sabati archipelago. Oh, how utterly exhausted I am. 4 long years of rest. Enough is enough. It's high time I ventured beyond these shores. You resolved to leave this haven of tenderness. After all, a blood-deep vendetta still weighed upon your soul. How could love ever take precedence before vengeance was exacted? You gazed upon the girl sleeping soundly in bed. Her serene face stirred within you a storm of conflicting emotions. Hesitation gripped you tight and suffocating. Yet after a long silent reckoning, clarity pierced through. I'm leaving. Wait for me. With those words spoken, you reached for the clothes beside the bed, only for a slender hand to settle gently upon your shoulder. Sabu, why the haste? It's still early. Why not depart at dawn instead? You glanced out the window at the luminous full moon and nodded. Very well. I'll leave tomorrow. A strange eerie giggle escaped her lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long moments later, rivulets of sweat traced elegant paths down your neck, accentuating the flawless contours of your physique. Bending low, you whispered softly into her ear, Ru, do you know? I truly cherish you. You are my second woman. But your voice trembled, haunted by memory. Sometimes you remind me so fiercely of her. I almost believe you are her, and that I'm still that carefree boy unburdened by time or tragedy. But your words died mid-breath. Her brow furrowed in quiet confusion as she reached up, fingers curling tenderly around your nape. But you're not him. Ha! Her bewilderment deepened. Yet before she could speak again, you erupted into wild, hollow laughter. And in that very instant, a flash of cold steel. 2 pale hands dropped lifelessly onto the bedsheet, crimson blooming violently across the fabric, deeper than any maiden's first blush. In your grip gleamed nameless blade, its edge already descending. Sabu, what are you doing? Her voice cracked, not with fear but fury, as veins bulged starkly across her temples. She never heard your reply. Her expression froze mid-sentence. Then, torrents of blood erupted, splattering hot across your face. The blade sank deep into her throat. One final decisive stroke sealed her fate. Your acting lacks finesse, Ruru. Or should I say, CP9. At first you truly believed her identity. But suspicion took root, born from a single fateful discovery. Deep within the castle's hidden recesses, you founded a den mushy bearing the unmistakable crest of the Sky Island's sacred hoof. You'd seen such devices as a child when father took you to world government summits. They were reserved exclusively for top-tier diplomatic channels. Add to that her odd habits, secretly collecting your hair, measuring your body under the guise of training. Everything clicked. Your heart turned to ash. You'd thought this 4-year companion was heaven's mercy, a rare genuine love bestowed upon a broken man. Instead, she was merely a tool, dispatched by the world government to watch, record, and if necessary eliminate. You lifted the blood-soaked pillow, and beneath it lay the dagger meant for you, intended to strike while you lay spent and vulnerable. Gazing at its viridian blade, you sneered, mocking and weary. Oh, Ruru, poison too. Howdy lig, what a shame. Yet another mystery lingered. Over 4 years her belly remained perfectly flat. Strangely, you hadn't once deployed the baby ghost bag either. Gently you closed her wide, unblinking eyes, then dressed in silence, stepping barefoot into the silver hush of moonlight, leaving behind the castle where joy and illusion had reigned for 4 years. Oh, 4 years without action. By my reckoning, it must be nearly time for that scarlet-skinned fishman to cause chaos in the holy city of Mariajoa. Your gaze lifted toward the red line, the colossal crimson wall cleaving the world in two. Though your advanced Kenbunchaku hockey couldn't possibly pierce that distant horizon that hardly hindered your theatrical flair. Let me shake this ocean once more. Waha! You arrived at the cove where you'd hidden your vessel 4 years prior. Before you sat a modest, slightly weathered skiff, intact, unrotted. With effortless grace you vaulted aboard. Has it been built from atom wood? You plunged your trusted katana, now jet black, transformed by years of relentless use, into the water and began rowing. Once white, the blade had matured into a true black blade, christened Nameless. In your hands it sliced the waves more deftly than any oar. Nameless murmured inwardly, I'd rather have rotted quietly in the deep. These past 4 years had not been idle indulgence. By day you honed your hockey and forged your body, how occasionally you tempered your sword. By night, while duties were dutifully fulfilled. Notably, your physical growth had begun to plateau. No matter how rigorously you trained, gains dwindled, until progress ceased altogether. Yet your hockey flourished steadily with age. You sensed it one pivotal battle, one perfect catalyst, and you'd ascend to the pinnacle, earning your place among the world's elite. If only I'd drawn the invincible body refinement trait, my physical stats would have soared past 2,000 by now. You grumbled, unaware that at your pace, 4 intense sessions daily, each lasting 2 hours, a normal man would have been reduced to dust long ago. Even Ruru, a CP9 agent trained since childhood, had confessed she couldn't endure your stamina. Over 4 years your physique rose by 75 points, current value 1495. Alone aboard your skiff you steered defiantly against the current, toward the red line. 19999, 200, huff, huff. Lying back on the deck you wiped sweat from your brow, then slowly rose, eyes fixed on the vast crimson wall drawing ever nearer. The red line stood like a celestial curtain dividing the world above the decadent celestial dragons, below the suffering masses. To you it held no moral weight. You'd spent half your life atop that very pyramid. Still hasn't arrived? Fisher Tiger moves painfully slow. You stared up at the barren rust-red cliff face and muttered. Yes, Fisher Tiger himself was red, but even that wouldn't obscure him from your supreme-grade Kinbunchikahaki. I should have stopped at more marine bases along the way. After all the Grand Line teams with them. To seize this chance you'd hastily raised several bases, but many remained untouched. A news hawk soared overhead snatching up a coin you'd tossed skyward, dropping a newspaper before winging off to its next delivery. I wonder, how does hawk meat taste? All that flying must make the flesh incredibly firm. You watched the black speck vanish into the distance, uttering the most audacious culinary speculation imaginable. Giggle giggle. Ha ha ha, I jest. I never eat birds. Only others ever get to feast on my birds. The hawk recoiled mid-air, as if a freight train had just flattened its dignity, let out a frantic squawking protest, and flapped away in panicked haste. Ha ha ha. First let's pay the Pirate King's crew a visit. Ruru's devoted care these past 4 years had softened your edges, yet you knew with iron certainty that your blood oath remained unfulfilled. On the sun-drenched beach a tall, gaunt elder with snow-white hair reclined in a chair basking in the rare warmth of daylight. A few delicate flower petals bloomed atop his partially bald crown as if nature herself had crowned him with blossoms. Hey, Grandpa. And before the small boat even touched shore you leapt ashore, eager unbidden. The old man before you was none other than Dr. Kuroka's legendary ship physician of the Pirate King's crew. And you landed with a soft thud, imprinting your footprint onto the fine sand, then strode toward the elderly man still lounging in sunglasses, eyes closed in serene repose. Well now, what a coincidence. Here I am strolling along, and suddenly, I find myself face to face with Dr. Kuroka's former physician to the Pirate King himself. You settled cross-legged beside him, without invitation, soaking up the rare golden sunlight, just as he did. And I too used to adore sunbathing as a boy, but alas I gave it up long ago. Young man, sunlight does wonders for the body. Our captain, for instance, avoided it entirely, and fell gravely ill. The elder removed his sunglasses and rolled onto his side, fixing you with a sharp, knowing gaze. In Chun Xia, the Navy Slayer. What brings you to my humble isle? Though age has softened my bones, my medical arts remain unwavering. So long as it's not terminal, I'll do all I can. Navy Slayer, and you blinked, confused. Your bounty poster bore the title Demon's Last Bloodline, not this strange new epithet. My apologies. It slipped my mind. You've slaughtered 7 marine bases in just half a year at sea. Naturally pirates call you the Navy Slayer. So young man, what ailment troubles you? Speak freely. If curable, I shall spare no effort. No really. I'm perfectly healthy. And you gestured helplessly to your own rosy, vibrant cheeks. Your complexion is one, your eyes hollow. Clear signs of depleted kidney chi. Young man, as one who's walked this path before, I urge you temper your passions. Restraint is wisdom. As a seasoned elder I implore you, restrain yourself from indulging in fleeting beauty. He lectured on earnest and unrelenting, so much so that you finally surrendered. To argue further would only deepen the misunderstanding. Worse, he recited details of your life with uncanny precision, how many times you'd submitted assignments over 4 years, how often you'd taken flight. A euphemism you'd never uttered aloud. And truly only a man who'd served aboard the Pirate King's vessel, calmly commanding respect even over Roger himself, could possess such insight. And brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Hey Grandpa, do you recognize this? You interrupted his vivid recounting and held up the jade pendant your father had pressed into your hands. A relic you'd shown to countless souls, yet none had recognized. Its very significance, entrusted personally by your father, suggested hidden weight, perhaps even the truth behind that fateful catastrophe. And you could neither trust nor believe that Admiral Kong, the Navy's supreme commander, your father's younger brother, your own uncle, would unleash the Buster Call upon his own nation. This. Nee's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, as if gazing upon something long vanished from reality. And cough. Are you Prince Chinxia of the St. Rose Kingdom? You nodded, faintly bewildered by his visceral reaction, and silently wondered, could this pendant truly conceal a secret of world-shaking magnitude? That explains it. 20 years ago we sailed past what was hailed as the wealthiest nation on the Grand Line. Our captain insisted on meeting its sovereign, the legendary ruler himself. NWE met him, and immediately dragged him into drinking. But the king refused, laughing that his wife would make him kneel and scrub floors if she caught him. Ha ha ha. NW nearly died laughing on the spot. Later they dueled over the matter, Winner dictates terms. Who won in the end? Dr. Kurokas took a slow sip of wine and burst into hearty laughter. And neither won. Mid-duel a woman strode forward, wielding a hammer so colossal it defied reason. His expression shifted, haunted awestruck, as if reliving an impossible memory. In one strike. Just one. And both our captain and the king slumped into deep, dreamless sleep. We anchored there overnight. Before departing, the captain concealed the extra eternal pose to laugh tail inside this very pendant, and entrusted it to your father, not cold breath caught in your throat. You'd never imagined this secret entwined with the One Piece itself. Its scale staggering, its implications seismic. In Does Father Wish Me to Sail to Laugh Tale? Is the truth of that tragedy buried there? You spoke with Dr. Kurokas atop Twin Cape until dusk, until an unexpected guest arrived. In Chun Xia, the Navy Slayer. I am Mihawk, a swordsman sworn to become the world's greatest. I challenge you. Your Kinbunchika haki had sensed the young man long before he appeared, still raw, still unrefined. Yet you'd resolved to leave behind the echoes of past rivalries, only for this youth to recklessly step into your path. Resistance became inevitable. Oh ho ho ho, a mere boy, challenging me with that little blade. Ha ha ha. Laughing, you raised your nameless sword. Its blade trembled, not with fear, but anticipation. For days it had served as, or now at last it thirsted for battle. Shoo. In the black blade cleaved the air, its passage shrieking like tortured metal. A vast blood-red crescent of sword energy surged toward the youthful Mihawk. Remarkably, you'd attained sword master status 3 years prior. Yet even now Mihawk's latent power shimmered with terrifying promise, already a master swordsman, perhaps on the cusp of becoming a grand sword master. And you dared not underestimate him. Kinbunchaku flared. Then came wave after wave of crimson sword chi, relentless, overwhelming. Indeed, as rumor claims, you wield steel with peerless grace. Naviridian slash shattered your onslaught, its momentum undiminished as it streaked toward you. And hey, Dr. Kurokas, move aside. I can't spare attention for you. Black armament haki surged over your hand, coiling thick and dense around the already obsidian blade. In one sword style, overwhelmingly ordinary strike. Your naming flare remained, as ever, gloriously unrefined. Boom! In crimson and emerald energies collided midair like twin rainbows, shattering the sky, detonating the sea into towering geysers, carving craters into the waves. In Mihawk was a prodigy, his swordsmanship astonishingly advanced for his years, nearing grand swordmaster rank. Yet youth remained his flaw, his physique, his haki, still ascending. Yours, however, stood one step shy of mastery in both colors. After a day and night of relentless combat, your black blade rested gently against Mihawk's throat. With the gentle authority of an elder, you said, "Young pirate, next time remember your manners. No more relieving yourself wherever you please. Chinxia, next time I challenge you, I'll definitely win." You stand before the lighthouse, gazing at the coffin ship receding into the distance, murmuring softly to yourself, how did Mihawk in his youth resemble that stubborn, iron-headed Zoro? Though Mihawk is formidable, you are clearly stronger. Your dual-colored haki combined with your terrifying physical endurance drained him completely until a single ordinary strike sent him kneeling. Indeed, haki remains the true hard currency of the Grand Line, but alas, I haven't awakened Haushika haki. Even clearing out foot soldiers requires painstaking effort one by one. If only I could rival Shanks, whose mere gaze fells legions like wheat before the scythe, truly a slaughterer of underlings. You spent 2 days with the elderly Kokoro in Twin Cape, absorbing countless tidbits on health and vitality, yet still no sign of Fisher Tiger. Where is that red-skinned fishman? If he doesn't appear soon, I'll truly depart. Under moonlight, you stand aboard your small boat, your Kinbunchaku haki sweeping across the red line. For nights on end you've slept here. The old man Kokoro insists the lighthouse is too cramped for two. Finally arrived. Your Kinbunchaku haki detects a deep crimson figure standing at the base of the red line. At once you plunge the black blade whooming into the water and use it as in or propelling yourself forward. By the time you reach the cliff's edge, Fisher Tiger has already begun his ascent, barely scaling 1/10 of its height. You mutter under your breath, sheathing whooming across your back before climbing after him. Fisher Tiger is far weaker than expected. Half a day, and he's barely climbed this far. As for stamina, you are unmatched. A 4-year battle against CP9 stands unparalleled in pirate history. Hands and feet move in perfect concert. Your body clings and surges up the sheer rock face like a gecko, swiftly closing the gap on the crimson fishman. Hey, you human. Who are you? You slow your pace to match Fisher Tiger's ascending side by side. He glares fiercely, jaws agape, revealing rows of sharp predatory teeth. Oh ho ho ho. Young fishman. When speaking to elders, courtesy is paramount. With a single punch, you drive your fist deep into the unyielding cliffside, leaving a crater the size of a human skull. You know well Fisher Tiger's bitter hatred toward humans forged by trauma. Reason will not be heard until strength is first demonstrated. It wasn't I who enslaved you. prove your mettle by slaying a few world nobles. Internally you scoff, but outwardly you smile warmly. After all, you need him to incite chaos. Only then can your own plans unfold unhindered. Ha ha ha. Dear Fishman brother, I bear no racial prejudice. Tonight we shall liberate the slaves of Mary Geos. Together. At these words the tension eases slightly across Fisher Tiger's scarlet fish face, clearly shaken by your speed in overtaking him and the raw power behind that cratered blow. Very well. We'll split up, I'll free the captives, you cover their escape. A mastermind behind the Mary Geos assault, and founder of the Sun Pirates. His mind is anything but simple. He assigns you the most perilous, demanding task, not out of trust but suspicion. Should you accompany him directly, he fears betrayal from behind. You nod, faintly smiling, then surge upward, leaving him far below. Soon you arrive at Mary Geos, the so-called Holy Land, where the celestial dragons dwell in obscene opulence, reducing even peerless beauties to chattel slaves they disdain to acknowledge. You think, why should they get away with this? Even my old man and I aren't allowed to go out for coffee, get caught, and we're subjected to love-based discipline. Moonlight stretches your tall, lean silhouette across the stone. Bored, you wait idly. Kinbunchika Haki senses a crimson fishman inching upward with agonizing slowness. Pathetically slow. Weak. No wonder he bled profusely from mere gunfire, and refused transfusions even while dying, clinging stubbornly to defeat. Watching Fisher Tiger below memory's surface, his ignoble and a revolutionary who stormed Mary Geos, yet fell to a nameless soldier's bullet. Rustle. A cascade of pebbles tumbles down. Then a massive webbed crimson hand grips the cliff's edge, hauling its owner upward. Let's begin. Fisher Tiger whispers near your ear before dashing toward the distant, brilliantly lit district. You remain rooted, watching the towering figure like a fool. Damn it. Does he want to be spotted? Can't he at least conceal himself? Fine. Off he goes, that crimson silhouette crashing onto the ground before inching forward like a maggot in a latrine. Wordlessly you turn away. Truly you cannot fathom how he ever liberated thousands. If survival odds are slim this time, then let this legendary captain take flight once more. No regrets left behind. You gaze up at the full moon, thoughts drifting back to your past life. A wretched office drone. Once merely glancing too long at your boss's stunning wife earned you a midnight shift until 3 a.m. Returning home, you'd stare at the moon, imagining it was that plump pig's lovely spouse, and vent your frustration accordingly. This time no fantasy, just pure catharsis. Kinbunchiko Haki sweeps outward, not enough to blanket all of Mary Geos, yet sufficient to map every soul within 10 kilometers. No one nearby, time to take flight. Been too long since last flight, rusty now? Blame row, dragging me into daily sparring, leaving no time to soar. A strange resonant sound echoes across the red line, its implication best left unspoken. This is Haushika Haki. Just as you prepare to descend, a familiar yet alien force floods your body, identical in essence to the Haushiku clash you endured for years ago. It is Haushika Haki. Can a captain's mid-flight awakening trigger Haushiku? That's utterly absurd. Suddenly Fisher Tiger's death at the hands of grunts seems less improbable. After all, you awaken Haushiku before even landing. That defies logic far more. Then again, why not? If tiny dwarves can father children with 8-foot-tall matriarchs, then in the world of One Piece nothing is impossible. Boom. A pillar of fire erupts in the distance, yanking you back to reality. You unsheath, wombing eyes locking onto the panicked, fleeing crowd. Murderous intent surging like a rising tide. A wild, manic laugh bursts from your throat. Cuckoo. Let you swine taste the agony I've borne. Wombing, tonight drink your fill of blood. Wombing replies, and what about my suffering? Being wielded as in ori. Clutching the black blade you stride toward the glittering, opulent buildings in the distance. You suspect the buster call was not ordered by Admiral Kazan, but directly by the world government itself. After all, which admiral would ever deploy admirals in a buster call? Don't come any closer. You slash down a crippled marine officer sprawled on the ground. Plenty of prey remains. Ha. Blood drenches your body. Your black blade, now crimson and crusted thick with dried gore, gleams ominously. From the moment you breached Mary Geos, slaughter became your sole language. Marine CP-9 agents none spared. As for Fisher Tiger's plea to cover the slaves' retreat, you scoffed. If I eliminate everyone, they can simply walk away at their leisure. That's protection too, albeit unconventional. Oh, look who's here. A big fish. You wipe the coagulated blood from your blade and flash forward with Soru materializing beside a wounded celestial dragon clad in tattered spacesuit armor, utterly unguarded. Even amid Mary Geos' chaos, celestial dragons are never left defenseless. CP0 shadows should have been omnipresent. Filth. Kneel before me. Now or else. Bang. Or else what? Swine. You kick his bloated belly with brutal force, silencing his snarling mid-sentence. Truly baffling. I hold your life in my hands, yet you still dare sneer. Crack. A cruel smirk curls your lips as your boot grinds mercilessly, snapping his limbs one by one. He writhes on the ground, a heaving mound of blubbery flesh that repulses you utterly. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder such an ancient inbred lineage produces faces slick with grease and bodies swollen like hogs. Truly revolting. Ha 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 ha. Laughing, you stomp your mud and blood-smeared size 44 boot deep into his fleshy face. Though smaller than your father's, and far less pungent, it delivers devastating, undeniable damage. Filth. I'll kill you. The grotesque celestial dragon bellows, eyes bursting with crimson, veins locked onto you in blind fury. Oh dear, I'm absolutely terrified of threats. You press both palms to your cheeks in exaggerated fright. Ha ha ha. The filth is scared. Ha ha. Quickly lift me up, you wretch. Or else cough cough. With a slight shift of weight, your boot crushes his skull. Then you chuckle softly. Apologies, I've always feared threats. So please die. I'll send your family to keep you company. No need to be lonely. You reduce his head to pulp with your blade, then exhale a faint, disdainful snort. Wiping crimson specks from your cheek, you fix your gaze upon several distant flickering lights. The loyal CP0 hounds finally arriving. Schwa. A scarlet sword beam cleaves the air. You know it won't pierce CP0, but why not clear the underlings first? This will be no mere skirmish. Interruptions are unacceptable. He killed a saint. It's over. We're doomed. 3 CP0 agents arrive. 2 men, 1 woman. The female agent collapses into hysterical shrieks upon seeing her master reduced to a shapeless mass of gore, as if mourning her own father. You cross your arms, blade resting against your shoulders, studying the swell beneath her uniform with detached curiosity. No, we must kill him, or none of us survive. The trio, white masks gleaming, charge. 1 male agent radiating overwhelming aura hurls a searing fireball straight at you. Boom. Flames erupt skyward. You stare at the crater, over 30 meters wide, ripped open beside you. Your expression hardens, armament hockey surges across your frame like obsidian armor. Slash after slash arcs through air, but each strike misses. Their Kinbunchika hockey is flawless, evasion is instinctual, effortless. Schwa. A vacuum blade slices toward your kidney from behind, saved only by your ever-active Kinbunchika hockey. Huff, huff. A woman this treacherous. Her response is relentless Rankyaku. Vacuum slashes carving furrows across the earth like plows. Kinbunchaku guides you again, barely dodging her lethal leg strike. Then you pivot, unleashing a colossal sword beam wreathed in torrential armament hockey. When both combatants wield Kinbunchaku at near equal mastery, victory demands overwhelming superiority, not skill alone. Dawn bleeds across the horizon, its golden light bathing your ravaged, scarred body. Before you stand 2 towering figures, still unbowed. You spit a mouthful of blood. They fare no better, battered, bleeding, and one's right arm hangs limp. After hours of battle, you exploited Rokushiki's advanced technique, flowing Sakura, to ambush the weakest, her delicate frame, collapsing mask slipping to reveal a face of unearthly beauty. You murmured, half amused, half disgusted, celestial dragons may be hideous, but their taste in loyal hounds is scandalously refined. They preach purity, yet choose only beauties as their faithful dogs. Disgraceful waste. Your armament hockey has long surpassed intermediate mastery. You could have used flowing Sakura anytime. But restraint with strategy lull them into complacency, then strike true. Kami, if we don't subdue him now, witnesses will arrive, and we're finished. The one with the shattered arm glances at the carnage. Fear flickers in his eyes. A dog beaten by its master even after death still trembles at the memory. HN. I know. You lock eyes with the second agent, the one who answered. His white suit bears faint stains, his raven-masked face exudes oppressive pressure as though your very soul recoils. One elite rear admiral, strong but not quite admiral tier. The other, slightly stronger, perhaps vice admiral level, but not yet admiral. Acceptable odds. And perhaps my armament hockey might ascend further in this crucible. Acceptable odds. And perhaps my armament hockey might ascend further in this crucible. You bear the D. Blood, but your physical constitution remains merely rear admiral grade. Even with advanced dual hockey, you stand only at the upper echelon of rear admirals. Yet you face one peer, and another just beyond you, a vice admiral. Ahahaha. Today Chinxia collects 4 years' interest. Footsteps thunder, Soru ignites. You vanish, reappearing mid-laugh, black blade, blazing vivid crimson. Schwa. The 2 CP0 agents waste no words. One unleashes Rankyaku, its vacuum wave shrieking like tearing metal. The other charges, gripping a colossal fireball that ignites the very air. Boom. A crater over 10 meters deep erupted on the spot, scorching heat exceeding thousands of degrees saturated the air, while fissures spiderwebbed across the ground. Dust choked the battlefield. 2 CP0 agents scanned with their Kinbunchika hockey, but detected no trace of you. The slightly weaker one exhaled in relief. What a madman, daring to slay a holy one. Even if he dies, our fate won't be any gentler. But before he could finish, a black blade gleaming with crimson light plunged straight into his heart. A vicious twist shattered the organ, blood spattered from his mouth thick with viscera. His eyes bulged wide as he collapsed rigidly, dying without ever comprehending how you evaded his kinbunchika haki. Moments earlier, seizing their distraction, toward the front you dragged your broken body behind them. You looked ghastly, left arm dangling lifelessly, bones pulverized, scars crisscrossed your frame, hair charred black. You hadn't dodged that last strike. You knew well that defeating them required shattering their kinbunchika haki. At the cost of your left arm and 128 wounds, you suppressed your aura to absolute zero, slipping unseen behind them, delivering death's final stroke. Madman, die! The other CP0 roared, hurling a blazing fireball wreathed in pitch-black armament haki. His kinbunchiku screamed warning. Your mind cursed aloud, unscrupulous youth. Attacking this 9999-year-old elder. The black fireball hurtled toward you, impossibly fast. You twisted desperately to evade. Kinbunchika shrieked, leg, dead. Run. Your leg retorted, run. You run it. Even foresight couldn't save you. Your physical constitution remained the fatal bottleneck. Nerves lagged far behind cognition. Bang. The fireball contracted, then detonated violently. Its black armament haki tearing through your own defensive layer, burrowing inward to ravage your flesh. Intense heat seared your unprotected body. Internal destruction. Agony like blades carving your insides contorted your face. Then sheer concussive force hurled you backward. Gritting your teeth, you braced yourself on your trembling black blade. Surging armament haki ripped away scorched skin, exposing raw, glistening muscle. CP0 seized the opening, launching a razor wind kick that sent you crashing to the ground before you could even rise. A grotesque wound split your chest, blood gushed from your mouth. Dressed in a blood-soaked white suit, the CP0 advanced slowly, lifting his size, 48-foot sole coated in black armament haki. That massive obsidian foot descended. Impact would mean certain game over. At the critical instant, your innate passive ability, the D, clan's signature trait, activated relentless sit UPS. No way in hell. With vengeance still unclaimed, I will not fall here. Bang. You caught the descending foot barehanded. His razor wind sharp enough to cleave steel, locked motionless in your grip. The CP0 froze stunned, trying futilely to retract his leg. Damn it. Is this kid some kind of monster? His colossal foot remained trapped in your grasp. You grinned, a jagged slash of crimson bleeding down your cracked cheek. Thank you, master, for your teachings. Now let me test just how well I've learned. True to the D, clan's legendary advantage. When they grow stronger, you grow stronger. When they weaken, you surge beyond. In that crucible of life and death, your dual-colored haki shattered, its final barrier ascending to the pinnacle. Torrents of violet-black armament haki surged forth, flooding the earth into an abyssal sea. Reaching the apex didn't merely refine its quality, it exponentially amplified its quantity. This is impossible. How could you possess such haki? The white-suited CP0 staggered back, then froze. Within that black sea, even lifting a foot to flee was denied him. Seconds later, a masked head, eyes wide with disbelief, rolled onto the blood-stained ground. You kicked aside the crow-shaped mask, gazed at his face, and shook your head. Tisk tisk tsk, celestial dragons have refined taste. Handsome, yes, but not nearly as handsome as me. Handsome, yes, but not nearly as handsome as me. Your kinbunchiku expanded across dozens of kilometers. Your gaze darkened. Everywhere you saw slaughter, despair, screams, bestial roars, and frenzied men unleashing raw animalistic lust. Public lewdness. Disregarding this captain's dignity. Then off you go. A flash of sword light. Miles away atop a city street, a towering man pinning a female guard was decapitated mid-leer, his foolish grin frozen in death. You blurred forward, arriving beside the fallen head in seconds. The guard's delicate face lifted toward you. She clasped her hands shyly and whispered, "Thank you." Your black blade slid home into its sheath. Her beautiful eyes widened, then dimmed in silent, bitter regret. "Apologies, I disdain filth." You glanced briefly at the snow-white flesh exposed beneath her torn garments at her splayed legs, then walked onward without pause. After all, even though Ro served in CP9, she was still a virgin, whereas that rotting carcass sprawled below. Not worth a single glance. "Sister, run. The world government's agents are closing in." From afar, three small figures, one black-haired, one orange-haired, one green-haired, spotted you, a blood-crusted specter striding through the inferno. Their tiny legs pumped faster. "Boa Hancock, you'll make a formidable warrior someday." Annihilating the entire Marine force was your sole life's purpose, the very flame keeping you alive. Yet such an immense ambition was impossible alone. Even now, a single fleet admiral would extinguish you instantly, like a V8 engine stalling mid-rev. Whoosh! You materialized before the three children. "Hello, little ones. Where are you off to? Care to join your big brother?" You bent low, blocking their path, smiling warmly at the black-haired girl leading them. Admittedly, she hadn't yet matured, her figure still slender, but her delicate features already promised breathtaking beauty. Bang! Ah, my hand slipped. Boa Hancock. Your smile stiffened as you clutched your stomach staring at the fierce little girl who'd just struck you. Lightly tapping her forehead, you chuckled, "Ha! I'm no villainous uncle, you know. Ha! I'm no villainous uncle, you know." Laughing heartily, you blinked, and found the trio sprinting away, glancing back with undisguised disdain. Watching them vanish, you twitched at the corner of your mouth, ran a calloused hand over your rough face, and watched flakes of blackened crust fall silently to the ground. Fine, fine. I knew my looks were flawless. How could mere children find me frightening? Clearly, I just hadn't groomed myself yet. In an instant, your appearance transformed, charred skin scrubbed, clean, tattered, blood-stained rags replaced by a pristine white suit, plucked no doubt from some celestial dragon's wardrobe. You reappeared before the fleeing trio, grinning, ready to deliver a perfectly arrogant monologue, only for young Boa Hancock to deliver a devastating elbow strike straight to your temple. "Ganner, little Boa, I'll kill you." Rubbing the fresh red mark on your cheek, you bellowed after their retreating forms. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed rapidly. Before the eye could blink, you stood before the three children. "Hey brats, am I really that terrifying?" You pointed at your handsome face, yet all three stared wide-eyed. Not at you, but behind you. "Is something behind me?" They nodded in unison. Instantly, you leapt backward. Armament hockey coiled around your black blade as you slashed, sending a razor-sharp sword wave hurtling behind you. Clang! Your observation hockey swept across the billowing dust cloud. Frowning, you stepped forward to shield the children, eyes locked warily on the towering figure emerging from the haze. Sengoku. Clad in his navy coat, and still young, Sengoku wasted no words, transforming instantly into a colossal golden Buddha, then unleashing a devastating shockwave with a single sweep of his hand. Boom. You had no choice. Dodging meant leaving the three children reduced to ash. Standing firm was your only option. Your arms darkened instantly. Deep violet streaks bloomed across your skin as the golden shockwave crashed against you and shattered harmlessly. Shaking out your numb arms, you shouted over your shoulder, "Run." Before the echo faded, Boa Hancock had already sprinted over 100 meters, dragging her two younger sisters along, yet leaving you behind entirely. Huh. Demon bloodline descendant Shinxia. You dare assault Mariajoa? Your crime is unforgivable. Hey, I didn't do anything. Not a thing. You spun, unleashed a slashing strike, then dashed after the fleeing trio, hoisting all three in one fluid motion as you bolted toward the distant crimson silhouette ahead. Though you couldn't defeat an admiral and battle escape was still within reach, or so it should have been. If you truly escaped, Sengoku's title as admiral would carry more than a hint of irony. Your sole advantage, hockey, was barely enough to withstand him. A prolonged combat would expose your frail constitution, sapping even your strength to move. Death would follow swiftly, hence your desperate dash toward Fisher Tiger. "Hey Captain, I've handled this, now it's yours." You barreled past him, kicking up a plume of dust. "What the A? Admiral?" Fisher Tiger had barely fanned away the dust before confronting Sengoku. The Navy's legendary strategist admiral, draped in the mantle of justice, hailed as the fleet's supreme combatant. His face paled, yet he stood firm. Not for you, but for the vast throng of terrified slaves fleeing behind him. "So, you're the captain of the Demon Bloodline's crew. A captain who commands such evil must be vile beyond measure." With mountainous grandeur, the golden Buddha's colossal palm descended without hesitation. "Hey, don't underestimate me, Sengoku." Your black blade trembled violently in your grip, eager, almost alive for this clash. Ultimate ordinary strike. 100-meter-long sword wave, black and crimson, tore across the sky, colliding with the descending palm. Black and crimson lightning crackled like serpentine thunder, wild and unchained. Horror flooded your gaze as the palm obliterated your sword wave and kept falling, unstoppable. Time to run, Fisher Tiger. You seized the three children and fled, abandoning a thoroughly bewildered captain. "Are you kidding me? My ultimate technique couldn't match his basic attack. How impossibly strong is this admiral?" Boom. Clearly you'd overestimated your evasion skills. The five of you were hurled through the air. Mid-flight, you unleashed armament hockey outward, encasing the children in a protective shell. Without it, the impact alone would have killed them. As for your captain, you thought not my strike. Why should I care? Whoosh. Amid stunned silence from the masses of enslaved people below, you plunged straight downward, toward the red line. Only a genius like me could devise such a brilliant gambit at the critical moment. You raised a thumb amid the howling wind. Uncle, you're an absolute fool. We'll be crushed to death." Boa Hancock writhed desperately in your arms, tears streaming from her wide, terrified eyes. Well, just escaped captivity, only to meet a wicked uncle like you. I want to live." Gently stroking her hair, you spoke softly, "Boa Hancock, if you call me master, I swear you won't be crushed. And I'll teach you hockey, so you may one day exact vengeance." "Really?" Her eyes widened, burning with a fierce, vengeful light. "Master. Excellent. Today your master shall show you what it means to be the world's most enduring man. With a sweeping gesture, torrents of armament haki surged forth, thickening and reinforcing the already dense spherical barrier surrounding you. This is the caliber of haki possessed only by admirals. Truly formidable. Whoosh. The obsidian sphere plummeted from 10,000 meters, slamming into the sea and erupting into a cataclysmic tidal wave. Gazing at the children's awestruck faces, you laughed heartily, your haki surging forth recklessly, boundlessly. Oh no, I overdid it, it's running out. A hollow emptiness washed over you. Your vision dimmed, your body went slack. The massive black sphere floating atop the waves shattered instantly, revealing for bedraggled, soot-streaked figures inside. You'd overestimated your newly ascended peak tier haki, underestimated its staggering consumption rate, and gravely misjudged your capacity for theatrical bravado. When consciousness returned, a warm little hand withdrew from your cheek. Clutching your lower back, you pushed yourself upright. Dear disciple, where are we? You surveyed the endless expanse of ocean, dazed mind still fogged. Master, you're awake. We're in the calm belt. The calm belt. Rubbing your dull, heavy temples, you gradually regained clarity. Why on earth did we come here? To go home. The green-haired girl pointed toward a distant horizon. That's Amazon Lily, our home. Bewildered, you followed her finger. Only endless blue sky and sea met your gaze. Even your observation haki swept across the void, finding nothing but emptiness. Tell me, do any of you actually know where Amazon Lily lies? Master, we always sailed there aboard ship. We only know it's somewhere in the calm belt. Master, do you know? Gently stroking her hair, you declared proudly, of course. I don't. You gaze at Boa Hancock, a little girl brimming with delight as she shares candy with her sisters. Your thoughts drift back to the vanished joys of your former life. If only that accident had never happened, perhaps our child with Yura would already be about the same age as little Boa. Back then we even agreed if it were a boy we'd name him Chin Jing, if a girl Chin Chien. Huh, I really was so mischievous back then. A few tears slipped down your handsome cheeks. Master. What's wrong, Master? Why are you crying? Did Yura take your candy? Here, take it. Little Boa, still clad in her tattered prison garb, offers you several candies with her small, clean hands. Huh. Yura is such a sweetheart. Master doesn't need candy. Go ahead and eat. You shift from tears to laughter, ruffling her hair, as your eyes sweep across the endless, windless expanse, stretching in every direction. Your head throbs with dismay. Ugh. Bitter. So bitter. Boa spits out a green candy, the bubblegum you bought. You crouch down and repeat word for word what Ro once told you. Now it's sweet. Time slips swiftly by. It's been 4 days adrift upon the sea. With the 3 little ones beside you, solitude never truly sets in. Boom. You sit idly on the gunwale when suddenly the boat shudders violently. Towering waves erupt from the sea surface, and your Kinbunshiko haki senses a colossal presence surging upward from the depths. A sea king. Haven't seen one since, well, last time. A mountain-sized creature breaches the water, drenching you in a deluge. Instantly you're a bedraggled, dripping fowl. Its enormous house-sized yellow eye locks onto you. Roar. You glare at it, a sovereign contempt blazing in your gaze, as you stand tall, arms folded behind your back. Why isn't it fainting yet? Is my Haushika haki fake? Sensing the 3 expectant gazes behind you, and observing the Sea King's utter lack of reaction, you curse inwardly that crimson-haired man who could fell Sea Kings with a single glance, over 10,000 times. Since you won't submit willingly, I'll simply have to compel you. Deep breaths. It's perfectly normal to feel dizzy. Don't worry, it'll pass in a moment. You leap into midair and drive a fist straight into its massive skull, armament haki coiling around your knuckles like blackened lightning. The Sea King slumps into unconsciousness. Thud. Splash splash. The hundreds of meters long Leviathan crashes back into the sea, unleashing another tidal wave that soaks the 3 little ones huddled behind you, now thoroughly drenched. Hee hee. You exchange glances with the 3 little ones, and without a word, all 4 break into unrestrained shared laughter. Floating motionlessly on the water's surface, the Sea King stares up at the scene aboard the boat, eyes rolled white, utterly paralyzed. You step elegantly onto its mountainous corpse, black blade wooming in hand, selecting the most succulent cuts and slicing them with practiced precision. Wooming, fine. First a paddle, now a cleaver. I should have just rusted quietly underground as scrap iron. Over the next few days, Sea Kings, apparently moved by your dire straits, volunteer themselves as delivery couriers. You pick a strand of meat from between your teeth, savoring the rich oceanic flavor, and gaze expectantly across the placid sea, waiting until nightfall, yet no further Sea King appears. Little Boa, no meat for dinner tonight. I'm afraid today's luck ran thin. At those words, Boa Hancock, still wiping grease from her lips, slumps in quiet disappointment. That evening, wooming draws forth from its scabbard. You deftly lower the blade into the water and begin rowing. Sorry, wooming. This calm belt offers neither wind nor vessel, so I must ask yet more of you. You glance sideways at the battered hole-riddled scabbard and offer gentle reassurance. Don't fret. I'll buy you a finer one once I'm wealthy enough. Wu Ming remains silent, though its mute reproach seems to extend quite pointedly to your dearly departed parents. After days of rowing, your Kinbunshiku Haki finally detects an island. Lush verdant cloaked in dense forest. About 50 kilometers left. Freedom is within reach. Yes, though you can't confirm whether it's Nine Snake Island after nearly 10 days afloat, all you yearn for is solid, unyielding earth beneath your feet. Glancing at the three little ones sleeping soundly, you slip quietly into the sea. Let's catch a fish for lunch. After swimming a short while, you spot a cluster of sea kings gathered together. There are so many in the water. Why has not a single one dared approach the surface? Unbeknownst to you, over these days you've hunted every sea king you encountered, devoured them whole, and carelessly discarded their bones, terrifying these naive leviathans into submission. You swim upward, dragging a 100-meter-long sea king, bovine head, serpentine body, toward the surface. Ah, wah. Master, where did you go? Don't abandon your wah. Before even nearing the boat, your Kinbunshiku Haki catches Boa Hancock's heart-wrenching sobs. Little Boa, are you truly a crybaby? Your two sisters haven't shed a tear. With a splash, you land barefoot on the tiny vessel, flip-flops flapping, grinning playfully at Boa, still wiping away tears. Master. Where were you? The moment she sees you, Boa frantically rubs away her tears and lunges forward, leaping onto your shoulders and clinging there with a petulant little huff. Wait. Get down first. Have you gained weight? You're crushing me. Once she slides down, you gesture toward the unfortunate sea king bobbing on the waves. Went fishing for your supper. Soon you'll witness Master's culinary artistry. Few ever get to taste it. Of course, no true artistry exists, only brute force skill. You kindle a fire and roast the meat. No seasonings, no embellishment. Yet the aroma alone reduces the three little ones to drooling, bouncing, impatient pleading. Watching them leap and dance, tugging at your sleeve, a tender smile softens your lips. I lied to you. I truly cherish this life. Alas. Is it ready yet, Master? Can't you hurry? You're starving. Almost. Patience, dear one, a haste makes waste. After the feast, you retrieve Wu Ming and resume your rhythmic rowing. Little Boa, come see. Is that Nine Snake Island? You wave to Boa Hancock, who's still gnawing gleefully on a massive marrow bone, both hands gripping it with zero regard for decorum. Ha. Recalling the icy, awe-inspiring Empress of the Seas from your past life's anime, and contrasting her with this earthy, unrefined little Boa, the sheer dissonance bursts forth in an irrepressible snort of laughter. Hey, what's so funny, Master? Nothing at all. I'm simply overjoyed to see land. Anything wrong? Boa walks to your side, peers ahead at the island, and freezes jaw slack, the marrow bone slipping forgotten from her grasp. Home. We're truly home. Moa, Master, thank you. Xiao Boya seized the moment. Her lips brushed your cheek before she dashed away, blushing fiercely, leaving you standing alone, utterly flustered in the wind. A black-tipped arrow wrapped in jet-black armament Haki whistled toward you. With a casual grasp and a subtle twist, the wooden shaft crumbled to dust. The outward surge of your armament Haki instantly stunned the assailant where he stood. You leapt ashore, the serene mood shattered by the ambush. If the attacker failed to offer a justifiable explanation, no matter her gender or beauty, she would not escape your reckoning. You seized the assailant, a stunning woman clad in minimal attire. Yet such sights held no novelty for you. Indeed, you had known her intimately before. A sharp slap jolted her awake. Who are you? Daring to invade our Amazon kingdom? I'll surely MMPH. Too much chatter. You clamped your palm over her delicate lips, unmoved even as she disgustingly licked your skin. Marie Daiji. As Xiao Boya disembarked, she spotted the captive in your grip and lunged into your arms, pressing her lips together with a soft smack. Master, this is Marie, our royal guard. She meant no harm. Please release her. Hearing this, you relented, for Xiao Boya's sake alone. Marie gasped raggedly, chest heaving violently. You cast a fleeting glance at the formidable swell beneath her tunic. Boya Hancock. Marie Daiji. You turned your head away, refusing to witness the sentimental reunion. Only when silence settled behind you did you glance back. Marie stood poised, bow drawn, eyes locked on you with wary vigilance. Though you saved lives within our Amazon kingdom, and thus earned our eternal gratitude, we must still declare no man may set foot here. TCH. As if I cared. Having been formally dismissed, you felt no lingering curiosity toward this all-female realm. As for its reigning monarch, she doesn't even compare to Nami, not in charm, nor does she surpass Xiao Boya herself. Seeing you turn to leave, Xiao Boya urgently grasped your hand. Master, wait. I'll handle matters here first, then join you shortly. She hurried off with two younger companions, guided by Marie into the jungle's depths. Truth be told, you found her decisive action astonishing. You'd spent barely 10 days together. Yet it changed nothing. Leaning against a coastal banyan tree, you hummed a light, cheerful tune. Not so bad after all. Life gains warmth and color with such a vibrant, endearing girl by one's side. Before long, Xiao Boya emerged alone, took your hand, and gazed up at you with wide, earnest eyes. Master, where shall we go next? You gently pinched her cheek. Xiao Boya, do you wish to stay here? She nodded softly. Then let us settle on the nearest island. From there, whenever you wish to return, I'll bring you back, without delay. Hand in hand, you boarded the small vessel and rowed deftly toward a secluded isle. The oars, Blackblade Nameless knew precisely what they were. Upon landing, you built a modest wooden hut together, then began an unassuming yet deeply fulfilling life. Settlement marked the start of accelerated time. In year 1, you trained Xiao Boya rigorously, strengthening her physique, fortifying fundamentals, while advancing your own cultivation. Physical attribute 68, current physical attribute 1550. That year, Xiao Boya turned 17, her height rising steadily, though still falling short of yours, 2.5 meters tall. Joy filled those days, yet sometimes her gaze lingered upon you with unsettling intensity. In year 2, her foundation solidified. Though she'd already mastered hockey, you retaught its fundamentals, then guided her through advanced dual-color hockey techniques. After 12 months of relentless practice, your physical attribute rose by 50 points, now 1600. You often reflect. In year 3, Xiao Boya had mastered external armament hockey, but internal destructive application eluded her entirely. Doubt crept in. Was your teaching flawed? To test that hypothesis, you returned to Sabaody Archipelago, scouring its markets, deploying overwhelming financial leverage, until you located Rayleigh, famed as the mediocre instructor, former first mate aboard the Pirate King's ship, known also as Pluto. You spoke with him long into the night. He too had witnessed that fateful hammer strike 20 years ago, and called it God's hammer. You produced the Jade Pendant, though you knew it concealed the coordinates to Laugh Tale, the ultimate destination coveted by countless pirates across the Grand Line. Yet it held no allure for you. Had fate spared you that tragedy, perhaps curiosity might have drawn you there. Instead, you offered this priceless artifact to Rayleigh, in exchange for his commitment to train Xiao Boya in hockey. With Rayleigh now serving as her mentor, your own schedule eased. You recalled possessing the rare quality of conqueror's hockey, but yours remained feeble, capable only of intimidating the weakest soldiers and pirates, failing even to stagger sea kings. Seeking counsel, you approached Pluto Rayleigh, who outlined 3 paths to strengthen conqueror's hockey. First, natural growth, maturing with age and deepening conviction. Second, cultivating overwhelming presence until hockey itself evolved to third, the most perilous, pushing past mortal limits through life or death combat. This path yielded the greatest. You began to slack off fishing every day and occasionally teaching Bo Hancock hockey. Unfortunately, you always caught nothing when fishing. Angered, you believed it was the sea kings in the sea causing trouble, so before each fishing trip you jumped into the sea and taught those sea kings a lesson. After your lessons, you no longer came up empty-handed and started to have catches. You cooked the fish using your unique method and shared it with little Boya and the old man Rayleigh. Every meal you noticed little Boya secretly glancing at you. Although she was careful, it couldn't escape your top-tier observation hockey. In the 5th year, little Boya still hadn't mastered internal destruction, and you suspected it was because of Rayleigh, the incompetent teacher. Using this as an excuse, you drove him off the island. The real reason was that he drank several bottles of fine wine every day, euphemistically claiming he couldn't teach well without alcohol. The billions of berries you ate. After your unforgettable education, little Boya restrained herself quite a bit, only daring to secretly watch you fish from a distance. When the weather was bad, you would exercise in the log cabin to continue improving your physique, but little Boya always watched you openly. This can't go on. You lay in bed pondering for a moment and resolved to change this twisted relationship between you. You made a decision that defied your ancestors. Set sail. Taking advantage of the rainy night, you packed your belongings, which were just a few changes of clothes. You boarded a small boat, took out your special, or the Blackblade Nameless, and began to row. You left the island where you had lived for 4 years. Watching the receding island, you felt a mix of emotions. Little Boya Hancock, only by leaving the shade of the big tree can you truly grow. You drifted along until you encountered the old man Rayleigh, still swimming for fitness in the calm belt. Hey, Xia, you brat, want to swim back to Sabaody Archipelago with me? We'll have a drink together, my treat. You shook your head and refused. He muttered that it was no fun and continued his cross-calm belt journey. You also resumed your journey to become stronger. You felt that after resting for 4 years, it was time to go out and move around while improving your strength. You touched the fear scar on your chest, the mark left from your battle with CP0 4 years ago, the day you met the 3 little ones. You began to miss the peaceful life on the island with little Boya. What are you thinking about? Family feuds and national grievances remain unavenged. How can I talk about romance? You rowed your boat to the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. You stopped at an unnamed island simply because there was a marine base there. You easily destroyed the marine base, had a simple drink at a tavern on the island, and continued your journey. The next day, you skillfully used armament hockey to stun a lucky news-selling seagull and pulled out the latest newspaper from your bag. Shocking. After 4 years, the marine killer reappears. A challenge to the Marines, or just a joke? Below you saw your wanted poster again, demons, spawn Shin Siak, bounty 150, heinous crimes, dead or alive. You didn't expect that just by destroying a marine base your bounty would increase from 1 billion to 1.5 billion. A full increase of 500 million. You stuffed the wanted poster into your pocket and continued searching for powerful fighters on the sea. You wanted to fight the strong, constantly pushing your limits to become stronger. One day, after casually dealing with a group of pirates with a total bounty of 500 million, you stood on their deck, clutching the newspaper you had just seized. The content was within your expectations, but beyond your predictions. The rookie pirate Bo Hancock set sail with a bounty of 80 million. Called the Empress of the Sea. Bo Hancock set sail 3 years later than in the original story due to your influence. You smiled faintly and set course for your final destination, Hakanosu. Your purpose was to cross swords with the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. However, this time, you were just testing your luck since that guy Whitebeard stayed on the Moby Dick most of the time and rarely came to Hakanosu. After a long journey, you finally arrived at the Hakanosu you had longed for. You were lucky. The Whitebeard pirates happened to be resupplying there. Whitebeard, accept my challenge. Huh. Ho ho ho. A tall figure wielding a sword leaped high from the deck of the Moby Dick. One of the supreme grade blades Murakamajiri came slashing down. Space vibrated, and the sea was turned upside down and split into pieces. Terrifying black and red lightning crackled on the blade tip. You drew your black blade, nameless, and clashed. Your body was sent flying to an island 1,000 meters away, crashing into a huge rock. You were defeated, thoroughly and decisively. Through this one-sided crushing battle, you realized your own insignificance. However, you were not discouraged, because at 29 you were still young and had the chance to reach the peak of the sea and avenge your enemies. Refusing Whitebeard's invitation to become his son, you turned and headed for your next challenger. Lying on the small boat, you held a newspaper you had bought. Marine killer Chen Xia challenges Yonko Whitebeard and escapes from under his hand. The next emperor of the new world. Below was your latest wanted poster with a bounty reaching an astonishing 2 billion berries. You looked at the long string of zeros and sighed helplessly. Sometimes I think about selling myself, but the Marines don't accept. Over the next year, you successively challenged Red-Haired Shanks and Pluto Rayleigh, but ended up flipping over at the last target, Big Mom Linling. Through continuous challenges against the strong on the sea, your potential was unlocked and your kingly quality improved. Your conqueror's hockey advanced to the intermediate level, capable of affecting marine captains or pirates with bounties of 100 million. Even those slightly weaker would have their eyes roll back and fall asleep under your conqueror's hockey, a godly tool for clearing grunts. Several more wounds were added to your body with some blood oozing out. The black blade trembled violently. After serving as in or for a few years, it had a blast this year, having been through countless battles. Marry me, Chen Xiao. The child born from your excellent genes and mine will surely be comparable to rocks. Sorry, I don't like fat pigs. As you said that, you charged forward with your blade, unleashing all 3 types of hockey. In an instant, a large number of pirate underlings in the vicinity fell down. You and Big Mom Linlin erupted into battle. Dark clouds shrouded the entirety of Cake Island with fallen pirate minions strewn everywhere. Mama, Shinxia. Big Mom swung her arms as she lunged toward you, her black and red conqueror's hockey pressing down upon you like the wrath of heaven. Damn it. If the soft approach doesn't work, you're going for the hard one. Veins bulged on your forehead, cold sweat streaming down like a river. It wasn't that you hadn't thought of unleashing your own conqueror's hockey, but your intermediate level conqueror's was as feeble as a child's before Big Mom. I won't let you have your way. Charlotte Linlin. Gripping the black blade, you crazily pushed your dual-colored hockey to its limits, squeezing every ounce of potential from your body. Soru was executed to perfection, carrying you to that mountain of flesh at almost teleportation speed. You exchanged dozens of blows with her, but finally, exhausted and out of strength, you were struck by her blade and sent flying. Even though your dual-colored hockey was at the pinnacle of this, your physique remained the greatest flaw of your life. You lacked Big Mom's steel balloon-like body and Kaido's azure dragon fruit. All you had was your unyielding courage. You looked at the gruesome wound across your chest and smiled bitterly. Perfectly symmetrical. The black blade swung, sending several slashes that could easily kill a vice admiral flying toward Big Mom, yet they only managed to slightly slow her steps. As expected of the monster who wiped out an entire giant village at the age of 5. Swallowing the blood foam, you used Soru to appear behind Big Mom, unleashing a barrage of Rankyaku and Shirgan, but she dodged them with ease. Ikoku. Big Mom, standing on Prometheus and wielding Napoleon, brought down a fearsome Ikoku. Damn it. Alarm bells screamed in your mind as you desperately tried to evade, but the dense conqueror's hockey pinned you firmly in place. So, she was holding back just now? You realized that Big Mom had deliberately allowed you to launch those attacks earlier, just to make you see the gap between you and her, so you would obediently submit. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky split apart, and you took the full force of Ikoku. The world before your eyes began to blur, and you only saw the scenery rapidly receding around you. If only I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come out. You crashed into the same island as before, but this time you couldn't get back up. Your bones were shattered, you couldn't even open your mouth to speak, and your eyelids drooped heavily. Some time passed. Humph. Don't come near me. You jolted awake from the nightmare. You had a nightmare in which you were crushed under Big Mom's massive body. Awake, huh? Xinxia, come have a drink. Before you could understand what was happening, a strong arm hooked around you. To celebrate Xinxia's awakening. Let's have a banquet. You looked at the familiar faces around you, and your mind snapped back to clarity. Marco Whitebeard Jozu. Did you rescue me? Ha, to be precise, it was the old man who saved you. You spent over a month on the Moby Dick drinking and feasting with them every day while recovering from your injuries under the ship doctor's care. Time to leave. It's been almost 2 years. You stood on the railing of the Moby Dick, gazing into the distance. Today marked the first year and 3 months since you had drifted out to sea. Over the past year, by constantly challenging strong opponents, your physique had increased by 120, bringing it to 1770. Xinxia, are you leaving? Marco walked over and leaned against the railing, as well handing you a glass of rum. To be honest, you hadn't acquired a taste for this liquor at first, but after getting used to it, it wasn't too bad, though not particularly good either. Thanks. I've really relied on the Whitebeard Pirate's care during this time, but I have to go back and check on things. It's been a long time since I last returned. After the banquet ended, you stood alone on a brand new small boat, sword in hand, waving goodbye to everyone on the deck of the Moby Dick. It was worth mentioning that the boat that had accompanied you all the way had long been shattered into pieces by the battle's aftermath and sunk into the sea off Cake Island. A fitting end for it. Yaha. Xinxia, become my son. Just as the emotions were running high and you were about to pick up the oars and make a quick getaway, Whitebeard stood on the deck and once again issued his invitation for you to become his son. You picked your ear and flicked away a bit of wax. Whitebeard, forget it. You'll find someone more suitable than me. Next time we meet, I'll defeat you, you old geezer. Huh. During your time on the ship, Whitebeard made the same offer every single day. A true man should not live under another's shadow forever, so of course you refused him firmly each time. Once again you drifted across the sea, but this time you held a compass pointing to Amazon Lily. There was no way you could get lost. Several days later you lay on the small boat, staring blankly at the endless ocean around you. Damn it. I forgot I don't know how to use a compass. And so you once again began your life of drifting with the wind. On the boat you fished every day, daydreamed, and occasionally jumped into the sea for a swim. Time passed quickly, but today was different. You spotted a familiar pirate ship on the horizon. Hey little boa, long time no see. You stepped onto the deck, looking at the tense crowd surrounding you, and lightly waved at the graceful figure behind them. Boom. The graceful figure rushed over and threw herself into your arms, her long hair falling onto your shoulders, a captivating fragrance filling your senses. A little boa, everyone is watching. At your words, the surrounding female warriors who had been wide-eyed quickly turned their heads away, not even daring to use their observation haki. Woo-woo. Master, where have you been these past 2 years? I've been looking for you every day, but I couldn't find you. You gently patted Boa Hancock's shoulder. She was no longer a little girl, and you tried to push her away as you noticed the massive mound pressing against you. Master, is little Boa being annoying? Have I done something wrong? Look, little Boa has completely mastered internal destruction over these 2 years. Little Boa isn't stupid. You glanced at the mass that was disintegrating from within, startled for a moment, but quickly regained your composure. All right, Master knows. Little Boa is the smartest, even better than Master. You ruffled her hair. 2 years had passed, and she had grown to your shoulder, but in front of you, she was still the little girl she once was. After the pleasantries, Boa Hancock abandoned her original mission without hesitation and eagerly turned the ship toward Amazon Lily. You looked at the distinctly feminine decor inside the cabin and felt a headache coming on. Little Boa has become even bolder in the past few years. She didn't even bother with subtlety this time. She directly put me in her room. What is she trying to do? Just as you were grumbling your observation haki, sensed a graceful figure approaching from outside the door. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open by a delicate hand. Today Boa Hancock was dressed in a red cheongsam, her seductive figure accentuated even more alluringly. Her eyes carried a hint of charm as she smiled and walked toward you. Ugh, ugh, ugh. You frantically swallow, preparing to rise and leave this dangerously alluring room. Master, there are no other cabins aboard the ship. Please stay here tonight. I have something important to discuss with you. Stay. Here. You glance at Xiao Boya, whose lips curl into a knowing smile, then sweep the entire vessel with your Kinbunchika haki. Indeed, as she claimed, every cabin is occupied. Yet still you refuse to linger. You stride resolutely toward the door. After all, judging by Xiao Boya's demeanor, even your nose could tell you that tonight's bed would not be for sleeping, but for something far more perilous. You have no intention of committing such a grave betrayal of master-disciple ethics, or allowing her to do so either. Master, tonight you will yield, willingly or unwillingly, either way you yield. There is no escape. Your heart lurches coldly, your feet freeze mid-step, unbidden. What in the world? Did she slip something into my food? Only now do you realize this morning as you boarded Xiaoboya had stealthily dosed your meal. Tap tap tap. The sharp, rhythmic clack of high heels on wooden planks sends chills down your spine. Master. 2 years ago you vanished without a word, leaving me alone on that island. Do you have any idea how utterly desolate I felt? Her slender hands encircle your waist, an intoxicating fragrance envelopes you. Yet you resist, anchoring yourself with sheer staggering willpower. Xiaoboya, listen to your master, a forced melon never ripens sweetly. Can't we simply sit and talk like proper master and disciple? She nestles her head against your shoulder, her voice soft, and tingling shatters your last illusion. Oh no, master. Forced melons may not be sweet, but they quench thirst just fine. Surrender to me, master. Neither of us wants this to end in disgrace. At those words your lips twitch involuntarily. After a long pause you grit out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if I must. Before you finish she sweeps you off your feet and carries you toward the bed. Disciple, don't commit such a heinous violation of master-disciple ethics. Her lips draw near, the fragrance intensifies, and your eyelids grow leaden heavy beyond endurance. Master, I've always been rebellious. When you forbid me, I must defy you. 666. With a final desperate thumbs up you slump unconscious. In your fading awareness something stirs. Your body tenses, fights, yet slips helplessly away. Dawn's pale light washes over your haggard face as the nightmare finally ends. Slowly your eyes open, to find Xiaoboya nestled against you, bare shoulders exposed, her delicate scent lingering beside your ear. Master, you're awake. Sensing your stirrings, she lifts her gaze from your chest, blinking bashfully at your pando-eyed exhaustion. So you still remember I'm your master. I thought you'd long abandoned this convenient mentorship. Last night, she unleashed every ounce of pent-up fury. 2 years' worth poured relentlessly upon you. Even unconscious, your body trembled violently. The relentless hammering rhythm left you suspended between oblivion and agony. No, master, you're my beloved master. How could I ever disown you? As she speaks, she nuzzles closer, eliciting only an exasperated eye roll from you. Xiaoboya, you've gone too far. Prepare yourself. I'll discipline you properly. Not until noon do you stagger onto the deckhand, braced against your aching lower back. Gazing at the azure sea, a quiet shame settles upon you. Sigh, perhaps my charisma is simply too overwhelming. Not only Nami, but even the aloof empress has fallen. Sometimes brilliance is its own burden. Life aboard ship passes uneventfully, save for a few reckless pirate crews foolish enough to challenge you. Days later, you stand on deck staring at a small island both familiar and strange. With Kinbunshika Haki you scan its shores, and discover to your surprise the wooden cottage where you and Xiaoboya once shared years of joy remains intact. Inside it gleams spotless, untouched by dust. She must still clean it regularly, truly fitting for the queen of Amazon, lily master of every craft. The image of her, sovereign of a mighty nation, kneeling to scrub floors strikes you as deeply incongruous. After circling the island briefly you settle in alone. Xiaoboya departs for Nineshire Island to attend urgent royal affairs. I wonder, has the Shichibukai system been formally established yet? You collapse onto the bed, darkness swallowing you instantly. Those days aboard ship offered no rest. Now that Xiaoboya is gone you must reclaim your depleted vital essence. In your first year back, life is tranquil. Aside from the occasional assignment you enjoy rare leisure. Unlike certain CP9 agents who cling incessantly, Xiaoboya, now a Shichibukai as confirmed by newspaper reports, visits infrequently, and you find it perfectly acceptable. You fish, train, and occasionally sail to Sabaody Archipelago to share drinks with Rayleigh. Hey, old man Rayleigh, Shaki's cocktails are exquisite, though rather steeply priced. Rayleigh nods faintly beside you, drains his glass in one smooth motion, and chuckles at the crystal clarity of the empty vessel. Of course they're expensive. Otherwise an old man like me would have to sell himself just to afford a single sip. You grin, pull a thick wad of berries from your pocket, and slam it onto the table with a flourish. Tonight's on me. We drink till dawn. That day you spent every last berry of the 100 million berry allowance Xiaoboya had gifted you for daily comfort. Upon returning to the island, she scolded you fiercely, and promptly banned alcohol altogether. Her stated reason, alcohol damages the kidneys. Stunned and powerless you submitted to her ironclad decree. Year 2. The Marines summon all Shichibukai. Xiaoboya, reluctantly tearing herself from your rare vacation, boards their warship with a sorrowful farewell. Time flows swiftly. 2 months pass since she departed from Marine headquarters, and still you stand vigil on the shore. Each day you skin the horizon, with Kinbunshika Haki searching for her silhouette. 2 months already. Any matter should have been resolved by now. Why hasn't she returned? Could something have gone wrong? You pack your belongings to go investigate. Just as you step onto the small vessel, Whitebeard gifted you dark shapes emerge on the distant horizon. Boom. Your satchel drops onto the deck, shattering inside. A sugar jar you crafted yourself for Xiaoboya. Though long grown, she still adores the candy you first gave her aboard ship. For it, you journeyed specially to Sabaody Archipelago. Inside rests the very bubblegum that sparked your fateful encounters with 3 extraordinary women. The Marines. What are they doing here? Your Kinbunchaku haki sweeps across the sea, revealing several colossal warships sailing upon its surface, clear as day before your eyes. You're utterly stunned. The sugar jar you prepared as a gift for little Boa falls from your hands onto the small boat. Sengoku. Garp. The 3 admirals. You stare dumbfounded at the 5 silhouettes standing atop the bow deck. Sengoku's commanding voice rings out. Then without pause a golden shockwave surges forward. Boom. The tiny boat explodes into dust, but thanks to your Kinbunchaku haki activating, just in time you evade the blast. Now standing on the islet you scan the 4 encircling figures with wary vigilance, coating your body entirely in armament haki, and drawing your black blade, ready to fight to the death. Chun Xia, the demon's descendant. This island shall vanish from the Grand Line alongside you today. All pirates must be eradicated. That is the Marine's justice. You glare at Akainu who spouts threats relentlessly, yet you forcibly suppress the urge to punch him square in the face. Ryusen. Clad in his Navy justice coat, Akainu says little, but strikes lethally. His entire arm transforms into a magma-forged fist hurtling toward you. Drawing on lessons learned from your previous defeat against Big Mom, you've relentlessly honed both reflexes and Kinbunchaku haki, and narrowly dodged the blow. Whoosh. You pivot and slash, your black blade wreathed in armament haki unleashing a crescent-shaped arc of black and crimson energy aimed straight at Akainu midair. Splutter. Akainu's justice coat shreds of a shallow gash appears across his chest, only to seal itself moments later. If I can break his defense, I have a chance. You launch several more energy slashes, but Akainu evades them effortlessly. Having learned from his earlier misstep, he won't fall into the same trap twice. Just as regret flickers across your mind, your Kinbunchaku flares. An alarm screaming inward, a pitch-black violet-tinged iron fist descends from the heavens. Fist-bone collision. The fist swells monstrously within your field of vision. By the time your body registers the threat, it's already too late. Karakoam. You're driven deep underground, leaving behind a crater dozens of meters wide and deep. Cough, cough, cough. Your body feels shattered, every bone pulverized, every muscle unresponsive. Even lifting yourself seems impossible. Demon's descendant. Your brutal, blood-soaked life ends here. Sengoku's familiar voice echoes again, and before you rises a radiant golden Buddha. Damn it. Shark Arm Marines. 5 admirals ganging up on 1 pirate. Do you even have shame? You roar in fury. Though you hadn't yet sought vengeance against the Marines, they've come to you full force, an entire elite squadron. Even the so-called world's strongest man or the world's strongest creature would kneel before such overwhelming might, let alone someone merely at the level of a Yonko's second-in-command, albeit one who endured longer than Kaido. Is that your final utterance? Then descend. A colossal golden palm hurtles downward. Your Kinbunchaku traces its trajectory, your nerves scream to move, but your bones lie pulverized by Garp's last blow, rendering motion impossible. Perish. You gaze upon the golden palm descending mere inches from your face, and close your eyes in despair. As the islet trembles violently, you and the distant wooden hut disintegrate into ash. You perish. Simulation complete. Evaluating rank. Rank S. Assessment. You briefly scaled the pinnacle of this ocean's power, only to fall due to physical frailty. Yet paradoxically, you remain legendary. You savored fine wine, beheld breathtaking vistas, and cherished beautiful companions. Truly a life well lived. Ding. For achieving rank S, you may select 3 simulation rewards. Please choose promptly. Reward 1 Peak Physique, 1770 points. Reward 2 Rokushiki Intermediate. Reward 3 Supreme Armament Haki Supreme Kinbunchaku Haki. Reward 4 Conqueror's Haki Intermediate. Reward 5 Black Blade Nameless. Reward 6 Swordmaster Level Swordsmanship. Reward 7 Sugar Jar filled with bubblegum. Oh ho ho. Yes. 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 Chun Xia leaps upright from the deck the moment he sees the bounty of rewards. Thud. Well, that was an immediate 0-point splashdown. Pa. Let me think. What should I pick? Chun Xia climbs back aboard the small boat from the sea, strips off his dripping clothes and flings them aside, then stares hard at the system interface, brow furrowed. System, what do you recommend? It's agonizingly difficult. A chronic sufferer of decision fatigue in his past life, Chun Xia feels his head about to burst. I must take Peak Physique. Waiting for gradual breakthroughs would render the effort pointless, and I refuse to endure that agony again. Recalling his first simulation, where he plunged into the abyss and confronted Sea Kings to shatter his limits, he instantly selects Reward 1. Haki 2. I'll upgrade Intermediate to Supreme. A steal. Conqueror's Haki. I don't know if my real-world self possesses the King's qualification. Better secure it just in case. Rokushiki. Unnecessary. Just Intermediate, and later everyone masters it anyway. Swordmaster level swordsmanship only reaches its zenith when paired with Black Blade Nameless, so skip it. And Sugar. After weeks of nothing but fish at sea, my mouth's gone utterly bland. I'll treat myself. But that makes 4 selections. I'll need to adjust. Chen Xia recalls the system's sophistication and figures it might bend the rules. After all, asking costs nothing. He opens his mouth and pleads, "Hey system, could I possibly select 1 extra reward? Just 1. Pretty please." To sweeten the deal, he abandons all dignity, mimicking the cloying tone of certain femme fatale from his past life. Ding. Please maintain decorum. This system does not negotiate. No, absolutely not. TCH. Who needs a loser system like you anyway? Seeing no recourse, Chen Xia drops the act entirely, his voice dripping with disdain. Then I'll pick rewards 11, 12, and 13. Please verify reward numbers before selection. Oh, thanks for the reminder system. Fine, I'll take rewards 1, 3, and 7. With that, Chen Xia lies back, closes his eyes, and wears an expectant grin. Hee, time for another soothing massage. Zzzz. Just as he assumes the system will once again grant him blissful bodily refinement, a vivid electric hum crackles, and blue light erupts across his body, sending him jolting upright in ecstatic spasms. Ah, system, what the hell are you doing? In that instant, he outshines Enel as a thunder god. At least Enel doesn't emit sparks from his mouth-veined skull, or even his nether regions, which this system refuses to spare. Cruel. Inhumane. This, Chen Xia would later recall, was the definitive verdict on his electrotherapy session. The lightning vanished from the small boat. A charred lump lay on the deck, a hand like dry wood tenaciously raised a friendly gesture. System, I curse your ancestors. After uttering this, Chen Xia was lulled to sleep by the system's electric therapy. When he awoke again, the sky was already filled with stars. A crackling sound accompanied his movements as large sheets of charred skin fell onto the boat. Pristine white skin was revealed, and his already handsome face had become even more striking after the system's modification. 8-pack abs. He had gained them from the first modification. As Chen Xia just awakened, a surge of knowledge about hockey usage flooded into his mind, and at the same time a mysterious power took root and sprouted within him. Is this Ryuo? Chen Xia gazed at the armament hockey that flowed like liquid on his hand, a strange thought rising in his mind. If I coat myself with armament hockey when I do that, wouldn't I be able to pierce someone to death with 1 thrust? TSK tisk, very criminal, too criminal. He slowly closed his eyes, and his observation hockey instantly enveloped the sea for dozens of kilometers. Every ripple and breeze on the surface could not escape his perception. It's vast, but if my body can't react, I'll still end up dead. Recalling that in the simulation his observation hockey could clearly detect Big Mom's movements, yet he couldn't react in time, and almost got captured by her to bear children, Chen Xia shook his head frantically, as if envisioning the most terrifying thing in the world, a lingering fear in his heart. Thank goodness I wasn't caught by Big Mom otherwise. By the time he finished familiarizing himself with the 2 types of hockey, the sun in the distance was about to rise. Chen Xia, who had originally wanted to check out his constitution of over 1700, reluctantly lay down on the boat and fell asleep. He was sound asleep, but tonight someone would lose sleep because of him. In the calm belt on Amazon Lily, inside the resplendent royal palace on a gorgeous bed, lay the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, known as the world's most beautiful woman. Hoo. Her heavy breathing broke the previously calm environment. What's going on? Looking at the surroundings that were familiar, yet completely different from the dream, Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes shimmered with confusion. Wasn't I trapped by the Marines at Marineford, right? Master, I need to hurry and save Master. Her long, slender legs stepped onto the floor, and her face, which could topple kingdoms, was filled with panic and anxiety. The moment she pushed open the door, she ran into her sister Boa Sandersonia. Sister, where are you going? Out to sea to find Master. Boa Hancock left the sentence and hurriedly walked out. Somewhere in the west blue, Item. So boring. Looking at the unchanging blue sea around him, Chen Xia, who had just woken up, lay back down again. It wasn't that he was lazy, there was nothing to do when he got up. Was he supposed to stare at the sea? He wasn't an idiot, so why would he do such a stupid thing? Last night, I truly experienced what it means to be a monster of constitution. Dozens of rounds, and I still didn't fall. Chen Xia smiled proudly, recalling his glorious achievement from last night. If this were his past life, he could easily have set a Guinness World Record. No, what's the fun in amusing myself? I need to get to the Sabaody archipelago quickly, then buy a few maids, and find a small island to live a life of luxury. With this thought, he stood up abruptly, plunged his hands into the water, and activated the human engine mode. Meanwhile, not far away on the sea, a strangely shaped ship was sailing with white steam billowing, heading in the exact same direction as Chen Xia. Hakimi, I'm going to be exhausted. Chen Xia rubbed his aching arms and slumped against the side of the boat. If only I could catch a ride on a passing ship. Yo, speak of the devil. His observation hockey detected that strange ship dozens of kilometers away. Chen Xia grinned widely and began paddling vigorously again, but this time heading toward the strange ship behind him. Godfather. Recently, the Sabi family has swallowed up 70% of our pirate crew's assets through various means. If we don't strike back. Bang. A bullet with a yellow gleam shot out and embedded into the opposite wall. How many times have I told you? If they dare to reach out, then we fight. Fight until they're terrified. A pistol was slammed onto the table. A short, stout man in a dark striped suit stood up, his sharp, triangular eyes scanning the similarly suited followers before him. Gangster Beej. The captain of the fire tank pirates, a man who was both a godfather and a pirate. Godfather. Someone has broken in. A small fry pushed open the door and rushed in frantically, fear on his face. Gaw. Who dares to be so bold? Seeing his subordinates angrily preparing to go out and tear the intruder apart, Beej flicked the ash from his cigar with a ring-adorned finger. Wait, this person is not simple. To be able to break in without me, a castle fruit user noticing. This guy is extraordinary. At these words, everyone, whether they were holding rocket launchers or machine guns ready for a fiery feast, fell silent. Indeed, as the castle fruit user, the Godfather had absolute control over the entire ship, yet he couldn't detect the intruder. This person was no ordinary foe. The same thought crossed everyone's mind, but after all, they were hardened gangsters and pirates who lived by fighting and killing. When they could fight, they fought. Oh, when they couldn't, they accepted their fate. Even if they knew they were outmatched, they still had to go at it. Only by fighting would they know if they could win. Godfather. Some hotheads, unable to restrain their impulses, tightened their grips on their guns and looked at him expectantly. In a moment, I'll use my ability to hide you all. When that guy comes in, we'll attack together. He, as expected of the Godfather, so smart. The duo known as the killer pair, one tall and one short, chimed in to flatter him in unison. As they were plotting their scheme, the intruder they were talking about, Xia, was strolling leisurely on the ship. Wow, this must be the romance of every man's heart. Suits and ties, leading a group of underlings to build your own underground kingdom. Tisk, just thinking about it gets me excited. With his top-tier observation hockey, Xia had already spotted them from dozens of kilometers away. By comparing with the similarly strange-looking pirate ship, Nostra Costello, from his previous life's anime, he confirmed the identity of these odd pirates, the fire tank pirates. After all, both ships were mobile steel castles. Since I've been transported to the world of One Piece, even if I don't want to become some damn pirate king, becoming the king of the underworld would be a lot of fun. Then I'll go to the pleasure district, have some fun, and then pull a honey trap scam. Huh? Just thinking about it feels very viable. Having overheard the conversation inside the steel castle with his observation hockey, and combining it with the reason he was in this world, Xia, who had been idle all along, decided to do something big. If a man has no dream, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? So I'll set a small goal, become the king of the underworld. Isn't that fair? Since he had decided he had to take action. If he only talked without doing, what difference was there from the heartless bosses who only made empty promises in his past life? Bang! Love Fist Xia edition. Xia leaped high into the air with a laugh and slammed a powerful heavy punch down onto the steel castle below. Xia leaped high laughing and delivered a powerful heavy punch onto the steel castle below. Crack! Countless fissures split across the iron hull as blinding sunlight pierced through the gaps, illuminating the pirates inside, still huddled in frantic consultation. What indomitable power! A single fist shattered the ship. The suited brutes gaped upward, frozen in awe at the towering godlike figures suspended midair, their hearts shattering within their chests. The so-called indestructible iron citadel of the West Blue had just been casually pried open by Xia's jesting punch. Greetings, my future devout disciples. Xia landed lightly back onto the deck, his gaze sweeping over the stunned pirates within, appraising them as one might admire a rare beauty. If Xia intended to reign as sovereign of the underworld, he could not rule alone. Loyal subordinates were essential. And fortuitously, the flame tank pirates presented the perfect candidate, powerful, resource-rich, and precisely the caliber he sought. Fire! One pirate snapped awake, seized by the same frenzied madness that had possessed Li Yunlong moments earlier. He snatched up a rocket launcher and squeezed the trigger wildly. Boom! Crash! A fireball detonated, shrouding the deck in dust and adding several fresh cracks to the iron citadel's armored hull. Is he dead? Terror flooded the pirate's vacant eyes. The memory of Xia's earth-shaking blow, which had made even the iron citadel tremble violently, would haunt them for life. It was hardly surprising, though they dwelled in the West Blue, reputedly the strongest, the most awe-inspiring figures they'd ever encountered were merely branch Navy rear admirals. Thud! The pirate's hand went slack. The rocket launcher clattered to the deck. Oh dear, don't stop now. Keep firing. I absolutely adore artillery practice. A slender, immaculate hand retrieved the launcher and gently pressed it back into the dazed pirate's grip. Smiling warmly, Xia turned his gaze toward the cold-eyed man seated at the head, gold chain's gleaming cigar clenched between his teeth. Sassanilita Beiji. Xia strode forward with effortless familiarity. The very pirates who moments ago had shouted threats now cowered like quail, too paralyzed even to raise a hand in protest. By the way, I have something important to discuss. Mind if we let them take a brief nap first? Silence means consent then. Chen Xia gave a light clap. Jet black armament hockey surged forth like liquid shadow, surging into each body, striking vital points with surgical precision. Thud, thud, thud. All pirates present, except Beiji, collapsed in unison, eyes rolled, white pupils dilated, breathing deep and serene in profound slumber. Patter, patter. Cold sweat poured from Beiji's brow, soaking the gilded carpet beneath him. Now then, no interruptions. Let's begin. Chen Xia plucked a fresh cigar from the table, turning it thoughtfully in his fingers, marveling aloud. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Never laid eyes on one in my last life. Time to savor it at last. Beiji brother, got a light. Beneath the crushing weight of overwhelming armament hockey, so immense he couldn't even twitch, Beiji summoned every ounce of will to reach out and light the cigar with reverent precision. A veteran who'd carved his name across the West Blue and weathered storms in the New World, he knew instinctively this demon bore no murderous intent. His strikes merely induced unconsciousness. Of course, that was only Beiji's assumption. In Chen Xia's eyes, these men were future faithful disciples, essential to building his empire, and thus utterly irreplaceable. Huff, huff. Not bad. Smoke wreathed Chen Xia's striking features as he gazed upon Beiji, like a specter emerging from mist, while the latter trembled faintly. Cough, cough. My purpose here is twofold. Just two things, no more no less. Listen closely. These are the only two matters you need grasp. Understood? Ah. Beiji's face, still rigid with stoic composure despite the armament hockey's oppressive force, finally fractured. He stared dumbfounded at Chen Xia, who sat relaxed with one leg draped over the other. Beiji. Seems you're still lost, so I'll spell it out plainly, though spelling it out won't help either. Ha ha. Watching Beiji's brow furrowed, Chen Xia slapped his thigh in uproarious laughter. All right. No more games. Chen Xia's expression hardened. Seriousness descended like storm clouds. First, surrender every single belly aboard your ship, not one coin hidden. Should I discover any concealment? He mimed a swift slash across his throat. Beiji, a seasoned rogue, nodded imperceptibly. Second, your flame tank pirates shall join me. Me? Wait, let me think. He paused, tapping his chin. Haven't formed a crew yet, have I? Then I'll found one right here, right now. Cough, cough. You all join my white pit crew, or else you'll sleep forever. Chen Xia pointed at the motionless figures sprawled across the floor. Yes, the belly is this way. Beiji rose respectfully and gestured toward the vault's location. A sharp, grating screech echoed as the vault door groaned open. Chen Xia swore inwardly, once wealthy, he'd replace this wretched door. His vessel deserved grandeur, not austerity. Having secured the flame tank pirates, this iron citadel was now his. Though had he wished, that single punch could have reduced it to scrap. Captain, total 393 belly plus assorted weapons, munitions, and provisions. Understood, you may withdraw. The moment Beiji closed the door, Chen Xia lunged, eyes glittering, toward the mountainous pile of belly before him. Hee. Belly, so much belly. Now I've got funds for simulation. System, pour it all in immediately. The system, ever eager for currency, didn't wait for his full command. The colossal mound of belly vanished instantly. Wait, system, what happens if I solidify this simulation's keyword? The keyword noble lineage granted rebirth into privilege, but solidifying it wouldn't require suicide and reincarnation, especially when the existence of an afterlife remained uncertain. Ding. Upon solidification, the host becomes a cosmic supreme entity, rewarding the system with 10 billion belly. Note, current belly reserves insufficient to solidify a golden tier keyword. 666, you're unmatched in system design. Standard procedure, no need to praise. Chen Xia dismissed the AI's absurdity and strode out. He had instructions for Beiji, his newly appointed treasure-distributing bodhisattva. In his mind, Beiji had already earned that title, while the Marines had yielded barely over 100 million belly. Beiji had delivered nearly 400 million, effortlessly, without a single force seizure. Hey, Beiji brother, wasn't that Sabi family seizing our assets? Indeed, Captain. Our flame tank, no white pick pirates, have lost nearly 70% of our holdings to them. Conservatively, that's over 10 billion belly in forfeited profits. 10 billion. Chen Xia's pupils widened in disbelief, staring at Beiji's solemn countenance. When Beiji nodded firmly, and Chen Xia double-checked by rubbing his ear, he slammed his palm onto the table, resolved to reclaim every belly with interest. Bang! Set course for the Sabi family, immediately. This time they'll vomit back every coin, principal and interest alike. The poor table splintered into kindling. Beiji acknowledged the order and steered the iron citadel toward its destination, a quiet thrill rising within him. Sabi family. This time, I'll reclaim my honor. Boom, boom, boom. The tranquil sea surface erupted into cascading waves as a hulking steel vessel sliced through the water at breakneck speed. Atop the castle's spire, a handsome young man in an immaculate suit reclined lazily in a chair, sipping fruit juice, while gazing down with serene amusement at the bustling crew below. Such effortless composure could belong only to Chen Xia. the captain of the freeloading pirates. By the way, Becky, tell me about the Shabi family. Though his dual-colored hockey had already ascended to the apex of this ocean, and his physical prowess rivaled that of an ordinary 7 warlords of the sea, he remained ever vigilant. After all, ancient monsters might still linger in the shadows. Isn't that right, Captain Carp? Caution, after all, was the keel that kept the ship afloat for 10,000 years. Captain. Becky instantly halted his preparations for battle and respectfully addressed the figure above. The Shabi family commands over 2,000 ordinary followers and 10 high-ranking officers. Their patriarch Deshabi carries an 800 million belly bounty, and once escaped from Commodore Rogue himself. Commodore Rogue. How fortuitous. Deshabi shared ties with Chun Xia's old acquaintance. No wonder both had become such generous benefactors to him. Rogue, gifted 100 million. I wonder how much Shabi will offer. What an exhilarating prospect. Ha ha ha. Chun Xia drained his juice in one swallow and leapt down from the tower. To rule the underworld, one must first command loyalty among subordinates, or risk betrayal from behind. Ahem. All eyes on me. Striking a flamboyant pose, Chun Xia bellowed with resonant authority, his voice instantly arresting the attention of every sharp-suited thug on deck. A few low-tolerance pirates burst into laughter on the spot. Thud. His companion, stricken with terror, lunged to kick him down. After all, though this master lacked the icy gravitas of the Godfather, even yesterday's single punch had left Becky trembling in dread. Before the black leather shoe even grazed him, the man collapsed onto the deck, eyes rolled back unconscious. The suited thugs shuddered collectively, straightening their spines rigidly and bowing their heads solemnly, terrified they too might succumb to the same humiliating fate. Having delivered a swift, sobering demonstration of armament hockey, Chun Xia cleared his throat. As of yesterday, you are all members of the freeloading pirates. Our crew abides by ironclad laws. At those words, every ear perked up. Becky himself tensed, fully alert behind him. Huh. Becky's mind raced. He harbored no true allegiance. He was a man destined for the new world, to rise as the sovereign of the underworld. Once the Shabi family fell, he would seize the fortune and flee eastward to rebuild. Why not betray Chun Xia during the assault? A single blow had shattered his steel fortress. Such power dwarfed even a Navy Commodore in his estimation. And as a man who worshipped profit above all else, stabbing Chun Xia held far less value than absconding with wealth. Yet Chun Xia's next words shattered his secret calculations. First only I may freeload. Anyone caught freeloading. Before he finished, a colossal sea king surfaced, its lifeless eyes staring skyward, blood staining the ocean crimson. That is their fate. And second, Chun Xia's ghost-like form materialized behind Becky. Snap. His palms settled lightly upon Becky's shoulder. Yet an arctic wave of killing intent pierced through the dark suit, freezing him to the marrow. Becky, I trust you won't betray me, will you? Cold sweat streamed down his brow, his body trembled uncontrollably. Did he see through me? Becky was no legendary pirate bearing a 300 million bounty. Merely a greenhorn, just setting sail, his own bounty barely reaching 40 million. See, Captain, I would never betray you. Ha ha ha. Good. Chun Xia chuckled, a sound both light and utterly devoid of belief. Betrayal from him? That would happen only when the sun ceased rising. A man who dared assassinate Big Mom and conspired against the 4 emperors, devoid of honor or scruple, could be bound only by absolute unassailable gain. Captain, what is this? A strange viscous black energy surged into his body and into every soul present. Coiling like serpents around their hearts, its venomous fangs hovered ready to claim their lives at any moment. No need to panic, just a minor precaution. Ha ha ha. Chun Xia tossed the glass cup to the deck. It shattered with crystalline clarity. He knew precisely what this force was, his own armament hockey condensed into seed-like essence and implanted deep within each heart. The slightest hint of treachery would trigger instantaneous cardiac annihilation. Truly the explosive Dan King, with 800 layers of cunning. Without waiting for their stunned silence or mounting dread, Chun Xia strode back into the castle. T2 terrifying. Becky's gaze locked onto the 100-meter Sea King drifting lifelessly upon the waves. Swallowing hard, he resumed his duties, heart still pounding. Increase speed. We must reach Kexport by tomorrow. Thinking of his stronghold, Kexport, Becky drew a sliver of confidence. There he commanded thousands of loyal followers, endless firearms, and an impregnable fortress. Surely, even that monster will hesitate. To him, Chun Xia, who'd slain a Sea King with eerie, unfathomable means, was less a man and more a primordial horror. Still playing child's games in the West Blue, Becky knew nothing of hockey, let alone that perfected armament hockey could manifest externally, reducing a 100-meter Leviathan to mere triviality. After Chun Xia decreed his 2 iron laws, an uncanny tension gripped the steel citadel. One dissenter plotted to assassinate him while he slept, only to find his corpse floating on the waves moments later, devoured by sharks. Following that shark-feeding incident, obedience grew outwardly compliant. Yet Chun Xia saw clearly these mafia pirates were hardened wolves whose loyalty, even under brute force, would inevitably turn feral. But Xia was no ordinary man. In truth, he wasn't human at all. Brother, that so-called captain's nothing but a loudmouth. Just because he's slightly stronger than our godfather, he treats our brothers' lives as dust. Sensing their slander through sea. If you're dissatisfied, then descend and truly experience it. Xia vanished, reappearing silently behind them. Ha ha ha. Spot on. That idiot captain hoards all the perks for himself while forbidding us from freeloading. What gives him the right? Oh, what gives me the right? Let me tell you exactly what does. A voice slithered along their necks, cold serpentine paralyzing. Bang! Their minds raced with ruthless ingenuity, casually wiping crimson and white matter from their faces. Xia bared his teeth in a wide savage grin. If they won't stay obedient, or even content, then kill them all. While not all Brother Beiji must remain alive, for Belly hasn't been secured yet. That night the steel citadel that had long shielded and sheltered them became a cage of death. Even those who caught the thick coppery stench of blood and tried to flee found themselves unable to open the door to life. They had been abandoned by the very patriarch they revered above all else. It was his most desperate hour, and also his most exhilarating. Long before those two reckless fools unleashed their twisted schemes, Beiji, hidden within the command chamber, had sensed it. After all, as the user of the steel citadel fruit, he possessed absolute awareness over his metallic fortress, and Xia had made no effort to conceal his intent. He meant to slaughter every one of Beiji's subordinates openly, brazenly, drenching the ship in blood and littering its decks with mangled remains as a grim warning: do not dare harbor treacherous thoughts. I can end your life whenever I please. Beiji understood the message perfectly, powerless to resist and unwilling to try. He was neither sentimental nor callous, merely a pragmatist whose loyalty bent wholly to self-interest. The cost of intervening, or even opposing, Xia's carnage far outweighed the benefit of feigning indifference. Within less than a single night, hundreds of suited enforcers were reduced to just one man standing himself. In truth, Xia could have obliterated this gang of mobsters with a mere outward surge of armament hockey, dropping them all instantly. Yet after months adrift at sea, boredom and simmering fury demanded a slower, crueler catharsis. So he chose to hunt them down one by one, torturing, breaking, extinguishing, until only the final victim remained near the command chamber. His neck snapped with a sickening twist. Beiji, time's late. I'll retire for now. Ha ha ha. With that, he gave a casual wave toward the command chamber and strode back to his quarters, drenched head to toe in fresh blood. Cold sweat streamed down Beiji's temples, soaking through his dark suit. He sat frozen on the leather sofa, trembling hands lighting a cigar, the faint metallic tang of blood lingering thickly in the air. At times he truly believed Xia was born to be a patriarch, even if his disciples rarely survived more than a few days. Days later, two figures stood side by side on the deck, one tall, one short, gazing toward the glittering port growing ever closer on the horizon, their expressions starkly divergent. Below, others could only chuckle hollowly. At last, solid land loomed within reach. Smiling faintly, Xia drained the last drop of juice from his glass. Perhaps because he'd scarcely tasted such fruit in his past life, he found this pirate world beverage surprisingly fragrant, and already contemplated acquiring its producer for his own use. Beiji, I've noticed, the fewer people aboard, the faster the ship seems to sail each day. Is it lighter now? Indeed, Captain, your brilliance astounds me. You've ingeniously reduced weight to accelerate our arrival at Kexport. Huh. A slender hand gently placed a grape upon his lips. He swallowed it, then rose languidly from the supple leather armchair, gripping the smooth thigh clad in black silk. At once a voluptuous maid in pristine white stockings hurried forward, delicately dabbing moisture from the corner of his mouth with her fingertips. I've indulged long enough. It's time to move. The young man stretched lazily, limbs loose and relaxed. This elegant, pleasure-drenched youth was none other than Xia, already settled ashore for several days. Days earlier, he and Beiji had disembarked at Kexport, a dazzling hub of the West Blue once ruled entirely by Beiji. Though the Sabi family had seized much of his territory in recent years, Beiji still retained a grand, opulent castle in the port's most prestigious district. That very evening, under Beiji's enthusiastic invitation, Xia moved in, and what followed left the man, who'd spent months aboard a cramped, rusting vessel, utterly awestruck. Lifting the silken coverlet, he found two breathtaking women reclining on the bed, bodies sculpted like celestial nymphs draped in sheer flesh-toned veils, awaiting his command without reservation. Xia gazed upon the twin sisters and couldn't help but admire Beiji's uncanny intuition. Still, he shared little more than a single night with them, bestowing only simple names. The private chamber is prepared. As they spoke, their chests swelled with breathless excitement. Since that night, they belonged exclusively to Xia. Only by becoming his women could Beiji guarantee their safety. Otherwise, he might replace them with new companions at any moment. Off. Xia blinked, then quickly grasped their misunderstanding. No, you've mistaken my meaning, Xiao He and Xiao Bai. That matter can wait, for now. though he genuinely admired them. Gentle, intuitive, exquisitely attuned to a man's desires. Any relationship rooted in coercion or calculation held little appeal for him. His sole love in his past life had been stolen away, not by charm, but by wealth. Such arrangements rarely endure, fleeting pleasure fades fast, leaving only novelty behind. But Chenxia was built for longevity, not transience. Beiji, deep in anxious thought, instantly transformed his frown into a radiant smile, the kind he feared he might never wear again if it faltered. Captain, have you enjoyed your stay thus far? Shall I arrange others, if these prove insufficient? Chenxia waved dismissively, leaning back with one leg draped over the other on the plush sofa. Truly, for understanding his tastes so precisely, Beiji deserved at least a few extra days of life. Should he continue to impress, then years, perhaps decades, might be granted, unless of course Chenxia discovered a new source of delight. His tone shifted, sharp, unyielding. If even a single hair on either of their heads is harmed, you know the consequence. He could not abide seeing the girls threatened. His compassion ran deep. As for whether Beiji heeded the warning, that would be verified only after Chenxia rekindled intimacy with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, inspecting them thoroughly. Should even one strand be missing, he would gladly reunite Beiji with his dearly departed disciples. Understood, completely understood. Seeing Beiji bow deeply humbled and submissive, Chenxia finally rose, his gaze locking onto Beiji's with terrifying intensity. A torrent of armament hockey erupted, swallowing the entire chamber whole. Stone walls and iron beams crumbled into dust within half a second, revealing stunned mobsters beyond. At the heart of the Black Sea, Beiji's knees buckled. He collapsed, trembling violently, sweat cascading like rivers onto the floor, instantly devoured by the encroaching abyss. It was the greatest pressure he'd ever known since birth. Facing this elegant, lethal youth, resistance felt impossible, unthinkable. I'm stepping out for business. Stay obedient. As the Black Sea receded, the chamber collapsed into rubble. Beiji remained prostrate, knees buried deep into the shattered floor. Even after that terrifying figure vanished from sight, he dared not rise. He could not rise. On the bustling streets of Kexport, a young man of striking elegance stood out, clad in a black suit, his presence starkly incongruous with the surrounding clamor. His figure flickered like a phantom, reappearing dozens of meters away with each blink. This was Chenxia, on urgent business. Aware that discretion was paramount, he exerted only the faintest fraction of his power, not even 1/10 of his true strength. Yet even that sliver proved excessive in this remote corner of the West Sea. Crowds scattered in terror, their expressions frozen in ghostly disbelief, creating a jarring contrast against the street and the fleeting silhouette racing forward. Hey, Griffin the Godfather returns shortly. Will you still head to the red light district? Yes, I must. The family just seized several assets from Becky's holdings, and the red light district happens to be among them. Ha ha ha. So tonight another round of free indulgence awaits. Two men in suits, baseball bats slung over their shoulders, chatted idly down the distant avenue. Around them pedestrians shopped and conversed normally. The commotion elsewhere had yet to ripple this far. Crack! A glimmer of light materialized behind them. A massive hand closed silently around their fragile necks, snapping bone without sound. Since you serve the Shabi family, you'll have to descend first. Don't worry, you'll soon have company. Chenxia glanced back at the two fallen corpses, expressionless, then resumed his stride toward the gleaming tower ahead. Oh, dead, they're dead. Screams erupted as crowds stampeded in panic. Dozens trampled beneath frantic feet, perishing absurdly beneath chaos. Two Shabi enforcers lay dead, and panic surged anew. Since Becky's departure overseas, the Shabi family had risen as Kexport's new tyrants, ruling with unrestrained cruelty. Free debauchery was routine, selecting a random bystander's wife for public violation and murder, while her husband watched, was not an aberration but a daily ritual attended by clan members ranging from a handful to dozens. In Kexport, they were sovereign lords. Even the Navy base deferred to them. But today fortune turned. They faced Chenxia, a man who slaughtered Navy personnel, without hesitation, known across the seas as the unrestrained fiend. Their reign ended here. Chenxia moved too swiftly for the street's turmoil to precede him. He halted before the tower's base. His supreme observation hockey swept its interior in an instant. His brow furrowed, his knuckles cracked audibly. He sensed his hockey. What vagrant dares trespass? Get out now. A heavy hand shoved him. Blindfolded and sightless, Chenxia tumbled backward onto the pavement, his dark suit smudged with dust. Did you hear me? Move, or else. Seeing Chenxia remain sprawled like a stricken dog, the suited doorman drew his pistol, aimed at his skull, and laughed wildly as he squeezed the trigger. To him, killing was trivial. Only regretting the proximity blood would stain his suit, demanding another change. Bang! Flame flared. An amber bullet streaked through air, straight for Chenxia's head. Clang! It struck true, yet shattered against an obsidian barrier. Deformed, it clattered to the ground. Damn it! Die, die! The sight defied reason, no cranial wound bloomed. Terror seized him. Humanity instinctively annihilates the unknown, so he fired again, frenzied bullets screaming forth, carrying fear, fury, and desperation. Clang, clang, clang. Amid cascading impacts, the gunman watched paralyzed as the so-called beggar rose slowly, eyes still shut, brushing dust from his trousers. Step by step, Chen Xia advanced toward the entrance. With each footfall, armament hockey bled downward, spreading like ink. By the time he reached the doorman, a vast inky sea enveloped the entire building, except the interior left untouched. The terrified thug, already soaked in that black tide, had long since crumbled into dust. Escape? Impossible. Not even the famed supernovas, rumored to rise a year hence, could flee such supreme armament hockey. How could this arrogant brute, who preyed only on the weak, hope to outrun it? Inside, music and laughter never ceased. The din outside failed to interrupt their contribution to humanity's fertility rate. Creak. The grating door sound pierced the bacchanalia, so jarringly alien that many paused mid-motion, eyes locking onto the elegant youth stepping through the threshold. Hey, boy, you seek death. Do you know whose headquarters this is? The Shabby family's. A portly man, beer belly rhythmically jostling the woman beneath him, spat words like venom. So, I haven't come to the wrong place after all. Chen Xia cracked his knuckles, a faint smile curling his lips. Time to get to work. Ha ha ha. Bang, bang, bang. Explosive concussions rang in their ears, jolting lust-addled minds back to reality. Even fools grasped the source, this immaculate youth. Comprehension arrived, but years of decadence had turned some brains to mush. Bang! A blinding yellow flash erupted. A bullet shot from the crowd aimed straight at Chen Xia's skull. Sigh, is my head truly so valuable? Why does everyone fixate on it? Chen Xia shook his head, smiling. He genuinely couldn't fathom it. If it were worth anything, he'd have traded it to the Navy long ago. His recent bounty, merely 70 million belly. Still chuckling, the black sea surged inward from outside, engulfing the bullet, then surging onward unslowed toward the exposed throng. Since they offered such warmth, Chen Xia, the exemplary youth raised beneath the 5-star red flag, felt obliged to reciprocate in kind. What devilry is this? Hey, the pot-bellied man abandoned his companion mid-thrust, scrambling away on stubby legs. Could he flee? Seconds later, the tower fell utterly silent. No gasps, no moans, no breath. Upon a gilded sofa sat a hulking man, muscles so dense they strained his custom-tailored suit. Chen Xia half wondered if he'd soon ascend to the cholesterol planet. Do you know why I spared your life? Chen Xia sat on the sofa. The burly man leapt up instantly, vacating the seat, though spacious enough for two daring to share it. Unthinkable. 300 souls erased in seconds. No trace remained. This left the underground emperor of Keksport haunted by profound dread. Had he not wished to spare innocent women, Chen Xia wouldn't have needed seconds. He could have sat in Becky's fortress, unleashed supreme observation hockey and torrents of elite armament hockey, and erased this tower from the island in an instant. I know. Do you seek wealth, my lord? Chen Xia's eyes remained closed, yet he had already activated his observation hockey, for the atmosphere of primal harmony had faded. As his observation hockey occasionally brushed against pale bare figures, he could only mutter an apology. Seeing Chen Xia still wearing a cheerful smile, the once invincible patriarch of the Shabby family Dasha Bai began to panic. Though the handsome young man before him smiled warmly, Dasha Bai did not underestimate him. Instead, he felt a deeper terror. Sometimes a schemer is more terrifying than a brute, and if a brute also possesses a scheming mind, the result is even more horrifying. Oh, from your tone it seems you are quite wealthy. Though his observation hockey had already located the hidden treasure, toying with him a little was also a form of amusement. My lord, when it comes to wealth, no one in Keksport dares to claim first place if I claim second. Seeing Chen Xia's interest in the treasure, he too grew excited. He only wants money. If I give him all my wealth, he might spare me. Hope rose in his heart, and with it his fear of the man diminished. My lord, if you spare me, I will gladly offer all my treasures with both hands. Oh, is that so? Dasha Bai's sturdy body trembled as he nodded frantically. It's working. But is 12 billion Bailey really that much? Oh. His scarred face went blank as he stared dazedly at the handsome young man rising to his feet. The brick at the 5th column, 3rd row, 13 meters below, lies a treasure vault. The door is made of refined iron, a meter thick, am I right? Bang! His sturdy body collapsed to his knees. Despair washed over him once more, but this time he could not even see a glimmer of hope. It's over. Knowing that Chen Xia had already discovered the vault's location, his greatest leverage for survival, turned to ash. Dasha Bai was not stupid, on the contrary, he was quite clever. He understood that once he lost his bargaining power in the hands of such a formidable opponent, only death awaited him. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed. Rather than being killed by his enemy, he chose to do it himself. The underground emperor, who had ruled Keksport for years, Dasha Bai snapped his own neck. He went to join his kin in their revelry. Sensing the rapidly fading life force behind him, through his observation hockey, Chen Xia pursed his lips and walked toward the underground vault. On this sea, if one does not understand that the victor lives and the vanquished dies, then they are truly foolish. But this was fine. It saved him the trouble of dirtying his clothes. With a single kick, he shattered the hard brick into pieces, traversed the 13-meter vertical tunnel, and then punched through the meter-thick iron door. After all this hard work, Xia was finally able to enjoy the fruits of his labor. 12 billion. That's 12 billion. Truly, wealth comes from murder and arson. The old adage never fails me. After collecting the pile of Bailey that occupied half the underground vault into his system, Xia returned to the surface. However, he only deposited 10 billion this time, leaving 2 billion in the vault for someone to collect later. After all, once Bailey is deposited into the system, it cannot be withdrawn, and he still needed to eat, drink, and aid distressed maidens. He couldn't always freeload. Even aiding distressed maidens on credit would be truly despicable. After dismissing the voluptuous women who were still kneeling, not a single garment covering their alluring bodies, Xia strode, with a light step, into the long unvisited castle. Lord Xia, you're here. As soon as he entered, Xiao He and Xiao, by now wearing even more seductive uniforms and red high heels, took his bloodstained suit jacket. My lord, would you like to sleep? Just as he lay down on the sofa to relax, a soft hand gently massaged his shoulders, accompanied by a shy voice. Ahem, it's still early, no rush. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across Xiao He's face, but she quickly replaced it with a cheerful smile. Lord Xia has already given me and my sister shelter and protection. We have a warm house to live in and delicious food to eat. Xiao Bai should be content. Recalling the days when they were slaves, beaten and scolded at, while both sisters felt a surge of gratitude. Thank goodness we met the powerful, handsome, and kind Lord Xia. During these days, the two sisters had long been shaped by Xia into his form, with only the final step remaining. The next day, Xia awoke from the embrace of Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Gazing at the beauties beside him, he knew that all of this was brought by his own strength. Without top-tier armament and observation hockey, nor a physique comparable to a warlord of the sea, he might have been defiled in the dark cabin of the wolf pirates and ended up as fish food. Strength. That is the true currency of this world. The strong are elevated to the throne and enjoy everything the world has to offer, while the weak can only cower in the mud, living in constant fear, perhaps falling dead on the ground one day. Strength. Still strength. First, I'll go collect some money from Beiji. This 10 billion Bailey isn't enough. Declining the two women's request to sleep in, Xia headed straight for the headquarters of the Baipiao pirates. He passed through long corridors, and none of the surrounding mafia dared to act recklessly, for the former godfather Beiji had already warned them about this great figure. He was their new godfather. Who would dare to stop him? Besides, they had also heard about the Shabi family incident from yesterday. The entire family, over 300 members, were left with no intact bodies, only the patriarch Dasha Bai with his neck broken. Godfather, please. The two mafia members at the door respectfully pushed it open. Xia nodded slightly and walked in, clad in a black suit. Beiji, since the Shabi family has been eliminated, their assets should be taken over. Beiji extinguished the cigar in his hand, his triangular eyes relaxing as he respectfully agreed. Even if Xia hadn't mentioned it, Beiji would have handled it himself. But hearing that Xia had annihilated the entire Shabi family in mere seconds last night still left him reeling from the shocking news. Even if he admitted that he had the ability to destroy the entire Shabi family, it would require the fire tank pirates to bombard them with heavy firepower for a whole day and night. And honestly, he knew he could never finish the battle in just a few seconds. Also, bring me 2 billion Bailey first. I need it urgently. Though he already had 10 billion, it was clearly insufficient to elevate his current strength, equivalent to an emperor's right-hand man, to the next level. From previous simulations, he had discovered that even golden traits had their own shortcomings. They needed to complement each other to maximize their effectiveness. And to acquire multiple traits, he had to unlock additional trait slots. One slot cost 10 billion Bailey, and after unlocking, he had no Bailey left to choose traits. Pain. It was too painful, so he had to borrow some Bailey from the great philanthropist Beiji. Yes, Captain. Although his coffers had been drained by Xia some time ago with the Shabi family, now eliminated, countless unclaimed assets awaited his takeover. As long as he collected these assets and squeezed the people of Kaisai Port, he could gather the 2 billion Bailey. So let the people of Kaisai Port suffer once more. After all, they are no strangers to hardship. After hardship comes sweetness. The common folk of Kex Port remained unaware that the taxes, originally collected 2 decades in advance by the Shabi clan, would now be deferred another decade thanks to Xia's words. Yet Becky proved adept at currying favor. He levied no taxes whatsoever on the red light district, and even informed the young women there that this reprieve was entirely due to Lord Xia's benevolence. Thus Xia's prestige soared to its zenith within the district. Countless women longed to spend a night with this paragon of virtue, even if it meant offering themselves freely. After all, such an honor was priceless. Xia, however, lay blissfully ignorant of all this, sprawled across his bed. He did not maintain his observation hockey constantly. It drained both physical stamina and mental clarity. After a brief Tinder interlude with Xiaohe and Xiao, he received 200 million belly from Becky. Depositing the sum into his system, his total balance surged to a staggering 1,200 million and 200,000 belly, a fortune far exceeding the combined worth of 10 marine bases, each capable of borrowing only 100 million belly at most. Reclining on the sofa, his hand resting lightly upon a pair of silken thighs, he luxuriated in the soft, fragrant massage of delicate fingers, and slowly closed his eyes. System unlock my second trait slot. As his balance plummeted to 200 million belly, the system's voice chimed, ding. 10 billion belly deducted. Second trait, slot successfully unlocked. System initiate simulation. This time I'll use my designated golden trait opportunity and place unrivaled body refinement into the second slot. Designated trait applied successfully. Second slot now holds unrivaled body refinement. 1 million belly deducted. Ding. Simulation initiating. Trait generation in progress. Trait generation complete. Please select one trait as your protagonist's innate talent for this simulated life. Aiken family blue, you inherit the sacred essence of Kai Shukuin, the divine rooster. Consume flavor-enhanced fried fish, stewed tangerines, spicy wings with rice or lychee, and grow stronger without limit. Crimson rage physique, purple, you erupt into crimson fury at any provocation. Even a left foot crossing the threshold triggers it. During rage, your entire physique amplifies tenfold up to a maximum of 2,000 points. Debate supremacy, purple, you are peerless in argumentation. Any dispute inevitably ends with your opponent persuaded by your logic. Schizophrenic SOV. This trait set ranked as the most opulent he'd ever encountered in simulation. For purple, 1 gold, 1 blue, each radiating formidable potential, yet adhering to his unwavering principle. Only the finest would suffice. Chun Xia selected the sole golden trait, schizophrenic sovereign. Though its name evoked unease, every prior golden trait had proven extraordinary. This one would surely be no exception. As that thought settled, the simulation unfolded before him. 1 million belly deducted. Simulation commencing. You are born in a humble fishing village on the East Blue. Your parents gaze upon you, tiny yet unmistakably male, and smile with quiet relief. In this merciless world, only sons survive to adulthood. First month, thanks to the golden trait, unrivaled body refinement, you walk unaided, despite never having trained. Your parents marvel, astonished and elated. Early ambulation signals robust health, a rare blessing in a village where even infected wounds claim Li. Gritting your teeth, you complete 100 push-ups. Your constitution strengthens, albeit slightly. Then 100 squats. Your leg strength improves incrementally. Just as you prepare to run, torrential rain descends from the heavens. Wiping raindrops and sweat from your brow, you leap back into the carriage and feign nonchalance. You master the art of concealment. Only your precocity is revealed, not your extraordinary physique, nor the truth that rigorous training fuels your growth. You remain profoundly discreet. Outside, rain falls ceaselessly. You watch colossal waves crash violently against the shore. Father, mother, still at sea. Could something have gone wrong? You wait, heart-pounding, breath shallow. Night deepens. Still no sign of them. Drowsiness blurs your vision. You drift into fitful slumber. When consciousness returns, villagers surround you, eyes heavy with pity. No, surely not. I'm truly an orphan now. You stare blankly, wide-eyed at these simple, weathered faces. Oldly, this child bears a cruel fate. From the crowd steps a stooped, white-haired elder, the village chief. You recognize him. He held you moments after your birth. Clutching his wooden staff, he raises it high and bellows, silence. Our immediate task is deciding what to do with this child. What to do? How? You understand, he means adoption. Yet these impoverished villagers can scarcely feed their own children. None will willingly take you in. It is a hollow gesture. Pity. I've already wasted 2 top-tier traits. A bitter grimace twists your lips. To launch a venture only to see it collapse mid-course. That is unacceptable. Chief, perhaps we should just dispose of him somewhere remote. Your pupils contract as the villager mimics a throat-slitting motion. You memorize his face and swear inwardly if you survive he will pay. The chief watches, then falls silent, deep in thought. Your heart sinks. Moments pass. His expression shifts, tense, strained, as though enduring profound constipation. So be it. Gather a few men. Make it clean and make it final. Chief, in this house, well, the same seemingly honest villager who proposed murder shocks you anew with his brazen greed. Traitor, if I live, I swear, I shall kill you or forfeit my humanity. Your eyes widen, unblinking. That face will be seared into your memory forever, unless he dies first. The house. Let us divide it among ourselves. Xiao Chun and his wife will never return. Several gaunt villagers advance, brandishing sharp fish knives, cold steel glinting under dim light. As the blades descend, a voice rings out, hold. You recognize the speaker, the man called Old Li. His black hair hangs tangled and knotted, unwashed for weeks. Chief, let me raise the boy. I'm a bachelor, no family, no heir. He'll care for me in my old age. You watch the chief's reaction. His clouded eyes flicker between you and Old Lee as slowly his gnarled hand lifts the wooden staff. Here, Chief, a small token of respect. Though clad in rags, barefoot, and visibly destitute, Old Lee somehow produces a worn leather pouch and presses it into the chief's calloused palm. Ah, so Old Lee himself has spoken. As chief, I cannot refuse. Very well, you may take the child. Thank you, village chief. You are truly a living Buddha. You were held in Old Lee's calloused hands covered in scars and hard skin. He carried you out of the house, walking slowly under the sinister gazes of several villagers. Remember, know what to say and what not to say. Just as you were about to leave the village, chief's threat came from behind. You saw Old Lee's weathered face twist with inner conflict, then he nodded emphatically and stepped out into the pouring rain. Raindrops fell on his face, trickling down the furrows of his skin onto your tender cheeks. Damn, the kid can't get soaked. He took off his tattered cloth shirt and draped it over you. You giggled and clung tightly to his hand, even as the rough calluses rubbed against your skin. Though some raindrops still reached you, you felt a warmth in your heart. Old Lee sprinted all the way to your future home, a tiny thatched hut with a leaking roof and walls full of holes. It looks like you'll have to endure a hard life with me. Scared, a large hand gently stroked your cheek. Undaunted, you grabbed his finger and rolled around in his arms. Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter at your antics, and you chimed in with bell-like giggles. You moved into your new home and gained a new family member, Old Lee. In that little hut, life was harsh. You couldn't even afford milk powder. Whenever hunger struck, you stayed silent, until your protesting stomach growled. Only then did Old Lee realize you were hungry, and he would carry you from door to door begging for milk. You watched the middle-aged man holding you, his face forced into an awkward smile. Even when he traded several days' worth of food for milk, the villagers would still curse him. Despite all that, he just chuckled and carried you back to the broken hut, laughing heartily. His fawning demeanor disgusted you. It seemed anyone could walk all over him. You felt he had lost all traces of a man's dignity. Back in the hut, as you drank the hard-earned milk, you eyed Old Lee, who was gnawing on a piece of black bread. Haha, little one, want a bite? It's delicious. Delicious, he said with a laugh, but the black bread never came closer. You watched him laugh, but you couldn't bring yourself to smile, even though you used to laugh together. Right, since I've adopted you, you should have a name. I can't just keep calling you little one, can I? Yeah. You finished the milk, nodded, and looked at him expectantly, hoping he would give you a nice name. Since your parents are both gone, and I happen to be surnamed Lee, how about I call you Li Shuangwang? You smacked your lips and glared at him resentfully. Just kidding. How about Li Huowang? It's lively and vigorous. You nodded, agreeing to the name. It was a bit plain but acceptable. Then may your life be prosperous and your career flourish. He leaned close to your ear and whispered, but don't forget this, old man, okay? A year passed quickly. In the first year, you worked hard, training every moment, pushing yourself relentlessly. After each session, your appetite soared. Old Lee smiled bitterly, took the broken glass bottle, and went door to door begging for milk, trading half a month's rations for it. Every time he came back, the bottle was full of milk, but there were always a few extra footprints on his clothes. Though he tried to hide it, you saw through him. You silently vowed that when you grew strong, you would take Old Lee to the most prosperous kingdom, where you would feast on delicacies, wear mink coats, and live in the warmest house. Every time you drank the milk, your heart was heavy. A year later, thanks to Old Lee's sacrifice of his own rations for milk and your hard work, your physique increased by 21, now at 23. Wow, how long were you raised on pig feed? Not even a piglet could grow this strong in a year. Old Lee, returning from fishing, saw you still training and your muscular build, and exclaimed in surprise. Like the other villagers, Old Lee made a living by fishing, but he was unlucky and rarely caught anything. You knew he was already half-starved, and still gave up half his rations for milk. So when you were 4 months old, you asked him to stop. He was shocked and happy that you could speak, but he adamantly refused to stop getting milk. No milk. No milk, what will you eat? In the end, after you demonstrated 100 one-arm push-ups and swallowed a raw fish, he gaped and reluctantly agreed. You found Old Lee strange. He adopted you so you could support him in his old age, yet he wouldn't let you call him dad or grandpa. So you had to call him Old Lee like the other villagers, and he didn't find it odd that a 1-year-old addressed him that way. Moreover, you couldn't understand why Old Lee, who looked at most 40, was called old. Hey, Old Lee, what are you saying? What are you saying, Old Lee? You showed off your 8-pack and brawny arms as you took a big fish from him. Haha, nothing. Tonight, let old man show you his skills and make you some braised fish. With that, he walked into the open-air kitchen that had no roof. You watched his slightly stooped figure, and a few tears fell unbidden. You knew how much he had suffered for you this past year. Whenever the village brats mocked you for being an orphan, you used the art of persuasion to teach them manners. But that made things hard for Old Lee. Every time the brats' parents came to complain, he had to apologize and give up several days' rations. Yet he never blamed you, he just patted your head and encouraged you. Huang, next time you beat someone up, could you do it somewhere hidden so you don't get caught? After that, you only targeted loners. With your superior physique, you throw a few punches and run off, leaving no evidence. The brats knew it was you but couldn't prove it, so they had to swallow their ange. Old Lee, what do you want? You were sleeping soundly, and being suddenly woken up filled you with a bellyful of morning anger. If Old Lee didn't give you a good reason, you would spit the stinky mandarin fish from the day before onto his face. Come with me to the market. Once we're in town, I'll buy you some candy. No, I won't go. You never expected Old Lee to possess such strength. His sharp elbow strike sent you crashing to the ground. You drifted into slumber only to awaken later beneath a dazzling canopy of stars, dazed and disoriented, gazing at the vibrant bustle around you, hawkers crying their wares, streets teeming with pedestrians, crowds roaring with life. This was your first glimpse beyond the quiet confines of Little Fish Village. Joy surged within you, yet swiftly faded as your shoulders slumped. None of it belonged to you, or to Old Lee. After paying several hundred berries a city entry fee, he hoisted you onto his shoulder and strode toward the market square. Master, how much for this candy? 100 berries per piece. Pausing beside a modest candy stall, Old Lee inquired about the price, then walked away crestfallen. Huang, this candy looks utterly unappetizing. Ooh, let's try the next one. Though you had little desire for sweets, his stubbornness left you no choice but to follow him onward. One stall after another, each demanded over 100 berries per piece, an exorbitant sum that deterred both of you. You bore no resentment toward him. Those hundreds of berries represented years of frugal saving, and this market day held far more pressing needs. The thatched roof leaked incessantly and required replacement. The cracked rice bowl, now veined with green moss, needed swapping. Even the wooden bed, reduced to a few splintered planks, demanded full refurbishment. Recalling your dilapidated shack, so barren that empty-handed would still flatter its poverty, you felt a wave of exhaustion. How in truth did Old Lee endure decades within that crumbling hut? You slid down from his shoulder. Though barely a year old, years of rigorous training had lent you the stature of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Oh, look who's shy now, little Huang. Old Lee released his grip and contorted his face into a playful grimace, hoping to coax a smile. Hey, what's so funny, Old Lee? I'm a fully mature child. No need for carrying anymore. Yes, our Huang is quite the grown-up now, though someone did wet the bed just 2 nights ago. How mysterious. Arg. Old Lee, you swore you wouldn't blab about that. You launched a flying kick, determined to punish his broken vow. Your raised foot froze mid-air, suspended by sheer instinct. Filth. Dare you soil my hem? A shrill, piercing voice sliced through the air. Peering cautiously from behind Old Lee, you beheld a golden-haired girl in a yellow dress, clutching a small handbag and stamping her foot in fury. A muddy footprint stained the delicate fabric of her skirt. Did Old Lee truly step on her hem? Judging by her attire, she was clearly born to wealth, and you feared this single misstep might ignite catastrophe. Just as you reached to tug Old Lee away, a calloused, weathered hand seized yours. Huang, what's done is done. I'll bear responsibility myself. You run ahead. Oh, I'll find you once this is settled. His words rooted you to the spot. Old Lee, she's clearly no reasonable woman. It's just a skirt. Let's flee now. No plea swayed him. You tugged, yet he stood immovable like ancient stone. Defeated, you remained beside him motionless. Guards, now, seize him. He shall atone for defiling my dress. At her command, a towering man in formal suit emerged from behind the girl. With each heavy stride, the earth trembled, and you and Old Lee shook in unison. Damn, he's built like a mountain. Can we even win? Though your physique surpassed ordinary humans by more than double, this guard's mass alone likely eclipsed that threshold. Dodge now. Seeing Old Lee stand frozen, like a statue, you lunged forward to intercept the blow. But his gnarled hand clamped down, iron strong, pinning you behind him. Helpless, you watched the fist descend, crushing Old Lee backward into a fruit stall. Juice sprayed across his face, blood gushed from his mouth. So thick and crimson, you could not tell where pulp ended and lifeblood began. The impact hurled you too, but luck spared you. You landed softly amid a cotton vendor's wares unharmed. Old Lee, run. Why are you standing there? You sprang up and dashed forward, your tiny frame bracing itself before the colossus. Ha ha ha. Brat, scuttle off. Unless you wish me to send both you and your father straight to the grave. The same warning goes to you. Retreat with your mistress, or today you'll learn what true reckoning feels like. Enough. You knew intimidation was futile, yet pride forbade surrender. Charlie, bring them both to me. They'll lick my dress clean, every stain, every speck. As you command. The giant cracked his knuckles, a grating, bone-deep rasp. Sorry, little one. No choice but to inconvenience you and your father. Ha ha ha. I curse your entire bloodline. You charged, only to be yanked back by Old Lee. Let me go. Let me go. His massive hand locked around you like forged steel, unyielding despite your frantic struggles. Mistress, my humblest apologies. I failed to see clearly. Here, 300 berries. Might we beg your mercy? He extended several crumpled bills, trembling slightly toward the girl. With a contemptuous flick, her slender fingers tore the notes apart, shreds fluttering like dying moths to the cobblestones. Truly fitting for low-born vermin. This dress was custom-made. Of course, you who dwell your whole lives in stinking gutters couldn't possibly grasp its worth. She gestured dismissively to the guard, then stepped aside, watching amused from a safe distance. Damn it, duck. Duck Oldly. Let go, move now. You were held fast behind him, forced to witness blow after brutal blow land upon his body. Blood welled from countless wounds, blinding him. Crimson droplets tracing paths down his withered arms, falling onto your cheeks. You fought to break free, to hurl yourself at the giant, to shatter him even if it cost your life. Yet fear gripped you, not of death, but of his death. If he died, you'd be orphaned again, utterly irrevocably alone. Time dissolved. All you knew was the slow, relentless pooling of blood across the stones. First one drop, then two. Until past 100 you stopped counting, transfixed instead by the fist rising and falling, rising and falling. I want you dead, dead. Your inner fury amplified by the blood-soaked pavement, and the flesh-streaked knuckles swelled into something monstrous, pure ravenous annihilation. In that moment you desired only slaughter, slaughter of all. Crack. The shackles binding your body shatter beneath an overwhelming tide of murderous intent. He is unleashed, born of your killing intent, summoned by your will. Hee. What a heart-wrenching scene. A chilling voice echoes around you. Tears stream down your face as you frantically scan the surroundings, yet no figure appears. Who are you? The world seems frozen, as if time itself has been paused. Before you stands a child identical to yourself, save for his crimson eyes. Me. I am you. Jinxia, or Li Huang. Ha ha. A bell-like laugh rings out. The fist suspended midair resumes its descent, crushing into the already mangled face of old Master Li. You strain to wrench free, yet even grievously wounded, that massive hand refuses to loosen its grip. Hee. Uncle, you're truly terrifying. The sinister laughter erupts behind the guard. You widen your blood-clogged eyes. And there he is, that uncanny identical you who just appeared. Twins. Then you shall die too. Fuming from his earlier failure to kill old Master Li, the guard instantly shifts his target toward that eerie doppelganger. Uncle, you're so scary. Would you please just vanish? Before the words fully leave his lips, you watch in horror as your own form materializes atop the guard's head. Crack, bang. That delicate little hand effortlessly crushes and bursts his skull. Blood sprays across your body. Thud. The iron fist ceases its assault. Old Master Li's body sags, collapsing onto the blood-slicked ground. Hey, old Master Li, you mustn't die. You collapse beside him, pressing both hands desperately against his bleeding wounds, as though sheer will could revive his fading breath. Hold on, old Master Li. I'll take you to a physician. You hoist his frail frame onto your back and hurry toward the apothecary shop at the edge of the street. Thump, thump, thump. With every step you take, another headless corpse collapses from the crowd, watching in stunned silence, each slain by that uncanny you. You deliberately slow your stride, but quicken your pace. 10 steps later, a young woman in a yellow dress crumples to the ground. Her beautiful head rolls to your feet. You stomp it into ruin. Treading through rivers of blood, you finally reach the apothecary. Behind you rises a mountain of headless corpses. You walked over 1,000 paces, more than 100 seconds, averaging 10 decapitated bodies per second. Just before stepping through the clinic's threshold, you glance back atop that grisly mound. You gazes down with a cheerful, almost endearing smile, if one ignores the carnage beneath his feet. Through amicable negotiation, the apothecary agrees to treat old Master Li without charge. Once bandaged and dosed, you lift him again and head toward the fishing village. You ruthlessly exhausted your latent potential. Amid a life-risking sprint, you broke through. Physical constitution, 12, current constitution, 41. With enhanced constitution, your speed sharpened further. After a day-long, grueling, unrelenting dash, without food or water, you finally glimpsed the familiar small fishing village. Before even stepping into the thatched cottage, you collapsed into darkness. Such extreme exploitation of your body's limits, even one no longer ordinary, could not withstand this reckless, self-destructive strain. When you awoke again, eyes barely open, the first thing you saw was a face grotesquely scarred and swathed in bandages. A ghost. You cried out, and instantly blacked out once more. When you regained consciousness yet again, that same face loomed before you. Ah, ghost. Just as you braced to faint again, a sharp clang echoed, and a swelling knot rose on the back of your head. Ouch. Old Master Li, must your strike be so brutal? I saved your life. Yet this is how you treat your savior. So you still remember my name? Old Master Li. I'd half believed I'd died and become a specter. Heaven forbid. I beg you, old Master Li, should you truly turn ghost, please spare me your haunting. Lying upon a crude bed of splintered planks, gazing at the barren, near-empty room, you sighed inwardly. This trip yielded nothing but wounds. Here, Li Huang, I never break my word. A blood-smeared soft candy rested silently in his calloused, scarred palm. Tears welled uncontrollably, spilling onto his hand and dampening the candy. Hey, why cry? A true man sheds blood, not tears. You threw your arms around him and pounded his chest with furious, helpless fists. Let's see if you bleed. Hey, Li Huang, stop. Your wounds will rupture. Look, blood's already flowing. life settled once more into quiet rhythm. You resumed your daily regimen of relentless training, driven obsessive as if determined to split each 24-hour day into 48. You refused to be slain next time you met your other self. That encounter had been chillingly real. Beyond training, you occasionally joined Old Master Lee on fishing voyages. With your presence, his luck turned markedly. Each voyage yielded abundant catch. More fish meant more shells, their hard-earned currency. Allowing them to renovate the thatched hut, drafts vanished from the walls, leaks ceased from the roof, and the groaning rickety bed was replaced by a sturdy, spacious timber frame. A year passed. Fortuitously breaching your first physical limit had accelerated your progress dramatically. Physical constitution 32, current constitution 65. As living conditions improved, villagers' attitudes softened. Returning from training, you often found neighbors gathered in your home, conversing with Old Mast. You stared at the bubble forming at his nostrils, and kicked him hard. Wow, what's wrong? I told you not to lend money. How can you fall asleep mid-warning? ZC. Watching him drift off mid-sentence, you half wondered whether Luffy himself had possessed him. Resigned, you two slipped into slumber. Ultimately, thanks to your persistent objections, no loan was made, and deep down you savored that small victory. Time flowed swiftly. Your days oscillated between fishing and forging strength. This year you turned 3, yet stood as tall as an average 7 or 8-year-old. Even Old Master Lee marveled at your astonishing growth, though publicly he claimed you were 7. Such unnatural development could not be spoken of freely, lest you vanish into some clandestine laboratory. After another year of arduous cultivation, physical constitution 20, current constitution 85. Gains from training dwindled steadily. You sensed the 100-point threshold would arrive within a year. Then you'd attempt your second physical breakthrough. The 4th year arrived as foretold. Standing at the shore, gazing into the fathomless sea, you plunged headlong into its D. The murderer, named on the bounty notice, dwells right here, in our village. Oh, are you certain? The kingdom guards have hunted him for 4 years, yet found no trace. And you claim such certainty? If your lordship doubts me, please follow me now, to the murderer's very door. There you shall judge for yourself whether my words hold truth. Very well, lead on. If true, the reward shall be yours. But if false, do not blame this captain for what follows. Murderer. You quietly followed the two. You trailed them from the village entrance all the way to the end. Old Lee's thatched cottage sat on a cliff at the edge of the village with the sea below, perfect for disposing of a body. You had already confirmed that these two were looking for you. Their target was you, the so-called murderer, but in truth you hadn't killed anyone that day. Sir, look, this is the murderer's dwelling. Oh, is that so? Then why don't I see the child? Are you mocking me? The man in plain clothes, seeing the empty hut, flew into a rage and jabbed the treacherous villager's shoulder. No, no, sir, how would I dare? They must have gone out fishing. They'll be back soon. Under his desperate pleas, the man snorted coldly, found a concealed spot nearby and waited. You observed all of this from the shadows. That man's strength is probably greater than mine. His entire being exudes the aura of a formidable warrior. You planned to observe from the shadows before formulating a battle plan. Charging in recklessly was out of the question. Now was the time to use your brain. After watching for a long time, neither of them made a move. Your small mind couldn't come up with any clever strategy. After all, you were only 4 years old with limited brain capacity. Damn it, let's just charge. Life and death are fated, fortune and misfortune are in the heavens. You let out a loud roar and appeared openly before the two of them. Oh, so it's true. Lowly peasant, this captain won't forget your reward when I return. Ha! Seeing you, the two hiding in the grass walked out with smirks. The man in plain clothes had somehow produced a gleaming longsword. Haha, brat, shall I invite you, or will you come quietly with me? Get lost. You bellowed, bent your legs slightly, and burst forth with immense power, charging at him. Moments later, you stood with your foot on his head, his own sword in your hand pointed at him. If I thought you were some kind of expert, but you're nothing but a pathetic weakling. Let me go, you murderer. The kingdom has issued a wanted order for you. No matter where you flee, you'll face endless pursuit. Why not let me go? Oh, let you go, and what then? You gently placed the sword tip against his neck, pressing it there as you spoke with a mocking tone. Sir, you can't let him go. If you do, what about my reward? Your gaze shifted to the villager whose legs you had already broken, kneeling on the ground. Even at this moment, he still thought about his bounty, utterly disregarding you. Crack. You exerted a little force and broke the plain-clothed man's legs with a single kick, mainly to prevent him from escaping while you dealt with that foolish villager. You don't come near me. Under his terrified gaze, you slowly walked toward him, the longsword dragging on the ground, sending sparks flying. Let me think. Where to start? How hard to guess? You leaned on the sword, wearing a sinister smile as you examined his body. Since you talk so much, let's start with the mouth. No. Wah. He opened his mouth, but couldn't produce a sound. With a single stroke, you slashed off most of his mouth, flesh and all. The man in plain clothes, seeing your brutal methods and the still twitching flesh on the ground, began to retch. The stench of urine reached your nostrils. You frowned, and without further words threw the sword to sever his manhood. Two equally agonizing screams rang out. You dug at your ear. Too noisy. Kindly quiet down. After you cut out both their vocal cords, the scene became much quieter. But the frail, foolish villager couldn't withstand such agony and passed out. You looked at the pool of blood beneath him. He was already bleeding out and wouldn't survive. You decided to play the Good Samaritan. You stabbed the sword into his abdomen, twisted it a few times, and his head drooped lifelessly. He had always been a thorn in your side, and he died on his last attempt to harm you. Having ended his wicked life, you strolled leisurely to the plain-clothed man. He clutched his bleeding groin, glaring up at you with hatred. Go on, tell me. What happens if I let you go? If you let me go, I can have the kingdom revoke your wanted status, and I can give you more berry than you can spend. I remember you have a lover, don't you? You wouldn't want him to be implicated by your wanted status, would you? And you just need to spare my life, and all these troubles will disappear. Indeed, letting you go seems to have many benefits for me. Then I'll let you go. You stepped aside to make a path for him. Oh, really? Ha ha. He laughed, grabbed the ground with both hands, and crawled forward inch by inch. If you remembered correctly, the direction he was crawling was toward the city you had visited during the last market day. When he had crawled 50 paces, you wiped the blood off the blade. Swoosh. The gleaming white sword traced a graceful arc through the air and pierced his body with deadly precision. Thud. Blood splattered 10 paces, but you were 50 paces away, so none fell on you. You dragged the two corpses to the cliff's edge, kicked them into the sea, then covered the bloodstains with dirt. Holding the sword, you sat on the wooden bed. This sword was the first real weapon you had ever owned in this life. Since I've been discovered, this place is no longer safe. I need to pack up and run. You began gathering your belongings. There wasn't much to pack, just a few bowls and a pot. You stood by the door waiting for Old Lee. You couldn't leave without him. Hey Ho-Won, you're up early today? Not training. A figure approached from the distance, empty-handed. Clearly without your luck in following him, he had reverted to his old luck of even choking on water. Old Lee, let's go. You ran to his feet, carrying the pot and bowls on your back. Go? Where? Long story short, if we don't leave now, the kingdom's army will catch us, and we'll either die or die miserably. Why? Why are they after us? Sorry, Old Lee, you talk too much. You quietly circled behind him, jumped up, and delivered a chop to his neck. With Old Lee on your back and the pot and bowls, you ran toward the small boat he used for fishing on the shore. You didn't know how long it would take for the kingdom to react, and you didn't dare to gamble that the next squad would be as weak. You departed, leaving behind the small fishing village where you had lived for 4 years, yet sorrow did not weigh upon your heart. This village had offered you nothing but a greedy village chief and villagers with shark-like arms. The sole remnant of sentiment was the house left by your parents, a crumbling relic long since stripped bare by grasping hands. Setting aside Lao Li, you seized the oar. Fortunately, decades of simulated rowing in a prior trial granted you astonishing speed. You drifted upon the open sea for over 10 days, hunger sated by fish, thirst quenched by fish. Gazing across the boundless expanse of ocean, you could not help but marvel once more. The world of pirates was vast, truly vast. Life aboard ship was arduous, yet fortune smiled when Lao Li awakened, lending companionship to ease the solitude. Once you explained your shared predicament, their mutual shipwreck and displacement, he accepted his rootless reality with surprising grace. Ha ha ha. So long as Ho-Won stands beside me, any land becomes home. You and Lao Li drifted on the sea for several more days. One day, as you rowed steadily, a tiny speck appeared on the horizon, distant, indistinct, invisible to the naked eye. Lao Li, do you see that? Is it an island? Aha, an island. Yes, it is an island. You nudged Lao Li awake. He gazed toward the distant speck and shouted in exhilaration. Summoning every ounce of strength, you rowed furiously toward it. When your feet finally touched solid ground again, night had already fallen. Under the velvet blackness of the sky, you and Lao Li embraced, celebrating your return to Mother Earth's embrace. You spent a simple night aboard the vessel. At dawn, you shouldered all your belongings and set off to survey the island. Finding dwellings would be ideal. You desperately craved fresh water, having long relied solely on raw fish to stave off dehydration. Luck favored you. Just a few li from shore lay a modest fishing village, far more prosperous than the last, its houses built of concrete. You and Lao Li walked its lanes, two figures, one tall, one small, and you stared in disbelief. Even the roads were paved with concrete lined with greenery. Truly affluent, you murmured, glancing around. For years you had lived as though trapped in a slum of St. A burly middle-aged man brandishing a fish spear stood before you, voice booming. After Lao Li explained your plight, he led you toward a towering residence. Ah, you're survivors of a maritime disaster. No wonder you look so gaunt and wan. I'm Xiao Wang, the village constable. Do you intend to settle here? You both nodded. Our village is named Hajime Village. Should you wish to reside here, you must first seek the village chief's consent. Without his approval, no outsider may take root among us. As you walked and conversed, you learned more of this place. Besides fishing, the villagers cultivated a miraculous crop, Hajime rice, harvested once yearly. Steamed simply, it released an intoxicating fragrance. Consuming it conferred modest physical enhancement. though diminishing returns set and beyond a certain threshold. Lao Li's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He'd spent his entire life hauling nets and never beheld such wonder. Hajime village had prospered through its trade in this rare grain, every home now bore concrete walls. As for you, your constitution exceeding 150 rendered Hajime rice utterly ineffective. Chief. Pushing open the door, you beheld an elderly man, white-bearded, leaning heavily on a cane, his legs trembling, and asked you, as if poised to collapse at. You wiped grease from your lips and nodded. Truth be told, this was the finest, most sumptuous meal you had ever tasted. Very well. I shall instruct Xiao Wang to guide you to an empty plot. As for housing, we've exhausted our concrete supply, wood will suffice for now. Once fresh shipments arrive, we'll rebuild in stone. Many thanks, Chief Wang. Lao Li bowed deeply, then took your hand and followed Xiao Wang away. You felt a quiet unease. Why had this village welcomed you so readily, demanding no price, no proof, no pledge? Yet you suppressed the question. After all, no scheme, however cunning, could withstand absolute power. With villagers' aid, you and Lao Li erected a timber hut within a single day, not grand yet ample for two. Notably, its furnishings, bed cabinets, were freely donated by neighbors. A flicker of warmth kindled in your heart toward these people. With shelter secured, you immersed yourself in relentless training, 10,000 push-ups, squats, and burpees, daily without. This, jet black charred paste, surely it's edible. Oh Huang, what's there to fear? Of course it's safe. If harm befalls you, I'll bear full responsibility. You hesitated, watching Lao Li thump his chest with fervent assurance, then at last lifted the bowl. Ancient lore tells of Lao Ba devouring fecal rice in a latrine. Today, Huang consumes this obsidian porridge, live and unflinching. You swallowed it whole. Throat constricting, eyes closed, you savored the taste. It rivals a devil fruit, though I've never tasted one. A subtle twitch curled your lips as you met Lao Li's wide-eyed stare, and instantly declared, by the heavens, this is exquisite, a dish fit for celestial beings. Lao Li tasted at once. Well, very well, I'll try. Lao Li moistened his lips, and downed the remaining portion in one gulp. You stood utterly speechless, eyes wide, breath arrested, mind suspended in stunned silence. Li Huang. You had already slipped out of the house long before old Li began shouting your name. His voice faded into silence, unheard. You sprinted headlong toward a small grove. A rustling stirred the air. You halted, ears pricked, listening intently to the sounds ahead. Though you had not yet awakened the observation haki, the ultimate art of perception, your extraordinary physique had sharpened all five senses to near supernatural acuity. That was why moments earlier, when you devoured that suspiciously rock-hard Hakimi, you'd nearly died from poisoning. Wang Lu, do you really think the new boy in the village is some kind of monster? Absolutely. Xiao Wu, I swear I saw it with my own eyes the day we played hide-and-seek. Bam. He punched straight through a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist, then carried it on his back, and did 10,000 push-ups. Oh, so you're that idle, huh? You stepped forward with a light chuckle. Before you stood two children. One a girl about your age, the other a slightly older boy. Wow, he's so handsome. Hey, Xiao Wu, that's him, the so-called monster I told you about. Aren't you scared? But he's so handsome. 10,000 times handsomer than you. Wait, am I really that pitiful? You absolutely are. Watching the two bicker endlessly, you sighed inwardly, yet again struck by the undeniable truth, you were simply too handsome. Ahem. Allow me two brief words first. My name is Li Huang, not monster. Second, I'm merely modestly handsome. No need to worship me, brother. You struck an effortlessly flamboyant pose. Brother Huang, will you play with me? I love playing with handsome big brothers. Amilos, I'm your real elder brother, for heaven's sake. You smiled gently at the little girl before waving off her plea. Sorry, little sister, but you'll have to wait until you're grown up. Right now you're still far too young. With that, you turned and walked away, ignoring the boy's furious shouts and the girl's tearful entreaties behind you. Let's see. Old Li should have calmed down by now. To you, these two children were but fleeting vignettes in daily life, and being called a monster, well, shattering stones at age 5 was hardly monstrous. It was just ordinary. Yet upon returning home, you were ambushed beneath the bed by Old Li himself and received several sharp, stinging swats on your backside. Old Li, you've just earned yourself a permanent place in my memory. And you, I'll remember you well. Silently, you vowed that once he passed on, you'd dance atop his grave for 3 full days and nights. The next morning, barely awake, you found the two children waiting right outside your door. Now the girl clutched a large, elongated kite in her tiny hands, her wide, glistening eyes fixed on you. Brother Huang, will you fly the kite with us? Even rigorous cultivation demanded occasional respite. Balance between labor and leisure was the true Tao. You accepted her invitation without hesitation. Hey, wait up. We agreed we'd fly it together. You seized the girl's small hand and dashed forward, leaving her elder brother scrambling wildly behind you, a sight that left you deeply embarrassed. I'm no reckless youth. I won't spirit your sister away. Why shout so fiercely? You deliberately slowed your pace until he caught up. Hey Xiao Wu, Didn't Dad say never to go anywhere with strangers? Look, you've already taken his hand. Another round of sibling banter ensued. Reluctantly, he fell into step beside you. Along the winding mountain path, you learned her name was Wang Wu, 6 years old, and his was Wang San, 8. Both were children of the newcomer Xiao Wang who'd arrived in the village that same day. By the way, do you also have a brother named Wang Si? You asked curiously as you climbed the rugged trail. Today's kite flight would take place atop the windiest peak. Woo woo. A few glistening tears slid down Wang Wu's rosy cheeks. Huh. What? Just asking a question couldn't possibly warrant this reaction. What on earth was happening? Thankfully, Wang San's gentle reassurance soon dried her tears, though she refused to speak to you for the rest of the journey. Later he explained yes, Wang Wu did have an elder brother named Wang Si who drowned at sea alongside their father during a voyage. She'd been closest to him, and still hadn't accepted his passing. I see. My question was terribly thoughtless. You hurried to catch up with her, offering a sincere apology, eventually earning her reluctant forgiveness. By sunset you descended the mountain together. It was the most joyful day you'd ever known, and the first time you truly tasted the sweetness of friendship. From then on the three of you became inseparable. When the next harvest of Hakimi ripened, you'd grown into a striking 1.7-meter-tall young man. 1 year had passed. Through sweat and unwavering discipline, your physical constitution had increased by 30 points. Current level 180. You were 6 years old. While most children your age still played in the mo. Hey Huang, did you just tell Annie Wang that these two are your kids? You waved dismissively as you strolled along the path with them. Nope, not at all. Oomph. Wang San let out a disdainful snort and darted to Wang Wu's side, whispering mischief once more. Gazing at the increasingly graceful blossoming girl, you affectionately ruffled her hair, her eyes closed in quiet contentment. Though Wang Wu was a year older, she treated you like an elder brother, reverent, trusting, tender. Amilos, will you two please listen to me? This outing wasn't merely a display of camaraderie. Sigh, old comrade, you've lasted only 2 years before cracking. You shook the long sword in your hand, its blade fissured with deep, jagged seams, and resolved to replace it in town. Over the years beyond physical training, you'd taken up swordsmanship using this very blade. Naturally, it served many purposes, slicing vegetables, cooking meals, and occasionally dispatching pirates or wild beasts. Perhaps because this village was wealthier than most, you frequently encountered bands of seafaring raiders attempting to land along the coast, each met with swift, decisive defeat at your hands. Their ill-gotten treasures transformed you into the village's undisputed tycoon, 2 million belly. Though that sum couldn't purchase a masterwork blade, it certainly secured a weapon of exceptional quality. Let's go, Xiao-san. I'll treat you both to a feast downtown. Brother Huang is so kind. Unlike Brother San, who's miserly to the bone. A faint knowing smile touched your lips as you glanced sideways at Wang San, now sputtering indignantly. Hey, I'm not Xiao-san. You're the one named Xiao-san. You stole my own sister. Bathed in the golden light of dawn, you set off toward the nearest city. Old Li, of course, would never permit a 6-year-old to travel alone, but you'd slipped away quietly. At that very moment, he sat bewildered before your farewell letter, still staring blankly at the table. After walking for several hours, you finally arrive at your destination, a vast, bustling city encircled by towering walls. Whether it is mere perception or reality, this city appears more prosperous and orderly than the last one you visited. Having paid the entrance fee, you proceed without encountering the absurd, melodramatic incidents that plagued your previous visit, perhaps because Old Li is no longer at your side, and thus your streak of misfortune has lifted. After treating the two boys to a genuinely lavish meal, your group arrives at Swordsmith Alley, the famed thoroughfare renowned throughout the kingdom for its unparalleled collection of blades ranging from legendary masterworks to humble cleavers used for butchering pigs and chopping vegetables. There is no blade imaginable that cannot be found here. Of course, this knowledge comes not from first-hand experience, but from a blind storyteller who for a modest sum of belly swore with unwavering conviction that the alley lay J. Without another word, you seize Xiao Wu's hand and sprint toward the direction he indicated. Hey, wait up. Li Huang, you faithless, lust-blinded wretch. The moment you laid eyes on that storyteller, you sensed something extraordinary about him. And when he described Swordsmith Alley's location, with flawless precision, your suspicion crystallized into certainty. He possesses observation haki. In the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas, even Smoke Man, the warden of Logtown, the gateway between beginning and end, does not wield haki. Thus this man is undoubtedly a master of formidable prowess. You reach the fountain. Xiao Wu's small hand tightens in yours, forcing you to halt. Wow, Brother Huang, is that a fountain? So beautiful. Her eyes shimmer with wonder as she gazes at the cascading water. Even Wang San, who had been sprinting behind them, pauses mid-stride to admire it. You too behold the fountain, not particularly striking, merely carved from ordinary marble, a sight long familiar to one raised in a metropolis. Yet having journeyed so far, you patiently wait until the two children have drunk their fill of wonder before proceeding. At last, Swordsmith Alley unfolds before you. Countless wooden barrels line the roadside, each brimming with an astonishing array of long swords. Hey there, young sir. Care to take a look? This is the latest model, guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. You approach a modest stall where the vendor launches into an extravagant, near-mythical sales pitch, so effusive that even the peerless supreme-grade swords pale beside his claims. Shaking your head, you guide the children deeper into the alley. The outer stalls offer little of merit. Even those boasting rare blades bear glaring flaws. One allegedly slew several successive masters, another carries the unmistakable scent favored by Laoba. You half suspect the vendor retrieved it straight from a latrine, unwashed and unrepentant. Truly a bodhisattva in human form. Brother Huang, look, a shop marked clearance sale. Shall we go see? Following her pointing finger, you spot a quaint retro-styled shop draped with a banner proclaiming owner eloped with his wife. Everything discounted. You admire the proprietor's shrewd marketing, though his slogan proves far more compelling than the sparse crowd before his door. Intrigued, you usher the children inside. Master, we're buying swords. Bring out several for inspection. Right away, young sir. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper is an elderly samurai with a top-knot, his hair silvered, yet his gait imbued with an unmistakable razor-sharp sword intent. Each step he takes leaves faint, incised grooves upon the floorboards, as though carved by an invisible blade. A master without question. You never imagined that a simple errand to purchase a sword would bring you face to face with not one, but two such formidable warriors. Could it be that masters retire en masse to the East Blue? Your speculation is no idle fancy. Sig, the bandit king, who once shattered beer bottles against the 4 emperors, kicked the pirate king himself, and vanquished 56 pirate kings, also dwells in the East Blue. Young sir, these are our finest wares, each capable of slicing a single hair cleanly in half, a mere baseline standard. Moments later, the master returns bearing a wooden bucket brimming with long swords. Shwa. You select a blade at random, draw it, and the icy, soul-piercing gleam of its edge slices through the air with a shrill, resonant shriek. An exceptional sword, though no formal swordsman, only a dabbler trained for 2 years. You instantly recognize its peerless quality. Sharp eye, young sir. This is Duanfa, one of the 50 fine blades, once decapitating the heads of sea lords, commanding 10 billion in bounty. How much? You cradle Duanfa in your hands, its balance perfect, its weight sublime, its resonance harmonizing with your very pulse. You nearly clutch it and flee. But flight is impossible. Before crossing the threshold, you'd be bisected by a single stroke. I see you are a true connoisseur, a rarity indeed in the East Blue. Very well. I shall part with this blade for the sake of fellowship. 100 million belly, and it is yours. 100 million. 100 million. Master, are you jesting? The exclamation escapes even the 2 silent children beside you. 100 million belly could secure their lives in perpetual luxury, sumptuous feasts, endless ease, wealth beyond expenditure. Perhaps I'll browse further. You return Duanfa to the bucket and hand it back. It is utterly beyond reach. Even selling yourself and the children would fall short. Your gaze drifts toward a large barrel behind the counter bristling with over a dozen blades. Crucially, a tag beneath reads 18 million belly. For a mere fraction of that sum, salvation beckons. A bargain so fortuitous it feels like divine intervention, leaving room for modest reserves. You step forward and draw a long sword sheathed in white lacquer. Shwa. Its blade emerges with the same piercing, vacuum-tearing cry, but after several experimental swings you slide it back into its scabbard. Solid and serviceable, yes, but neither its edge nor its structural integrity rivals Duanfa. You draw and replace several more from the barrel, none satisfying. As the last blades vanish from view, only one remains, a sword cloaked in black lacquer. You lift it, and in your stunned silence the blade trembles violently within your grasp. A demonic blade. You swing the strange sword in your hand with puzzled curiosity. Each stroke cleaves the air, as though piercing space itself, leaving behind lingering trails that shimmer faintly in the light. An exceptional blade. You turn it over in your palms. Though you suspect it may be a demonic weapon, no malice or sinister aura emanates from it. In your grip it feels docile, like a well-trained hound. Sir, how much for this blade? Though its price is clearly marked, you ask politely, hoping perhaps for a modest discount. As you gaze expectantly toward the counter, the elderly shopkeeper, his hair snow-white and eyes clouded with age, stares stunned when he sees you not only lift the blade, but wield it effortlessly. Only your voice snaps him back to reality. This sword was brought to me by a band of grave robbers. Not a single soul has ever lifted it without grievous injury. Yet you have done so effortlessly. You briefly imagine he's about to play patron saint, gifting it freely, but his next words shatter that illusion. Since fate has bound you to it, I shall simply round up the price. 2 million belly, take it. 666. Wordless, you stare at him, then place exactly 18 million belly on the counter, neither more nor less. Xiao Wu, let's go. Cradling the blade, you call out to the dazed boy standing frozen nearby. The 2 youngsters can scarcely believe that a peer, barely older than themselves, has just produced such a staggering sum. Even Xiao San, who earlier mocked you for lacking funds, now flushes crimson. Coming, brother Huang. Wait for Xiao Wu. Just as you step through the shop door, Xiao San's voice rings out behind you. Hey, wait for me. After purchasing the blade, you pause with the two children beside a fountain. Mainly because Xiao Wu, seeing one for the first time, insists on watching it longer, and you patiently oblige. During the quiet interlude, you carve its name onto the black scabbard with a small knife, friend. A tribute to these rare companions in this life. Though Wang Sen talks incessantly, speaks bluntly, and nags endlessly, none of that diminishes his worth as a true friend. As for Xiao Wu, you suspect she may one day become more than that. Still, for now, she is unquestionably a friend. Having admired the fountain, you retrace your steps to the bookstall. You haven't forgotten your yet unofficial master. The 1 million belly tuition fee you paid must not go to waste. Earlier you'd left in haste, and hadn't properly observed him. Now upon closer inspection you're startled. He wears tattered traditional robes, his short black hair unkempt, a cane sword at his waist, and straw sandals, the hallmark attire of a seasoned warrior. Deep wrinkles etch his face, lending him the appearance of a vagabond. Yet you recognize him instantly, Fujitora, the future admiral of the Marines who blinded himself to escape the world's corruption. Uncle, since you've accepted my tuition, you're officially my master now. Leaning against the stall, you notice the book in his hands has changed. Don't underestimate the middle-aged man. Though standing before one destined to command the seas, your tone holds no tremor, no hesitation. After all, what is an admiral? Last simulation you faced Dao. A stack of belly lands squarely in your palm. Exactly 1 million returned intact. Uncle, I truly wish to become your disciple. Please take pity on me. I lost my parents at age 1. I've endured endless bullying. Please accept me. You slip the money back into your pocket and plead desperately, even forcing tears to well in your eyes. Elder, I've been blind for many years. I cannot see this world. Tell me then, how does it appear through your eyes? Ah, this lands perfectly within your wheelhouse. As a devoted fan of One Piece, you know the answer by heart. The world is a rigged gamble. Yet some still stake their lives to overturn the table. And my eyes will help you verify the fairness of that gamble. We need not lose. You declare, voice resonant and unwavering. Fujitora smiles broadly. If light ultimately yields to darkness, what then? Then I shall be a matchstick, burning fiercely enough to pierce the veil of night. Excellent. Excellent. To pierce the veil of night. What a magnificent vow. From this day forward you are my sole disciple, my only student Yixiao. A surge of elation floods your chest. Clearly watching motivational videos pays off. Dropping to one knee you bow deeply. Disciple Li Huang pays homage to master. Though uncertain whether such formalities exist in this world, better to observe them than omit them entirely. Indeed, you note his smile deepens slightly as you complete the gesture. Master, what arts shall you impart to your disciple? I shall await you here each noon. Do not arrive late. So I must wait until tomorrow. A flicker of disappointment passes, but swiftly gives way to exhilaration at the prospect of learning from him. The sheer mastery of observation haki, the ability to perceive meteorites miles above, would suffice to awe even the most formidable supernovas. After a brief farewell, you purchase daily necessities and walk home with the two children. If you delay any longer, old Li might collapse from sheer exasperation. He's already advanced in years, and enduring such drama isn't easy for an elder. The wooden door creaks open slowly as you tiptoe inside. It's late. Old Li should be asleep. Normally, he retires early after hauling in his catch. Exhaustion sets in quickly, and he needs rest to muster strength for tomorrow's voyage. Unlike you, a physical anomaly capable of surviving 3 days without sleep. This time your assumption proves wrong. Li Huang, a massive hand lifts you off your feet. Though you've grown taller, you still fall short of his towering frame. You actually remembered you had a home. I nearly forgot I had someone like you living under this roof. Slap, 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 slap. Through the night, sharp, rhythmic thuds echo from your room. Dawn breaks. Having endured an entire night of discipline, you rise, your buttocks burning red, and begin your daily training. Gritting your teeth against the searing pain, you force yourself through 10,000 squats. Damn it. Oldly held nothing back. Just wait till you're frail and gray. I'll pull your oxygen tube and call it mercy. Limping slightly, you hobble toward the city gates. Today you'll begin your studies with Fujitora, the master you swore allegiance to just yesterday. When you finally reach the bookstall, it is exactly noon. The sun blazes mercilessly and the streets are nearly empty, yet Tung Hu's stall remains open as always. This time the book in his hand reads, "Don't bully the elderly poor." You wonder if he's been taking too many anti-inflammatory pills to enjoy such a read. Master, I'm here, you say, well versed in the ways of the world. You hand him the lunch you brought. Tung, who takes the bento, sits down and points at the ground before him, shouting, "Disciple, today I'll teach you observation haki." Observation haki is the perception that transcends the 5 senses, using the heart as your eyes to discern the breadth of all things. Beginners require extensive practice to master it. You nod. Though in your last simulation your observation hockey was the pinnacle of this sea covering tens of kilometers, that was then. You can't inherit those memories, so this time you know nothing about hockey. You listen intently. To learn observation hockey continuing to cultivate is out of the question. You head to the small forest where you usually train to begin your daily grind. Come out little, Sin, you call toward a large tree not far away where your superhuman senses detect heavy breathing. Hey, I'm not Little San. My name is Wang San. A boy about your age, but much smaller emerges. Oh, I see. Little Sin, what do you want? I came to train with you and get stronger together. Knowing he has no other choice or power to change things, he roars out his intention. Sure, you agree, without hesitation. Training alone or with a partner. It's all the same, and having company keeps boredom at bay. And so you begin the day's exercises. To him, it's almost self-harm. You hoist a large tree trunk and do endless squats while Wang San can't even do a single push-up but persists. Maybe you should take a break, you suggest, watching his bulging veins and trembling hands, genuinely afraid he might drop dead. You can't explain that to Xiao Wu. Damn it, Li Huolong. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'll get strong and beat the bastard who stole my sister. Brother-in-law, there's no need for that. Xiao Wu likes me, and I can't help it, you say. Shut up. I raised my sister for 6 years, and now she won't even look at me. She's always at your house. You try to argue, but he cuts you off with a tearful outburst. Did you ever change her diapers? Do you even know what she likes to eat? Do you? All right. You stop paying attention to his rant and continue training. You have no fear of him surpassing you. To beat you, he'd have to be the deserter king, working 200 times harder, treating a day as 200 days. Utterly impossible. Even the deserter king himself wouldn't dare guarantee he could defeat you, given that you've faced 5 admiral-level legends. After bidding farewell to the persevering Wang San and declining Xiao Wu's party invitation, you return alone to the bookstall. Another afternoon of sitting meditation. This time you've made noticeable progress. No more nodding off, your focus sharpens, though you still fall short of Tongue, whose goal, emptying your mind. You estimate it will take at least another month to reach that state. Taking leave of Tongue, who you head back the same way. You stop at a newspaper stand and buy the latest edition. Your eyes scan the page, and instantly you're riveted and shocked. What catches your eye is a handsome face. Features identical to Y. The weakest C, the East Blue. In just 3 months at sea, the blood-handed butcher has slaughtered 3 kingdoms, earning a bounty of 130 million berries. He even effortlessly killed a Marine branch captain, a rising king of the sea. You're stunned. What the hell is a legendary pirate? He's only been at sea for 3 months and has already annihilated 3 kingdoms, 1 per month on average. And the key word is annihilated. This means not a single survivor remains in those 3 kingdoms. What kind of terror did I unleash back then? Recalling his words to you in that alley, you can't stop trembling. Next time we meet, I'll kill you too, you know. Mad and powerful, someone who acts on a whim with no rules. This makes him a thorn in your side. But only a thorn. No matter how strong he is, you created him. You believe the creator cannot be weaker than the creation, and there's no reason for it. After reading the newspaper, a sense of urgency wells up inside you. You run all the way home. On the way, you train frantically, doing push-ups as you run, and even frog leaping part of the distance. You are truly exceptional. You skip all the way home, startling old Li so badly his heart nearly gives out. By the time you arrive, Wang San remains sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath like a spent hound, leaving you no choice but to haul him home single-handedly. Time slips swiftly by you. A full month vanishes like mist between your fingers. Each morning you train rigorously. Each afternoon, you cultivate observation hockey. Each night, you secretly intensify your practice. The fruits of such relentless discipline are unmistakable. Your physical constitution rises by 20 points, reaching 200. Moreover, you now possess the ability to instantly cast aside distractions and slip into a state of pure absorption, a crucial prerequisite unlocked from mastering observation hockey. Today, joy and exhilaration surge within you. After 1 month of preparation, yesterday Master Fujitora summoned you, and today marks the commencement of formal observation hockey instruction. All prior training. You, nearly 6 feet tall at just 6 years old, bounce along without a trace of embarrassment. Xiao Huang, come here. Fujitora lowers the novel Don't Mock Middle-Aged Poverty, which he has already read 3 times, and waves toward a small yellow dog in the distance. This dog, you know him well, was casually taken in by Fujitora a month ago, silent, perpetually somber, rarely barking. Yet that gloom exists only in your eyes. At Fujitora's call, Xiao Huang wags his tail eagerly, lets out soft yips, and darts over, circling playfully around his master's feet. Disciple, the key to today's cultivation lies entirely with Xiao Huang. Training with a dog. Indeed. I shall command Xiao Huang to bite you with unrestrained ferocity, and your sole task is to evade every lunge, never touching him nor allowing him to touch you. Sounds simple enough. I'll just shake him off. You think this confidently, only to be swiftly humbled. Fujitora draws a cane across the street, sketching a circle barely large enough for 2 people. Your movement is confined strictly within this boundary. Step outside, even once, and you begin anew. With that he reclines in his chair engrossed once more in don't mock middle-aged poverty. Clearly he is deeply invested in your progress. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Huang leaps into the circle baring his teeth at you, his canine gaze brimming with disdain, yet his tail whips wildly with irrepressible glee. Ha! Pitiful pup, bow before the dog king. That you intuit unmistakably from his eyes. Young mutt, don't get too cocky. Your reckoning draws near. Unfazed you stride confidently into the circle. Just a dog. You're certain you could best 10 of them. Training begins. The moment your foot crosses the line, Xiao Huang erupts into low, guttural growls and lunges. Close your eyes. A voice murmurs softly beside your ear. Reluctantly, you shut your eyes. With your constitution now at 200, your sharpened senses would make evading Xiao Huang's attacks as effortless as drinking water, but blindness transforms certainty into peril. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rushing air surges toward you. Step left. You focus your spirit entirely, perceive the airflow's trajectory, and instantly shift sideways. How is that possible? You evade, but not entirely. Xiao Huang's tail whips through the air and grazes your pant leg. Your first confrontation ends in utter defeat. Again, a fresh round commences. This time you've grown wiser. With heightened awareness you discern two distinct currents of air, one sweeping left, another right, converging in a pincer-like assault. Ha ha ha. You smirk faintly. If neither left nor right works, then you retreat backward. Surely no threat awaits behind you. Fortune favors you there, no paw strikes from behind. Yet misfortune looms instead, Fujitora's boundary line. You've stepped beyond the circle. In your second clash, defeat claims you once more. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Huang wags his tail furiously, as if mocking your helplessness. I refuse to accept this. Again, cease. We'll resume another day. As dusk bleeds across the horizon, you raise a hand in gentle refusal toward Xiao Huang. You've clashed dozens of times, and lost every single one. This wretched dog defies all logic. On several occasions you were moments from perfect evasion, only for him to exhale sharply, sending stray hairs drifting onto your skin, sealing your loss. Once, even more outrageously, he brandished a Barrett rifle mid-lunge, forcing you in sheer desperation to step outside the circle. After all, you had no desire to taste his saltiness. When you finally return home, it is deep into the night, and Old Li, as ever, sleeps soundly. You slip into the grove for secret extra training. 1-2. Labored breathing echoes from the trees. By moonlight, your keen vision catches a figure, startling you, before you approach quietly. Xiaosan, still pushing yourself this late? I swore I'd drive you away, and I keep my word. Just wait. Li Huang. Sweat beads at his lips. You watch him, ordinary, untalented, unawakened, yet burning with unwavering effort. His resolve stirs your pride. As one who has awakened, you cannot lag behind, and join his grueling regimen without hesitation. Near midnight, mid-push-up, you sense an unusual silence. Glancing back, you find Wang San already asleep, eyes closed, breathing deep and peaceful. Sigh, why strain yourself? From now on I'll protect you. Then will Brother Huang protect Xiao Wu too. You reach to lift Wang San, when a small figure darts from behind, nearly stopping your heart. Huff, huff, huff. Xiao Wu, next time warn me before you sneak up. And from now on I'll guard not only you and your brother, but our entire village. At 6 years old, he declares this bold vow. Unlike his past life, this rebirth began with orphanhood, and having witnessed humanity's darkest cruelties, he harbors no grand ambitions. His deepest wish is simple: a loving wife, children scampering at his heels, and quiet days tending fields beneath a gentle sun. Fortunately, a fitting bride already stands before him, perhaps young yet perfect for nurturing affection. Carrying Xiao Wu, hauling Wang San, you deliver both children home, then drift into sleep as your weary body sinks into bed. Dawn arrives. As always, training again. Notably, you now barely evade Xiao Huang's first strike, though the second still lands. Yet even this narrow margin signals meaningful progress. You hold firm to one conviction: action breeds success. Winter's final breath lingers. 2 months have passed since your observation hockey training with Xiao Huang began. Through relentless practice, your constitution has risen another 20 points. Bang! You sent Wang San flying with a single punch. For the past 2 months, he had been clamoring to challenge you, believing that after a month of hard training, he could definitely beat you. You had no choice but to accept letting him see the gap between you. Every time he was knocked out with one punch, making you feel like some bald-headed demon lord. But over these 2 months, he had made great progress, at least developing a muscular physique, and he often showed off in front of Xiao Wu. Xiao San, this time it took 8 seconds. Progress, you said. Huffed. Wang San, who had taken your punch without much trouble, suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood at your words. You casually carried him home, a task you had performed countless times over the past 2 months, so you were quite adept at it. You dashed toward the city. During these 2 months, you had sparred with Xiao Huang dozens of times, each day amounting to thousands of exchanges. Through these countless battles, you had gradually progressed from barely dodging its first attack to easily evading dozens of strikes. Thanks to the intensive combat training you felt, as though you had touched a barrier. If you could shatter it, you would fully master observation hockey. Today you sensed that the moment had arrived. You hurried to the bookstall where Tung, who still held the same book, Don't Mock a Middle-Aged Poor Man. You wondered if he would switch to Don't Mock an Old Poor Man when he grew old. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog Xiao Huang lying at his feet started baring its teeth at you frantically the moment it saw you. It seemed that if Tung, who weren't around, it would have already rushed over to bite you. You couldn't really blame it, it was just a pitiful little doggy. Ever since it had tried to shoot you with a barret, you had taken advantage of Tung, whose absence when he went to gamble at the casino. With lightning speed, you gave it a swift neutering operation, using the blade urine. Urine, if only I had stayed in the shop, the sword seemed to lament. By the time Xiao Huang realized what had happened, its barret had already been kicked away by you to an unknown place. The poor little dog, before it could even enjoy the thrill of the barret, had become a eunuch mutt. Master, your disciple has come to train. Today, I will be your opponent. What? You had been planning to toy with Xiao Huang, but unexpectedly your opponent changed to Tung, who a powerhouse far beyond your league. I am making my move, he said. The moment his words fell, the Cain's sword at his waist was instantly drawn and aimed at your face. The attack was fierce, the blade's speed swift. If he weren't your master, you would have suspected he was trying to kill you. Casting aside all distractions, you desperately tracked the trajectory of the blade. I see it. Fortunately, Tung, who wasn't using his full strength. In fact, he wasn't even using any force, the blade was moving purely by inertia. In this battle, he was holding back more than the Marines at the Summit War of Marineford. Swoosh. A large foot clad in straw sandals struck you just as you dodged the Cain sword, sending you tumbling into the street. Again, you got up, dusted off your clothes, and charged forward once more. In the world of pirates, one cannot become a true powerhouse through relentless training alone. The strong are forged in battle. Bang! You were knocked to the ground by another palm strike. This time a trace of blood appeared on your forehead, a minor cut. Again, you charged again, but this time you didn't foolishly meet his attack head-on. Drawing on the lessons from previous encounters and a spark of inspiration gained from 2 months of arduous training, you closed your eyes and perceived the world with your heart, as if you had developed a third eye. Left. Sensing the air currents, you instantly judged and dodged to the right. And right. No sooner had you evaded than another palm came at you, but this time you anticipated it. 10 minutes later, you had avoided 214 of Tung, whose strikes, by precisely sensing the air currents. However, your stamina was waning and your perception was steadily declining. Several times you barely escaped. Swoosh. The blade of the Cain's sword gleamed with a cold light, and you could feel that Tung, who had put a little more force behind this strike. Exhausted, you couldn't dodge it. Just as the blade was a foot away from you, a new power surged within you. Observation hockey. You had awakened it. With observation hockey, your mind formed a three-dimensional map of the scene. You tilted your head, avoiding the blade. Stop, master. I've got it. You raised your hand to pause. Although you had awakened observation hockey, activating it consumed your stamina, and such intense combat placed a tremendous burden on your spirit. You couldn't take it anymore. You have quite a talent for observation hockey. Tung, who praised you a rare compliment. You didn't think you were particularly gifted, you had already felt it was close, and with his guidance you felt anyone could awaken it. How does it compare to yours, master? It's still a bit lacking, but not by much. Tung, who gestured with his thumb and index finger, as if separated by a galaxy. Of course you didn't believe him. If you had even half his talent, you would have soared long ago. After bidding farewell to Tung, who you were in high spirits, having awakened observation hockey. In the East Blue, where both hockey types were rare, you were now invincible. You went to a newsstand and bought a newspaper again. Though you were prepared, the headlines still shocked you once more. Bloody Butcher slaughters several kingdoms upon entering the Grand Line. The Marines dispatched elite forces to annihilate him, only to be wiped out. 4 vice admirals died in action. Only 1 vice admiral escaped gravely wounded. Over 1,000 elite Marine headquarters soldiers perished in the sea. Is he already this strong? The joy of your newly awakened observation hockey was instantly extinguished. Killing 4 vice admirals and severely wounding another. This kind of power was likely comparable to your own in the previous simulation. In other words, he had reached the first tier of this sea, the Yonko commander level, in less than half a year after setting sail. You felt you might not even be able to match a single finger of his. Your gaze moved down to his latest wanted poster, Bloody Butcher. Bounty 0, most wanted dead or alive, accompanied by a handsome photo. With bloodshot eyes, he held a Marine officer in his hand, blood pooling at his feet like a river, and behind him a mountain of headless corpses. The corners of his mouth curled up, his gaze seeming to pierce through space and stab into your eyes. A wave of evil and murderous intent washed over you. You stuffed the newspaper into the trash bin and hurriedly left the city. It's time to work even harder. You decided that from today onward you would train without eating or sleeping for 24 hours a day, striving to raise your physique to 500 points within a year. Though it was still weak, it was your limit. You felt that he was even more of a cheat than you were. You heaved a sudden retch, racking your body. 3 days later, you collapsed to the ground, gagging uncontrollably. You had gone 3 days and nights without food, drink, or sleep. Every waking moment had been consumed by relentless training, cultivating genuine observation hockey. But strength does not blossom overnight. Your body was frail and hollowed, two deep panda eyes marking your face. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and Wang Sen passing by carried you home on their shoulders, otherwise you might have died by the roadside. Life slowly returned to its course. You resumed steady practice and exercise, no longer desperate for sudden breakthroughs. Notably, after teaching you Jiangwen Se Tung, who began instructing you in the techniques of Wuzhuang Se Baki armament hockey. 2 words summed it up: take hits. To grow stronger, you sought him out each day to be struck. You returned home bruised and battered every time. Old Li Laotu, stormed over furious, asking if you had been bullied. You explained it was merely part of your cultivation, there was no need for alarm. After demonstrating how you could shatter a stone on your chest, he reluctantly accepted your explanation. With your build, you were more likely to bully others than be bullied. Who would dare pick a fight with you? When you met the 2 youngsters, Xiao Wu fretted about your condition. Wang San, on the other hand, laughed until his stomach hurt every time and bestowed upon you a nickname, Xiongmao Dasha. Pleased by the sober Ku, that very night used the pretext of sparring to teach him a harsh lesson. Beating him so badly, he stayed bedridden for 3 days and returned sporting matching dark circles. The village's Hajime had another harvest of gossip. You had turned 7, your height matched Old Li's roughly 1.8 meters. Xiao Wu, clad in a simple white dress, waved to you at the village gate. Beside her stood Wang San with his own dark circles. Since christening you with that nickname, he never held back when challenging you. Each meeting ended in a sound thrashing. He was stubborn, he never cried for his mother while fighting, but when sent home, he would wail until Xiao Wu kicked him out. He had built a small cabin in the woods where you trained. Once healed, he would return to challenge you again. In his words, I will reclaim everything you took from me. After a year under your generously unreserved teacher, he had grown much stronger. He could now withstand 10 seconds under your hand. Though you had not used hockey, his improvement astonished you. You half suspected he was the brother of some former champion turned deserter. Conveniently, he did have a missing short, unsavory brother. Master, I have come, you said, sword in arm, and stood before the bookstall. Tung, who held a book and no longer read the battered Mo Chi Lao Nian Xiong Lu, but had turned to Rinlei Chuanqing Shan Yao Shi. Suddenly a commotion rose among the crowd. Following the sound, you saw a cluster of pirates harassing a respectable woman clutching a child. The exact taunts were too far off to hear, only the ugly pattern was clear. Disciple, today, I will teach you one last lesson. You did not know what he meant by last, but it did not stop you from watching him intently. Tung, whose cane sword slid from its sheath, not striking forward, but merely slicing the air. Thuds followed. First quiet, then a greater uproar as the crowd scattered in panic. With the crowd gone, you saw a row of headless corpses on the ground and weapons strewn nearby. Tung, who approached the dazed woman, who still stood frozen, you followed. The infant in her arms clapped giddily. Tung, who smiled, and you offered a small smile in return. Disciple, I depart now, he said, and walked away. You did not plead, you knew justice still called him elsewhere, and he could not stay. Hey Xiao Huang, take these when the time comes. Tung, who had handed you a ragged stack of books, and left Xiao Huang, his eager fawn-bearing dog, by the stall. You stared at the pile of books and the readiness of Xiao Huang, and suspected this was the inheritance he left you. It made sense, you had been bringing him meals for 2 years, and not insignificant expense. Occasionally, you found pirate vessels on the shore trying to pillage the village. You drove them back to the sea, and in return collected some Bailey. Not much, just over 10 million Bailey. After all, pirates of the East Sea were poor and weak. While watching the stall that afternoon, a tremor ran down the street ahead. Quick, the criminal is up ahead. Seize him. Footsteps faltered around you. You set down the Mo Chi Shao Nian Xiong, licked your lips, and thought the book was rather good. No wonder Tung, who had been reading it these past 2 years. Instantaneously cloaked in Wuzhuang Se Baki, you seized a companion's blade sheath, drawn sword out, blade returned. Your motions were fluid and practiced like a work of art. Over the past 2 years, you had found time to refine your swordsmanship. Though you were no master, you could fell a band of idlers with ease. Within a few dozen breaths, the street lay scattered with armored kingdom guards. You did not strike to kill, only to put them to a long sleep. Xiao Huang spun beside you, tail wagging furiously. You want to come too? Then come along. You slung your sword, and with Xiao Huang at your heels strode toward the kingdom's most sumptuous quarter. Your destination, the royal palace. There was no reason beyond your desire to live quietly here and be left in peace. With a thunderous crash, you kept pressing forward. You carved a path with relentless strokes. The way was littered with bodies. This time you had struck to end resistance, to offer the aged king a measure of intimidation. Kicking open the last great door, you entered the palace with a bloodied longsword slung over your shoulder as ministers looked on in shock. You casually kicked a fortunate courtier aside and planted yourself in the royal seat. Xiao Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. In all his life, he had never seen such opulence. He had spent the first years of his life starving, and the last 2 only recently well fed. Xiao Huang, you murmured, how would you like an iron rice bowl? I can find you a place where you need not work and may eat and drink for free. Sound good? Xiao Huang barked vehemently in reply. It seems Xiao Huang agreed. You fixed your gaze on the corpulent figure atop the throne, trembling with every breath. Hero, no, my lord, the royal treasury is filled with treasures. Could you spare my life? Your Majesty, there is no need to bow so low. He is but a pirate. If we appeal to the world government. A cold gleam flashed, and with one stroke you rendered him mute. I apologize, but do not interrupt others. Also, I am merely a man of justice. Through amicable negotiations with the king, you secured a position as captain of the guard for Xiao Huang. A job with no duties, free meals, and lodging, and several large female dogs awaiting his return. Clutching tens of millions of berries borrowed from the palace, you left the sorrowful castle. In truth, your raid on the palace was solely to borrow some berries to buy a gift for Xiao Wu. Today marked her 8th birthday. You had no fear of the kingdom's retaliation. This small kingdom held no one capable of threatening you, and as it was not a member of the world government, you had no worry of the Marines causing trouble. After purchasing a mountain of goods, you returned to the village with your hands full of bags. That evening you threw a grand and unforgettable birthday celebration for Xiao Wu. Since Fujitora's departure you resolved to sail forth and find a doctor to heal him. With your absolute might, the king agreed to care for old Li for 1 year. Beyond that, life or death was beyond his control. You returned to the village, settled Xiao Wu, and once again boarded the small fishing boat. You set sail. After drifting at sea for several days, you arrived at a small island. By fate's twist, you realized this was the very island you had left at age 4. The fishing village still stood. Recalling that you had left in haste without avenging yourself. Perhaps they had forgotten, but you had not. You might lack many things, but you were certainly unforgiving. With a single blade, you slaughtered the entire village, sparing neither adult nor child, even digging out earthworms and splitting them in two. Perfect. Finally, you set the entire village ablaze, unwilling to risk a future avenger emerging from the ashes. You departed. But you did not return to the sea. Those days adrift had taught you the impossibility of sailing without a navigator. Without one, you would drift like a headless fly. You headed to the island's kingdom, where old Li had been gravely wounded. You spent 10 million berries to hire a navigator and resumed your quest for a healer. Captain, is this our ship? Si Dankong stared at the dilapidated boat littered with fishing nets and harpoons, looking at you in disbelief. Si Dankong, male 26, from Donghai, had served as a navigator for several years. He was the navigator you had hired for 10 million berries. You grunted and stepped onto the boat. Yielding to the power of money, he sighed and followed. You set off again, now with a chatterbox aboard. The small boat sailed westward, your destination, Sigu Island. There resided Dr. Ku Leha, a physician of exceptional skill. You believe she could cure old Li's hidden wounds. After over 10 days at sea, you could already see the distant winter island perpetually covered in snow. Si Dankong's navigation skills were decent aside from being a bit talkative. Si Dankong, will you come with me, or wait on the boat? Forget it, Captain. I'll wait here. It's too cold. You turned and headed toward the 5,000-meter, snow-covered mountain on the island. Dr. Ku Leha resided atop that mountain. Relying on your formidable physique and armament hockey, you reached the summit smoothly, where a purple palace stood. The gates opened and a tall, lean, silver-haired old woman emerged. Dr. Ku Leha. You charged forward only to have your arm dislocated in an instant. After your patient explanation and demonstration of peaceful intent, she restored your arm. Despite your earnest pleas, she refused your request, citing the long journey and her advanced age. The gates closed again, crushing your hopes and the efforts of this time. Heavy snow swirled in the sky. You stood alone in the snow before the palace, clad only in a short shirt. You were not a man who gave up easily. 3 days later, even with your physique exceeding 400, your skin had turned purple after days in the cold, your teeth chattering. Yet your steadfast figure remained unyielding like a pine tree. Crack. The gates slowly opened, revealing no one, but a voice echoed from within. Fine, you little brat. Come in. Don't freeze to death out here. I don't want to collect your corpse. Rest assured, even if I were dying, I wouldn't die here. You shook off the accumulated snow and strode through the gates. Dr. Ku Leha received you, but was still unwilling to follow you to rescue an old man you had never met. Although I won't go, you can stay here and learn medical skills from me. Isn't it better to save your own family yourself? With no other option, you agreed. You began studying medicine under Dr. Ku Leha. Although it was supposed to be medical training during the first month, she treated you as a test subject, injecting you several times daily with her giant syringe capable of piercing rocks. Yet it wasn't without benefits. Each injection left your physique noticeably stronger. Gradually, you came to love this feeling of empowerment, pain, and pleasure intertwined. 1 month later, on a rare sunny day, Xiaoba, you saw a small reindeer in the yard. It had just been brought back by Dr. Ku Leha. No wonder you hadn't seen Xiaoba this past month. Today you officially began learning medicine, but to your regret, there would be no more injections. After a month of medicinal injections, your physique increased by 40, a current physique 500. The first step in learning medicine was to master a vast amount of medical theory and pharmacology, so you and Xiaoba had to memorize a mountain of pharmacology books every day. Your head felt like it was about to explode, but for old Li's sake you gritted your teeth and persisted. Seeing that Xiaoba not only felt no pain, but actually enjoyed it, and easily memorized everything you sighed, once again people's physiques really are different. Every day the moment you opened your eyes you were memorizing, the moment you closed them you were still memorizing. Even in dreams you were surrounded by endless books. Indeed, studying is the most exhausting. After a month you finally memorized everything. Dr. Kuleha began teaching you real skills, and you studied very earnestly. You swore you had never worked this hard, even for the college entrance exam in your past life. 6 months later, on an early morning you stepped out the door carrying a doll. After half a year of study, you had successfully acquired intermediate medical skill. The time spent with Xiao Ba had been joyful, but the old man at home was still waiting for you. There were still 6 months, and the journey would take some time. The doll was made by Xiao Ba overnight after learning you were leaving, and he gave it to you this morning. Auntie Kuleha, little Xiao Ba, I'm leaving. See you later. Basking in the morning sunlight, you waved goodbye to the person and the reindeer by the gate. Huh. When you arrived at the shore you were dumbfounded. It wasn't that your ship had been stolen, your navigator C. Dankong had run away. You pulled out a small note from a crevice on the ship. Captain the sow at home gave birth to piglets, so I'm leaving first. Don't miss me. Miss you. After cursing angrily you picked up the oars and started your journey. Without a navigator you still set sail, embodying the spirit of a brave bull, fearing no hardship. After a month of drifting aimlessly you actually arrived at Hajime village. After greeting Xiao Wu and the others you headed straight for the palace. Again you kicked the door flying open and saw Old Li still lying in bed. His face was haggard, his body emaciated, his hair disheveled. Old Li, I'm here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, you began to examine his body. The accumulated internal injuries over the years, and the decline in physical condition due to age. If it were anyone else, they would only be able to keep him alive with massive amounts of precious herbs. But you were a freshly graduated top student, such minor issues couldn't trouble you. That was the terrifying prowess of the gold medal teacher Dr. Kuleha. After a series of procedures, Old Li coughed out a mouthful of black blood, and his complexion began to regain color. You carried him back to the village. Life returned to normal, and you resumed your neglected training. To your surprise, as soon as you returned, Wang Sen immediately challenged you. Seeing the burly man standing before you, a full 1.8 meters tall, you were completely bewildered. How could he, from a 1.6 meter dwarf just a year ago, become a 1.8 meter giant like you? And the key was that Xiao Wu was just beginning to develop her 2 assets bear. Well, even though he had grown taller and stronger, he still only lasted 11 seconds under your hands. No improvement. Next time I'll defeat you. You waved your hands in pockets and strolled off to bond with Xiao Wu. The 10th year passed. The 11th year. Training. Still training, occasionally bonding with Xiao Wu. Physical constitution 30, a current physique 530. The 12th year. Training. Bonding with Xiao Wu. Physical constitution 50, a current physique 590. The 13th year. After 4 years of accumulation, your 2-colored haki broke through to the intermediate level. The perception range of observation haki expanded 5-fold, reaching a terrifying radius of 100 meters. Within this range, as long as someone attacked you, your observation haki could sense it. Moreover, with the improvement of your physique, you could now maintain observation haki for 2 hours, more than 10 times what it was 4 years ago. The total amount of armament haki increased 10-fold, and you could now cover your entire body with armament haki, though only for 10 minutes. Physical constitution 40, a current physique 630. 15 years have passed. Physical constitution increased by 10, current level 660. Though progress grows ever slower, steady cultivation still bears fruit. You sense that within a few more years you shall shatter this limit. Regarding your dual-colored haki, 2 years of relentless training and frequent clashes with pirates have dramatically strengthened it. You feel a breakthrough to the advanced tier is imminent. Since adopting King Cox's unconventional remedy, its efficacy has proven exactly as he claimed. In under a year, Xiao Wu's previously underwhelming endowment surged from rank A to D and continues to mature. No longer do you fret over whether your future children will be well fed. Instead, you ponder how many offspring it would take to consume it all. Should any remain uneaten, you'll have no choice but to partake yourself. Grateful, you personally visited the royal palace to thank Cox and inquire whether he possessed further remedies to enhance endurance. There you spot. Passing a newsstand, you instinctively purchased today's newspaper, a habit maintained for years, renewed monthly solely to track his movements. Alas, ever since he slaughtered several kingdoms across the first half of the Grand Line, he vanished without trace. Newspapers carried no word of him. Yet today's edition did not disappoint. The most wicked criminal, the blood-soaked executioner, bloody-handed butcher, was slain yesterday by the Marines in the second half of the Grand Line. Thus ends the reign of a legendary paragon of evil. Impossible. You tucked the paper into your pocket and murmured softly to yourself. You refused to believe he could perish so trivially, yet neither did you know where he had gone. Leaving the city, you walked along the coast toward your village. Its shoreline always attracted reckless pirates. Each month you dispatched several crews, releasing their bodies to the sea, thereby nourishing countless fish. Already again, not even a full month has passed. Within your Kinbunchaku-Haki's perception, a vessel approached the shore. Though no Jolly Roger flew, your Kinbunchaku revealed the deck teeming with fierce knife-wielding pirates. The Black Cat Pirates. The feline figure carved upon the bow instantly identified them. Only Kuro possessed the cunning to stow his flag and land in silence. After all, every pirate you'd ever encountered flaunted their banner, shrieked obscenities, and robbed with brazen audacity. The moment the ship touched land, you surged forward. 100 Count Kuro, is that you? You regarded the cold, sharp-suited man, his tin-bladed cat claws glinting, with polite composure. Kakik, brat, if you know our captain's name, scurry away now, else we'll carve you into thin slices. The Catman brothers laughed in perfect unison, brandishing weapons as they charged. From the instant they spotted you, they never intended to let you live. Your blade flashed free, cold light sliced through air, and both brothers fell cleaved cleanly in two. Though most of your effort these past years focused on physical cultivation and dual-colored hockey, you had not yet attained the rank of swordmaster. Yet sheer monstrous strength rendered even a fire poker devastatingly potent. Shoshi. Kuro's silhouette blurred, tin blades wavered violently left and right. Fall back, this is that technique. That boy is doomed, he'll be torn apart. Clang, clang, clang. You casually deflected the incoming blades, then cast a mocking glance toward the shouting pirates still jeering from behind. With Kinbunchaku-Haki as your advantage, Kuro couldn't even graze your sleeve, let alone land a blow. Thrust. In an instant you disengaged from the battlefield and lunged toward the clamoring crew. They were simply too loud. Splash, splash. Armed with Busashoku-Haki, your obsidian-fisted strikes felled pirates one by one. Within seconds, only you and Kuro remained standing. Why? He roared at you, mind shattered. Unable to comprehend how his hard-won battle-forged technique proved utterly futile, how you evaded each strike with effortless grace. Because my name is Li Huawang. White steel sheathed in Busashoku-Haki. Every sinew coiled. You closed the distance in a breath. Thrust. The blackened blade pierced his chest. With subtle twist silenced his breath. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Dizziness is normal. He obeyed. Eyes shut, body slumping into slumber. Searching the ship yielded barely 11 million belly. Less than his bounty. Truly destitute. Grumbling, you consigned all corpses to the sea. Nearby fish fattened by your generous offerings swam plump and vigorous. Clear proof of ample nourishment. For a time thereafter peace reigned. No pirate dared desecrate the village. Year 16 arrived. Through 3 years of patient grinding cultivation, you shattered your third bodily limit. Physical constitution increased by 200, current level 860. One quiet dawn, gazing eastward at the rising sun, revelation struck. Your dual-colored hockey breached its final barrier, ascending to the advanced tier. Kinbunchaku range expanded to several kilometers. Busashoku now enabled internal destruction, though flowing Sakura remained unawakened. Your power surged dramatically. You estimated your strength now rivaled that of Luffy after his 2-year training, except in raw constitution, which remained your sole weakness. This year's greatest joy, however, was not power, but your engagement to Xiao Wu. Approved by both families, her father, the Vil. Hey Xiao Wu, what are you up to? You sat beside her, arm resting lightly upon her fragrant shoulder. Brother Huawang, I'm just thinking about our future. How many children will we have? Will they be boys or girls? You arrived at the forest clearing where you and Xiao Wu first met. Not for mischief, certainly. You felt no urgency. In another year, she would be your lawful wife. At the cliff's edge, a radiant young woman sat swinging slender fair legs. Hey Xiao Wu, what are you up to? The future? Just look with your eyes. With your eyes? Can you really see it? Of course you can. You weren't boasting. You couldn't see it, but others could. After chatting with Xiao Wu, you resolved to cultivate your unique Kinbunchaku ability on your way home. If Ka, too, can develop precognition, why not me? You began diligently cultivating Kinbunchaku, but without guidance progress was slow. Yet you refused to yield, not for yourself, but for Xiao Wu to glimpse the future ahead of time. 16 years passed. As you cultivated Kinbunchaku, your physical constitution continued to advance. After breaking through its prior limit, its growth accelerated once more. Constitution 100, current constitution 960. 17th year. On the wedding day, you wore a black suit. Xiao Wu donned a pristine white gown custom tailored by the royal court's most revered master seamster. The ceremony took place in the village, intimate, attended mostly by villagers. Even King Kus appeared in person, presenting a gift of 10 million belly. That day, old Master Li wore a faded navy blue suit. Huawang, this suit belonged to father. He passed it down to me, instructing me to wear it on my wedding day. I'll never marry now, but seeing you wed in it, that's its finest destiny. He stood beside you and Spock. Barks echoed from behind. You glanced back. Xiao Huang stood there in an absurdly mismatched groomsman outfit, his mouth clenching a flower basket brimming with gardenias, Xiao Wu's favorite bloom. Hey Huang, looks like I'll never chase you off this lifetime. Treat my little sister well. If I catch you mistreating her, watch out. I'll settle things with you. Wang Sen slung an arm over your shoulder, glaring fiercely. Big brother-in-law, stop teasing me. I bet Xiao will have me kneeling on washboards every night after marriage. Ha 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 ha. The wedding venue buzzed with jubilant energy. After a thunderous volley of celebratory cannons, the ceremony concluded. When night fell and silence settled deep, you entered the bridal chamber with Xiao Wu. Amid soft, ragged breaths, both of you matured, body and soul. Time slipped by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After the wedding, you moved out of the wooden cottage where you'd lived for over a decade. You built a new one deep within the grove, small, secluded, and respectful of old Master Li's peace. Xiao Wu, I've told you countless times, let me handle this. Even if you won't think of yourself, at least consider the child growing inside you. You gently took the task from her hands and guided her to rest on the bed. Gazing at her steadily swelling belly, you broke into a wide, radiant smile. You were going to be a father. Wedding day, bridal chamber night. You never imagined you'd prove such a marksman, hitting the mark with a single flawless shot. Perhaps this was merely the natural consequence of your extraordinary constitution. 17th year passed. Caring for Xiao Wu during her pregnancy slowed your cultivation. But paradoxically, as life slowed, your kinbunchaku advanced at astonishing speed. You sensed that in roughly another year your kinbunchaku would reach its zenith. So Tenghu wasn't lying. I truly am a kinbunchaku prodigy. Truth be told, you hadn't seen your master Tenghu in quite some time. This year marked year 1516 of the marine calendar. Luffy hadn't yet set sail, and Tenghu hadn't yet become an admiral. Nor had he revealed his destination when he departed, leaving you no means to locate him. He hadn't even attended the wedding. Constitution 120 U, current Constitution 1080. 18th year. Xiao Wu gave birth on a night bathed in the full moon's luminous glow, thankfully AI. You stared at the yellowed sheet Xiao Wu had just hung to dry, and flushed crimson, offering only an awkward, bashful smile. A grandfather, so early. From afar, Wang San approached, laden with bundles, nodding respectfully as he passed old Master Li. Yes, age catches up fast. If I don't spend more time with these 2 little ones now, I may not see them again. At nearly 60, the man who'd raised you stood far beyond the average lifespan of 40 in this pirate world, truly long-lived. You smiled faintly. You'd stake your life on it. He would live to his natural end. Even should grave illness strike, you couldn't cure it, but your half-master Dr. Kureha certainly could. Old Master Li had at least another decade ahead of him. Meeting you was without question the greatest fortune of his life. That day you were exceptionally busy, and suspended cultivation entirely. It was Xiao Wu's 20th birthday, and their 2nd wedding anniversary. That evening you surprised her with a grand celebration. Thank you all. Gazing at the mountain of gifts piled before her, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed rose pink. You seized the moment, drawing her close for a tender kiss. Daddy, I want a birthday too. Me too. You laughed heartily, looking down at the 2 little ones circling your feet. All right. On your birthdays, Daddy will throw the grandest celebration imaginable. When night hushed the world once more, you and Xiao Wu rekindled your bond in bed. This time uninterrupted, the twins safely asleep at old Master Li's. You unleashed unrestrained the pent-up vitality you'd held in check for 2 years. That night, Xiao Wu never closed her eyes, and neither did you. 19th year passed. Constitution 300, current Constitution 1580. Your observation hockey made no progress. Foreseeing the future seemed like a joke, but you did not give up. You trained while taking care of the children. The 2 little ones were well behaved. They quietly watched you cultivate without disturbing you. On their birthday, you threw them a party. They were overjoyed. This year they turned 2. Xiaoyao inherited your handsomeness, and Yur inherited her mother's beauty. The 2 little ones started playing with the village children of the same age, and made several good friends, which also eased your burden. As for why you didn't let Xiao Wu take care of the kids, you had the best answer to that. That one crazy night your sharpshooter talent struck again, another direct hit. Xiao Wu became pregnant once more. With the pregnancy, she could no longer work or watch the children. Every night, with nothing else to do, you accompanied her for a walk. Huang, can't you see the future? Take a look at whether the little one in my belly is a boy or... Oh, a boy, I guess. Though you hadn't awakened the power to foresee the future, it was still a 50-50 chance. Remembering the most mischievous childly Xiaoyao, you simply guessed a boy. Well, whether it's a boy or a girl, but next time can you be a little gentler? It still hurts here. Xiao Wu, now a young wife, leaned on your shoulder and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. From brother Huang to Huang Go, and then to Huang, from a tagalong to a friend, and now to your wife. It took you over 10 years. A long time, but the ending was beautiful. Being gentle. That was impossible. It was a man's dignity. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. After all, you were an old married couple. You had been through countless days and nights together, so this one time made no difference. Besides, you had been frustrated with your cultivation lately, and were a bit hot-tempered. Your observation hockey swept the surroundings. No one there. Safe. You made love to Xiao Wu right there on the spot, the boldest thing you had done in 20 years. But indeed it was quite exciting. Thrilling. Fortunately this time you were a bit gentler, so the little one inside wasn't harmed, and even got a nutritious meal. The rate of physique improvement slowed down, but was still fast. Physique 228, current physique 1800. Your observation hockey showed some change. You could vaguely sense the future, very short, less than 0.1 seconds, and only sense it not see it. But this thrilled you for an entire day. That night you held Xiao Wu and celebrated thoroughly. Your armament hockey remained stagnant still at the peak level, but you were quite satisfied. At least you were at the top of this sea. The next day after the celebration, you went to town as usual to buy daily necessities like baby gag bags. You never expected the one-piece world to sell such things, and they were quite popular. After shopping you habitually bought a newspaper, a habit you had kept for several years. But this time the newspaper no longer contained the usual meaningless content. Instead it featured the name you had. After many years the bloody butcher reappears. The Navy's lies shatter. His first appearance is at the Cake Island challenging the Yonko Charlotte Linlin. In the Battle of Cake Island the four sweet commanders fell. Charlotte Linlin was severely injured, and the bloody butcher escaped. You fell silent. It took you a long time to recover, and you quickly returned to the village. You felt a deep sense of oppression. You trained even harder. The rate of physique improvement slowed again, and you felt that you would soon break the fourth limit. Your physique 200, current physique 2000. Over the past year you bought a newspaper every few days just to keep up with the latest news about him. But since the Cake Island battle his bounty had risen to 2.5 billion, and he was called the fifth emperor by that bird Morgans before disappearing. Even the Navy sent Admiral Kazuru, but all efforts were in vain. Your observation hockey improved again, undergoing a transformation. Under immense pressure you could now see the future within 0.5 seconds. You succeeded. Half a year passed. Your physique 200, current physique 2200. Your physique stopped increasing. This time you wouldn't waste time grinding. Every second was precious to you now. You decided to use a dangerous method to break the limit. Plop. You jumped straight into the sea, letting your body sink to the bottom 1,000 meters deep. The immense sea pressure crushed your body and blood seeped from your skin. Half a day later you were a bloody mess. Your skin had split, but you persisted. 1 day later your bones were deformed from the pressure. You still persisted. 3 days later blood flowed from your 7 orifices, your eyes were bloodshot, and your arms and legs had twisted into a shapeless mass. But the unmatched recovery ability from your steel-hardened physique was powerful, so powerful that even in this state you wouldn't die. The twisted limbs recovered only to be crushed and deformed again, then recover, then crushed again. The pain coiled around your neck like a python never ceasing. You still persisted. Crack. Finally, after 5 days and thousands of body reconstructions, you underwent a transformation. You succeeded. With immense willpower you broke the fourth limit. Your recovery ability doubled, making your already terrifying recovery even more fearsome. Now even if your limbs were cut off they would grow back in half a day at most, let alone internal and external injuries, which would heal in a dozen seconds. Breaking the limit gave you 500 physique, current physique 2700. The boost from the fourth breakthrough of your steel-hardened physique was terrifying, more than any before. After training for a month your physique 100, current physique 2800. With 4 breakthroughs you seemed to have cheated. You could train 24 hours a day without any problem. Your muscles were torn 1 second and healed the next. You felt you had become a monster with high attack and high health. After only half a year of training your physique 500, reaching a staggering 3,300 points. Your observation hockey improved even faster, and now you could see everything within 2 seconds of the future. Without exag. That's how you described him. The 22nd year. Today you return for the first time to your long-absent home. Last year you left alone to grow stronger, never once coming back. Not even when your third child was born did you return. At home you find your 2 eldest children now taller, and a newborn cradled in Xiao Wu's arms. Li Xiaoyao and Li You're are 5 years old. While you were away Xiao Wu busied himself caring for the infant, leaving household chores entirely to the 2 young ones. You name your third child Li Chongqing, hoping he will live long and prosper. After several days at home, easing Xiao Wu's year-long solitude and loneliness, you depart once more. You visit Old Master Li Wang San and the village chief before entering the city. Old Master Li, now well over 60, remains vigorous, appearing capable of living to 90. You pick up the latest newspaper. Though prepared, its contents strike you with profound shock. The entire front page centers on a single event. Bigman and Beast Kaido H. Oh. A roar tears from your throat as your observation hockey reveals the island's grim state. You sprint toward it wild with fury. Moments later you land upon the shore and stride toward your home. What do you think you're doing? You glare at the familiar figure standing before your gate, playfully teasing Xiaoyao and Yer. His eyes blaze crimson, his features mirror yours, down to the very build. You suspect even Barrett might match him in stature. Xiaoyao, Yer, go inside now. Do not come out. Once the two vanish indoors you and he retreat to a nearby barren isle. Boom. Several massive human heads slam onto the ground before you. Your breath catches in shock. They are Bigman and Beasts Kaido, the very Yonko who recently allied against the Bloodhand Butcher. Their severed heads roll at your feet like those of stray dogs. I've no grand purpose in coming here, merely wish to see. You remain silent, yet your pulse quickens, senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Just moments ago your future sight revealed an unshakable truth. No matter how fiercely you attack, he neither evades nor flinches. He absorbs every blow with his bare body. Even strikes powerful enough to sink an island, leave not a single white mark upon his skin. I've come to inform you the human purge begins now, the final greatest massacre. Born. Armament Haki erupts outward, engulfing the entire island in blackened armor. He stands calmly within the black sea, shrugging lightly. Out of respect for you, this village shall be my last stop. Savor these final moments well. Whoosh. He materializes before you, instantly. Your observation Haki foresaw it. You launch a full-force armament fisted strike. Boom. He catches the fist effortlessly in one hand. Crack. Your wrist twists grotesquely, bones snapping like dry twigs. Cold sweat beads your brow, veins bulge across your temples. No need to get so heated. Tell your wife to cool you down when you get home. By the way, your children are delightful and your wife is stunning. Enjoy them while you still can. Damn you. You swing your remaining left arm. Black sea surging forth, swallowing him whole. Even a Yonko struck by this blow would suffer grievous injury. Hee. So you haven't wasted these years after all. He bursts free from the Black Sea's grip, the pinnacle of armament Haki crumbling before him like childish scribbles. Crash, snap. From midair, he delivers a single downward punch. The island fractures cleanly down its center. The earth splits, trees and beasts alike vaporize instantly. You crash into the sea. Before your eyes the island vanishes, obliterated, erased from the map forever. Your observation Haki sweeps, yet detects no trace of his presence. Heart-pounding panic rising, you swim desperately toward the village. The moment you step ashore, your observation Haki screams warning. Where once bustled life, only the village now emits sound. You expand your perception, enveloping the entire island. Horror freezes your blood in mere moments. Every soul across the island has been extinguished. Only headless corpses litter the ground, rivers of crimson flowing unchecked. Upon the throne in the royal palace sits a headless corpse clad in brocaded robes. Kosu. Tens of thousands, gone in an instant. Huang, what's wrong? Xiao Wu bursts from the wooden cottage, rushing into your arms. You hold her tightly, whispering hoarsely, "It's all right." The next day, you bid farewell to Xiao Wu and the others and walk alone to the coastline. You intend to kill him. A madman like this, stalking you might endure, but he has crossed an unforgivable line, threatening your family. Having been an orphan in your past life, you have finally tasted the warmth of kinship in this one, and you will not stand idly by as it is torn from you. You pause at the shore. Within your Kinbunchika Haki's range, over a dozen colossal warships, each hundreds of meters long, are steaming toward you from dozens of kilometers away. The Marines. Could it be that his presence here yesterday was detected, drawing the Marines down upon us? You feel no fear. Your Yonko-level strength affords you absolute confidence, so long as the fleet does not carry the three admirals, or someone like Vice Admiral Garp. You believe you can defeat, or even annihilate, the entire force. Yet alas, your Kinbunchiku Haki delivers grim tidings indeed. Aboard those ships dwell not only the three admirals, but also over a dozen rear admirals, and tens of thousands of elite Marines from headquarters. This armada rivals the scale of the Summit War itself. Surely they aren't here to obliterate this island. You are right. The fleet passes silently beside the island, no hostile intent evident. You leap aboard, instantly inciting chaos. Searching for him alone could take years, better to hitch a ride. After demonstrating your peerless dual Haki, your Yonko-tier physiology, and declaring your purpose, the Marines reluctantly grant you passage, because their target too is him, the blood-handed butcher. On board you meet Kizaru Akiji and Akainu, the hot-headed admiral himself. Fortunately you bear no pirate flag, otherwise he might have drawn blood on the spot. From them you learn he has become the Navy's, and the world government's most wanted enemy, having slain two Yonko, shattered the maritime balance, and unleashed indiscriminate slaughter across the New World and the Grand Line, wiping out several world government allied nations. His hands are stained with at least 1 million lives. 1 million. You knew he was ruthless, but never imagined such monstrous ferocity. To eradicate him utterly, the Navy has deployed its most formidable force, yet the three admirals, over a dozen rear admirals, and the full might of the Buster Call. You also see his latest bounty poster aboard Ship 5. 3 billion berries. Just shy of surpassing Gol D. Roger, the highest bounty in history. You know his power is immense, so even aboard the warship you refuse to slacken your training. At last, after relentless pursuit, 10 days later you arrive in the New World. Physique 20. Current physique 3520. 3 days later you spot him, within an allied nation of the world government, engaged in unrestrained carnage. Nobles and commoners alike, pirates and marines, none withstand him. Bang, bang, bang. After a day and night of artillery bombardment, the entire island lies shattered, yet not a single soul perished in the barrage. For long before the first shell fell, its population, hundreds of thousands, had already been slaughtered by him. A suffocating pall of dust blots out the sky. Your heart tightens within your Kinbunchika Haki's perception that terrifying aura remains, unbroken, unyielding. Legions of marines storm ashore. You and the 3 admirals lead the vanguard. There, the battle erupts with the death of a rear admiral. Moments later, tens of thousands of elite marines lie dead or broken. Only a handful of rear admirals remain standing. And this is merely minutes into combat. With each fistfall, rows of soldiers vanish. Within seconds, only the highest-tier fighters survive. Across your Kinbunchaku range, glaciers radiate bone-chilling cold. Volcanic ash veils the heavens in gloom. Magma fists rain down like meteors as streaks of light descend like falling stars. Amid this apocalyptic spectacle, this divine wrath made manifest, he stands poised and elegant upon the pockmarked earth. Bakuho, meteor volcano. Yasukani no Magatama. The island fractures under the assault, yet his aura remains undiminished within your Kinbunchaku range. That cataclysmic barrage leaves only shallow lacerations upon his skin. Yo-ho-ho, what a fearsome brat. Even Kizuru, the ever-grinning admiral, wears a face grave with dread. He is too strong, so overwhelmingly powerful that despair coils cold around your heart. A day and night later, you kneel half-collapsed on a neighboring islet drenched in blood. The 3 admirals are dead. The island they stood upon reduced by a single effortless punch to ruins beneath the sea. Facing 3 admirals and a Yonko tier opponent, he felt barely challenged, merely broke a light sweat. Your desperate onslaught left only a faint superficial wound upon his body, which has already healed. Rising slowly, you spread your arms wide and roar, "Come. Though I may fall, I shall fight to my last breath." The moment the challenge leaves your lips, he seizes your throat. "I never meant to kill you. If you die, I perish too. What sense would that make? When you fall, you'll inherit this world, and I will." You wrench free from his grip. In that instant, you glimpsed his movement, not just in reality, but in the future, yet still could not react. And when you emerged, you anchored your physique to mine. Your physical strength is forever tenfold mine. 10 times 3,520, that is over 30,000. Such incomprehensible might shatters all hope. Yet, precognition, intriguing. Ha 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 ha, if I die, you die too. Then watch me die right now. No, madman. With a sharp, clean snap, you snap your own neck. As your vision tilts and blurs, you glimpse him dissolving into crimson motes, streaming into your body. Thump. You die. Simulation concluded. Evaluating rank. Simulation rank S. Assessment: the life of a survivor. Your luck proved poor. You unleashed a demon, sowed the seed, reaped the harvest. You failed to protect this world, but you shielded your family. S rank grants 3 simulation rewards. Choose swiftly. Host. Reward: 1 peak physique from life, 3,520 points. Reward: 2 supreme Kinbunchaku Haki precognition of events within 2 seconds. Reward: 3 synchronized progress on the trait, unrivaled body refinement. Reward for 1 unopened box of baby burp bags. Reward: 5 advanced combat experience. Reward: 6 half-demon blade friend. System: I select rewards 1, 2, and 3. Chun Xia slowly opens his eyes, fingertips tracing the smooth silk of a pale thigh. He is satisfied with this simulation, though the trait, schizophrenia patient, proved useless, and even betrayed him, disgracing its golden status. The unrivaled body refinement trait surged beyond all expectation, truly transcendent. As the words leave his lips, a familiar surge of warmth floods his body, sending shivers through his nerves. Simultaneously, electric currents flood his mind. His Kinbunchaku Haki evolves instantly, granting foresight into every eve. A large hand seized the delicate hand that kept drifting along his waist. "Sure, Xiao, I've told you not to do this." "Understood, Lord." Chun Xia. The young woman, dressed in a secretary's uniform and black stockings, blushed faintly and withdrew her hand. Thankfully, he possessed foresight, otherwise his chastity might well have been compromised. It wasn't that Chun Xia refused her affection. He simply deemed such interest-driven love impure. After all, if he were to play this game, he demanded her body and her heart entirely his own. "Sure, Xiao, go fetch Beach." She pushed open the door with her black stockinged legs, glancing back at Chun Xia reclining on the sofa, her large glistening eyes brimming with unspoken longing, as if whispering, "My lord, truly you won't take me." Chun Xia savored the fruit served by Xiao Bai while leaning against a smooth, silken thigh, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Though the white stockings prickled slightly, they were hardly unbearable. His ambition, to reign supreme over the underworld, was no fleeting whim. Simulation demanded vast sums of berry, yet in the world of pirates, neither navy nor pirates amassed wealth swiftly. Even a single simulation coupled with permanent trait consolidation cost well over 10 billion berry. Only by seizing absolute dominion over the entire underworld could he unleash his full potential. This vast ocean teemed with power. 4 emperors, Shiki the lion, Garp Sengoku the 5 elders, and even the legendary, true man, Jabra the cave explorer. And deeper still within the flower capital lurked an unfathomable ancient, M. The road ahead is long and arduous, sighed Shenxia, stretching languidly before calling out. Enter, don't just stand there. Creak. The door swung open slowly. Beej entered, cloaked in black, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Shenxia's observation haki had already sensed him hesitating outside the door. With a subtle glance, the 2 women discreetly closed the door and withdrew. What followed was not meant for their ears. Speak plainly. What assets does our free-ride pirate crew control? And what are the revenues? Shenxia fixed his gaze on the cigar dangling from Beej's lips. A cigar he'd carried since the open sea all the way to Coxport, yet never finished. Truly a peerless cigar. Captain, we fully control 2 cities, Coxport and Sri City. Our enterprises span retail, red light districts, human trafficking, and arms trade. Monthly profit stands at roughly 100 million berry, but our share of the West Blue arms market accounts for less than 10%. 100 million. Far too little. Barely enough for a single simulation, let alone trait consolidation. He'd need an entire month. Elaborate on the arms trade. Shenxia sat upright, eyes appraising Beej. Clearly he had set his sights on the arms industry. Universally lucrative, thriving wherever war raged. In this chaotic, blood-soaked world of pirates, it was the ultimate golden goose. An industry of staggering profit. This was Shenxia's assessment of the arms trade. In the West Blue, most arms operations fall under the Krork family. They maintain ties with Germa 66 of the North Blue. Their weapons, all supplied by Germa 66. Their arms are not only cheaper, but vastly superior in quality to ours. Germa 66. Isn't that where Reiju, the elder sister of Sanji, resides? Prepare immediately. We depart for the North Blue. What? Beej hadn't expected crossing half the world just to seize an arms monopoly. Worse still, Shenxia clearly intended confrontation, not diplomacy, with Germa 66, a faction once nearly sovereign over the entire North Blue. Yes, sir. I'll prepare at once. He hurried away, glancing nervously at the dark serpentine coils of armament haki rippling across the floor. He was right. Shenxia would confront Germa 66, and more. He intended to subjugate the military superpower itself, cloning soldiers, combat suits, bloodline factor modification technology. Though trivial in his eyes, these were paradigm-shifting innovations, devastatingly advanced anywhere in the 4 Blues. Deployed wisely, they promised billions in berry. Shenxia was captivated. It was, after all, Vinchmak Ghosh's fatal flaw. Not strength, but the arrogance of guarding treasures far beyond his capacity to hold. Soon thereafter, Shenxia and Beej sailed from Coxport aboard a vessel. As Shenxia once again set sail upon, 2 lively children, a boy and a girl, darted from the woods and clambered onto her lap. Huang, your father may be delayed, but he'll return shortly. Shortly. Are we nearing Port Beej? Shenxia leaned against the ship's railing after a month-long voyage. His seasickness remained stubborn. Each day brought nausea and violent vomiting. Captain, we've entered the North Blue. We'll reach our destination in several days. Days later, a floating fortress emerged upon the horizon. Castle-topped snail warships gliding across the waves. This was Germa 66, a mobile maritime nation once sovereign over the North Blue, now erased from official maps by the world government. Father, vessel approaching from the sea. Shall we? On the castle balcony, a blue-haired youth smirked beside a towering, broad-shouldered man. Don't trouble me with trifles, Niji. Yes, father. Boom, boom, boom. Massive obsidian black cannons extended from the fortress walls, barrels thick enough to swallow a manhole. Shells screamed through the air, detonating upon the distant vessel with earth-shaking force. Splinters of timber scattered across the sea like confetti. Ho ho ho, dead. Perfect aim. The blue-haired youth grinned wildly. Today I'll slaughter dozens of low-born soldiers. What exhilaration. Oh, how exhilarating. A dashing young man in a sharp suit materialized behind him, flanked by a shorter, stockier figure clad identically. Swoosh. Veins bulged across the youth's forehead, sweat dripped onto the stone floor. Though trembling, years of brutal training kicked in. He launched a razor-sharp kick aimed squarely at the young man's face. Electric arcs flickered across his ornate battle suit. Thrusters ignited beneath his boot, propelling him forward in a blur of motion. Thud. Did I hit him? Shenxia's massive hand clamped down on the boy's ankle, effortlessly lifting him mid-air before slamming him headfirst into the ground. Tum. The precisely laid flagstones shattered in perfect symmetry, leaving a crater shaped like a human silhouette. Inside lay the blue-haired youth, his flamboyant battle suit reduced to tatters, now resembling a clown's motley. Several teeth lay scattered on the ground, blood pooled thickly around him, his kicking leg bent grotesquely at a 90-degree angle. Shenxia had deliberately held back, for this youth would one day serve him. Had he struck without restraint, the boy wouldn't merely lose teeth. He'd have vaporized into crimson mist, leaving no trace of flesh or bone. A faint smile curled Chen Xia's lips. Child, where is your father? Dare you come, ugh. Still spouting defiance. The last who dared speak so perished long ago, his grave now 3 meters tall. Internal destruction. Armament hockey surged into the boy's vulnerable organs, tearing them apart from within. Congratulations, Vinsmoke family, you're officially heirless. Well, except for 2 surviving sons. Beej, let's go. Chen Xia strode toward the largest citadel, Beej at his side. Thousands upon thousands of clone soldiers charged relentlessly, weapons blazing, desperate to halt him. But was such a thing possible? With a physique rivaling the 4 emperors, Chen Xia didn't bother dodging. He absorbed every blow. Flames roared from machine guns, yet failed even to scorch his skin, leaving no mark, not even a pale imprint. Instead, the impacts felt oddly soothing, like a vigorous massage. He closed his eyes, savoring the rhythm. Alas, Beej suffered dearly. While Chen Xia reveled, Beej lacked such monstrous resilience. Any graze drew blood, any direct hit meant grievous injury. He activated his devil fruit power, retreating into his steel fortress. Impossible. Impossible. In the secret chamber, a tall, blonde, muscular man stared at the screen, watching the young man who remained unscathed while enduring a torrent of flames. His expression was frozen. The weapons used by the clone soldiers were not the trash used by pirates outside, but high-tech equipment personally developed by him, unapologetic. Yet even that could not breach that man's defense. In front of the castle gate, after defeating thousands of clone soldiers with a single punch, Chen Xia finally arrived there. Huff, 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 he panted. Beiji happened to emerge from the steel castle just then, exchanging a glance with him and giving an awkward smile. Halt, intruder. Just then, several figures in splendid battle suits flew out from behind the castle. A fireman, a green-caped hero, and a sexy girl in a pink battlesuit landed. Without a word, they immediately launched lethal attacks. Having witnessed the entire one-sided battle, they understood the terrifying power of the young man with narrowed eyes. Flames blotted out the sky as countless fireballs surged forward, followed closely by a green figure. Bang! Did it hit it? Yongji felt the solid impact on his hand and rejoiced inwardly. He believed that with his immense strength, capable of shattering steel with a single punch, he could definitely blast the man before him into a bloody pulp. Brother, you've been playing too much with your plane. You're so weak. How is that possible? Even though his observation hockey had predicted the attack trajectory, Chen Xia did not dodge, nor did he need to. It wasn't even enough to tickle him. Why would he avoid it? Bang! Applying a little force, another human-shaped pit appeared on the ground with the green-caped Yongji lying inside. Lei Jiu, go find father. This man is beyond us. The pink battle suit expelled jets of air as she flew toward the castle behind. Chen Xia saw her, but couldn't be bothered to chase. He walked straight toward the fireman still standing at the gate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Xia's figure appeared behind Iji, who was still staring fixedly ahead. Where did he go? How is that possible? Bang! A third human-shaped pit appeared containing the famously cold-hearted Iji. Truly cool to death. As he walked, 2 figures appeared before him. One was the pink battle suit from before, and the other was a burly man wielding a giant electromagnetic spear. Rogue Chen Xia, what business do you have in my Jerema 66? Chen Xia stopped, looking at Lei Jiu sarcastically. Of course I'm here to fuck her. Want to join? 6. You? Seeking death. The electromagnetic spear in his hand flashed with dazzling blue light, countless arcs leaping, scorching the ground around them black. If you don't want to do it, fine, but why resort to violence? Chen Xia knew that unless he gave Winsome Jiaji a taste of his power and made him recognize the gap between them, he would not easily sit down for negotiations. So he prepared to give this cold-hearted man just a little shock from an emperor-level powerhouse. Crackle! Black to purple armament hockey spread along the ground, covering the entire moving kingdom. Countless towering castles, fragile as cardboard, crumbled into dust. Whoosh! Winsome Jiaji moved instantly, his electromagnetic spear crackling as he thrust it forward. Though he had no exclusive battle suit, his body had undergone modification, granting him speed and strength far beyond ordinary men. However, he was facing a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors. Chen Xia, with top-tier dual-colored hockey precognition and a physique of 3,500 points, even if he used both hands, he couldn't win. Bang, swoosh! Chen Xia shot out at a speed faster than the naked eye could perceive. The armament hockey flowing around his hand was as beautiful as cherry blossoms. He loosely clenched his fingers into a fist and drove it straight toward the man's face with enough power to sink an island. The ground was gouged with several large cracks. Boom! The fist did not land on his head, but stopped in front of him. However, the wind pressure from the punch mixed with immense armament hockey blasted backward. Crack! Bang! The enormous moving kingdom was split into 3 sections by the fierce wind of the punch, breaking cleanly apart behind Winsome Jiaji. The moving kingdom was now divided into 3 pieces of varying sizes. How is this possible? Lei Jio's pretty face showed an expression of disbelief as she turned to look at the now-split moving kingdom, murmuring to herself. Even several giant snails had died. Now can we sit down calmly and discuss business, unapologetic? Drip drip. Cold sweat broke out on his body, and the electromagnetic spear clattered to the ground. Facing a monster like Chunxia, the spear was as laughable as a child's toy. His tall, muscular frame hunched slightly, forcibly reducing his 3-meter height to 2 meters to be level with Chunxia. His Adam's apple bobbed, and a trembling voice emerged. I can. Alright, I've come this time for only 2 things. First, your harem kingdom will cooperate with my Piao pirate crew. You provide the technology and weapons, and we'll handle the sales channels. Profit split 90-10 for us and SEC. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Unapologetic suddenly straightened up, eyes fixed on him. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but the 90-10 split was simply too frightening. He had supplied outdated weapons to the Clock family, and they had split profits 50-50. Now with Chunxia, it was 90-10. He would lose at least over 1 billion berries. Oh, what did you say? A massive wave of armament hockey instantly erupted, forming a vast black sea, causing further tremendous damage to the moving kingdom. Several snail warships capsized into the sea, reducing the moving kingdom's area even more. No, absolutely not. It seemed unapologetic intended to fight to the bitter end. He could not accept this 90-10 split under any circumstances, not even if it meant death. Seeing his determination, Chunxia pondered for a moment. Then how about this 80-20? That's my bottom line. I advise you to recognize the situation and not court death for nothing. He withdrew the Black Sea and stared at him with murderous intent. If he refused again, what awaited him would not be a polite threat, but Chunxia's wrath. Hearing this, his gaze darkened. After a moment's thought, he agreed. All right, 80-20 it is. Second, your harem kingdom will submit to me. The words fell like a hammer on his heart. Submit. Submit. For years, only other nations had groveled under the iron hoof of his harem kingdom. Even after being expelled from the world government, it remained a major power in the North Blue. This was the first time someone had dared to make such a criminal demand. No. No. Chunxia's eyes turned fierce. Before he could open his mouth, a large hand grabbed his neck and lifted him. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the man's face turned flushed. I advise you to think carefully, otherwise. Chunxia carried him to the human-shaped pit and placed his foot on the blue-haired youth's hand. With a scream, a severed arm was kicked into the sea. Otherwise, this is what awaits you. Chunxia felt he had been too generous. A powerhouse of emperor-level deigning to take an interest in him was his blessing. Yet he still dared to haggle. He was merely an ant from the West Blue, never having seen true strength, unaware of the terror of the monsters on the sea. If not for the sake of a few pieces of silver, Chunxia's vast armament hockey could have long ground this moving kingdom into dust. Top-tier armament hockey rivals that of admirals and emperors. Though still inferior to Baelite's monstrous island-covering level, it was not something this petty overlord of the North Blue could trifle with. Refu. Armament hockey surged into his body and shattered his left arm. I accept. Bang. He released his grip and the man collapsed onto the ground. Remember what you said today. Since you're to become a vassal of my Piao pirate crew, we don't take in just any riffraff. Show me something first. Chunxia bared his fangs, borrowing money. The last simulation had drained him dry. Over 1 billion berries had dwindled to a mere 200 million, and his system account held only a pitiful few million. He was truly broke. Items like weapons, bloodline factor modification technology, combat suits, and clone soldiers would take time to liquidate. But he couldn't wait. Though he was now a bona fide powerhouse at the level of a 4 emperor, the seas bred monsters in abundance. Even with Garp, whom he had encountered not long ago, he felt a vast gap between their physical techniques and armament hockey. Moreover, the world government had that old woman who had lived for 800 years, who knew what her true strength was. So he had to keep training, my friend. Damn, that madman is truly arrogant. Vinsmoke, Judge wiped the blood from his mouth, turned, and walked toward the castle ruins, apparently to fetch the money. There was no help for it. No matter how stubborn his bones, after Chunxia's overwhelming discipline, they had to soften. Besides, the situation was stronger than the man. He was the fish on the chopping block. He had no choice but to comply. Hey, beautiful lady, would you be interested in having dinner with me? Chunxia zipped over to Reiju, whose face still bore the shock that hadn't faded, and extended the hand that had just smashed the moving kingdom. It was fair and clean, yet exuded an aesthetic of violence. Thanks to the system's modification, of course. Of course I'd be delighted. How could I refuse a powerhouse like you? As for why she agreed, it was because Vinsmoke Judge had ordered her through the communicator. For Chunxia, whose observation hockey was active, all of this was clear. A beautiful lady dinner with ulterior motives isn't delicious, just as a beautiful lady with ulterior motives isn't beautiful anymore. Chunxia didn't really intend to take her into his harem. He didn't want a harem, he only wanted to find someone sincere with genuine feelings for him, as in the simulations. Love could grow over time, but in the previous simulation he had worked non-stop for 4 years and still couldn't make that CP9 agent his. Clearly this approach didn't work. In fact, Seve, bring it up. Vinsmoke, Judge appeared, clapped his hands, and several clone soldiers carried out large chests from the castle. Thump. The chests hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, a testament to their extraordinary weight. Berries. Berries. Chen Xia's eyes gleamed with gold. Noticing everyone present, he had to cough a few times to maintain his formidable image. Ahem, Vinsmoke, Judge, you've done well. I now appoint you as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Baipiao pirate crew. And this one beside. Chen Xia turned to Beej, who was busy counting the berries. This is Beej, the captain of the 1st Division of my Baipiao pirate crew. How is that possible? Beej, who was tallying the berries, trembled slightly and paused. He had always thought Chen Xia was an absentee boss who didn't care about his subordinates. Of course, he wasn't genuinely loyal either. Given the right opportunity, he would stab him in the back without hesitation. As long as there was enormous profit, he would do it to anyone, even a 4 emperor. But Chen Xia's act of granting titles warmed his heart. After all, which subordinate doesn't want recognition and advancement from their leader? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Captain, I've counted it. A total of 330 million berries. 300 million. Although he knew that the Vinsmoke judge before him couldn't possibly have only that much, he certainly wouldn't bring it all out. Just a token gesture. Still, over 300 million was not bad. It was enough for another simulation. And this was only the small part. Once he finalized the arrangements with Vinsmoke, Judge, a large quantity of weapons would be shipped through his hands to the West Blue. That was the real prize, the main reason for his visit. Chen Xia then stayed in the Germa Kingdom for another day, mainly discussing the specifics of their cooperation with Vinsmoke Judge. But he didn't understand those details. Beej handled them. On a sunny morning one day later, a sailboat departed from the Germa Kingdom. On board, a black-haired youth in a sharp suit leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. Chen Xia loved suits. He had loved them since his past life, giving him an air of a mafia boss. In his previous life, he could only afford cheap ones, but now in the Vinsmoke Judge said nothing, only picked up the den mushi that the world government had given him. After a moment, baru. Click. This is Vinsmoke Judge. The madman Chen Xia. What did you say? How is that possible? He hung up the phone, despair settling in his heart. He turned to Niji and said, Niji, do you know what to do now? Show some respect. That's the captain. Beej, how many ships is this? Captain, this is the 13th pirate crew you've destroyed. Go collect the berries from the enemy. Chen Xia shook his fist, looking at the pirate ship that had been split in two in the distance. After accidentally discovering that the 4-time break limit of unrivaled physical training granted him unparalleled regenerative abilities, he had kept his observation haki active 24 hours a day since the stamina consumed was less than what he recovered. This meant he could spot several pirate crews every day, his observation haki covering a range of dozens of kilometers. For the peace of the sea and to fill his coffers, he let none escape. So far he had amassed over 100 million berries from this alone, along with many wanted criminals' heads. Once they reached Kaisai port, he would send someone to collect the bounties from the Marines. After overcoming countless obstacles, Chen Xia finally saw the familiar bustling dock after a month. Phew, I'm exhausted. Lini. Chen Xia placed 2 wooden boxes on the table. Open them. Perhaps you'll recognize what's inside. Becky's hands trembled as he lifted the lid of one box. Inside lay a strange green fruit, its surface covered in scale-like patterns. This is a devil fruit. His trembling hand slammed the lid shut with a sharp click, but his heart shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Though he himself was a devil fruit user and had seen such fruits before in the 4 seas, a remote and insignificant region, devil fruit users were regarded as legendary figures. The value and rarity of a single devil fruit in the 4 seas was beyond measure. Even the lowest tier zoan-type fruit fetched at least 100 million belly on the black market, and remained perpetually scarce, with demand vastly outstripping supply. Captain, are you truly planning to sell it? Becky couldn't fathom why anyone would possess a devil fruit, yet choose to sell it instead of consuming it. After all, it was the swiftest path to power. Of course. Chen Xia reclined on the sofa, luxuriating in a massage, utterly relaxed, as though the devil fruit before him were nothing more than an ordinary piece of fruit, unworthy of even a passing glance. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. The other box also contains pirate heads. Take them along to claim the bounties. Yes, sir. Clutching both boxes, Becky closed the door behind him, nerves taut. Even unintentionally, Chen Xia's presence, shaped by 2 months of transmigration, had cultivated an aura of terrifying authority. Every gesture radiated oppressive weight upon those nearby. Perhaps this was what true strength looked like. Indeed, Becky moved swiftly. Within a day he returned, bearing over 200 million belly. Yet Chen Xia felt a faint disappointment. The devil fruit remained unsold. Had it been sold, the sum would have doubled. I'm now something of a minor magnate. In the secret chamber, Chen Xia gazed upon a mountain of belly piled before him. His fingertip brushed lightly across the top. This pile amounted to roughly 900 million belly, over 300 million from Germa, another 200 million from the remnants of the Shabby family's assets, and over 200 million brought back by Becky, totaling 870 million belly. System, deposit 500 milio. After topping up his belly, Chen Xia did not immediately initiate a simulation. He intended to accumulate more capital first, to launch a grand-scale operation. In previous simulations, none of his acquired traits had solidified precisely because he lacked sufficient belly. Next time he would ensure the solidification of golden, or even crimson, traits. Though he had run countless simulations without glimpsing a single crimson trait, his anticipation for one remained undimmed. If golden traits were already so extraordinary, crimson ones must be transcendent beyond imagination. With only the peerless body refinement art, his simulated self had risen to the level of a Yonko by his mid-20s. There was no reason to doubt the power of a crimson trait. It might well enable him to kick the sun god Nico at age 3 and punch the ancient sovereign herself. Undeniably so. One day later at Keksport's dock, already bustling the wharf today, teemed with unprecedented activity. Countless suited enforcers carried heavy crates, each placing them with meticulous care at designated spots. These crates held treasures their new patriarch, Chen Xia, had secured with great effort from the Germa kingdom. They knew full well Germa reigned supreme over the North Blue, and whatever lay inside these crates was undoubtedly priceless. Cook, what do you think of our new patriarch? Two suited enforcers stood watch while conversing. One word: outstanding. How so? Recall how close we came to being driven from Kek's port by the shabby family. Yet ever since the new patriarch arrived, he eradicated them outright and forged ties with the North Blue's sovereign power. Following him guarantees our ascension. The other enforcer nodded in firm agreement. Rumors had swept the gang their new patriarch aimed to become sovereign of the world's entire underworld, an ambition of staggering scale. Had Chen Xia heard those words, he would merely chuckle wryly. With a simulator at his command, becoming mere underworld sovereign was trivial. A fleeting amusement no more profound than visiting a pleasure district, thrilling perhaps, but incapable of stirring true desire. At that moment within the opulent castle, he sat once again on the same supple leather sofa, enjoying the familiar, yet deeply soothing, massage regimen. Chen Xia lounged with one leg draped over the other, humming a light tune. It's time, my name echoed across the West Blue, the underworld's sovereign Chen Xia. Ha! The moment the words left his lips, the freeloading pirate crew unleashed a cataclysmic storm across the West Blue. Legions of suited enforcers seized rival territories with ruthless efficiency. Armed with cutting-edge weaponry, they dwarfed the local street thugs, utterly unmatched. And when insurmountable foes arose, their patriarch descended like a celestial deity, invincible, unassailable. On Egg Island, along a once bustling avenue, the usual throng had vanished, replaced by two opposing ranks of suited enforcers. Submit to the freeloading pirate crew, or die. A towering lieutenant glared fiercely at the resisting gang members ahead. Lately he'd campaigned tirelessly across the West Blue under his patriarch's banner, securing multiple strongholds. Just days prior he'd been personally received and commended by the revered patriarch himself. He burned with exhilaration, ready to sacrifice everything, even his life, for his patriarch. To him such devotion was the highest honor. Never. You've already seized half the West Blue's territory. Clock family will never let this stand. Attack. The two factions clashed. Blood and fire erupted instantly across the streets. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a metropolis shrouded in twilight, a handsome young man in black formal wear stood idly before the city's central thoroughfare. With a single languid punch, he obliterated a towering skyscraper. Becky, was this the Clock family you spoke of? Far too fragile. One blow, and it vanished. Why yes. Becky gaped at the distant expanse of ash where the building once stood, his worldview shattered anew. No matter. I'm off for another massage. Chen Xia turned and strode toward the massive vessel anchored behind him. On the spot, the enforcers, who'd been poised to charge, dropped their weapons, mouths agape, stunned into silence. Patriarch! God! Someone cried out, and the scene detonated like ignited gunpowder. Patriarch! Patriarch! Every suited enforcer gazed upon that solitary black silhouette with fervent reverence, shouting themselves hoarse. Becky stared blankly at the ecstatic, devout crowd and murmured, dazed. How many days has it been? Less than 5, counting sea travel time. From obscurity within the gang to universal renown across the West Blue, Chen Xia needed less than 5 days. His prestige within the freeloading pirate crew had reached its zenith that very day. No force could challenge his sovereignty as patriarch. See Circle Calendar 1520 January. At that time the East Blue was peaceful and Lu Fei had not yet begun his journey to become the pirate king. But this month the West Blue was bustling with excitement. A young upstart emerged out of nowhere, conquering all territories of the West Blue with lightning speed. He was known as the Underground King. In the West Blue you might not know the Navy or those miscellaneous gangs, but you must know that man, the Underground King, Chen Xia. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. At night a group of thugs in suits will knock on your door to give you a thorough lesson. I've been exhausted this month. Lord Xinxia, if you're tired, a hot bath is the most comfortable. My sister and I are ready to serve you at any time. The words were decent, but Xinxia always felt there was a double entendre. All right, but I'll do it myself. Upon hearing this, the two girls Xiao He and Xiao Bai showed regret in their eyes. Another day of failing to seduce Lord Xinxia, how unhappy. Instead of taking a bath, Xinxia first went to the secret chamber. This month, he had frantically seized territories, but most of his time was actually spent dealing with industrial issues. Those miscellaneous gangs and other underworld forces had been wiped out within the first few days. Becoming the underground king revered throughout the West Blue, he naturally gained a lot. For example, the Bailey piled up in the entire secret chamber. According, although he complained verbally, his body honestly placed his hand on the pile. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and 1.5 billion Bailey is no small amount. With a flash of white light, the secret chamber suddenly became much more spacious, leaving only a small pile of Bailey in the middle. Bath time. I love bathing. The sound of water flowed continuously in the bathroom, and through the frosted glass a robust figure could be seen twisting along with the tune. If those extremely devout gang members saw this, they might drop their jaws. Their respected godfather was actually singing while bathing and even wiggling his butt. Xinxia was completely immersed in his own world, not worried at all about what Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who had always wanted to devour him, might do. The two girls knew he had a special ability to foresee the future, so they obediently stayed in the living room. Not only they knew, but Beiji also knew, and even the gang members knew, because in an ambush battle he had accurately pinpointed the enemy's hiding spot. That was why he was revered as a godlike existence by the gang members, and even Beiji. The sound of water stopped, the glass door was pushed open, and Xinxia came out wrapped in a bath towel. 8-pack abs, flowing muscle lines, powerful, yet perfectly proportioned muscles. Anyone from an 18-year-old girl to an 80-year-old woman would drool at the sight. So handsome. Lord Xinxia. The two girls drooled at the corners of their mouths, hearts fluttering as they gazed at him. Even though I've seen it many times, I'm still shocked every time. It's like a sculpture. Stop being lovesick, come over and give me a massage. Xinxia sat on the sofa cross-legged, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it. Two small hands obediently massaged his slightly damp shoulders and temples. Yo, a visitor has arrived. Xinxia freed himself from the hands, moved in an instant, leaving an afterimage in place. Bang! At that moment, a tall figure kicked the door flying, and Xiao Bai and Xiao He were frightened and hid behind the sofa. As ordinary people, if they had been hit by the flying door, they would at least be seriously injured. Boya Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress, doesn't even knock when visiting my humble abode. A large hand tightly gripped her fair neck, the force even causing a few veins to appear on Boya Hancock's stunningly beautiful face. And master, it's me, Xiao Boya. Yo, still Xiao Boya. Do I know you that well? So affectionate. Xinxia lifted her slightly. After all, she was less than 2 meters tall, while he was already over 2 meters. Master, it's really me. I was trapped by the Navy at Marineford and couldn't make it. Woo-woo. A few teardrops rolled down her beautiful face, falling onto Xinxia's hand. He released his 5 fingers, and her purple high heels landed again. Although she was crying, Xinxia was not going to let her off easily. He frowned. Within his observation hockey range, all his subordinates had turned into stone, even Beiji, whose face still bore a foolish grin before petrification. That silly smile rivaled Xiao He and Xiao Bai's. This damned woman had actually turned the tools he used to conquer the world into stone. He was furious and needed a vent. He casually picked up a piece of gravel from the ground, coated it with armament hockey, so dark it verged on purple, and hurled it. The immense power made the gravel fly like a bullet and the top-tier armament hockey. Remember or not, I warn you to turn all my people back to normal, or next time it won't be such a playful strike. Boya Hancock's eyes showed grievance and disappointment. Could it be that the Navy has tampered with Master? After all, he was her master, and his words had to be followed. She obediently lifted the petrification on everyone. Huff huff, am I alive again? Beiji recalled the scene, just now a tall, stunningly beautiful woman walking toward the castle. Anyone who saw her turned to stone without exception. He quickly closed his eyes, hoping to escape, but still got hit. Xinxia habitually tried to close the door, while the door was already out of commission. He wasn't particularly angry. After all, he had wanted to replace that creaky door for a long time. You all step aside for now. After everyone left, Xinxia sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Boya Hancock, acting as if she were at home, sat tightly beside him. This made Xiao He and Xiao Bai grind their teeth in anger. If not for the gap in strength, they would have gone up to teach her a lesson. They massaged, warmed the bed, and served Lord Xinxia every day, yet they could only sneak a little touch during massages. Suo, a pair of long legs accentuated perfectly by a purple cheongsam, crossed over his lap, in Xinxia's shocked gaze. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. Blood rushed, making it difficult for him to speak. The temptation was too great, but testing a cadre like this. What cadre could withstand such a test? Master, I came only to be with you forever, and ever never to be separated. Boya Hancock's deep blue eyes, filled with a possessive love and tears, stared straight at him, as if she wanted to devour him. Master. From the moment they met she had been calling him that. Even if his brain worked slowly, Chinxia had figured it out. He had only been transmigrated for a little over 3 months, always active in the West Blue, and had never even been to the Grand Line. How could he possibly have any connection with Boya Hancock, let alone take her as a disciple? That was impossible. He wouldn't take her as a disciple. At least she would be one of his main wives. Yes, when I was 16, Master saved me from Marihoa. We crossed the calm belt on a small boat and reached Josha Island. Her shapely legs suddenly withdrew and Boa Hancock rose to walk aside. When she returned, she held a beautifully crafted glass jar filled with assorted candies. Chinxia remembered this was a simulation reward from before. Back then adrift at sea, his palate was nearly numb from monotony. And thinking to improve his meals, he had chosen this candy jar. Come to think of it, since arriving at Kaisai port he had been feasting on fine meats daily and had forgotten to taste these sweets. Master, do you still remember? These are the candies you gave me on the ship back, then called bubblegum, a specialty of Shampoo Islands. Here. With her jade-like fingers, she twisted open the lid, deftly took out a few, and pressed them into his hand. Looking at the candy in his hand, he was somewhat dazed, murmuring softly, "Bitter first, sweet later, little Boa." Master, you remember. I am little Boa. Do you still recall the wooden cabin we built together? He stared at the candy in a daze, not answering Boa Hancock's question. He tried to recall more, and also guess something. Could it be that everything in the simulation is real, eh? He remembered the entire process. In the previous simulation he had indeed saved Boa Hancock and taken her as his disciple. But that was a simulation. System come out and explain. Well, the system ignored him. This matter required him to discover the answer himself. Delicious, still the same taste as before. Chinxia was slightly stunned as he watched the ecstatic expression of Boa Hancock before him. An aloof and elegant lady showing such a contrast. Any man would be curious, wouldn't he? Anyway, he was curious, and he needed her help to figure out whether everything in the simulation was real. So Chinxia decided to let her stay, definitely not out of lust for her beauty. Lust is a knife hanging over one's head, he knew that well. Master, can I stay and live with you? Boa Hancock blinked her big eyes, looking at him, adorably acting coy. What a contrast. Such a contrast. All right, but you have to pay me this many berries every day. Chinxia held up one finger and waved it in front of her. 10,000 berries. Can do. Idiot, it's 10 million berries. 110 million berries. That's over 100 million, Master. Disciple can wash your feet, massage you, and even. Just give me a discount. 10 million berries, not 110 million, but 10 million berries. Bang. Chinxia collapsed weakly onto the sofa. The more he argued with Boa Hancock, the more absurd it became, so he simply closed his eyes. Let it all be destroyed, this damned world. Finally, through his unremitting efforts, Boa Hancock understood and agreed. But when it came time to collect the money, Master, I didn't bring any berries when I set sail. Could you possibly show him out? Chinxia pushed her to the door. Seeing that she had finally found her master and was now about to be expelled from the sect, she quickly spoke. Wait, Master. When I return to Josha Island, I'll give you double. I hope you won't break your word, or next time I'll make you know why flowers are so red. Master, you remember. Great. Boa Hancock hopped and skipped as happy as a girl with an F cup standing at 1.9 meters. After chatting with her for a while, Chinxia confirmed that any woman with whom he had a relationship in the simulation would have memories of it appear in their minds. The memories were so vivid, like a personal experience, that one couldn't tell which side was reality. But he wasn't sure if only those who had physical relations would awaken memories, since currently only Boa Hancock had come forward. If that were the case, he would be in tears. Thinking of Nami, Yer, CP9, and Xiao Wu from the simulation, Chinxia could already imagine the endless homework and fields to plow every day. Too painful. 3 days later, Chinxia was lying on the lap of Boa Hancock, who was wearing a purple cheapao, while Xiao He and Xiao Bai massaged him. He had to admit purple carried a certain charm, though black and white stockings were not far behind. In his hand, he clutched a wanted poster fresh from this morning's printing. Outlaw Chinxia. Bounty 3400 berries. Heinous criminal, alive or dead. Guadon, a mere few hundred million for the Western Seas underworld king. Are they insulting me yet? Chinxia was angry, but not entirely so. On the vast sea of bounty was merely a matter of face. True power was the real capital. Let's go. Next stop, the Grand Line. Time to expand my underground kingdom and also take in the beautiful sights of this world. Over the past few days, he had gradually topped up another 500 million berries, so his account balance had now reached a staggering 2 billion berries. A new high. Since his transmigration, Chinxia had never forgotten his dream, to experience the local customs and culture. Looking at the 3 women of different styles surrounding him, he smiled slightly. He had already experienced the human touch, and it was very moist. Now only the local customs remained to be explored. Without further ado, he set off. Taking the 3 women with him, Chinxia stepped onto his newly crafted private vessel, the King. The name was inspired by an anime from his past life. The ship was about 30 meters long, with both sides reinforced with special steel capable of withstanding bombardment from naval warships. The overall decoration style was Chinese as he had specifically requested. Beiji, take good care of things in the West Sea. Contact me via Den Den Mushi if anything comes up. Standing on the deck, Chen Xia waved goodbye to the sea of gang members on the pier and also waved to Beiji. After nearly 2 months together, he felt Beiji was a decent guy, smart, capable, and, most importantly, knew what the boss liked. The twin sisters Xiao He and Xiao Bai were proof of his ability. The only downside was his profit-first mentality, which could lead to betrayal at any time. But Chen Xia wasn't afraid. The armament hockey was still within him. Whenever he wanted, he could take his life. Master, are we returning to Jiosha Island? No, we're heading to the Grand Line. There's plenty of territory there waiting for me to conquer. Life on the ship was extremely leisurely for Chen Xia, even somewhat lazy. Every day, he woke up to someone dressing him, someone cooking, someone chatting. For him, it was no different from an emperor's life. However, thousands of miles away in the East Sea, someone was running around because of him. After awakening her memories, Nami had been working hard to earn money while searching everywhere for her unfaithful man. She rested almost every day hoping to find him soon, but unfortunately that man had already left for the Grand Line. Outlaw Chen Xia, I will definitely find you. Nami shredded the wanted poster in her hands. She swore that when she found Chen Xia, she would make him pay. System, I want to simulate. For this trip to the Grand Line, Chen Xia worried that his current strength at the level of a Yonko might not be enough. After all, strength, like berries, one can never have too much. Besides, when you have money, you have to spend it. The only thing to note was, this time try not to have any physical relations with any woman. He didn't want to experience a daily harem battle in reality. In the past few days in bed, he had truly experienced the terror of the harem. His good disciple Boa Hancock quarreled with the 2 girls Xiao He and Xiao Bai every day. To assert her dominance, she even forced him to submit homework in front of them. How could that be allowed? Chen Xia turned around and taught the 3 a good lesson, and the atmosphere on the ship eased somewhat. Simulation starting. Trait generating. Traits generated. Host, please chew. A flash of spiritual insight blew. You occasionally conceive brilliant ideas no one else can fathom. Ideas that may save your life at a critical moment. An aura of supremacy purple your visage radiates the unmistakable presence of a peerless cultivator. Your very bearing commands awe, as though you stand unchallenged atop this world, even without lifting a finger. The sword god of absolute detachment, Gol D, you have forsaken all romantic and emotional bonds with the opposite sex in exchange for an extraordinary transcendent mastery of the sword path. To you, becoming a grand sword master is merely the beginning. Even legendary deities would fall beneath your blade. The mad scientist Purple, you are frenzied, obsessive, even seemingly unhinged. Yet in the realm of scientific research, you are like fish to water. Your innate genius rivals that of Vegapunk himself. Dermal hardening blue, from birth your skin possesses the ability to harden, its density increasing steadily with age. It is decided, summon forth the golden trait, the sword god of absolute detachment. Truth be told, relinquishing all emotion toward the opposite sex renders one nearly inhuman. But as the patriarch once inscribed on the first page of the sword manual, with no woman in the heart the blade draws itself with divine grace. The first strike upon ascending the shore shall sever the beloved. Moreover, it is not he who chooses detachment. The simulation is but a vessel. The real Chen Xia bears no burden from its choices. Simulation initiated. You are born. You are born into the family of a high-ranking officer stationed at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Your father holds the rank of captain, your mother that of rear admiral. Here you dwell in absolute safety. No force on earth could breach Marineford save perhaps a handful of monstrous anomalies. From infancy, you feel no attachment whatsoever toward your mother, not even the instinctive reverence a child owes its parent. You remain exclusively with your father except during feeding. Merely approaching any woman, including, spend more time with her, especially you mother. Offer patience, warmth, and unwavering companionship. Your parents nod frantically. Immediately after the consultation, they request 2 months leave from the Marines and devote every waking hour to watching you at home. To you it feels like imprisonment, you the inmate, they the wardens. 1 month passes. Possessing the trait, unrivaled body cultivation, you remain astonishingly prodigious. You walk unaided and sprint freely across the courtyard. Your parents erupt in shock, clamoring to rush you back to the doctor. Panicked, you cry out, "Father, I refuse." He spoke. Their worldview shatters. Yielding to your unyielding resolve, they abandon further medical consultations. You pay no mind to their turmoil. Instead, you begin rigorous physical training. This lifetime you wield 2 supreme golden traits, and unlike last time, no treacherous golden trait lurks to betray you. You are certain this time you will become the strongest sovereign of the Grand Line. Unrivaled, unchallenged, absolute. Though blessed with preternatural sword aptitude, you delay formal sword practice, first forging your physique. You know well, without indomitable constitution, even celestial sword art remains impotent. 1 month later, physicality 8. Current physicality 10. You've reached the baseline of an ordinary adult, yet you remain unsatisfied. Last simulation saw hundreds of points gained within the same span. Only after breaking my limits will unrivaled body cultivation reveal its true, godlike potency. Each dawn rain or shine you train before your doorstep, unwaver. She wears the Marine uniform, her tailored overcoat complementing refined features. An 8 out of 10 objectively, but you feel no intrigue, now nor ever. Little Chenxia, I'm your parents' colleague. From now on I'll care for you. Please treat me kindly. She extends a slender pale hand. Step aside please. With icy composure you sidestep her, and stride directly to your cradle. A soft chuckle escapes her lips. Your stoic demeanor had startled her, until she glimpsed the jarring contrast you lying placidly in the swaying cradle. The cradle rocks gently, her silver bell laughter lulls you into slumber. Women, so troublesome. At dawn the next day you rise and resume training. Dawn has yet to break, few stir in the streets, yet your silhouette draws them like moths to flame. You ignore the onlookers utterly, face impassive movement precise, discipline absolute. You sustain this rhythm for 2 full months, and you relish it. Physicality 12. Current physicality 22. Chenxia, come eat. Last night's woman remains. She has prepared breakfast awaiting your return. 999, 1000. Only after completing the final push-up do you dust off your palms and enter the living room. A simple bowl of congee rests upon the wooden table garnished with pickled mustard greens. Humble fare, yet nourishing to the core. Woman, what is your name? Woman, little Chenxia mustn't be so impolite. Call me Auntie Mamanga. Oh, woman, I've finished eating. Under her murderous glare you leap from your chair and dash outside. To run, to burn, to breathe. It is time. I begin my sword cultivation. You arrive at a secluded corner, lifting a floor tile. You retrieve a long sword wrapped in white cloth from beneath it. This is a blade you secretly pilfered from a weapon shop. Clang. You tear off the white cloth, and with a slight movement of your palm the blade emits a metallic resonance. It is not a fine sword, but sufficient for you who have just begun to cultivate swordsmanship. The moment you grasp the sword, the heartless sword god trait activates. You can clearly perceive every aspect of this blade, its hardness, its sharpness, and even sense its emotions. Do you wish to become strong? Then join me. You name it, Godslayer. With no mentor you rely on your innate monstrous talent to explore on your own. Every morning you train your physique, and in the afternoons you practice swordsmanship. 2 months later your swordsmanship reaches the introductory stage. You have become proficient in executing many sword techniques, but they are all borrowed from others. You decide to create your own unique sword style. 2 months of training further enhance your physique. Physique 20. Current physique 40. You realize your body has not yet reached its limit. You feel that with each simulation the body differs, and so does the so-called limit. Perhaps this is talent. When you hide the sword and return home, you find your parents already there. Though they control their expressions while you detect a trace of fear and relief at having survived a narrow escape. You assume it's just some incident during their mission. Life returns to its former routine. Tao 2 has left, now only you and your pair. For months, Tina doesn't believe it. Thanks to the gold trait, unrivaled body refinement, a physique invincible trait, your growth and development have been rapid, making you appear somewhat older than your peers. Though only 4 months old in appearance, you are almost indistinguishable from a 6-year-old. Believe it or not, I don't care. You sheath your sword, contemptuously casting a sidelong glance at her. Tina is very angry. Tina is going to teach you a lesson. She charges at you, chains appearing in her hands. You suddenly draw your sword and swing. Even if she is a fruit ability user, your sword is not without edge. The surrounding earth and stones churn, raising a thick cloud of dust, and sword scars appear on the large trees. Clang. The blade and chain clash, and the chain swiftly transforms into shackles locking the sword. Haha, you fell for it. Tina is so clever. So what? You roar, exerting strength 5 times that of an ordinary person, causing the blade to tremble and shake off the entangled chains. Clatter. After freeing the sword, you slash at the top of her head. Swish. The sword tip stops just above her head. A few pink strands are severed, falling onto her pretty eyelashes. You lost. You sheath your sword and turn to leave, leaving her stunned. Next time Tina will definitely win. Tina. In the heat of battle you hadn't paid attention to her name, but now it dawns on you. That girl is indeed Tina. Still, it's just a passing thought. The battle gave you many insights, and you need to digest them quickly. Women only hinder the speed of your draw. 3 months later in the same grove. Crack. A tree so thick it would take 3 people to encircle it crashes down, a clean cut visible on the trunk. Wow, Chenxia, you're amazing. But next time Tina will definitely defeat you. 10 meters behind you, a pink-haired girl clenches her fist, issuing her 31st challenge. Over the past 3 months, ever since she accidentally encountered you and was easily defeated, she has been challenging you every few days like a persistent wolf. At first you could tolerate it, but eventually you grew annoyed and started training elsewhere. Yet no matter where you hid, she always found you in an absurd yet reasonable way, by telling your parents. Somehow she learned your home address, and whenever she couldn't find you, she would go to your parents. Under your parents' observation hockey, you were easily tracked down every time. In the end, you had no choice but to return to this original grove. Get lost. Don't let me see you for the 31st time, or else. I'll go find your parents. She sticks out her tongue, making a face. You are furious, but helpless. You still can't defeat your parents. All you can do is swallow your pride. One day you will pay for this. You silently swear. After 3 months of physical training and swordsmanship practice, your physique increases by 20. Current physique 70. At the same time, your swordsmanship reaches the elementary level. After 4 months of cultivation, your skill is equivalent to a decade of ordinary training. You can now leave a shallow mark on steel, but you feel it's not enough. You must at least reach the level of cutting through steel by the age of 2 to be worthy of your sword god status. Your swordsmanship is steadily improving, but you sense that the first limit of this body is approaching as the rate of physique increase is slowing. In 3 months, you only gained 20 points, less than 7 per month, far less than at the beginning. The pink-haired girl sticks out her tongue and leaves. You also sheath your sword and head home. On the road, you ponder how to break through the first physical limit. The slow grinding method and the deep sea pressure breakthrough method are both rejected. Life at the Marine headquarters was dreadfully dull. Although there were streets, shops, and entertainment venues in the residential area, the crux of the matter was, you had no money. The blade in your hand, Godslayer, was stolen. You hadn't paid a single berry for it, planning to settle the debt when you became wealthy. When would that be? Perhaps in 10 or 20 years. The shopkeeper, an old man, might not even live that long. Every day you trained in the morning and practiced swordsmanship in the afternoon, but now you had a shadow, Tina. She challenged you daily and monitored your every move, desperate to understand your strength. How could you less than a year-old defeat her, an 8-year-old devil fruit user? One day you finally snapped. Clutching a discarded sword manual, you headed to the bathroom, only to find a sneaky figure behind you. Tina, get lost. Who wants to watch you go to the bathroom? Who wants to? So hard to guess. She leaned back, hands behind her head, and strode casually in front of you. I say, Chinxia, don't you ever rest. You're a real monster. Get lost. I won't say it again. After repeated threats, she finally left. But such incidents were just a part of your daily life under her surveillance. A pink head would pop out from under your blanket at night. An extra pair of eyes would appear behind you when you read. She was everywhere like a shadow. You suspected she hadn't eaten the paramecia-type iron bars fruit, but the annoying type annoying fruit. To you, she was truly irritating. Time flew, and soon it was your first birthday. That day, your parents, often away on missions, specially returned home to buy you a cake 3 times your height, though you were only 1. 4 meters, 3 times that was 4 meters. It was really, really tall. They weren't the only ones celebrating with you. At home, you also saw Aunt Peach Rabbit, who had taken care of you for 2 months, and the #1 pervert peeper and shadow, Tina. You vehemently opposed her attending your birthday party until your father made you experience the long delay. The legendary 7 Wolves belt, a father's deepest love, each lash faster than the last. You yielded and agreed. Tina, meanwhile, recorded this iconic moment with a din mushy. You suffered your first and only embarrassing memory. The birthday party proceeded normally. You were happy, but not entirely. At the party, you received many gifts: a glass bead resembling a night pearl from your parents, and a sword manual from Aunt Peach Rabbit. She knew you loved swordsmanship. Tina had told her, but you didn't care. You opened the manual and found it far superior to the one you had picked up. You estimated that once you fully mastered it, you would become a sword master capable of cutting steel. After the party, you saw Tina waving at you. You scoffed, ignored her, and turned to leave. Clang. As you walked, you bumped into a wall. Your father stood before you holding the 7 Wolves belt, his gaze flicking toward the doorway. Tina stood there smirking. Humph. Under duress, you reluctantly went to see what trick she had. You followed her to a secluded corner. Chinxia, to thank you for your guidance these past days, Tina has prepared a little token of appreciation. Humph. You snorted, staring at the familiar yet oddly different picture book in her hand. The cover depicted a man and a woman fighting. The man seemed to have the upper hand. The woman's expression pained the battle intense, with clothes scattered around. Wait. This is... Your mouth twitched. You waved your hand and said with righteous indignation, I should never look at such things. You couldn't believe Marine kids matured so early. Was this even normal? After some inner conflict, a book found its way into your arms. You returned home with a guilty conscience. Bang. The moment you stepped through the door, you quickly shut it, threw yourself onto the bed, and began to appreciate the artwork. Someone once said books are the nourishment of the soul. That night you wholeheartedly agreed. That book made you grow rapidly. You learned for the first time that there was so much knowledge in the world to acquire. 1 month later, you looked at the 2-finger-deep gash on the steel before you, a faint smile curling at the corner of your mouth. After more than a year, you had finally progressed again. You were at most half a year away from becoming a steel-cutting swordsman. At the same time, you hadn't neglected your physique, training persistently every day. Your physique increased by 30, reaching 100. But because you had yet to break through your body's limits, the growth rate had slowed to a crawl. Over half a year, you had only gained 30 points. However, today that situation would change. You were about to break through. Tina, come on. Attack me, W. You looked at the battle-hungry Tina gripping your blade and shouting, "Here I come." Her arms turned into iron bars and thrust toward you. Just as the bars were about to strike, you dropped your sword in her astonished gaze. Panic flooded her face as she struggled to stop the attack, but the powerful inertia was impossible to control. Thud! Your chest was pierced by the iron bars, leaving a fist-sized hole. Blood stained your white clothes. Shinxia, why didn't you dodge? What should we do? Quick, find Aunt Peach Rabbit. She'll know what to do. She grabbed your hand, her face filled with panic and confusion. Clearly the attack had truly frightened her. Again, you said, pulling free from her grip, your gaze firm. Are you insane? Again, or I'll die right in front of you. You roared, spattering a few drops of blood onto her delicate face. The blood gushing from the hole in your chest had temporarily stopped. Your unparalleled physical training granted not only a powerful physique, but also astonishing regenerative abilities. Under your relentless pressure, Tina's trembling hands attacked again. Thud! Another stream of blood sprayed out. You didn't dodge this time either. A large hole appeared in your abdomen, but you felt no fear. Even if this meant death, it would be your destiny. Boom, boom, boom. Like thunderclaps, your heart pounded wildly, beating in your chest. The wounds quickly scabbed over and healed, leaving only faint traces to prove they had ever existed. You were not meant to die. With a crack, the limit of your body was shattered. You had successfully broken through your first physical limit by a hair's breadth, using the brink of life and death. Your physique increased by 50, reaching 150. After a long moment, you stood up, picked up your sword from the ground, and walked home alone. Behind you, Tina looked as if she had seen a ghost, her mouth wide open, even wider than the heroine in the book she had given you. 1 year and 8 months had passed since your breakthrough. 7 months since you shattered your limits. Through 7 months of arduous cultivation, your physical constitution increased by 90 points, reaching a total of 240. Today you officially ascended to the rank of iron-cutting swordsman, a title unimaginable for anyone under 2 years of age. Even the world's greatest swordmaster at that tender age would still be playing in the mud, barely able to grip a blade properly. Yet you stand already as an iron-cutting swordsman. The golden trait, heartless sword god, truly awe-inspiring. Ever since your last breakthrough terrified Tina, she spent over 2 months recovering at home. Every day she cornered Momonga. Any Momonga, can someone survive with a fist-sized wound in their chest and another gaping hole in their abdomen? Of course they can. Momonga, having served in the Marines for decades, had witnessed countless monsters, some whose bodies were severed halfway, yet continued fighting. But he's not even 2 years old. Impossible. 2 years old. Wait, could it be Shinxia? Yes. As Tina nodded, Momonga recoiled inwardly, whispering in disbelief, a monster, truly a monster. Thus 3 months ago your reputation as a prodigy echoed across Marineford. Even Admiral Kong, the fleet admiral himself, came to see you in person. Your fame surged, though Kong confined all reports strictly within Marine ranks. After all, he had encountered many geniuses, but few survived the treacherous path to true mastery. Most perished long before reaching their potential. Stepping beyond the family residential zone, pedestrians gaped at you with eyes wide, as if beholding a long-dead ancestor risen from centuries-old graves. At the gate, Marine sentries recognized you, and neither dared nor dared to stop you. You were the next generation, personally endorsed by the fleet admiral himself. Indeed, ever since Kong discovered this unparalleled anomaly among anomalies, he spoke of you incessantly, praising you daily as the Navy's hope for tomorrow, its future admiral-in-waiting. You strode confidently into the Marine training ground where young recruits trained beneath blazing suns. SW. Kong had assigned Zephyr to personally mentor you for 3 years, training the Navy's next-generation admiral. Today marked the first day of that rigorous apprenticeship. That's Tina. Your gaze drifted toward a pink-haired girl bouncing nearby. You'd known her for over a year, having been watched by her secretly all that time. Tina. Admiral Zephyr, is this the child Fleet Admiral Kong entrusted to your personal tutelage? He's probably still wetting the bed. Zephyr, of course, taught more than one disciple. Standing beside him were fellow trainees, diverse in background, yet all stared at you with stunned expressions and unrestrained amusement. Enough. This is no ordinary prodigy. He's a monster among monsters. Any doubts? Step forward and spar with him. Sir, Admiral Zephyr, I have a question. A tall, broad-shouldered youth stepped forth, clad in a crisp, practical short-sleeved shirt. Another classic scene of arrogant underestimation. Another nameless challenger stepping forward to test the so-called weakling. Interesting. You stretched your limbs, calmly expressionless, then fixed your gaze upon him. Clang. Slowly you drew Zhan Shun from your back, eyes alight with fierce intent as you advanced. Tina no longer challenged your growth. Each bout ended in instantaneous defeat, offering no real improvement. Now freshly ascended to iron-cutting swordsman, you had yet to test the true might of that tier's swordsmanship. Judging by his confident bearing, he must be formidable. Perhaps he'd last several strikes. You're not weak, but I am stronger. Tension crackled like drawn steel. Spectators scattered instinctively, even distant trainees slipped from formation to crowd around this improbable duel, age disparity defying all precedent. The clash erupted instantly. You swung your blade, nearly as long as your own slender frame. To onlookers it seemed absurd, yet he felt no irony. In his eyes your strike bore no flashy technique, only the cold, unerring premonition of death. It was the oppressive weight of breathing existence itself, the world awakening sentient and vast, while your blade descended like a demon roused from ancient slumber. Dodge, Austin, don't just stand there. The crowd cried out, convinced the blow was trivial, easily evaded. But was it truly so simple? Thud, crack. With subtle force your blade sliced past Austin's cheek, then slammed heavily onto the training ground. The hardened concrete cracked open, gouging a deep, jagged furrow. How is this possible? Mouths clapped shut in shock. None could fathom how such terrifying power could dwell within a child not yet two. Admiral Zephyr. Chun Xia is an iron-cutting swordsman, the rarest tier capable of sensing the breath of all things. Severing concrete is effortless, even steel yields before his blade. Zephyr watched you with quiet admiration, though outwardly composed, explaining calmly to his students. His inner self trembled with profound astonishment. This was his first time witnessing your prowess firsthand. Kong had spoken only of your monstrous constitution, not of swordsmanship this transcendent. A 2-year-old iron-cutting swordsman. Across the entire ocean's history, unique, unprecedented, singular. Austin crumpled to the ground. Having joined the elite Marine training program only days earlier, he had never encountered anything like this. His worldview shattered, his very sense of reality crumbling. Admiral Zephyr, may we begin today's training? Ha ha ha. Chun Xia, you're exceptional. Push harder, and you might become an admiral before adulthood. His calloused hand pounded your shoulder as he roared with laughter. An admiral. The crowd, already stunned, twice reeled anew. An admiral, the Navy's supreme combatant, a title reserved only for titans like Zephyr himself. Yet here stood Zephyr bestowing upon you such extraordinary expectation. Excellent. Let us begin training, now. The crowd on the training ground immediately composed their expressions and lined up neatly. Zephyr was renowned in the Navy for his strictness, but he was also an exceptional teacher. Countless strong individuals had emerged from the Marine elite training camp. Your small figure, along with Tina, who was slightly taller than you, stood at the edge of the line. The two of you were the only children in the entire formation. You could even be called an infant. Today is the 3rd day since the Marine elite training camp opened. We have already learned. You didn't listen attentively to this part, since you hadn't been present for the previous days anyway. However, you did pay attention to what Zephyr said later. Today we will learn hockey. Hockey is the latent power within every person. You listened very earnestly, your ears perked up as if you could barely restrain yourself from running to his feet. The sun slowly set in the west. You sheathed your blade and walked alone toward the pommel. You walked briskly, and Tina followed behind with equally light steps. She thought you didn't know she was following, but you had long sensed that your intuition was always accurate. That evening your parents invited her to stay for dinner, and you felt extremely uncomfortable during the meal. The next day you went to the elite training camp again to study hockey. You felt as if you had returned to your school days. There were teachers, classmates, and that annoying Tina. However, in your spare time you also trained your physique and practiced swordsmanship. Excelling in only one aspect did not make a strong individual. Comprehensive development was the key to going far. Several months passed. Your physique 50, a current physique 290. You had successfully mastered both colors of hockey and were nearing the intermediate level. Now you could cover most of your body with armament. Hockey and observation hockey allowed you to easily dodge any attack from your fellow trainees. Their flashy moves. You knew the answer without thinking, of course, because they didn't grow up. Ha ha ha, exactly. That's the cruelty of this world. No matter how monstrous you are, if you haven't matured, you're just a nobody. You had an epiphany. Listening to his words was like reading 10 years of books. The so-called strong do not wait to develop, they actively become stronger. Passive waiting inevitably leads to failure and even disappearance from this sea. Master Zephyr, I want to go on a mission with you. You looked at him with firm eyes, and Jean Shun in your hand trembled slightly. All right, but I don't have time to take care of a brat like you. And so at the age of 4 you successfully became a member of the Navy, serving as a small handyman on Admiral Zephyr's ship. Your first mission was 3 days later. You planned to engage in life and death battles with pirates during the voyage, seeking an opportunity to break the limit through slaughter. The risk was great, but the reward was tempting. Tina, CMO Gu. Naturally, your fellow cadets, Smoker and Tina, have arrived. One is 16, the other 11, both older than you. Hurry and lower the rope ladder. Fortunately, the warship has not yet departed, and they climb aboard smoothly. What are you two brats doing here? Before you can respond, Zephyr's voice suddenly booms from behind. Zephyr-sensei. Tina called me. Smoker, you. No, sensei. Zephyr Chinxia summoned me. You stare stunned as they shift blame onto you. Truly, calamity descends upon you while you sit peacefully at home. Zephyr ruffles all 3 of your heads with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. It makes no difference how many come. Zephyr will ensure every one of you returns safely to Marineford. Amid thunderous roars, the warship slowly departs, its massive hull churning colossal waves across the sea. As a naval auxiliary, you embark on your first official mission. At just 4 years old, life aboard the vessel feels no different from life in Marineford, ceaseless cultivation each day with only one new variable. You occasionally suffer from seasickness. One day, having just finished training, you stand on the deck, gazing into the distant horizon. Suddenly, a newspaper-selling seagull swoops down from the sky, evidently hoping to boost its monthly sales given the month's end draws near. You deftly produce berries, purchase the latest edition, and begin reading it calmly. The moment your eyes land upon the headline, you recoil in shock. World-shaking news. Gol D. Roger conquers the Grand Line. The Pirate King is born. Indeed, Morgan may well be the founding patriarch of sensationalism in the pirate world. In year 1498 of the Marine calendar, the Roger pirates reached the final island Raftel, uncovering all truths, and thus Gol D. Roger becomes the Pirate King, master of all things in this world. Yet this bears little relevance to you. At most, it adds fleeting color to your otherwise ordinary existence. Still, just days later, you are startled anew. Today marks your 12th day at sea. Several days prior, you passed through the gates of justice and entered the Grand Line. Your mission: eradicate all pirates en route to the Sabaody archipelago. So far, you have apprehended several pirate crews, but mere foot soldiers, each bearing bounties of merely a few tens of millions of berries. Notably, most were captured by your own hand, affording you invaluable combat experience. Your combat proficiency has now reached the beginner level. On the 18th day at sea, you have traversed half the first half of Th. Zephyr's voice rings out. Instantly, every Marine snaps into formation. Cannon barrels gleam under polished cloth. Firearms and ammunition are inspected, blades drawn, all braced for a fierce battle. The speck remains distant. Even your observation hockey cannot yet discern its nature. You do not know who these pirates are, but they must be formidable. After all, this is the first time in your entire voyage that Zephyr's expression has hardened into such grim seriousness. You feel exhilarated. Another chance to test yourself against true power. You await it eagerly. Kuhaha. Zephyr. A bold, resonant laugh pierces the vast distance, clear as if spoken beside your ear. Then the sky abruptly darkens. With a sharp crack, crimson-black lightning snakes across the heavens. A blade-shaped arc wreathed in jagged black and red lightning hurtles toward your ship. As a swordsman yourself, you instantly grasp the lethal force contained within that strike. Were it to strike the warship, perhaps only Zephyr would survive. You refuse to stand idle. Drawing your blade, you unleash a cerulean sword beam to intercept. Yet your vaunted iron-cutting sword art, and the very sword beam itself, shatters like brittle glass before that black and red arc, vanishing utterly in less than an instant. Roger, dare you harm my disciple? At the critical moment, Zephyr surges forward, arms turning pitch black, placing his iron-hard fists squarely before the ship. A thunderous impact reverberates. The strike is blocked, but not fully. Zephyr is hurled backward onto the deck, shattering planks beneath him. Roger, his words echo clearly in your ears. The Pirate King Gol D. Roger. And he appears, not in the New World, but in the first half of the Grand Line. A moment's reflection brings clarity. In year 1498 of the Marine calendar, Roger, stricken with terminal illness after returning from Raftel, disbanded his crew. He must be returning to the East Blue, and fate has brought him directly across your path. Whether fortune smiles upon you, or mocks you, you cannot decide. Kuhaha. Sasunirida na Zephyr. A legendary figure, cloak billowing, captain's hat tilted, Gol D. Roger soars toward you, not truly flying, but propelled by sheer physical might, leaping from the Oro Jackson. Roger. After exchanging familiar salutations with Zephyr, the two engage in full combat. Above, clouds tear apart, crimson-black lightning flashes without restraint, a sword beams and hockey collide endlessly, each aftershock capable of felling an unlucky soul. You grip the railing tightly, eyes fixed upon Roger midair, wielding one of the supreme grade swords. Around you, fellow Marines have long since fled below deck. Only you, Tina, and Smoker remain on deck. You refuse to retreat. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study swordsmanship and hockey at their highest echelon. The Pirate King's swordsmanship must be peerless. You muse, absorbing every motion with rapt attention. Shinsia. Tina is frightened. Will you hide with her? Get lost. Don't distract me. You elbow Tina aside as she tries to drag you away, your gaze unwavering locked upon the battlefield's heart. Kuhaha. With an even more thunderous laugh, a terrifying aura erupts. Crimson-black lightning surging from the battlefield to the warship's edge. Thud, thud, thud. Tina and Smoker collapse unconscious on deck, eyes rolled back. Inside, the hull muffled clatters echo like falling porcelain. In an instant, you stand alone aboard the entire ship. Yet even you strain desperately, sweat soaks your ill-fitting naval uniform. Your legs tremble uncontrollably. Your entire body vibrates violently, unbidden. Gazing up at the torn sky, you breathe awestruck. Is this what true strength looks like? You thrill. You surge. You burn with longing to become such a being. A terrifying child. Ha ha ha. Roger widens his eyes, laughing heartily as he stares at you. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. You shattered your own limits beneath the baptism of the world's most supreme, Hoshiko Haki. A youthful yet overbearing will surged onto the battlefield, so potent that even Zephyr, who rarely cracked a smile, burst into hearty laughter. Look, Roger. This is the Navy's true legacy, its future admiral. You raised your head and let out a triumphant roar toward the heavens, feeling newfound power surge within you. It's done. I've awakened. You had awakened Hoshiko Haki. Mission accomplished. You wasted no time lingering on deck. Seizing two unconscious sailors sprawled across the planks, you sprinted toward the ship's cabin. Once inside, the suspended battle reignited outside. You had no idea how fierce the clash had grown, but with Zephyr present and Roger unlikely to fight to the death, you felt no real concern. So long as no stray shockwaves struck the warship, all would be well. Time blurred. Your initial exhilaration soon gave way to drowsiness. Truly, everyone's a stamina beast. How can they endure this? You grumbled, knowing full well you'd never possess such patience. After a long silence fell beyond the cabin walls, you gathered your courage and stepped back onto the deck. Wah, Chinxia, you're outstanding. Zephyr's familiar voice washed over you, easing half your tension. If Zephyr remained unharmed, Roger must have already departed. It made sense. Roger's crew had long since disbanded. Rayleigh had disembarked at Sabeti Archipelago, while Jozu and Barrett were nowhere aboard. Roger had merely indulged a fleeting itch, not a death match. After regrouping, your vessel turned course, retracing its path toward Marineford. Though undestroyed, the warship bore scars from collateral blasts and could no longer sustain further voyage. It was time to return home. On deck, you closed your eyes, striving to perceive that new force within Hoshiko Haki. Still raw and nascent, it manifested only unconsciously, indistinguishable from absence. Thus you devoted yourself entirely to cultivating your inner aura. No one aboard, including Zephyr, possessed Hoshiko Haki, leaving you to refine it alone. Fortunately, hazy memories lingered from past forum browsing. Raising one's aura amplified Hoshiko. I am dest. Break, break. You assumed a horse stance and shouted flamboyantly. Naval officers on deck watched your eccentric ritual with baffled curiosity. Tina's worried about you. Did that shock rattle your brain? Your Hoshiko training had stalled, frustration simmering, and just then Tina appeared. Get lost, don't bother me. With a sharp elbow strike, you shoved her aside and strode toward the quiet stern. After that minor incident, no one disturbed you again. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Standing on deck, you gazed toward the distant blue and white spires rising on the horizon. Marineford at last, after a month's absence. A month of relentless cultivation had significantly elevated your strength physical attribute, 10 current 500. Yet physical growth slowed steadily. This voyage had aimed for a second breakthrough, but instead you awakened Hoshiko Haki. Whether that counted as an indirect breakthrough remained uncertain, though awakening Hoshiko undeniably marked a transcendence of self. Hoshiko, the rarest Haki appearing in only 1 in a million, carried immense weight in the first half of the Grand Line. As for the New World, you preferred not to dwell on it. Though this voyage yielded only Hoshiko, you remained deeply satisfied with your gains. Days later, Zephyr prepared for another Dracula Mihawk. I wonder how refined his swordsmanship is now. A spark of combat fervor ignited within you, despite Zephyr's repeated warnings not to stir trouble before disembarking. A quiet spar surely doesn't count as mischief, does it? You strode toward a tall, broad-shouldered youth wearing a formal hat and carrying a colossal black blade. An overwhelming sword aura. Before drawing near, your skin prickled. His presence was that of a drawn blade, razor-sharp and lethal. Fighting him would be exhilarating, wouldn't it? Yet you bore the title, Heartless Sword God. How could mere sword aura daunt you? Hi there, big brother. Would you spar with me? You flashed a disarmingly innocent smile, the most charming expression you knew, certain it would melt even his iron resolve. Step aside, kid, he replied without glancing your way, brushing past you toward the execution platform. Fine, then witness my strength, my hawk. Accept my challenge, Hawkeye. A formidable battle intent infused with sword essence erupted from your being. Isn't it just sword intent? You have it too. Interesting brat, state your name. My black blade, he does not cut down nameless fools. Hawkeye halted, gazing at you with keen interest, his hawk-like eyes scrutinizing you thoroughly. To possess such formidable sword intent at such a tender age astonished even him. You had earned the right to challenge him and perhaps become his worthy opponent. Navy chore boy Chinxia. You drew your blade, the cold gleam of the steel reflecting your youthful, yet resolute face. Hawkeye's lips twitched upon hearing this. You knew exactly what he was doing. Suppressing a laugh, undoubtedly suppressing a laugh. Such a young chore boy. Is the Navy a black-hearted merchant? Hawkeye inquired calmly. You felt utterly speechless. Originally, after your last mission, Zifa had promised to promote you upon returning to Malinfanguo, yet months had passed without any progress. You remained silent, your only reply being a blue sword slash. Boom. He pulled out a small knife, and with a disdainful flick, severed your sword slash. Apologies if this is all you've got, then this blade will suffice. He had expected a formidable swordsman given your confident and aggressive demeanor, but was disappointed to find only this. You sighed inwardly. You were still too young, your haki had not yet reached its peak. Otherwise you could have infused it into your blade, becoming a true sword master capable of wounding Hawkeye. Unlike now where you couldn't even break his defense, and were mocked, as if you were humiliating some three-sword style fool. But don't underestimate me. You charged forward your Zhanshan, slashing wildly. Rustle. Rustle. Several sword slashes flew out. Since quality failed, you decided to overwhelm with quantity. In less than an incense stick's time you lay bloodied on the ground. You had underestimated the future world's greatest swordsman, thinking he hadn't yet reached his prime, and overestimated yourself, believing you had already matured. Staring at the two vicious wounds on your chest, you looked at him. Come on, the scars on your chest are a disgrace to a swordsman. You turned around, exposing your back. I will remember you, a long-lost strong one. With the etiquette of a swordsman, I shall use this world's strongest black blade to send you to the depths of the sea. There was no fear in your eyes, only blazing battle intent. Stop your damn nonsense. Splash. He put away his small knife and drew the black blade, the edge slicing through flesh and blood. With a gush of hot blood, two hideous wounds appeared on your back. Hawkeye, just you wait. One day I will become the strongest swordsman in this world. With that your vision went black and you collapsed unconscious. Amidst the haze you heard, I am Jorkle, my hawk. No matter the years, I shall await your challenge on this throne of the strongest. Huff huff. When you opened your eyes again, the familiar cabin greeted you. Your body was wrapped in bandages, limbs immobile, eyes barely able to see the world through a narrow slit. Awake. Rest well. The Navy has issued a bounty on Jorkle, my hawk. Rest assured I will make him pay. How dare he harm my disciple? If anything happens to you, not just I but the entire Navy will not let him off. Zifa's voice was low and grave. You had never seen him so furious. You knew why. A future Navy admiral had nearly died at the hands of Hawkeye. Any Navy man would be enraged. However, not only did you survive, but you also gained insight. The battle with Hawkeye revealed your current shortcomings. Your lack of haki was your greatest weakness. Although Hawkeye defeated you overwhelmingly, what you lacked most was armament haki, which failed to break his defense, and observation haki, which allowed him to see through every attack. No wonder the gold medal teacher Kaido once said only haki can transcend all. You decided that upon returning to Malinfanjuo you would integrate haki with swordsmanship, at least coating your blade with armament haki. You would become a true sword master. Master Zifa, is the execution over? You had come to Loaga town with Zifa specifically to witness the dawn of the great pirate era, one of the most iconic scenes of the pirate world. Oh, that execution. It ended 2 days ago. We're already on our way back to Malinfanjuo. Hawkeye, I want you dead. You cursed yourself for getting a beating and for being so arrogant. Calm down, at least it wasn't a waste. You did gain something. You comforted yourself. From this battle you had gleaned some insights, such as a small technique for armament haki coating. Haha, within half a year at most I can become a sword master. Watching the Zhan Shun by your bedside, which had turned slightly darker, the disappointment of missing the iconic scene dissipated. With supreme bandages and a recovery ability slightly above an ordinary person, your terrible wounds gradually healed. Finally, on the third day of being wrapped in supreme bandages, you fully recovered. Bang! You tore off the bandages and leaped onto the deck. The 3 days of lying still had been suffocating. The moment you could get up, you rushed to a secluded corner at the stern to train your armament haki. In the year 1499 of the sea calendar, you arrived at the Navy headquarters, Malinfanjuo. Normally the journey wouldn't have taken so long, but Roger's words at his execution sparked the great pirate era. Halfway through, Zifa received orders to blockade the entrance from the East Blue to the Grand Line, so you guarded the Diandao Mountain. After several months of capturing dozens of pirate crews, the ship was too full to hold more. You finally returned to Malinfanjuo. However, during those months of constant battle, and under Zifa's guidance, you successfully mastered armament haki coating. You had succeeded. You could now temporarily turn Zhan Shun into a black blade. Though its quality was far inferior to a true black blade, it was still better than most fine swords. Armament haki not only enhanced hardness, but also boosted sword technique power. Mastering armament haki coating officially made you a sword master. A 5-year-old sword master. Neither Zifa nor anyone else had ever seen or heard of such a thing. He directly called you a sword prodigy, a training monster, in short, the monster of monsters. You estimated that if you were to encounter Hawkeye again, with your current strength you might last for 2 or 3 incense sticks. He was simply too strong. You guessed he was at least a grand sword master, if not already. You believed his talent was just slightly inferior to yours, and by the time you reached his age you might be several dozen times stronger than him. In the days that followed you trained ceaselessly, practice upon practice, until your parents, alarmed, wanted to take you to a physician. Their concern evaporated the day you casually unleashed a blade of sword chi that cleaved a boulder in two. Afterward, they fell silent, merely wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Zifa and the other cadets at the elite training camp were equally astonished. To them you had been nothing but a relentless machine of cultivation, living only to train between sleep and meals. A year passed. You had just turned 7. After 2 years of grinding you finally breached your limit, a second time Constitution 100, current Constitution 600. Under Zifa's patient instruction and your own effort, you had completely mastered armament color wrapping Wuzhuangzi Shinryo, and your swordsmanship continued to improve. Armament color hockey had reached the advanced tier, though your observation color hockey remained stalled at mid-level. As your body matured and through. After enduring a series of setbacks, you looked at the Marine Justice coat and uniform that had appeared in your hands and smiled. During the time you spent carrying out missions with Zephyr, you claimed to have captured over a dozen pirate crews with bounties ranging from tens of millions to 200 million berries. By all rights, your seniority should have merited promotion to captain long ago, but you had made a pact with Kong to wait until 3 years later. Yet when you went to inquire, just now you learned that Kong had recently been promoted to commander-in-chief of the 3 armies and marshal of the world government. The newly appointed Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku neither knew of nor acknowledged the agreement between you and Kong, until he called Kong. Only then did you smoothly become a headquarters captain. The 3-year period is up, but it's time to go find that smoker guy. Leaving a note on the table at home, you headed toward the docks where your private warship was. You stepped onto the deck looking at the middle-aged man who stood half a head taller than you and couldn't help the upward curve of your lips. The man was old enough to be your father, yet he addressed you with the honorific you. The thought alone struck you as amusing. Lobetown East Blue. You waved a hand, lounged into a deck chair, and spoke in a leisurely tone. Closing your eyes, you savored the only moment of relaxation you'd had in 3 years. Sometimes you need to balance work and rest. From now on I'll train for 3 years and rest for 1 day. Truly arbitrary, extraordinarily self-indulgent. You hardly treated yourself as human, nor did you wish to. The warship set sail, and you departed to fulfill your 3-year promise. After applying to Sengoku, you took a shortcut through the Gate of Justice and arrived directly in the East Blue. 2 fools. You scoffed inwardly as you glanced at the 2 giants standing beside the Gate of Justice like guards. Though you had SE. Nonsense. 3 years. Even a pig can climb a tree in that time. Smoker had received the notice early and was waiting by the shore. After disembarking, you bantered and chatted with him all the way to the Lowtown Marine branch. You had to admit, even though this was the weakest, see the strength of the Lowtown Marine branch in your eyes rivaled some branches on the Grand Line. Want to smoke? This is the strongest I could find. You looked at the cigar he offered and shook your head. No, I'll have juice. Orange juice especially. Sipping orange juice, you chatted with him in a desultory manner. By the way, Chinxia, what's your strength now? You waved a hand while drinking your juice. Not strong, not strong. At most I can hold my own against a vice admiral. His mouth fell open and the cigar dropped to the ground. What? You can hold your own against a vice admiral. You're more and more of a monster. At that moment, he was merely a major in the Lowtown Marine branch, far from becoming the future captain or even vice admiral. Both of you had graduated at the same time, yet 3 years later, you had not only become a headquarters captain, but also possessed vice admiral level strength. It was only a matter of time before seniority made you a shoe-in for vice admiral. The gap was too vast. He was still reeling from the shock. Chinxia, let me ask you, do you still remember Tina? Tina. 3 years had passed, and aside from Smoker and Master Zephyr, you had little impression of the other classmates. Except for one Tina. I remember. She's the one with pink hair who used to stalk and spy on me. What about her? She's been calling me lately asking where you are. I figured since we're all friends I told her you were coming to Lowtown. She might arrive soon. No problem. She's just a woman. No big deal. Bang. The moment you finished speaking, the door was slammed open and a slender girl in a red professional outfit walked in. Though only 17, Tina already exuded a future mature charm. Chinxia, you're here. What a coincidence. I just arrived too. She sat down beside you with the familiarity of an old friend, her delicate hands picking up the unfinished juice you had left on the table and gulping it down. It's been ages since the 3 of us met, hasn't it, Smoker? Huh. Yes, it's been quite a while. Smoker's face was beaded with sweat as he raised his hand awkwardly. Woman, what business do you have? I'll never forget how you tattled to my parents when we were kids. Your gaze flickered toward her coldly, and at the same time your sword aura surged forth, dropping the temperature of the entire room instantly. Bang. The juice in Tina's hand burst from the sword aura, splattering her face with orange pulp. It's been a long time and your attitude is still as aloof and distant as ever. Tina likes you. You know what Tina means. Let's fight. If you win, I'll never bother you again. If you lose, you admit that you like Tina. Her gaze was resolute as she looked at you. Over the 9 years since childhood, she had become utterly entranced by your figure, but you were simply too cold toward all women, including her. If this were the real world, you might have gladly accepted such a good deal and pulled her into your arms. However, the heartless sword god had granted you monstrous swordsmanship talent at the cost of normal emotions toward women. Fine. I hope you keep your word. So don't be like that. We're all friends. Can't you just get along? Sorry, but she and I are not friends. You and she went to the training ground at the base and squared off. Observation Haki told you that her aura had grown. Chun Xiaotina will definitely defeat you. Na young girl charges toward you, her momentum fierce, but you remain utterly unfazed. In skyrending slash. And you wield Zhan Shun, a blade unadorned yet devastating, and deliver a single effortless stroke. A colossal sword aura over 30 meters long surges forth at blinding speed. And this can't be human. And Smoker, observing from the periphery, stands agape, whispering in disbelief. He hadn't even glimpsed the trajectory of that slash. And though his failure to master observation Haki during elite training bears some blame, it does nothing to diminish the awe gripping him once more. And Tina's barricade. And though she reacts swiftly, erecting dense black barricades around her body, they shatter like glass before your sword aura. And crack, crack. The sound of fracturing barriers echoes incessantly. In an instant, the massive sword aura looms mere meters from her. Then you move. In. You've lost. In with one decisive strike you cleave the colossal aura asunder, standing before her blade drawn, voice calm and quiet. In true to her word, she packs her belongings and vanishes from your sight within moments. So swiftly that even Smoker cannot trace her departure. And after a brief exchange with Smoker, you wander idly through Logtown, visiting the execution platform where the pirate king Gol D. Roger met his end. A long-held regret finally laid to rest. In gazing upon the platform, you recall that man, Dracula Mihawk. The very reason you missed witnessing the dawn of the Grand Line era. And not yet. When I become a grand swordsman, I'll come for you and settle our score, Mihawk. An immense marine warship anchored ashore hoists its sails and sets course once more. You board bound for Marineford. And days later you arrive at Marine headquarters in Marineford. And alas, no pirates crossed your path en route. And returning to your secluded woodland training ground, the same grove where you'd spent your rare 3-year sabbatical, you resume your relentless regimen of cultivation. None year passes. In the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford, your progress is undeniable. In first, physical constitution 100, current stat 1100. In second, dual Haki advances further, now only a hair's breadth from mastery. Given the right moment, breakthrough is assured. In third, swordsmanship, the tempering of Zhan Shun has reached its halfway mark, a promising milestone. Yet refinement grows exponentially harder beyond this point. You estimate another 2 years before it fully transforms into a black blade. In other words, 2 years until you ascend as a grand swordsman. Just as you prepare to bury you. And even facing the current fleet admiral, you feel no constraint. Your tone remains composed, respectful, yet unyielding. And when tomorrow, Garp departs for the New World to restore order there. In emerging from the fleet admiral's office, you walk alone down the sunlit avenue. In creek. The weathered wooden door groans open, a light spills in, illuminating an empty home. And since the dawn of the Grand Line era, piracy has surged, and your parents, serving as marine officers, spend nearly every day at sea hunting pirates across the seas. And you've lived here alone for years. And never imagined I'd leave too. Tomorrow I won't see you again, little house. At dawn the next day you call your parents, briefly explain your assignment. They rejoice. And to them your emergence as a true dragon is cause for pride, not concern. After warm words of encouragement, they hang up. In another pirate hunt, and amid the cacophony of clashing steel and battle cries echoing just before the line goes dead, you already know the answer. And yet you've apprehended countless pirates before, under Vice Admiral Zephyr's command, adhering strictly to a non-lethal justice, none slain, all delivered to impel down for reformation. And you wonder, how many have truly changed? Have they found redemption? And clutching a few spare uniforms, you head to a bladesmith shop on the Family District's commercial street, slip inside unnoticed, and place a thick wad of berries silently upon the counter. And then you sprint toward the docks. In this shop, the very one you first visited at age 2, is where Zhan Shun was forged and where your debt began. Na full year's savings. Though as a Commodore your salary is generous, you undertook no missions this past year. And by regulation, such inactivity should have triggered demotion. But Sengoku, ever compassionate, spared you, seeing only a youth consumed by discipline. After daily necessities. And Vice Admiral Kazan, have you picked up Sakazuki's bad habits? Don't judge by appearances. This boy is extraordinary. Overhearing Kazan and Garp converse, your pulse quickens. Is this the setup for some humiliating face-slapping trope? And fortunately Kazan isn't so reckless. He exchanges only a few measured words with Garp before disembarking. And by this time Kazan has long since left Garp's ship. It was precisely his departure that opened the path for you. And you suspect Sengoku intends for you to accrue merit and battlefield distinction aboard Garp's vessel, preparing you for eventual promotion to Fleet Admiral. And after all, with the Grand Line's eruption, pirate numbers have exploded, yet only one active Fleet Admiral remains, Zephyr. The strain on the Marines is immense. The Doghead warship unfurls its sails, bound for the New World. And you thrill at the prospect. In UVE, he never set foot in the New World, Rumors speak of peerless warriors, their perfect sparring partners to hone your haki and swordcraft. And moreover, recent newspapers report Dracul Mihawk roaming the new world, challenging elite swordsmen, even grand swordsmen, and pirates bearing bounties exceeding 10 billion berries. And this voyage offers the perfect chance to confront him, to repay the 2 strikes he dealt you in Lobetown. And 3 days pass. But the Doghead warship does not enter the new world as expected. Instead, it veers off the Grand Line, heading eastward toward the East Blue. And standing on deck, you gaze into the distance, is Garp visiting his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. And you say nothing. A detour to see one's grandson is hardly unreasonable. And besides, you're curious, does young Luffy truly mirror the anime's portrayal? Raised since childhood in primal wilderness, abandoned by Garp to survive alone. 2 days later, the warship surges forward at full speed. Soon a small village, Windmill Village, appears on the horizon. You follow Vice Admiral Garp ashore and make your way straight to the bandit Dayton's house. There you stare stunned at the infant Luffy cradled in Dayton's arms. A jolt of realization strikes. You've misremembered the timeline. Luffy was born last year. He is only 1 year old now, far too young to have been tossed into the wilderness by Garp. I'll have to wait until next time. After brief pleasantries, Garp entrusts you with a few final instructions before returning to his dog-headed warship. Having sailed for several days, yet stayed less than half a day, you're left speechless. Days later, you re-enter the Grand Line. Vice Admiral Garp, do you have any belly? Could I borrow some? No, Roha. Here, you're a hard-working brat. A few bills flutter into your hands. Though modest in amount, they suffice. You wave upward at a seagull soaring overhead, its satchel slung across its back. Slipping the coins into the satchel, you retrieve a newspaper and begin reading. New pirate Hawkeye Mihawk has repeatedly defeated master swordsmen in the New World. With a bounty exceeding hundreds of millions, he is now wanted by the Marines for 10.3 billion belly. You gaze at the man pictured on the front page, his massive black blade resting across his back, his hawk-like eyes piercing as though they could see straight into the soul, and a faint smirk curls your lips. Mihawk, I won't wait for you to come to me. I'll seek you out myself. Half a month later, the dog-headed warship pauses at the last Marine base along the first half of the Grand Line. 2 days after resupplying, it sets sail once more. 3 days later, the familiar silhouette of the Sabeti archipelago rises on the horizon, but your heart remains utterly still. Previous simulations bear no connection to this life. Those memories hold no weight upon you. During these 2 months aboard Garp's ship, you've trained relentlessly, daily sparring sessions with him. Your aim to elevate your armament haki to the pinnacle before confronting Mihawk, and fortune has granted you the perfect mentor, Garp himself, a peerless master of armament haki. You've learned immensely in battle, your armam. You examine the jet black armament haki rippling along your arm, then unleash an eager punch against a colossal boulder. Instantly, the haki surges inward, deep beneath the surface. Crack, boom. The boulder's exterior remains flawlessly smooth, yet it shatters silently into fine dust-like powder. This is one of the hallmarks of true mastery: external projection of armament haki, coupled with internal destruction. Terrifying indeed. You inhale sharply, recalling your spars with Garp. Surely he unleashed haki across an entire sea, though otherwise there would be no way you could have held him to a draw. You harbor no doubt if he deployed internal destruction, even your haki-enveloped blade Yuru, the god-slaying sword, might splinter upon impact. After less than a day's stopover on Sabaody, you depart once more. This time the warship cuts swiftly through the waves, likely spurred by a recent heated call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku to Garp. Finally, on the 12th day of the 2nd month since departing Marineford, you set foot in the New World for the first time. So this is the New World, where the density of formidable warriors eclipses even the first half of the Grand Line. You dock at an unnamed kingdom. Its monarch receives Garp, but seems intent on private discussion. You're barred from the palace. Bored, you decide to explore the realm, to broaden your horizons, and perhaps uncover worthy challengers. With armament haki, Mihawk. You freeze mid-step, staring dumbfounded at that unmistakable figure standing among the crowd. Unbidden, your sword aura erupts. Shallow, razor-thin gashes carve themselves across the ground around you. We meet again, formidable challenger. Have you come to test me once more? Mihawk remains as imperious as ever. Let us see how far you've progressed these past years, Hawkeye Mihawk. Oh, then let me witness the courage of a failure. He draws his black blade, his eagle eyes locking onto you with lethal focus. Wait, let's move elsewhere. You raise a hand, then turn and stride toward a secluded island beyond the kingdom's borders. Come, face the fury I've carried for 5 years. Standing alone on the deserted island, free from fear of collateral harm, you unleash your pent-up sword aura without restraint. Swish, swish. Ancient trees snap like twigs, soil scours into fine dust. Around you, a boundless ocean of sword intent churns violently. Even Mihawk murmurs in quiet awe. Indeed, you've grown vastly over these 5 years, yet you still fall short. Without haste, he lifts Yuru, the black blade, and delivers a deceptively simple horizontal slash. You know well for him a basic strike is a supreme technique, comparable to those wielded by future emperors. You dare not underestimate it, instead you launch your ultimate technique. Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. 100-meter-long azure dragon-shaped sword energy surges forth, dense armament haki coiling around its form, as it races toward his emerald slash. KRKOM. Their collision unleashes a shockwave that cleaves a 100-meter hill cleanly in two. Truly the future world's strongest swordsman. His mere horizontal slash surpasses my ultimate technique. Though the clash appears evenly matched, you know better. That single blow, half your remaining armament haki fused with swordsmanship, rivaling a master swordsman, barely countered his casual strike. You can muster Azure Dragon. Only twice more before collapsing utterly. He, however, may repeat such slashes endlessly, each capable of bisecting mountains. You glance at the twin scars across your chest. Though your body's resilience is exceptional, you've neglected physical cultivation. Thus your constitution remains mediocre, and your recovery barely exceeds that of an ordinary man. Yet, challenging the impossible, that is where meaning lies. Adrenaline surges. Facing someone overwhelmingly powerful, yet not so transcendent as Roger or Garp, you feel this is precisely the adversary you need, neither a rout nor a cakewalk. Sky-rending slash. A crescent-shaped 100-meter sword energy slices forth, rock and timber alike pulverized instantly into dust by its ferocious aura. Thud. You grip your blade, gasping heavily. A constitution rating of just over 1,000 proves insufficient for sustaining such intensity. Mihawk meanwhile flushes faintly out with a gentle flick of his wrist. Euro arcs through the air and effortlessly dispels your attack. So you're playing evasive games. Let me show you discipline. A protracted battle spells certain defeat. Only overwhelming decisive force offers a sliver of victory. So you prepare your grandest gambit. Every ounce of remaining armament haki surges violently, coiling around your blade. Even Yoru, the untempered god-slaying sword, begins to gleam with an inky obsidian sheen. This strike will consume every reserve of haki and stamina within you. Should it fail, watch closely. This cut will be magnificent. Clang. You unleash your final sword aura, a colossal crescent-shaped azure blade spanning hundreds of meters. This technique bears no artifice, only pure swordsmanship and overwhelming majesty. An intriguing opponent. I eagerly await your next challenge. Hawkeye watches the strike, his arrogant expression fades, replaced by solemn focus, as he delivers a straightforward, unadorned slash. Boom. Thud. The colliding sword auras generate shockwaves far more violent than before. So fierce they tear up the earth itself, stripping the surface bare, until only the two of you remain locked in relentless radiant clash. Shoo. Since time immemorial in such head-on aura duels, the one on the left always loses, and fate unkindly has placed you there. The emerald sword aura is nearly spent, dwindling to a faint, ghostly green, its length shrunk to mere meters. Yet you still lose. As the green aura surges toward you, your Kinbunchiko haki screams urgent warning. Though you perceive its trajectory, you stand tall, chest thrust forward, gaze unwavering, resolute, unbroken. As the sword aura pierces your flesh, another scar blooms across your chest. Old wounds barely healed, new ones already carved deep. Dust chokes the air, thick and blinding. But for Hawkeye's Kinbunchika haki, it is no obstacle. Within his perception, a blood-soaked figure strides steadily from the haze, back unbent, posture unbowed. Though grievously wounded, your body unlocks latent potential, and your swordsmanship ascends to a new zenith. You glance at Zanshin, trembling violently in your grip, your blood surges, limbs quiver uncontrollably. You realize, you now sense not only the breath of all things, but their emotions, thoughts, intentions. Even Hawkeye's laid bare before you. Zanshin, do you too thirst for a battle unrestrained? Then let us burn once more. Hey Hawkeye, don't underestimate the bond between us. You raise your blade and charge, blistering, unstoppable, with a thunderous downward arc. Kung, clang. No haki coils the blade this time. Only raw, transcendent swordsmanship is tested. Relentless as gale winds, your strikes descend, each aimed precisely at his line. No matter his strength, if that line is severed, defeat is absolute. Truly terrifying. He counters fiercely with Yoru, his black blade flashing like midnight lightning. You trade barbs and blows alike, banter laced with brutality, until the sun sinks beyond the horizon and night swallows the land. Huff, huff, huff. Hold. Next time, wait 3 years. Just 3 more years. I will surpass you. Leaning heavily on your blade, you gasp raggedly. Your navy uniform hangs in tattered shreds, blood seeping from countless wounds. Clearly this duel pushed you to your absolute limit. Yet Hawkeye fares little better, his garments reduced to frayed ribbons, his body bearing several deep gashes, though his injuries are notably lighter. I shall hold this pinnacle seat until you rise to claim it. A formidable adversary. Haha, I'm no adversary. Remember my name, Chen Xia. Only after Hawkeye departs do you realize you're stranded on this island. His ship brought you here, none remains to carry you home. In the end you emulate Rayleigh, swimming across the open sea. Upon returning to the small kingdom, Vice Admiral Garp happens to be departing just as you arrive. You step onto the deck together, officially commencing your mission maintaining order in the New World. 1 year later, on a secluded island in the New World, you wear the Navy uniform draped in the mantle of justice, gripping a pitch-black blade. 1 year, astonishing. It took only 1 year to forge the black blade. Is this the dread power of the heartless sword god? With a subtle flick of your wrist, black mist surges along the blade, and 100-meter sword aura slices toward a distant hill. Boom. A cataclysmic tremor shakes the earth. The mountain, hundreds of meters high, is cleaved cleanly in two, its cross-section so flawlessly smooth it could polish steel forever. Yet this was not your full power, not even a warm-up. Since your second defeat against Hawkeye a year ago, you discovered you could hear the voices of all things, even converse with them. Unlike Rogers, listening to all things, your ability extends beyond living beings, stone, steel, wind, and silence. All speak if they choose. Crucially, consent is required. The object must willingly open its voice to you. On the second day of awakening this power, you attempted communication with Zanshin, the sword that had walked beside you since childhood. Unsurprisingly, it answered. You asked how to forge the black blade swiftly. No great swordsman aboard your ship to guide you every insight. In the year 1504 of the Marine calendar, December, you have successfully arrived in Marineford and paid a brief visit to your parents, whom you had not seen for a full year, exchanging polite, warm pleasantries. Shortly thereafter, a naval messenger summons you to the conference hall, where senior officers are deliberating your promotion to Rear Admiral. Sengoku distributes a thick dossier to each officer present, including you. Flipping through it, you find a meticulous chronicle of your life from birth to the present moment, even documenting your 3-year pact with Smoker. You muse inwardly, lucky for me, I've spent my entire life in Marineford and my background is impeccably clean. Does anyone object to Senior Officer Chun Xia's promotion to Rear Admiral? You watch as numerous flag officers raise their hands in unanimous approval, an outcome that surprises you, yet only momentarily. Even Akainu, the Navy's famed hothead and unyielding paragon of absolute justice and future fleet admiral, gives his assent. You rest your chin on your palm, unsurprised. The dossier clearly states your combat prowess rivals that of a vice admiral, though your youth restricts your rank to Rear Admiral for now. None of those assembled, themselves vice admirals, wish to antagonize a peer destined for higher command. The ceremony proceeds flawlessly. Clad in a newly tailored, impeccably cut Navy greatcoat, and holding your commission scroll, you step out of the hall. Where is Instructor Zephyr? You murmur the question softly as you walk down the corridor. It has been 5 years since your graduation from the elite training camp, and not a single official report or rumor about him has surfaced within the Navy. Thinking of Instructor Zephyr, young sir? A tall, slender young man in a crisp white Navy coat claps a hand onto your shoulder from behind. Kazan, do you know where Instructor Zephyr is? As the first disciple of Instructor Zephyr, shouldn't you address me as senior brother? Unimpressed, you shrug off his hand and stride purposefully toward the exit ahead. Hey, junior brother, Instructor Zephyr is still on assignment. He'll likely return in a few days. Shall I call you then? A reunion of master and disciples would be fitting. You wave dismissively and push open the door, stepping outside. Originally, you'd planned to resume training in the New World, but the Doghead battleship remains under maintenance and requires resupply, delaying departure by at least 4 or 5 days. You decide to stay in Marineford a little longer. These days you do not train, choosing instead to grant yourself a rare reprieve. Vice Admiral Kazan visits you, frequently engaging in philosophical discussions on the Navy's concept of justice. You know the O'Hara incident shook his conviction in burning justice, yet you regard it as none of your concern. Each time the subject arises, you deflect deftly, shifting focus back to swordsmanship. From him, you gain invaluable practical insights into cultivation. For days pass, and Zephyr still has not returned. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp's Doghead battleship is fully refitted. Kazan, next time we meet, I hope you've clarified the justice you truly seek. You shout from the deck toward the law. You stand atop the deck, pondering a question vital to your future. At just 12 years old, you have already ascended to Grand Swordmaster, the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the One Piece world, second only to the world's strongest swordsman. Yet you believe your trajectory ensures victory over Dracul Mihawk within 2 years. But what lies beyond? That path remains undefined. Boss, bring me a bottle of fruit juice and some sweets. You enter a modest restaurant and take a seat at a random table. Hawklord. The proprietor stares, thrilled yet trembling. Over the past year, your name has echoed across the New World. Countless pirates' dreams of becoming king of the pirates ended the moment they crossed your path, including fearsome captains with bounties exceeding 10 billion berries. Your reputation now commands universal recognition, a Navy Grand Sword Master who wields a blade relentlessly pursuing pirates wherever they sail. From colossal outlaws bearing multi-billion bounty warrants to minor scoundrels worth mere millions, you accept every challenge without discrimination. Moreover, your 3-year dual pact with Mihawk, publicized by Morgan's sensationalist broadsheet and splashed across the front page, has made it common knowledge throughout the seas. Thus, alongside your titles in Marineford, you've earned a new epithet, the Hawk. When word first spread Mihawk appeared at your doorstep the very next day, furious, demanding explanation, you simply shrugged, feigning ignorance. In the proprietor scurries toward the kitchen, beaming uncontrollably. You understand precisely why he reacts, thus your relentless campaigns have significantly thinned pirate ranks across the New World, bringing unprecedented stability to coastal communities. To its citizens, your stature rivals that of a legendary fleet admiral. After a simple meal, you rise, retrieve your black blade, Zanshin, and leave a thick stack of berries on the table before departing with quiet elegance. Hawk Lord, how dare we accept payment from you? Only when the proprietor clears the table does he spot the berries, and gasps in alarm. He truly dares not accept them. Should word spread that he accepted money from you, neighbors would drown his shop in scornful spit. Meanwhile, you journey alone toward your next destination, Totoland. Cap's dog-headed warship had returned half a year ago. You chose to remain alone in this new world, to honor the 3-year pact and further hone your strength. Fortunately, even in your absence from Marineford, the Navy continued paying your salary, otherwise you would have become the first admiral in history to starve to death. Indeed, you had just been promoted, from Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral. This promotion was formally announced several days ago via a phone call from Sengoku, following deliberation among all naval flag officers. It passed by an overwhelming margin, 38 votes in favor, 1 against. Yet the official commission document and the new Vice Admiral uniform would only be issued upon your return to Marineford. During the call, you specifically asked who cast the sole dissenting vote, only to be told it was classified. You resolved to uncover that person upon your return and demand an explanation. Your first assignment as Vice Admiral was to rescue the Marine Street. Who devoured the sweets? No, devoured them all. By the time they noticed, you had already wandered leisurely across Totoland for some time. This island is enormous and utterly devoid of signage. How am I supposed to locate the captives? You darted through the candy forest, your form flickering like a phantom. Your Kinbunchika Hoki's range, barely a dozen kilometers, could not even span half the island, let alone guide a rescue. A wild sweet commander appears. Time to ask for directions. Within your Hoki's perception emerged a towering biscuit soldier. From prior knowledge of the saga, you recognized him instantly, Katakuri, the future sweet commander of the Big Mom Pirates. Pirate, do you know where the imprisoned Marines are held? You materialized before him in an instant, offering a courteous greeting. Boom. Katakuri, clearly no paragon of etiquette, thrust his biscuit longsword straight at your chest. Clang. A casual Busashoku hardening deflected the blow. You curled a finger lightly. Katakuri, striking first isn't good manners. Allow me to correct you, on behalf of your mother. Flump. Crash. Your fingertip snapped forward. The biscuit soldier hurtled backward midair, his body fracturing, crumbling, disintegrating. That flick carried far more than mere force, Busashoku's internal destruction amplified by immense physical power. Though Katakuri was still young, his strength yet unrefined, you knew nothing of his potential. What you did know was this: every battle demanded absolute commitment, full power, full respect. Cough, cough, cough. As the biscuit shell shattered, the youthful Katakuri tumbled forth, early 20s, raw, untempered, far from his zenith. One precise, devastating tap had left him critically W. Hey there, young man, what's wrong? Where's your mother? Shall I escort you to her? You strolled forward, bent low with playful mockery. Get away. He was likely speechless, peacefully commanding his biscuit soldiers one moment, then confronted by a monster who dropped him with a single contemptuous flick. Compounded by your taunting tone, the inexperienced youth fainted outright. The vigor of youth. Down he goes, asleep in an instant. With him unconscious, and no landmarks to guide you, you resorted once more to Kinbunchiko Haki, scanning the labyrinthine paths, seeking any route beyond the candy forest. Fortune smiled. Though Totoland was vast, the forest itself was modest, and guided by Haki you navigated its edges swiftly. Emerging beyond its borders, you were instantly exposed. Dozens of grotesque figures, each declaring themselves Charlotte Lean's XDH son or XDH daughter, rushed toward you, weapons drawn. I'd hoped to slip in quietly, rescue them, and vanish, but it seems you do have eyes after all. Very well. Let me grant you a brief, restful slum. This is Conqueror's Haki. As you mature, your Haushiku Haki grows ever stronger, not yet rivaling Roger's monstrous might, but already overwhelming ordinary pirate underlings. You gaze upon the figures standing before you. Charlotte Perispero, you're the eldest, aren't you? Tell me, where are the Marines? Falcon, what are you doing here? Clearly loyal as the eldest of the Charlotte family, he refuses to answer. Loyalty means nothing to you. Only answers do. With a flick of your blade, a razor-sharp sword aura cleaves him cleanly in two, his eyes wide with terror, too stunned even to activate Kinbunchika Haki. Even if he had, his strength would not have sufficed to evade it. Death was inevitable, he merely chose to die horizontally. Cough, cough. Any young friend care to tell me where the Marines are? Though only 12 you stand before elders many years your senior, and yet none dare utter a word fearing another slash for an unsatisfactory reply. Silence descends, deafening suffocating. Truly the blood of Charlotte Linlin. Your spines are unyielding. Then I shall grant you sleep. You rest your blade across your chest. The 3 jagged scars on your torso lend you a savage, fearsome aspect. You once upheld a justice that spared life, but today you choose Akainu's absolute justice. 100-meter sword aura flashes like starlight, slicing through them all. Crimson lines erupt. You stand a kilometer away, surveying the scattered limbs with a faint, exasperated pout. How tiresome. Why must they all be so stubborn? You turn and stride off at random. After wandering the island for hours, you stumble upon a confectionery structure. Its walls molded from biscuits, its scent sweet and inviting. Your Kinbunchika Haki D. Tina. A familiar presence pierces your Kinbunchika Haki. A tall, elegant marine woman in crimson uniform draped in a navy overcoat. Memories surface who she is, how you bested her in battle. You make no move to disturb her. You lead the 30-odd rescued Marines back along the same path. Luckily, you possess neither the disposition nor the misfortune of a true navigator. Scattered pirates and Charlotte matriarchs attempt to impede you, but fall unconscious before your overwhelming might. I'll demand a raise from Sengoku, and full reimbursement for travel expenses. You smile, gazing toward the shore where a familiar pirate vessel rests at anchor. Ha. Do you truly believe the Marines can escape? Inevitable fate arrives. Charlotte Linlin plummets from the sky, landing with a thunderous crash that fractures the earth beneath her colossal weight. Clang. You never imagined slipping past her vigilance unnoticed. Blade drawn in a flash, you strike. Your kilometer-long sword aura blazes forth like the brightest star in creation, lethal beyond measure. Clang. This single slash would slay an admiral outright. Even a fleet admiral would retreat. It is the ultimate technique you mastered from Dracul Mihawk. Every basic swing a decisive blow. Yet against Linlin's steel balloon physiology and monstrous constitution, it ignites a shower of sparks. Admiral, perhaps you should flee first. Without us as dead weight, you might yet escape. Your rescuers plead behind you, but flight is not in your lexicon. You do not believe yourself weaker than any Yonko. A wry smile lifts your lips. Thank you for your concern. I'll praise you highly to Sengoku upon our return. Now close your eyes. You shut your own eyes, attuning your spirit to the breath of all things, listening intently to the world's silent symphony. Strike low, her lower body. There's more hair there, surely a fatal blow. Nonsense. Aim for her eyes. Linlin has transformed Whole Cake Island masterfully, every corner animated by soul-infused beings, though their tactical advice merits dismissal. Feint, front, and rear. A familiar voice resonates. The Black Blade Zanshin speaks. You trust it implicitly, yet you discard feints entirely. Both strikes will be ultimate techniques. VRR. The blade trembles violently, shrieking with unbearable resonance. 200-meter black sword auras surge forth, each saturated with armament haki layered with the advanced internal destruction technique. You are certain even a fortress forged of solid steel would kneel before this onslaught. Kakik. Saliva drips from Linlin's lips, corroding the ground into smoking craters. She raises Napoleon, bringing it down with cataclysmic force. Punishment. The colossal shockwave collides with your sword aura. Gale force winds hurl the Marines backward, tearing up earth and stone alike. Is this creature human? Tina steadies herself, her gaze unwavering. Years have passed. Has the gap between us truly widened so drastically? You have no time for her words. Before you amidst the rubble stands Linlin, the pink-gowned matriarch unbowed. I will kill you. She rages like a demon, face contorted, a deep gash splitting her abdomen from sternum to pelvis, blood gushing forth. You have pierced her defenses and gravely wounded her. Yet Linlin's constitution remains formidable, still untarnished by the toll of countless births. Her raw vitality absorbs the blow. Though your armament haki is not fully restored, the triple broken limits of your peerless body cultivation grant astonishing regeneration. Your haki does not falter. You unleash continuous sword auras to halt her advance, shouting to the stunned Marines behind you, go. There's a pirate ship at the shore. You once believed your combat prowess matched that of a Yonko. Now you see clearly your offensive power rivals, or even surpasses, their own. But stamina remains your critical weakness. Moments later, grievously injured, you channel your last breath into a final kilometer-long sword aura, faintly veiled in armament haki. Boom, clang. Though insufficient to end her, the impact stings. Even Linlin, armored in steel balloon resilience, must raise her blade to block. She too bleeds heavily, viscera-strewn blood spills continuously from that massive abdominal wound. Go now. After launching the aura to stall Linlin, you vault onto the deck and roar at the frozen crew, battered but defiant. Thud. From afar, Linlin bellows in fury, yet dares not pursue, wary of your terrifying might. You smile, then darkness swallows you whole. Huff huff. You open your eyes to find yourself staring at a dim wooden plank. Your body felt utterly drained, as if hollowed out. Logically, even if the battle with that Big Mom had been intense, it shouldn't have left you so weak that you couldn't even move a hand. What is this? You struggled to turn your head, and what met your gaze was a slender, pink-haired seductress with a figure that defied logic, a delicate frame bearing surprisingly ample curves. Tina. You forced your mouth open, staring blankly at Tina, whose beautiful eyes were tightly shut, utterly exposed and unguarded. The sky had fallen. You glanced down at your own naked, well-built body, and the sky, which had already collapsed once, crashed down again. You had been taken advantage of by someone else, a woman no less, while you were helpless. No way, I'm only 14. You couldn't accept the reality of being the little pony pulling the big cart, let alone the fact that a woman had stolen your chastity. Aha, you're awake. Tina was a bit too much last night. Tina is very sorry. The sleeping woman was startled awake by your movements, her pretty face flushed red. Having done that kind of thing, especially without your consent, she too felt a bit embarrassed. I. By now your exhausted body had recovered a bit enough to move. You climbed down from the bed. Hey, what are you doing? Tina really didn't mean it. If you want to punish Tina, go ahead. Seeing you get off the bed and pick up the black blade Jean-Shin from the floor, she threw off the blanket, revealing a beautiful sight you couldn't care less about. Your gaze fixed solely on the sword in your hand. Woman, you've done something unforgivable. Your voice trembled as you slowly raised the blade with both hands. Even in death, Tina has never regretted loving you, nor would she regret dying by your hand. It would be Tina's honor. She closed her eyes, a resolute expression on her face, ready to embrace death. Swish. The black blade cut through the air, the sharp edge tearing the silence. The cabin fell into stillness, broken only by the faint sound of blood droplets hitting the wooden floor. Shinxia, what are you doing? Sensing no expected death, Tina opened her eyes and witnessed the most explosive scene she had ever seen in her life. Since this all started because of that thing, I'll cut it off and sever your attachment for good. With a swift motion of your blade, you cleanly sliced off your root of trouble. Once it was gone, you felt an immediate clarity of mind. Even your swordsmanship, which had long stagnated, showed a glimmer of progress. Your mind was sharper than before. With the root removed, the five senses are purified. It's a perfect chance for cultivation. You grabbed a piece of paper to staunch the bleeding, quickly dressed yourself, pushed open the door, and strode straight to the deck. Behind you on the bed, Tina stared blankly, picking up what you called the root of trouble. Your actions were explosive, your style mad, your demeanor unhinged. But you believed women and the root of trouble only hindered the pace of cultivation. After several days of training on the pirate ship, you finally arrived at the entrance to the new world, the Xiangbidi archipelago. After giving detailed instructions, you disembarked alone with your sword. First, you visited a clinic to treat the wound from that day. It worked. After 2 months, you pioneered your own unique style, the swordless style. As the name suggests, as a great swordsman, you could fight without a blade, just like any normal great swordsman, even unleashing sword energy. The success of this endeavor owed to the day you severed your root of trouble. The moment it was gone, you were astonished to find that the sword energy within you began to fluctuate. Later, through relentless study, you understood the essence of sword energy. Your sword energy was different from that of other swordsmen. Their sword intent was an embodiment of will, but merely a kind of momentum, a pressure that could at most harm ordinary people. But yours was different. You discovered you could actually mobilize your sword intent and release it outside your body. Your sword intent had physical substance. So you tried infusing your sword intent into the black blade. Its power was greatly enhanced. A single casual strike could sever a kilometer-long mountain range. Seized by a playful impulse, you discarded the black blade and attempted to condense your sword intent into an invisible sword. Just like before, with no sword in hand, you surpassed the sword. You lightly drew it across your own pitch-black thigh. Oof! A conspicuous red gash appeared on your thigh with droplets of blood seeping out. You experimented on yourself and joyfully discovered that this sort of intent could ignore the defenses of armament hockey and was as sharp as the black blade itself. Previously, you needed to use armament hockey emission and internal destruction to harm the 4 emperors, since each of them was a monster with incredible physiques and terrifying resilience. But now, with this divine weapon of sword intent, you could effortlessly inflict massive true damage. Huff, huff, huff. You leaned against the fallen tree, panting slightly, your face flushed. Even the sword intent of a great swordsman isn't enough. This cheat came with its limitations. Since it was condensed from sword intent, it naturally consumed vast amounts of it. Even at your great swordsman level, you could only sustain it for 10 minutes. Ha ha, Hawkeye, won't you be blown away by this? With this killing move of the sword of intent, you were filled with confidence for the duel a year later. Little Hawkeye, you would cut him down with a single stroke. In December of the Sea Circle calendar 1506, you asked for leave from Zhanghua and set sail on your private warship toward the New World. That year, you temporarily halted your training in hockey and swordsmanship, focusing instead on rigorous physical conditioning. You didn't want to end up like last time, exhausted after a few big moves. You aimed to be a man of endurance. Fortunately, your unyielding physique had broken its limits 3 times, and your physical enhancement was skyrocketing. Your physique increased by 500, reaching a current value of 2,000. It was on par with top vice admirals, except Kapu, greatly boosting your strength, speed, and defense, but most useful was the increase in stamina. Now even if you went all out with your ultimate moves, you could last 2 days and 2 nights. After all your ultimate, you had not told anyone else about the 3-year pact. After sailing for half a month, you arrived once more in the new world. Standing on the deck, you held a stern-faced Din Mushy to your ear. Hey Dracul Myhawk, I've reached the new world. Where and when? Barrow. Carico silent. 7 days from now, I'll be waiting for you. Click. The Din Mushy fell silent as Myhawk ended the call with characteristic decisiveness. Admiral Falcon here is your latest newspaper, and Admiral Sengoku just called again. You glanced at your adjutant whom you hadn't seen in years. His name had long slipped your memory. You accepted the paper he offered, eyes narrowing slightly. Shocking. The youngest rear admiral in history, just 15 years old. Admiral Falcon will duel Dracul Myhawk, the world's strongest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Is this the Navy's judgment upon the warlord system? Nonsense. You crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the sea. Barrow. Admiral Falcon, Admiral Sengoku has called again. Click. You picked up the Din Mushy. Hello? Sengoku, what is it? Shinsia, didn't you say you were taking leave to rest? What in the world is this business with the warlords? The Din Mushy roared so loudly its goat-like whiskers stood rigid. Sengoku, this is a personal matter. It won't escalate to the Navy's institutional level. Splash. You dropped the Din Mushy straight into the ocean. Admiral Falcon, is that really all right? Your adjutant was utterly dumbfounded. Throwing away the fleet admiral's Din Mushy. Truly audacious. It's fine. Increase speed. Destination Caricos Island. The warship's sails unfurled, fully accelerating sharply. It seemed you'd arrive within days. 1 day later, you glared blackly at the several pirate ships, now trailing your vessel, and at the seagulls overhead, each clutching a news-reporting Din Mushy. Morgan, have you grown tired of living? You hadn't expected both the 3-year pact and your current location to be exposed. Though those vessels flew pirate flags, their decks teemed not with pirates, but with reporters from various news agencies frantically filming with Din Mushy. Boom, splash. Cannons roared from the warship's dark barrels. Icy gleaming shells exploded near the pirate ships, drenching their crews in seawater. A small warning, yet if 1 day later, seeing the fleet behind you grow rather than shrink, you grimaced, veins pulsing black on your forehead. I'll endure. Morgan, you'll pay for this. Live broadcasts still streamed ashore, as a Navy rear admiral direct intervention would cause scandal and draw another scolding from Sengoku upon your return. But a faint predatory smile curved your lips. Cannon fire thundered ceaselessly, like the wrath of a demon, sending towering plumes of water beside each ship. Crews caught unawares were soaked head to toe. 5 days later, as the island slowly emerged on the horizon, you sighed wryly, Myhawk. I truly came here for a one-on-one duel. Within your Kinbunchiko hockey range, over a dozen vessels trailed your ship. Not Morgan's alone, but also foolish pirates drawn by spectacle. The duel site between you and Myhawk had been printed in bold white on black type across every front page 3 days prior. You'd thrown every Din Mushy aboard into the sea. Not one remained. Desperate to silence the Navy headquarters' incessant demands that you return immediately. As if you'd ever comply. A man in a patterned shirt and black top hat stood on the island, his eyeliner sharp as an eagle's gaze. Your longtime acquaintance, Dracul Myhawk. You leapt from the deck. Your crew watched with rapt, gawking fascination. Soon they'd have tales to tell for decades. 3 years apart, and you've grown stronger. So have you, Dracul Myhawk, the world's strongest swordsman. That title belongs to me now. Then prove you possess the strength to claim it. With no further pleasantries, you both drew your blades and unleashed kilometer-long sword-ass. Are they even human? Reporters far offshore felt stinging pain across their skin, gooseflesh, erupting eyes barely registering two, blinding afterimages flickering across the island. You weren't foolish. You attacked while evading. Myhawk needed no such reminder. Having risen to become the world's strongest swordsman within mere years of the Grand Line's opening, and having clashed with Shanks himself, his combat mastery was beyond question. 3 days and nights later, on the shattered, fragmented island, you strode forward step by step, blade Zhan Shun in hand, toward the lone figure in the distance. After 3 days of relentless combat, you'd severed Myhawk's arm, sustaining only minor wounds yourself. Clang, you've lost Dracul Myhawk. He remained silent. Facing you, a swordsman wielding both sword intent blade and sword intent kill in unparalleled advantage. He couldn't land a single strike, nor even activate his Kinbunchiko hockey, rendered blind, as if cursed. He could conceive of no one else in this vast sea capable of defeating you, certainly not himself. I am Chen Xia. See yourself clearly, perceive the world truly, and grow stronger. No matter how many ages pass, I shall remain atop this peak, waiting for you to surpass me. With biting irony, you returned his very words spoken to you years ago in Lobetown. Without glancing back at his face now livid with humiliation, you walked toward the shore. Gazing across the water, you saw vast wreckage, ships caught haplessly in the crossfire. Admiral Falcon, shall we return to headquarters now? Perhaps the sheer magnitude of your 3-day battle had left your adjutant speechless. You nodded and headed below deck. This duel had yielded profound insights. Digesting them fully would surely elevate your swordsmanship further still. In the sea calendar year 1507, January, you returned to Marineford. A high-level naval council convened, and as a rear admiral you attended. Its central agenda your confrontation with a warlord of the sea. Originally, the warlords were sanctioned by the Navy to balance power among headquarters, the 4 emperors, and the New World. Now internal conflict had erupted, and the remaining warlords demanded justification or threatened mass resignation. Xia, look what colossal trouble you've stirred. Yaha, Sengoku, it's merely a trifle. I've long despised those fellows. In the conference room, you stared blankly as Garp and Sengoku erupted into argument, then slammed your palm onto the table. Admiral Sengoku, I accept full responsibility for any consequences. I don't care. You truly did not care. Ever since the conclusion of the 3-year pact, your sword cultivation had surged dramatically. Your sword intent had intensified beyond measure, allowing you to sustain sword intent blade for 20 minutes, while the radius of your perception kill had expanded to 200 meters. You were utterly confident. Even the future 3 admirals would fall before your blade for a single strike, dealt pure unmitigated damage, indifferent to elemental dissolution or the strength of armament hockey. The meeting ended with your assignment, as punishment, guarding Impel Down for 3 months. You accepted it indifferently. After all, Impel Down housed a formidable swordsman worthy of testing your blade. Before departing Marineford, you paid a visit to your mentor Zephyr, fresh from a mission and already seething upon hearing of your reassignment. He raged that absent this incident your prowess would have earned you admiral rank long ago. You merely smiled faintly. Admira. In less than a day you surveyed Shanks, bloodied yet unbowed, still standing defiantly, and sighed dismissively, still too weak. I'll wait. Grant you ample time to grow. Return when you're ready to challenge me again, Shanks. In sea calendar year 1508, you turned 18, by standards of your past life, fully matured. Through relentless duels across the Grand Line, your Conqueror's Haki ascended to its supreme tier, granting you mastery over Conqueror's Haki armament, the very hallmark of true might. Yet you deemed this advanced technique inferior to your sword intent blade. Its penetration and destructive force paled in comparison. Its sole utility, you concluded, lay in sheer spectacle. Amid slaughter, you shattered your body's 4th limit. Constitution increased by 300, current constitution, 2800. Your campaign of challenge came to an abrupt halt. Sengoku issued a final ultimatum. If you failed to return to Marineford immediately, your admiral commission would be revoked. Though skeptical he'd dare follow through, you reconsidered. You'd long wished to reunite with your parents and mentor Zephyr. In sea calendar year 1509, upon returning to Marineford, you spent 6 months with your family. Throughout you stand alone, sword in hand, having breached the Cake Island. Before you stands Katakuri, his head swollen with a massive bump wrapped tightly in bandages. A sharp whistle slices the air. Without uttering a word, you unleash sword intent. Slaughter light blazes forth, and in an instant you appear behind him, striking his skull with the hilt of your blade, rendering him unconscious. Surveillance, after all, must remain undetected. Your gaze sweeps the distant horizon. Over the years, your observation haki has expanded astonishingly, to a staggering 30 kilometers. You can now encompass nearly half the island, thus your path is clear toward the strongest aura pulsing somewhere within. You traverse the terrain using Soru, blazing forward at incomprehensible speed, until before long you halt before a towering cake-shaped spire. Sherlock Lingling, must I invite you again? The roar erupts, so potent that even the crew aboard the warship anchored far off the coast hears it clearly. One day later, you survey the ruins of Cake Island, gazing down at the unconscious fallen Big Mom sprawled across the rubble. You dust off your hands. Well then, if the 4 emperors are asleep, surveillance is no longer necessary. Time to move on to the next. 2 days later, the warship en route toward Wano country halts mid-voyage. After brief reflection, you turn back toward Cake Island. After all, combat is exhausting. Far better to idle peacefully beside the island for the remainder of your assignment. Poor Kaido remains blissfully unaware he has narrowly escaped annihilation. Over the remaining 6 months of last year, you trained relentlessly, periodically challenging Sherlock Lingling to battle, seeking inspiration for breakthroughs. Your dual-colored haki sharpened slightly. In swordsmanship, you glimpsed an entirely new path, a radical, uncharted way of the blade. You haven't even warmed the seat beneath you when, after exchanging brief pleasantries with your parents, you sprint toward the tallest building in Marine headquarters. You already suspect why Sengoku summoned you. Over the past year, you've ignored nearly every directive issued by Marine headquarters. Routine reports were drafted by your deputy captain casting. Your philosophy? Absolute unapologetic nonconformity. Another emergency meeting convened. Sengoku sat stern-faced lecturing you for over an hour, only pausing when the den mushi on the table rang, allowing him to sip tea with deliberate calm. At last freed you encountered Akiji returning from duty. The two of you conversed warmly, and he shared invaluable tips for mastering the art of strategic idleness during work hours. See calendar year 1511. You requested, and received, leave from Sengoku, setting sail alone with only your sword and a modest vessel seeking catalysts to deepen the way of the unsheathed blade. See Kalen. He lies unconscious in the hospital. Zephyr's training vessel was ambushed by Whitebeard II Virgo, a brutal assault leaving him the sole survivor, his right arm severed. After visiting Zephyr, your face grim, you request leave from Sengoku and depart Marineford, a lone sword, and ship your only companions. Though Sengoku pleads fervently against acting on impulse, what is youth without righteous fury? You track Virgo's movements across the new world, learning he is currently laying waste to a small kingdom, actively invading its capital. By dawn the next day you arrive at the besieged realm. Flames devour the skyline, cries of anguish echo ceaselessly in your ears. Before you stands a towering muscular brute wielding a massive cleaver, reaping lives without mercy. Beside him stands a diminutive withered old woman. You deploy sword intent slaughter, approaching silently and visibly, until you stand face to face with them. Only then do they realize your presence. But it is too late. A flash, steel gleams. Then two heads, large and small, tumble to the ground, their expressions frozen in bewildered disbelief. 1 month later you place the two severed heads before Zephyr's hospital bed. Instructor Zephyr, what the Marines could not avenge I have avenged. In the year 1514 of the Marine calendar you are 22, coldly handsome, the most striking of the three admirals. Yet your indifference toward women has long dashed your parents' hopes of finding you a spouse. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army begins to rise, alarming the Allied monarchs during world government summits. In response, the world government issues a global warrant for the Revolutionary Army's leader Dragon and dispatches its top admirals to apprehend him. As the most formidable, and notably the most idle, of the admirals, you are inevitably assigned this mission. You set sail once more. After a month at sea, intelligence reaches you the Revolutionary Army is liberating a small kingdom, though their operation proves too conspicuous, drawing the attention of world government intelligence. Over the years you have tested countless interpretations of justice, absolute, burning, even languid, yet none resonate as truly yours. You have witnessed the navies rot the world over. With that thought in mind you arrive at the small kingdom, only to find it already abandoned by the Revolutionary Army, likely tipped off before your arrival. Undeterred, you order intensified reconnaissance. You now stand on the cusp of swordless grandmasterhood. Your sword intent radiates 900 meters, and your dual-color hockey has reached its absolute zenith. Island-wide coverage. You mastered that a year ago. Physically, however, your growth has plateaued. You remain at 330 points, having yet to break your bodily limits. Still, across the entire Grand Line, you occupy the apex of power. Even confronting one of the four emperors would be effortless. Your strength rivals that of the prime Roger, save for Haushiko hockey. Though both rank among the elite, recalling Roger's youthful duel with Zephyr leaves no doubt your Haushiko lags far behind, perhaps a mere fraction, a ratio of 1 to 10. Yet armed with swordless Tao, victory against him is not impossible. Boredom after all, D. At last the first step is complete. Baru baru baru. Your den mushi rings again. No need to check, it is surely Sengoku calling. After all, as the Navy's supreme combatant vanishing for months without report or return would alarm even the calmest commander. With a splash you hurl the latest model den mushi, issued by Sengoku just last year, into the ocean. March year 1515. From Baltigo you sailed back to Marineford. After prolonged negotiation, an understanding is reached between you and Dragon. During those months, you also impart your self-crafted swordless Tao to the Revolutionary Army. When Dragon first witnessed your transcendent strike, a single finger flick cleaving a kilometer-tall mountain, he stood frozen in awe. For one not yet among the world's elite, such power shattered his very conception of reality. Though stunned, he relies on fists and devil fruit abilities, not blades, and declines to learn. His senior officers and rank-and-file soldiers, however, embrace it who. Before the words fully leave his lips, the sword wave consumes him. He attempts evasion via Kinbunchika hockey, only to discover it utterly nullified. Out of respect for past bonds you withhold lethal intent. He survives, grievously wounded. You have him carried onto his coffin ship, and kick him skyward. His survival rests solely on fortune. Year 1517. Training. Teaching swordless Tao. Year 1518. Your anomalous conduct draws scrutiny from the world government, which deploys CP0 agents to shadow you, each severed by a single stroke of your will. That year the Revolutionary Army boasts over 100 swordless warriors. Their ability to bypass armament hockey renders them vastly more potent, and they quietly liberate several non-allied minor nations. Year 1519. CP0's disappearance deepens the world government's suspicions. Under the guise of a naval review, they launch a covert investigation, though you pay it no heed. Years of unwavering mentorship yield extraordinary results over one thou. A month later you set foot on the land of Marineford. Suddenly you stopped. Have I been discovered? Your transcendent observation Haki instantly detected and locked onto several white figures hidden among the crowd. Sword intent coalesced into invisible threads, stirring the air as they shot toward the white silhouettes. Not good. How is this possible? In your observation Haki's perception, the presence of the white figures dimmed in an instant, and a second later their life force was completely extinguished. The lackeys of CP0, and they're showing their cards so openly. To the astonishment of the Marines, you walked through them, as if entering an empty realm, leading your parents out. Around you Marines of all ranks could only gape with wide eyes, even Akiji and Sengoku merely watched from afar. You were too strong. So strong that even the strategist Sengoku understood that engaging you in battle would be not only futile, but could also devastate the entire Marineford and the Marines themselves. You settled your parents in a safe place. How could you let your rebellion implicate your loved ones? The next morning at Marigios, you climbed the red line, gazing at the bustling, opulent paradise of the world nobles, the celestial dragons, as it was on any ordinary day. Let me find some amusement. After all, isn't one of the Gorosei a swordsman? You waited a while at the edge of the red line until you saw fighting break out in the distant city, flames dyeing the sky. The revolutionary army led by you and Dragon had officially launched their counterattack against the world government. 1 day later, you had slaughtered the entirety of Marigios, wiping the sweat from your brow, unsure how many times you had swung your arm. All you knew was that with each swing a few celestial dragons and their loyal CP0 dogs fell. With a Buddha-like powerhouse of your king-level strength and many among the revolutionary army, who had also awakened similar abilities, CP0 and other armed forces posed little threat. 3 days later, you held in your hand the 5 grotesque heads of the supreme leaders of the world government, the Gorosei. You wondered if they had been watered down, for some of them didn't even seem to reach the level of an emperor. Except for Mars and Venus, who could barely put up a fight, the rest were like mere clay chick. You stood alone, sword in hand, covered in blood, gazing at the gods' knights appearing in the distance. Even after attaining the path of the swordless, you still kept the blade Godslayer by your side, for it was undeniably striking. Without a word, you instantly clashed with the gods' knights. After 10 days and 10 nights, you looked at the several corpses lying on the ground, then at your empty sleeve. You had to admit that the gods' knights, as the celestial dragon's elite combat unit, were far stronger than the Gorosei. Had you not broken through your 5th physical limit during the battle, raising your constitution to a terrifying 3,900 points, and possessed your monstrous regenerative abilities, you might have fallen here today. But after breaking your limits, your strength had surpassed the king level, placing you somewhere above Roger, but below rocks. The gods' knights fared no better, with your monstrous recovery and sword intent that ignored armament Haki defenses. The battle resumed. The awakened flames of mythical Zoans blanketed the sky. The revolutionary army had long since retreated to the edge of the red line, staying far away, for even the aftermath of such a clash could gravely wound a commander. The fight on the red line lasted 3 days and 3 nights. During those 3 days, every corner of the ocean had a den mushy live streaming this legendary battle. Do you have anything else to say? The black blade Godslayer pressed against the throat of the last god's knight. You asked calmly, "Haha, you'll come down to join me soon enough. Just wait." The voice was cut short. You couldn't be bothered to listen. With one stroke of your sword, you sent him to join his companions. There's still an old woman who's lived for 800 years. She must be lonely too. Let me end your life. You turned your gaze to the towering, impregnable fortress of Pangea Castle, the most unassailable bastion in the world. Boom! Just as you were about to cleave it open with a single sword strike, your observation Haki detected a colossal red beam of light descending from the heavens. The beam was so vast that it enveloped all of Marigios. There was no escape. You lacked a teleportation fruit and couldn't possibly move that fast. Screech! You focused all your energy, unleashing a sword aura thousands of meters long that collided with the beam. Yet the mountain-sized sword aura appeared as insignificant as an ant before the beam. After a brief stalemate, the beam finally descended. In that instant, you felt a deathly sensation you had never known before. Within your observation Haki, all members of the revolutionary army, including Dragon, were instantly vaporized. The beam dissipated. Your entire body's skin was dissolved by the searing heat, leaving rotten flesh hanging from your frame. SS grade allows selection of 4 simulation rewards. Host, please make your choice promptly. Reward 1 Apex Physique, 3900 points. Reward 2 Apex Sword Dao Mastery, including the Swordless Dao. Reward 3 Dual Hued Supreme Overbearing Aura. Reward 4 Supreme Conqueror's Haki. Reward 5 Black Blade Godslaying. Reward 6 Synchronized Progress in Unrivaled Body Cultivation Beyond Limitation. Reward 7 The Original Calamity Root, a relic you once lost. Gurgle gurgle. Lying on a rocking chair, the handsome young man with jet black hair and closed eyes suddenly opened them. Huh, not very brotherly of you, system, he teased lightly after completing his routine simulation, playfully ribbing the soft, gentle little system. Chun Xia's gaze settled upon the interface before him, his throat unconsciously tightening as saliva pooled in his mouth. This simulation had been his longest lived yet, and its rewards the most bountiful by far. Each prize alone would catapult his current strength to staggering heights, except perhaps for that ancient calamity root, whose nature remained obscure. After brief contemplation, he made his decision without hesitation. System, I choose rewards 2, 4, 5, and 6. He had weighed his strengths and weaknesses carefully. His physique could be cultivated independently in reality through unrivaled body cultivation. No need to waste a selection on it. Sword Dao mastery demanded an exceptional blade, and the black blade was precisely that. As for the dual-hued supreme overbearing aura, though marginally superior to his current dual-hued aura, it paled beside the sheer dominance of the supreme conqueror's haki. He relied mostly on armament haki to stun foes, a blunt, graceless tactic. A conqueror's haki, however, promised effortless grandeur, the ultimate tool for awe-inspiring presence. The moment the words left his lips, a familiar surge of warmth flooded his body, yet this time the torrent was vastly greater than before. Exhilarating. Chun Xia stretched languidly, closing his eyes to savor the system's sublime refinement, though the heat rushed in swiftly and receded just as fast. Soon he reluctantly opened his eyes again. SHSHSH. Unintentionally unleashed, a terrifying sword intent erupted from within him, carving grotesque gashes across the specially reinforced deck. What is it, master? Lord Chun Xia, what happened? 3 graceful figures dashed out from the cabin, faces etched with concern. They had been tidying the interior and preparing lunch when the deck above groaned under unbearable strain. Nothing serious. Carry on with your duties. Unfazed by the ravaged deck before him, Chun Xia waved dismissively. All right then. Though the deck clearly told another story, all 3 trusted implicitly whatever crisis might arise. Even if heaven itself collapsed, Chun Xia would bear it alone. That unwavering certainty had taken root during their time at his side. No matter how formidable the challenge, none ever lingered long before him. Truly terrifying. With but a thought, a long sword materialized in his hand, its white scabbard inscribed with the characters, God-slaying. As vibrations hummed through the blade, a profound sense of familiarity washed over him. Yet he lacked the simulation's ability to hear the voices of all things. Perhaps reward 3, the dual-hued supreme overbearing aura, would grant him Kinbunchika haki, but alas, he had not selected it. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, a marine warship cut through undulating seas. Within its cabin, on a pristine white bed, a stunning woman in a crimson uniform jolted awake. Was that a dream? Yet I truly felt his weight, solid, undeniable. She rose and approached a cabinet, retrieving a square of white cloth. Inside lay a desiccated, elongated object. Yes, this is his. Chun Xia. Tina will restore it to you. 3 days later, at Reverse Mountain, the gateway to the Grand Line, a luxurious pirate vessel bearing a bold crimson authority flag surged upward along the turbulent, winding river course. It was the very ship that had departed only recently from West Blue's G1 port. Chun Xia and his crew. Reaching Reverse Mountain had been sheer fortune. He'd forgotten he possessed no navigational skill, and hadn't asked Beej for a navigator. Fortunately, Boa Hancock retained rudimentary seamanship, guiding them safely to this legendary threshold. Chun Xia watched her steer, the pirate empress herself, then called out, "Does Beej even know his captain can't navigate?" Bang! No sooner had the words escaped him than the vessel lurched violently, veering toward a towering crimson cliff. Armament haki, envelop. At the critical instant, a dense mantle of armament haki enshrouded the entire ship. Its obsidian hull slammed into the cliff face, leaving a massive indentation, but thanks to the haki's protection, the vessel suffered no damage. Lord Chun Xia, you're incredible. So magnificent. On deck, Xiao He and Xiao Bai gazed at him starry-eyed, delivering emotional resonance in spades. Standard procedure. No need to marvel. Though they didn't grasp his meaning, it didn't stop them from rushing forward and clasping his hands. Lord Chun Xia, could you teach us that technique? Chun Xia met their tear-glistened, wide-eyed gazes. Of course, once we've crossed Reverse Mountain, I'll instruct you both. Nearby, Boa Hancock, who still held the helm, suddenly developed faint black lines across her delicate cheek. Under her masterful guidance, the ship ascended smoothly over Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line, the fabled sea that drew legions of aspirants like moths to flame. Clad in a sleek black suit, resembling a Yakuza patriarch, Chun Xia stood atop the deck, facing the boundless ocean, and roared, "Grand Line, bow before your king." Days later, on the tranquil waters of the Grand Line's first half, Chun Xia held a telephone snail wearing a tiny hat and puffing a cigar. Baru, baru, baru. Click, boss. The monthly belly have been dispatched to Alabasta via courier. Should arrive in a few days. How's the West Blue Territory holding up? Any ambitious fools stirring trouble. Hearing the chilling, subtle lethality beneath Beej's calm tone, the latter lowered his crossed legs and replied with deferential precision. None, boss. They likely haven't heard you've entered the Grand Line. Nor would they dare, even if they knew. Good. Keep excelling, and one day I may entrust you with dominion over the Grand Line itself. Yes, boss. Placing the telephone snail gently upon the desk, Beej lit a cigar, his mind roiling with seismic shock. Dominion over the Grand Line. He'd assumed Xinxia had sailed there for leisure, perhaps indulging in some high society retreat with his entourage of beauties. Never did he imagine this was a conquest. My vision was too narrow. Truly worthy of being boss. The man who aspires to reign over the entire underworld. Such audacity. He turned sharply toward two subordinates murmuring softly by the door. You two, watch closely. Observe how the Godfather labors, how vast his ambition burns. Unlike your paltry, aimless existence. The two henchmen bowed their heads in utter bewilderment. Had they broken some celestial law? Was guarding a doorway now punishable by reprimand? Meanwhile, aboard the King, Xinxia squinted at the capricious skies ahead, storm-racked and mercurial. He could cleave that tempestuous expanse in half with a single sword stroke, banishing every ill omen. But true mastery lay not in domination but immersion, in tasting the land's spirit, not flattening its contours. So he chose slumber instead. Boa, steer toward that mountain ahead. Whiskey Peak, I believe it's called. Having issued the order, he shut his eyes, tilted his head, and sank into deep unconsciousness. Unresponsive even to urgent calls. Master must have exhausted himself last night. But Boa remembers. Hey, you two, isn't it time we settled accounts for eavesdropping outside the door last night? And after confirming Xinxia had fallen into a deep slumber, Boa Hancock shed her earlier infatuated demeanor and fixed a stern gaze upon Xiaohe and Xiaobai, who were quietly cleaning the room. And last night had marked their first profound reunion, and an impromptu assessment of whether he'd grown lax in his cultivation. In her, Kinbunchaku had sensed two furtive figures lurking just beyond the door, pressed against the frame all night, straining to overhear every word. And had she not been too exhausted to rise, they would never have survived until dawn. Master searched so long to find you. I swear I'll never let you slip away again. We'll stay together, forever, even in death. Watching Xiaohe and Xiaobai shrink back, heads bowed in guilty silence, she'd already decided how to deal with these two women daring to intrude upon her sacred bond. Plop, Na splash echoed across the water, quiet enough not to stir Xinxia's deep sleep. So soothing. Boa, have we arrived? As dusk painted the western sky, Xinxia rubbed his eyes and murmured hazily toward the slender figure ahead. Master, we're nearly there, just beyond that ridge. Good. Tonight we'll rest in the town nestled at the mountain's foot. I hear their wine is exquisite. Oh, and where are Xiaohe and Xiaobai? Xinxia frowned, scanning the empty deck. Only the two of them remained. His Kinbunchaku detected no other presence within its vast radius. Normally the moment he awoke, two delicate hands would already be kneading his shoulders, easing fatigue away. They disembarked at a small island along the way, saying they wished to pursue their own dreams. Xinxia sighed, faint regret softening his voice, well then, chasing one's dream is noble. And though they'd originally been sent by Buggy as tokens of flattery, serving dutifully as maids for so long, and with truly skilled hands, he did feel a quiet nostalgia. By the way, Boa, do you know how to give a massage? If so, come over and work on me. And at those words, Boa Hancock's face lit with delight. Her stiletto heels clicked rhythmically across the deck as she stepped behind him, extending slender, graceful fingers. The beginning of her first massage. A harem, another pirate ship approaches from the sea. Looks like easy prey. Shall we? Far be. Haha. Welcome, honored guests. May Whiskey Peak extend its sincerest blessings upon your arrival. Hoo-hoo. Welcome. Welcome. As crowds lined both shores, wildly waving arms and thrusting all manner of objects into the air, Xinxia gave a wry smirk. Without his Kinbunchaku haki, he might well have been deceived. These folk radiated warmth, yet his Kinbunchaku revealed the truth. The cactus-draped hill behind town bristled with gravestones, silent testimony to merciless hearts. Honored guest, I am harem mayor of Whiskey Peak, speaking on behalf of our entire town. Xinxia leapt ashore hand in hand with Boa Hancock, while the king anchored securely at the dock. You must be weary from such a long voyage. We've prepared a banquet in your honor. Pray join us if you'll do us the honor. Xinxia smiled politely at the golden-curled man before him. Many thanks, Mayor Harem. I accept your gracious invitation. Not that the mayor's grin widened, honey-sweet and effusive, as he led them toward a distant building, lavishing praise upon the pair. A match forged by heaven. A perfect union. May you celebrate a hunt. Master, what's wrong? Master, what's wrong? Boa Hancock, stone sober and perfectly lucid, nudged him, only to have her pale thigh suddenly gripped. Thud. Knowing him intimately for years, she instantly understood. With a slight tilt of her head, she too slumped onto the table. The dancers froze mid-motion. From beneath their gauzy veils blades emerged, silent lethal, gliding slowly toward the two unconscious figures. In squeak, harem burst and flanked by a pack of bounty hunters, waiting patiently outside. And quick, check their bounties. Yes, sir. And they encircled Xia and Boa Hancock, faces alight not with fear, but greed. Na lackey snatched up a stack of wanted posters and flipped frantically through them. And ding. In seconds later he dropped his knife, voice trembling violently. Mayor, we've caught a legendary whale. What whale, eh? Let me see. Harem snatched the posters, then froze. One glance shattered his composure. And thud, knees buckled. Before his stunned, bewildered hunters, he dropped to the floor, face contorted, terror etching deep lines into his flesh. And Lord, spare me. I'm blind ignorant. I dared lift my hand against you. Thousands of times I erred, but never more grievously than now. The posters scattered across the floor, revealing the topmost one, in outlaw Chen bounty, Barin extremely dangerous, dead or alive. How is this possible? He's a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Then we're doomed. The onlookers stared at the wanted poster and instinctively drew sharp breaths, their terrified gazes shifting toward the handsome young man slumped over the table, still snoring softly. No one could have imagined that such a colossal figure, a pirate bearing a bounty of over 300 million, would appear in this insignificant hamlet at the entrance to the Grand Line. Their nerves shattered, especially the burly man previously ordered to prepare a tombstone. He was on the verge of mental collapse, cursing Harem inwardly 100 times over. His bladder betrayed him. A pungent odor wafted from beside him. The crowd pinched their noses and edged away, slowly, cautiously, as if fearing even the slightest provocation might awaken the sleeping titan. Oh, spare you, town mayor, I wouldn't dare. On the contrary, it's I who should thank you for your hospitality. Xia stirred awake, stretching languidly. In truth, he had never been intoxicated. Not even a sip had touched his lips. Each time he feigned drinking, he silently dispersed the liquor into vapor, using his sword intent, a subtle, novel application of his cultivation. And master, we've gravely erred. Please spare us. Thud, thud, thud. At those words, every bounty hunter dropped their weapons and sank to their knees, faces pale with terror, hoping this formidable sovereign would grant mercy solely on account of their abject humility. Though he'd reigned underground for only a few months, and only over this modest corner of the West Blue, Xia exuded the unmistakable aura of a seasoned underworld lord. With nothing more than a single affable sentence, and without invoking his conqueror's haki, he instilled bone-deep dread in over 100 hardened hunters. This was not dominance born of raw power, but of sheer unassailable presence. Why are you all kneeling? Ha ha ha. I won't refuse to spare you, but the price may prove steep. Can you bear it? Master, name it. Anything, so long as you spare our lives. Harem and the 100-odd bounty hunters knelt in unison, eyes fixed expectantly upon Xia, who sat relaxed, one leg draped casually over the other. Once it was they who dictated life or death for travelers arriving here. Arrogant, capricious, untouchable. Now these famed hunters groveled like obedient lapdogs. Surrender brought no shame, especially before a man whose bounty surpassed 300 million. Even bundled together, none of them were worth half that sum in berries. Survival came first, pride was mere illusion. No sustenance, no currency. Xia's gaze drifted lazily, his lips pursed in silent contemplation. Not a word escaped him, and not a whisper dared rise from the kneeling throng. All bowed low, striving to vanish into invisibility, except the ashen-faced giant clutching his soaked trousers. As silence thickened into eerie stillness, a distant building echoed, "Barrow, barrow, barrow. V. Vice President, the outlaw Xia has attacked our Whiskey Peak outpost." Just as At his words, their bodies trembled involuntarily. Is he about to strike? Our foe bears a 300 million bounty. Bang! A trembling man, overwhelmed by terror, raised his firearm and fired. Clang! The orange-yellow bullet struck Xia's obsidian skin, deforming upon impact, yet leaving not even a faint mark. Impossible. Surely this is a joke. How can anyone withstand gunfire? A monster. Before awe could settle, a crackle of black and crimson lightning split the air. Xia's gaze swept across them. Cold, detached, the look one reserves for corpses. Thud, thud, thud. A shock wave of black and crimson aura surged outward, laced with sporadic arcs of lightning. Within seconds, over 100 bounty hunters collapsed, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled, white limbs gone slack. The floor vanished beneath a heap of unconscious bodies. Conqueror's haki. Boa Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the crimson-black lightning coil through the air. And an exceptionally potent one at that. Though the oppressive force wasn't directed at her, its ambient pressure alone weighed heavily upon her. Xia stood amid the carnage, a figure clad in black suit, death incarnate. Then withdrew his den mushy. Barrow, barrow, barrow. Buggy, gather some men, and take control of Whiskey Peak. the gateway town to the Grand Line. Brings several ships. The population here is rather dense. Yes, boss. Boss. At the other end, Buggy set aside his paperwork and lit a cigar, speaking into the shell with solemn deference. Truly his leader. Scarcely days had passed, yet he'd already seized territory. By the way, don't you operate a slave market? Sell everyone here to it. Yes, boss. Click. He severed the call, then vanished, reappearing like a specter inside the nearby structure. Surveying the fallen hunters, he picked up a din mushy with practiced ease and said, voice laced with mockery, "Tell Crocodile to bathe thoroughly. I'll be coming for him soon." Before the other could reply, his supreme conqueror's hockey erupted, crushing the shell into stunned silence. In Alabastus Rain Base, the so-called gambling city, within a gleaming white edifice, the outlaw Xia. How does he know the boss's true identity? A statuesque woman in a trench coat and short skirt adjusted her cowboy hat, revealing a knowing smile as she strode confidently toward the inner chamber, her sun-kissed legs gliding with effortless grace. After cleaning up, Whiskey Peak Xia surveyed the berries now stacked in his ship's hold. For a Baroque Works outpost, this is pitiful. Only 20 million berries. No wonder they'd stoop to robbing Luffy's measly 30 million. He deposited the sum into his account. Gazing at the balance, over 19 billion berries, he nodded satisfied. Once provisions were replenished, the two departed under cover of night for their next destination, Little Garden. Guided by Boa Hancock's competent navigation and the log pose, within 2 days Xia beheld the island ahead, lush primordial, cloaked in ancient forest. Ah, the scent of pure wilderness. Exquisite. Master, let us build a wooden hut here, and live in seclusion among these mountains and woods forever. Recalling the tranquil days spent with Xia on that simulated isle, Boa Hancock gazed at him with wistful longing. Clang, what nonsense are you dreaming of, Boa? Is your ambition truly so shallow? With a flick of his finger, Xia tapped her forehead, his tone equal parts exasperation and concern. Wah, but little Boa only wishes to stay with Master, forever, never depart. Her obsessive devotion surfaced unmistakably. Xia stiffened inwardly. Did the simulation version of me inadvertently program her into this state? Still, as long as I'm with Master, that's all that matters. Phew, good. The condition appeared mild, likely just prolonged separation breeding deep attachment. After packing only a few essentials, the two boarded the island, still untouched by time and human hands. Roar. No sooner had they entered the forest than a thunderous bellow echoed from nearby, sending several pterodactyls wheeling sharply away in alarm. Boa, come quickly. Let's take a photo for the record. Xia glanced back at Boa Hancock, who trailed behind him, dragging her luggage with a crestfallen expression. He sighed inwardly. Ever since he'd declined her invitation to build a house and play make-believe, she'd been like this. Within his Kinbunshaku, the all-encompassing sensory perception, a triceratops grazing not far off seemed perfect for a commemorative snapshot. Hello there, Triceratops. A gentle figure materialized instantly before the unsuspecting herbivore, still calmly nibbling grass. Roar. Seeing the intruder swagger boldly into its domain, the Triceratops ground its pillar-thick legs into the turf muscles, coiling ready to impale him through the waist. Say cheese. Xia pulled out a camera bug acquired from the West Blue, ignoring the enraged beast behind him as he adjusted his angle. Boom. The earth trembled violently, pebbles leapt into the air. From behind, the Triceratops charged, a blur of unstoppable momentum, its 3 gleaming horns flashing like blades of frost. Xia turned slowly, smiling. Thud. The furious beast halted abruptly, its 4 massive hooves carving deep furrows into the soil, stopping mere inches from the hem of Xia's robe. Its coarse, scaly face contorted into an unmistakably expressive grimace, as if whispering. That was close, too close. I nearly got minced. Click. The camera bug captured the serene harmony between man and dragon in one flawless frame. As Xia's black silhouette receded into the distance, the Triceratops phi. Boom. Crash. Just as they sat down to eat, the entire island shuddered. Metal clashing against metal, a sound so violent it threatened to rupture their eardrums. Master, I didn't mean to. I can still eat it if I pick it up. Boa Hancock stared at the dinosaur leg lying on the ground, dust and dirt clinging to its surface. She forced composure, but her shimmering, tear-filled eyes betrayed her. This was her first taste of Xia's roasting since leaving Amazon Lily for the West Blue. She'd dreamed of it night after night. Now the very thing she'd yearned for lay ruined on the earth. How could she not ache? As she reached to retrieve it, a large hand gently grasped her wrist. No need. I'll roast another. Wait here. I'll be right back. She needed no explanation. Her Kinbunshaku had already sensed the tremor's origin, far off where battle raged. Xia seized Zanshin, the blade resting atop a log, and sprinted toward the clash. Hey Dory, lately your skills have dulled. At this rate, Along the shore of a secluded garden, 2 mountainous giants wielded a colossal axe and sword locked in relentless combat. Each casual strike sent shockwaves rippling across the land, shaking the earth to its core. Nearby trees snapped like twigs beneath the pressure. Clang. Another titanic collision, sparks erupting like miniature stars. Yet into this war of titans had intruded a speck of a man. Hey, you two. Fight all you want, but don't ruin my mealtime. Stop this instant. Wait till I finish eating before resuming. Chun Xia strolled leisurely to the edge of the battlefield, utterly unruffled as he observed the two colossi, each towering dozens of times his height. So what? Size meant nothing. True power lay in concentration, in essence refined to its purest form. Ha ha ha, brat. Don't interrupt our duel, or you'll get swept away by the backlash. Ha ha ha, spot on, Dory. Scram, kid. No one's responsible if you get caught in the crossfire. Clearly Dory and Broggy, the former captains of the giant warrior pirates, had dismissed this tiny figure smaller than their own toenails. Oh, swept away? I think not. Since persuasion failed, I suppose I'll have to calm you both down. Chun Xia cracked his neck, bones popping like dry bamboo, then burst into laughter. In that instant he transformed. A crushing aura surged forth, far more overwhelming than the one he'd unleashed in Whiskey Peak. The very air shrieked under the weight of that immense presence. Mid-combat the two giants froze, weapons suspended mid-swing, as the indomitable Haushiko Haki descended upon them like a 10,000-fathom mountain pressing down upon their spines. Their eyes, each larger than a mansion, locked onto the distant cold commanding figure. This is the rarest of royal auras, the Haushiko Haki, born once in a million souls. Ha ha, Broggy, are you trembling? So what if it's Haushiko? I am Dory, the captain of the giant warrior pirates. Dory roared, eyes blazing crimson, driving his great sword deep into the earth to steady himself. His arms trembled, his legs wobbled, but fear found no purchase. He was Dory, the captain of the giant warrior pirates. A century of dueling Broggy had forged iron will. How could mere Haushiko break him? Ha ha ha, Dory, I never said I feared it. Hey brat, care to settle this like true men? Broggy's eyes burned with equal fury. With a deafening clang he slammed his twin axes together, so fiercely the air itself vibrated. Ha, beat me to it. Then I'll wait until you're done, Chun Xia muttered exasperated and began walking toward them, hands tucked casually in his pockets. Thump, thump, thump. With every step his Haoshiku intensified. That earlier surge had been merely a warning. He was no bloodthirsty tyrant quick to draw steel. At most he trafficked in arms and slaves, and collected modest protection fees. Boom. By the time he stood before the two battle-maddened giants Dory and Broggy knelt, half collapsed, veins bulging on their brows, straining with every fiber to keep their weapons upright, refusing full submission. Shall we fight? My bones have grown stiff lately. Some exercise wouldn't hurt. Chun Xia regarded their house-sized faces with amused disdain. Fight. I must fight. Come on, let's wage the most romantic battle between men. At those words their massive bodies convulsed, not from weakness, but from surging adrenaline and unbreakable will. They were breaking free, breaking through, toward one singular glorious purpose. To fight him, in a battle fierce and unrestrained. In that moment their minds held only this single burning thought. A boom. The two forced themselves to stand with sheer while raising their weapons towards Chun Xia. Come on. Then come on, watch me beat you both today. Chun Xia thrust the blade of the divine into the ground. In this battle he would not borrow any power beyond his physical strength. No armament haki, no swordsmanship. Only pure force could satisfy these two battle maniacs. Bang. Sidestepping the swinging giant axe, Chun Xia leaped, crossing 100 meters in an instant to land above Broggy's head. Hey kid, come down if you dare. It's okay, relax. You might feel a bit dizzy, that's normal. Dory's giant sword swung towards Broggy, seemingly unconcerned about his life. Bang. Chun Xia smirked, his fist, as big as a cauldron, smashing into Broggy's massive head. Then he easily dodged the giant sword and leaped towards Dory. Hey, where's your bromance? Why are you trying to kill him? How is that possible? Broggy was knocked down by your punch. Nothing is impossible, you know. Bang. As he spoke, Chun Xia's fist had already landed on Dory's solid chest before he could react. With a physique of 3,900 points, Chun Xia possessed terrifying power comparable to the Four Emperors, a force that no mere giant could withstand. Splat. How is it possible? That kind of power from a human. Even though he managed to block the punch with his round shield at the critical moment, the immense force still transmitted through the shield, causing it, unscathed after a century of battles, to crack with several huge fissures. Clearly it was no longer usable. Broggy, we have to use that technique. That technique. But, don't overthink it. This man's strength far exceeds our imagination. Watching them discuss while fighting, Chun Xia, who had just finished warming up, sat on a tree stump. Hey, have you two decided? If not, you can gang up on me. Bang. The two helmeted heads bumped together, determination flashing in their eyes. They turned to face the terrifying figure who had pushed them to the brink with just 2 punches. If you can withstand this move, the battle is yours. Bagua. Their weapons swung forward simultaneously, and a powerful shockwave instantly formed, surging towards Chen Xia with a fierce wind. A combined technique. What a bromance. His fist slowly became wrapped in armament hockey dark to the point of purple. Chen Xia completed his preparation and threw a hockey-clad fist towards Bagua. Boom, bang. A tremendous battle aftermath erupted, causing huge waves on the sea. A mountain-sized goldfish floated up, its eyes white. Crack. Looking at the shattered remains of their weapons on the ground, and then at the black fist inches away, Dory and Brogy wore grim expressions before bursting into laughter. Haha, you win. We admit defeat wholeheartedly. Since you lost, shouldn't you give me some benefit? The battle over. Chen Xia smiled at the two giants. From the moment he saw them, some immature ideas had sprouted in his mind, and witnessing their terrifying strength in the subsequent fight only solidified his thoughts. Ha ha ha, defeat is defeat. Indeed, I must pay something. Tell me, what do you want? But I must say, Brogy and I have been fighting for 100 years, we have nothing. Hearing this, Chen Xia's eyes swept over their muscular bodies and smiled. It's not something precious. I just need you two to work for free for the White Cow pirate crew for 3 years. Work? Work for free. Chen Xia dropped the pretense and came clean. Yes, he had his eyes on their bodies. Such strong bodies, when used as laborers, how many people would they equal? Free labor. We have to settle the fight between Brogy and me first. Saying this, they rubbed the large bruises on their chests, stood up, and started punching each other again. Boom, crack. Black-red lightning appeared again. This time Chen Xia held nothing back, unleashing his conqueror's haki to the fullest. The top-tier conqueror's haki slowed their punches until they couldn't even lift their fists. Listen to me, you don't want your crewmates to die at sea, do you? You dare. The giant soldier pirate crew disbanded long ago. If there was anything they valued most besides battle, it was their crewmates who had sailed with them. 100 years ago, when they began their duel, they had already disbanded the giant soldier pirate crew. Now Chen Xia brought it up, and his tone was ominous. Oh, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Do you know Uyamo and Kaxi? Former members of the giant soldier pirate crew. Seeing them remain silent, he continued. After you started fighting, the crew disbanded. Worried about their captains, they went out to sea to find you, but were tricked by the world government into working as forced laborers guarding the gates for them. How dare the world government? They tricked our giant soldier pirate crew. Hearing this, the hot-tempered Brogy could no longer hold back, and stood up to go settle the score with the world government. But he suddenly realized he couldn't move. Chen Xia's terrifying conqueror's haki was pressing down on him, making even a single step difficult. Chen Xia hadn't used his full power before, otherwise top-tier conqueror's haki would easily overwhelm mere giants. If you want revenge, join my White Cow pirate crew. I promise that after you finish working for me, I will take you to the world government to get justice. How about it? Silence fell. Dory and Brogy were not just battle-crazed fools. They knew that going against the world government with their strength was a joke. They might even end up as forced laborers themselves. After a moment of thought, understanding the pros and cons, they nodded their massive heads. We can agree, but you must keep your promise. Recalling that he had always kept his word since his transmigration, Chen Xia smiled and nodded. Of course. I Chen Xia mean what I say. A gentleman's word is his bond. By the way, I'll be leaving Little Garden soon. You two stay here. Later a man named Beej will come to pick you up. Also, if a straw-hatted, simple-minded brat comes here, you must teach him a good lesson. Just don't kill him. Though puzzled, they had already become his crewmates. A crewmate can be puzzled by the captain's orders, but must obey no matter how absurd. Seeing them nod in agreement, Chen Xia headed to the shore satisfied. The path to becoming the pirate king cannot be. Yes, next stop is Alabasta. I'll take you to experience some exotic customs. The authoritative sails of the KINH spread out, facing the slightly salty sea breeze. Chen Xia leaned on Boya Hancock's lap, beginning his journey of claiming territory once more. East blew around Kokoyashi village. The former paradise of the Arlong pirates was now a pile of ruins. Nami, wearing a straw hat, looked with tears streaming down her face at the cheering villagers and the straw hat pirates. Chen Xia, just you wait. Nami-chan, what are you mumbling about? Wahaha, let's have a banquet. I want a banquet. Luffy, covered in blood, bounced past her and was soon tossed high into the air by the crowd. After the banquet, Nami came alone to the shore, watching the setting sun slowly descend. I still remember, it was also a beautiful sunset, also this seaside. That despicable man, indeed, he didn't keep his word. At that moment in the first half of the Grand Line, Chen Xia sized up the 3 people standing before him on the deck. He had just been enjoying a rare massage when his observation haki sensed the presence of these 3. Mr. 3A Miss Golden Week and Nico Robin, known as the Devil's Child, wanted for 79 million berries at the age of 8. What brings you here? Robin touched her cowboy hat. Although she was shocked that Chen Xia knew her true identity, she found it normal given the terror of the man before her. After all, he had unified the entire underworld of the West Blue in less than a month, becoming the king of the West Blue underworld. Moreover, he had countless connections with the Germa Kingdom, the overlord of the North Blue. Not long ago, their informants in the West Blue reported that someone had personally seen the princess of the Germa Kingdom returning to the North Blue on a pirate ship under his name. Respected Mr. Chun Xia the madman, please forgive our uninvited visit. The president of Baroque Works wishes to cooperate with you. What do you think? Chun Xia glanced at Robin, whose figure was sexy and exuded a wild aura, and slowly nodded. Cooperation is fine, but my ship doesn't welcome other men. Mr. Threeth, who was acting as a background decoration, was innocently caught in the crossfire. He had done nothing and said nothing, yet suffered a ruthless blow. Robin gave a signal to the stunned Mr. Three. Plop. The sound of falling into water. He sensibly jumped into the sea, forgetting that he was a devil fruit user. As soon as he touched the seawater, his vision went black and he sank weakly to the bottom. Finally, the petite and cute little girl Miss Golden Week went into the sea to rescue him. Considering that he was a devil fruit user and now on the open sea, Chun Xia had to tie a wooden board to the ship, let him stay on it, and then kick the board to the back of the ship. Since Crocodile was so eager to have him come, and Chun Xia also had some matters to discuss with him, Robin and Chun Xia quickly reached an agreement. With Robin leading the way, Boa Hancock at the helm, and Chun Xia sleeping, the group set off toward Alabasta. A few days later, the luxurious Kingh docked at the P. Hearing Chun Xia's complaint, Robin, riding another camel, twitched the corner of her mouth. Although he had a bounty of over 300 million and was considered a great pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. Robin glanced at Boa Hancock, who was sitting on the same camel as Chun Xia, her arms wrapped around his waist and her head buried in his chest. She was also astonished inwardly. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords. Is this a confrontation between warlords? As for Mr. Four and Miss Golden Week, who were acting as background decorations in the back, they didn't even have a camel and had to walk slowly under the scorching sun on foot. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly sand and dust flew up ahead, and the sound of heavy hooves came. Everyone stopped and looked at the sandstorm stirring in the distance. Rebels. Those are rebels. I'll deal with them. Mr. Four shouted excitedly. The rebels were coming, and he could finally get some attention, no longer having to be a miserable background board. But before he could act, and before the rebels could get close, Chun Xia looked contemptuously into the distance. A powerful aura pressed down, and the drifting sand was forced back onto the dunes. Plop, plop. One by one, the distant black dots fell, men and horses tumbling. Retreat, retreat, quickly. Seeing this eerie scene, the rebels in the back quickly pulled their reins, turned their horses' heads, and madly fled back. What is this? Watching Chun Xia knock down hundreds of rebels with a single glance, and the rebels behind didn't even have the courage to fight. Is this the power of a 300 million bounty? So terrifying. Those who had previously lacked a clear understanding of Chun Xia's power instantly equated this king of the West Blue underworld with their mysterious boss. After resolving this small incident, the group continued toward Rain City, which they could reach in half a day. Of course, the journey was filled with Chun Xia's mockery of Crocodile. How he couldn't even beat an old man like Whitebeard, how pathetic he was, and how he wore a fur coat in such hot weather, showing his brain was fried. The members of Baroque Works were so frightened they dared not respond. Except for Boa Hancock, who occasionally replied. It was a one-man show by Chun Xia. Elsewhere in Alabasta, at the rebel headquarters in a tent, a handsome young man listened to the report from his subordinate, his expression changing wildly. You mean you encountered the real culprit behind this civil war? Yes, just now when we were about to ambush a group of kingdom soldiers, we encountered a group. The leading young man knocked out hundreds of our brothers with a single glance. So it seems King Cobra has allied with that young man, using some method to make the whole country stop raining. The handsome young man picked up the Den Den Mushi on the table and dismissed the others. Bururu. The Den Den Mushi activated and a blue-haired figure appeared. Click. Vivi, I found the culprit behind the 3-year drought. Half a day later, seeing the city in the distance, Chun Xia stopped for a moment, took the water bottle hanging on the camel, and took a gulp. Finally here. Yes, finally here. Not only him, but the 3 Baroque Works members except Robin wished they could cover their ears the whole way. If their boss heard what Chun Xia said, not only would Chun Xia be in trouble, but they would also be silenced. However, the 2 of them dared not show their dissatisfaction. The scene of Chun Xia knocking out hundreds with a glance had deeply shocked them. Since they couldn't afford to offend either side, they pretended not to hear. Look, it's the warlord's subordinates returning. Bastard, they are heroes too. Every time there's danger, they come out with Lord Crocodile. The group walked into the somewhat shabby city. The turbaned citizens on the streets cheered and showered them with praise. In their eyes, Crocodile was their hero, far better than that damn King Cobra. It must be said, old Shao really had a talent for PUA. Chun Xia ignored the reveling fools, following Robin as they walked forward, while behind them Mr. Three and his partner waved their hands, responding with pride. These people would one day become their subjects. The boss had promised that once the plan succeeded, he would be king and his underlings would naturally land positions as ministers. From pirates to ministers, a 3-step leap in status. The temptation was immense. Creak. The white door was pushed open. Most of the houses Chun Xia had seen along the way were predominantly white, probably for sun protection. Inside the room were several chairs occupied by the senior members of Baroque Works. Mr. One, the user of the quick-cut fruit, and his partner, the Okama-phone Kili-u, and almost all the other senior agents. Only the last chair faced away from the crowd, a mink coat barely visible with wisps of smoke drifting out from behind it. A display of great presence. Robin walked to the second chair and sat down. Please have a seat. Shay, I was just about to say the same. Then I'll speak plainly. I hope you'll join Baroque Works. Once you do, you'll not only become the vice president, but when the plan is complete, you'll be the prime minister of the entire country. The senior agents gasped. The position of prime minister, above all but one beneath none, was originally thought to be reserved for the current vice president Robin. And now in just a moment, it was going to change hands. Your offer is tempting and your sincerity is clear, but do you recognize her? Chen Xia pointed at Boa Hancock, who lay in his arms. This is that Shichibukai Boa Hancock. At his words, Crocodile, who had been focused on Chen Xia from the start, finally turned his attention to the woman in his arms. He had initially assumed it was merely a personal preference. After all, what men pursue is nothing more than women, money, power, and strength. But when he looked, he was startled. The woman he spoke of was none other than the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, another Shichibukai. Crocodile's hook hand tensed, ready to strike at any moment. After all, Shichibukai usually have their own territories and rarely visit another's without reason. When they do, it's either to seize territory or to seek refuge. Clearly in Crocodile's eyes, Boa Hancock, who was even stronger than him, was not the latter. So you do know her. I suppose you two are colleagues after all. Madman, what are you trying to do? Bringing another Shichibukai to my territory, could it be? Hey, hold on. I'm really here to discuss a partnership. As for the terms, the hearts of the crowd were in there through. Of course, you will bring the entire Baroque Works to submit to me and become a subsidiary of the Baipiao Pirates. How is that possible? Your ambition is too great, Madman. Upon hearing this, Crocodile slammed the table, sending a corner of it crashing to the floor. Sand surged from behind him as if he was ready to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Out of respect for Boa Hancock, he might have agreed to a less unreasonable request, but Chun Xia's words sounded nice, joining his pirate crew, when in truth it meant working for free forever, a lifetime of labor. Crocodile, I advise you to think carefully. You are no match for me. Chun Xia gently grasped Boa Hancock's delicate hand, a contemptuous expression on his face as he looked at the standing crowd. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. No match for you. I am a Shichibukai, and you are nothing but a rookie who just emerged from the Four Seas. In Crocodile's eyes, Chen Xia was merely a lucky newcomer. Even if his bounty was higher, that didn't equate to strength. The sea was full of flashy frauds, and Crocodile himself had dared to challenge Whitebeard in his youth. Even in defeat, he lived to tell the tale. Sandstorm. Crocodile flipped the table over, and a whirlwind of sand rapidly formed, obliterating everything in sight, including his own men. Oh, boss, stop. I'm being drained dry. The burly Mr. For was instantly sucked dry, letting out a miserable cry before collapsing weakly. The same happened to everyone else in the room. Young man, you've got too much fire. Let me cool you down. Chun Xia set Boa Hancock down on a chair, and amid her worried gaze, he walked through the raging sandstorm to stand before Crocodile. Boom. A simple, unadorned punch shot out his black fist, enlarging in Crocodile's vision. Thud, boom. Outside, the people had barely seen the group enter when the house of the great hero Crocodile suddenly collapsed. What's going on? Our Lord Crocodile and his men fighting among themselves. How could that be? Crocodile was sent by heaven to save us in Alabasta. How could they have internal conflict? As the townsfolk chattered from a distance, watching the ruins, a massive cloud of sand burst forth from the rubble, soon engulfing the entire town. By then, even a fool would realize something was wrong and run for their lives. Internal conflict or not, survival came first. The crowd fled in all directions through the sandstorm. Some lucky ones managed to escape the city. Turning back out of curiosity, all they could see was a world of sandstorm. Hey, this is too much. If you ran a second too slow, you wouldn't make it. Lord Crocodile, where are you? The panicked people's cherished hero stood at the center of the sandstorm, countless grains of sand swirling around him. Sand. In the desert-covered Alabasta, Crocodile believed he could even fight Boa Hancock. Clang, boom. Suddenly, with a tearing sound of the air, a blue kilometer-long sword aura shot out from the heart of the sandstorm, slicing through everything in its path. The earth, the houses, and even the sandstorm itself, all cleanly split in two. Its sharpness was so intense that even the people who had fled the town felt their skin sting as if knives were scraping their faces. Master, I'll go cheer you on from afar. A crimson figure soared out of the sandstorm and landed gracefully at a distance from the crowd. Thank you. I'd never bother with you if Master hadn't ordered me to save you. After setting Robin down gently onto the ground, Boa Hancock resumed her usual icy, untouchable aloofness. Robin brushed the sand from her clothes and smiled faintly, then said nothing more. See. Midair, Crocodile watched in disbelief as his legs dissolved into sand. Yet there stood Chen Xia below, pitch black from head to toe, yet his features remained strikingly clear. So, have you calmed down? Shall we cooperate? You were feigning weakness from the very beginning. Who are you? His long coat billowed violently as Crocodile fixed Chinxia with a glacial venomous gaze. A man of exceptional intellect, he instantly grasped the truth. Chinxia had been playing the fool, the wolf disguised as a pig, and he was the pig about to be devoured. Yet even facing an opponent, he could not best. Crocodile refused to yield. Not so easily, not so bitterly. After years of silent patience and calculated concealment, surrender was unthinkable. I've dared challenge Whitebeard himself. Do you truly believe you can subjugate me? After all, he was the man who had refused even Whitebeard's offer to adopt him. How could he ever submit so readily? It seems I must show you the chasm that separates us. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Amidst the raging vortex at the storm's heart, Chinxia laughed aloud, then drew the black blade Jin Shun sheathed at his waist. SSSHH. SHW. To pledge allegiance to me is a privilege countless souls beg for in vain. SKKRRT. Before the words fully left his lips, a colossal scimitar of desert sand sliced toward his waist. Yet the next instant something astonishing occurred. Even Crocodile, famed for his razor-sharp intellect, faltered in confusion. That blade, powerful enough to obliterate an entire city, had been halted by a viscous, ink-black substance, like liquid shadow. You won't even let me finish speaking. Truly no ordinary man. You're all the more worthy of being brought under my banner. Watch closely. This strike will be magnificent. Chinxia slashed with effortless elegance. SHW. SSSHH. 1,000-meter-long jet-black sword aura surged forth like a mountain range, cleaving the sky, bearing down upon Crocodile. Impossible. Though stunned, Crocodile was no passive victim. Cycle erosion. Against a world turned to swirling dust, that obsidian sword aura cut like the sharpest edge in existence, capable, it seemed, of cleaving even diamond. This mere realm of sand posed no obstacle. Boom. Thud. A figure cloaked in heavy robes plummeted from the heavens and crashed heavily onto the earth. Now, have you finally calmed down, Crocodile? Chinxia slid the blade back into its scabbard and approached. Gone was the imposing, commanding presence of before. A long bleeding gash ran across his chest, his eyes unblinking locked onto Chinxia with raw, burning intensity. He couldn't comprehend it. He had already turned to sand before the aura struck, yet still suffered grievous injury. Boom. His eyes fluttered shut. He collapsed into unconsciousness. Stubborn mule. We'll train him properly later, or he'll remain unbearably obstinate. Chinxia glanced down, resheathed his blade at his waist, then hoisted Crocodile over his shoulder and strode toward the storm's edge. The sandstorm had dissipated. Those who'd fled earlier now rushed back toward the ruined town. Master, I was so worried about you. A fragrant breeze swept in, and a figure in a scarlet cheapao launched herself into Chinxia's arms, gripping him tightly with both slender hands. Such sudden impact would have felled most men, but Chinxia stood firm, a man of legendary stamina, reputed unshaken for 4 years. Where shall we go next? He surveyed the shattered ruins of the town. Clearly no place to rest. As he pondered, another stunning dark-skinned beauty stepped forward with a warm smile. If you don't mind, I have a safe haven nearby. Nonsense. Anything belonging to Miss Robin is beyond reproach. As Chinxia spoke, his cheek twitched, his flank pinched sharply by her bare hand reinforced with armament hockey. Following Robin to their new lodging in Lusong District, Chinxia resolved to teach Boa Hancock the true meaning of reverence for one's master, tonight. The next morning, in a room near Rain City, Chinxia groaned as he struggled upright from bed, clutching his lower back. Frankly, he admired and envied the version of himself in simulation who'd fought CP0 for 4 grueling years. Next time, maybe I'll ask Kurohige for some medicinal herbs. He opened the door, his observation hockey sweeping the entire residence in an instant. Still asleep. Already wrapped in the supreme bandages. In the living room, Robin wore modest homeware and carried several plates. Chinxia, breakfast is ready. Please dig in. Thank you, Miss Robin. I'll gladly indulge. As Chinxia devoured the meal with ravenous speed, Robin sat beside him, smiling quietly. Is something wrong, Miss Robin? Do I have food on my face? Haha, no. I'm simply curious, what do you plan to do now that you've defeated Crocodile? He is one of the 7 warlords personally appointed by the world government. Simple. If the world government dares trouble us, we strike back, until they tremble in fear. Hearing this, Robin's fascination deepened. What kind of man could utter such absolute, unyielding authority? That afternoon, Crocodile awoke, his body swathed in the supreme bandages. Listen carefully, Crocodile. My patience wears thin. Refuse to give me a satisfactory answer, and you may take your Pluton straight to the grave. Pluton. See. Alarm flashed across Crocodile's face. He felt utterly transparent before Chinxia, as if standing before an omniscient deity. How did you know? Even Nico. Robin remains ignorant of this secret. Then why orchestrate the entire Arabasta affair? Don't tell me you truly wanted to become king, to abandon the boundless freedom of a warlord, and play childish games in this destitute, penniless nation. Did Chinxia truly mistake himself for a fool like her? Let me be frank, my ambition dwarfs yours. I intend to become the sovereign of the underworld. What say you? Will you join me? After a long silence, a bandaged hand extended slowly. Very well. But if 2 years hence you have not claimed the throne of the underworld, I will kill you myself. No matter where you flee. Ha ha ha, deal. From this day forward you are captain of the 3rd Division of the Freeride Pirate Crew. Mission accomplished. The Alabasta arc conquered in a single day, and the final boss subdued. Even Chun Xia at times marveled at his own efficiency. Oh, another guest has arrived. Crocodile, wait for me here. Chun Xia placed the Black Blade Godslayer by the bedside, his figure blurring as he vanished in an instant. This speed, rivaling the Navy's 6-power shave, was achieved solely through his physical prowess. Moments later, on the ruins of the town, a handsome young man in a white home outfit gazed at the distant dust cloud kicked up by the rebels, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Rebels? I didn't go looking for you, but you've come to me. Stroking the fabric of his home clothes, Chun Xia remarked with satisfaction, the clothes Robin-chan gave me are of rather good quality. Amid the distant rebels, a handsome young man riding a camel brandished his sword and shouted, kill. Crocodile is already dead. If we kill that man, we can end the 3-year drought in Alabasta. Kill. Kill. Drive away the drought of Alabasta. Countless rebel underlings, spurred by the words, charged madly toward the town like they had been injected with adrenaline. For years, due to the lack of rain, they had nearly forgotten what rain looked like after 3 years. Even after becoming rebels, they could only drink a mouthful of water a day. Upon hearing that killing Chun Xia would bring rain, none of them could resist the frenzy. Ridiculous. When did I become the mastermind? I have to make Crocodile explain this to them. I'm taking the blame for him for no reason. Boom crack, black-red lightning appeared, and the air was filled with cobweb-like black-red flashes. A familiar pressure immediately enveloped the rebel force. Some veterans who had been knocked unconscious by Chun Xia's conqueror's haki last time panicked. It's that man from last time. Thud, thud, thud. Thousands of people tumbled off their camels, their eyes rolling back, foam spilling from their mouths, collapsing unconscious on the desert sands. A second later, the desert was densely covered with fallen men and camels, their weapons scattered everywhere. Gazing at the unclaimed weapons, Chun Xia curled his lips. Although the quality is poor, there's a lot of them. If I could bring them to the East Blue to sell, I could easily make a few 100 million berries. But I can't carry that many. Returning to the temporary lodging, Boa Hancock was still lying on the bed, her beautiful eyes tightly shut. Chun Xia picked up the red chi-pao that had fallen to the floor, carefully folded it, and placed it by the bedside. Master, don't leave little Boa. Little Boa just wants to be with Master forever, forever, and ever. Hearing Boa Hancock's murmurs in her sleep, Chun Xia gently pulled up the blanket to cover the exposed curves. Speaking of which, Boa Hancock was the first woman and apprentice he had encountered since his transmigration. Although the idea of a disciple surpassing the master was somewhat inappropriate, who could resist such a contrast? It was simply irresistible. Placing the ever-present sugar jar by the bedside, Chun Xia went to Crocodile's room. Hey, get up and come with me to explain your utopia plan to the people of Alabasta. Huh? What? Before Crocodile, who was lying on the bed, could react, Chun Xia grabbed his supreme bandage and swiftly left the place, heading toward Alabasta's royal capital, Alyabarna. A few days later, guided by Crocodile's constant directions, the two finally arrived at Alyabarna, which still retained a few patches of greenery. After all, it was the only place in Alabasta that still saw rain. It was worth noting that Alabasta was vast. Even with Chun Xia's speed, it took several days to reach the capital. By then, almost all of Crocodile's supreme bandage had been unraveled. Halt! Who are you? The guards on the city wall stared warily at the two figures who had suddenly appeared below, their guns aimed ready to open fire at the slightest movement. After all, the rebels had been growing more audacious and frequent in their attacks lately, and these two could easily be rebel spies. Me, just an ordinary mortal who honestly wants to experience the customs and cultures of the world. Bang! Pulling the trigger, a bullet sparked beside Chun Xia. Reloading, dozens of guards aimed their guns at Chun Xia and his companion with fierce expressions. Hey, speak plainly. Alright, in simple terms, my name is Chun Xia, a traveler from the West Blue. My dream is to explore the diverse cultures of the world. Understand? Boom crack. As he spoke, a stray black-red lightning bolt struck the city wall, blasting a crater into the sturdy brick structure. Wait here, I'll go report this. The guard who had fired earlier swallowed hard, startled, and used that excuse to hurry to the palace. In the palace, not overly luxurious, but grand and imposing, a stern-faced middle-aged man paced before the throne at the end of the long corridor. What should I do? Now, not only do we have Crocodile, but also the outlaw Chun Xia. What kind of magic does Alabasta possess? Cobra couldn't fathom why a country in the first half of the Grand Line barren of resources, and not even a member of the world government, could attract wave after wave of pirates, including major figures like the warlord Crocodile and the 300 million berry outlaw Chun Xia. Your Majesty, don't worry. A mere pirate with a 300 million bounty is nothing. He won't last 3 rounds against me. Cobra's heart tightened. He turned to the speaker, the Grand General of Alabasta. A man over 3 meters tall with arms as thick as a person's waist, capable of felling an ox with a single punch, a rare strongman in these parts. Perhaps he can save the situation. Harboring that hope, Cobra waved his hand. Then take some men and drive away the outlaw Chen Xia outside the city gates. If you succeed, I shall appoint you as the invincible Grand General. Hearing this, the tall man was overjoyed inside. He knelt and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, I don't want the title of invincible Grand General. I wonder about the betrothal between Princess Vivi and me. Before he could finish, Cobra interrupted. We'll discuss that when you return. The tall man had no choice but to leave reluctantly, though he was still excited. Once I defeat that so-called outlaw, I'll become the nation's hero. Then it won't be up to the old man whether she marries me or not, haha. By now Chen Xia, bored out of his mind, was sitting on the ground counting the grains of sand under his feet, unaware that he had become a target. He had already been branded the great villain and mastermind of Alabasta. Ever since the rebels got wind of him, informants had embellished the news and passed it to the royal army. Stories ranged from a demon king who devoured children to a man who demanded beautiful women to accompany him every night. Each region had its own version. It could be said that while Crocodile had labored for years to become a hero, Chen Xia had achieved nationwide notoriety in just a few days. The tall man walked through the streets, which were surprisingly calm. Fortunately, the secrecy was well maintained, otherwise if Chen Xia's name spread, the entire Alyabarna would be in chaos without him lifting a finger. Hey you outlaw, I advise you to leave peacefully. Otherwise these iron fists of mine will show you the true power of a man. Looking at the towering figure on the city wall, Chen Xia turned to Crocodile, who was busy adjusting his bandages and feigning aloofness. 3rd Division Captain, do you know what the power of a man is? For Crocodile, who had only become a man after the Great Pirate Era, he hadn't even experienced manhood for long, let alone the joys of being a man. This question was undoubtedly a jab at his painful past. Get out. Crocodile's face darkened as he slashed forward, unleashing a blade of sand. With supreme observation, Haki Chen Xia evaded it effortlessly, though the towering man behind him and his retinue were not so fortunate. Boom. The sand blade struck the city wall with devastating force. Those atop it were instantly drained of vitality, reduced to desiccated husks, including the formidable-looking giant himself. The spectacle froze the remaining guards in terror, their voices shrill with panic. It's Crocodile. How did it go? Did General Doflamingo succeed? King Cobra paced faster and faster within the palace, turning eagerly toward the approaching guard. The guard paled, trembling as he bowed deeply. Your Majesty, the general is dead, and not only the madman has come, but Crocodile himself. Impossible. At those words his legs buckled. He collapsed onto the throne, staring blankly toward the direction of the city wall. It's over, all is lost. Bang. Boom. Having waited long enough, Chen Xia, impatient by nature, had exhausted every shred of patience. He kicked the city gate open with a thunderous crash. A monster. The vile Chen Xia has arrived. Run for your lives. The mastermind has emerged. Alabasta is doomed. Pack up and flee at once. 2 figures cut through the chaos like blades through water. Crowds parted instinctively before them, then surged en masse toward the city gates. Stop. Don't move. Chen Xia halted. Before him stood a guard whose very weapon trembled in his grip. Thud, clatter. Not even a flicker of black-red lightning or a ripple of Conqueror's haki had manifested. Yet the guard's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled unconscious to the ground. Chen Xia sighed inwardly. I stopped when you told me to. Now you faint instead of speaking. How utterly impolite. Thump. Thump. Dozens of guards lay strewn along the path by the time Chen Xia reached King Cobra. Within the vast palace hall he stood alone, the sole figure still upright. Crocodile, would you kindly explain your plan to this benevolent, beloved monarch? That bastard. Though seething inwardly, Crocodile reluctantly complied under Chen Xia's unyielding authority. His explanation was brief, concise, completed in moments. Madman Sama, we deeply regret our earlier misjudgment. Please accept our sincerest apologies, and should restitution be required, name it freely. King Cobra recoiled inwardly. This rookie pirate, less than half a year at sea, carried a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, and had even subjugated a warlord of the sea. Even as sovereign of Alabasta, commanding a 1,000,000-strong army, he could not afford arrogance. To be frank, your Majesty, I've contracted a peculiar ailment en route. Only berries can cure it. What then should I do? King Cobra's lips twitched. An ailment? Spare me the pretense, you want money. Yet suppressing his exasperation, he hurried outside, and returned bearing several massive chests. Thud. Setting them down, he bowed low. Madman Sama, these contain 10 billion berries, Alabasta's token of gratitude for your deliverance. Please accept them. Chen Xia approached the chests, declining with one hand, while lifting one with the other. Oh, no need for thanks. I act solely from an irrepressible sense of justice. Such vulgar coin holds no allure for me. Cobra's jaw tightened, stunned by this brazen display of hypocrisy, professing virtue while seizing wealth without shame. Madman Sama, I have one further humble request. Chen Xia hoisted a chest in one hand, waving the other dismissively. No trouble at all. You've offered such generosity, speak freely. Relief flickered across Cobra's face. My daughter Vivi is 16. As my only child, she is Alabastis' heir apparent. I beg you, let her serve. A vision flashed in Chunxia's mind, a vibrant young woman with sapphire blue hair radiant with youth and grace. Without hesitation, he thrust the chest into Crocodile's arms. Agreed. I'll return her personally in 1 year, but I sail in 3 days. Meet me at the Sunflower Port. With that, he seized Crocodile's arm and vanished into the distance, chests in tow. King Cobra watched their silhouettes fade, exhaling a heavy sigh, as if aged a decade in that single breath. Vivi, forgive me. This world judges only by strength. I refuse to let you endure helplessness like mine today. Who truly would willingly send their daughter away, if they held any choice? 2 days later at their temporary lodging, Chunxia stared at the overflowing chests. His eyes gleamed, almost literally shaped like gold coins. I've counted, exactly 10 billion berries. Not a single berry more or less. Crocodile leaned against the wall, cigar between his lips, gazing with quiet fascination at the fortune before him. Even as head of the Baroque works, a syndicate of immense scale, he'd never beheld such sheer volume of currency. Though the organization's total assets far exceeded 10 billion, its operational liquidity, supporting over 1,000 agents' daily needs, rarely surpassed a few billion. Yet unusually, Chunxia chose not to deposit this sum. He kept it, all of it. By the way, old shark, stay in Alabasta. And dismiss Robin from Baroque Works. Give her a fair severance. Crocodile frowned, puzzled, but knowing curiosity killed cats, he merely nodded. Blue blurp blurp blurp. Chunxia retrieved his den mushy. Boss, we've arrived in Alabasta. The berries are. Chunxia gestured. Crocodile departed, reluctant yet obedient. In the desert, his sand fruit granted unmatched mobility. Sending Chunxia would have delayed retrieval until tomorrow, or later. That night, Crocodile returned alone, dragging over a dozen colossal chests behind him. Thud! They struck the ground with such force that cracks spiderwebbed across their surfaces. Crocodile glared at Chunxia with profound grievance. Thank you, old shark. Chunxia clapped his shoulder, then turned his gaze upon the mountain of chests filling the courtyard. Placing a finger upon one, he whispered inwardly. System, deposit it all. A flash of white light blazed, then vanished. Before Crocodile's astonished, bewildered eyes, the dozen chests dissolved into nothingness. A devil fruit. And a paramecia type at that. Ding! 20 billion berries successfully deposited. 20 billion. Even Chunxia, no stranger to staggering fortunes, felt a momentary jolt at the figure. Yet he quickly steadied himself. After all, he now commanded the entire underworld of the West Blue. 20 billion berries per month was in truth perfectly reasonable. Morning sunlight filtered through the window, bathing Chunxia's face in soft gold. He rose quietly, deftly gathering the scattered clothes from the floor, folding them with practiced ease, and placing them neatly beside the bed. Boa, you're already ravenous before turning 30. How will I endure you in the years ahead? Rubbing his aching lower back, Chunxia pushed open the door and stepped into the living room. The familiar figure in homely attire, usually bustling about preparing breakfast, was absent, but on the table sat their final shared meal. Wisps of white steam still curled upward. Robin must have just departed. After finishing breakfast, he waited for Boa, Hancock, and Crocodile to awaken. Then the three packed their belongings and set out toward the port city of rapeseed bloom. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, King Cobra spoke solemnly to the blue-haired maiden before him. Vivi, my daughter, I know your heart resists this path, but walking beside him shall forge your SD. The rebel issue remains unresolved. Do not worry, father. I have already devised a plan. After a long silence, resolve hardened in the blue-haired maiden's gaze. She patted the large yellow-feathered duck beside her and declared, Quick runner, let us go. Mounted upon the duck, Vivi departed the land where she had lived for 16 years. Hey, watch your hands. These goods are destined for the Godfather. Anyone who damages them will be thrown overboard to feed the sharks. Within the bustling harbor of rapeseed bloom, colossal vessels stood moored in perfect alignment along the wharf. Crewmen bustled across decks, unloading cargo in steady rhythm. Onshore, dozens of armed men in sharp suits stood guard. Ordinary crew members of the White Plunder Pirates' 1st Division, newly arrived in Alabasta the previous day. Unlike other pirate crews, the White Plunder Pirates were organized into 3 divisions, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, each composed of former subordinates loyal to their original captains. Only the 1st Division, led by Buggy, addressed their captain as the Godfather. At the dockside, a short, stout man with a grim expression and a cigar clenched between his teeth surveyed the terrain of rapeseed bloom with calculating eyes. After a prolonged silence, he rendered his verdict. If properly managed, this place could rival Cossport in the Grand Line. Wealth beyond measure flowing in daily. Pity we still don't know whether the boss has seized it yet. Recalling his arrival at Whiskey Peak, where hundreds lay motionless in orderly rows, Buggy's mind stirred with ambition. He believed that even if this land was not yet the boss's domain, it soon would be. After all, the man destined to become the underworld sovereign of the entire world would inevitably claim it. even this entire nation. As this thought settled, a quiet elation swelled within him. In mere months under Chenxia's command, he had risen from a petty gang lord in some forgotten corner to the de facto ruler of the West Blue's underworld. Though his authority was provisional, he stood second only to the boss, a pinnacle few mortals could ever aspire to reach, not in one lifetime, nor 10. Buggy, what are you staring at? A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lord. Slowly turning, Buggy beheld a striking young man clad in a flamboyant black and crimson suit striding toward him. Chenxia sighed inwardly at the altered attire. Last night Boa Hancock had secretly embroidered a tiny crimson blossom onto his lapel while he recovered his stamina, declaring it a reward for his recent, diligent cultivation. Are you prepared? This nation will henceforth fall under your and Crocodile's stewardship. Huh? What a... Buggy wondered if his ears had betrayed him. Govern a nation. Him. Don't hummy. I'm departing shortly. The king himself called moments ago. Alabastus underworld operations are now entrusted to you both. With that, Chenxia strode toward the king anchored offshore. Master, set sail. On deck, Boa Hancock waved frantically. Beside her, the blue-haired maiden leaned against the back of the yellow-feathered duck, her expression heavy with sorrow and quiet resignation. Not long before, Vivi had sought Chenxia out, laid bare her intentions, and recounted the full truth of her plea. At that moment, Chenxia had been utterly stunned, having treated King Cobra as little more than a passing stranger, only to discover the king regarded him as a son-in-law. Sending his daughter aboard Chenxia's ship for an entire year left no doubt as to his intent. The fifth emperor of the sea, protector of nations across the first half of the Grand Line, West Blue's new sovereign. The reckless Lord Chenxia defeats Shichibukai Crocodile, Alabastus guardian. Chenxia reclined in a rocking chair, scanning the newspaper. Morgans truly possesses a gift for journalism. I ought to recruit him someday. He picked up the nearby Den Den Mushy. Blue blurp. Its shell morphed into the visage of a scarred man puffing smoke. Hey, old sand. Soon a foolish boy wearing a straw hat shouting about becoming pirate king will arrive in Alabasta. Teach him a lesson, but spare his life. Click. After hanging up, Chenxia gazed at the endless string of zeros on his status panel. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to run another simulation. Though he now surpassed even the 4 emperors in power, his simulated self had still met a grim end. Proof that he was not yet strong enough. He needed greater strength. Minutes later, snap. Chenxia stared despairingly at the word simulation, ended, tears welling in his eyes. The drawn traits had been unremarkable, a single purple tier attribute, but combined with his innate golden tier unrivaled iron body cultivation, surely he shouldn't begin life devoid of advantage. Reality proved merciless. At age 10, he'd been captured by Big Mom to bear children, and once the child was born, she slaughtered him, the father, without hesitation. Barry, 11000000. Master, are you quite all right? Shall Boa give you a massage? Chenxia gave a slight nod. Delicate hands settled upon his shoulders. Hardly had he finished eating when Vivi, blushing shyly, vanished into the cabin with Quick Runner, unseen for hours thereafter. I refuse to accept this. I'll try again. Again, times 2. Again, times 3. Again, times 10. 10 days later. Damn it. Staring at the chaotic heap of junk now littering the deck, Chenxia slammed his fist onto the chair in fury. 10 simulations had drained 400 million berries, yielding nothing but worthless detritus not even a stray dog would claim. Master, this is so beautiful. May Boa have it? Chenxia watched Boa Hancock rummage through the pile like a scavenger, then drew a deep breath and waved dismissively. Rubbing his palms together, he whispered inwardly, one last time. Lord Lousy Jade Emperor Guanyin Bodhisattva Buddha Tathagata, grant me a golden tier trait. Perhaps his sincerity moved the very deities he invoked, for this time fortune finally turned. A rare auspicious draw shimmered into existence. System, I demand simulation. Simulation initiating. Trait generation in progress. Trait generation complete. Select one trait to serve as your character's innate talent for this inaugural life simulation. Cultivation prodigy Purple, you are a 1 in a million cultivation genius, always finding novel ways to play within the monotonous practice. Puppy White, you are a carefree, joyful little puppy. King of Kuin Purple, you are a Kuin-loving chicken who enjoys singing, dancing, and rap. If someone calls you a little darky, you will enter battle mode with your physique, dominance, swordsmanship, and all aspects increased tenfold. Life-burning player Gold, you are a unique existence among spenders. You burn your life, not money. For 1 year of life burn, you gain 10 days of super buffs, increasing cultivation speed, comprehension, etc. by 1,000. Not stackable. Brave Bull Blue, you are a brave little bull. Even if the 4 emperors stand before you, you would charge without hesitation. Idiot White, you were born an idiot. Though delirious, unable to distinguish between feces and chocolate, perhaps your brain will undergo some unknown transformation. After viewing the simula, let the simulation begin. Adhering to the principle of always choosing the best, Chenxia unsurprisingly selected the only golden trait. Simulation begins. You are born. You are born in a town in the East Sea. Your parents are a pair of musicians in the palace. On the day of your birth, you carefully review the reasons why you died so quickly in previous simulations. Finally, you reach a shocking truth. In previous simulations, you were too reckless, starting all sorts of crazy stunts before becoming invincible. This time you resolve to lie low until you become invincible before going to sea. First year, you live a normal life. Every morning you drink milk. Noon, you drink milk. Afternoon, you drink milk. Evening you can't drink milk because your parents have to go perform at the palace. Every night you are left alone in the house. 2 months later you can already walk on the ground. Your parents are overjoyed about your ability to walk. This time you decide to lie low from childhood. You act ill. You see the door open and your father walks out drenched in sweat. Your mother, far from being angry, smiles and hands him a towel, carefully wiping the sweat from his face. You are stunned. Even with your tiny brain overclocking, you can't figure out what's going on. After the birthday party ends that night, you see over a dozen women of different styles entering your father's room. Your mother stands calmly by the door, even handing out baby-proofing bags to those women in a queue. Her face is utterly expressionless, terrifyingly calm. You are so frightened that you can't sleep all night. After she finishes, your mother comes to your crib and sings you a lullaby. You can only pretend to close your eyes, trying to steady your breathing, hoping she doesn't notice. Fortunately, she thinks you are truly asleep and leaves after a while. You dare not open your eyes. After a long time, you slowly squint and carefully check your surroundings. Apart from the occasional gasps from the room, among them a middle-aged handsome man spots you at once and rushes towards you shouting. You have no resistance as he picks you up in his arms. It's not that you don't want to resist, but in these 2 years to adhere to the path of lying low you have never exercised. After all, what 2-year-old child does push-ups? As a result, your current physique is not high, just slightly stronger than peers, probably around 4 points. Is this Kiersey's child? Everyone surrounds you, speaking words you cannot understand at all. Soon someone carries all the corpses out and lays them neatly on the ground, their faces covered with white cloth. They kneel one by one beside your father, covering their eyes and weeping loudly. You are speechless because you, the biological son, did not even cry at your father's death, yet they act more like his sons than you. You wait expressionlessly for them to finish crying. They take you towards the inner city, constantly asking your name along the way. You are slightly shocked because only true royal nobles can enter the inner city. Those who live there are the top figures of this nation. You reside within a golden palace. Most people have departed, leaving only 2 figures beside you. One is the middle-aged man who rushed forward and embraced you moments earlier, the other an elderly man with snow-white hair, yet piercing, vibrant eyes. They recount your origins, and you are profoundly shaken. It transpires that your estranged father is the elder son of this venerable elder, and also the elder brother of the middle-aged man. The elder himself holds no ordinary station. He is the sovereign of this realm, indeed the king. Tears trace down the elder's cheeks as he speaks, perhaps regretting his own unbridled impulses. Long ago, shortly after I became crown prince, I was reckless and indulgent. During a visit to the pleasure district, I consorted with a woman and thought nothing more of it. I paid and left without a second thought, yet she bore my child. Tragically, my own father commanded me to sever all ties with her, or forfeit my claim to the throne forever. With no choice, I obeyed. That woman was later imprisoned in the royal dungeon by my father and subjected to daily torment. She perished years ago. Yesterday, I executed him myself, and from his dying lips, I finally learned of your father's whereabouts. Alas, I arrived too late. His tears flood the marble floor, yet your heart remains unmoved. Though he is your grandfather, you have never laid eyes upon him. Not once in your life. No bond exists between you. Comforted by the middle-aged man, the elder regains composure, leaves you a sum of coins, and summons several maidservants to attend you before departing. You are escorted to a smaller adjacent palace where the maids dress you, groom you, and prepare your meals. Thus begins your residence in the inner city. Each day you offer silent thanks to your 2 profoundly unconventional parents, for it is their tangled legacy that has elevated you to princehood and secured your royal stipend. Indeed, scarcely after the elder's departure, a royal guard delivered formal notice you are now officially designated heir to the throne. From him, you also learn that the current monarch is not the elder, but rather the middle-aged man, your uncle. 3rd year, you apply yourself modestly. This year for princely duty demands bow. After indulging in reverie, you return to reality. After prolonged contemplation, you resolve to test the mechanism with 1 year's lifespan. You enact the exchange. Your remaining lifespan decreases by 1 year. Current total 66 years. Via your internal simulator, you confirm your natural lifespan is 67 years. You find this deeply unsatisfying. Why must I live only 67 years? The instant your lifespan diminishes, it feels as though your conception and governor vessels have been forcibly unlocked. Your body surges with inexhaustible vigor. Ecstasy overwhelms you. You rise from bed and perform a single push-up. Its effect rivals 1,000 performed under ordinary conditions. Sensing the torrent of power flooding back through your meridians, your elation intensifies. Sleep abandoned, you launch into relentless training. Push-ups, squats, frog jumps. Every conceivable exercise executed without pause. By dawn you observe not only a 1,000-fold boost in efficacy, but also accelerated recovery, though not quite at the same magnitude, roughly 10-fold swifter than before. Within moments you are fully restored, energized, resolute, and immersed anew in exertion. All night long you train, without cessation. A sweat soaks the floor repeatedly. Through this tireless, sleepless endeavor your constitution rockets upward, 70 points in a single night, current value 80. A thunderous crack splits the air as you deliver a single punch, vacuum detonation echoing sharply. Even a junior commander of the Royal Army may not match me in combat. Indeed, the pay-to-win cultivator reigns supreme. In one night you surpass what others achieve in years, leaping from mundane mortal to peak human perfection. Knock, knock, knock. You recognize the meal delivery, but every second now is currency bought with life. You shout mid-repetition, leave it by the door, I'll eat later. The maidservant outside murmurs assent and departs swiftly. Training continues, unceasingly. This ceaseless ascent, this tangible visceral surge of power intoxicates you. Exhilarating. Utterly transcendentally exhilarating. Only upon the third meal delivery do you reluctantly pause. At the door you devour all 3 meals in rapid succession. After all cultivation demands replenishment, one cannot sustain perpetual output without input. You are no perpetual motion engine. Closing the door your enhanced physiology grants acute hearing. You even discern distant maidservants whispering about your extraordinary conduct. You dismiss their chatter without interest and plunge once more into fervent training. 10 days pass. For the first time you step beyond your threshold. Time to test the fruits of this arduous cultivation. Breathing fresh air after long seclusion, basking in the sun's warmth, you stride forward, covering over 10 meters in a single step. Minutes later you arrive at the rear mountain. Here stand colossal boulders of varied sizes, ideal benchmarks for gauging your prowess. Crack. A single punch shatters a towering azure stone, split cleanly in 2, crashing to earth. 10 days of relentless cultivation, amplified by supercharged enhancement, equates to nearly 10,000 days of ordinary progress. With 1,000-fold enlightenment barriers once requiring millennia of struggle yield merely to sustained effort. You have shattered 2 fundamental limits. Constitution 700, current value 780. Your strength is impressive. Pity time has run out. You sighed wistfully. The very second the 10-day period expired you felt utterly unmoored, as if a genius had been stripped of his mind, leaving behind only crushing dissonance. You struggled to accept it. Shall I spend another year of my lifespan? After all 66 remain, I'd hardly miss just one. A subtle tremor stirred within her resolve. Not that her will was weak, rather the sensation itself was intoxicating. Every heartbeat pulsed with ascending power unbounded by limits, euphoric as an unrelenting cascade of transcendence. After long deliberation you abandoned the thought. Life spendings were dangerously addictive, moderation was wise. You refused to stand invincible atop the world, only to discover your remaining years numbered in single digits. That would break you utterly. The next day you visited your uncle the king to renew kinship and quietly absorbed the art of governance. You acquired many practical insights on statecraft. What puzzled you was the absence of your grandfather, a man whose legendary exploits in youth whispered by maidservants now echoed vividly in your memory. His whereabouts required no speculation, he had surely returned to the Red District. In his youth he'd amassed over 100 entanglements there, now in late-life penitence he sought redemption, not through silence, but through quiet care for new souls. Thereafter you resumed your former rhythm, attending lessons by day, studying diligently, then retreating to your chamber to train in secret. Even with your current cons. 10 days later you stepped across the threshold for the first time, eyes bloodshot, hollowed by relentless exertion. Though you resembled a wraith who'd pulled 10 all-nighters, fragile enough for a breeze to topple, you knew the primordial force coiled inside you, if unleashed, could shatter worlds. In those 10 days your physical constitution surged by 600, reaching 1480. You shattered your third limit, regeneration, dermal resilience, and skeletal density, all leapt forward. Tests confirmed ordinary blades barely grazed your skin. Even with maximum human effort, they left only faint white marks. This held true against ordinary mortals. Peers of equal constitution armed could still pierce you. Yet you feared nothing, wounds healed fully within a day, fractures mended in 3 or 4. Time flies, 10 days vanished like smoke. Shall I spend another year to relive that ecstasy? Having tasted again the sublime clarity of a peerless prodigy, your restless heart flared into urgent motion. Done. You steeled yourself. 60-odd years remained in this world of pirates that was more than enough to live well. And you soared again. Another year of lifespan dissolved, remaining 63. You bolted the door, sealed every window, and stocked the room with provisions and water. This time you vowed to extract every second of those 24 hours. 10 days later you carefully controlled the terrifying energy surging through your limbs as you gently grasped the door latch. Click. The iron lock crumpled effortlessly beneath your fingers into shapeless slag. Strength outpaces control. Through 2 years of life spending, you descended yet again in 20 days, shattering your fourth limit, your constitution, now soaring to 2080. You kicked the door open. Sunlight blazed across your face. Warm, radiant, profoundly tender. You hadn't seen the sun in 20 days. You wandered the palace at leisure, exploring every corridor, courtyard, even the maids' quarters, where silent indignation flickered behind deferential bows restrained by your royal station. Year 5 unfolded, as before, daily instruction under royal tutors. Only. Charge. Overthrow tyranny. As generals roared their commands, war ignited. You ignored the clashing forces, leapt from the canopy, and scaled the small hill behind the city. From its peak, the entire settlement lay exposed below. That figure looks familiar. A tall silhouette draped in emerald cloth strode alone down the deserted street. Dragon. You gasp aloud. As you gaze into the abyss gazes back, yet the dragon lifts its head ever so slightly. Beneath the shadow, a pair of eyes regards you with utter stillness. Brat, this is no place for you. Hardly has the voice faded when a violent gale erupts. Grasses and trees atop the mountain snap under its force, and you are instantly enveloped in roaring winds. The biting gust forces your eyes shut. Where am I? When you open your eyes again, you stand upon an unfamiliar beach. Moments ago, you were on the mountaintop. Now you've been flung to the shore. You surmise this must be the dragon's devil fruit ability. Choosing a direction at random, you sprint headlong into the wind, hoping sheer luck will guide you true. Fortune favors you. Within half a day, you reach a small town and purchase a map. Resuming your journey, you follow its markings faithfully. 3 days later, you arrive at the capital. Palace guards stare at you in astonishment, bid you wait at the gate, and rush off to inform the king. Soon you meet your uncle. The old man appears, haggard, streaks of white now threading his hair, as though crushed beneath some terrible weight. Yet he does not reproach you. Instead, he asks only whether you've eaten well these past days, slept soundly. After answering each question, you take your leave and retreat to your own palace chamber. Bang. You lock the doors and windows, then sit upon the bed deep in thought. If the dragon can transport you across vast distances with but a glance, he could just as easily slay you with it. And he was seen among the rebels. A grim suspicion takes root. The rebellion is not merely aided by the dragon, it is led by him. After all, he once commanded the revolutionary army, having toppled regimes and ignited mass uprisings before. 2 days later, dire news spreads through the capital. You hear it too. The royal army has been routed. Rebel forces swell unchecked, and within days they shall march upon the capital itself. You understand instantly. The dragon has intervened. Otherwise, how could ill-equipped, inexperienced rebels possibly defeat the formidable royal army? A cold wave of dread washes over you. Dragon. I'd barely settled into 2 years of peace, and now you appear. Should the dragon reach the capital, your status as crown prince guarantees neither mercy nor swift death. Rather, you'd be imprisoned for life, a living symbol to pacify the populace. That cannot happen. But time is vanishing. Even if you sacrificed everything now, it would already be too late. You hoist your pack, cast one final glance at the opulent palace behind you, and walk away without looking back. This time, discretion is the better part of valor. To fight a hopeless battle out of blind passion is folly. You may possess fervor, but you are no fool. Facing the dragon now means instant annihilation. Uncle, grandfather, wait for me. When I return, I'll avenge you all. Rest assured that day won't be decades away. You arrive at a coastal fishing village, untie a small boat moored at the dock, and leap onto its deck. Perhaps the fishermen have gone ashore to sell their catch. No one remains aboard. Whoosh, you hoist the sail. The wind today is strong and fair. Soon the vessel glides FO. Hey, my boat. Don't run off. How am I supposed to live without it? From the dock, several sailors in striped uniforms sprint toward you, shouting frantically. Next time I return, I'll give you a brand new vessel. This one's borrowed, and I'll treat her with utmost care. You tug the sail taut, accelerating the craft further. Within moments, the fishermen vanish from sight. Thus begins your first sea voyage, hasty yet decisive. Though a humble fishing skiff under your masterful navigation, it outpaces even seasoned merchant vessels in speed and stability. Those 2 years in the palace were spent mastering maritime arts, and now they prove indispensable. Moreover, you discover aboard a remarkably detailed nautical chart. It reveals your current position, an unnamed stretch of the North Blue. Your fingertip traces the parchment, halting at a marked location, Germa Kingdom. That is your next destination. Longevity, you reason, is the key to limitless growth, and only 3 paths promise extended life. First, the fabled pure gold said to grant immortality when. He wrinkles his nose at your tattered garments, and the unmistakable scent of brine clinging to your skin, then charges forward, brandishing an electric shocker. You're cautious, but never cowardly. When someone draws blood, standing still is no virtue. If reason fails you, perhaps I'll teach you a lesson in fist law. You unleash twin fists, devoid of technique, yet radiating terrifying strength. With a constitution stat exceeding 200, your raw power dwarfs even his bloodline-enhanced physique. In mere moments he lies sprawled, utterly subdued. His 3 sons recoil in terror, already retreating, clearly plotting to abandon their father. A veteran of evasion, you read their intent. Instantly, one kick apiece sends them crashing into unconsciousness. Then with effortless efficiency you dispatch every clone soldier rushing to intervene. Thud. You plant your boot upon Judge's skull, grinding down with merciless pressure. Listen well, I'm asking for your help because you're worthy of the honor. Others beg for such an opportunity, and yet you spurn it. I'll count to 10. Refuse again, and you'll learn exactly what follows. 1. 10. You are a seasoned master of deception, offering no openings whatsoever. You leap straight from 1 to 10, leaving him utterly stunned, speechless for a long while. You count carefully once more, and this time he agrees. You settle in the Germa kingdom, residing in a grand castle. The residence is provided free of charge by the philanthropist Vinsmoke Judge. In exchange you supply him with blood samples, enabling his research into a method for extending lifespan. Once you entrust this endeavor to him, you begin rigorous self-training alone within the castle. A month later, gazing upon your physique, having labored diligently for 30 days, yet gained merely 5 points, you erupt in fury. After all, 10 days of life-sacrificing cultivation would have yielded hundreds of points, yet now an entire month, without such sacrifice, yields only 5. Enraged you rage anew, then pause. What nonsense! You dare not resort to life-sacrifice again this lifetime. Yes, it accelerates progress, but at invincibility, how profoundly lonely it is. Humming lightly you enter Vinsmoke Judge's private laboratory, where dense arrays of bizarre intricate instruments fill every corner. You touch left and right, gaze east and west, like a rustic visitor dazzled by modern marvels. After exploring every novelty you approach Vinsmoke Judge himself, who stands immersed behind a respirator mask, wholly absorbed in his work. You remain silent, fearing even a whisper might jeopardize his experiment, so you stand quietly beside him, observing his meticulous procedures. Huff, huff. Soon a steady rhythmic snoring rises from behind him. An exasperated Vinsmoke Judge removes his mask and fixes you with a piercing, incredulous stare. Bang. Sensing his simmering resentment, the snore bubble bursts, and you open your eyes to meet his glare. Well, is the research complete? He says nothing, only wordlessly hands you a small vial. Just developed. 1 dose extends lifespan by 1 year, but imposes severe physiological strain. Only true cultivators of exceptional strength may endure it. His silence speaks volumes. You clearly do not qualify. You bristle, but suppress it instantly. Snatching the vial, you wrench off its stopper, and with lightning speed pour its contents down his throat. His triumphant smirk freezes mid-expression. He stares dumbfounded. Crack. The vial shatters between his teeth. His eyes blaze with murderous intent. Unfazed, you casually shrug. My apologies, my hand slipped. Minutes pass. Observing no adverse reaction, no toxicity, no side effects. You seize the remaining vials, each containing identical pink liquid, and drain one in a single gulp. The elixir tastes cool and faintly soothing, yet nothing more. Recalling its viscous texture and metallic tang, your expression sours. Could this possibly be made from that substance? After all, that substance does extend lifespan by billions of microscopic lives. Before long, your anxiety eases. Mysterious elixir consumed. Lifespan 2. Current lifespan 62. Lifespan increased. Strange yet undeniably effective. Excellent work. You've truly excelled. Continue mass-producing this elixir immediately. You declare this with feverish intensity. To others, extended lifespan means merely living longer, but to you it means having life to sacrifice. You rush back to your castle and commence life sacrifice, this time wagering 2 full years at once. That long-forgotten sensation surges through you once more. You feel like a prodigy. No, a god, omnipotent, limitless. Ecstasy overwhelms you. 20 days later, you stride forth from the castle, each step shaking the earth, cracking stone pavements, sinking the very ground beneath you. At the peak of immortality, I defy the mortal world. Wherever Chinxia stands, heaven itself endures. Invincibility. How profoundly lonely it is. How profoundly lonely. You sense life has reached its zenith, vital force surging through every fiber. Even Kaido, hailed as the world's strongest creature, is but a stray dog at your feet. This absolute confidence stems entirely from those 20 days of life sacrifice. Under the dual blessings of thousand-fold cultivation, acceleration, and transcendent insight, your progress defies limits. Each day you grow stronger. You shatter your 4th and 5th physical thresholds. Physique 1800. Current physique 4000. Leveraging divine comprehension, you independently master the Navy's 6 powers and refine them to advanced mastery within those 20 days, surpassing many rear admirals in fluency. Your regenerative capacity and dermal resilience soar. Even Vinsmoke Judge's high-voltage shock pistol fails to pierce your skin. And this, all from sacrificing merely 2 years of life. What if 3, 4, 10, a century? You dare not imagine it. Surely then you'd become the true sovereign of the Pirate King's realm, effortlessly annihilating legions of elites. A single fingertip could obliterate an Emperor-tier warrior. Then Nami Boa Hancock Imu Tashiji, they'll all kneel before me. Ha ha ha. Wait, no reckless indulgence. That would bring real-world complications. You recall that any woman who forms a bond with you inside the simulation inherits its memories. You certainly don't wish your real-world self besieged daily by legions of amorous beauties. Such overwhelming attention would prove fatal. Instead, you resolve to seek out those women who already inherited memories, fulfilling your needs without burdening your true self. A perfect solution. You dash urgently to the laboratory. Surely Vinsmoke, Judge, has synthesized more elixirs in these 20 days, enabling even bolder life sacrifice. Vinsmoke, Judge, status report. Your phantom-like form materializes behind him, startling him violently. Surveillance footage confirms you were at the doorway one instant, then standing beside him the next. It's utterly awe-inspiring. In truth, it's merely Rokushiki's shave, but your parents' extraordinary physiology renders it indistinguishable from teleportation in his eyes. Ultimately, it's his own weakness a Yonko armed with supreme Kinbunchika haki could still trace your motion. 3 vials completed. What a... Only 3. Your face darkens, murderous intent flickers unmistakably in your gaze. Previously, he produced 2 vials in mere days. Yet after 20 days, only 3. You suspect deliberate deception. One of the reagents required for potion synthesis is currently unavailable. I must wait for the shipment before resuming production. How long will that take? Approximately half a month, or perhaps a full month. Your eyes flicker, subtly scrutinizing his words for truth. Yet even if they are genuine, you cannot afford to wait so long. What reagent? Is there any alternative way to obtain it? Vinsmoke, Judge, falls silent for a moment, then produces a small, deep blue stone. Sea Prism Stone, a rare mineral found exclusively in Wano country. Securing even a trace of it in the North Blue is already extraordinarily difficult. At the sight of the Sea Prism Stone, your heart surges with elation. So it's just Sea Prism Stone. You'd assumed it was some esoteric high-grade material, but a single voyage to Wano country would yield more than enough. You burst into laughter. Just Sea Prism Stone. Give me a month. I'll deliver as much as you need. I'll procure it immediately, but heed this warning, keep your scheming in check. In the meantime, retrofit my ship for comfort and ease of navigation. Understood. Seeing him nod, you stride out of the laboratory laughing aloud. At sea, you seize a passing pirate crew by force, compelling them to serve you without pay, hauling your vessel toward Wano country. Respected Lord, we lack a log pose. We simply cannot navigate without one. Perhaps you'd accept these few berries instead. Boom. Their former captain's skull explodes under your fist, a grotesque, instantaneous rupture. The crew falls deathly silent, trembling in awe and terror before you. I'll resolve the log pose issue myself. You merely obey orders. They nod frantically, bowing so deeply their foreheads nearly strike the deck. The ship settles into calm, and efficiency surges markedly. You're thoroughly satisfied that Captain's death, it seems, held considerable value. 15 days pass. You have successfully entered the Grand Line. During a casual glance into a mirror, you pause, startled. The reflection staring back bears no resemblance to an 8-year-old child. Instead, it resembles a girl of 15 or 16. Counting all the years you've spent across lifetimes, you've expended 6 years of lifespan through cultivation. Adding those 6 to your original age yields precisely that range. You remain uncertain whether this premature maturity stems from lifespan expenditure or from the unparalleled mastery of body refinement. Recalling prior simulations, you were similarly precocious. Even then, however, you possessed only body refinement with no lifespan expenditure. The case is closed. Your outward maturity is solely the doing of body refinement. Maturity begets maturity. After all, your mental age exceeds 20, far surpassing your chronological years. You sail onward to Sabaody Archipelago. By now you've lost count of how many pirate crews you've dismantled along the way. Such as this world, fools perpetually emerge blind to their own insignificance, eager to court oblivion. Across Sabaody, you scour every shop and auction house for a permanent log pose pointing to Wano country, only to learn Wano has remained sealed off for decades. No such artifact appears anywhere. Lord, might you wish to unwind in the red light district? The women there are exquisitely fresh, diverse in type, and we'd gladly cover the cost. Your accompanying pirates, fearing your wrath, should your mood sour, zealously peddle distractions. Unable to resist their fervent insistence, you reluctantly acquiesce, though you strictly uphold your vow no physical intimacy. Instead, you devise an alternate method of release. Emerging from the district, yo? Ah, I see. No wonder they sire beauties like Shirahoshi. After less than a day among Fishman Island's gentle shores, you bid farewell to its allure and press onward toward Wano country, your ultimate destination. Half a month later, you stand before the colossal waterfall guarding Wano's entrance. How to ascend remains unclear. Surely you won't dive into the depths to drag up a sea king and haul the ship upward. A flash of inspiration strikes. You leap into the sea without hesitation. Moments later, a sea king, hundreds of meters long, bearing the head of a bull and the body of a fish, meekly submits, allowing itself to be harnessed and guided toward the cascade. Standing on deck, you shake seawater from your frame, then catch sight of a subordinate's blade, its surface unervingly black. Oh wait, I don't even possess the most fundamental form of hockey, the base hockey, of the New World's 8th layer. Heading to Wano is suicide. Another epiphany sparks with the 1,000-fold boost to comprehension granted by lifespan expenditure. Perhaps hockey mastery could be achieved in 10 days. Without delay, you seek instruction from the crew's foremost hockey adept, who stares dumbfounded upon learning you wield none. Yet upon glancing at the Sea King obediently towing the ship, his ambitions of usurpation evaporate instantly. Within 10 minutes of tutelage, it's done. So this is what genius feels like. Exhilarating. You gasp as your arm darkens rapidly. Astonished, not only yourself but your instructor and the entire crew stand frozen in disbelief. They endured grueling trials, relentless hardship, yet you mastered what took them lifetimes in under 10 minutes. Is this even human? Is there any justice left in this world? Is there any justice left in this world? Minutes later, you fully grasp Kenbunchika hockey. By the following day, after over a dozen attempts, you finally crest the waterfall. That same day, both forms of your hockey advance to the intermediate tier, now rivaling your crewmates' proficiency. When you request further guidance, they confess there is nothing more to teach. You begin exploring independently. Without precedent or mentorship, progress slows considerably. Yet by the 4th day, both hockey reach the advanced tier, matching the prowess of Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. For days ago, you were a nameless grunt ignorant of even base hockey. Today, you stand capable of matching admirals in strength. Factor in your physical constitution, and you likely rival a Yonko's top lieutenant, perhaps marginally stronger than the future 3 disasters. 2 days later, the ship anchors. You step onto the soil of Flower Capital, gazing upon pirates clad in unfamiliar garb, whose heads taper sharply to points. Kakik. Brat. We are T. Ha. Scuttle away with your tail between your legs. Today I'm feeling generous. I'll spare your wretched life. Ha. Scuttle away with your tail between your legs. Today I'm feeling generous. I'll spare your wretched life. A faint shadow darkened your expression as your arm gradually turned pitch black. Your pirate subordinates instinctively recoiled, retreating dozens of meters away. After all, when you struck, death was no jest. None wished to be splattered with blood. Oh, look at that. Scold him once, and he loses his temper. Men like him deserve exactly what's coming. In his widening eyes of terror, a jet-black hand pierced straight through his chest, fingers clenching tightly around his heart. Boom. Shreds of flesh exploded skyward, splattering across the face of his comrade beside him. Oh. With another decisive strike, you ended him without hesitation. You flicked your hand backward. Your pirates instantly grasped your intent and surged forward, blades and spears gleaming toward the remaining crew. No survivors. That was the unspoken meaning behind your 2 gestures. Clashing steel and agonized cries merged into one cacophony while you casually strolled down the street, idly scratching your ear. The civilian crowd had long since vanished. Only the 2 pirate factions remained. You surmised these were mere foot soldiers of the Beast's pirates. Mere chance acquaintances, nothing more. As for the true quarry, Kaido, you judged the moment premature. Not yet. At least not until you'd lived out the remaining 6 days. This 1,000-fold amplification, bought with sheer life force, was far too precious to squander. Before long, only your own crew remained on the battlefield. Though victorious, every man bore wounds, some grievous. 2 unfortunate souls had suffered deep gashes across their throats, followed by savage bites. You examined the severed necks and shook your head. They won't make it. Someone, find a blessed burial ground and lay these brothers to rest. This act earned you unwavering loyalty from your men. Such was the art of human connection. You understood weakness like scripture. 3 days later, you awoke inside a traditional Japanese-style house, gazing upward at the colossal blue and black silhouette coiling through the clouds. What must come will come. Pity, only 3 days remain. It seems they'll have to be wasted after all. Kaido. You ascended swiftly on moonlight steps, arms wreathed in dense, swirling armament hockey. These past days you'd compressed 1,000 days into one. 3,000 days worth of relentless training. You now mastered both external projection and internal destruction of armament hockey. Your armament hockey had reached its zenith. Dragon breath. His maw yawned wide. Scorching breath flooded the air, thick with the acrid stench of singed hair. You glanced sideways. Your own locks were already ablaze. Swiftly you coated the remaining strands in armament hockey, halting the flames just in time. Your prized tresses preserved. Kaido, you dared scorch my hair. That alone warrants your death. Your iron fist slammed squarely into his dragon skull. Crack. Scales shattered inward, blood welling from the fissure. Boom. Crash. His kilometer-long serpentine body plummeted from the heavens. You kicked downward, seizing the moment, channeling immense gravitational potential energy into the blow. Confident beyond doubt, this strike wasn't merely overwhelming in brute force. It carried perfected armament haki, both externally projected and internally destructive. Even Kaido, still far from his apex, couldn't withstand it, let alone Charlotte Linlin herself, who'd surely suffer grievous internal trauma beneath such impact. Spurt. True to expectation, agony contorted his draconic visage. He vomited a torrent of crimson, eyes bulging wildly. As he reverted from dragon to human form, you offered a faint knowing smile. Lord Kaido, I seek only a modest quantity of sea stone. Surely a man of your generosity won't refuse. His expression soured. He'd assumed you were a trivial pirate, easily crushed. Instead, you surpassed him. After prolonged silence, he gave a slight nod. At the sight, you burst into hearty laughter. That's the spirit. Truly worthy of the title Master Kaido. So generous, you bestow not only Busashoka haki mastery, but even sea stone itself. Half a month later, aboard a transport vessel brimming with sea stone, you stood at the prow, arms spread wide against the sea wind. Now the components are complete. Once the elixir is refined, I'll burn through life itself, relentlessly without pause. You sailed back toward the North Blue, unimpeded. No reckless pirates or rival factions dared challenge you along the way. After all, the Navy had issued your bounty the very next day, the violent man 10 billion berry. You deemed the figure laughably low, and besides, you never intended to be a pirate. You resolved to visit Marine headquarters someday and have the bounty rescinded. A month later, your ship anchored safely in the North Blue. Rather than taking the conventional route, you'd cut straight through the calm belt, a path swarming with sea kings, fatal for most pirates. To you, however, it was merely an occasional nuisance, requiring periodic dispatch of sea kings and a modest expenditure of coin. Yet each battle honed your instincts, your combat experience soared to an advanced level. Half a month later, you arrived at the Germa Kingdom. Reflecting on your swift journey, you resolved to acquire a devil fruit dedicated to mobility, granting you freedom to traverse. 3 days later, the first batch of elixirs arrived at your chamber. You stared at the dozen vials arrayed upon the desk, then seized them, gulping each down in frenzied succession. Your lifespan increased by 3. Current lifespan 61. You frowned. Why had this batch yielded such meager results? Logically, 1 vial should grant a full year, 12 ought to deliver over a decade. Yet only 3 years manifested. Fury ignited within you. You suspected Vinsmoke Judge's treachery. Only he possessed both motive and capability. Confronting him directly, you listened. Slowly your rage ebbed as he explained patiently and vividly. You understood originally only the first dose conferred longevity, the rest were inert. After all, extending life could never be so simple. Yet your constitution proved exceptional. The second and third doses did work, but efficacy diminished exponentially. You instructed him to refine the formula, while continuing current production. For though effects waned, after sacrificing 3 years of lifespan, you awakened the Conqueror's haki one morning, albeit at its most rudimentary stage, incapable even of voluntary release. Yet your heart surged with exhilaration. 1 month later, you had expended 4 additional years of life. Your remaining natural lifespan stood at 60 years. The elixir's efficacy waned steadily. You now required dozens of vials to extend your life by a single year. Its taste was abysmal, and on many occasions you nearly abandoned it altogether, but the relentless pursuit of strength compelled you to swallow each dose without hesitation. Meanwhile, your Conqueror's haki had ascended to an advanced tier. Precise targeted emission now rendered weaker pirates unconscious on contact, and even Vegapunk felt immense pressure beneath its weight. You were thoroughly satisfied. Your dual haki reached its absolute zenith. Enveloping entire islands became effortless. Moreover, your observation haki evolved to perceive the immediate future. Every event within the next 3 seconds lay utterly transparent before your senses. You pressed Vegapunk daily to refine the elixir, not merely for potency, but for palatability. Its nauseating flavor had long grown unbearable. Then, as fate would have it, just 2 months after concluding your life-sacrificing cultivation, Vegapunk delivered dire intelligence to your longtime subordinates. Those who had followed you for over a year had betrayed the secret of the longevity elixir. Rage and sorrow warred within you. You had believed their loyalty unshakable, forged through relentless psychological manipulation. Yet you had gravely underestimated the abyss of human treachery. You devoted precisely 1 minute, a precious interval, to eliminate them all, then cast their bodies into the sea. At the moment of execution, they remained blissfully unaware of their fate, addressing you warmly as boss and captain. Your heart, long since hardened into unyielding stone, stirred not a fraction. Your expression remained impassive as you severed each life in turn. Still honoring past camaraderie, you granted them swift, painless deaths. No torment, no prolonged suffering. You knew full well the consequences of the elixir's exposure, and so did Vegapunk. There existed but one inevitable outcome: erasure from the world map by the world government. For countless souls craved immortality. Even its own agents were not immune. Indeed, none could resist such temptation. Vegapunk urged you to flee, insisting speed might yet carry you beyond their reach before they struck. You refused. You understood that evasion offered only fleeting respite. Sooner or later discovery was inevitable. Before you stood a golden-haired young widow weeping uncontrollably, flanked by several bewildered wide-eyed children. Your resolute words calmed their terror, anchoring them as though you were the bedrock upon which their fragile world rested. Having secured this emotional rear line, you sat alone at the edge of your snail-powered warship, gazing silently upon the tranquil sea. Time should be drawing near. A full day passed. Your backside grew numb from stillness, yet the horizon remained eerily placid. Doubt crept in. Perhaps the world government held no interest, or had not yet learned of the revelation. Then half a day later, a vast dark silhouette emerged on the distant horizon, dispelling all uncertainty. They had arrived. Before the warships drew near, a barrage of incendiary cannonballs screamed across the sky. With a subtle flex of your fingers, 100-meter-tall colossus materialized behind you. Jet black, its surface seemingly fluid and molten. Boom! In a single devastating punch, the Titan obliterated every projectile midair. This technique, born from your thousand-fold enhanced perception, was named Armed Gundam. Though crude in form, its power was undeniable, its entire frame composed of supremely refined armament Haki, inherently suppressing devil fruit users. Fusion. You leapt lightly into the air, and the Gundam absorbed you seamlessly. Piloting the colossal construct, you launched a direct assault upon the fleet. This time the world government spared no expense. The buster call deployed surpassed all prior iterations in scale. Admirals and rear admirals converged en masse, led by the three admirals themselves, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, accompanied by 10,000 elite marines. A grim whistle escaped your lips. Even Whitebeard at his absolute peak would have fallen here, outnumbered 3-1, with a host of opportunistic interlopers lurking nearby to tip the scales further. Your odds were bleak, yet one ultimate advantage remained, and used lifespan sacrifice. Lifespan sacrifice. Your cultivation speed and perceptual acuity surged 1,000-fold. Though accelerated cultivation bore little relevance to battle, this exponential leap in perception proved decisive, perhaps enough to reverse certain defeat. You engaged the three admirals head-on. One strike from you met three in return, one kick answered three kicks. Combat unfolded with fierce, unrelenting intensity. After 24 hours, only the four of you remained standing among the higher echelons. Surviving marines dared only watch from afar, too terrified to intervene. Earlier, Akainu's covert magma strike had melted away your arm, but regeneration had already restored it completely. A devil fruit user. The three admirals stared stunned at your newly regrown limb, their composure visibly shaken. You smirked with disdain and charged. The Gundam form had been discarded hours earlier. Even your prodigious Haki reserves could sustain it for only so long. Yet with extraordinary regenerative capacity and thousand-fold enhanced perception, your combat experience surged in real time, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Unfathomable battlefield intuition and peerless technique allowed you to navigate their combined onslaught with effortless grace. Their assaults grew increasingly frantic. You recognized their desperation. 3 days elapsed. Your stamina remained unbroken. You could fight another 10 nights and 10 days sustained by a constitution exceeding 4,000 points and preternatural recovery. Your endurance was absolute. By contrast, the three admirals faltered, each blow weakening, their vigor waning. I shall appear, now, in Gundam form. You uttered the line with theatrical flair, and the gasping admirals paused momentarily stunned. Seizing that instant, you activated the Gundam form anew. The 100-meter colossus enveloped you, but this iteration differed markedly. Its body shimmered, with violet radiance, armored plates layered thickly across its surface, elevating defense to unprecedented levels. Clutched in its fist loomed a 70 to 80-meter-long blade, forged entirely from supreme armament Haki, a true bane to devil fruit powers. Under the lifespan sacrifice buff, these 10 days of relentless combat had elevated your armament Haki to legendary status, the divine tier. Its sheer volume now reached staggering proportions. Even in Gundam form, you could maintain it for months. Come forth, the final battle. Bang! Magma beams of light and ice flew toward you across the sea. The combined strike of the three even created a 100-meter deep vacuum hole in the ocean for a brief moment. You dared not take it lightly. Focusing all your attention on defense, for to capsize in a gutter due to underestimating an enemy would be an utter loss. A black shield instantly took shape, firmly gripped by the giant. Boom. Bang. The seawater exploded, revealing the seabed beneath. The scene was like a nuclear bomb detonating, and the intense shockwave sent the watching marines flying into the distance. A massive hole burst open in your chest, but it healed rapidly, while the three admirals had vanished without a trace. You piloted the giant mecha and found the three admirals severely injured and unconscious in a 1,000-meter crevice that split open in the seabed. They were missing limbs, their injuries far inferior to yours. At the very least, they would be crippled for a long time. You won, but you wouldn't let them become cripples. How could you possibly fail to secure the kill? Schwa. A 70-meter blade descended, and the Navy's supreme combat power, the three admirals, met their end. After dispatching the three admirals, you tidied up the aftermath. A few steps, a few breaths, and the remaining thousands of Marines joined their commanders. You were so kind. You even knew how to reunite them. A day later, the news of the three admirals' fall and the Buster Call being annihilated by your hand reached the world government and Marine headquarters, shaking the world. Morgans directly declared you the second pirate king, printing countless newspapers and distributing them across the globe. This time you truly became renowned far and wide. Countless pirates abandoned their so-called dream of becoming pirate king for you were far more formidable than the actual pirate king. With you around, they could never achieve that dream, so they could only return home to their wives and children. On the other hand, you had made a tremendous contribution to maintaining peace on the seas, a fact even the Navy had to acknowledge. Your bounty consequently rose to 456 berries, but you were far from satisfied. How dare those Navy fools still put a bounty on you? You had no desire to be a pirate. You didn't consider yourself one, since you had never robbed anyone since setting sail. Even, you made up your mind to storm Marineford and force them to revoke your bounty poster. But before that, you decided to enhance your strength. The three admirals had already posed a threat to you, and there were at least a dozen admiral-level powerhouses on this sea. If they joined forces to gang up on you, you might not be able to withstand it, and could even lose. That was absolutely intolerable. After drinking hundreds of potions, your lifespan increased by 1, making up for the life you had expended in battle. You continued to sacrifice lifespan, this time paying 2 years to first strengthen your physique, since physical constitution determined combat endurance. 20 days later, a majestic 200-meter giant mecha stood in the deep sea. Its every step stirred up towering waves, and even several sea kings were crushed into pulp under its feet. Boom. Should be invincible now, right? You muttered to yourself, gazing at the armor that had turned a radiant purple. Over the past 20 days, you had never rested for a second, training your physique relentlessly. You successfully broke through the 5th limit, gaining 1,000 physique, bringing your current physique to 5,000. Despite having 1,000-fold training speed, it still took you 20 days to break through this limit. Imagine, without sacrificing lifespan, breaking through the 5th body limit would have taken at least a decade. You felt that the combination of life sacrifice player and unrivaled flesh forging was simply invincible, like 11,100. Dismissing the giant mecha form, you stood in the air on Moon's Step, deciding to sacrifice another year of lifespan to train the 6 styles of the Navy. After all, life return was quite useful. Combined with your monstrous recovery, it could grant you a touch of immortality. Current lifespan, 51. 10 days later, with the 1,000-fold training speed buff, you unquestionable. He hung up the den mushy and stormed out. Interesting. Have those 5 old men gone mad living in Mary Geos? You looked at Marineford, where only Sengoku and Garp were worth mentioning, and changed your mind. Bullying 2 old men was no fun. You decided to go to Mary Geos and have a proper chat with the 5 elders. Swoosh. You vanished instantly, unnoticed by everyone below, who had no idea they had just narrowly escaped a great crisis. Marineford and Mary Geos were not far apart. In less than an hour, you arrived beneath Mary Geos. Looking up at the red line piercing the clouds, you sneered. If even the red-skinned fishmen couldn't stop me, what chance do they have? But you didn't want to climb up slowly like the red-skinned fishmen. That would be beneath your dignity, utterly unworthy of your 4 berries value. You stepped on your left foot, with your right foot spiraling upward at a breathtaking speed. In just a few minutes, you covered the 10,000-meter distance. Arriving at the edge of the red line, you glanced at the place where you had once soared like a crescent moon, savored the memory for a moment, then flew toward distant Mary Geos. Unfortunately, it was daytime, so he could not unleash the moon crescent ascension. Gazing at the decadent celestial dragons below and the slaves trapped like dogs in their cages, he struck, without hesitation, his moves lethal. Gundam. Bang. The red Earth continent trembled as a 200-meter-tall, majestic purple Gundam materialized in Mary Geos. Is this a god? Everyone present stared at you with varied expressions. A toy. A big toy. I want to play with it. You lowlife, snatch it from me now. You glanced at the celestial dragon, shrieking like an imbecile, and with a mix of annoyance and mercy, you kicked him straight into his next life. Hopefully he would be reincarnated as a celestial dragon who never crossed your path. A celestial. Dead. The CP0 agents widened their eyes at the pulpy mess on the ground. No, it was already a meat patty. Their worldview was mercilessly shattered, first the bizarre Gundam appearing out of nowhere, then their master being crushed into a pancake with one stomp. Such an absurd event had not occurred in who knew how many years. Yet snapping out of their stupor, they charged at you with reckless abandon. Incorrigible. You casually waved your arm. Thud, thud, thud. Lurid red blossoms bloomed in the air as you piloted the Gundam, wreaking havoc across Mary Geos. Until at a certain moment you noticed several figures in ornate armor at your feet, the gods' knights. Old acquaintances. Their strength rivaled the 4 emperors, some even surpassing them. Yet before you they were merely a matter of a few extra minutes. By the gods' decree, we shall annihilate you. The gods' knights charged their devil fruit abilities, dazzling your eyes, flames black, clouds chillance, and the like. Slap. Bang. All that flashy nonsense is useless. Without wasting words, you first sacrificed a year of lifespan to enter an enhanced superstate. Empowered by 1,000-fold insight, the gods' knights before you seemed riddled with openings mere ants. You raised your greatsword and brought it down. In my future you have no chance of victory. Bang. Crack. With a single sword stroke, the shadow of death instantly enveloped every member of the gods' knights. No matter how they dodged your greatsword, as if endowed with sight locked onto them with precision, they died. In your hands they were gone in one move. Their vaunted devil fruit abilities never even activated before they perished. Again, after slaying the gods' knights, your observation hockey screamed a frantic warning. You drove the Gundam with all your might toward the distance. Bang. The red Earth continent shuddered even more violently, with several 100-meter-deep cracks splitting its surface. A crimson beam thousands of meters in diameter descended, the very culprit that had killed you in the last simulation. Even though you had foreseen the future and dodged desperately, the beam still grazed you. One arm was instantly vaporized, the armament hockey coating it vanished without a trace. You deactivated the Gundam, clutching your bleeding left arm, and fled, without looking back, toward the edge of the red Earth continent. In the future you saw countless crimson beams rain down, reducing all of Mary Geos to ash in an instant. You had no desire to die like that. You were only 13 with plenty of time to grow stronger. Boom. Just as you had foreseen, countless crimson beams descended from the sky. Their seer. Was that him's doing? One of the 3 ancient weapons. Having witnessed the crimson beam, twice doubt arose in your heart. The world government's 800-year legacy was deeper than you imagined, but you would not forget today's grudge. You decided to grow stronger for a while before returning to Mary Geos to have a chat with the 5 elders and help him relieve her boredom. As for how to relieve her boredom, naturally with your greatsword. 2 days later you returned to the Germa Kingdom. Your solo assault on Mary Geos had long been turned into an exclusive headline by Morgans and sold like hotcakes. Vinsmoke, Judge, naturally knew about it. He had secretly returned not long ago. You saw him but said nothing. Swish. You indeed said nothing. You simply reached out and crushed his head in 0 seconds. With him dead, no one would brew your potions, but you were not worried. After comforting Vinsmoke, Judge's wife, and children, you hurried to the new world. You planned to find a new scientist to research new potions for you. The only P. Sir, you must have mistaken us. We are not Vegapunk, nor do we know him. You looked at the sultry woman in a Chong Sam who had spoken and instantly appeared beside her. I wonder if clones can get pregnant. Should I test that out for you? Your large hand gripped her fair neck as you slowly began to unbutton her Chong Sam. Hey, what are you doing? The others behind tried to stop you, but you kicked them all to the ground. The Chong Sam slid down, revealing her enticing shoulders. Your gaze fixed on her pretty face. Stop. I'll talk. The woman in the Chong Sam could not take it anymore and spoke anxiously. Had she delayed even a second longer, you would have sacrificed yourself for science today to see if clones could really get pregnant. She dressed and led you to Vegapunk's secret laboratory. Gazing at the high-tech lab, your observation hockey swept through, instantly forming a clear, 3-dimensional map in your mind. Without needing her guidance, you found Vegapunk's hiding place yourself. Looking at the strange man with a head larger than his body, you gently placed your hand on his forehead. Hey Vegapunk, long time no see. Were you looking for me? Oh, gasp. He was startled, then composed himself and spoke respectfully. Honorable Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Ha. Enough with the world government theatrics. Circles and detours won't serve us. I'll speak plainly. You toss a vial onto the laboratory table. Here, can you modify this? Dr. Vegapunk picks up the emerald green serum, studying it for a moment before running it through multiple analytical instruments. Astonishing. Brilliant. Truly peerless. Such a substance capable of extending lifespan exists in this world. Brilliant. Hold on, can it be modified? For instance, increasing the dosage to add several more years. I'll need time. You nod. If lifespan extension were simple, it wouldn't be miraculous. And his hesitation confirms your expectation. Had Vegapunk accepted instantly, that would have been suspicious. Even if he succeeded, you'd never dare ingest it. You squeeze several drops of blood onto a culture medium. Make it uniquely tailored to me. Unusable by anyone else. With that you turn and walk away. The proposition has been delivered. Whether or not he fulfills it is now his burden. And if he fails, he'll carry that secret forever. Though it's no longer truly secret, it remains a perfectly valid pretext for silencing him. Leaving Egghead Island, you set course for the new world. The dominions of the 4 emperors. The balance of the Grand Line has shattered under your influence. The Marine strength has plummeted, rendering them incapable of restraining the ever-rising pirate forces. As the architect of this chaos, and unwilling to let any single crew dominate unchallenged, you resolve to pay the emperors a visit. A diplomatic intervention, ostensibly, to urge restraint. Or rather, you're simply bored, craving diversion. Bang, bang, bang. You step on your own right foot with your left. each strike detonating a vacuum blast midair. You've pushed the Marine 6 powers beyond their intended limits. 2 days later, Land. You've entered Emperor Big Mom's territory. Regrettably, even when members of the Big Mom pirates spot you, none dare approach. After all, though emperors inspire dread you, the sole warrior who slew 3 admirals and escaped Mary Geos alive as the second king, are undeniably more terrifying. No one mistakes the weight of an emperor for that of a king. Thus, though your path leaves unmistakable traces across every island, not a single soul dares report you to Big Mom. Exasperated, you ascend via moonwalk straight to the heart of Whole Cake Island, the capital of her domain. Within mere breaths you arrive at its center, guided now by omniscient perspective, no longer lost. Below, a vibrant scene unfolds. You smile faintly. Big Mom hosts a jubilant tea party, attended by formidable figures: the Queen of the Pleasure District, the Lone Shark, King Dufiled, and Morgan, the editor-in-chief of the World Economic News, whom you both admire and resent. A birdman. You exaggerate me constantly, making me sound like the world's arch-villain. At the sight of Morgan, you dive downward. Danger. Someone's here. Boom. Whole Cake Island shudders violently. You manifest before the assembly in your towering godlike form. The Grand Line's second king, Chinxiao. The crowd freezes stunned, many silently wondering whether they'd overdosed on medication that morning. Yaha. It's Chinchin. Come marry me. A child born of our genes would surely rule the world. You stare at the distant quivering mass of flesh, its violet lips twitching grotesquely. Is this normal? A tiny vessel straining to contain an ocean? No. Though you're hardly young, you hold zero interest in spelunking such cavernous terrain, especially when its occupant has swollen into a mountain of flab resembling nothing so much as rotting offal. Go marry your offspring instead. You command your mecha. The great sword descends, its blade crackling with black and crimson lightning. Its overwhelming aura makes the assembled underworld sovereigns tremble, knees buckling, sweat drenching their brows. A terrifying king. Indeed, you wield the advanced technique of Conqueror's hockey, Conqueror's binding. Boom, crack, spiderweb fractures splinter the air, clouds churn violently overhead. Then the sky itself splits open. Big Mom raises Prometheus, meeting the great sword without yielding. Her sagging flesh contorts into manic fury. She knows taming this wild stallion demands absolute subjugation, and she holds nothing back. Shinpi. The crimson lightning surging along the great sword erupts anew, frenzied dancing, as if exulting in the imminent clash. This technique, inspired by Roger's Shinpi, follows similar principles, though you renamed it discreetly to avoid intellectual property entanglements. Bang! The mountain of flesh collapses. A jagged meters-long wound gashes her balloon-like hide edges, still seething, with black and crimson lightning actively impeding regeneration. Fascinating. Offspring born from such a battle will be stronger still. Your lips twitch again. Resolve hardens. The great sword blurs, striking repeatedly, leaving afterimages in its wake. Whole Cake Island convulses. 15 minutes later, the woman obsessed with marriage is gone. Silence returns. Truth be told, Big Mom endures remarkably, withstanding over a dozen Shinpi strikes before finally slipping into deep slumber. With Whole Cake Island pacified, you pivot course toward Wano country. Time to revisit an old friend, and perhaps acquire some more seastone. You depart lightly, leaving behind a scattering of underworld monarchs, each clutching their chests in relieved awe. She's gone at last. Utterly terrifying. The seas themselves will overturn. Minutes after your departure, a freshly printed newspaper lands gently in your hands, delivered by a seabird vendor unervingly docile as a lamb. You retrieve the paper from its satchel, puzzled. It nods once, then flies off without glancing back, though when your gaze accidentally grazes it mid-flight, the bird nearly plummets into the sea. You'd swear on your honor this isn't your doing. Unfolding the paper, you find a headline chronicling your solo assault on Whole Cake Island and the demise of Charlotte Limlin. Morgan has bestowed upon you a new epithet, the True God, signifying authentic divinity, in stark contrast to the self-proclaimed false gods holed up in Mary Geos. Speaking of Mary Geos, you recall your last visit was, well, your last. Half a year has passed since your escape, yet the world government remains eerily silent, offering no response whatsoever. It feels like cowardice. But you know better, that colossal crimson light pillar vast enough to blot out the heaven. Few arrived. Time to meet Wano's famed first dancer, and loosen these taut muscles. You soar toward the largest structure in Hancock, the flower capital. You encounter Kazuki Hiyori, the most renowned courtesan of Wano country. She is exquisitely beautiful, exactly as you envisioned. Hey brat, where did you come from? Oomph. A subtle surge of Conqueror's hockey sweeps through the hall. Instantly, all present collapse, except 3 figures who remain standing. Kakik, die. You gaze upon Kurizumi Orochi, now transformed into the monstrous Yamada no Orochi. 8 grotesque serpentine heads writhing in fury. A petty clown. In an instant you appear behind him. Armored with Busashoko haki, your hand closes around his chest and pulls forth his heart. To ensure he cannot revive, you methodically crush each of his 8 serpentine heads beneath your foot. Kazuki Hayori, or should I call you Oroki's Hayori? Tell me, I'm right, am I not? Impossible. Who are you? You regard her with mocking amusement, your expression unmistakably conveying, I already own you. Who am I? Indeed, it's only natural you'd be unknown here. Wano has long sealed itself away from the world. Very well, since you're no ordinary woman, I'll grant you the honor of knowing my name. Listen closely, I am the king of this world, the true god, Chunxia. At those words her pupils contract, shock freezing her breath. Though Wano remains isolated, she, having served under Kurizumi Orochi, has heard whispers of the sea. Lately, Orochi himself spoke often of your legendary deeds. Now slowly she steps forward and gently takes your arm. Lord Chunxia, would you care for my service? What? So forward. Yet opportunity unclaimed is folly. You tilt her chin upward with a finger. How precisely do you intend to serve me, Oh? Her cheeks flush faintly as she leads you quietly into an adjacent secluded chamber. Ah, that kind of service. Understanding dawns. Enough. Now speak. What is it you truly want? You calmly dress, then turn to Kazuki Hayori behind you. You know well nothing in this world is given freely. A geisha of her stature sells art, not flesh. Her sudden compliance must conceal purpose. My lord, I confess I beg you to drive the beast pirates from Wano country. You fasten the final button and nod slightly before stepping toward the door. Coincidentally, you came seeking Kaido anyway, to speak with him. Assisting her is no burden. After all, she is your first woman. Granting her wish seems only fitting. My original self would surely approve. After all, simulation may yet become reality, and Kazuki Hayori is far more pleasing than Big Mom. With that thought, guilt dissolves. You believe you act for your true self, a noble choice. Lost in thought, you inadvertently arrive at the beast pirate's stronghold, Onigashima. Thud, thud. Each step you take sends shockwaves rippling outward, dozens of pirate underlings collapsing instantly beneath your conqueror's haki. Hey kid, you've got a death wish. Daring to Gurk. Before you stand the flying six, you silently intensify your conqueror's haki. Crackling black and red lightning erupts across the air, suffocating dread pressing down on every soul. Even the flying six buckle beneath its divine tier might. Yes, while journeying here, inspiration struck you, mastered haki infusion, elevating your conqueror's haki to godlike status. By the time you reach Onagashima's heart, the flying six, and even the senior captains lie motionless in perfect rows behind you. Before you tremble the 3 disasters. A faint smirk lifts your left lip, having seen the king. Why do you not kneel? Kneel to you? Hot-tempered Jack lunges, curses spilling from his mouth. You transform into a colossal 250-meter giant, deliver one crushing fist, and bury him deep into the earth. Then with your great sword you end him utterly. As you raise your blade toward the remaining 2, a 1,000-meter dragon's silhouette blots out the sky. Through thick clouds bleed streaks of crimson and sapphire. Then comes the searing blast of his breath. You block it effortlessly with your round shield, while simultaneously slashing downward with your great sword. Kaido, years have passed, yet you remain pathetically weak. Black and red lightning coils around your great sword, striking Kaido midair. His massive draconic body plummets, crashing onto the ground with cataclysmic force. Boss! Captain! King and Queen rush to Kaido's side, lifting him up. His draconic form shattered, reverted to human. Cough, cough, what brings you back to Wano? Kaido rises, twin dragon horns sprouting from his skull, scales blooming across his skin. He stands now in his ultimate form, human-beast hybrid. You observe his cocky grin, and scoff. No form matters. With your will alone, you could flatten him into paste within a single day. Why am I here? To talk, and restock. Talk, restock. Their eyes widen, bewilderment flooding their minds. They understand restocking, after all you visited years ago, but talk. What for emperor needs counseling? You ignore their confusion. Today this conversation will happen. You command your giant form forward. Each stride shakes the earth, even the colossal skull gate trembles in rhythm. Boom. Crack. Reiho Hachibaku. 1,999 body treatments. His kanabo and your great sword clash midair, yet they never touch. The space between them compresses violently, air screaming as black and red lightning dances frenziedly. Haki infusion. Kaido knows it too, but analyzing his output you find his infusion feeble, comparable to a toddler straining against a titan. After 3 seconds of clashing, his kanabo snaps with a sharp crack. He screams, flung backward, until he slams headfirst into the skull gate, unconscious. Deo. Young master. You render Queen and King unconscious with 2 swift kicks. King spreads his wings, attempting escape, but your future sight sees all. He has nowhere to flee. After subduing them, you glance toward a lithe figure leaping gracefully from afar, wielding a kanabo identical to Kaido's. That petite frame gripping a weapon taller than herself. Such stark contrast. You seize her effortlessly. Your colossal eye, larger than any building, locks onto hers. Deo. You've been disobedient, so I'll let Kaido discipline you properly. With her horrified, disbelieving gaze you pivot her body, revealing her shapely, uplifted rear. Disobedience. Dreaming of patricide, yes. Smack, smack, smack. Your mastery over force is absolute. Each strike resonates perfectly enough to ripple her form, yet causing no pain. You resolve to help Kaido reclaim his wayward daughter, through disciplined correction, lest she continue chanting rebellion against her father. You finally stop, realizing your palm is gone numb. Through her clothing, faint traces of red are barely visible. You carry Yamato high above the flower capital, then dispel the Gundam form. She gazes back at you, cheeks flushed crimson. After long deliberation, you decide to carry her toward Egghead Island. Hey, where are you taking me? Where? Home, of course. Home. Ignoring her bewildered expression, you lift her into your arms. Several days later you arrive near Egghead Island. Mere minutes remain before landing. During the journey you speak with Yamato at length. You vow to drive away Kaido, and in return she pledges to become your woman. Though she does not yet grasp what woman truly means, having long believed herself male. It matters little, you will teach her well. Has Vegapunk finished his research by now? Should be nearly complete by now. The moment your feet touch Cake Island your brow furrows. Within your Kinbunchika Haki's range not a single human presence stirs across the entire island. Either something is suppressing your Kinbunchiku, or the island is utterly deserted. Hey, where are you going? Setting Yamato down you stride swiftly toward the laboratory. Bang! You kick open the lab door. Inside silence hangs thick and absolute. No sound, no hum of machinery, no sharp tang of antiseptic. Vegapunk. You call out loudly, but only hollow echoes answer. Unease coils in your chest as you step deeper inside. 10 minutes later you stand amid the empty lab, and sigh missing. No, it bears the hallmarks of a violent raid. You find no clues. The lab stands barren, yet all experimental apparatus remains intact, suggesting Vegapunk did not vanish of his own accord. Some calamity must have befallen him. His fate holds no weight for you. What matters is the elixir, the life-extending serum. Lured by the promise of that serum, you have pushed yourself relentlessly. Every day a crucible of self-sacrifice. The results are undeniable. Your physique has shattered its sixth limit. 2000 strength, current, total 7000. Now even Crocodile's resurrection would pose no threat. Slaying a Yonko is no harder than slaughtering poultry. Yet this power exacts a terrible toll. Your lifespan has plummeted to just 35 years. At 16 you are still young. Still uncharted brothels await. Still countless fallen girls cry out for salvation. You refuse to accept it. How can life end so soon? Before even beginning. Hey, you're back. Where to next? Face darkened you lift Yamato into your arms. She submits without resistance, accustomed now to your firm grip. Only one path remains to extend your life. The ultimate legendary operation, the surgery fruits, eternal surgery. Success would render mortality obsolete. Then, feasting revelry, boundless delight. As you traverse the seas with Yamato you scour every rumor, every whisper for the surgery fruit. 10 days later beneath a torrential rainstorm. With no leads after weeks of searching your temper simmers. Small islands shatter beneath your wrath, releasing pin-up fury. That night Yamato staggers and drunk beyond reason. Her state ignites your rage. A fierce quarrel erupts. She accuses you of broken vows, of cowardice, for failing to confront Kaido. Blind fury surges. You seize her, not to harm, but to prove once and for all that you are no coward. That night both of you cross thresholds unseen before. At dawn you set aside all else and accompany. Impossible. Kaido reels in disbelief. Not long ago, at your first meeting, his Raime Haichi could still breach your guard. Yet in just a few years the gulf between you has widened beyond comprehension. Bang! Your casual punch sends his eyes, bulging mouth, frothing consciousness vanishing in an instant. The battle ends before 60 seconds pass. Nearby Queen and King gape mouths agape. You flick 2 fingers. Hurry. Take your captain somewhere quiet to rest. Or must I escort you myself? They wipe sweat from their brows and rush to Kaido's side, one supporting each arm, as they drag him away. You turn to Yamato, who stares at you stunned. Well, I told you I wasn't boasting. This so-called strongest creature in the world. Worthless before me. She nods gently. 3 days later Wano country is fully liberated. The beast's pirates are banished forever to Onigashima, sealed away beyond escape. You watch Yamato and Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Hitoshi fumbling awkwardly with her wedding gown. With a quiet sigh you step forward, smoothing a crease with effortless grace. You meet their eyes. Ready? Yes. Both reply, cheeks flushed. No sooner had you fulfilled your vow to Yamato, banishing Kaido, than you arranged your wedding to her. And you did not forget Kazuki Hitoshi, your first beloved. The ceremony draws a sea of guests, not only Wano's grateful citizens who revere you as their liberator, but also dignitaries from across the world. After freeing Wano you opened its borders immediately, restoring contact with the outside world. And with your title as the second king of the world, echoing across the seas, nobles and warlords alike clamor to pay homage. Even Kaido, your father-in-law, arrived wrapped in bandages. Yet you never addressed him as father-in-law, you always called him Kaido, much to his fury, and he frequently muttered about you behind your back. The wedding proceeded flawlessly, its splendor echoing across the entire ocean. Newspapers devoted 3 consecutive days to coverage. Afterward you submitted your assignments, though completing 2 such tasks even for you proved an arduous feat. In the 17th year, you founded your own organization, the Wan Society. Its members were handpicked from the world's most formidable warriors, powerless before you yet invincible to all others. You deployed the society's might to hunt down Vegapunk. Meanwhile, Yamato and Kazuki Hitoshi both conceived successfully with delivery expected by next year. With no assignments pending, your free time expanded considerably, so you embarked upon disciplined, non-life-risking cultivation. Alas, without the 1,000-fold enhancement granted. A timid sly child's face flashed in your mind. You recalled he was last seen on Punk Hazard. You soared skyward on Moonwalk, streaking toward Punk Hazard. You would never tolerate anyone harming your women in the future. Within half a day you arrived, your moonwalk speed now rivaling artillery shells. Coupled with monstrous regenerative capacity, you could sustain it continuously for days. Your observation haki instantly enveloped the entire island. Nothing escaped your perception. You detected a furtive pink figure sneaking through an abandoned warehouse inside the laboratory complex. You smashed doors open, barreling straight toward that warehouse. With a thunderous kick you shattered the iron door. As Momonosuke stared dumbfounded, you strode forward, unhurried, unshaken, smiling faintly. Momonosuke, greetings. I'm here on behalf of Kazuki Hitoshi, to rescue you. Come with me quickly. The child, easily swayed, lowered his guard within moments. Truly, he leapt toward you, eyes alight with eager hope. Yes, absolutely. A soft final sound, then silence. You ended his life with a single palm strike. His expression froze in bewildered terror as his head slowly bowed. Without delay you raced back toward Wano country. By the 19th year life had grown profoundly dull. Now perhaps only the Flower Emperor surpassed you. Every other so-called powerhouse crumbled within half a day before your gaze. Your days settled into quiet rhythms, tending the children, strolling with your wives. Remarkably, Yamato, once fierce and untamed, had softened under your patient guidance, abandoning her relentless bloodshed for gentler ways. The Wan Society, initially formed casually in pursuit of Vegapunk, had coalesced into a sovereign force, rivaling the 4 emperors themselves. The Marines, humbled by your earlier devastation, withdrew significantly from the Grand Line and New World, shifting focus to the 4 Seas, whose maritime security improved markedly. Pirates dwindled, their profession nearing obsolescence. You transformed into a towering Gundam, its colossal frame radiating overwhelming pressure. Crowds collapsed prostrate beneath your terrifying aura. Even elite CP0 agents knelt, broken by your sheer dominance. Over the years you had refined the Gundam form to 300 meters. Ors the Giant and Saint Juan Wolf were mere juniors beside you, and sustaining it for 72 hours left you unfazed. Now defense came via the Gundam, offense through armament, haki-infused greatsword, survival through preternatural regeneration. From your lofty vantage you gazed down upon the silent assembly. No reply. Then your refusal is understood. Then remains silent, forever, without granting you a moment's reprieve. Even before your words could fully escape your lips, those colossal feet, thousands of paces wide, descended. Instantly New Mary Joa was plunged into carnage, magnificent edifices crumbled to dust. At the sight the dormant fury within you surged forth. Your eyes wild with manic glee you unleashed a relentless slaughter upon the celestial dragons. Cease at once, you wretched fiend. The fractured earth beneath shimmered with a pentagram, 5 elders' heraldic sigil. True to form, 5 towering, grotesquely shaped figures erupted from the ruins. Their entrance admittedly striking, yet far less imposing than your own descent from the heavens. O most wicked one, halt your rampage. Surrender your assault on Mary Joa, and we shall rescind your bounty, forever shielding you from pursuit. Before battle even began the 5 elders had already bowed in abject fear, their grandiose emergence now reduced to pitiful humility. Yet it was hardly surprising your strength long surpassed that of the 4 emperors. Even the legendary rocks who nearly unified the world would pale beside you. 3-color supreme haki and indomitable physique, regenerative prowess beyond measure. Future sight, island-shattering haki output, life, return. Even were you to summon the Divine Knight Corps alongside Roger and Garp, victory would remain uncertain. A generous offer, but as I told the Divine. With a feral grin you launched a ferocious assault against the 5. Within half a day 4 of the 5 elders lay slain. Only one remained, his end imminent. Most wicked one, do not grow too arrogant. We shall await you below. Once his final words faded you severed his head with ruthless precision. His so-called immortality dissolved like a jest before your haki. Again, the 3rd time. Do you truly believe I'd let you succeed? In your vision of the future crimson light, pillars rained down like ravenous beasts. New Mary Joa vanished utterly, not even ash remaining. You raised your gaze to the placid azure sky. Your Kinbunchika haki pierced 10,000 meters upward, yet detected nothing amiss. Then, a thunderous roar split the heavens. Suddenly dozens of crimson beams, each hundreds of meters in diameter, materialized high above. This time you did not flee. Instead, you raised your circular shield, bracing to meet the cataclysm head-on, determined to test the absolute limits of your being. Yet in that instant of urgency, you recalled something vital. Your Kinbunchiku swept across half of Mary Joa, and there, buried beneath rubble, pulsed the faint, unmistakable life sign of Vegapunk. You dashed forward, just as the crimson pillar struck. A second unimaginable wave of destructive force slammed into your shield. The searing heat threatened to Pluton, Poseidon, or perhaps Uranus. You could not yet confirm the origin of those crimson beams, but having endured their apocalyptic might, first-hand suspicion crystallized. It had to be Uranus, the ancient weapon said to descend from the heavens. Poseidon was starling, Pluton by name alone bore no kinship to scarlet annihilation. That crimson deluge falling from the sky left little doubt this was Uranus. Now only one legitimate celestial dragon remained, the ancient matriarch Emu, who had lived 800 years. Such antiquity held no allure for you. You deactivated your Gundam form, seized Vegapunk, and ascended skyward with moonwalk spirals. As you departed deep within the flower corridor, a figure cloaked entirely in shadow slowly opened her luminous eyes. Phew. At last, he's gone. That calamitous star. Year 21. You finally returned to Wano country. The journey should have been swifter, but Vegapunk, that wily old genius, insisted on detouring to Egghead Island to retrieve his experimental apparatus and research archives. Reluctantly, you accompanied him back first. Packing up his laboratories consumed months. By the time you resumed your voyage, time had slipped far beyond expectation. I wonder if Yamato and the others miss me. After all, it's been a full year. How, pray tell, have they managed their physical needs? Upon settling Vegapunk safely and returning home, you pushed open your door, only to be met by two small darting figures flinging themselves into your arms. Papa, why are you back? Huh? Only after questioning them did you learn the truth. Over the past year, your two wives had told the children their father had perished, hence their shock. Just then Yamato and the others heard the commotion and stepped into view. You swiftly ushered the children out. Go play with Grandfather Kaido, dears. With that, you locked the door behind them and turned toward Yamato and the others, emitting a low, chilling chuckle before guiding them gently, but inexorably, onto the floor. Not until the next morning, when a frantic knock echoed at the door, did you rise. Hastily dressing, you draped blankets over Yamato and the others, then stepped outside. Before you stood Vegapunk, his head absurdly oversized, eyes blazing with ecstatic triumph. It's done. I've succeeded. He thrust a small emerald vial into your hand. Quick, drink it now. You trusted Vegapunk. He would never betray you, not after you'd stormed Mary Joa alone to save him. You stared at the viridian liquid and swallowed it in one swift gulp. Mystical elixir consumed. Lifespan increased by 2. Current lifespan 51. A twitch tugged at your lips. You hadn't heard that chime in decades. You praised him warmly, then commanded mass production of the elixir and named it Longevity Serum No. 1. Beepo calmly informs you this elixir may induce severe side effects, but appears safe for unlimited use. You rejoice, inwardly confident that no adverse reaction could possibly withstand your terrifying constitution. It is the year 1520 of the Holy Calendar. You are 22 years old, and so are your two children. Due to your influence, the bulk of the Marine forces have been redeployed to the Four Seas. Thus Monkey D. Luffy was apprehended by the Marines mere days after setting sail. The king's addiction ended before it ever began. You select an auspicious day to celebrate your 5th wedding anniversary with Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Hayori. The entire land of Wano erupts in jubilation. Though you hold no official title there, the people know full well you liberated them. Across the Grand Line, unseen currents churn violently. You, the dread sovereign who twice stormed Mary Geos, yet still stands unbroken, loom over every pirate and marine like an immovable mountain. On the you roared, gazing down upon the churning rapids where hundreds of pirate ships and marine warships drift in chaotic formation. Indeed, the world government refuses to relent, and shockingly the self-proclaimed just Marines have allied with pirates, a development you never anticipated. For my sake, stand down. Your very presence has shattered the balance of the seas. You watch Shanks in silence as his hand rests upon his sword hilt, poised to strike at any instant. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Yonko, the 3 admirals, former 7 warlords, even CP0 agents. Your master is dead. What business do you have here? Shouldn't you be paying your respects? Ha ha ha. Today's assembly is nothing short of legendary. Over 100 vessels, tens of thousands of warriors, and every apex force from across the ocean. Even the Divine Knight Corps would falter before such might. SSSSHHH. A few emerald leaves flutter past, and in an instant you transform into a 400-meter-tall colossus. This year empowered by longevity unit No. 1, you sacrifice 1 year of life every 10 days. A ritual repeated countless times, propelling your strength beyond mortal reckoning. You are certain even Roxy Zebek resurrected could not stand against you. Your current power likely rivals a dozen Big Mom combined. Boom. Crack. Battle erupts instantly, overwhelming Haushiku. Key clashes head-on. Opposing forces wield several formidable Haushiku auras. Shanks in particular has brushed the threshold of divinity. Yet before you even his mastery remains infantile. Ha ha ha. Had you left me be I might have spared you trouble, but now. Ha ha ha. All of you, stay right here. An even more tyrannical surge of power erupts. Sky rends, open sea collapses inward, carving a 100-meter abyss. Countless ships vanish into the moss, shattered and swallowed whole. Within moments, tens of thousands of pirates and marines dwindle to fewer than 20 souls still clinging to consciousness. That 20 remain standing falls precisely within your expectations. The 3 admirals Yonko Shanks Marine Hero Garb, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku Dracula Mihawk and Boa Hancock, alongside elite CP0 operatives. Arrow of captivation. You watch Boa Hancock unleash volleys of arrows without hesitation. Your lips twitch faintly as they strike your body unimpeded. Did it work? It worked. It truly worked. As your skin begins to petrify, the weight pressing upon their hearts finally lifts. They had endured terror beyond endurance. Power so absolute breeds despair, yet relief blooms. You will soon become stone. Ho 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 ho. Children, behold your king. A winged man descends from the heavens, alighting upon your shoulder. Morgans laughs wildly. Crack. Stone fragments flake away from your epidermis, revealing armor beneath. Deep violet pulsing crimson at its edges. Ha ha ha. Hancock, you're just as feeble as ever. Can't even give a proper massage. You unleash slaughter. At 400 meters tall you tower over the sea like a god surveying ants. Then bring your foot down. Akainu attempts resistance, but your Busashoku Haki-infused armament-enhanced biomechanically amplified stomp shatters his defenses, utterly knocking him unconscious midair. Impossible. He's an admiral, the Navy's pinnacle. Just gone. Another 3 stomps follow. Though they evade desperately, none escape your future sight, enhanced Kenbunchika Haki. Sputter, sputter, sputter. CP0 agents and the 3 admirals fall first, then the elders. Swoosh. Mihawk, your lifelong rival, unleashes a kilometer-long blade wave aimed straight at your throat. A subtle smirk curls your left lip, the grin of a sovereign dragon. Little Mihawk, let Uncle show you what true swordsmanship is. Though you possess no formal sword art, you understand one immutable truth: supreme force obliterates all technique. Your greatsword cleaves downward. Air itself tears open, jagged and raw, as if reality were parchment. Clang. Boom. The blade disperses Mihawk's ki wave effortlessly and descends unstoppable toward him. Should it land, he'll be reduced to scattered fragments. No matter how he evades, death is absolute. His Kenbunchika Haki, irrelevant. Before your future sight, fate is already written. From the moment you raised your sword, his victory ceased to exist. Kra boom. The sea erupts into a cataclysmic tsunami. Dozens of surviving vessels vanish beneath the deluge, capsized and devoured. Mihawk is defeated. 15 minutes later, Garp falls. 1 hour later, Sengoku falls. 3 hours later, only Boa Hancock remains afloat upon the desolate sea. Thus the Grand Naval Alliance, once the bastion of world order, is dismantled in less than half a day, as casually as a child dismantling toys. Why did you spare me? Boa Hancock's face bears traces of dust, her expression clouded with bewilderment. You deactivate your Colossus form and approach her slowly, lifting her chin gently with 2 fingers. Why? Consider it a favor, for someone else. With a flick of your wrist, torrents of Busashoku Haki flood the surface, transforming the entire ocean into a true Black Sea. SSSSHHH. Armament Haki surges and flows. Shipwrecked debris dissolves into oblivion. After all, this is your front yard. No pollution allowed. Thud. Boom. You ascend via moonwalk back to Flower Capital. What? Already finished. Kaido stares jaw slack at your pristine attire. Only a faint smudge on your sleeve betraying the carnage. You nod, serene and unruffled. Kaido's momentary shock vanished, instantly replaced by an unshakable pride. You're such an extraordinary figure, yet you're his son-in-law. Does that not make him stride across the seas with unparalleled authority? Even the world government cannot subdue you. By this measure alone, you've already surpassed Rock's. And if so, then surely his stature as father-in-law eclipses Rock's own. With that thought, he seized his gourd of sake, drained it in one fierce gulp, burst into thunderous laughter, and transformed into a verdant dragon before soaring away. Mad. No wonder Yamato sometimes lacks sharpness. It must be inherited from Kaido, that reckless fool. In the Marine calendar year 1521, the Navy's strength collapsed after the War of Wano Country. They could no longer hold the Grand Line, forcing their headquarters to relocate to the East Blue. Pirates suffered equally. Legions of elite figures perished, leaving behind only scattered remnants. Chaos erupted across the world. You dispatched the Guangxi organization to seize territories globally. Pirate domains, world government, allied nations alike, all fell beneath your banner. Intimidated by your overwhelming renown, your conquest proceeded flawlessly. Within 3 months, over half the world's landmass and islands bowed to your rule. Only a handful of diehard loyalists to the old world government dared test your limits. With no choice, you personally visited them, displayed but a single awe-striking demonstration, and they instantly submitted, begging to join the Guangxi organization. You imposed neither egalitarian dogma nor racial prejudice. You simply ignored such abstractions entirely. All affairs of the New World government were entrusted to Dragon Morgan and others. Meanwhile, you spent your days playfully indulging with your 2 beloved wives while your 2 children had long been placed under Kaido's tutelage. Periodically you visited them, though admittedly their masculine bearing had grown rather pronounced. Otherwise all was well. That year, thanks to longevity, Unit 1, your lifespan surged exponentially, surpassing 4 digits. You expended vitality daily without fear. You had more than enough to spare. You devoted special attention to mastering life return, particularly the enlargement of certain organs, a matter of deep personal concern. Under the amplification of 1,000-fold cognitive acuity, you could now expand any organ 100-fold at will. You felt confident. Even university in trance would pose no challenge. 3 years later, however, mono. Clang, clang, clang. Not until late evening did you wipe the sweat from your brow and drag your spent body back to the cottage. Thud. You collapsed onto the wooden bed and fell instantly into deep slumber. Exhaustion. Utter absolute exhaustion. Far more exhausting than wrestling with Yamato for days on end. On the 3rd day you rose before dawn, shouldered your hoe once more, and returned to the field, swinging it again and again like an inexhaustible machine. Were any familiar face to glimpse you now, in tattered work clothes, sunbrowned and calloused, they would recoil in disbelief. Yet you harbored no fear of recognition. Long ago you had reshaped your appearance through life return. OS, working hard as ever. Care for a drink at my place first? 2 middle-aged men strolled past along the earthen path, shoulders linked, waving cheerfully. You recognized them. They'd helped construct your cottage just 2 days prior. No need. I haven't finished weeding yet. Next time, I promise. All right, don't forget next time. You waved back, watched them depart, then turned resolutely back to the task of weeding. A day later, surveying the now markedly cleaner field, you stretched languidly. These past days had nearly broken you. Time to sow seeds. But where shall I find them? With no alternative, you approached Cassio, one of the 2 who'd invited you for drinks the previous day, and borrowed a small sack of seeds. His name lodged firmly in your memory. Upon returning to Wano country, he would receive lavish reward. He had no inkling that this humble sack of grain would elevate him to the upper echelons of the world government. Back in the field, you commenced sowing, completing the task in under half a day, far simpler than weeding. Now comes daily watering and fertilizing. A pirate planting crops for the first time. Let's see how the harvest fares. Just thinking about it sends a thrill through me. Thereafter you watered and fertilized with unwavering punctuality, never early, never late. In leisure hours you occasionally dropped by Cassio's for a quiet drink. Notably, his establishment was the village's sole gambling den, and its de facto intelligence hub. Each visit yielded juicy gossip. Old Wong sneaked into someone's house again, and got caught beaten black and blue. You dismissed this outright. You'd met Old Wong, broad-faced, earnest, the very archetype of a man who wouldn't raise a hand in anger or utter a harsh word. Such mischief was unthinkable. Half a year passed. Gazing upon your thriving crops, you tightened your grip on the sickle. Another month or so, and harvest begins. I'll eat half, sell half. No, keep it all. This yield carries profound historical significance. 1 month later, the village bustled with activity. The harvest season had arrived for every landholding household. You were no exception. In 3 days, you gathered every last crop. Then, without delay, you began plowing anew, clearing weeds, preparing for the next sowing cycle. That evening, gazing upon the granary overflowing with golden grain, a quiet smile touched your lips. Cough, cough, cough. You gaze at the dark blood pooling in your palm. Am I spitting blood? Have I overexerted myself lately? Before you can ponder further, panic erupts outside. Your door shakes violently beneath frantic pounding. OS, hurry. Pirates have invaded the village. Run. You wrench the wooden door open. Cassio stands before you, eyes wide with terror, his gaze darting frantically behind him. Beyond him, the once peaceful village square erupts in chaos. Flames lick the thatched roofs of fleeing villagers, amplifying the frenzy. I was heading to the shore to fish when I spotted a pirate vessel bearing down on us from the horizon. Run now, or you'll never escape once they land. You press a wad of berry into his hand. Go first, Cassio. I'll follow shortly. Without glancing back, you sprint toward the heart of the village. OS. Cassio sighs, then dashes away, pausing again and again to glance over his shoulder. Strange. How could pirates possibly appear here? A question flickers in your mind, and instantly your Kinbunchiko haki locks onto the pirates roaring ashore at the beach. You snatch up a fallen coil armament haki around its shaft and assume your stance. Shinpi. A storm of black and crimson lightning engulfs the street. The sky itself splits open with a grotesque, jagged fissure. What in the world is that? No idea, Captain. Could it be world government agents? Boom. Crack. The pirates freeze mid-stride, staring dumbfounded at the rift above. Then every hair on their bodies bristles upright as they whirl toward the village. A sliver of cold light wreathed in black and crimson lightning surges forward, expanding relentlessly within their widening, petrified eyes. Thud. Dozens of heads thud onto the damp sand, eyes still wide with disbelief. To you, dispatching such petty pirates is as effortless as drinking water. Cough, cough, cough. Again. A crimson stain blooms on the ground where you spit blood. You frown. How could this be? With a constitution exceeding 6,000, what ailment could possibly afflict you? Everyone, return. OS has slain the pirates. Cassio rushes over, slinging an arm across your shoulders, his face radiant with the dazed relief of one who has narrowly cheated death. That night the villagers throw a jubilant celebration in your honor. Even the elders of the village's intelligence network, thoroughly intoxicated, seize your hands and insist on matchmaking. You wave them off frantically. After all, 2 spouses already await you in Wano country. Adding another would ignite perpetual chaos back home. A man ever mindful of his primary self would never permit such calamity. Yet when you gently decline, the septuagenarian matriarch Ruisi only grows more animated. Brother OS, let me tell you. Wang the widow east of the village. Her figure, her beauty, her voice. They're unmatched, truly peerless. If you're taken, I'll even stake my dignity to make it happen. You've seen Wang the widow. She is indeed extraordinary. But you harbor no Chow Chow's appetites. As you hesitate, Cassio approaches, raising his cup. Aunt Ray. He presses the cup into your hand, arching a brow. I've been single for 35 years, and yet I live freely, unburdened, gloriously unrestrained. Ah, well said. Drink up, drink up. With the matrimonial pressure diffused, you raise your cup and laugh aloud, draining it in one bold draught. Aunt Ruisi sighs, shoulders slumping, and retreats in quiet resignation. You keep drinking, no longer counting glasses, until with a sudden thud darkness swallows you whole. Just before collapsing, you dimly register every guest toppling like dominoes. You, it seems, are the last one standing. Brother OS, you still need training. The next morning you stir groggily. The villagers remain unconscious. Their revelry had run deep. Still you emerged victorious. Shaking your head, you curse the lingering fog in your skull. You force a hollow chuckle and head toward your wooden hut. Along the path you cough up several more pools of black blood, your pallor stark against your former vigor. After tending the crops, you hoist your hoe and stride toward the fields. Silence blankets the village. Perhaps everyone is still lost in slumber. Exhausted by days, and you collapse onto your bed and sleep instantly. For months life settles into this rhythm, punctuated only by Aunt Ruisi's matchmaking attempts and Cassio's drinking invitations. Peace returns, so complete that the pirate incursion fades into distant memory. After all, to simply live is the greatest joy, the purest triumph. Let worries drift far behind. Yet unease deepens, the black blood comes faster now. 3 or 4 pools each day. Though its cause eludes you, you sense something profound, unseen, is reshaping your very being. After harvesting the second crop, you give half to Wang the widow. Living alone must weigh heavily upon her, and kindness demands no ledger. She insists on repaying you, but you politely refuse, only to find in a fleeting moment of distraction her lips imprinting a soft kiss upon your cheek. The remaining buri you divide evenly among the other villagers. Standing at the shore watching seabirds glide overhead, Morgan impressive, you've even deployed newsbirds to this remote corner. Your empire expands without cease. Snap. A large hand lands on your shoulder. Cassio peers out. OS, you're leaving so soon. Won't you stay a few more days? You turn, offering a gentle smile. No, I must return home. My mother pig just delivered her second litter. I'm needed for the birthing. Of course, that's vital work. But next time we'll drink until dawn. I swear my stamina rivals yours. You squint playfully. He feigns composure, shouting, truly, I'm the village's undisputed champion. I outdrink everyone. Heh. You ascend skyward step by step using moonwalk. Wow, plus you can fly. You remain silent, only offering a look that says you know exactly what I am. Hey, next time you visit, teach me how to fly, alright? I want to soar too. Promise me, and I'll guard Wang the widow faithfully until your return. You glare at him exasperated, then accelerate, sharply vanishing from his sight within seconds. Guard her? What utter nonsense. That's not guardianship. That's something else entirely. You return to the land of Wano within just 2 days. No one had traced your journey. A year had passed since you last saw your 2 beloved wives. After a year's pent-up longing, you spent an entire afternoon with them before rising from bed, thoroughly satisfied. Husband, please go to Onigashima and see Kaido. Kazuki, Odin's daughter Kazuki Himawari, grasped your hand, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Though puzzled, you headed straight to Onigashima. There you witnessed a scene none could forget: your two children, a boy and a girl, bathing together without the slightest awareness of gender distinction. At 6 years old, they already displayed clear physical differences, yet they treated each other like sworn brothers, calling one another big brother and little brother day in and day out. Their constant fraternal banter enraged you so deeply that you immediately disciplined them both, and then for good measure thrashed Kaido, who had been watching the spectacle. Why? Halt! Halt right there. Quick! Alert the senior officials. Within your Kinbunshaku range, several familiar figures dashed toward you at blinding speed. Dragon Mariah and Vegapunk. You tilted your head slightly, evading Mariah's exuberant embrace. You had no desire to carry his avian musk home, lest your two wives interrogate you relentlessly upon your return. Supreme Leader, you finally returned. You may resume your duties. I need to speak with Vegapunk. As the others dispersed, you and Vegapunk entered his laboratory. There you could no longer suppress it. A torrent of black blood erupted from your mouth onto the floor. Can you run diagnostics on my body? Lately I've been coughing up blood and growing steadily weaker. Vegapunk nodded, guiding you to a humming machine. After collecting a few drops of your blood, the device whirred to life. Within minutes, he held a report in trembling hands, his expression frozen in disbelief and awe. Supreme Leader, this may be far more serious than anticipated. Serious? How serious could it possibly be? I've stormed Mary Geo's twice and walked away unscathed. Impossible. I've surpassed Crocodile. How could I possibly contract a terminal illness? And I'm not even 30. Didn't Roger develop his only in his 50s? You couldn't accept that at the absolute zenith of your power you'd been struck by an incurable disease. This felt like mockery itself. Your armament hockey instantly shredded the entire diagnostic report into oblivion. You fixed Vegapunk with a piercing gaze. Are you certain this isn't a malfunction? Vegapunk swallowed hard. Shall we run the test again? Again? Are you jesting? You stared at the second report, identical down to the last character, and watched the final ember of hope extinguish completely. Likely a side effect of longevity serum alpha. I warned you it was hazardous and advised strict moderation. Yet you consumed over 1,000 doses in a single month. He rubbed his palms together, sheepish and apologetic. After a long silence, you accepted the absurd verdict with grim resolve. Ha ha ha. Death. A mere trifle. I've defied the entire world. I won't cower before some petty terminal diagnosis. An overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping the chamber. Vegapunk shuddered beneath the sheer unyielding majesty radiating from you. Truly, the man who overturned the seas. Such indomitable spirit is beyond mortal comparison. Your laughter ceased abruptly. You locked eyes with him, voice low and iron hard. No one, not a soul, is to learn of this. Do you understand? Should you perish, the entire ocean would descend into chaos. An unthinkable calamity you dared not imagine, let alone permit. Vegapunk, no fool, grasped your meaning instantly and gave a solemn, heavy nod. By the way, you still have that cloning initiative underway, correct? Begin with me. Oh, really? His voice trembled with unrestrained excitement. Previously, every attempt to initiate cloning had been halted by your direct intervention. Now permission came only after your own fatal diagnosis. For a fleeting moment, he wondered whether to thank the illness or mourn it. You nodded firmly, then outlined critical parameters should memories and emotions be transferred. After delivering precise instructions, you departed the lab with leaden steps. Even the joy of returning to Flower Capital had vanished utterly. Let death come. But how can I abandon Himawari Yamato and our two children? Cough, cough, cough. Just before reaching your front gate, another surge of black blood spilled from your lips. You hastily wiped it away, composed yourself, and pushed open the door. Ah, husband, you're back. Hurry, get ready. Kaido and the others are coming for dinner tonight. Of course, I'll help you in the kitchen. You stepped into the kitchen, assisting Kazuki Himawari with quiet affection, while Yamato lounged on the sofa, utterly absorbed in a book titled 100 Ways to Keep Your Man Bedridden. A chill ran down your spine. Even facing death, you'd still be tormented by Yamato, your defiant, irreverent wife. The moment the meal was served, a towering figure strode into the living room, flanked by two small, lively forms. Big Kaido, Little Kaido, welcome, please sit. Dinner's about to begin. Let's eat. Yay, dinner time. Their cherubic voices chimed sweetly in your ears, and your lips twitched involuntarily. Though you knew full well those names sprang from Yamato, and Kaido's legendary incompetence at naming, hearing them again filled you with reluctant admiration for their singular gift. At the table you shed your usual commanding presence, embodying instead the gentle father and devoted husband, so thoroughly that even Kaido barely recognized you. He took a swig of sake and boomed with laughter. What's wrong, son-in-law? Did someone dump you during your year abroad? Knowing your temper well, he spoke without filter, and the instant his words hung in the air, both your wives turned to you, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hey Kaido, don't go spouting nonsense. I'm utterly devoted. Indeed, My husband has never once set foot in any place of ill repute in their 7 years of marriage. I trust his integrity completely. Even if he had gone, surely it's only natural for a man of great power to have multiple companions. You gazed at Hikari, who pouted and defended you with quiet sincerity, admiration swelling unbidden in your eyes. Such a perceptive, understanding wife was truly rare. Judging by Hikari's attitude, you realized you should have brought the widow Wang along. She lived alone, utterly bereft of male presence, forced to shoulder every burden herself. Ah, just joking. Let's eat. Kaido glanced your way and hastily lowered his head. After all, this exemplary son-in-law had no qualms about laying hands on his aging father-in-law, and as a relic of a bygone era, he simply couldn't withstand such treatment. The cheerful dinner concluded, and you fully embodied the role of devoted homemaker, tidying up afterward before stepping alone to the shore where the sea shimmered under gentle waves. You slipped free from the den mushy and dialed the personnel director. Hello, I am the he. Wait, also assign every villager. Even the village dogs must be placed elsewhere under royal stipend. Yes, sir. Hanging up, you stared out at the sea, nausea churning deep within. Spit. A jet of black blood struck the ground, flecked with fragments of internal organs. Time is short, roughly 3 months left. But until then, I only wish to cherish my family. Sea wind lifted your hair as you idly kicked a stone. Its skipping across the water achieved 99 bounces. Not until midnight did you return to the bedroom, cradling both beloved wives. Your hands remained respectful, though Odin's fingers proved rather restless. A spark stirred within you. Evidently her reading hadn't been in vain. She truly possessed remarkable skill. You conceded domestic blossoms, when cultivated with artistry, rendered all wildflowers irrelevant. A stray one by the roadside. The next morning you gently pinched their cheeks and rose with a smile. Drawing upon your lifelong mastery, you prepared a nourishing, exquisite breakfast, then packed 3 portions before departing home. Treading the moonwalk, you arrived at Onigashima, strikingly transformed from its former chaotic state, immaculate, serene, orderly. Rumor held that the 2 young heirs, Daikai and Shokai, had complained bitterly about Onigashima's filth and disorder, threatening to return home. Kaido, overjoyed at finally holding grandchildren, refused to let them leave, and issued an immediate edict: total island renovation. Anyone caught littering was sentenced to 100 years hard labor in the Rabbit Bowl prison. The result: Onigashima's environment improved dramatically, so profoundly that it earned the title world's most beautiful island. Before you even reached Onigashima's core, 3 overlapping snores, one deep, 2 light, thundered into your ears. Even the gate-guarding beasts, pirates, crew members, warrior plugs. Alas, you had none. Stepping inside the colossal skull, you found the 2 children sleeping soundly atop Kaido's belly, faces tilted skyward. To ensure their comfort, he'd assumed his dragon form, the supple, warm scale armor cushioning them, perfectly shielding them from chill. You made no move to rouse them, simply sat nearby, watching their tiny chests rise and fall, their soft snores echoing like music. Indeed, children's slumber was disarmingly endearing. Your heart softened, nearly melting. Suddenly reluctant to part with these little rascals. Ah, but they're my blood. Surely they'll grow strong enough to shoulder great responsibility and care for their mothers. When noon sun bathed the island, they finally stirred. Kaido warmed the cooled breakfast with dragon breath, feeding the children while teasing, "Hey Chin brat, what's happened to you lately? Why do you seem so different now?" You returned from wherever you went, as if reborn. Lying flat on the ground, you gazed up at the boundless azure sky. What? Wasn't I always like this? No. If it were your old self, we'd already be locked in combat. Ha. That's your doing. Ah, there it is. That familiar, domineering tone. That's the real you. The king of the world, Chun Xia. Stop with the dramatics, or I'll happily spar with you right now. Breakfast ended, the twins tumbled into your arms, clamoring, "Papa, Papa." Your laughter bloomed radiant as chrysanthemums in September, warm, effusive, heartfelt. For half the day you remained on Onigashima, teaching the children foundational armament and observation hockey. Children, after all, must be nurtured early. Delay too long, and discipline slips beyond reach. That evening you dined again with Kaido and the twins. For 2 consecutive months your life settled into this rhythm: mornings with wife and children, occasional sparring with Kaido. As for the avalanche of documents awaiting the reinstated head, none crossed your desk. All were delegated to Long now regretted ever heeding your counsel to join the world government. Each dawn greeted him with a towering stack of paperwork 3 meters high. Near months, and you quietly visited Vegapunk's laboratory to inquire about cloning progress. Despite your full feeling your body weakened further, you chuckled wryly, "Better this way. Spares me the awkwardness of jealousy toward my replacement." Leaving the lab, you returned home. Days passed unchanged, yet you increasingly sought small joys, or became joy itself, delighting your loved ones. That night, seated again by the sea, you cast another stone, this time only 3 skips. Cough. Even muffled by your palm, black blood flecked with tissue dripped onto the sand. 3 days left, far swifter than expected. Not even 3 months. Pity I won't witness Daikai and Shokai's weddings, or hold their children in my arms. Every ounce of strength now exacted unbearable agony. Your youthful frame, ravaged by disease, bore little resemblance to its former self. If life held regrets, failing to stop your deranged mother in childhood ranked first, dying before becoming a grandfather second. Ah, what mortal existence lacks regret? It's time to go. Beneath silver moonlight you rose, brushed dust from your clothes, and departed, unseen, unannounced, on the moonwalk. One day later you returned to the humble wooden cottage in East Blue. No soul knew you'd come back. Another day passed. Lying in bed you felt vitality drain away like tide receding. Bitter laughter escaped you. This Taoist master has miscalculated again. You passed away. Simulation concluded. Evaluating rank. N rank achieved SS. An assessment, a life pushed to the absolute limit. A legendary existence. They warned of side effects, yet you still consumed it. Now you're here. Did you truly believe yourself the protagonist? SS rank grants 4 simulation rewards. Choose swiftly host. In reward 1 Apex Physique 6700 points. In reward 2 Dual Colored Divine Sovereign. Or in reward 3 Divine Supreme Conquerors. Or in reward 4 Full Simulation Memory. No side effects. In reward 5 Synchronized Breakthrough Progress. In Unrivaled Body Cultivation reward 6 Gundam Form reward 7 Navy Rokushiki. Divine rank in few. This simulated version of me was indeed formidable. But why do all the strongest figures in the One Piece world inevitably succumb to terminal illness? Gol D. Roger, the Pirate King, and Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, both declined in power during old age due to fatal disease. Yet they fell ill only after decades of life. Why should he be struck by an incurable ailment in his 20s? Was this not sheer mockery? Grumbling aside, Chen Xia gazed greedily at the lavish rewards, each one extraordinary on its own. Yet only 4 could be selected. After prolonged deliberation, he made his choice. In System, I select rewards 1, 2, 3, and 5. In AS, the words left his lips. He closed his eyes, bracing for the impending transformation. In Let the storm descend upon me. Fiercer still. Contrary to expectation, no soothing sensation followed. Only a searing surge of tens of thousands of volts. In What the hell? Are you doing this on purpose? Don't bring personal grudges into this. In the next instant, crisp bone fractures echoed. Chen Xia felt as though every bone in his body had been deliberately snapped. And muscles tore. Bones pulverized. Worse still, his heartbeat accelerated violently. Within seconds it surged to a terrifying hundreds of beats per minute, climbing ever faster. Knee's face flushed crimson, yet he clenched his teeth and endured. And after 1 minute all bodily transformation ceased. Then came the true warmth, the familiar surge, though the ordeal had exacted its toll. In crack, snap, crunch, crack, snap, crunch. Knee's body erupted with explosive resonance. Feeling unimaginable power flood his veins, Chen Xia exulted inwardly. In If I do not claim invincibility, then who dares proclaim themselves undefeated? I am the divine apex. None may dare slay me, none can slay me. In cough, cough. System, please solidify the title, life-sacrificing player. Can you offer a discount? Ding. 10 billion belly deducted. Solidification in progress. Complete. In the moment the chime faded, Chen Xia sensed something new within himself. An intangible awareness, even a glimpse of his remaining lifespan. In 91 years. I have 91 years left, truly a centenarian. Still, might the system bestow a lifespan-extending trait? Golden tier traits already represent the zenith of this ocean's hierarchy, so what might a crimson tier trait, transcending even gold, look like? Perhaps it would be a reality-defying trait, granting boundless longevity. And having finished his reverie, Chen Xia glanced at Boa Hancock, still rummaging through refuse nearby. Irritation flared. And even as the disciple of a world sovereign, she displayed no dignity whatsoever. And before he realized it, his hand settled firmly upon her shoulder as he admonished, in Boa, you are sovereign of a nation. Carry yourself with authority. Command with dominance. Look at you, sifting through trash. Is that entertaining? Boa Hancock felt the firm pressure on her shoulder and blushed faintly, murmuring softly, in Master truly knows how to play the role. Perhaps I'll never catch up to him in this lifetime. This control is absolute. I want. And having fulfilled a mentor's duty, Chen Xia prepared to seek a secluded island to acclimate to his newfound power, when suddenly a delicate hand seized his wrist. In Master, you've spoken so long. Surely you're thirsty. Let Boa take you for water. And before Chen Xia could ponder the nature of that water, she tugged him into the ship's cabin. And wait, what? Is this water proper? If it is, I won't drink it. And mounting my steed, galloping across the endless steppe, I Chen Xia aspire to reign as king of the steppes. The 6700-point physique granted monstrous stamina. It took precisely 8848 minutes before movement within the cabin finally stilled. And, by the way, Boa, I have a question. Would you object if your master found you a stepmother? Her eyes widened slightly as she nestled against Chun Xia's chest, and so long as Master wishes it, Boa has no right to protest. But Master must spend more time with me. Mission accomplished. In Chun Xia gently ruffled her hair, then withdrew a din mushy from his garments. In Burup, and click. In hello boss, what orders do you have? Send someone to Hakimi village in the East Blue. Bring me a woman named Wang Wu to our headquarters, immediately. Exercise utmost caution. If even a single hair is harmed, consequences will follow. You understand. In yes boss, I depart at once. Master, is that woman to be my stepmother? So you'd already chosen her. In, don't jump to conclusions. You'll treat her well, understood. In Boa Hancock pouted like a wronged child. Despite being several years older than Chun Xia, she remained in his presence, eternally, unaged, forever girl-like. In Alabasta, new headquarters of the freeloading pirates. In a month prior, Buggy had relocated the cruise base here. Situated along the Grand Line, the territory offered greater expanse and greater demands. In with 1 month's growth bolstered by former warlord crocodiles, support the freeloading pirates swiftly secured dominance across the first half of the Grand Line and expanded their influence widely. And now their name resonated throughout that stretch. Universally known, universally feared. In Crocodile, boss just issued orders. Hold things down here while I head east. And with that, Buggy strode out of the opulent palace, cigar between his lips, leading a retinue toward the East Blue. Days later, Chun Xia remained immersed in tranquil intimacy. A cherubic little girl gazed up with wide, innocent eyes. Yes, we're going to find your father. Are you excited? Wow. Finding Papa, that's fun. The best fun. Li Xiaoyao, clever, mischievous, and radiant with delight, hopped and skipped, bubbling with joy. And the trio walked slowly from the forest cottage where they'd lived for years, chatting all the while. Little sister, you're here? Let's go quickly. A burly young man spotted the three figures and rushed over, seizing Xiao Wu's hand with urgent anxiety. Brother, what's wrong? Wang San rarely lost composure. Yet now, on the verge of departure, his panic was unmistakable. Xiao Wu sensed something deeply amiss. It's nothing. Just go quickly. And if you find Hua Wang, tell him 2 things for me. I will defeat him. One day without fail. Before they could react, he shoved them toward the shore. His sheer strength left Xiao Wu no choice but to follow. After all, her brother had trained with Hua Wang for years. Beating a dozen ordinary men would pose no challenge. Whatever danger loomed, he could surely overcome it. With that thought, she quickened her pace. It had been 2 months since Hua Wang vanished. Their husband, father to 2 children. She had to find him. The village lay close to the coast. Within moments they arrived. Gazing at the vessel bobbing upon the waves, Wang San's eyes shimmered, not with fear, but fierce anticipation. Almost there. Once little sister boards the ship, those bastards won't dare lay a hand on her. With less than 50 meters to go, they halted, when suddenly from the nearby woods a squad of armored soldiers burst forth, their eyes gleaming with raw avarice. Captain, look what we've found, tax evaders. Well done. Who'd have thought anyone dared evade taxes? Without your dues, what do we eat? What do we spend? Men, surround them. Let these scoundrels feel our gaze. Understood, Captain. Just watch. I'll squeeze every last belly from them. Soldiers advanced, blades raised, while farther back others leveled firearms, their muzzles fixed upon the group. At that sight, Xiao Wu instantly understood her brother's frantic urgency. Hakimi village had long lived in serene seclusion. Its trade in Hakimi conducted solely by sea through private channels. It held no ties to the kingdom, no treaties, no tributes, not even recognition. The king himself had never heard of it, until fate intervened, exposing the village to his gaze. At first he dismissed it as an unremarkable hamlet, dispatching only a minor official as formality. But when that official's report landed upon his desk, declaring Hakimi village the wealthiest settlement on earth, each household overflowing with belly, the truth could no longer be ignored. Indeed, the village had amassed staggering wealth through Hakimi trade, and though its people knew well the wisdom of concealing riches, secrecy had failed. From that day onward, calamity descended, knowing outright plunder. We've paid so much already, why won't you leave us be? Wang Xin glared at the soldier's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked like snapping twigs. These men, monsters who devoured humanity whole, had driven entire families to ruin. Why, oi, how absurd. As subjects of the kingdom you enjoy its protection and privileges. Paying belly is merely your duty. Duty, privileges. Rage ignited within Wang San, his face turning ashen gray. Privileges. Since that fateful day, the village had been forced to house and feed these soldiers, free of charge, while drowning beneath mountains of tax demands. He's boiling. Look at him squirm. Charge, collect the tax, then head into town. Heard a fresh shipment just arrived, untouched. Leave it to us. But you're buying drinks tonight, Captain. Dozens of soldiers advanced in formation, while Xiao Wu and the 2 children stood frozen, ignored entirely. After all, a woman and 2 infants posed no threat. Damn it. Little sister, run. I've stocked the ship with food and water. I'll hold them off. His massive frame surged forward like an iron citadel, shielding her completely, radiating unshakable safety. Brother, thank you. I will find Huo, and I will avenge you. She seized Li Xiaoyao's hands and sprinted toward the vessel. Wang Sen felt as though struck by 10,000 blows. Watching the charging soldiers, his lips twitched. So, my decade as your elder brother means less than his 10 years beside you. Huo, you better not let me find you. Boom. Clang. One punch sent a helmeted soldier sprawling. Fueled by incandescent fury, he plunged into their ranks. Each blow a thunderclap of wrath. Is that man mad, daring to charge us alone? From afar, the middle-aged officer's jaw tightened, staring incredulous at that lone figure descending like a god of slaughter. Yet, he's still just a commoner. Exhaust him, and he'll be mine to carve. A little staging of false flag, blame pirates claim bounty. Ha. Amid the carnage, Wang San remained oblivious, his status as a law-abiding citizen already erased, replaced by the label pirate. Faster still. Find Huo, and save the entire village. Hey there, madam, where are you off to? Xiao Wu froze mid-sprint. On the beach before her stood a towering man, knife in hand, advancing step by deliberate step. Glancing at the two children beside her, she whispered, Xiaoyao, Mom will hold them off. You take your sister and run straight to the ship, promise. Yes, Mama, I'll protect sister. At 7, he understood all too well what came next, and knew his helplessness. His sole duty was not to burden them. Clutching his sister's hand, he turned toward the vessel, only to find her gripping their mother's fingers with desperate, immovable force. Go, Go. Find Papa, he'll save Mama. Wah. But when we find Papa, will Mama still be here? Huh. His hand slipped from hers. He stood stunned, speechless, hollowed by the question. Indeed, by the time he found Huo, the feast would be cold, his mother sold into slavery. Pay up, or we sell you all at the slave market. Haha. The giant advanced blade, pointed face twisted in smug certainty. Boom. Crash. A flaming cannonball plummeted from the sky, striking the sand inches before him. Sparks erupted violently as searing flames instantly reduced the towering man before them to charred ruin. Fortunately, Xiao Wu had swiftly shielded the two children. The cannonball had not been aimed at them and landed some distance away. Across the sea, several colossal vessels bearing grotesque pirate flags surged toward the shore, their hulls bristling with dozens of smoke-wreathed black cannons, evidently the source of that very shell. On the deck stood a short, stout man in a black suit, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression icy and unyielding as he gazed ashore and gestured curtly, bring the ship in. The massive vessel accelerated with astonishing speed, utterly defying its sheer weight, and within moments anchored firmly at the shoreline. Soldiers on the beach froze mid-motion. Wang San, clutching his wounded arm, hurried back to Xiao Wu's side. By Piao pirate crew. The captain, who had moments earlier radiated unwavering confidence, now stared, pupils dilated, at the crimson flag emblazoned with a stark white skull billowing from the mainmast. This is absurd. How could they possibly be here? It must be an imposter crew. Seizing this flimsy rationale, he bellowed at his stunned troops. It's fake. A counterfeit. A fraud. Attack now. Yet no matter how fiercely he roared, his soldiers remained rooted, dumbstruck, paralyzed. At the horizon's edge, scores of suited enforcers poured onto the beach like a dark tide. At their vanguard strode a commanding figure, cigar smoke curling around his stern visage as he advanced. Through the haze, the captain finally recognized that cold, implacable face, and whispered, voice cracking, "This can't be real." It is real. The 230 million belly bounty Capone Beach, captain of the 1st Division of the Bai Piao pirate crew. Lately, the Bai Piao pirate crew's name had echoed across all 4 seas, its influence swelling with every illicit enterprise. Even this remote kingdom in the East Blue had heard whispers of it in brothel parlors. Dominating over half the underworld across the 4 seas, and reigning as an undisputed shadow sovereign even in the first half of the Grand Line, it was no wonder terror seized them. It's the Bai Piao pirates. Run. Chaos erupted. Soldiers stampeded backward in blind panic, trampling comrades in their desperate bid for survival, yanking allies aside to buy themselves precious seconds. But could they truly escape? Watching the soldiers scatter like headless flies, Beej pulled out a sketch, a woman drawn from Chun Xia's description, and glanced toward Xiao Wu and the others in the distance. A muscle twitched at the corner of his mouth, daring to lay hands on the captain's wife. They've signed their own death warrants. Open fire, leave none alive. Gunfire cracked, the muzzle flashes coalescing into a roaring serpentine dragon of flame that hurtled toward the fleeing ranks. Flesh tore with wet, sickening pops, bodies crumpled like puppets with severed strings riddled with bullet holes. Even the captain, who'd bolted early, was not spared. A gaping bowl-sized wound bloomed across his skull. Half a minute later, the sands lay thick with corpses, blood soaking deep into the dunes like rust-colored ink. Farther off, untouched by the carnage, Xiao Wu and her companions frowned. These sharp-suited men bore no trace of benevolence. Had they merely escaped one predator, only to stumble straight into the jaws of another. Wang San's eyes burned crimson, his fists clenched until knuckles bleached white. That barrage, even he couldn't have endured it for a single second. Senior sister-in-law, greetings. I am Beej, sent by orders to escort you safely to headquarters. Huh, what? The declaration left them utterly stunned. Could such a fearsome figure truly address Xiao Wu as senior sister-in-law? Though unaware of his true stature, the soldier's visceral terror spoke volumes. Indeed, our captain is occupied elsewhere, so he entrusted me with bringing you to headquarters. Hearing this, Xiao Wu tightened her grip on her white gown, then ventured cautiously. Your captain? Is he named Li Huang? Li Huang? No, he is Chen Xia, the Raging Rogue, and Newcomer King, revered as Lord Chen. Raging Rogue, Newcomer King. No newspaper vendors existed near Hajime village. News from beyond remained sealed away. Thus these grandiose titles meant nothing to them. Sensing her bewilderment, Beej grinned, then produced a den mushi and dialed Chen Xia, directly handing it to Xiao Wu. Let the higher-ups sort this out. I'm but a minor cog, best stay clear of such murky waters. Blue blur blur blur. Click. The den mushi shimmered, transforming instantly into the refined likeness of a handsome young man. Hey Beej, what's up? Have you completed the task I assigned? Rustle. That voice, familiar, resonant, echoing a decade of shared life, sent certainty surging through her. There was no mistaking it. This was her husband Li Huang. Tears burst forth uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Beej, you actually cry. Ha ha ha. The den mushi guffawed, mouth wide open. Wang San could bear it no longer. He snatched the device. You rotten Li Huang. Xiao Wu is your wife. How dare you mock her like this? When I find you, I'll flatten you into the ground. Beej stiffened, while nearby enforcers raised weapons, glaring murderously at Wang San for daring to insult their sacred, untouchable patriarch. Only Beej's swift silencing gesture prevented bloodshed. Yet inwardly Beej trembled, though the captain treated his underlings well. He was never soft. Disobedience meant only one thing, a permanent grave. Xiao Wu, you're Xiao Sen. Don't think calling me Brother Wang will spare you. I warn you. Enough talk. Hand the den mushi to Xiao Wu. TCH. Wang San scoffed, then passed the den mushi to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I didn't mean to upset you. I mistook you for Beej. Oh, and pack your things. Head to Alabasta with Beej's crew. Wiping away tears, Xiao Wu's smile returned. When will you return? Xiao Yao and Ye Air still long to see you. At her words, the two children leapt up. Yeah, Daddy, when are you coming home? We miss you so much. Ha ha ha. Go ahead to Alabasta and wait for me. I've got unfinished business here, but I'll join you soon. Gotta go now. Click. The den mushi wilted instantly, but smiles lingered on their faces save for Xiao San's. After hearing the full account, Beej slammed his palm onto the table, fury blazing, unforgivable. These upstarts dared tax you, senior sister-in-law. Wait, let me bring their heads to you myself. With that, Beej led thousands of suited enforcers in a thunderous march toward the royal capital. Xiao Wu and the others remained aboard ship, patient, resolute. They were no saints when others sought their lives. Refusing retaliation wasn't virtue, it was suicide. Within the resplendent royal palace in the grand throne hall, a corpulent, greasy man clad in opulent royal robes sat upon the throne, smacking his lips rhythmically. Once we collect this year's tax from Hakimi village, the fee to join the alliance will be nearly covered, and perhaps even leave a surplus. Ha ha. Truly, I am a wise and virtuous sovereign. Just as he indulged in this fantasy, a flustered figure burst into the chamber, dressed in equally lavish brocade robes, yet his face pale with panic and dread. Your Majesty, disaster strikes. Grave peril is upon us. Ah, calm yourself. Where is the dignity of a royal minister? You look no better than a beggar from the streets. Speak clearly and slowly. The mustachioed minister steadied his breath and began. Foreign invaders have breached our gates. Men of the White Plunder pirate crew. Humph, just another pirate crew. Wait, White Plunder pirate crew. The same monstrous rogue whose bounty exceeds hundreds of millions. But he should be sailing the Grand Line. How could he possibly appear in the East Blue? Are you certain you did not misidentify them? Trembling, the minister nodded, a silent, chilling confirmation. Impossible. Half an hour earlier, Baki and his crew had arrived, after arduous travel, at the relatively prosperous royal capital. Without preamble, they eliminated the sentries atop the city walls, then surged inward, over 1,000 impeccably suited enforcers marching in disciplined, thunderous unison. Citizens cowered behind shuttered windows, bracing for slaughter, but none came. Instead, the suited legion deliberately avoided main thoroughfares, slipping through narrow alleys with surgical precision, ensuring zero disruption to civilian life. Their formation was flawless, their strides synchronized. They bore no resemblance to thugs, but to elite, battle-hardened soldiers. Forged by Baki's rigorous discipline and indoctrinated by Chen Xia's revered title, the Godfather, they were far more than mere hooligans, tactically astute, strategically coherent, and lethally capable, surpassing even standard Marine troops, matched only by elite forces from Marine headquarters. Unit 1. Seal every exit of the royal palace. Not a single soul, not even a fly, shall escape today. Units 2 and 3. Eliminate all armed resistance within the palace. I want no royal soldier left holding a weapon. The rest, follow me. We seize that cur of a king. Baki moved calmly amid the throng, issuing crisp, decisive orders. At his command, the vast black tide instantly fractured into 4 coordinated columns, vanishing down separate avenues. Is this truly the same gang I once knew? Their disciplined rivals, even the Marines' regional garrisons, perhaps surpasses them entirely. Residents peered from rooftops and balconies awestruck by the spectacle, already drafting tomorrow's boasts. Meanwhile, chaos reigned inside the palace. Maids and guards stampeded in blind panic. King or crown meant nothing when survival hung in the balance. Inside the bolted, shuttered throne chamber, the obese monarch trembled on his golden seat, ears ringing with the deafening clamor beyond the doors. Minister, think, act, save us. The minister suffered deeply. Only hours earlier he'd been playfully engaged with his 13th wife, then summoned urgently to court only to be trapped here by Baki's sudden arrival. Now cornered, besieged, and harangued by the trembling sovereign, he bowed low. Forgive me, your majesty. I possess no viable counsel. Worthless. All of you, utterly worthless. His fleshy fist slammed repeatedly against the gilded throne, spittle flying onto the minister's face. Mid-rant, he abruptly halted, pulling forth a din mushy from some hidden fold. Blue blur blur blur. Click. Hello, this is King Cappuccino of the Kingdom of Cappuccino. Our capital is under siege by pirates. I demand immediate marine military intervention. What a 10 billion belly. Why don't you just, no fine. 10 billion it is. Just get me out alive. He hung up, suddenly buoyant, reinvigorated, arrogant once more, pointing imperiously at the minister. You. Brace the door. Perhaps if I'm feeling generous, I'll let you ride out with the Marines. Yes, your majesty. My life rests solely in your hands. Though humiliated, survival outweighed pride. Just as he stepped toward the door. Boom. The entrance exploded inward, shrapnel of splintered wood propelled by concussive force impaling him mid-stride. Thud. In his final instant, he wondered why fate had dealt him such cruel fortune. Damn it, I should have stayed home today. Lord Baki, we've located the king. At those words, hundreds of suited enforcers flooded the throne hall, its vast expanse instantly choked with fervent, wide-eyed men. Armed with cutting-edge weaponry purchased from Germa, they stared raptly at the quivering, gelatinous figure enthroned above, his flesh undulating with terror. Slaying him earns the Godfather's recognition. That's utterly magnificent. 1,000 pairs of hands discarded weapons and lunged forward, clawing, grasping, desperate to tear the king limb from limb. Baki stood apart, smoke curling from his lips as screams echoed around him. This is the price of defying the white plunder pirates. To dare threaten the Godfather's woman is suicide. When the king lay reduced to scattered fragments, each enforcer pocketed a sliver of skin, as if it were rarer, more sacred than the one piece itself. Clearly, Chun Xia's stature as Godfather eclipsed even blood ties, proof of Baki's relentless daily indoctrination. After looting every unclaimed treasure from the palace, Baki surveyed his men, each shouldering bulging burlap sacks, and blinked in disbelief. Robbery pays faster than any enterprise, though it's ultimately self-destructive. Then he paused. Wait, why is someone carrying floor tiles? Glancing back, he saw the palace stripped bare, floor tiles, ornamental pots, doors, timber beams, stones. Even servants' undergarments hastily bundled by those who'd found nothing else worth stealing. What possible purpose could those serve? Reselling used lingerie. Baki tore his gaze from the sacks overflowing with underclothes, retrieved his din mushy, and prepared to report to Chun Xia. Blue blur blur blur. Click. Boss, the mission is complete. We should reach Alabasta within a week. Good work. Prepare yourself. The territories you'll soon govern may be extensive. No problem. Be boss. Fist of Kong, meteor strike. A roar split the air from afar. Baki looked up, just as a dark speck plummeted from the sky, cracks spiderwebbing across the earth beneath him. His din mushy clattered to the ground. See, Captain Garp? Impossible. Bang. Boom. A blazing iron fist trailing fire and radiance like a meteor plummeted into the royal palace. Instantly, a devastating shockwave obliterated the entire structure. What had once been a palace with shattered floor tiles was now reduced to upturned earth and rubble. Yet Garp's force was exquisitely calibrated. Not a single street beyond the palace walls bore any damage. Over 1,000 suited thugs lay groaning on the ground, battered and bloodied, felled in a single blow. From the swirling dust rose a towering figure of steel, standing defiant amid the ruins. At the last moment, Buggy had activated his boss form, his formidable defense barely sufficient to withstand the cataclysmic strike. Though spared the epicenter of the blast, and armored by his transformation, he still reeled, cracks spiderwebbed across the surrounding walls. Cough, cough, cough. He strained to lift the din mushy from the ground, and roared with every shred of strength left in him. Boss, the mission's failed. Vice Admiral Garp has arrived. We're finished. I've hidden 10 million belly in the Arabasta headquarters. Boss, don't forget to retrieve it. The Den Mushy's expression darkened, not over Buggy's secret stash, but at the audacity of anyone daring to strike his crew. Hold on. I'm coming now. Click. As the call ended, Buggy's pupils widened. He watched frozen as a broad-shouldered old man emerged from the dust-white hair draped in the Navy's justice coat. Garp. He staggered several steps before halting his momentum. Hey, you brat's captain, where is he? Didn't he come with you? Thud, thud, thud. His pulse surged. He knew escape was impossible. His boss was still deep in the Grand Line, no hope of rescue in time. Silent, resolute Buggy embraced his fate and struck without hesitation. Cannon barraged. Black cannon barrels erupted from the castle's rear facade. In the next heartbeat, flames ignited. Dozens of shells screamed forth, trailing, searing tongues of fire. TCH, compared to that brat, you've got zero manners. Bang, bang, bang. Each shell struck true. Garp vanished beneath a dozen roaring fireballs, their blistering heat enveloping him completely. Even the dazed fallen thugs sprawled nearby felt its warmth, as if returning home. Did we win? No one could survive such an assault, surely. Ha ha ha. Lord Buggy reigns supreme. Even a Navy Vice Admiral falls before him. Seeing the dust linger motionless, with no sign of movement within, the thugs erupted in cheers. So Lord Buggy is just as fearsome as the Godfather himself. That's incredible. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A gust swept through. The smoke dissolved in an instant, revealing a grinning, soot-streaked figure standing unscathed amidst the ruins. How is this possible? He survived the explosion. He didn't merely survive, he bore not a single wound. That barrage capable of obliterating half a city block left only a faint smudge on his sleeve. Ugh. Multi-layered barrage. After a fleeting moment of disbelief, Buggy unleashed full artillery saturation. Failure demanded escalation. 2 volleys, 310. His arsenal was inexhaustible. Kuha. You scurvy pirates. Come quietly back to town with me, you brats. In an instant, Garp vanished, reappearing behind Buggy in the next breath. His tiger claw fist crashed onto the castle wall. Crack. An intricate web of fissures tore across the fortress's rigid surface. Impossible. With mounting fury and despair, Buggy deactivated his boss form. Gashes gushed crimson across his body, his eyes rolled white, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, far away upon the Grand Line, aboard a sumptuous vessel's deck. Garp. That man is still in the East Blue. No, I can't wait. Xiao Wu and the others are there. I'll have to go myself. Chun Xia stared at the deflated Den Mushy, abruptly ending his sunbath. He briefed Boa Hancock swiftly, ordering her to sail ahead to Sabati Archipelago, promising he'd rendezvous soon. Then without hesitation he leapt into the sea, heading straight for the calm belt. His arms churned at 10086 strokes per second, transforming him into a living speedboat. There are only 2 ways to return from the Grand Line to the 4 seas, either through the world government's gates of justice, or across the perilous calm belt. Teeming with sea kings, including leviathans thousands of meters long, the calm belt spells doom for ordinary vessels. Only Navy warships equipped with cutting-edge technology or the Kuja pirates dare attempt passage. Yet for true apex cultivators, such barriers are mere formalities. Swimming across is feasible. An urgent necessity compelled Chun Xia to emulate Rayleigh, the legendary king of the sea, former first mate of the Pirate King. Half a day later, just as Chun, I shall lock you away and impel down. Boom. Bang. Smoke belched from both flanks as cannons roared. Shells howled toward Chun Xia on the waves. Frowning slightly, he flicked his fists, obliterating every projectile midair, then leapt skyward, landing gracefully on the deck via moonwalk. Had the warship ignored him, he would have done the same. His mission brooked no delay. But now, having drawn first blood, they had sealed their own fate. Madman, today you will be delivered to impel down. Vice Admiral Spider-Man charged, 6 blades gleaming, each wrapped in obsidian-colored armament hockey. His peerless 6-sword style carved the air with razor-sharp precision, filling the void with crisp, slicing resonance. Nearby Marines cheered wildly. Veterans under Spider-Man knew well the terrifying might of this seasoned commander. Even the 300 million belly bounty on Madman Chun Xia paled beside his reputation. Doubling it wouldn't change the outcome. Alas, Chun Xia's bounty was inflated. His true power vastly outstripped the number. His observation hockey revealed 5 seconds of future certainty, so the famed 6-sword style appeared riddled with fatal openings. He sidestepped all 6 blades, then drove a coiled fist deep into Spider-Man's abdomen. His gut imploded inward with grotesque concavity. Spider-Man's eyes bulged in shock. What monstrous strength is this? Thud, thud, thud. Wall after wall crumbled, catapulted bow to stern in a single blow. Only the ship's reinforced hull, forged from ultra-dense alloy, prevented him from launching into the sea. Even so, he sank into profound unconsciousness. That punch carried not just raw power, but internal martial devastation. Yet Conqueror's haki remained untapped. He simply wasn't worthy. How is this possible? He defeated Vice Admiral Spider-Man in one blow. Thump, thump, thump. With a mere sweep of his Conqueror's haki, Xia sent every Marine aboard the ship crashing into unconsciousness. As the final thump echoed, a young Marine clutching a din mushy collapsed, eyes rolled back, mouth foaming. Yet the creature had fulfilled its final duty. Those who dare strike without grasping the chasm between their strength and mind deserve no mercy. Do you truly believe everyone is a feeble amateur? With that, Xia leapt into the sea and resumed his journey. Within half a day, he would reach the East Blue. As for why he refused to ride the warship, Xia scoffed. It couldn't even match his swimming speed. Why bother? Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, the same conference room echoed with tension. Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed a bounty poster onto the table before the assembled officers. The face staring back was none other than Xia, the meteoric new king, whose name now blazed across the seas. In just 6 months since setting sail, he had unified the West Blue's underworld, defeated former Shichibukai crocodile, and forged the free-riding pirates, a force whose influence now spanned all 4 blues and even crept into the Grand Line. Just now we received word Vice Admiral Kuma was obliterated by Xia in the comm belt, in a single move. Gentlemen, your thoughts? Silence fell upon the chamber. The sheer magnitude of this revelation left even these seasoned admirals stunned, speechless, disbelieving. So, a rookie pirate, just 6 months out of port, has annihilated Kuma. Roast Mountain gasped, jaw agape, eyes wide with disbelief. I recall he's only 20. Even Roger at that age wielded no such terrifying power. Sengoku, surely this report is mistaken. The words, 6 months, instant annihilation, Vice Admiral, collided in their minds, sparking confusion and awe. No one had imagined a newcomer could possess such monstrous might. Ahem. The report is confirmed. The world government has already verified it, and issued orders. Xia is to be appointed the new Shichibukai. At that, Admiral Akainu, long a staunch advocate of absolute justice and vocal critic of the Shichibukai system, slammed his fist on the table and rose. Absolutely unacceptable. To him, the very notion was absurd, especially after Crocodile's removal had lifted his spirits. He would not tolerate another Shichibukai replacing him, especially one far more formidable than Crocodile. Such an appointment would dangerously amplify the Shichibukai's collective power. Sengoku glanced at him, then calmly sipped his tea. It is a directive, not a negotiation. The world government has spoken. Admiral Magura will depart for the East Blue at once. Dismissed. Sengoku strode from the chamber. A sharp crack echoed as the door slammed shut. This is preposterous. Sengoku's judgment grows feebler by the year. Akainu's body flared with molten heat as he stormed after him. The next day, somewhere in the East Blue, a dog-headed warship cut through the waves. On deck, a middle-aged officer, sword at his hip, approached the bow where Vice Admiral Garp lounged in a sun chair, crunching sunbae beneath the golden light. Vice Admiral Garp, the pirates are secured below deck. We also found a mother and child aboard, apparently taken hostage. Shall I escort you down? Ha 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 ha, lead the way. Setting aside the empty sunbae bag, Garp strode into the hold, and there he met the pair described by his aide, a graceful young woman in white robes flanked by 2 doll-like children. After brief conversation, Garp pieced together fragments of their story. He pulled out a bounty poster and pointed to the dashing, handsome youth pictured there. You claim Xia is your husband, and these 2 are his children. Xiaowu nodded, glancing at the man whose face now adorned every wanted poster across the Grand Line. When exactly did he set sail and become a pirate? Do you know? She shook her head. She hadn't even known Xia was a pirate until Garp produced the poster. Once formalities were concluded, Garp made no move against her. She was no criminal, merely a woman married to one. A man of sound moral compass, he would never punish the innocent. Born in the East Blue. Yet I thought he hailed from the West Blue. Garp reclined again, eyes closed, basking in the rare warmth, until sudden commotion erupted ahead. His aide rushed over, breathless. Sir, urgent. The madman Xia has appeared. 500 meters dead ahead. Garp opened one eye, dug lazily at his ear, and flicked away the debris. Perfect. He owes me 3 months' worth of sunbae. Ever since accidentally letting Xia slip away, Sengoku had docked his sunbae rations for a full month and subjected him to relentless sarcasm. Desperate to avoid further barbs, Garp had come east to check whether Luffy had truly set sail and to lie low while Beej assaulted the royal palace. That coincidence had led to everything that followed. Kuraha. Brat, I've been hunting you. Pay up my sunbae. Garp launched skyward, a colossal iron fist descending. Xia didn't flinch. His Kinbunchika haki had sensed Garp and Xiaowu, Beej, and the others long before at 100 kilometers distance. Hey, old man, retire while you still can. Don't make me file a workplace injury claim on your behalf. As the titanic fist neared, Xia ascended with moonwalk hands tucked in pockets, utterly unruffled. Hey, don't underestimate me. At the instant the fist hovered 1 centimeter from his flawless face, Chun Xia moved. Fingers aligned like a blade slicing once through the air. Chink! A ghastly wound split open across Garp's chest, and the impact hurled him backward onto the deck. Why did my Kenbunchika fail? What was that technique? How could it pierce armament hockey? His thoughts lasted but a heartbeat. Yet in that sliver of time, Chun Xia surged forward again. Black blade in hand wreathed in both Busashoku and Haushika hockey, crimson obsidian violet. Its radiance dazzling, yet to the Marines on deck, it was pure dread. The moment that black and red lightning flashed, they felt a soul-crushing pressure, knees buckling, consciousness fleeing in under half a second. In an instant, only Garp remained standing. That's Rock's Conqueror's hockey. No, stronger still. Chun Xia, who are you? Ha ha ha. Just a leisurely traveler savoring the world's wonders. This strength, earned solely through sweat, grit, and relentless toil. Shun descended, black and red sword energy cleaving the air, its edges erupting with jagged arcs of black and red lightning. Ku ha ha. Let this old relic of a bygone era witness the fruits of your hard-won efforts. Faced with that terrifying strike, Captain Garp felt no fear, only a surging tide of battle fervor rising within him. Since Roger's surrender, he had encountered no worthy opponent, and Chun Xia, not being a Marine, offered him the rare freedom to fight without restraint. Iron fist impact. The instant his iron fist clashed with the sword aura, he was hurled backward. No stalemate, no resistance. A clean, unambiguous annihilation. His pride, the divine level armament hockey, shattered like parchment before that single blade infused with sword intent Haushiku-infused binding, an internal hockey disruption. A ghastly transfixing wound carved across Garp's chest, piercing both sides. Gazing upward at Chun Xia suspended midair, he collapsed into unconsciousness, defiance still burning in his eyes. After dispatching all the Marines, Chun Xia approached a cabin door and knocked gently. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a face of ethereal beauty, unadorned yet celestial, complemented by a statuesque figure and an ineffable aura of quiet domestic grace. Xiao Wu. Chun Xia called out tentatively, uncertain whether this elegant young woman truly was the Xiao Wu from the simulation. After all, the system often rendered scenarios purely in textual form. Thump. Xiao Wu flung herself into his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. Her silken bosom pressed against him, overwhelming his senses. Glancing sideways, he caught Li Xiaoyao and the other child stifling giggles, watching amused. He suppressed the impulse rising in his chest. No matter, she was his wife after all. There would be time enough for that later once they were home. After a long, tender reunion, Chun Xia suddenly recalled Bei Ji still imprisoned. Meanwhile, deep within the brig, Bei Ji's initial elation had curdled through anticipation into utter despair. Boss, if it's you, shout once. If not, shout twice. Oh, Bei Ji, what did you say? Footsteps echoed down the dim corridor behind him. Bei Ji twisted his head eagerly. Yes, that voice, that arrogant tone. Undoubtedly his boss. Boss, you've finally come. Come out. We're returning to Alabasta first. With a mere flick of his finger, the steel cage shattered. In the year 1520 of the Marine calendar, August, in the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford, slam. Garp, are you joking? You're telling me a rookie pirate barely 6 months at sea cut you down with a single stroke? Sengoku slammed his teacup onto the desk, splashing tea across the floor. Normally fastidious, he paid no mind. What Garp had just uttered was far more explosive. Though I'd rather deny it, I was felled by one blow. Ku ha ha. These youngsters today, they're different indeed. Watching Garp, swathed head to toe in bandages, yet grinning carelessly, Sengoku felt his long-healed hypertension threatening to return. He massaged his temples and reached for the den mushi. Chun Xia's strength now vastly exceeded expectations. Even Garp, whose power rivaled or surpassed that of an ordinary admiral, had been annihilated in a single move. His true strength likely approached that man's. And yet they'd sent Admiral Magura to recruit him, like lighting a lamp in a latrine, sheer folly. He must recall Magura immediately, before he too fell beneath that blade. Blue. Click. The den mushi instantly sprouted a spiky hedgehog-like head. This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku speaking. Magura, cancel the recruitment mission. Return to Marineford at once. On the other end, Admiral Magura, just arriving at Reverse Mountain, gazed up at the demonic silhouette hovering above the sea. Raising the den mushi, he gave a wry smile. Admiral, I'm afraid I won't be returning. As for the mission, I suggest sending an admiral instead. A vice admiral. Best not to get involved. Whoosh. Crimson-black sword energy cleaved the ocean surface, erupting into a 100-meter tsunami, then instantly reducing the colossal wave to glittering fragments across the sea. A mere ripple of Haushiku sent nearby spies collapsing unconscious onto a drifting plank. CP9. So the world government has already taken notice. Chun Xia showed no mercy. Several casual slashes reduced the CP9 agents and their den mushis to scattered shards. Then his figure blurred and vanished. In the fleet admiral's office, the Den Mushi's glow faded. Sengoku's expression darkened. Creak, creak. His gaze fell upon Carp lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, casually crunching Sengoku's treasured limited edition senbei. Fury flared. He snatched the snack and devoured it. Hey Sengoku, that was mine. How can you steal rations from an injured man? I'll tell Shoko if you do. Ah, Carp, you dare. Ku, haha. What wouldn't I dare? Eat this fist. Eat this kick. Sigh, I'll dodged. A young marine outside quietly withdrew, closing the door softly. Witnessing such a scene would damage morale. Meanwhile, high above the world, 10,000 meters aloft, in a castle suspended by countless seagulls, hurry, hurry. This is huge news. It'll sell like wildfire. A feathered avian man hat askew urged the pressman frantically. One by one, freshly inked newspapers rolled off the press. 2 days later, Chinxia's party arrived in Alabasta. After resupplying at port and releasing Beiji, Chinxia boarded a merchant vessel bound for the Sabeti archipelago with his wife and child. A grand wind-powered ship named the San Diego, whose fare was surprisingly modest, only 5 million belly. At the dock, Chinxia held Xiao Wu's hand as they ascended the gangplank. Husband, is this too expensive? I'm afraid I don't have enough belly. Under Chinxia's gentle guidance these past days, her address had shifted from brother Huo Wang to husband, for though he bore the name Chinxia, he was no longer Li Huo Wang. The former had always sounded oddly dissonant, this infinitely warmer. He clasped her small hand tenderly. Don't worry, it's just 5 million belly. Your husband now earns tens of billions each month. This, merely pocket change. Wow, daddy, you, can you buy me a superhero suit? Li Xiaoyao, trailing behind them, waved a comic book overhead. Its cover depicted 4 heroes clad in distinct suits, standing shoulder to shoulder. Weren't those the same suits worn by the Vinsmoke princes and princesses? These heroes bore striking resemblance to them. Could this be an original manga? Yet he recalled Vinsmart Garth had once gifted him a set. Chinxia ruffled his hair. Of course. Once we're aboard, daddy will give you an exclusive custom-designed superhero suit. Ultra cool, ultra stylish. Yes, yes, daddy's the best. Li Xiaoyao bounced, clinging to Chinxia's sleeve. Indeed, for boys nothing beat a hero's suit. Who are you country bumpkins? Step aside, for my sake. A sullen yet elegant young man strode forward and shoved Xiao Wu aside with brutal force. Up. Xiao Wu nearly tumbled backward, but Chinxia caught him just in time. Watching the noble youth stride away with disdain, a flash of lethal intent flickered in Chinxia's eyes. Then in the next instant he materialized behind the youth. A firm hand clamped onto the youth's shoulder as Chinxia's voice rang out cold and devoid of emotion. Hey, you don't even apologize after knocking someone over. Didn't your mother teach you basic courtesy? Startled and restrained, the noble youth's expression darkened further. He waved dismissively toward a long-gowned young woman waiting for him on the deck, then yanked hard only to find himself utterly incapable of breaking free from that iron grip. Get off me. Don't provoke me, or you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Bystanders paused mid-stride, their curious gazes converging on the scene. Isn't that the young master of the Crocky trading house? Looks like it. Maybe we should pay our respects later. The Crocky house has recently hitched its fortunes to the freeloading pirates. They're practically bursting with arrogance. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Hearing the flattery, the noble youth, still firmly gripped, swelled with smug satisfaction. Listen here, country bumpkin. I don't know where you crawled from, but I'm feeling generous today. Kneel and kowtow 3 times, then deliver your wife to my quarters. And this matter ends here. Chinxia's lips curled into a faint, mirthless smile. Ha ha ha. With that feeble frame of yours you'd collapse before even reaching the bed. Ha ha ha. For a minor functionary of a subordinate trading house to speak so brazenly to the supreme leader of the freeloading pirates, such audacity was unmatched across the entire Grand Line. Yet it wasn't entirely his fault. Chinxia, usually clad in sleek black formal wear, now wore a garish multicolored shirt and shorts paired with straw sandals worth only 200 belly. Hardly the attire of a legendary captain famed for his charisma, overwhelming strength, and meteoric rise toward sovereignty. The noble youth glared wildly at Xiao Wu and the 2 children behind Chinxia, licking his lips. Papa, I'm scared. A porcelain doll girl stepped beside Chinxia and gently tugged his sleeve. Be good, Papa will perform a little magic. Just watch, and this strange uncle will vanish. She nodded, wide-eyed and trusting. Chinxia's gaze narrowed, locking onto the noble youth. You have already chosen your own path to death. His fingers twitched. Imperceptible threads of sword intent coalesced, slicing silently toward the youth's throat. Chinxia swiftly covered the children's eyes. Clang. The blade intent struck a cane sword deflected by a middle-aged man draped in a violet cloak, dressed in ragged clothes, his hair wild and unkempt. He withdrew the weapon calmly. Sir, is such severity truly warranted over a minor dispute? Chinxia smiled faintly. What shall we do? Uncle Yixiao, do you require something? If not, please step aside. My wife and I are boarding the ship. He took Xiao Wu's hand, and those of the 2 children, and walked past Yixiao directly toward the deck. Just then the noble youth rashly extended his arm to block them. I said, you kneel and kowtow now? And as for this exquisite married woman. Chun Xia's teeth ground together, but for the sake of his children's innocence, and to preserve the clean garment Xiao Wu had sewn for him, he held his fury in check. Silently, he retrieved a den mushy. Blip 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 blip. Hey Buggy, does our pirate crew oversee a trading house called Crocky? Yes, Captain. What's the matter? The den mushy puffed a cigar, its mouth smacking thoughtfully. Glancing sidelong at the contemptuous noble youth, Chun Xia smiled. Nothing urgent, just erase the Crocky trading house from existence. Leave no one behind, not even a single dog. Understood, Captain. Click. After hanging up, the noble youth sneered. I'll admit possessing a den mushy this far into the grand line proves some capability, but it's still just one den mushy, whereas I have 10. He produced 10 distinct den mushies from nowhere, brandishing them triumphantly. Chun Xia couldn't suppress a laugh. Though as a paragon of refined masculinity, he'd undergone rigorous training to maintain composure. Laughter only escaped him when utterly unavoidable. One sharp glance from him turned the noble youth pale, his legs buckled, and he staggered backward. Nearby Tsuru stood motionless, observing in silence. Not out of indifference, but because he wished to avoid bloodshed. That was his sole constraint. Chun Xia guided Xiao Wu and the children into the cabin, settled them comfortably, then returned alone to the deck. His kin Bunchaku sensed the noble youth conversing with the long-gowned girl. Tap tap tap. His straw sandals scraped discordantly against the planks as he approached, smiling serenely, when suddenly a violet figure stepped forward. Sir, though the world may be shrouded in darkness, light persists within it. Why not each retreat one step, and let this end here? Absurd. Since setting sail, every soul who crossed Chun Xia had either vanished into lifelong slavery, or lain buried beneath soil where grave mounds had grown 3 meters tall. Step aside, or you'll share their fate. His voice soft yet glacial sent an involuntary shiver through the already frail noble youth. You again? Have you grown so tired of life? I spared you once, yet you dare return. Where are my guards? Break his legs, now. Several towering broad-shouldered men in tailored suits, advanced muscles, straining so fiercely they tore seams in their jackets. They possessed skill, but nothing more. Chun Xia didn't lift a finger, merely glanced at them, and they collapsed, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Impossible. The noble youth clutched the girl's hand tighter, panic rising. These bodyguards were his father's most expensive acquisition, a cadre of elite soldiers from a great kingdom, each capable of subduing a dozen ordinary men. And yet, they'd been felled by a single glance. Terrifying beyond measure. Tsuru's expression hardened. Then let us settle this with a wager. Should you lose, the matter ends here. Should I lose, I will not interfere again. Agreed. Xiao Wu and the children had already fallen asleep. Chun Xia, with time to spare, saw no harm in indulging a little amusement. He accepted without hesitation. They approached a table. Tsuru produced a deck resembling playing cards, laid them out, and began explaining the rules. The noble youth and his companions stood forgotten, too terrified to move, stunned by Chun Xia's earlier display. Now regret gnawed at the youth's heart, and his greatest protector lay sprawled unconscious on the deck, deep in slumber. Having finished explaining the rules, Tenghu dealt the cards. Chun Xia listened attentively. Comparing numerical values was straightforward, the higher number 1. He had played this game countless times in his previous life. 3 cards landed before him. Chun Xia smiled faintly and declared, your future holds not a single chance of victory. Possessing a divine-level Kinbunchaku Haki, Chun Xia needed no foresight. He could discern each card's value merely by sensing the subtle friction between its surface and the table. Yet fortune seemed unusually unkind this time. All 3 cards bore the lowest possible values. Even foreknowledge would be futile now. Still, with armament Haki, he could erase the markings entirely and forge new ones, ensuring victory remained his. I lose. Sir, it appears your luck is rather poor. Chun Xia regarded Tenghu with wry amusement. Oh, indeed, my luck is abysmal. Boom. Tenghu instantly collapsed under an overwhelming aura. Black and crimson lightning crackled violently, shattering the wooden table into dust. Chun Xia tilted his head slightly, glancing toward the onlookers gathered on deck. Though he could not strike the noble youth directly, nothing forbade him from targeting the passengers instead. So long as the commotion remained subdued, it would not disturb Xiao Wu and the others. Just as Chun Xia prepared to expand his conqueror's Haki and settle matters at once, Tenghu, with immense pressure bearing down upon him, drew his cane sword. A flash of cold light streaked across the air, and in the next instant the noble youth's head rolled away with a dull thud. Oh! The crowd gaped at the headless corpse, gasping in shock, only to collapse simultaneously, foaming at the mouth. Watching Tenghu sheath his blade, Chun Xia tapped his fingertips lightly. Why did you do that? Do you doubt my word? I am a man of unwavering integrity. How dare you mistrust me? Tenghu gazed silently at the headless body before replying, voice resolute. If he lived, everyone aboard this ship would perish. Logic dictated only one outcome. He must die. Intriguing. Chun Xia curled his lip, amused by the man's reasoning. Even if the noble youth perished, what then? So long as Chun Xia concealed his identity, playing the fool while biding his time, reckless fools would inevitably seek him out, and more blood would spill. Would Tinghu be present then? Enough entertainment for tonight. Chun Xia rose and strode toward his cabin, leaving behind a deck strewn with unconscious passengers. Inside, upon a pristine white bed, lay a beautiful woman draped in sheer gauze, her delicate fragrance lingering softly in the air. Creak. The door swung open. Chun Xia entered, each step shedding garments, perhaps owing to the slip fruit's influence. Finally, he lunged onto the bed, wrapping his arms around the wife he had never met in reality. That the system had awakened her memories, and even conjured 2 children, did not surprise him. After all, a freely bestowed wife was the sweetest kind. Yet why had the children appeared too? His kinbunchika haki, since the 2 slumbering soundly next door, prompting a wry smile. He had 2 such adorable children, both still in Wano country. Time to visit Wano soon, to bring my wife and children home. He couldn't predict whether Kaido would awaken his memories. If not, and if he discovered Daimyo's unwed pregnancy and offspring, the consequences were unthinkable. For now, however, rekindling affection took precedence. Crackle, pop, thump, rustle. Midway through their reunion, something felt amiss. His kinbunchika haki detected a blind swordsman standing outside the door. Tinghu. An instantaneous wave of sword intent shattered the man's kinbunchika haki, leaving him truly blind in that moment. Crash, crack, crunch. Conqueror's haki surged immediately after. Overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, Tinghu's legs trembled violently, cold sweat poured from his brow. It seems I arrived most inopportunely. Clutching the wall, he crawled backward, seized a small boat, and rowed away by instinct alone. To linger risked his life. Chun Xia's stamina typically lasted an entire night. At dawn the next day, Chun Xia pulled up his trousers and searched the ship for Tinghu, only to find a farewell letter inside an open cabin door. Ripping it apart, he slammed his fist onto the table. Old fox, if I ever find you again, I'll turn you into a woman. Marineford, a secluded chamber. Several elders sat on sofas, a bounty poster laid upon the low table before them, the portrait unmistakably depicting Chun Xia. This man is Chun Xia. He set sail 6 months ago, defeated former Shichibukai crocodile 1 month prior, subsequently overpowered 2 marine rear admirals, and most recently annihilated Garp in a single move. Silence settled over the room. An elder cradling a sword turned his head slightly. Such a figure emerging signals the marine's accelerating decline. Raise his bounty and observe quietly. Another elder, hat perched atop his head, slammed his cane forcefully against the floor. Impossible. This cannot be true. A pirate of this caliber must be eradicated before he blossoms. At 20, he can obliterate Garp, a veteran legend. If allowed to mature, he will overturn the entire Grand Line. Dispatch the 3 admirals immediately to hunt him down. That is unfeasible. The Marines are preparing for the imminent war against the Whitebeard pirates. Diverting admirals now risks total annihilation at Whitebeard's hands. After deliberation, the 5 elders resolved to first increase Chun Xia's bounty and eliminate him only after the summit were concluded. A freshly minted poster was delivered to the Navy's dedicated printing facility. 4,400 million belly. A rookie who sailed less than half a year. Did Fleet Admiral Sengoku make an error? Upholding professional rigor, he dialed Sengoku's line. Minutes later, hanging up, he rubbed his ear. Did I hear correctly? This is actually real. Freshly printed posters, still damp with ink, emerged from the press, then dispersed across the world. Simultaneously, the World Economic News Agency published its latest exclusive report. On Soroi Island No. 13, the knock-knock bar Boa Hancock drained her wine glass in one swift motion, eyes alight with exhilaration as she read the newspaper atop the counter. Shocking. Rookie King Rogue Chun Xia defeats Marine hero Garp in the East Blue. Surpassing the 4 emperors, he stands poised to claim the title of Pirate King. Her slender fingers traced the handsome face on the poster. Master, you are truly extraordinary. Boa misses you dearly. When shall we meet again? Her cheeks flushed crimson, her knees weakened, nearly buckling beneath her. Behind the counter, Shaki, polishing glasses, chuckled, chin resting in her palm. Boa Hancock, judging by that expression, you've fallen victim to lovesickness. Oh my. As Master's disciple, concern for him is perfectly natural. Meanwhile, Sister Shaki, Master Rayleigh has once again sold himself into slavery at the slave market. Luffy's gone off again. Honestly, what am I supposed to do with him? Shaki shrugged indifferently, but her gaze froze when she caught sight of the wanted poster in Boa Hancock's hand. 48 billion belly. So a monster has emerged upon this Grand Line. Sigh, another day shaken to its core. Meanwhile, somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, the Sunny was cutting through the vast churning sea. Woha. Just a few more days until we reach Sabati Archipelago. I can't wait. Come on, Chopper. Yaha. Let's go buy cotton candy instead, Luffy. Sure. Cotton candy. Cotton candy. Clang. Just as Luffy was shouting, a graceful figure slipped silently behind him, and Chopper, and a fist like tempered iron descended. Bakayero, will you two idiots please stop making noise? Wawa, it hurts. It hurts. Luffy clutched the massive lump swelling on his head, yelping and dashing wildly across the deck, only to be cleanly tripped by Zoro's sword hilt and sent sprawling onto the deck. A newspaper hawk soared overhead, dropping both a broadsheet and a wanted poster. Nanny. Zoro sheathed his blade and picked up the paper. The sheer cascade of zeros on the wanted poster struck him instantly. 48 billion belly. You're joking. How could anyone possibly have such an astronomical bounty? Let the great Usopp the Brave take a look. Wait, this bounty equals hundreds of thousands of choppers. Chopper, clutching his own head, leapt up, determined to see what kind of person warranted such a staggering reward. Swish. Nami, wearing shorts and a sleeveless top, snatched the poster midair. Her eyes locked onto the familiar face, and tears welled uncontrollably. Shinsia, where are you? Hearing this, Luffy scratched his head, then snapped his fingers in sudden realization. Alright, so that guy worth 48 billion belly is Nami's friend. I wonder how many feasts that much belly could fund. Thud, thud, thud. Predictably, Luffy had already drifted back into infantile slumber. Thanks to Morgan's formidable influence, news of Chunxia's meteoric bounty surge swept across the entire Grand Line. Even top-tier powers began taking notice. After all, rising from 300 million to over 4 billion belly was no trivial feat. And once they read the paper, they understood precisely why Chunxia's bounty had rocketed skyward. He'd single-handedly obliterated the Navy's hero. Ha! You'll do perfectly as my husband. I've made my decision, Shinsia. Tato land Tornbalt Sea. Charlotte Katakuri winced inwardly. He regretted showing his mother Chinsia's wanted poster. Katakuri, go fetch Chinsia now. Waha! We shall hold a grand wedding, and our offspring will surely surpass even Rox himself. This can't be real. Katakuri's mind reeled. Send him to invite a man who could effortlessly defeat Garp. Was this not a death sentence? Yet under his mother's unyielding pressure, he bade farewell to his siblings and set sail aboard a pirate ship. Meanwhile, Kaido, the 4 Emperor, also received the paper and poster. Though mildly startled, his reaction remained restrained. Garp's grown old. He couldn't even best a greenhorn. Coo. His laughter shook Onigashima itself. Pirates standing atop the island felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. In Flower Capital, a striking woman strode down the street, shouldering a spiked club and leading a small child. She scanned her surroundings with sharp vigilance. Spotting a pleasure district, she seized the child's hand and dashed inside. The madam watched her burst in and flinched slightly. But then she reconsidered. Women visiting brothels were rare, yes, but not unheard of. Perhaps this one harbored unusual tastes. Deo waved her hand dismissively, demanding the district's most renowned courtesan Komurasaki attend her immediately. Inside the chamber, the 2 women exchanged glances, then glanced at each other's children, and comprehension struck like lightning. It wasn't a dream. It had happened. And these 2 children bore the bloodline of that man. Instantly, 2 women who'd always gotten along well fell into easy conversation. When talk turned to Chinsia's whereabouts, both went pale, utterly clueless. But then servants delivered the latest newspaper, and everything clicked. Deo shattered the entire tea house, its azure walls crumbling to dust, then stormed the shogun's residence alone, cutting through its entire guard force. Kurizumi Orochi met the same fate. By the time word reached Kaido on Onigashima, fury blazed across his face. He shook his head, snatched up his spiked club, and transformed into a 1,000-meter-long azure dragon soaring toward Flower Capital. A family disgrace. My only D. Clouds churned violently, and a streak of azure plummeted downward, landing squarely before Deo and Komurasaki. Hey, where are you headed, Deo? Wait, whose child is that? Your grandson. Kaido staggered, his spiked club nearly slipping from his grip. Had he drunk counterfeit sake? This sounded utterly impossible. Deo's tomboyish demeanor, surely no one would ever fall for her. And hadn't he kept her imprisoned on Onigashima the whole time? How could she possibly? Wait, could it be one of the 3 disasters? At that thought, flames erupted atop Kaido's head. His club slammed into the earth, splitting the ground with jagged fissures. Whose child is it? Chinsia's. Chinsia, that newcomer, the so-called next king, whose bounty just surpassed 4 billion belly, had seduced his precious daughter right under his nose. Unforgivable. Kaido's face darkened. He transformed once more into the Azure Dragon, and soared towards Sabaody Archipelago, where intelligence flowed fastest, and tracking someone proved easiest. After Kaido departed, Deo and Komurasaki slipped back into Onigashima, stole a serviceable pirate ship, and embarked on their own quest to find their husband. Their destination, Sabaody Archipelago. She sensed, deep in her bones, that Chinsia was there. News of Chinsia had ignited the Grand Line. Women bound to him by ties too tangled to name now set sail in search of the man who'd vanished without a trace. It seemed the seas were about to erupt with unprecedented turbulence. Meanwhile, the Marines scrambled to prepare Ace's execution. Just days prior, Marshal D. Teach, formerly of the Whitebeard Pirates, had delivered Ace to Marine headquarters. And Ace's lineage, son of the former pirate king Gol D, Roger, had been exposed. Word of Ace's capture hadn't yet reached Whitebeard's crew, but it wouldn't take long. 3 days later, near the Sabati archipelago, Xia stood on the deck gazing at the colossal redwood tree drawing ever closer. He could not help but marvel. This world of pirates was truly extraordinary, capable of nurturing trees of such staggering height. The merchant vessel docked at Island No. 40 after disembarking. Xia, accompanied by Xiao Wu and the 2 children, made his way to the bamboo extortion bar on Island No. 13. He had arranged to meet Boa Hancock there. A strategic meeting intended to foster familiarity between the 2 women, thereby averting any future romantic entanglements that might leave him battered and bruised. Though dressed incognito, his name had recently thundered across the entire Grand Line, and his striking visage had been etched into countless memories. Garments could be changed, but charisma, like brilliance itself, remained immutable. As he strolled through the bustling streets, his kinbunshiko haki sensed several furtive presences trailing behind. With a subtle exertion of his haushiko haki, he delivered an abrupt, sobering lesson to a group of young pirates. Gasp! His bounty exceeds even that of the 4 emperors. Inside taverns and shops alike, whispers of his name swirled incessantly. Yet Xia, hand in hand with his wife and children, paid them no mind. To him the Grand Line posed no threat whatsoever. He stood unchallenged, invincible, at least so long as the ancient matriarch remained absent from the stage. No force within these seas could match him, at best some might endure longer than others. Hey, you're Eustace Kid, the so-called strongest rookie among the worst generation, right? Kill you, and I'll become the strongest among all the new blood. From afar strode a crimson-haired eccentric, slowly raising his arm. A torrent of immense energy surged toward them in an instant. Seeing terror flash across his wife's and children's eyes, Xia's palm erupted with crackling black and crimson lightning. Brat, you've just provoked someone far beyond your reckoning. Boom. Crack. A wave of concussive force sent bystanders sprawling in every direction. Even Navy spies lurking far behind slumped unconscious, their din mushy tongues lolling limply from their mouths. And at the epicenter of that overwhelming haushika haki, Kid himself grimaced violently, limbs liquefying, his very will screaming to kneel. Clenching his teeth until blood seeped from his gums, he still crumbled beneath the pressure. His eyes bulged, rolled white, and his body buckled, just as a figure materialized behind him. A massive hand clamped down hard upon his throat. His crew lay strewn about, utterly insensate. Since you dared strike first, you must have already accepted your fate. In your next life, learn to discern who is truly untouchable. Snap. Xia cleanly snapped Kid's neck, tossed the corpse aside, and returned to Xiao Wu's side. After offering brief words of reassurance, he resumed his journey toward their destination. Meanwhile, inside the bamboo extortion bar, Boa Hancock, sensing that unmistakable aura of haushika haki, lit up with delight. Its master has arrived. On Island No. 11, within a slave market, Rayleigh, caged and confined, felt that terrifying haushika haki ripple across the distance. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A haushika stronger than the captain's. How is this possible? Could it truly be him? At the bamboo extortion bar, Xia and his companions met Boa Hancock without incident. And to his quiet surprise, Xiao Wu and Hancock bonded effortlessly, free of rivalry or jealousy. After a simple meal and settling everyone comfortably, Xia decided to explore the Sabati archipelago properly. It was his first time here, though he'd traversed its simulated iterations countless times before. Guided by Shuji's intelligence, he arrived at a notorious slave market, the very place where the legendary Dark King Rayleigh often sold himself for sake money. Ah, there he is. Spotting Rayleigh imprisoned within a cage, Xia's expression brightened with mischievous curiosity. He swiftly disguised himself as a slave, procured an identical cage, and climbed inside beside Rayleigh. Hi there, old man. What a coincidence. Were you captured too? Watching Xia waltz and procure a cage, and then casually step inside it, Rayleigh felt for the first time in decades a faint tremor in his own mastery. Adjusting his spectacles, he fixed Xia with a piercing, analytical gaze, as if peeling back layer after layer of his being. Ha ha ha. What a delightful coincidence, young man. Would you care to join me for a few drinks sometime? Absolutely, I'd love that. Though I assume you're treating. Rayleigh's laughter died mid-chuckle, his lips twitched involuntarily. Truth be told, he'd invited Xia precisely because his coin purse was perilously thin. Even after this sale, he'd barely afford a few days' worth of fine liquor. Adding Xia to the tab, however, promised a proper unrestrained binge. Yet Xia's next audacious maneuver left the former first mate of the Pirate King utterly dumbfounded. Clang, clang, clang. Hey, you 2 slaves, stop chattering. One more word, and you'll feel the lash. A wiry man yanked aside the curtain, whip in hand, rapping sharply against the bars. Instantly, Xia and Rayleigh fell silent, but their eyes flickered with a barely concealed spark of exhilaration. Moments later, 2 burly men hauled them onto the auction stage. Blinding lights struck Chinxia's face as he squinted at the frenzied crowd of bidders. The auctioneer boomed into his microphone. These two were seized only after exhausting our finest resources. They are exceptionally powerful. Purchase them and do with them as you please. Beat them, curse them. They shall never resist. Even as laborers, one man equals 15. Especially this youth. He makes an outstanding pleasure servant with endurance guaranteed for no less than 48 hours. Starting bid, 10 million berry. Seated among the crowd, Nami stared blankly into the cage. Her gaze locked onto Chinxia's grinning face, before whispering, dazed, Chinxia. That's Chinxia. Chinxia, still confined within the cage, had already spotted the Straw Hat crew, and Nami's stunned reaction did not escape his notice. How deeply intertwined our fates have grown, Nami-san. Though soon the celestial dragons themselves will arrive. As the auctioneer's gavel struck, bidding commenced, but competition remained tepid. After all, an elderly man and a handsome youth, even one with latent strength, hardly justified such exorbitant sums. Only a handful of affluent matrons and Nami herself continued to bid. 10 million berry. 11 million berry. The price soared steadily to 20 million berry, far exceeding the auctioneer's wildest expectations, shattering his very understanding of market value. An ordinary man typically fetched around 100,000 berry. Even pirates without bounties rarely commanded much more. Nearby, Sanji gaped at Nami, whose fervor had escalated into near hysteria. Nami-san, are you planning to eat a pleasure servant? Snap. As the auctioneer brought down the gavel, Chinzong was successfully acquired by Nami for 20 million belly. The black curtain closed once more, and Chinxia, cage and all, was carried away. In this auction house, payment and delivery were executed simultaneously. Haha, young man, never imagined I'd end up auctioned alongside someone else. This is my first time fetching such a staggering price. Back in the day, I sold myself with great effort, yet barely netted 1 or 2 million belly. This joint sale with Chinxia alone promises at least 10 million belly, enough to savor several glasses of Shiki's exclusive vintage wine. Chinxia paid him no mind, wholly absorbed in scanning the surroundings with his observation haki. A rare opportunity to lay eyes on the main crew, albeit 2 members were currently absent. Still, they'd arrive shortly. A massive glass tank was wheeled onto the stage. Amid collective gasps and eager anticipation, the curtain parted to reveal the graceful mermaid, Cammy. How old is White Star again? The appearance of Cammy ignited thunderous cheers. The mermaid was an exceptionally rare commodity in auctions. With Fishman Island submerged 10,000 meters beneath the sea, capturing merfolk was extraordinarily perilous, rendering them exorbitantly priced. And this young, stunning female mermaid, though not yet 30 and thus unable to reproduce, still held immense allure for those indulging in peculiar desires. A youthful, radiant mermaid maiden, distinguished guests surely grasp her worth, especially one of such exceptional quality. The atmosphere surged to fever pitch. Every pair of eyes burned crimson, fixed upon the terrified Cammy trembling inside the glass tank, as though she were mere prey. Enough talk. Start the bidding already. Ha 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 ha. Hurry up and quote your price, you tedious chatterbox. Unlike the frenzied crowd, the Straw Hat crew's expressions darkened with deep concern upon seeing Cammy. Yet Nami's gaze still shimmered with resolve. She had staked her entire fortune, 200 million belly. Though acquiring Chinxia and Rayleigh had cost 20 million, she retained 180 million. Well within the typical range for a mermaid, which hovered just above 100 million belly. Auction commences. Starting bid, 70 million belly. The auctioneer's voice boomed clearly through the microphone. 80 million belly. Who do you think you're insulting? A mermaid worth only that. I bid 100 million belly. Bidding escalated fiercely, swiftly surging to an astonishing 150 million belly. Watching their rival lower their numbered paddle, Nami clenched her teeth, stamped her foot, and raised her own 180 million belly. Silence descended. Absolute, suffocating silence. 180 million belly far exceeded Cammy's market value. With such wealth, one could purchase dozens of humans of any type, style, or preference, changing daily without repetition for an entire month. Was victory imminent? The Straw Hats' hearts leapt into their throats. Not a single soul dared raise another bid. Victory seemed assured. But was it truly so? Snap. At that moment, a numbered paddle rose. All eyes turned. 2 portly men, dripping snot, wearing bubble-shaped helmets and flamboyant, opulent formal attire. One clutched a chain, the other lifted the paddle. Their gaze bore an unsettling air of cunning intelligence. 500 million belly. I bid 500 million belly. Thud. Nami's fingers slackened, her paddle slumped lifelessly. Heavens. Celestial dragons. Every underworld lord and supernova present stood, frozen mouths agape, staring dumbfounded at the celestial dragons. 500 million belly. Impossible, we're outmatched. Ignoring the stunned glances around them, the 2 celestial dragons casually debated Cammy's fate. You're squandering money again. Don't you already keep piranhas in your aquarium? The celestial dragon, who just bid 500 million belly, curled his lip. Chasing her is far more entertaining. I hear mermaids are the swiftest swimmers in the world. Inside the glass tank, Cammy hammered frantically against the walls, yet neither she nor the audience could hear each other. Wah! May I ask once more, is there anyone present willing to bid over 500 million belly? The auctioneer gripped the microphone, exhilarated. Were it not for protocol, he'd have sealed the deal instantly. 500 million belly meant immense profit even after the owner's cut. And with celestial dragons themselves declaring the price, he doubted anyone dared oppose them. Chopper shook Sanji's shoulder, voice tight with panic. Is there truly no way? Are we utterly powerless? Sanji, Nami. Sanji's face tightened, smoke from his cigarette coiled upward, illuminating his furrowed brow. I refuse to let friends be bought away by money. It's untenable. We assumed coin would solve everything, but instead matters have spiraled beyond control. Even as Sanji spoke, the auctioneer eagerly raised his microphone. If no further bids are forthcoming, the buyer shall be confirmed. Cold sweat broke across the straw hats and octopus's faces, fingernails dug deep into their seed arms. We have no choice now. Fight our way to Cammy and help her escape into the sea. A starfish-like creature welled with tears. What nonsense are you spouting? What about her collar? As tension peaked, the auctioneer's gavel struck home. Time's up. Thus concludes today's auction. The extraordinary lot, the mermaid Cammy, is awarded to world noble Charlos for 500 million belly. Price confirmed. The gavel fell again, harder this time. With a deafening crash, the auction hall's dome shattered, rubble rained down. Hey, what in blazes are you doing? Can't you land more gracefully? From the dust-clouded wreckage, two figures emerged, rubbing swollen bumps on their heads. The protagonists have arrived, and it's high time we collected our 2 million belly. Chun Xia's observation hockey enveloped the entire auction hall. Nothing escaped his perception. He cracked his neck, crushed his handcuffs and shackles into iron spheres, then effortlessly dismantled his collar, using armament hockey's internal destruction. Turning to Rayleigh, who stood nearby with a faint smile, he drawled, "Hey old man, want me to remove yours too? Just 1 million belly." Rayleigh's grin vanished instantly. That sum wouldn't even cover a single drink, so he shook his head firmly. TCH. Broke as ever. Chun Xia tore open the iron cage and ambled forward, muttering under his breath. Behind him, Rayleigh's lips twitched. Do today's youth always speak so scathingly? More eloquent than Shiki herself. Cammy, I've come to save you. Luffy dashed forward the moment he spotted Cammy trapped inside the glass tank. Damn it, Cammy's wearing a slave collar. Don't act recklessly. Zoro watched Luffy's impulsive charge, his sword trembling with fury. Luffy, remember your promise to me. You swore never to lose your composure, no matter who falls before your eyes. Hachon rushed after him, just as in the original story, and inadvertently revealed his fishman heritage, drawing scornful glares from the crowd. Hey, what's that fishman doing here? Keep your distance. I bet you're carrying some nasty virus. Even if you walk upright, you're still destined to be a slave. Luffy flung Hachon aside and rocketed toward the stage. Not far behind, the celestial dragon Charlos rose his golden pistol, slowly aiming its barrel at Hachon. Bang! Flames leapt from the muzzle, a bullet streaked forth. No one in the hall reacted in time. Hachon! The Straw Hat crew watched in heart-wrenching despair as Hachon lay sprawled in the aisle, but no blood splattered, no cry of agony followed. Thud! A celestial dragon. You dared raise a hand against my wife's friend. Your death is already ordained. Chun Xia opened his palm, iron dust cascaded down. The specially forged bullet, capable of piercing even fishmen, had been crushed into fine powder between his fingers. Chun Xia. Nami's cheeks flushed faintly as tears streamed silently down her face. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward Chun Xia. Watching her, he smiled with quiet relief, then turned his gaze toward the smirking celestial dragon in the distance. This future is proving rather unpleasant. Looks like you'll all need a little nap first. In the future, he had foreseen Charlos. The shark-armed celestial dragon had ambushed Nami from behind with a treacherous shot as she ran toward him. Yet Chun Xia had already perceived every thread of fate and possessed the power to rewrite them. KRAKOM. His gaze swept forward, an overwhelming aura descended upon everyone present, except the Straw Hat crew. Sinister crimson-black lightning coiled like living serpents, striking the 3 celestial dragons in the front row. They collapsed instantly, shrieking like pigs, eyes bulging grotesquely. They weren't dead, not yet. Chun Xia still had use for these 3 celestial swine, a better to repurpose waste than discard it. The celestial dragons are dead. No, they're not dead, but what difference does it make? Only the Straw Hat crew, Law, and a few other supernovas remained on site. Chun Xia had deliberately spared them, for reasons of his own. Nami-chan. He opened his arms as she flew into them, breathing in her delicate floral fragrance. Gently he stroked her back. I told you, I'd return to take responsibility for you. Those words, instead of soothing her, seemed to trigger a switch. Nami wrenched herself free, her expression turning icy as she drew back her fist. With a thunderous crack, she slammed it into Chun Xia's abdomen. Chun Xia hurtled backward, smashing a gaping hole through the stage. Though Nami's punch alone couldn't generate such force, he knew full well why he dared not resist, given what he'd done to her. Nami-chan, please don't be angry. Let me explain. Seeing her advance again, fists clenched and fury blazing, he frantically waved his hands. Not here, not in front of everyone. This isn't a live-stream domestic incident. Thump, thump, thump. The Straw Hat crew hurried to the side, sat on tiny stools, and watched Nami's outburst with amused fascination, snacks in hand. Luffy covered his eyes, peeking through his fingers at Chun-Xia's relentless scolding. Nami-chan is terrifying. Recalling how he'd been disciplined daily aboard the Sunny Meister, his whole body trembled anew. After several minutes of relentless pink-fisted re-education, Chun-Xia clutched the swelling lump on his head, seized Nami's wrist mid-swing, and pulled her gently into his chest. Nami-chan, enough. Keep this up and your husband won't survive. Her cheeks flushed as warmth radiated from his chest. I'll let you off this time, but next time you vanish without warning, I'll. She raised her fist high, glaring fiercely. Chun-Xia hastily nodded. Suddenly the backdrop ripped open. Dozens of freed slaves poured forth, led by an elderly man in flip-flops and shorts. Chun-Xia, who's that? Oh, that's just the old man auctioned alongside me. Loves drinking. One day alcohol poisoning will claim him. Hearing this, Rayleigh's lips twitched. Even with his legendary composure, he nearly snapped, then sighed inwardly. No point arguing with a junior. Rayleigh stepped onto the stage. Amid stunned silence, he demonstrated the advanced technique known as internal destruction, reaping profound emotional resonance from the awestruck audience. Why isn't this young man astonished at all? Seeing Chun-Xia seated below, arms crossed, Nami nestled comfortably beside him, utterly unimpressed. Rayleigh's brow furrowed in genuine bewilderment. By all accounts, this youth should be a supernova, utterly unfamiliar with hockey or such esoteric arts. Yet witnessing such unprecedented power ought to ignite not indifference. Stop pretending, king of the underworld, Rayleigh. The Marine admirals are about to arrive. Nanny. Once more the Straw Hats and Law recoiled in shock. Admirals? King of the underworld, Rayleigh. Wait, just who is this young man? They'd spent time together, yet still didn't know his name. Rayleigh asked. Around them, curious eyes turned fully upon the enigmatic newcomer. Sokka. So he's the one who calls Nami his wife. That settles it. Which one? Luffy. Luffy scratched his head. I forgot. You idiot, captain of the Straw Hats. He's Chun-Xia the madman, with a bounty of 48 billion berries. Rumor has it he's the undisputed leader of this generation's supernovas, though I refuse to admit it, his strength truly eclipses ours. Law glanced briefly at Chun-Xia, then leaned back against the sofa. 48 billion berries. Just now he was sold for 2 million berries, and also came with King of the Underworld Rayleigh, former first mate to the pirate King Roger. If word got out, no one would believe it. Two of the world's most formidable warriors, bought for a mere 2 million berries. Ignoring the stunned silence, Chun-Xia produced a navigational chart and pressed it into Nami's hands. Nami-chan, here's the map I promised. It charts the new world since you've already sailed the first half of the Grand Line. Nami gazed at the chart cradled in her arms, kissed Chun-Xia softly on the cheek, then returned it. Chun-Xia, thank you, but I intend to draw the map of the entire world myself. Feeling the warmth and slight dampness of her kiss, Chun-Xia gently pinched her cheek. Nami-chan, your happiness is all that matters. I'll always stand behind you. No matter when, no matter where. The moment hung suspended, poised for something deeper, when a sharp, whistling roar tore through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Several cannonballs struck the auction house's entrance, gouging black craters into the ground. Thick smoke seeped through the cracks beneath the doors. This place is already surrounded by the Marines. I'll get you out. With that, Chun-Xia took Nami's hand and strode toward the exit, utterly ignoring the crowd of supernovas behind him. Hey Nami-chan, wait for me. The Straw Hat crew, except for Usopp and a certain lecherous skeleton, rushed after the pair. The other supernovas, seeing this, discreetly trailed at a distance. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, clutching the freshly seized belly from the bar owner, led the giant in smashing through a wall with a single punch and fled from behind. Before vanishing, he called out to Luffy, that Straw Hat suits a man of exceptional vigor, Monkey D. Luffy, I truly wish to understand you better. Luffy scratched his head, muttering as he hurried after Nami. What a strange old man, more enigmatic than Nami's fiancé. Could he be the legendary Pluton? Creak. The massive gate swung open. Rows of Marines stood in rigid formation, their rifles gleaming with cold lethal light. Beside them loomed several oddly shaped cannons. Hey, you the rogue Chun-Xia? You're completely surrounded. Surrender now, and we may show leniency. The speaking rear admiral's lips trembled so violently he could barely articulate his words. The microphone in his hand jerked up and down like a nervous bird. Damn it. Why did Fleet Admiral Sengoku assign me to this suicide mission? A pirate with a bounty of 4 billion belly, nearly equal to the 4 emperors. Was such a figure truly within the reach of a mere rear admiral? He even wondered whether someone had been sabotaging his career lately. Gazing at the clouds drifting across the horizon, a flicker of hope lit his eyes. Once Admiral Kazuru arrives, I'll slip away, and the rogue Chinxia will be none of my concern. Fire mortars. Several shells screamed through the air. Nami instinctively tightened her grip on Chinxia's hand. He gently stroked her cheek, then casually flicked his fingers, whereupon every shell detonated midair, shrouding the battlefield in thick black smoke and acrid gunpowder fumes, evoking the brutal immediacy of war. Again, raise your weapons, fire. This time not only shells but a torrent of bullets erupted, weaving an impenetrable web of fire hurtling toward the group. Gum gum balloon. Reflection. Nearby several supernovas eagerly flexed their powers. After all, they were all supernovas, and no one would dare underestimate them. Too slow. You lot are far too slow. Chinxia smiled faintly and unleashed his divine-level Haushiko Haki. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, every Marine collapsed unconscious, including the rear admiral himself. This was divine-level Haushiko Haki. At full power, even an admiral would be overwhelmed. Same power as that old man. Trafalgar Law broke into a cold sweat, fingers tightening around his katana. Though the force hadn't targeted them directly, its sheer pressure left him drenched in fear. Captain Straw Hat, this surpasses even Pluton's might. Oh, I see. Let's go to Island 13 right away then. Are you coming with us? No. Chinxia parted ways with the Straw Hats and Law, but had taken only a few steps when new enemies materialized before them. Bang. ZZZT. Target acquired. Identity confirmed. The rogue Chinxia. Bounty 4. 48 billion belly. Open fire immediately. A searing yellow laser ignited within the pacifista's mouth. Chinxia, dodge now. Whoa, am I about to die? Watching the panicked faces around him, Chinxia narrowed his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and evaded the beam with effortless grace. Huh, incredible. Someone actually dodged light itself. Nami-chan, could your fiancé teach me how? Nami flushed, faintly startled by Luffy's casual reference to Chinxia as her husband. She waved her hands frantically. No, we've known each other since childhood. We're just close friends, not married yet. Oh, I see. Your friend is my friend, so Chinxia will teach me. At the heart of the battlefield, Chinxia's lips twitched. Luffy seemed harmless enough, but perhaps he ought to limit how much the boy talked with Nami. Otherwise she'd catch his brand of nonsense. He certainly didn't want Nami-chan turning into a fool. Target acquisition complete. Initiating, swish, bang. Before the sentence finished, Chinxia slashed his finger across the towering pacifista, reducing it instantly to scrap metal. Let's go. Bigger trouble's coming soon. Chinxia cut off the chattering group behind him. He'd heard every word clearly: wedding plans, honeymoon destinations, even whether they'd have children. They cared more about his marital future than his own parents did. Here they come. Here they come. The group set sail for Island 13. Midway across the bridge, another pacifista plummeted from the sky, but with a mere flick of Chinxia's finger it crumbled into ruin. The Straw Hats stared dumbfounded. Chinxia held no blade, made no contact, yet unleashed sword-like energy capable of cleaving pacifistas midair. Zoro pestered him relentlessly for a duel, but Chinxia deflected the challenge, citing their current escape as inconvenient. Chinxia, I must learn that move. It's absolutely awesome. Even cooler than Sanji's devil kick. Idiot, what do you mean? Who was it begging me to teach him devil kick just yesterday? TCH, devil kick is obsolete. This is the age of sword energy. Sanji admitted. You're simply outclassed by Chinxia. Otherwise, why would Nami-chan? Bang. Sanji crushed his cigarette between thumb and forefinger, then delivered a devastating devil kick straight into Luffy's gut. Shut up, you idiot. Luffy retaliated with a rubber pistol. Exactly. You can't stop me. I'm telling the truth. Chinxia is. As the two tumbled into furious combat, and Zoro roared insults nearby, Chinxia absent-mindedly patted the small hand resting in his chest pocket. Nami's the quietest one, my Nami. He conveniently forgot how just days earlier at the auction house, she had left him bruised and swollen from head to toe. Along the way, towns lay eerily deserted. People had fled, fearing the arrival of an admiral following the Celestial Dragon incident. Even without targeting civilians, an admiral's collateral blast could slaughter thousands. Better to abandon wealth than become cannon fodder in a naval purge. Master, you're here. Just short of the bamboo beating bar, a graceful figure dashed forward, blurring into Chinxia's arms in a heartbeat. Seeing Nami on his left and the newcomer on his right, the Straw Hats exchanged knowing glances and burst into unrestrained laughter, clutching their bellies. Chinxia? So this is why you set sail? Nami's expression darkened instantly. Chinxia stiffened. Hear me out. It's not what you think. Really, don't hit my face. Don't pinch my kidneys. Boa Hancock seized the moment to slip free from Chinxia's grasp, watching his frantic retreat with amused fascination. Her sharp mind had already pieced everything together. Sitting on the sofa, Chinxia rubbed the bump on his head and sighed helplessly at Nami, who pouted silently. Now you understand. She's merely my disciple. Nami remained silent, her gaze drifting instead to Xiao Wu seated nearby, and the two young children darting about outside. Ahem. I may not be worthy of your affection, Nami-chan, but I swear my love shall be divided equally among you all. After a round of clever sophistry, Chun-Xia managed, barely, to convince Nami to accept the existence of her two sisters. Soon afterward, she grew familiar with Boa Hancock, and even began to regard him as the de facto leader among the three. With peace secured at home, Chun-Xia entrusted Rayleigh with the coding task before departing alongside Luffy and the others. Meanwhile, Nami and Boa Hancock huddled together, whispering conspiratorially and erupting into peals of giggles, glancing repeatedly at Chun-Xia's retreating back with mischievous grins. It seemed certain tonight would bring Chun-Xia a nightmare. Chun-Xia sprinted across the ground, vanishing from sight in an instant. Hundreds of meters gone in the blink of an eye. Though he'd never trained in the Navy's 6 powers, his physical constitution, well over 6,000, rendered formal instruction unnecessary. Grasping their principles alone sufficed for mastery. His execution fell short of the god-tier feats simulated in his mind, soaring 10,000 meters into the sky or crossing from the New World to the East Blue in 2 days. But for short-distance traversal, it proved more than adequate. Moments later, he arrived at the street where the explosion had occurred. Before him stood a Navy admiral clad in the Crimson Justice coat, his leering face twisted with mockery as he casually kicked down one supernova after another, muttering, "So scary. So scary. Still as shameless as ever. Kizaru." Chun-Xia concealed himself in a shadowed corner, cloaking his presence beneath the aura of sword-intent slaughter. So long as he avoided reckless exposure, he remained undetected. The pivotal figures had yet to arrive. Premature intervention would be ill-timed. He waited. After reducing every supernova present to grievous injury, Kizaru activated a Den Mushi to report his progress. No sooner had he hung up than the Straw Hat crew burst onto the scene. Navy Admiral. Luffy-san, we must flee. Usopp trembled violently upon spotting Kizaru's buckling voice quavering as he stammered out the words. "If you're afraid, Usopp, go ahead. I'll test the Admiral's strength myself." "Wah, I fully support the captain's decision." Seeing both of the crew's foremost fighters stand firm, Usopp clenched his teeth. "Fine. Usopp the Great shall join you in this madness." Battle erupted instantly. Every Straw Hat braced themselves with utmost vigilance. Before them stood the Navy's supreme combatant and admiral. Hesitation meant death. Yet despite unleashing powers far beyond their norm, the Straw Hats could not land a single blow on Kizaru. Hours passed. Only dazzling light trails and radiant effects marked their assault, while Kizaru emerged unscathed save for a faint smudge on his coat hem. Gazing down at Zoro beneath his foot, Kizaru slowly raised his leg. A searing beam of golden light flared, then descended. Zoro. At that very moment, a figure shot forward like lightning, a worn slipper poised to strike Kizaru square in the face. "Time to make my entrance. Don't steal my spotlight, old man Rayleigh." Chun-Xia materialized before Kizaru, and 2 size, 48 feet struck simultaneously. Boom. Kizaru hurtled backward through the air. Robin, seizing the moment, rescued Zoro with her devil fruit ability. The madman Chun-Xia, truly extraordinary. What rotten luck. I stumble upon you today. Though dispatched specifically because Chun-Xia had assaulted a celestial dragon, even a bounty of 48 billion berries, and a man capable of overwhelming Vice Admiral Garp, was no one's ideal encounter. "Hey, old man Rayleigh, I warned you not to steal my thunder. Think I won't tell Shaki. Your secret stash won't survive my Kenbunchika haki. Ha ha ha. Age catches up with us all. This world belongs to youth now. An old relic like me shall take his leave first." Fwoosh. Rayleigh fled without hesitation, not out of fear of Chun-Xia certainly, but because those hard-earned savings represented years of indentured labor. They were not easily surrendered. "Hey Kizaru, since speed is way, care to test that theory? Are today's rookies truly this terrifying? Perhaps it's time I departed. Try to run. Not a chance." Sword-intent slaughter descended upon him like a shroud, nullifying his Kenbunchika haki entirely. Simultaneously, Chun-Xia's arm surged with armament haki, its hue deepening from violet to crimson. Supreme Conqueror's haki roared forth, unchained and unrestrained. Crack boom. Countless black and crimson lightning bolts engulfed the entire island. Sea Conqueror's haki. Supreme Conqueror's haki. Warrior Peachmaru collapsed mid-sentence, eyes rolling white. The Straw Hats, battered but breathing, seized the rare chance to catch their breath as Warrior Peachmaru and the Pacifista crumpled. Chun-Xia's Conqueror's haki had spared them deliberately. After all, they were Nami-chan's comrades. If harm befell them, Nami-chan would surely hold him accountable. Truly terrifying Conqueror's haki. Kizaru's expression hardened. Serious, focused muscles coiled tight. Such intensity of Conqueror's haki. he'd felt only once before from Shanks the Four Emperor. And even then Chun Xia surpassed it. Crack. A colossal red cedar split apart under the onslaught of crimson-black lightning fissures spiderwebbing across its ancient bark. As Chun Xia amplified his conqueror's haki further, the titanic tree, hundreds of meters tall, shuddered, groaned, and finally crashed to the earth. Here I come, Kizaru. Chun Xia appeared before Kizaru in an instant, his massive fist swelling rapidly in Kizaru's vision. Thud. It struck, but not quite true. Staring at the gaping wound in Kizaru's shoulder hundreds of meters away, Chun Xia clicked his tongue. Good news hit. Bad news not fatal. Having watched simulations of his own effortless dominance, slaying admirals like dogs, he'd assumed defeating one would be trivial. Reality proved otherwise. Subduing Kizaru would take hours, if Kizaru stayed put. Should he flee, Chun Xia doubted he could catch him. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Kizaru broke into cold sweat, heart hammering. That blow had bypassed all warning. No, his Kinbunchika haki had simply vanished. A horrifying ability. Today's supernovas are beyond terrifying. Thumbs up, I'm leaving. Wait, just like that. Chun Xia snatched up a branch and slashed it skyward, toward the fading yellow streak vanishing into the heavens. Whoosh. Boom. 1,000-meter-long sword beam slashed upward into the sky, its terrifying aura splitting the heavens asunder. This strike combines armament haki's internal destruction, Busashoku-infused mastery, and the swordsmanship of a grand sword master, bolstered by monstrous strength and 2 centuries worth of cultivation. Can you withstand it, Yellow Monkey? Chun Xia casually tossed aside a twig. Immediately it shattered into fine dust. Simultaneously, a slender, emaciated arm plummeted from the air. In the end, Yellow Monkey escaped Chun Xia's grasp, at the cost of one arm. Haha. Thank you, Chun Xia. The battle ended. Only the Straw Hat crew remained standing. The other supernovas, already gravely wounded, had been overwhelmed by Chun Xia's divine-level conqueror's haki, leaving them incapacitated for at least a month or two. Chun Xia spread his hands wide, his gaze settling upon Robin, the sole unharmed figure in the crowd. What a coincidence, we meet again. Last time you departed without so much as a farewell. Oh, it truly chilled the heart. I still fondly recall your breakfasts. His tone was sincere, so utterly convincing that no one doubted its authenticity. Had Robin not overheard that day, that Chun Xia himself had instructed Crocodile to fabricate a pretext for her dismissal from Baroque works, and that she'd been expelled simply because her left foot crossed the threshold first, she would never have encountered the Straw Hat crew. For a long moment Robin wavered between fury and gratitude. After prolonged silence, she made several vague, fluttering gestures. Huh. Is this Frankie's exact same ordeal? Feeling the pair of delicate yet relentlessly tightening hands beneath him, Chun Xia admitted. He was genuinely flustered. Was Nami-san's joy about to vanish before she'd even experienced it? Ahem. Robin, I was wrong. Please withdraw your hands. Think of Nami, and of all the other innocent souls. Yes, Robin. Chun Xia just saved us all. Surely we mustn't repay kindness with betrayal. Robin-chan, though it's awkward to say, I beg you not to repeat this same fate upon another soul. Even grievously injured Frankie trembled as he clutched his underwear tighter, persuaded by his comrades. And after Chun Xia's earnest, desperate pleading, Robin let out a cold snort and finally released her grip. Instantly Chun Xia vanished from sight. He had no intention of enduring such an ordeal again. It might well prove fatal. A day later Chun Xia emerged from his room, clutching his lower back. Last night, brimming with anticipation, he lifted the blanket to reconnect with the long-missed Nami-san, only to find 3 fierce, ravenous women concealed beneath it. Shocked, his first thought was, my kidneys won't survive this. He tried to flee, but his 3 wives dragged him back onto the bed, united in purpose. Now he stood hollow-eyed, unsteady on his feet, limbs leaden, especially his abdomen sore and swollen. The injuries sustained battling Yellow Monkey paled beside those inflict. Click. After hanging up, Chun Xia chatted idly with Robin, yet none of those inside the room stirred. Rising, he strode toward the illegal district. Crowds along the way had swelled, no doubt drawn back by news of the Admiral's retreat. Yet upon spotting Chun Xia, their expressions turned strained, and unnatural fear masked by forced composure, the urge to flee stifled by dread. Chun Xia paid them no mind, entering an auction house with a small complimentary snack in hand. Madman. The doorman froze speechless at the sight, his weapon clattering to the floor. Suddenly a middle-aged man in opulent attire burst forth, kicking the guard aside. We were utterly unaware of Lord Chun Xia's gracious visit. Our hospitality has fallen woefully short. What sort of slaves does your lordship desire? We possess every variety, of impeccable quality, and the price. Consider it a gift. You possess remarkable finesse. I admire that. The man's pupils dilated, shock and terror flooding his face. Praise from such a towering figure was no blessing. Years navigating the black market had taught him Chun Xia was no ordinary man. That compliment was merely the opening gambit, the prelude to action. Half an hour later, Chun Xia reclined, legs crossed, luxuriating under the gentle kneading of 2 young maids. Before him the middle-aged man erupted from silence. Impossible. Our auction house belongs to the Shichibukai Don Quixote da Flamingo. If you proceed, our position will become untenable. Hearing this, Chen Xia's gaze turned glacial. Both maids froze mid-motion. Boom. The auction house's proprietor collapsed unconscious. Chen Xia picked up an orange from the table and took a bite. At that moment, a wiry rat-faced youth slipped through the door. Spotting his master sprawled senseless on the floor, a flash of excitement lit his beady eyes. His thin lips parted. Lord, what? From now on, this auction house answers to you. But understand the terms absolute fealty, to me. As for monthly tribute, my agents will discuss the details shortly. With that, a gust swept past him. Though he knew the Lord had departed, he dared not lift his head. Only after a long, breathless pause did he slowly raise his gaze, eyes blazing with feverish exhilaration. Whether fortune or folly, I'll first inform the Don Quixote family, declare my allegiance. He waved the maids away. They bowed and closed the door behind them. From his pocket, he withdrew a den mushy. Blur 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 blur. Instantly, it transformed. Crimson-framed, grinning, widely expression, cockily arrogant. Hey Dubai Jean, what's your business? Ahem. Address me as Lord Dubai Jean. I now serve the madman himself. You insignificant little fellow shall refer to me thus. Do you hear me, Flamingo? The den mushy's expression darkened instantly. A wave of bone-chilling, killing intent flooding the entire chamber. Even the two maids stationed outside shuddered, their pale thighs trembling. Dubai Jean, how audacious you've grown. Do you seek death on the cusp of the new era? Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe clinging to a powerful patron guarantees safety? Ha ha. Its enormous mouth stretched wider still, eyes gleaming with mocking amusement as it stared down Dubai Jean. Wait, within days you'll see me face to face. Ha ha. A new world, the kingdom of Dressrosa. A sallow youth with a buzz cut and clad in a pink overcoat wearing golden beaded loafers stared coldly at the nearby den mushy, his fingers crushing a crimson wineglass to shards. Kakik. How dare some greenhorn who's barely set sail for 6 months command a bounty higher than mine? Beside him stood a sleazy man sniffling audibly. Da Flamingo, lately, nearly all our enterprises have been seized by the white-paid pirates. Shall we? Da Flamingo's expression darkened as he glared at the mucus threatening to drip onto his coat. Treble, keep your distance. Far away. You're about to soil me. Treble chuckled sheepishly and shuffled backward a few paces. After all, the king he had chosen must be indulged, absolutely. No need to panic yet. A major incident has erupted within the Marines, likely unfolding within days. A new era approaches. Let us smile and await it. Ha ha. Yes indeed. Meanwhile, the Sabaody archipelago, gateway to the new world, teemed with pirates, merchants, and marines from all four seas, a chaotic confluence of ambition and lawlessness. Its illicit zones teemed with factions from across the globe, each carving out their own share of the underworld spoils. Yet today this realm would welcome its sole sovereign. That sovereign would unify and rule the shadowed depths beneath the surface. Inside an auction house, once packed to capacity, the grand seating stood utterly vacant. Lavishly dressed proprietors and their armed guards huddled behind the curtain, whispering urgently about the seismic news sweeping Sabaody. Boss, that madman has already subjugated over a dozen auction houses in just 3 hours. He'll be here soon. Should we flee? The central figure fell silent. This empire, from nothing built step by perilous step with blood and life, could not be abandoned so easily. He cursed only his own frailty, otherwise how could he have fallen to such a pass? This is my life's work. Prepare the ship. Load every treasure. Then burn this place to ash. We leave. Truly worthy of his reputation in these lawless lands, his decisive command left the guards momentarily stunned. Yes, sir. Clad in gleaming armor, several towering sentinels swiftly doused the entire auction house in gasoline. Not a single corner spared. At the exit, the proprietor paused, gazing back upon the edifice where he'd spent over a decade. The acrid stench filled his nostrils. He raised a hand in farewell, and tears fell. Farewell. In the new world, I shall open something far greater. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The guards saturated every inch, no crevice untouched, embodying the ruthless creed, if I cannot possess it, neither shall Chen Xia. Just as they reached for the flame, a thunderous crash shattered the entrance. The door exploded inward. A figure strode in, effortlessly charismatic, impeccably composed. Thud, thud. Each step he took felled another guard, until Chen Xia stood before the proprietor, who had collapsed in terror. Within that vast, echoing hall, only two figures remained: master and masterless man. Madman Chen Xia, don't come closer. Chen Xia fixed him with a glare, and the man fell mute, head slamming to the floor, unconscious. You dared burn my enterprise. Bold, but this is the last one. Now the rest fall in turn. Chen Xia turned and walked out. His ambition, to reign as sovereign of the world's underworld, extended far beyond Sabaody archipelago, far beyond mere auction houses. He sought total dominion. Petty pirates make choices, but a pirate of Chen Xia's caliber claims all. When he selects, he chooses every option, and this time all four were correct. 3 hours later, Chen Xia lounged on a sofa surveying a sea of kneeling magnates, titans of industry, lords of underground empires commanding 90% of Sabaedy's shadow economy. In half a day, they had all sworn fealty to the white-paid pirates, not as allies, but as vassals. Their tribute, half their monthly revenue. Hardly a fair bargain, yet resistance was not permitted. Dismissed. Don't forget this month's belly. Late payments mean I collect, in person. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, seabirds wheeled overhead, while legions of young sailors drilled with relentless precision. These were elite recruits drawn from regional branches, the backbone of the coming war. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Admiral Sengoku intelligence reports confirm that Madman Chen Xia launched a sweeping assault on Sabaedy's underworld this morning, and now commands its entirety. Sengoku's brow knotted into a tight knot. Him again, that accursed phantom. What does he intend? Wah. Yes, sir. The rear admiral exited, file in hand, just as a one-armed figure entered. Admiral Kizaru. What? Though Sengoku had seen him yesterday, the sight still defied belief. How could an admiral lose? And lose so utterly? Kizaru, you've arrived. How is your injury? It's healed, but I may not fight at full strength in the coming war. Truth be told, he'd never planned to exert himself during the summit war. War offered no bonus pay, only unpaid labor. To truly engage would be sheer folly. Sengoku's furrowed brow eased slightly. He nodded, turning his focus toward grand strategy. On Sabaedy's 13th island inside the bamboo-rattling bar, Chen Xia sat among his wives, nurturing bonds essential to any supreme warrior. For such a peerless cultivator, domestic discord was his gravest vulnerability and his sole weakness. One by one, sharp-suited enforcers carried heavy crates into the bar, not Chen Xia's men, but underlings of Sabaedy's fallen crime lords, now his reluctant vassals. When Nami caught the scent, she slipped from Chen Xia's embrace, opened crate after crate, and gasped. Each overflowed with crisp, fragrant belly notes. Her slender fingers traced the stacks. Wow, brand new. And this alone must be worth several $100 million belly. Her gaze softened, melting into tender adoration as she coiled her fingers around his waist and whispered against his ear, husband, these belly are all for me. At those words, Chen Xia's lips twitched and his expression froze. Xion's situation was such that agreeing was impossible, and refusing was even less viable. Originally, Chen Xia had intended to channel all the berry into the system to prepare for the next simulation. Though his current strength rendered him unrivaled across the vast seas, he had not forgotten the enigmatic crimson light pillar he encountered atop Mariajoa in both prior simulations. Drawing upon its description within those simulations, and piecing together fragmented rumors he'd once read online, Chen Xia had already formed a tentative hypothesis about its true nature. Nami-chan, have you forgotten how you treated me last night? Daring to pin me beneath you. Truly leaving me no dignity at all. Chen Xia turned his head away. Nami's cheeks flushed faintly, yet, for her beloved berry, she obediently leaned close and pressed her lips to his neck. Honey, won't you please? She had grown bolder, undeniably influenced by someone. That voice, honeyed and trembling, sent shivers along Chen Xia's nerves. With one hand, he gently covered her mouth, then rose, deposited half the berry into the system, and strode swiftly out of the bar. The rest is yours. Hee, thank you, darling. Don't forget to come home tonight. Hearing Nami's muffled giggles behind him, Chen Xia vanished in an instant. And in, Luffy, quick, look at this week's newspaper. Chopper clutched a newspaper nearly as large as himself, his stubby legs racing toward the sofa. Not long after Chen Xia departed, the Straw Hat crew stirred awake, though their wounds remained far from healed. Yashi, Chopper-san, well done. Let's see if my bounty has risen. And mine too, in green-haired fool. You think your face warrants a higher bounty. This time my gentlemanly bounty as Sanji will surely surpass yours. Shink. Na sliver of cold light flashed. Sanji dodged just in time, but the crate behind him wasn't so fortunate, bisected cleanly, its berries spilling across the floor, many coins severed in two. Off. Zoro, you bastard. And thud. 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 And Luffy, quick, take a look. Zoro and Sanji, already injured, now bore fresh lumps across their skulls as they gritted their teeth. Luffy unfolded the newspaper and froze. His grip slackened. The paper slipped from his fingers and fluttered silently to the floor. When every pair of eyes fell upon its headline, stunned silence descended. Ace. Ace has been captured. The news rippled across the Grand Line. The Marines had finalized preparations. The public execution of Ace would commence in 3 days at Marineford headquarters. Across the world, powers stirred. New tensions churned the waters of the New World. On a stretch of open sea, a colossal vessel, shaped like a white whale, cut through the waves at blinding speed. Several sea kings surfaced in its wake. On deck, a towering man, his body threaded with tubes, gazed upon a one-armed figure before him, then seized the massive Naginata beside him. The one-armed man erupted with overwhelming aura. Cracks spiderwebbed across the hull, and most crewmen were flung aside. Only a handful of captains remained standing. This era, now running wild, shall become unstoppable by any force. Shanks set down his massive sake bowl and slowly drew Griffin from his waist. Whitebeard unsheathed Murakamajiri, his immense haki surging outward like a physical tide. There's nothing to fear. I am Whitebeard. Blades clashed, raw power detonated between them. Above the very sky fractured. At the knock-up stream bar on Sabeti Archipelago, the atmosphere grew heavy upon Chunxia's return. Boa Hancock had received the Marine's mandatory recall order. Clinging to him, she murmured softly, "Master, must Boa go to Marineford? If Master does not wish Boa to go, then Boa will stay, to remain with Master." Hearing this, Chunxia's lips twitched. Staying behind. More likely craving his body. In a hem. "Boa, you're a mature disciple now. You must learn to think for yourself. The Marine summons signals something momentous. Go forth without hesitation." In Boa Hancock boarded the Marine warship, glancing back every few steps. Her gaze lingering long after Chunxia faded from view. Few finally gone. And she still couldn't resist stealing a final advantage over her master. How vexing. Chunxia rubbed his neck, dotted with faint pink lip prints, and walked to the island's edge. His Kenbunchika haki sensed a familiar presence nearby. This time, thanks to his intervention, Luffy had never been struck toward Amazon Lily, and thus never breached impel down. "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, what's got you lost in thought?" Chunxia. Chunxia sat cross-legged beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Thinking about Ace. Nami-chan told me you ran off because of him." Luffy remained silent, tears tracing slow paths down his cheeks. Real men don't cry. It's Ace, but I'm here too. Nami is your comrade, and my wife. So by extension, I'm your comrade as well." Luffy seized Chunxia's hand, voice urgent. "Chunxia, can you save Ace? Anything, whatever it takes, to get him out." Straw Hat Kid, there is a way, but the price. You'd have to let Nami leave the crew." Luffy's expression twisted, torn between brother and crewmate. Either choice felt like tearing his heart in two. "No, Nami-chan is my comrade. Unless she chooses to leave, I won't allow it." After a long pause, Luffy clenched his jaw and delivered his answer. Chunxia wasn't surprised. He'd asked only in jest. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Nami deserves to sail on with you, to pursue her own adventure." Luffy clutched his head, his brain visibly overloaded. In truth, Chunxia had never seriously considered demanding Nami's departure. Not unless she willed it. Even though they were husband and wife, that bond conferred no right to bind her against her dreams. After all, each of them bore their own irreplaceable dream. "Come, say farewell to your crew. Vanishing without word is no deed for a resolute man. Once that's done, I'll lead you to save Ace." Chunxia, you're truly wonderful." Chunxia shuddered at the adoring gleam in Luffy's eyes, suddenly reminded of that dim cabin 6 months ago. He punched Luffy square on the head. "Bakayero, stop staring at me like that. Ow. Chunxia, your fist hurts worse than Gramps' love punches." Wawa. And standing on deck, Chunxia waved to the tearful figures ashore. "Nami, take care of yourself. And little Wu and Xiao Yaoya. When they misbehave, just spank them. And you, Rayleigh, keep an eye on them." Two small figures on the shore shivered. "Bad Papa, so mean," and everyone set sail. The sails of the king's ship billowed, catching the wind, and swiftly vanished beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, high above the New World, 10,000 meters in the azure sky, a streak of azure shot swiftly through the clouds, leaving behind brilliant sparks in its wake. Ever since learning of his daughter's unwed pregnancy, Kaido had flown non-stop for 2 days nearing the Sabeti Archipelago. He was confident that given the archipelago's unparalleled flow of intelligence, locating Chunxia would be effortless. Glancing down at the two tiny figures clutched in his talons, he sighed in resignation. "This dim-witted little one is my grandson, and I'm still vying for the One Piece. I certainly have no time to raise these two brats." Whoosh. The colossal dragon's body pierced through the cloud layer. Far below, a pirate ship bearing a white flag emblazoned with bold red characters sailed in the opposite direction. "Wait, that vessel below. It's him." Below on the deck, Chunxia reclined in a chair beneath the sun, reaching lazily for a glass of juice, when suddenly the sky darkened. "Woha. Chunxia, look. A dragon. A dragon. Ugh, don't shout, Straw Hat. It's just Kaido. Nothing extraordinary." "Kaido." Luffy collapsed where he stood. During these past days aboard ship, he'd feverishly studied the fundamentals of the New World, including its geopolitical landscape. Four immensely powerful pirate crews ruled the New World, jointly commanding all its resources and standing unchallenged as sovereign titans, known collectively as the Four Emperors. And Kaido was one of them. At once the memory of his recent powerlessness before an admiral surged back into his mind. The Four Emperors. Even if it's one of them, I won't let anyone stop me from saving Ace. Gum stamp. Before the supreme giant Sandal could even launch, a torrent of dragon breath erupted toward him. Seeing this, Chunxia rose calmly, drew Zhan Shun, and slashed upward in a single fluid motion toward the colossal figure looming in the heavens. Boom. A black and crimson sword aura over a kilometer long, ripped across the sky laced with countless jagged arcs of black and crimson lightning cleaving straight into Kaido's body. Splash splash. Crimson rain poured from the heavens. Fortunately, Chun Xia swiftly pivoted the ship's bow, preventing the blood from staining the deck, though the sea below instantly turned scarlet. Hockey-infused armor. Impossible. Kaido crashed onto a nearby islet, gently setting the two infants down in safety. In his hybrid human-beast form, his gaze locked fiercely upon the pirate ship far out at sea, while a grotesque transverse wound gashed across his chest, dripping thick crimson. High above, Chun Xia leapt skyward, flicking droplets of blood from Zhang Xin's blade. Thud. Kaido, what brings you to me? Chun Xia narrowed his eyes, advancing slowly, sword in hand. Thud. 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 Crack, crack, crack. His overwhelming conqueror's haki pressed down upon the earth, fracturing the ground with deep, radiating fissures. Two more children. Within his observation haki's range, two faint life signatures flickered inside a cave behind Kaido. Chun Xia's expression shifted instantly. Wait, something's wrong. System, did you somehow pull these children out of the simulation? Madman, don't get cocky. Thunderbabwa. Seizing Chun Xia's momentary distraction, Kaido swung his iron mace overhead, lightning crackling violently. Its terrifying force left even Luffy aboard the distant ship utterly dumbstruck. Old man, you've no honor. You dare ambush a young man like me. Chun Xia sidestepped effortlessly. With his future-seeing observation haki, any attack was avoidable. Boom. A devastating haki-infused punch slammed into Kaido's abdomen, sending the poor teacher hurtling backward, shattering mountain after mountain, before finally halting. Chun Xia entered the cave, gazing down at the two wide-eyed children staring up at him. He rubbed his temples. Damn it. Two kids already at home, and now another pair? Did Kaido actually bring them here, because he couldn't handle them anymore? Shao Kai, his horns sharp and reminiscent of Kaido's, lunged forward and clung to Chun Xia. Dad? Long time no see. I missed you terribly. Let's fight. With that, he punched Chun Xia squarely in the abdomen, soft and yielding like striking cotton. Yet, daring to strike me. This boy was clearly a rebellious son. He must have learned it from Day, the girl who shouted patricide daily. Grab. With one hand, Chun Xia hoisted him aloft and brushed dust from his suit jacket. Kid, you haven't eaten, have you? So feeble. You've inherited none of my strengths. Pathetic pup. Shao Kai turned his head aside, chin lifted defiantly. I really haven't eaten. And I'm telling Mom you bullied me. Oh, so he dared tattle. Chun Xia loathed tattlers above all else. Back in high school, he'd finally landed a sweet romance, only for it to collapse when someone snitched. That had been the closest he'd ever come to love in his prior life. Silent Chun Xia lifted Shao Kai into his arms, pulled down his pants, and brought his palm down firmly. Smack, smack, smack. Nearby, Kai, slightly older, shivered instinctively, shifting to shield his backside, while glancing fearfully toward the still prostrate Kaido in the distance. You're Kai, right? Chun Xia used the name. After all, that's what they'd called him in the simulation. Kai nodded. Where's your mother? Recalling Day and Kazuki Himawari from the simulation, Chun Xia groaned inwardly. If Nami found out he'd fathered children elsewhere, she'd never forgive him. But he wasn't a scoundrel either. With children born, he couldn't simply deny responsibility. We were sailing with Mom and Aunt Day to find you, Dad, but Grandpa discovered us en route and brought us here instead. Yes, I can testify. Shao Kai, squirming futilely in Chun Xia's grip, his bottom blazing red, hurriedly added. Alas, his struggle failed. CRRUNCH. From the rubble, Kaido stirred, his immense recovery ability, granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit, slowly restoring him. Leaning heavily on his 8-sect staff, his eyes burned with profound dread. Haki-infused armor. A rookie who'd only set sail 6 months ago had mastered Conqueror's haki, and not merely mastered it, but wielded it deeper than Kaido himself, the Emperor. Faintly, he sensed even the legendary rocks might fall short against Chun Xia in sheer haki dominance. Thud, thud, thud. Clutching his wounded chest, Kaido staggered forward to stand before Chun Xia, fear warring with stubborn resolve. Are these two children yours? When did you seduce Day? Chun Xia's lips twitched. Embarrassment alone could have buried him alive. His feet nearly bored a 3-bedroom apartment into the cave floor. Well, it's a long story, and not entirely unspeakable. First this happened, then that, and, well, children appeared. It's not entirely my fault. Thud. Kaido's face darkened. With one brutal swing of his staff, he drove Chun Xia deep into the cliffside. Is that your excuse for irresponsibility? Take these brats back, and raise them yourself. Don't come near me again. With that, he prepared to shift forms and ascend as the Azure Dragon, only for Chun Xia to seize his dragon tail, grinning impishly. Hold on, Kaido. These children carry your blood. You're their grandfather. How can you abandon them? Here's the deal. I've urgent matters to attend to. Watch them for now. I'll return soon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kaido's observation haki vanished, followed instantly by the horrifying sight of a massive fist wreathed in jagged black and crimson, lightning swelling rapidly in his vision. Thud. Kaido slumped into temporary unconsciousness. Chunxia knelt before the two children, pointing toward Kaido's mountainous form. "The Kai Shao Kai, Dad's got pressing business. When Grandpa wakes, he'll take you to Mom. She'll bring you both to No. 13 Island of the Sabaody Archipelago, to Bamboo Racket Bar, to wait for me." With that, Chunxia leapt high into the air, without glancing back at the two little ones' reluctant gazes, soaring toward the king. "Waha! Straw Hat Boy, let's set sail." The sails billowed once more, and in the blink of an eye the ship vanished beyond their sight. It wasn't that Chunxia lacked affection for the two children, though born of the system, they carried his blood within them. Yet this journey was war, not vacation. Even if he stood unshaken before any foe, he could not guarantee their safety amid battle's chaos. Stray projectiles cared nothing for innocence, but should either child fall, how would he ever face their yet unmet mothers? Thus he entrusted them to Kaido, their paternal grandfather, trusting the fearsome giant would not abandon his own flesh and blood. And indeed, on the quiet island, Kaido slowly opened his eyes to find the two sleeping soundly atop him. He cursed Chunxia inwardly. "Born a fool," he muttered, then hesitated, torn between accepting these unfamiliar, yet undeniably his grandchildren. "Fine then, I'll just dump them on the three disasters later. The One Piece remains attainable. With Chunxia as my formidable son-in-law." He closed his eyes again, his body still thrumming with the residual force of Haushiko lingering like a wound waiting to fester. Not because he wished not to disturb the children. Absolutely not. At twilight, amber light bathed the scarred earth where three figures stood. "Hey brats, will you move or not?" Kaido glared at the two children rooted to the ground like iron rods, frustration boiling over. He'd waited patiently for them to wake, only for them to stubbornly refuse his offer to return to Ghost Island. "We're going to find Mama." Off the coast near the gates of justice, Chunxia stood upon the deck, gazing at the two colossal sentinels flanking the immense gates like celestial warriors. A sly, enigmatic smile curled his lips. Kashi and Oimo, former crewmates of the giant warrior pirates, had been deceived by the world government's lies into guarding the gates for 50 years. Yet due to Chunxia's earlier intervention, having dismissed Robin from Baroque Works before the Seven Warlords era, the Straw Hat Pirates met her only after the Warlord system's dissolution, thus averting the Enies Lobby incident entirely. Consequently, the two giants remained ignorant of the truth, still slaving away for the world government in blind loyalty. Moreover, by orchestrating Crocodile's subtle resistance alongside the two giants of Little Garden, Chunxia ensured Luffy mastered Gear Second during Alabasta, preserving narrative integrity. As for Crocodile himself, he feigned defeat before vanishing secretly to the North Blue, aiding. Boom. Crack. Who goes there? This passage is forbidden to unauthorized personnel. Kashi raised a warning hand, but Chunxia paid no heed. Instead, he slipped his hands into his pockets and tilted his head upward, meeting the giant's gaze with calm disdain. "Hey big fools. Want to know where your captain is?" "Captain? Boy, what did you say? Do you know our captain's whereabouts?" "Hey Oimo, don't be daft. Didn't the world government tell us our captain's imprisoned and impelled down? Just guard these gates for 50 years and they'll release him." Kashi clapped his shoulder, grinning. Oimo scratched his head. "Yeah, guess so. Hey kid, scram. This place answers to the world government." Chunxia regarded him with mild pity and flicked earwax from his ear. "Hey, you truly believe the world government's words?" "I happen to know that claim is a benevolent lie." "Impossible." "Wait, Kashi, that's Kwangtu Chunxia, the monster with a 4.6 billion belly bounty." "Huh, we're doomed." Recalling their earlier insolence toward a 4.6 billion bounty terror, their hearts quaked. "Stop babbling. If I meant you harm, I'd have struck long ago, not waited this long. Let me tell you plainly, the world government's promise that your captain's freedom hinges on 50 years of your servitude is a complete fabrication." Stunned anew, the two gaped, mouths agape, in disbelief. Moments later, having heard Chunxia reveal the full truth, they clenched their fists, teeth grinding in fury. That audacious world government dared deceive the giant warrior pirates. Despicable. Yet despair soon followed. What good was truth if confronting the world government remained unthinkable? Even at their zenith, the giant warrior pirates had never dared challenge such a monolith. Sensing their dejection, Chunxia casually lulled the yapping Luffy to sleep, then turned to them. "Truth be told, your captain is aboard my ship. Join the Bai Piao pirates and labor diligently for 100 years, and not only shall you reunite with him, you'll also have my aid in settling scores with the world government." Finishing his juice in one gulp, he belched contentedly. "So what do you say? Will you consider it?" Silence fell upon Kashi and Oimo. After a long pause, they extended massive calloused fists. "We agree, but you will keep your word, or we'll tear your Bai Piao pirates apart." Chunxia clasped the enormous fist with his own, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, naturally. That century was meticulously calculated by its end. The two giants would near old age, diminished in vigor yet ripe for honorable retirement alongside Dori and Bragi in the giant village. For giants meant unparalleled logistical might. Not merely illicit transport, but sheer brute force labor, one equaling 100 men. As for the current king of transport, he'd simply have to abdicate. Crash. Kaboom. Having secured the gatekeepers, the gates of justice posed no obstacle. Chun Xia ordered Kashi and Oimo to swing them wide open, effortless. Then he kicked Luffy squarely in the ribs. Hey Straw Hat Boy, wake up. Ready to rescue your brother. Huh. Save. Wait, Chun Xia. Why'd you knock me out? Chun Xia impassively dug in his ear and flicked out a speck of matter that struck the sea's surface with a thunderous crater crackling with black and crimson Haoshiku lightning. It was nasal mucus infused with Haoshiku, extravagant beyond measure. A single drop, landing on an admiral, would cripple him. Straw Hat Boy, words may be reckless, but food may be reckless too. Words must never be reckless. Who said I knock you out? Those two giants did. What's it got to do with me? Luffy rubbed the swelling on his head. Soga? So it was a treacherous ambush by those low-down giants. How despicable. As Impelled Down loomed ever closer, Chun Xia cut him off. Enough chatter. We're here. Before the main gate of Impelled Down, a group of marine soldiers stared warily at a pirate ship floating on the sea. What nonsense is this? How did pirates pass through the gates of justice? All marines, aim and fire. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of flames erupted instantly from the cannons. Chun Xia stood calmly on the deck, eyes slightly narrowed as he elegantly wiped a trace of fruit juice from the corner of his mouth. Stealthy infiltration is clearly impossible. Then let us cause a magnificent commotion. Straw Hat, rubber balloon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Marines stationed before the main gate were instantly struck down by their own cannon fire, collapsing in waves. Impelled Down was reputed to be the most impregnable fortress in the world. Since its founding, only one pirate had ever escaped at an enormous cost, the pirate Admiral Shiki. A fleet of marine warships encircled Impelled Down like an iron drum, sealed further by the colossal gates of justice. Had Chun Xia not temporarily turned the two guards Kashi and Kashi to his side, he would have found no viable way inside. As for entering alongside the Empress, alone perhaps, but with Luffy tagging along, Chun Xia refused to let his beloved apprentice sneak under her skirt. Such a sight would drive him utterly mad. So mad he might cleave Luffy down right there and Impelled Down. Nearby marine admirals aboard their warships barked frantic orders to open fire, gripping their sabers tightly as cold sweat dripped steadily onto the decks. Why has this monster, bounty 4,600 million, arrived at Impelled Down so effortlessly? Why has he come? At that moment, every marine and prison guard stationed before the main gate caught sight of the figure standing at the bow, and their pupils contracted violently, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Seeing their cringing fear, Chun Xia let out a thunderous, imperious laugh. Straw Hat, too slow. Your efficiency hardly qualifies you as an outstanding employee. Let me show you what true power looks like. Boom, crackle, crackle. Countless black and crimson lightning bolts surged across the sea's surface, streaking toward Impelled Down with terrifying speed. The air detonated repeatedly, a demonic symphony of despair. Simultaneously, the marine fleet unleashed its artillery barrage, but every shell disintegrated mid-air beneath Chun Xia's supreme king haki. The distinction between supreme and top-tier king haki lies in reality-altering force. Supreme king haki doesn't merely suppress, it reshapes the physical world. And Chun Xia's king haki surpassed even Shanks. Bang, boom, boom, boom. Guided by his divine perception haki, his king haki pierced unerringly into the ammunition holds of several warships. In an instant, the waters around Impelled Down became an inferno. 100-meter vessels exploded one after another, blooming into monstrous fireballs. Is this even human? The flickering flames cast the faces of surviving guards and marines at the main gate in stark relief, etched with utter despair. Against such apocalyptic power, they could conceive of no one capable of resistance. Perhaps only a fleet admiral could stand against him. A few quick-witted marines, grievously wounded, strained to pull out their den mushy. Even if death awaited them today, they would transmit this news. No matter Chun Xia's motive for coming, no pirate's arrival boded well. Should Impelled Down's most vicious criminals break free, not only would their careers end, but all civilians across the Grand Line would face catastrophe. Their furtive movements were no secret to Chun Xia's divine perception haki. Yet ever since turning Kashi, and Kashi's stealth had never been his plan. Tap, tap, tap. Using moonwalk, Chun Xia landed effortlessly before Impelled Down's main gate. He sensed countless terrified eyes watching him from behind it. But the king cares not. Only after those marines ended their calls did he send them into unconsciousness with a single pulse of king haki. Listen, will you open the gate yourselves, or shall I? Behind the gate, guards' rifles clattered helplessly to the floor. Several faces pale with terror whispered hoarsely, "It's over. It's over. He's found us. Completely over. Hello, is this Vice Warden? This is level 1 ground floor of Impelled Down. The outlaw Chen Xia is invading. Send reinforcements. We need reinforcements. Bang. Boom. Before the guard could hang up, the massive gate shattered inward, reduced to dust and splinters. From the swirling debris emerged a terrifying silhouette. Thud. The din mushy clattered onto the floor, its receiver still echoing. Hello. Hello. Confirmed. We're en route immediately. Guh. Don't come closer. Demon. Demon. You are a demon. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the icy floor, though his heart was colder still. What a horrifying spectacle, a handsome young man in black formal attire surrounded by ceaseless eruptions of black and crimson lightning, as though crowned by the storm itself. The floor cracked relentlessly under his oppressive aura, just as the guard's mental fortitude fractured beyond repair. Straw Hat, watch closely. This is true power. Second gear, third gear, they are illusions. Only Haki reigns supreme over all. Oh, can you teach me? Luffy brushed dust from his straw hat, gazing at Chen Xia with bright-eyed anticipation. The sheer awe-inspiring scale of his power, the ability to fell thousands with a glance, to topple over a dozen warships with a single command, left Luffy stunned. Were he to attempt it, a brutal battle would be inevitable. Want to learn? Simple. Pay 10 billion belly first as tuition. But I don't have any belly. Nami-san holds it all. Chen Xia shot him an exasperated glare. No money. Then what exactly do you think you're learning? Get lost. With that, Chen Xia led Luffy downward into the first subterranean level. Reinforcements arrived along the way, but fell instantly beneath a single glance. A textbook case of cannon fodder. Monitoring room level 4, blazing hell. Magellan clutched his abdomen, glaring at the surveillance feed, showing Chen Xia and Luffy cutting through opposition like gods slaying demons. His curses muttered under his breath. Why now of all times? Right in the middle of my diarrhea? Warden Magellan, sir, shall we dispatch more guards? It seems no number of men can stop him. He hasn't even lifted a finger, only a glance, yet all fall. Truly terrifying. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A familiar spasm twisted his gut again. Magellan's lips twitched. Hannibal, you take command. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to the restroom. Whoosh. He vanished before their eyes, reappearing instantly in the lavatory. As relief flooded him, he sighed deeply, blissful. Even the invasion of the monstrous outlaw Chen Xia, bounty 4,600 million, could not interrupt his bowel movement. Ha. If I pin this disaster squarely on Magellan, I'll finally ascend to Warden. Cough cough, Vice Warden. The outlaw duo has just reached level 3, the hell of hunger. Nanny. Hannibal's eyes bulged wide, his tongue springing forth. Weren't they just on level 1? Level 3 underground, the hunger hell. Chen Xia cast a single glance, instantly stunning every pirate in the vicinity. He paused and waved casually toward Luffy. Hey Straw Hat, head down to level 6. Ace is waiting for you there. What about you? I'll just wander around a bit. Hurry on. There won't be time later. Hearing this, Luffy adjusted his straw hat and dashed downward, trusting utterly that Chen Xia's overwhelming strength rendered danger impossible within this prison. How utterly dull. Rescuing people offers no challenge whatsoever. Chen Xia yawned languidly, then crushed a cell door with a flick of his fingers and stepped inside. His god-tier observation Haki already enveloped, impelled down entirely, from the first floor to the deepest abyss, rendering every movement, every breath utterly transparent to his perception. Accompanying Luffy through Impel Down had been little more than a passing whim. Now, however, it proved profoundly tedious. So tedious he longed only to sleep. Crack. The guard who spoke was suddenly flung backward by a whip slash. A golden-haired woman clad in bold, revealing attire and wielding the whip strode forward from the crowd toward Chen Xia. I wonder what groans would escape a bounty hunter worth 6 billion berries. Might they send little Sadie into ecstasy? Observing Sadie's unmistakable masochistic inclinations, Chen Xia brushed dust from his suit jacket. Oh, shall I discipline you? Pity you're not my woman. I believe I lack such inclinations. SM, that is. Snap. Sadie swung her whip with furious speed, sending it streaking toward Chen Xia. You jerk. Call me Sadie, not little Sadie. Her face alight with exhilaration, the guards and guard beasts instinctively retreated several paces behind her. This strike alone pulverizes boulders into dust. Can it possibly subdue the madman Chen Xia? Idiot. That's unthinkable. He commands a bounty equal to the 4 emperors. If he fell so easily, tell me, why do the 4 emperors still rule the seas? Sodisor. Snap. Thud. As the whip hurtled toward him, its barbed tip gleaming with lethal coldness, Chen Xia didn't even flinch. With a subtle flex of his fingers, he seized the whip midair, gripping it immovably. Hey, did you skip breakfast? That feeble strength wouldn't even qualify as a massage. You still won't call me Sadie. You insufferable jerk. She yanked back fiercely. Only to freeze in embarrassment, the whip refused to budge. Against Chen Xia's monstrous strength, only Charlotte Linlin herself might rival him in raw power. A mere deputy warden of Impel Down stood no chance. Were Chen Xia not drowning in boredom, He could have incapacitated them all the moment they appeared before him. Whoosh. Shave activated. Chunxia vanished, reappearing instantly behind Sadie, coiling the whip tightly around her body. Oh, let me go. Gazing at her bound, writhing form, her figure already breathtakingly voluptuous, Sadie stammered in panic, yet her cheeks flushed deeply, betraying no true fear. Let me see the eyes beneath that golden hair, Sadie. Boom, crack, crack. With a muffled thud, everyone present, except the bound Sadie, collapsed unconscious. Even concealed surveillance beetles perished mid-camouflage. Stop. No, don't. Not there. Before him, her lithe frame twisted wildly, amplifying her already staggering allure. Yet Chinxia's gaze remained unblinking. His hand slowly parted her golden locks, revealing the exquisite eyes hidden beneath. Ah, I see. So that's how they look. Fascinating. Sadie will bind you tight and whip you 10,000 times daily. Then, listening to what sounded like punishment but was clearly indulgence, Chunxia's lips curled faintly. My apologies. I'm already a married man. Your generous hospitality isn't required. With that, he drove a fist into the floor, splitting it wide open to expose the searing, steam-choked depths of the blazing hell, and leapt straight in. Behind him, bound and breathless, Sadie's face burned crimson, her tongue darted out seductively, her body trembling electrically. What an electrifying prey. Damn it. I never even landed a single strike. Meanwhile, Luffy had already been rescued by Ivankov and others. Magellan and the High Command presumed the Straw Hat was D. Just as he lost himself in fantasy, a violent tremor shook the ceiling above. Boom. Crash. An entire slab of ceiling fractured and dropped cleanly right before his stunned eyes. What in blazes is this? Someone tell me, what's happening? A nearby guard, equally startled, managed to stammer. Deputy Warden Hannibal. Isn't Warden Magellan still in office? Yes, technically, but is now the time to debate protocol. Run. He bolted frantically on his stubby legs, only to vanish beneath the collapsing ceiling a second later. From the settling dust, Chinxia emerged calmly, glancing around. No, these pirates are unfit even for forced labor. I'll need to descend further. Boom. Thud. With a light step, the floor trembled violently, fracturing into countless fissures before collapsing inward. Splat. Who the hell stepped on me? Beneath the rubble, Hannibal spat blood, his eyes bulging grotesquely before slipping into unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Chinxia reached level 5, the frozen hell. Feeling the biting cold, he murmured quietly, no. These pirates' morale is frozen solid. Unsuitable for labor. Next level. Boom. Crack. The frost-encrusted floor shattered instantly. Chunxia descended as if riding an elevator. Within his observation hockey's range, Warden Magellan lingered in the restroom, temporarily indisposed, leaving only minor underlings. To Chunxia, they posed no obstacle whatsoever. A single glance unleashed terrifying conquerors, hockey instantly knocking out every guard beast and warden on level 6. Even as they slumped unconscious, none knew he had arrived. Hey kid, open the cell. Rescue me, and I'll grant you wealth, treasure, or any beauty you desire. Don't listen to him. The moment you unlock the door, he'll kill you first. Release me instead. I'll guide you to become the ultimate pirate king. Amid the cacophony of clamoring voices, Chunxia irritably dug a finger into his ear. Silence, all of you. A 20-year-old martial sovereign. Such a prodigy was unheard of even among all the formidable cultivators he had ever encountered. Chunxia walked forward, trailed by Count Red. Neither uttered a word, for beings of such caliber, meaning passed between them in a single glance. Crisp footsteps echoed down the corridor. The 6th level, truly the apex of Impel Down, housed only the ocean's most elite warriors. Aside from those sea pirates already felled by Chunxia's conquerors, hockey, over a dozen remained standing, a terrifying feat considering he had not yet unleashed his full power. Among them stood Barrett, the so-called Devil's Progeny. Indeed, this subterranean tier resembled nothing less than a grand bazaar of talent. No wonder Blackbeard had come here to recruit crewmates. As Chunxia passed a dim-shadowed cell, he deliberately slowed his pace, whereupon a sharp, confident voice rang out from within. Hey, you interested in taking me aboard? Defeat me, and I'll join your ship. Hooked. Chunxia's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned toward Barrett, whose fighting spirit blazed fiercely. A faint, knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. Very well, Barrett. Former member of the Roger Pirates who once withstood multiple buster calls single-handedly. A worthy opponent indeed. With that, he stepped forward, gripped the iron bars of the cell, and crushed them effortlessly. Then with a flick of his wrist, he shattered Barrett's restraints. Count Red watched silently, lips parted as if to speak, but held his tongue. After all, theirs was merely a transactional alliance. Ha, what exhilaration. Since Roger's death, I've seen no one worth fighting. Upon hearing this, Count Red's brow twitched. Worth fighting, he thought wryly. This old man may be past his prime, but subduing a brash youth like you, still well within my reach. Oh, is that so? Chunxia replied coolly. Then today let me remind you how it felt to sail under your captain. What? Before Barrett could process the meaning behind those words, Chunxia vanished, reappearing before him in an instant. His right hand formed a sword finger crackling with black and crimson lightning. That searing aura. Barrett recognized it instantly, the same essence as Roger's, yet denser, richer, more overwhelming. Immortal's Retreat. This technique bore slight inspiration from Roger, though in truth both were rooted in the same principle: Supreme Conqueror's Haki infused with armament Haki. Yet Chun Xia's Divine Tier Conqueror's Haki rendered this strike catastrophic. Even Gear 5 Luffy would suffer grievous injury from it. To obliterate a 3 billion bounty target. Trivial. Two such targets combined would still crumble beneath its force. ZVST. Cracks spiderwebbed across walls forged to withstand. Even Sea King's seawater surged inward through fissures. Sensing the instability, Chun Xia tempered his strike just in time. Impossible. Though he'd pulled back at the last moment, what remained was more than enough to humble Barrett utterly. Uft. Boom. Thud. A battered silhouette hurtled backward, slamming into a wall 100 meters away, carving a perfect human-shaped crater. The entire impelled down shuddered violently. In the lavatory, Magellan, who had hesitated then reached down to retrieve toilet paper fallen into the pit, was jolted straight into the abyss. Ugh, who's there? AA. In the 6th level, the remaining dozen elite warriors stared jaws agape at Barrett. Unconscious eyes rolled back as they gazed upon the elegant figure striding down the corridor. He defeated Barrett in a single blow. Even an admiral might struggle to do so with such ease. Tap tap tap. Ignoring the stunned, gaping onlookers, Chun Xia approached Barrett and hoisted him onto his shoulder. I told you, captains exist to keep their crew humble. Told you to be careful. Now look, your captain must carry you himself. Such treatment, never granted to Nami-san, Boa-san, Robin-san, or Tashiji-san, had now been bestowed upon this grizzled brute. Were they to learn of it, Barrett might well be knocked unconscious again. Boa Hancock's fragrant foot might even smoke from sheer indignation. Shouldering him, Chun Xia strode deeper into the 6th level. My crew has sufficient fighters, but laborers remain scarce. Transport demands manpower, plenty of it. All the while Count Red observed him with growing unease. 20 years old, truly at Admiral tier strength, and perhaps, his gaze sharpened with dawning awe. Perhaps even beyond it. A monster among monsters. Suddenly a phrase surfaced in his mind, perfectly suited to Chun Xia. I am Count Red, the many call me Monster. But having met Chun Xia today, I realize monster is merely the threshold to see him, and he is monster incarnate. Tap tap tap. Chun Xia halted before an immense cell, occupying half the 6th level's expanse. His kin Bunchika Haki detected a colossal presence within, bound by thick iron chains, and weighted down by an extravagant reinforced seastone shackle. The final laborer, Count Red too, sensed who lay imprisoned there, and grimaced. Will he recruit that giant? Can such a partner truly be trusted? His gaze drifted to Barrett sprawled motionless on the floor, and understanding dawned. Perhaps trustworthiness was irrelevant. Chun Xia clearly had no such concerns. Rocks. What? From Chun Xia's bearing he glimpsed the silhouette of the man who nearly ruled the seas, the sovereign who almost seized dominion over the world. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Inside the cell the prisoner caught the unfamiliar scent, and pieced together the identity of the figure outside. Then with a roar like a devouring leviathan his monstrous maw yawned wide. I, Saint One Wolf, swear fealty. I shall serve as a loyal crewmate aboard your vessel. Hearing that tidal wave cry, Chun Xia smiled faintly. Humph, how obedient. Saves me time. Come forth. The colossal warship, Saint One Wolf. As his words settled, Chun Xia placed his palm upon the massive gate, and instantly a deep violet-black armament Haki, so intense it verged on crimson, engulfed it, dissolving the barrier entirely. Then torrents of that same Haki coiled around every chain within. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing this eerie, terrifying display, Saint One Wolf recoiled instinctively, yet stilled when he realized he remained unharmed. With surgical precision, Chun Xia dismantled the colossal seastone restraints, then led his two companions upward toward the 5th level. Lord, save me. I'll serve you as ox or horse, repay your grace forever. Lord, take me first. I can wash, cook, care for you, better than anyone. All along the corridor pirates prostrated themselves, begging desperately for salvation, now utterly humbled by Chun Xia's overwhelming might. Their tongues had grown remarkably clean, no arrogance remained, only obsequious flattery. Indifferent, Chun Xia released another wave of Conqueror's Haki, knocking out the entire 5th level, and descended toward the 4th. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The once bustling streets now stood utterly deserted. Dozens of colossal warships, functioning as floating artillery batteries, were anchored in the bay. In the central plaza, over 100,000 elite Marines stood in dense formation, their expressions taut with tension as they stared unblinkingly at the placid sea. Behind the plaza before the main headquarters building rose a towering execution platform. Upon it sat 3 ornate chairs occupied by the Navy's most formidable warriors, the admirals. Before them stood the 7 warlords of the sea, the third great power standing alongside the Navy and the four emperors. Though their motives varied, all had heeded the Navy's summons and arrived without delay. Boa Hancock glanced sidelong at her fellow warlords, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she pouted. Everywhere is swarming with filthy men, utterly unbearable. Yet among all men only he is exceptional. Master, have you come? The war had not yet begun, and the Whitebeard pirates, one of the two principal belligerents, had not yet arrived. Upon the execution platform, Sengoku gazed down at the unconscious Den Mushi in his palm, his brow tightening, his expression darkening further. What then is your true purpose, Madman Shinsia? Did you invade Impel Down solely to disrupt this war? He cast a grim glance over the ranks of Marines below, clenching his fist. I can only hope Magellan holds you there. Though he knew full well Magellan stood no chance against Shinsia, he trusted the warden could at least delay him, for a while. Once this summit war ends, I shall ensure you remain here forever, Madman Shinsia. Sengoku resolved then, and there the moment the summit war concluded, he would marshal every available force, determined to seal Chunxia's fate permanently. Meanwhile, Chunxia strolled through the fourth underground level of Impel Down, conversing cheerfully with Red Beret. Hey Red Beret, do you think Rayleigh has feelings for Shaki? Ahem. Truth be told, I know little of that. After all, my encounters with the Roger pirates were few and fleeting. Why not ask Barrett once he wakes? Oh, you're right. Barrett must know. By the way, where do you plan to go in 3 years? Red Beret fell silent. 3 years. Frankly, even he hadn't decided what he'd do, or where he'd go, after those years passed. How about you babysit for me? I'll pay handsomely. Absolutely not. I would never stoop to such a task. Red Beret refused without hesitation. Such a role would surely become fodder for eternal mockery among his peers, branding him a laughingstock until his final breath. Well then, here comes company. Chunxia tilted his head, eyes narrowing at the dark silhouette surging forward through the dust ahead. You handle this one, Leadfield. As a torrent of virulent poison hurtled toward him, Chunxia stepped aside, with effortless grace, caught the airborne Barrett mid-flight, and set him gently upon the ground. Go on, give it your all. Knock Magellan the freak right out of the ring. Red Beret's lips twitched. At his age, freshly freed from prison, being thrust straight into battle felt like an outright affront to human dignity. Madman Chunxia, and the solitary Crimson Bartholomew Kuma. This is going to be trouble. But I will not let you escape Impel Down so easily. Warden, go forth in triumph. I'll await your victory news right here. Hannibal, having just crawled down from the ceiling above, surveyed the chaos, and without hesitation bolted upward to the next level. Who cared about the warden's title? Survival came first. If Magellan fell, or if Chunxia and Red Beret broke free, the position would inevitably fall to him. Hannibal. Deputy Warden Hannibal, Blackbeard's crew has breached the outer gates. A guard shouted up the stairwell. Hannibal felt his world collapse into shadow and silence. By the way, if Impel Down falls, both Warden Magellan and Deputy Warden Hannibal are finished. Hannibal's eyes bulged. Nanny, am I doomed too? His knees buckled, he slumped lifelessly onto the floor. Misfortune never strikes alone. Like fraying rope snapping at its thinnest point, calamity seeks out the wretched. Another guard burst in, waving a surveillance Den Mushi. Deputy Warden Hannibal, disaster. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army have appeared. Worse, Buggy the Clown has liberated all prisoners on level 2. That level has already fallen. What should we do, Deputy Warden Hannibal? What should you do? What can you do? If Impel Down collapses, resign now, while you still can. He snatched up his Den Mushi. Devil take the warden's seat. His life hung by a thread. Level 4, the subterranean realm of searing heat, a veritable hell. Its crimson earth was scarred with jagged craters, each bubbling with lethal viscous toxin that exuded death itself. From afar, Chunxia called out urgently, watch out. The fumes are toxic. Finish this swiftly. Red Beret raised a single hand in silent command, then charged anew at Magellan, who staggered breath ragged. Though the venom fruit wielded terrifying potency in these cramped confines, Red Beret, a veteran sovereign of battle, proved vastly superior. Each clash left Magellan crushed beneath overwhelming force. His mastery of all 3 forms of hockey plunged the warden into profound despair. Moments later, Red Beret landed a devastating punch amplified by armament hockey. Magellan collapsed unconscious, sprawled helplessly like a stray dog on the roadside. Red Beret's chest heaved as he turned to Chunxia behind him. Let's go. If the Navy sends another admiral soon, things will grow complicated. Clearly this fight taxed him sorely. He'd been freed mere moments ago, hadn't eaten, yet emerged victorious. Chunxia nodded faintly, hoisted Barrett onto his shoulder, and sprinted upward toward the surface. On level 3, the hunger hell, Luffy freshly revived by medicine and brimming with. Was that black blur just now? Chunxia. At the entrance to level 4 he paused. The shadow had streaked past him too swiftly to identify. No time for chatter, Straw Hat Boy. Ace is waiting, and time is slipping away. Right eye, Hancock. Chun Xia watched the straw hats recede into the distance, exhaling softly before resuming his ascent. One's brother must be saved by oneself. No borrowed strength can ever suffice. He reached level 3, passing young Sooty, still bound tight. Without breaking stride, he slipped a folded note into the curve of her cleavage. My den mushy number. Call if needed. We met. Now farewell. I wish I were the woman who gets to pull that note from his hand. Her heart hammered wildly as she felt the slip of paper against her skin. Her body trembled anew, and her gaze, fixed upon the leather whip coiled around her, glowed with renewed, feverish delight. Then a familiar voice echoed nearby. Next time we meet, spare the enthusiasm, and toss that whip aside. Gentleness wins hearts after all. The second subterranean level. Chun Xia sensed through his observation haki the ever-shrinking distance between himself and Blackbeard, and broke into a grin. Blackbeard, what a stroke of luck. A minute later, Chun Xia halted, his eyes narrowing as he gazed upon the leering, grotesque face of Blackbeard before him. Boom, crack. An overwhelming force surged forth, instantly bearing down upon Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard clenched his teeth, his face contorted in agony, desperately resisting unconsciousness. Thud. Yet his companions, worthless scum by his side, lacked his iron will. Within seconds, the entire Blackbeard pirates lay sprawled unconscious. Only he remained standing, straining against Chun Xia's conqueror's haki, with every fiber of his being as several of his teeth already loosened from the sheer pressure. Madman, I bear you no ill will. Why do you single me out so mercilessly? Watching his final desperate struggle, Chun Xia smiled faintly, then unleashed his conqueror's haki once more. Black and crimson lightning crackled violently across the air. The sharp, sizzling discharge proved too much. Blackbeard's eyes bulged wide, his body crumpled, and he collapsed to his knees, consciousness slipping away. Through his fading vision, a streak of black and crimson sword energy filled his world entirely. Tum! A head rolled free, eyes wide open, burning with unfulfilled defiance. Blackbeard, the legendary pirate who had concealed his identity for years to claim the dark fruit, was gone. A titan of the pirate world fallen in an instant. His end was abrupt, undignified. Having just acquired the dark fruit and dreaming of conquest, he never even took the first step toward his grand design, before Chun Xia sent him straight to the afterlife. No grand grievance motivated it, merely disdain. Chun Xia admired his audacity, yet loathed his nature. In this brutal world, destroying what one despises required no justification. With a casual sweep of his hand, a torrential wave of sword energy pulverized the men at his feet, dispatching them to join their captain in death. Brushing blood splatters from his sleeve, Chun Xia said coolly, "Let's go. My ship waits at the entrance. We sail for Marineford." Marineford, the Marine headquarters, had become a slaughterhouse. War had erupted in full fury. Pirates and Marines clashed in chaotic, bloody combat. Dracul Mihawk stared at the massive figure standing atop the bow of the Moby Dick. A fierce battle lust ignited within him as he slowly gripped the hilt of his black blade Yuru. "Hey, you're still here just to spectate, aren't you? Or is this merely another diversion? I simply wish to test how vast the gulf truly is between that man and us." Hardly had the words left his lips than he drew Yoru and swung forward, before the stunned gazes of onlookers. Swish, boom. A colossal sword energy cleaved the air, a slash capable of severing all things beneath heaven. It tore across the frozen sea, hurtling toward the Moby Dick. Surely this is a joke. Even Marineford would split cleanly in two under such a blow. Surrounding Marines and pirates froze mid-battle, then scrambled wildly to either side. To hesitate, even for a heartbeat, meant certain death. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of the sword energy reverberated like a colossal mallet striking the battlefield sky. Yet Whitebeard, standing aboard the Moby Dick, did not blink. Spectators trembled at his unruffled calm. Just 10 meters from the ship, a towering figure burst forth, grasping the blade's energy with bare hands, roaring with titanic effort. Slowly the slash ground to a halt. Then with a mighty heave he hurled the kilometer-long energy skyward. Kaboom! The sword energy detonated high above, blazing with brilliant emerald light. Below, a deep, jagged fissure scarred the ice. As dust settled, several Marine officers caught sight of his face and gasped aloud. He blocked the world's strongest slash. That's Diamond Jozu. Mihawk calmly sheathed Yoru, returning to his post. After a brief lull, the battlefield roared back to life. Pirates leapt from decks onto the ice, charging toward the shore. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku held a den mushy, watching the tide of pirates surge forward like a relentless ocean. Foolish, attempting a frontal assault. Artillery division, target enemy vessels, and advancing pirates. Yes, sir. Boom, boom, boom. From warships anchored in the bay, torrents of fire erupted. Cannonballs raining without pause upon the pirate fleet. Explosions bloomed across the water while pirates racing across the ice suffered equally. Shells struck the frozen surface, unleashing devastation. Entire squads were decimated, Advancement ground to a halt. Senior officers barked orders. Deploy counter-assault units. Retaliate. Pirates and Marines clashed anew. Flames licking the sky, nameless warriors falling silently into oblivion. Upon the elevated platform before Marine headquarters, Admiral Kizaru rose slowly, clutching his empty sleeve. Truly, Whitebeard's commanders are monsters, every one. He stepped to the platform's edge, gaze locked on the colossal figure standing atop the Moby Dick. To minimize casualties, it seems I must strike the king before the army. In an instant his form dissolved into shimmering light, vanishing from the platform. Only Admiral Akainu remained among the three admirals. The others could no longer afford to hold back. What the yay? So blinding. A radiant flash illuminated the battlefield sky. Below, soldiers shielded their eyes, straining upward toward the luminous silhouette. Keikazuru's arrived. 8-pointed jade. Countless golden orbs materialized behind him, then shot forward at blinding speed toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard showed no trace of alarm. He murmured softly, almost amused, how dazzling. In the next breath, a figure launched from behind him, intercepting the storm of light. Boom, boom, boom. The orbs struck Marco, punching gaping wounds through his body. Yet each wound instantly sealed, wreathed in azure flame, as if death itself refused to claim him. When the barrage ended, a violent shockwave blasted outward, sending several pirates tumbling across the ice. Marines stared stunned. The admiral's attack, completely deflected. Who is that, shrouded entirely in blue flame? Kizaru stared at Marco, mouth slightly agape. Blue flame. Marco, 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Within the azure inferno, Marco's face emerged, eyes locked fiercely upon Kizaru. You think we'd let you disrupt our king from the very first moment? Truly terrifying, the Whitebeard pirates. As he spoke, Marco suddenly roared, his body vanishing, reappearing instantly behind Kizaru. Thud. A devastating kick slammed into Kizaru, yet he blocked it with one hand. Ow, that stings. Don't lie, Kizaru smirked, then dissolved into shimmering light, rocketing backward before crashing onto the battlefield with a deafening impact. The war raged fiercely, yet Luffy had only just emerged from impelled down, gazing silently upon the shattered naval vessels adrift upon the sea. Fortunately, a single Navy warship remained nearby. Though blackened by Chunxia's explosive assault, it was still barely seaworthy. After all, impelled down lay but a short distance from Marineford. Meanwhile, Chunxia reclined upon a sun lounger, eyes closed, and wearing a blindfold knitted by Nami, his entire being exuding utter tranquility. Barrett and the Red Earl, freshly awakened on deck, could only sigh and rub their foreheads in resignation. This captain hardly inspires confidence. Behind the king vessel, St. Juan Wolf strained mightily, propelling the ship forward as unpaid labor. With his colossal strength, the king sailed faster even than elite naval craft. Before long, Chunxia caught the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood carried on the sea breeze. The aroma of war. Shall we join some thrilling battle? A monster forged in war's crucible, Barrett sensed that scent with uncanny precision. He moistened his lips and rubbed his fingers together eagerly. It's still early. True masters always make their entrance last. Red Earl, please drop anchor. We'll rest a while. Though deeply reluctant, Barrett suppressed his protest. For Chunxia's single strike had rendered him unconscious, and for now he chose restraint. Chunxia, won't you join us? A black warship glided past the king. On its deck, Luffy, his straw hat tilted wide, grinned broadly, and called down to Chunxia, who lay motionless with eyes shut. Don't disturb me, straw hat boy. Oh, the warship vanished swiftly beyond Chunxia's line of sight. He rose slowly, then nudged Barrett and the Red Earl, both still dozing beside him, with 2 firm kicks. Wake up. It's time to get serious. The king unfurled its sails once more, and Chunxia smiled faintly toward the horizon. Marine headquarters, Marineford. The battlefield had reached fever pitch. Upon the elevated platform before the main building, the 3 admirals were nowhere to be seen. Ace! A guttural roar tore through the air, and suddenly shadows swallowed the sky. A colossal warship descended from above. Crunch, crack, crash. Fractures spiderwebbed across the ice as Luffy stood at the bow, bellowing with every fiber of his being toward the figure upon the execution platform. Ace! I've come to save you. On the platform, Sengoku's face darkened. Garp. Again, it's your wretched family. Beside him, Garp wore an expression of pure astonishment. Why must you 2 rush headlong into this chaos? He knew the Navy had laid a perfect trap at Marineford, determined to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Ace would surely fall, and now his own grandson had thrown himself into the maelstrom. Was this mere folly? A figure perpetually drawn to tempests, the Straw Hat Boy. Mihawk watched the silhouette, and behind him his black blade trembled, imperceptibly. So, this is the younger brother Ace so often spoke of. With a kick, Marco sent Kizaru flying, then fixed his gaze upon that same figure. Kizaru, Akainu, even Whitebeard himself, all studied the intruder. In that instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, a rare suspended breath before the storm. Kill him, open fire. Yet in the next heartbeat slaughter resumed. This was war's true rhythm. Luffy leapt onto the ice, launching naval soldiers skyward with brutal force, racing desperately toward the towering scaffold. Kakik, what a troublesome fellow. Things are growing delightfully interesting. Red sunglasses, polka dot, shoes, a flamboyant pink coat. Doflamingo grinned, his gaze locked upon Whitebeard still standing aboard the Moby Dick. Several razor-thin strings, capable of slicing steel, lanced forth instantly. But Whitebeard seized them barehanded and yanked, dragging Doflamingo off balance with terrifying ease. Hey, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Crunch, crack, crack. Countless fissures splintered the very air. Whitebeard clenched his fist and struck. Doflamingo's eyes bulged, saliva spilled unbidden, and his body hurtled backward like a discarded ragdoll. Splutter. After smashing through several small icebergs, Doflamingo collapsed, gravely wounded. That's a Shichibukai. Yet, he was knocked out cold by a single blow from Whitebeard. Impossible. Never forget. He is the world's strongest man, a peer of the Pirate King Roger himself. Boom. Crash. Seeing Whitebeard act, Akainu, who had just unleashed a devastating technique to clear a wave of foot soldiers, could no longer remain idle. A torrent of magma erupted toward Whitebeard. The two titans clashed instantly. Above on the scaffold, Sengoku surveyed the chaos below, but felt no relief. Earlier a call had come from impelled down. That man had escaped successfully. Yet whose path would he choose? If he joined this war, its course would shift irrevocably. Blurt, 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 blurt. His den mushy shrieked incessantly. He answered, listened, and his brow furrowed deeply. Admiral Sengoku, 20 nautical miles from Marineford, a suspicious pirate vessel has been sighted. Its Jolly Roger resembles the white-paid pirates. However, reports from Sabaody Archipelago confirm that both 1st and 2nd Division captains of the white-paid pirates are aboard. He hung up. The identities aboard that ship were now unmistakable. Quanta Chinsia, a newcomer who had stormed naval bases 6 months prior, earning infamy across the seas, then subdued the North Blue hegemon, the Germa Kingdom, unified the West Blue, defeated and absorbed a former Shichibukai, annihilated the Navy's hero and 2 rear admirals in one strike, and gravely wounded Admiral Kizaru at Sabaody Archipelago. A monster. He's arrived? Then I shall depart first. Garp too had overheard the report, but at that moment Luffy had already surged close to the scaffold. He launched himself high into the air. I will show no mercy. I shall treat you as my enemy, Luffy. Goma Goma no rocket. Tum. A towering figure plummeted from the scaffold, cratering the ground beneath him. Nanny. You damned fool, Garp. Watching Garp unleash chaos, Sengoku groaned inwardly, then instantly transformed into the giant Buddha, delivering a thunderous palm strike that sent Luffy crashing unconscious to the earth. Admiral Garp has been blasted away. Surely not. Impossible. This is a joke, right? That's Admiral Garp, the Navy hero who personally captured the Pirate King Roger. At that moment, every sailor and officer stared dumbfounded at Garp, his face buried deep in the soil. Disbelief etched across every face. What a fearsome fellow, the Straw Hat Boy. Kizaru cleaved through Marco with a Heaven's Cloud sword slash, then turned his gaze toward Garp. So everyone's holding back. Good. Then Admiral Sengoku won't dock my pay. His eyes flickered sideways to the crimson figure locked in furious combat with Whitebeard, and his expression hardened. What in blazes is Sakazuki doing? This makes us look utterly contrived. Cease at once. Yeji no Magatama. Hovering midair, Kizaru unleashed countless golden light spheres, several strayed, striking Sakazuki directly. Hey, you're putting on quite the performance, Kizaru. A familiar voice rang out. Kizaru instinctively touched his empty right sleeve. It's him. Upon the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku assumed the colossal golden Buddha form, his gilded body radiating blinding light, his solemn Buddhist eyes locked unflinchingly upon the figure who had just appeared at the heart of the battlefield. You have come. At last you have come. Madman Chinsia, what is your purpose? Chinsia stood with hands tucked casually into his pockets, flanked by Red Baron and Barrett. Upon hearing the question, he offered a faint, enigmatic smile. Purpose? Why, of course, to halt this senseless war. Nanny, what are you saying? Barrett was now stunned. This was utterly unlike what he'd been told aboard ship. Hadn't they vowed to unleash chaos across the entire Grand Line? Halt the war? That is absolutely impossible. For this war, the Marines had prepared meticulously 10,000 elite sailors handpicked from across the globe alongside every rear admiral and fleet admiral. Moreover, having already suffered grievous losses since hostilities began, ceasefire was unthinkable. Today the Whitebeard pirates would fall here. Chinsia showed no surprise at this resolute reply. Slowly he raised his hand. Then allow me to become your adversary. His slender fingers descended, and in that instant an overwhelming soul-crushing force descended upon all of Marineford. The sky darkened instantly, clouds split cleanly in two, while countless crimson-black lightning bolts crackled violently across the heavens. Thud, thud, thud. This aura, its conqueror's hockey. Before the Marine officer could finish speaking, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Not he alone. Every pirate and Marine present fell rigidly to the ground, even admirals and Whitebeard's top commanders succumbing to that terrifying power. Among the Marines, a crimson-uniformed captain caught sight of that familiar silhouette in her final conscious moment. Her lips parted softly. "Tina found you, Chinxia." Then her vision faded, and she too slumped into oblivion. In less than a second, Chinxia had silenced the entire battlefield. Only the fleet admirals Sengoku Garp and Whitebeard's 1st and 2nd Division commanders remained upright. The once crowded plaza now lay eerily vacant. On Sabaody Archipelago Island 21, a Den Mushi projected the summit war onto a screen surrounded by a dense, breathless crowd. Their Buggy and Nami stared wide-eyed at the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Chinxia, having raised but a single hand, had rendered nearly the entire. Is this real? Can one man truly stun over 100,000 souls with a mere gesture? Could such a being exist in this world? Unbelievable as it seems, this is broadcast via an official Marine Den Mushi. It must be true. For the first time, Buggy's cigar tumbled from his mouth, but he had no thought of retrieving it. His gaze remained riveted upon that effortlessly charismatic figure on screen. Boss. Truly our boss. With strength like this, he need not rule the underworld. He could reign as king of the world. Nami turned to her equally astounded best friend, Koala. Tell me, is this really the Chinxia we know? Heh. Though hard to believe, this is our husband. And look, there's still the faint imprint of your bite on his left middle finger. Nami leaned in, and indeed a delicate tooth mark lingered there. Dada is amazing. From now on, I'll only follow Dada. Not a single superhero will ever compare. Back at Marineford, after a brief, stunned silence, beads of cold sweat glistened on Sengoku's brow, and the Den Mushi in his hand had fainted outright. When Garp returned, gravely wounded, Sengoku had refused to believe anyone could overwhelm him in an instant. After decades beside Garp, he knew even monsters like Sakazuki couldn't achieve such a feat. Yet today he believed, and he suspected Chinxia had held back, then otherwise Garp would never have returned alive. Whitebeard leaned heavily on his sword Karakuri, feeling that unmistakable aura, and burst into thunderous laughter. Boy, you're just like him. Chinxia knew precisely whom he meant. The legendary Croce, a man whose near ascendancy over the entire Grand Line eclipsed even the pirate King Roger in myth and majesty. Hey, do you still intend to fight? Boom. Fist bone falling star. Garp surged upward, clenching his fist against the divine tier conqueror's haki, and launching a devastating blow toward Chinxia. Crash. Old man, I'm your opponent. Don't disturb our captain. Red Baron struck instantly. He was no longer the weary convict fresh from impel down. Having feasted and rested aboard ship, he now stood only slightly short of his absolute peak. He intercepted Garp, carving out a private arena where the two titans clashed fiercely. The solitary Crimson led field, and the Devil's Scion, Barrett. Madman, you've grown far too arrogant. Sengoku's golden aura blazed anew, but instead of engaging directly, he barked orders to his 3 fleet admirals below. Akiji Kazu. You two hold him off. Sakazuki, you keep Whitebeard contained. Then he turned toward the unconscious ace lying nearby, and personally retrieved the fallen longsword. Carry out the execution immediately. The battlefield erupted anew in slaughter. Whitebeard and Sakazuki resumed their brutal duel, while Marco and Jozu sprinted desperately toward the execution platform. Luffy had fallen. Their comrade's salvation now rested solely upon them. In the end, only comrades could save comrades. Watching their charge, Chinxia made no command. Yet Barrett, unable to contain himself, lunged forward, at once locking combat with the 2 admirals. Hey. If you ignore your captain's orders, your bounty gets docked. With that, Chinxia's entire being erupted with transcendent sword intent. With one hand raised, he formed a blade-like gesture, his fingertips gleaming like tempered steel. High atop the platform, only 3 Shichibukai remained: Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Kuma, and Dracula Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Mihawk's gaze locked onto Chinxia, his pulse quickening with irrepressible desire for battle. Such overwhelming sword intent. Truly a pure swordsman. Beside him, Boa Hancock's cheeks flushed crimson the moment she laid eyes on Chinxia. Her limbs grew soft and weak as if intoxicated by some forbidden elixir. Her smoldering gaze locked upon him, tender and trembling. Master, you've come. Boa can scarcely bear it any longer. Accept my challenge, madman Chinxia. Mihawk instantly unsheathed Yoru the Black Blade and cleaved downward toward Chinxia, a kilometer-long slash of condensed sword energy roaring forth. Seeing this, Boa Hancock's eyes flared with fury. Dracula Mihawk, dare you harm my master? Unforgivable. She launched a perfumed leg kick, locking blades and wits with Mihawk in fierce, elegant combat. On the execution platform, Sengoku watched the 7 warlords turn upon each other, and his headache deepened. Already stretched thin, the Marines' elite forces were now fracturing from within. Can this war still be won? Hey, striking a woman isn't the mark of a gentleman, Hawkeye. Chen Xia spoke slowly, and in the next instant he stood behind Hawkeye. And so fast. Why didn't my Kinbunchika Haki sense him? Hawkeye had just drawn his black blade, yet hadn't even swung it toward Boa Hancock, when he froze staring at the fragrant foot before him and the colossal fist looming behind. And boom. Chen Xia's fist was faster, stronger. Against the man who had slain him countless times in simulation, he held nothing back. And with Busashoku Haki-infused Baku and internal destruction, he delivered devastating bone-shattering impact. And even at the last moment, relying on his peerless perception as the world's strongest swordsman to coat his entire body in Busashoku Haki, was still sent flying, shattering several warships mid-air before slamming into the colossal wall and coming to rest. And cough, cough, cough. A monster of a man. And he rose slowly, a deep indentation marred his back, but still he did not fall. Truly, every soul in this world of pirates possessed uncanny resilience. And on the high platform, Boa Hancock strained to halt her momentum as Chen Xia drew nearer, yet inertia proved mercilessly unyielding. And master, quickly evade. Her kick was about to strike him. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut. And, if I harm master, I shall never forgive myself. And so long, so fair. Yet Chen Xia remained unruffled. With foresight that pierced time itself, no blow could land upon him, not even if a dozen admirals surrounded him. And he tilted his body, just slightly caught her slender legs mid-air and, with gentle but firm strength, lifted her into his arms. And gazing upon her flushed, delicate face, he couldn't resist pinching her cheek. And, Boa, stay here quietly. I'll fetch you soon, my dear. And her heart fluttered at his handsome visage. A steam seemed to rise from her cheeks as she nodded silently. And setting her down, Chen Xia returned to the plaza. And thud, thud, thud. And behind him a mountain slowly rose, a brutish, grotesque face gazing down upon the crowd. And, giant warship, San Juan Wolf. Have you released every convict from impelled down? On the high platform, Sengoku gripped his den mushi tightly, his brow twitching with dark lines. Red Baron Barrett, San Juan Wolf. While on his side, Ni's gaze fell upon Akiji and Kizuru, locked in fierce combat, with Barrett trading blows, staggering, collapsing, then rising again, battered yet unbroken. His headache worsened. In what absurdity! That two peak-era admirals couldn't subdue Barrett, a former emperor's subordinate newly freed from prison. This wasn't battle, it was sheer theatrical contrivance. San Juan Wolf seized a 100-meter warship and hurled it toward the execution platform. And seeing this, Garp, who'd raised his fist to shatter the vessel, paused, glancing back at ace moments from execution. In my apologies, Sengoku. I simply cannot spare a hand. Vast shadow swallowed the sky above Marineford, while below a figure in black formal attire sprinted toward the platform. Chen Xia's target wasn't ace, but rather, Ni's eyes settled upon a vivid splash of crimson on the ground. With quiet resignation he approached. Now how exactly shall I explain this to Nami's? Tina lay motionless before him, and already he pictured Nami's expression upon returning home with another woman. And that evening's reckoning would be far more agonizing than any clash with an admiral, its torment incomparably sharper. Boom. And crash. It was impossible. Even one warship posed no threat, adding more changed nothing. Sengoku transformed into the giant Buddha and shattered the vessel with a single palm strike. And don't grow too arrogant, pirates. Then, golden light erupted, blasting toward Marco and the other. And too fast. No time to react. And crash. They were flung backward instantly. Without hesitation, another ill-fated warship exploded upon impact. Yet both survived, one a top-tier mythical Zoan, the other a diamond human. Both impossibly durable. And elsewhere on the battlefield, a Kainu and Whitebeard's duel had reached its climax. Two gaping wounds bled steadily from Whitebeard's chest, but still he stood, unbroken. Truly the strongest man in the world. And huff, huff. Whitebeard, you will all remain here today. Though he defeated the aging Whitebeard, Akainu himself bore grievous wounds, gashes torn across his body, breath ragged as he glared at the towering pirate before him. And coo, you candle-lighting brat, don't speak such empty boasts. Crack, crunch. And Whitebeard laughed thunderously, and as he swung his fist, fissures spiderwebbed across the air. The sea raged, surging with titanic waves that slammed repeatedly against Marineford. And snap, a sound like shattering space echoed. Then the ocean itself fractured, uneven halves rising and crashing toward Marineford. Then the main headquarters building split open with jagged rents, then snapped cleanly in half. In an instant, Marineford inverted, reality itself upended. And truly terrifying power. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, lives up to his legend. And Hawkeye rose from the crater, eyes blazing as they locked onto Chen Xia at the plaza's center. He now grasped the chasm between himself and Whitebeard, but not yet the abyss separating him from this man. An overwhelming sword aura seeped unconsciously from Chen Xia's frame, dense, palpable. Even a trace of it made Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, tremble inwardly. A worthy adversary, draw your blade. Accept the challenge of Hawkeye Mihawk. Having heeded Chun Xia's warning, Boa Hancock did not charge forth, but instead stood atop the platform, her beautiful eyes burning with fury, heels striking the floor with sharp, defiant taps. "And how utterly insolent and filthy you are, to address my master so." Hawkeye's lip twitched. "And your master? Since when did you acquire one? And that intimacy just now, was that truly master and disciple?" "Ha ha ha. Woman, I'll say no more. You know well enough." And watching his fierce, unwavering resolve, Chun Xia calmly picked up a slender branch from the ground. "And apologies, I have only this." At the sight of that twig, barely longer than 2 hands, Hawkeye clenched his teeth until they ground audibly, vividly recalling Zoro's humiliation at the barity facing his tiny blade. Gripping Yuru tighter, Hawkeye fixed his hawk-like gaze upon Chun Xia. Slowly, reverently, as if admiring a masterpiece, he raised the black blade, then struck a seamless, flawless arc. Nas, the colossal sword energy hurtled toward him. Chun Xia calmly coated the branch in Busashoka Haki, hardening it for what came next. In sword intent blade technique, ordinary strika. Chun Xia slowly brought down the branch in his hand. Whoosh! The battlefield remained eerily calm. No dazzling explosive effects, no suffocating pressure. Only a serene stillness like spring breeze, and before him an immense sword aura relentlessly advanced. Can't even unleash a flying slash. Could I have misjudged him? Is he truly not a grand swordsman? As the sword aura drew ever closer to Chun Xia, Boa Hancock's delicate face flushed with panic. Ignoring Tashiji beside her, she dashed forward without hesitation. "Master, move aside." Yet Chun Xia stood motionless as if deaf to her cry, frozen in place, seemingly stunned by the kilometer-long sword aura bearing down upon him. Watching the light in Mihawk's eyes swiftly dim, Chun Xia raised a hand and waved casually. Hey, don't underestimate me." The moment those words left his lips, the kilometer-long sword aura halted mid-air as though it had struck an immovable celestial barrier. The hard ground split open with a deep, jagged trench, but the aura advanced not a single inch further. "What? It's been blocked." Mihawk's eyes reignited with blazing fire. Such a formidable opponent was rare indeed. Since Shanks lost his arm, he had encountered no swordsman on this path whose mastery rivaled his own. "Master." Boa Hancock's suspended heart settled. Recalling Chun Xia's earlier instructions, she swiftly returned to the elevated platform. Thud, thud, thud. Chun Xia calmly strode forward until he stood directly before the stalled sword aura and snapped his fingers. Pang! At the crisp, resonant snap, the sword aura, now less than a foot from his face, reversed course, instantly hurtling back toward Mihawk at twice the speed it had arrived. "Nanny!" Mihawk stared at the returning blade energy, bewildered, and raised his black blade to shatter it. Perhaps this ultimate strike would crumble effortlessly beneath Chun Xia's might, or perhaps it would carve a wound into his flesh. But this outcome, never in his wildest imagination had he foreseen it. His own sword aura turned against him. A faint smile curled at Chun Xia's lips. "Dracula, Mihawk, shall we continue?" His strongest technique shattered with contemptuous ease, then reversed, striking its own creator. The gulf between them lay exposed, undeniable. Slowly Mihawk sheathed his black blade. In truth, that sword aura had not been turned. Rather, Chun Xia's slash had carried an overwhelming sword intent dense enough to coalesce into solid form. Its sheer intensity eroded the core of Mihawk's aura from within, leaving only a hollow shell. The very reason why his supreme attack disintegrated so easily under his own blade. Put simply, even Roronoa Zoro standing before that weakened remnant could have dispelled it without strain. Chun Xia smiled faintly, glancing toward Marco and the other man. Both now hurled backward once more. Even as he dueled Mihawk, they had charged again to halt Admiral Sengoku's execution. Sengoku, stripped of all restraint, sought only to complete the sentence, and then marshal every available force to entomb Chun Xia forever at Marineford. Chun Xia sprinted onward, only to be intercepted midway by Kizaru. Meanwhile, Akiji continued restraining Barrett. Facing the one-armed Kizaru, Chun Xia felt an absurd urge to laugh, yet his training held firm. He would not break composure. "Long time no see, Kizaru. Shall I take your other arm as well?" His voice remained calm, but beneath it surged terrifying, killing intent, and an overwhelming aura erupted instantly. Supreme Conqueror's Haki activated. Once more the battlefield convulsed. The tsunami frozen by Akiji began fracturing, colossal waves crashed down anew. A vast, jagged rift tore open across the sky. Truly a monster. Surveying the apocalyptic devastation, and then locking eyes with Chun Xia, who stood there, eyes half-lidded. Kizaru for the first time dropped his habitual smirk. Solemnly he raised his hand. "But for the sake of my justice, I must stand before you, rogue Chun Xia. 8 mirrors, 8 jewels. Ice Age." Far away, Akiji suddenly surged upward, breaking free from Barrett's grasp, and soared into the sky, freezing the surging tsunami mid-air before hurling several ice phoenixes toward Chun Xia. Unfazed, Chun Xia watched the torrent of blinding light spheres and diving ice birds approach. then calmly raised his right hand, fingers extended into a single sharp sword finger. I'd hoped to live among you as an ordinary man, but you seem unwilling to accept that. Very well. I reveal my hand. I am invincible. His sword finger cleaved the air, and before him space itself ripped open, widening rapidly as though torn by divine hands. Bang! Boom! A flash of cold light. Then the deluge of light spheres and ice phoenixes vanished into the rift, which instantly expanded toward Kizaru. He tried to flee, but his observation haki failed just as before. He attempted to turn intangible, but the rift ignored his Logian nature entirely. He strained to accelerate with his Pika Pika Nomi speed, yet felt as though a mountain weighed upon his limbs. Supreme Conqueror's haki pinned him utterly immobile. Nowhere left to run, rogue Chinxia. Truly terrifying. His mangled body slammed onto the ground. His navy coat hung in tatters, fragile as ash, ready to scatter at the slightest breeze. Blood gushed from his mouth in thick, rhythmic spurts. A grotesque gash split his chest wide open, viscera spilling forth. Yet, even so, his monstrous constitution kept him alive. This was not death, merely catastrophic near-fatal injury. No wonder he's a fleet admiral. He's incredibly durable. Chinxia himself was slightly taken aback. Armament haki, internal destruction, sword intent, all combined, and still Kizaru survived. Indeed, the world of One Piece teemed with living tanks, and Kizaru was their apex. Yet Chinxia's own physical stat, over 6,000, was even more terrifying. Coupled with 6 breakthroughs in iron body cultivation, his regenerative capacity bordered on the supernatural. Severed limbs would regrow within moments. Seeing Kizaru lying there, breathing shallowly, barely clinging to life, the onlookers stood momentarily stunned. He wounded a fleet admiral in a single blow, truly worthy of being Captain Red Baron's captain. Having been imprisoned too long to read recent newspapers, Red Baron knew nothing of his captain's true power, and thus found the feat astonishing. After all, fighters of Tashiji's caliber rarely differed vastly in strength. Their battles often lasted days, or even weeks, before resolution. Chinxia's performance defied logic. Others, however, merely registered mild surprise. For just weeks prior, Vice Admiral Garp had suffered grievous injury from a single stroke, and Garp himself had remarked that Kizaru falling in one blow was in fact expected. Master is simply magnificent. I can't hold back anymore. Upon the high platform, Boa Hancock gazed at Chinxia with starry-eyed adoration, her body flushed with heat, fingers kneading her own slender frame. Control yourself. It's in broad daylight. Her every gesture, of course, registered perfectly within Chinxia's observation haki. He approached Kizaru, pressing the branch tip against the admiral's chest. Only total annihilation of the heart could guarantee the life of such a titan ended. Cough cough. Sengoku, do you wish him to live, or do you wish war to continue? Oi. On the execution platform, Sengoku struck Marco and the other man down once again, then raised his long blade and pressed its edge against Ace's neck. Yet upon hearing Chinxia's words, his descending arm froze mid-air. His expression twisted with inner turmoil. Red Baron was sent flying, but suffered no serious injury. A grin split his lips. Kong, your heart is unsettled. Your iron fist lacks its former sting. Ha ha. Shut your mouth, you bastard. The two exchanged venomous taunts before re-engaging in battle, only for a voice to pierce the battlefield between them. Return Leadfield. Huh. Looks like our rematch will have to wait until next time, Kong. Red Baron pivoted instantly, appearing beside Chinxia. Barrett and Boa Hancock arrived moments later, cradling Tita in their arms. San Juan Wolf, the silent figure who had stood motionless in the background, attempted to join them, but Chinxia halted him with a wry remark about his unwashed feet and overwhelming stench, ordering him instead to remain by the colossal wall. Have you made your decision? Sengoku, you hold Akiji and Kizaru as Navy admirals, the pinnacle of naval might, your cherished comrades, your exemplary officers. Will you truly stand by and watch Kizaru die before your very eyes? Lying prone on the ground, Kizaru cracked one eye open just a slit and whispered, so softly only he could hear. Indeed. Sengoku stood frozen atop the execution platform, torn. What began as a solemn naval execution of pirates had devolved into pirates publicly executing Navy officers. All Den Den Mushi had either been silenced or stunned unconscious. If this crisis were resolved discreetly, no one would ever know, and Kizaru's death could be officially recorded as martyrdom in defense against pirates. Forgive me, Kizaru. For the balance of this sea, I must do this. His resolve hardened, and his blade began its fatal descent, when Chinxia's voice, cold and diabolical, echoed once more, "Oh, and don't bother concealing anything. Every moment here is being broadcast live to over 100 allied nations worldwide." A faint smile played upon Chinxia's lips as San Juan Wolf, standing beside the Great Wall, slowly opened his palm to reveal hundreds of Den Den Mushi, each one transmitting crystal-clear footage across the globe. Standing over 100 meters tall, with such an array of communication devices, nothing remained hidden from the world's gaze. This live broadcast had been Chinxia's impromptu strategy en route to Marineford. not only to prevent naval treachery, but also to cement the white-paid pirate crew's infamy. It was the first step towards seizing control of the world's underground economy. Sengoku's gaze darted to San Juan Wolf's palm. Panic flared in his eyes, and his blade halted again. Ace cheated death, once more slipping past the ray. The future shifted abruptly. 5 seconds later, Sengoku did indeed lower his blade, but almost instantaneously countless magma-formed hellhounds surged toward Chunxia's position, not to strike him or his allies, but to obliterate the immobilized Kizaru lying helpless on the ground. All pirates must be eradicated. Now that's hatred incarnate. Akainu. Chunxia clenched his fist and drove it into the advancing hellhound, shattering it into molten fragments. His gaze darkened as he locked eyes with Akainu, who now stood before him. The battle near Whitebeard had ended. The world's strongest man had finally fallen. You nearly succeeded, but I see the future. Your ambush means nothing. Akainu's scowl deepened. Molten rock dripped steadily from his arm, scorching the earth into smoldering craters. He seethed inwardly. If only Kizaru Akiji and Kong had fought with full commitment from the outset, without holding back, Whitebeard's crew would have been crushed long ago. Even after Chunxia's arrival, a coordinated assault by multiple admirals would have left him gravely outnumbered. Instead, the Navy found itself utterly cornered by one man alone. Akainu bore the entire burden, while others either unleashed flashy techniques that failed to land a single blow, or were felled by their own grandson's punch. He alone fought with lethal seriousness. Madman Chunxia, you permit your subordinates to pillage, burn, and slaughter across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, treating them as your private playground. You must die here. With that, Akainu tightened his fist and charged. Streams of magma followed, intense heat warping the very air. Fragrance. Boa, let me handle this. Don't soil your feet. Master. Chunxia seized Boa Hancock's slender leg and surged forward alone to meet Akainu. Behind him, Boa Hancock's cheeks flushed crimson, so deeply her veins glowed beneath translucent skin. Red Baron watched, shaking his head with amused admiration. Tisk Teske, our captain truly knows how to play. He makes even the legendary ancient weapon Poseidon look tame. Huh. There was no flourish, no artifice in Chunxia's clash with Akainu. He didn't even draw his sword. Relying solely on mastery of all 3 colors of supreme haki and an unfathomable physical constitution. Thud, thud. They traded blow for blow. Chunxia's armament, haki purple-black and pulsing with violent crimson, grew deeper in hue, perhaps stained by Akainu's blood. On the execution platform, Sengoku watched Akainu falter visibly, and his hesitation dissolved. Even Kong's bewildered stare held no sway over him now. Swish. The blade descended, cold light flashing, drawing gasps from every onlooker, their pupils widening in horror. It seems the captain's chosen savior won't survive after all. Red Baron sighed, untroubled. After all, he shared no bond with Ace. He'd come only because Chunxia commanded it. Indeed, the newest recruits of the white-paid pirate crew felt no emotional investment in this war. They fought solely for personal ambition or out of loyalty to their captain. Ace, brother. Unlike the others, Marco and Jozu shared profound brotherhood with Ace. Their entire campaign had been waged to save him. Now, with their father fallen and Ace facing death before their eyes, grief ignited new fury within their battered bodies, propelling them toward the platform. Thud. Boom. Kong covered one eye with his hand while striking both men aside, then stood resolutely at the platform's base. Why? Ace is your own grandson. Even if you can't save him, why do you block us? Because I am the Navy. Tears traced silent paths down Kong's weathered cheeks, even as he stood immovable before them all. Just as the blade hovered less than a foot from Ace's throat, a voice rang out, and a length of pipe clanged against steel, arresting the descent. Hey Sengoku, what do you think you're doing? Ace, he's my brother. A figure descended from the heavens, golden hair billowing in the wind, as he firmly blocked Admiral Sengoku's descending blade with a length of pipe. Are you from the Revolutionary Army? Haha, you've guessed it. But today I will save Ace. Sabo kicked the blade aside with explosive force, then darted to Ace's side, preparing to carry him away from the execution platform, only for Sengoku to instantly transform into his colossal Buddha form. Buddha's impact. An overwhelming shockwave instantly engulfed Sabo, but at the critical moment, he coated his entire body in armament haki. Dragon Claw Fist Rend. Sabo swept his claws horizontally. The Buddha form Sengoku deflected the blow with effortless grace. A rear admiral would have struggled to withstand such a strike, but Sengoku was Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Every Fleet Admiral ascends from the rank of Admiral, and though time has silvered his temples, his strength remains on par with that of an Admiral. Sabo, for all his prowess, still falls short. Is that so? Sabo replied, flashing a sunlit smile. This time, thanks to Chunxia's intervention, Sabo had fully recovered his memories and learned of the Navy's imminent execution of Ace. As Ace's sworn brother, he could never stand idly by. In the next instant, crack. The execution platform split cleanly in two. His earlier strike against Sengoku had been a feint. The true objective was shattering the platform itself. Now Ace and Sabo stood safely on the severed half. Damn it! Sengoku roared as the fractured platform plummeted, his famed tactical acumen utterly outwitted. As debris rained down, Sabo hoisted Ace over his shoulder and sprinted toward Red Baron and the others. In all of Marineford, the safest place now was undoubtedly where the freebooter pirates stood, 4 emperors, 1 supreme emperor, and 2 emperor-level lieutenants. Such a force could only be subdued if the Navy's elite deployed en masse. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Shinxia stared momentarily stunned at Sabo, who had just appeared atop the execution platform and rescued Ace. His gaze locked unflinchingly on the deep violet-black hue saturating Sabo's trousers. Ever since awakening his simulated memories, Sabo had devoted himself not to vengeance against Shinxia, but to forging his undergarments with armament hockey night and day. After all, Shinxia's supreme rapid kick had earned praise even from Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Haunted by that kick throughout his childhood, Sabo vowed to invert offense and defense, to make Shinxia taste the same searing humiliation. First, however, came absolute self-protection, thus birthing the world's first supreme undergarment. Daring to lose focus mid-battle, you underestimate a Marine Admiral far too greatly. Phantom Dog. Shinxia remained utterly unruffled as Akainu suddenly surged forward, speed accelerating beyond measure. They'd clashed countless times, yet Akainu hadn't even grazed Shinxia's clothing. With divine grade observation hockey, every angle of attack, however devious, was foreseen and evaded. Still, this lacked challenge. Boom. Shinxia sidestepped, but not quite enough. Scorching magma struck his right arm, shattering it instantly beneath immense force. Ha! Arrogant fool. You are mortal after all. Master. From afar, Boa Hancock watched Shinxia's injury, her delicate features contorted with anguish. She dropped Tashiji to the ground and charged toward Akainu like a storm unleashed. Fragrant foot. A flash of rose-pink light streaked past Shinxia. He raised his hand swiftly. Boa, don't worry. Just a fatal wound. I can still endure it. Boom. The immense force amplified by the sweet fruit's power slammed into Akainu's arm. Though contact petrifies flesh, Akainu's formidable hockey rendered the devil fruit's effect negligible. Yet the sheer kinetic impact hurled him backward, skidding dozens of meters before halting. He glared at Boa Hancock. I've long said the 7 warlords system should be abolished. Relying on pirates to uphold the Navy's justice is nothing but farce. His flesh regenerated rapidly. Tendrils of new tissue sprouted and fused seamlessly. Shinxia flexed his fully restored arm, testing its strength. Perfect, identical to the original, as if never severed. His gaze lifted to Akainu, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. Tell me, was that deliberate or accidental? Before the words faded, Shinxia reappeared behind Akainu. Fingers fused into a razor-sharp sword point, crackling with black lightning. It cleaved the air, leaving a trail of black and crimson light, then pierced straight through Akainu's back. Even in his Logia state, Akainu was struck full force. He hurtled backward, smashing through several Marine headquarters buildings before coming to rest amid rubble. Clutching a ghastly wound that pierced clean through his torso, his face drained pale and hollow. At last he whispered, "Impossible." Logia intangibility proved utterly futile. Against Shinxia's divine-grade armament hockey, even elemental transformation offered no sanctuary. For hockey reigned supreme over all. Master, are you alright? Boa Hancock collapsed into Shinxia's arms, tears smudging her flawless cheeks as she gazed at his newly regenerated alabaster arm. Look at you. Your face is all smeared with tears, Shinxia murmured, tenderly brushing away the glistening drops. Nearby, Red Baron cast a wry glance toward Saint One Wolf towering beside the Great Wall. Instantly comprehending, Saint One Wolf smirked, palming every den mushy in his grip and aiming them squarely at the intimately entwined pair. Heh, Captain, it was all Lord Leadfield's coercion. I swear I'm not doing this willingly. Blame him if you're angry. Their silent collusion didn't escape Shinxia's notice. With one hand, he gently tousled Boa Hancock's hair. We'll continue this in sobriety. This war ends now. At once a crushing aura erupted, laced with flickering black and crimson lightning, stunning every den mushy in Saint One Wolf's hands. Sobriety Archipelago Nami puffed her cheeks, fists clenched. Shinxia, that's Goundra. Xiaowu nodded solemnly beside her, clearly agreeing. After all, it wasn't her who'd grown intimate with Shinxia. Mid-argument over whether Shinxia or an admiral held greater strength, Li Xiaoyao and Li Yuhe fell silent upon seeing the two women's fury and swallowed hard. Papa, may your luck hold. The two children, having witnessed firsthand how formidable Aunt Nami truly was, quickly quieted and fled. Marine headquarters, Marineford. As the den mushy went dark and the weight of that gaze settled upon him, even a fool would know he'd been exposed. Saint One Wolf rubbed his bald crown. Ha ha, Captain, you hear me out. An explanation. Go back and work as manual labor for Becky for a full month before you're allowed to return. Will I be paid? Paid. Saint One Wolf rubbed his belly. with a frame so massive his daily food consumption was staggering. In the past, he simply seized whatever he wanted, but before fully gauging his new captain's temperament, he dared not act so recklessly. He had no choice but to pay out of pocket. Yet having just emerged from Impelled Down, all he possessed was a custom-made prisoner uniform. No coins to his name. Paid. You dare ask for wages. Shall I send you straight back to Impelled Down, where lodging and meals are guaranteed? No. I'll gladly take the labor. Nothing pleases me more than hard labor. Though his expression darkened, San Juan Wolf forced a smile and waved his hands frantically in refusal. Below, Red Baron clapped a hand over his mouth, stifling laughter. Though silent, the upward curl of his lips betrayed him utterly. In the end, he alone bore the weight of it all. Woe is me. Chun Xia cast a glance at him before stepping forward among the others, gazing upon the row of elite marine officers neatly severed across the battlefield. Hey Sengoku, don't you think this war could pause for a moment? Hearing this, Sengoku glanced down at Kizaru sprawled motionless on the ground. The yellow flash was nearing collapse. The blow Chun Xia had delivered was the first time he'd ever unleashed his full power. Conqueror's haki surged without restraint. Even now Kizaru could still feel its tea. With a thunderous crash, Akainu, who had lain amid the ruins long enough to recover, roared and lunged toward Chun Xia. Molten rock coalesced into a colossal fist in his grasp, its searing heat warping the very air. Meanwhile, Kizaru remained prostrate, unable to rise after that single strike. Yet Akainu was already moving. Truly, the Navy's foremost tank lived up to his legend. Still standing, still roaring. Then perhaps I shouldn't have held back. A faint smirk tugged at Chun Xia's lips. He made no move to intercept, because in the future he foresaw someone else would block that blow. You've done magnificently, rogue Chun Xia. What you've accomplished has irrevocably altered the course and outcome of this war. Shanks raised Griffin, parrying Akainu's molten fist with effortless grace. Behind him, Garp watched his fists clenching unconsciously. Shanks, the man who led Luffy onto the path of piracy. Red Baron sighed wistfully. That little boy aboard Roger's ship has grown so tall I almost failed to recognize him. Ha ha ha. Barrett clenched his fists, sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Shanks, his gaze sharpening with fierce admiration. Shanks, when Roger fell gravely ill, I knew you'd ascend as this ocean's sovereign. You are a worthy adversary. Enough, Barrett. Shanks isn't merely the junior apprentice aboard Roger's ship anymore. He's one of the 4 emperors feared across the Grand Line. Even I trembled before him. At these words, Shanks' lip twitched involuntarily, his mind erupting in silent protest. Wait. What? Hold on. Your bounty stands at 4.6 billion belly, higher than mine. How then do you utter such words with a straight face? With a ringing clash, Shanks deflected Akainu's assault and sheathed Griffin. Facing the assembled Marines, he stood poised. Legendary moment approaching the fabled face-fruit spectacle. Chun Xia stared intently, straining to detect even the faintest trace of the fruit's influence. If mastered, a single phrase, do me the honor, could compel any territory surrender. How gloriously audacious that would be. Feeling Chun Xia's gaze burning hot upon his back, and catching Boa Hancock nestled trustingly against his chest, Shanks exhaled, eased, and spoke lightly. Do me the honor, let this war end here. Should you wish to continue, the Red Hair Pirates stand ready to meet you, face to face. At once an immense pressure surged outward, yet no one flinched. After all, they'd already witnessed Chun Xia's legendary feat, a single glance that felled tens of thousands. Moreover, every soul still standing was among the ocean's apex warriors, unshaken by mere intimidation. Master. That phrase, it sounds strangely familiar. Didn't you say something similar? Boa Hancock voiced her quiet wonder, gazing at Chun Xia. Before Chun Xia could reply, Shanks' hand trembled, almost imperceptibly. Oh no, I see why it's so silent. So that's why? My line's already been spoken. How mortifying. Boa, perhaps you misheard. Oh, all right. Silence descended, thick, profound, absolute. Neither Marines nor Red Hair Pirates stirred. Even Marco and Jozu stood frozen. Only Chun Xia's faction remained unburdened, perhaps starved for conversation. Red Baron and San Juan Wolf traded idle banter. I told you. It was entirely your unilateral decision. It bears no connection whatsoever to me, Leadfield. Why demand compensation from me? And how can you bear to extort an elderly man? Does your conscience feel no pang? Were I in your place, I'd never commit such monstrous cruelty. San Juan Wolf, a warrior through and through, lacked finesse and debate. In the end, he could only glower helplessly. Cough, cough, cough. Enough of you two. Upon sensing Chun Xia's intent, both men turned away sullen and silent. Halt. Sengoku fell into deep thought. This summit war had been irrevocably disrupted by Chun Xia. A single glance had incapacitated every rank-and-file officer and mid-tier commander. Thus, despite prolonged combat, casualties remained remarkably low, far below his grim expectations. The sole major losses lay in Kizaru, still breathing though barely, and Whitebeard, whose life had long since ebbed away. With prompt medical intervention, Kizaru could recover. All things considered, the Navy had gained far more than it lost. Moreover, if the Marines ceased hostilities now, and if the mass telepathic blackout caused by Chun Xia's earlier strike remained concealed, no one beyond this battlefield need ever know. Naval prestige would remain intact. Truth be told, it was the sheer suffocating pressure exerted by Chun Xia and his allies that tipped the scale. A casual strike had gravely wounded an admiral. Should he fight seriously, even Sengoku, an aging veteran on the cusp of retirement, might fall be. Shanks replied, simply agreed. Chun Xia observed quietly, neither endorsing nor opposing. Halting the war had never been his true objective. He stepped forward, retrieving a telephone crab. Still conscious, Sengoku. You wouldn't want word spreading worldwide that the Marines and pirates have reached peace, would you? At those words, both the red hair pirates and the remaining Marines gaped speechless. We've traveled all this way, exerted ourselves tirelessly to prevent bloodshed. Surely some compensation, some modest reward in belly, is warranted. The words hung in the air and silence descended upon the entire battlefield. Marines, pirates, and even the freelancing pirate crew alike gaped at Chun Xia in stunned disbelief. Wait, what? You're leaving yet you pull this stunt? Do you intend to resume fighting? Shanks' temper flared to boiling point. He had braved mountains and seas just to halt this war, and victory seemed within grasp, only for Chun Xia to derail everything. His composure shattered entirely. Berries. Comfort. With his observation haki, he clearly sensed the presence of the Den Den Mushi in Chun Xia's hand. He wasn't lying. The creature had indeed recorded every moment just witnessed. Sengoku remained silent for a long while before speaking slowly. How much do you demand? Chun Xia calmly raised a single finger. 100 million berries. He shook his head. 10 billion berries. Again he shook his head. 100 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Sengoku vigorously shook his head. Impossible. That sum equals the Navy's entire annual budget. We simply cannot produce it. 100 billion berries rivaled the yearly tax revenue of entire nations. Even the Navy, a colossal institution, could never amass such a sum. After all, every credit flowed from the world government, rigorously scrutinized and approved only after meticulous deliberation by the five elders. No surplus of that magnitude could ever exist. Moreover, following the summit war, Marine headquarters at Marineford lay in ruins, demanding vast reconstruction funds, and compensation for fallen Marines would require staggering sums as well. No, Sengoku, I'm not negotiating. If your berries fall short, petition the world government directly. But hurry, otherwise if Akiji dies, I bear no responsibility. Chun Xia stood with hands tucked casually into his pockets. Should the Navy fail to deliver today, he wouldn't hesitate to reignite chaos. Perhaps. Chun Xia narrowed his eyes, and once more God-tier conqueror's haki surged outward, oppressive, suffocating, fracturing the ground beneath into a spiderweb of fissures. Sensing that familiar yet foreign aura pressing down upon him, Shanks recoiled inwardly in shock. Heavens, besides that man, another has attained conqueror's haki equal to mine, and perhaps even surpasses it in sheer dominance and ferocity. A sharp, involuntary breath escaped him. This rookie, just half a year at sea, is terrifying beyond measure. If action wasn't taken swiftly, the war would reignite, and facing two Emperor-level crews, Sengoku dared not hesitate a second. Sengoku, you imbecile, how did you command the summit war? The moment the call connected, the five elders' furious voices erupted, so loud the Den Den Mushi's mouth stretched wide open, its brows arching upward like daggers. Sengoku, fully aware of his own culpability, stood silently beside the receiver, awaiting their tirade. After all, the Navy's performance in this war, while not catastrophic, had certainly fallen far short of expectations. Speak, what is it now? Only when their rage had exhausted itself into ragged breaths did Sengoku begin recounting the current crisis. What? That madman dares extort the Navy. Has he lost his mind? They had observed the entire war, until the Den Den Mushi fainted from sheer shock, and they knew full well Chun Xia's involvement in the summit war. They'd assumed once hostilities ceased, they could concentrate overwhelming force to detain him permanently at Marineford. Instead, the outcome defied all calculation. Absolutely unacceptable. Tell him today we grant him one final chance. If he departs now, the summit war incident will be deemed non-existent, and Ace may leave with him. Sengoku's heart sank. Was the war truly over? Though its ultimate objective had been achieved, its original catalyst, Ace, remained unexecuted. Chun Xia, the madman. Listen well, this demand is impossible. Leave immediately, and the Navy pledges not to pursue you. At those words, Chun Xia relaxed his narrowed gaze, hands still buried deep in his pockets. Then there's nothing more to say. Was battle imminent? Yet could the Navy truly prevail against him now? Garp clenched his fists, arms sheathing in violet-colored armament haki. Sengoku instantly assumed his giant Buddha form. Akiji transformed his hands into jagged ice spears poised to strike. Akainu grinned savagely, his arms swelling into a colossal magma fist. Madman, you're doomed. Every pirate must be eradicated. Clang. Shanks drew Griffin from his waist. The blade gleamed cold and lethal, pointed squarely at the Marines. Behind him, the red-hair pirates unsheathed weapons in unison, faces grim and resolute. At their captain's command, they would strike without hesitation. Chen Xia's crew mirrored them. Barrett clenched his fists in exhilarated anticipation, eyes locked fiercely on Shanks ahead. Fighting you would yield unparalleled gains. Seeing tensions escalate to the brink of violence, Chen Xia hastily cleared his throat. I haven't finished speaking yet. There's really nothing more to add. Just one sentence, we're leaving right now. Huh. Nanny, what in the world is this nonsense? All stared at him, expressions grotesquely exaggerated, barely suppressing the urge to cleave him in two, reluctantly sheathing their weapons. Ha, let's go. This war ends here. Chen Xia strode forward, hands in pockets, sprinting toward the king's ship anchored offshore, his freelancing pirate crew scrambling to follow. The red-hair pirates, seeing their captain board, swiftly climbed aboard their vessel, unfurled sails, and vanished into the distant horizon. They're allowed to depart just like that. What an utterly foolish decision. Magma splattered wildly from Akainu's body, further marring Marineford's already pockmarked plaza. Sengoku watched calmly as Marco and another crewmate lifted Whitebeard's corpse. Marco, the war is over. It's time you and your crew departed. His gaze drifted to Akiji lying motionless on the ground, slowly raising a single finger. Sengoku immediately ordered medics to rush him to the infirmary. Wiping sweat from his brow, he surveyed the awakening Marine officers and enlisted men, relief softening his features. Though Ace had escaped, Whitebeard, the last relic of a bygone era, had fallen. And thanks to Chen Xia, frontline losses remained minimal. Not a single rear admiral perished, though infrastructure damage was severe enough to warrant complete reconstruction. With that thought, Sengoku retrieved the 5 elders' den mushi. Time to request a substantial budget increase. Boa, has Tina woken up yet? On the deck of the king, Chen Xia yawned and asked. No, master. Perhaps you exerted too much force during the summit war. Likely so. I unleashed Haushika Haki for the first time in full. I'm still unrefined. I'll exercise greater restraint next time. After the summit war, Chen Xia sailed alongside the red-haired pirates for a while, until their paths diverged. He had also dismissed Red Baron from his ship. After all, he had yet to acquire the bat fruit, and his strength remained insufficient. Thus Red Baron was sent off to seek his own fortune. In truth, the king permitted only one man aboard, Chen Xia himself. Not only Red Baron, but also Barrett St. Juan Wolf and 2 newly recruited laborers were all forced to board a commandeered marine warship and trail behind at a distance. Lying lazily on a sun lounger, Chen Xia stretched idly, then lifted a glass of juice beside him and drained it in one smooth motion. His gaze fell upon the system interface, where a staggering sum of 201 also unlocked a second talent slot and permanently affixed the golden tier talent life-sacrificing player to it. Ding. 10 billion belly deducted. Second talent slot successfully unlocked. Golden tier talent, life-sacrificing player, permanently affixed to slot 2. Simulation initiating. Talent generation in progress. Talent generation complete. Please select one talent to serve as your protagonist's innate aptitude for this simulated life. Blessed with many sons, gold through unique enhancement, your spouse bears offspring with absolute certainty. And for each child born, you gain tenfold their physical constitution, plus 1 randomly assigned talent. Immortal red, your lifespan stretches infinitely. Even should the seas dry up, your life endures. Your appearance freezes eternally at your most handsome prime. Dual-hearted purple, you possess 2 hearts, granting you 2 lives, and 2 distinct personalities, 2 souls. Sanagawa steel shaft blue, your Kuin has undergone extra. Staring at the radiant crimson glow on the interface, Chen Xia swallowed hard. Even Boa Hancock's silk-clad photo album couldn't compare to this luminous red. Immortality. Such a transcendent talent would be legend even in realms where myth reigns supreme. Yet in the One Piece world, an 800-year-old crone truly existed. Resolving to pursue only the pinnacle, to choose only the apex, he selected without hesitation the sole red-tier talent immortal. System, I choose the red-tier talent immortal. Simulation commencing. You have been born. On the day of your birth, crimson light floods the heavens. The blood moon devours the sun, plunging the earth into utter darkness save for that single eerie scarlet radiance. Your parents, heeding the village elders' slanderous counsel, deem you an omen of ill fortune and abandon you deep within a primordial forest. You silently declare that elder has already sealed his own doom. You wail uncontrollably, your tiny body slick with blood and mud, a clammy, nauseating film clinging to your skin. A rustling stirs nearby. You force your eyes open just a slit. Your cries have drawn a pack of wolves. The alpha stares down at you, jaws bared, eyes burning with hunger. Foul, viscous saliva drips onto your tender cheek. Glistening fangs descend slowly inches from your face. Wah! You thrash your minuscule arms and shriek desperately, hoping to frighten the beasts away. Reality proves cruel. The alpha isn't cowed. In fact, your terror ignites its frenzy. Its maw splits wide and it lunges forward. How can this be? I haven't even begun to develop. I'm 1 day old and already facing death. Have I violated some celestial decree? Outside the simulation, Chun Xia watches the wolf's muzzle close in, less than a palm's breadth from the infant's face, and curses inwardly, a torrent of expletives flooding his thoughts. What rotten timing. What rotten timing indeed. Your face pales with the pallor of death. In the final breath before oblivion, you curse both the blind, slanderous elder and your foolish, cowardly parents. You swear, if you survive, you will make them pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. At the critical moment, a piercing howl erupts from the pack. Then a snow-white she-wolf bursts forth. She launches herself before you, clamping her jaws around the alpha's throat and hurling it violently to the ground. Then she plants herself squarely between you and death, snarling low and fierce. You stare dumbstruck. This divine intervention feels like salvation descending from heaven itself. You've encountered a she-wolf whose maternal instincts overflow. Your salvation is assured. The alpha rises, claws glinting like frost-laced daggers, eyes locked ruthlessly upon you, and upon the white wolf before you. Grew. As pack's sovereign, it cannot tolerate defiance, so both you and the white wolf must die. It lunges again. Perhaps fueled by primal love, immense power surges through the white wolf. She evades the strike with uncanny speed, then rakes deep, savage gashes across the alpha's flank. You watch transfixed, desperate to leap up and cheer her on. The alpha surveys its wounds, then rises once more, howling before charging anew. A flash of silver. This time the white wolf strikes with terrifying precision, seizing the perfect opening. Her jaws snap shut upon the alpha's vulnerable throat. Instantly the coppery tang of blood fills the air. Hot droplets spatter your face, warm and wet. Ho! She lowers the lifeless alpha, then ascends a towering boulder and unleashes a thunderous howl beneath the blood-red moon. Its silhouette, fearsome, majestic, absolute. The entire pack drops to their forepaws in unison, bowing low, acknowledging dominion. The old king falls. The new queen reigns. You are fortunate. The white wolf does not see you as prey. Instead, she gently lifts you in her jaws and carries you to a vast cavern deep within the primordial forest. The cavern lies in the heart of untamed wilderness teeming with lethal predators, yet its entrance is guarded by over a dozen towering male wolves, ensuring absolute safety. She places you upon a soft bed of dried grass, then strides purposefully toward the cave mouth, her gaze sharp, cold, resolute. After several mournful howls fade into silence, she returns, her pristine white fur now streaked with vivid crimson. She kneels above you, shakes her ample chest, and without waiting for consent presses it firmly against your mouth. Yamedai. You struggle fiercely. Though you've only been born for a day, you're undeniably ravenous, yet the thought of wolf's milk is utterly unacceptable. A white she-wolf lets out a low growl, pinning your tiny hands with her forepaws and forcing milk into your mouth despite your resistance. Minutes later you surrender. After all, I'm an orphan, no mother, no father, so drinking wolf's milk isn't beneath me. Self-consolation eases your aversion. Puffed. You burp, milk spilling from the corners of your lips. Only then does the white wolf withdraw and depart the den. Once she's gone, you wipe your mouth and glance around. The air carries the distinct musk of a nursing she-wolf, pungent, yet softened by a subtle sweetness of milk. A few tufts of black fur cling to the corner. Drawing upon your past life's extensive wilderness survival experience, and noting the wolf's practiced efficiency in feeding you, you deduce she recently gave birth, though her pup likely perished under unknown circumstances. So she's adopted me as her own cub. What an absurd twist. You never imagined that abandoned at birth you'd gain a feral instinct-driven MOT. You lie motionless on the straw, suppressing the gnawing hunger. Just as despair begins to overwhelm you, a clear, resonant howl echoes from outside the den. Recognizing that voice instantly, your heart leaps. It is hers. Moments later she stumbles in, drenched in blood, her pristine fur matted with gore and grime, her form grievously wounded. She drags herself beside you, nurses you one last time, and collapses, eyes rolling back, unconscious. You nudge her gently. No response. Her injuries are severe. You pause, then rise and step out of the den to gather medicinal herbs and staunch her bleeding. With effortless precision, you subdue the loyal guard wolf at the den's entrance and enter the primeval forest. Its bounty is staggering. Fist-sized ants scuttle across the undergrowth, wild oxen tower 2 to 3 meters tall, and creatures of monstrous scale roam freely. Using unmatched stealth, you evade every predator that poses a threat. Under the silver glow of moonlight, you reach a mist-shrouded pond. Its surface exhales icy vapor. Even with 5-fold human resilience, you shiver violently. Kneeling beside its edge, you search for healing herbs. Your method is inherited as a child. Your grandfather, a seasoned hunter, taught you to crush blades of grass between your teeth, discerning their properties by taste alone, though each bite risks poison as much as panacea. After sampling dozens, you pluck a plant bearing 4 violet leaves and swallow it whole. Rolling the flavor across your tongue, you snap your fingers. Authentic. This is precisely the one. Having secured the herb, you retrace your path. Along the way, grazing herbivores dwindle, replaced instead by prowling carnivores far more terrifying not merely in size, but in raw ferocity. You move with utmost caution, your small frame slipping silently through grass taller than yourself. The stench of blood, it's overwhelming. A sudden acrid wind sweeps past, freezing you mid-step. Your gaze locks warily onto the rustling thicket ahead. A faint susurrus rises, your pulse quickens, fists clenching tight. Suddenly the thicket erupts, trembling parting, as a colossal shadow launches itself toward you. You twist your body, desperately narrowly evading the shadow's razor-sharp claws thanks to your surprisingly robust physique. Leaping aside, you lock eyes with the creature. A colossal black tiger, nearly 6 meters long and standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Is this truly a worthy adversary? A stark irony strikes you. One side is a newborn infant barely 3 days old, the other a monstrous feline behemoth. You marvel at nature's absurdly mismatched calculus. Yet survival demands immediate action. You have no intention of becoming its postprandial morsel. The tiger's dark green eyes fix upon you with predatory certainty, as if your fate is already sealed. Then a rank, fetid wind surges, and it lunges. You fail to dodge in time. A claw the size of a dining table slashes across your arm, and crimson blood gushes freely down your tender limb. Damn this cursed birth. Wait till I mature a few days. Then I'll gut you alive and leave you to rot. Cursing aloud, you bolt backward without hesitation. Returning to the den is impossible. The tiger blocks the way. Flight forward offers no hope. Only retreat holds a sliver of salvation. You sprint for your life, ignoring the searing sting as coarse grass lacerates your fragile skin into a tapestry of jagged wounds. Behind you, the black tiger gives chase, not in haste, but with chilling, deliberate leisure, savoring you as prey toyed with before the kill. Bursting past waist-high thickets, you plunge into a dense thicket of shrubs towering like trees, so impenetrable that entry promises entrapment, not escape. Roar. The tiger halts abruptly, casting several wary glances into the thicket before whirling away in palpable panic. Instantly you realize you've been deceived. Such raw fear could only stem from something far more terrifying lurking within. Escape the wolf's den only to tumble straight into the tiger's lair. Heaven, if you despise me, just say so. These past few days have been a tempestuous odyssey. Your brief 3-day existence already richer in drama than many lifetimes. You scramble up a shrub, surveying the surroundings from this vantage point. But the thicket is too dense. All you see is an unbroken sea of towering foliage. At dawn on the second day, you rub your dark-ringed eyes and leap down exhausted. Last night's vigil has left you hollowed out. Your landing wobbles, nearly toppling you. After cursing under your breath, you clutch medicinal herbs and drag your weary frame toward the den. Few animals stir along the path, yet carcasses litter the ground. You skirt them carefully. Scent is perilous. Wolves identify kin by odor, and bearing another creature's stench would invite a frenzied, dismembering assault. Truly a grotesque end. You slip back into the den unchallenged. The pack shows no unusual behavior. Inside, several unusually burly wolves encircle the white wolf, saliva dripping from their jaws, clearly plotting usurp. You roar, fierce, guttural, unmistakably lupin. From your tiny frame erupts an overwhelming aura. The wolves' legs buckle, their bodies tremble violently. Empowered by a 1,000-fold enhancement in perception, you awaken the conqueror's aura, not fully but enough to shake their very bones. Low submissive growls rumble as they slink out of the den. The white wolf collapses onto the straw heap. You collapse beside it, eyes closing instantly into deep, sweet slumber. On the 4th day, you train relentlessly, and under your 1,000-fold perception, instinctive combat techniques begin to crystallize. The herbs accelerate the white wolf's recovery, though full healing remains distant. Meanwhile, the rebellious wolves, cowed by your display the previous day, stay away. 3 days pass, each filled with grueling discipline. Though monotonous companionship with the white wolf makes endurance bearable. A puddle reflects your sharp-featured face and chiseled silhouette, muscle growth though dull. Over these 3 days, the white wolf's condition has markedly improved, though a ghastly scar remains on its leg, clearly inflicted by some massive feline. Outside the den, the 3 rebellious wolves have fractured the pack into 3 factions, each commanding its own segment. The white wolf, once sovereign, now commands only a handful of loyal followers, including the wolf who stood sentinel at the den entrance. You stride forth boldly. That guard wolf howls urgently, urging you back, but falls silent the moment you punch a crater into the rocky cliffside. You arrive beneath a precipice, the territory of one splinter faction led by the very wolf who had menaced the white wolf inside the den. Roar! Several wolves charge, intent on tearing you apart, but fall in seconds, writhing in agony. You step forward, striking with precise, relentless blows, fist after fist, kick after kick. Dozens crumple. Finally, their leader can endure no longer and bursts forth. He had no desire to fight you. He still recoils inwardly from the suffocating dread you radiated in the den 3 days prior. You beckon him with a curl of your finger, and the duel begins. Though his frame rivals that of a Siberian tiger, your physique, over 200 points, renders him grievously outmatched. The battle tilts decisively, every strike you land cripples him, every blow he throws you evade effortlessly. Observation sense. These 3 days have not only forged your physique, but also awakened observation sense, a natural consequence of your thousandfold perception. Awakening it was as effortless as drinking water. 1 minute later you wipe blood from your knuckles gazing down at the groaning, defeated mass before you and flash a sunlit smile next. A quarter of an hour later you arrive beside a tranquil lake, the lair of the second wolf tribe. 3 minutes pass, before you lie dozens of howling wolves writhing in defeat. Silently you lower your fists and sprint toward your next objective. Another quarter of an hour elapses as you enter a dense forest. Unspoken yet unmistakable, this is the final wolf tribe's domain. Minutes later you gaze upon a pack of wild wolves prostrate at your feet, tails wagging fervently. Satisfied you clap your hands lightly. The chieftain of this last tribe proves remarkably astute. Upon witnessing your terrifying invincible might he submits, without hesitation. You are truly exceptional. Henceforth I shall be your master. Do you understand? At these words the wolf frantically wags its tail, its muzzle twisting into what passes for a grin. Within a single hour you return to the cave flanked by over 100 wolves assigning them territories around the cavern's perimeter. Inside the white wool, you overhear its voice. Little Bai Shao hasn't emerged from the cave in days. I'll need to lead the pack hunting soon. How exhausting. You gape, astonished that the white wolf refers to you as Little Bai Shao. Glancing down at yourself you concede it's apt you've deliberately suppressed bodily growth lest you tower like an adult before even reaching 1 year. Hello Bai Lang. Nanny. You can understand me. The white wolf surges upright and leaps before you. You nod, acknowledging your comprehension without words. As dusk bleeds into twilight you converse deeply with Bai Lang. Finally it glances toward the horizon where ink-black night begins its ascent. I'll hunt now. You take care of yourself. With that a resonant howl pierces the forest, summoning the pack. You watch them recede into the distance and raise a hand in quiet farewell. Time flows swift and silent. 3 years vanish like mist. Across those years the pack expands relentlessly. Along the way rival predators emerge, yet each falls before you in an instant. Most days you seclude yourself in the cavern cultivating discipline, the rest you hunt alongside the pack, refining instinct, sharpening reflexes, honing lethal grace. Your physical constitution has surged astonishingly, reaching a staggering 5100 points after 3 years despite practicing only sporadically. You shudder to imagine what relentless training, like Zoro's, To ignite Haoshaku's evolution, you set a goal, neither trivial nor overwhelming: the Kashidi Forest, a vast ancient wilderness teeming with colossal beasts. Even dinosaurs have crossed your path more than once. Without delay you marshal the entire pack into relentless expansion, swallowing rival territories whole. In just 3 months you stand atop the forest's highest peak, surveying your domain below. Conquest complete. You are indisputably the king of the forest. The pack swells to 500, born of original wolves and newly sworn strays alike. That night within the ancestral cave you speak long with Bai Lang. You declare your intent to depart, to seek the wider world beyond these woods. Though Bai Lang resists fiercely, it yields. On one condition: it must accompany you. 3 years of shared breath, blood, and silence have forged in it a fierce maternal devotion. Yet you regard it not as mother, but as comrade, confidant, kin. After reflection you consent, but defer departure. After trekking across mountains and rivers, enduring 81 trials, you finally arrive at a human settlement 10 days later. The city is modest, no larger than a small town from your past life, and sparsely populated, yet you feel elated. It is the first time in 10 days you have laid eyes on another human being. Strangely, no ocean has appeared along your journey. Only narrow streams cut through an endless expanse of towering peaks and boundless grasslands. You pause, puzzled. This landscape contradicts the water-abundant, land-scarce nature of the one-piece world you know. You surmise it may be a colossal island. Entering the city, you stroll down its main street, mouth-watering. Though few people walk its lanes, vendors abound, selling foods utterly alien to you, yet unmistakably delicious. Alas, you carry no coin. After brief contemplation, you decide to test your reflexes. Approaching a stall, you snatch a generous heap of provisions with speed far surpassing mortal limits. Then, you turn with a serene smile. Very well. Many thanks, esteemed uncles. Your composure throws the traffickers off balance. Only after a moment do they recover, grinning broadly as they advance slowly. Little brother, how much might you fetch, I wonder? The trafficker lunges, only to collapse instantly, eyes rolling white. His comrades rush forward, but fall just as swiftly unconscious before they take 2 steps. You search their bodies and retrieve a cloth pouch filled with metallic currency, unfamiliar, bearing no resemblance to either the traditional berry or the 21 new currencies you know. Sky Island coin. No, nor does it resemble Wayno's currency. How peculiar. You weigh the pouch in your palm, then deliver swift, decisive kicks, ending their vile lives without hesitation. Such scum who prey upon children deserve no mercy. Exiting the alley, you locate a modest inn. Though clearly a child, your coins persuade the proprietor to grant you a room. Through casual conversation, you learn the currency's name mora, a unit of formidable purchasing power. 1 mora suffices for a night's lodging. You hold 300. At this rate, you could afford shelter for nearly a year, but you have no intention of lingering here. At dawn then. Careful, I might just take care of you all, huh? Brat, we're cutting you some slack, just wondering whose child you are. How reckless of your parents to let a kid like you hunt alone. That's practically begging for trouble. You coughed a few times. First, my parents may indeed be formidable, but it is certainly not your place to judge them. Second, if you continue whispering about me behind my back, I shall no longer show restraint. Having spoken, you ignored them entirely and strode straight into the primeval forest ahead. Huh, what an audacious little brat. Such commanding presence. He might yet become king one day. Behind you the group fell silent. Yet they followed closely in your wake, likely sharing the same path, as there were few entrances into the forest. You fully activated your kinbunchaku, a supreme tier perception that instantly enveloped half the vast wilderness. Owing to the continent's scale, this forest was colossal, rivaling some of the great islands of the later age of piracy. Glancing back at the crowd, you offered a faint smile. All right, gentlemen, shall we begin? Before they could react, you vanished from sight, executing Soru, one of the 6 powers. Such techniques were notoriously difficult for the weak, yet for one possessing a Yonka-level physique, mere comprehension of the principle sufficed for effortless mastery. You darted through the forest like a phantom, delivering precise kicks and punches with rhythmic precision. Within half an hour, a mountain of beast carcasses had piled up around you. Surveying your handiwork, you noted a few survivors still lingering, but Totalin. This child? No. This peerless hero. May we ask your honored name? When we return to the city, our gratitude shall be profound. The speaker was the same grizzled hunter who had mocked you earlier, the undisputed leader of the band. You continued dragging the bear's corpse without pause, vanishing into the distance as you called back over your shoulder. I am Shimin Chueshua, the one who saves lives. As you faded from view, the bearded man murmured softly, Shimin Chueshua, an odd name. Yet such power must rival even the royal army's general. You tossed the bear atop the towering mound of carcasses and began hauling the entire mass toward the city. A stark, gory trail marked your passage. Passers-by stared, eyes wide with disbelief. You arrived in the city unimpeded, chose a bustling thoroughfare, sat down, and produced a sheet of paper inscribed with a single price, 100 mora per beast. Yes, just 100 mora for any one of these colossal creatures, though market value for such beasts would normally exceed several thousand mora. Placing the sign before you, a crowd swiftly gathered, forming a dense, eager circle. Sir, is this truly real? Just 100 mora? You nodded gently. Instantly, the young man's expression ignited with excitement. He fumbled out a heavy purse and thrust it into your hands. 1,000 mora, 10 beasts. What a noble soul you are, sir. Thank you. A dozen burly men emerged from the crowd and hauled away 10 carcasses, unopposed by you, sparking immediate jubilation among the onlookers. Sir, I want 5. Sir, I arrived first. I'll take 3. You accepted purse after purse, distributing carcasses with calm efficiency, no rush. Everyone will have their share. Half an hour later, you wiped the fine sheen of sweat from your brow and gazed upon the gleaming heap of purses, sunlight catching the gold, your smile radiant and serene. 10,000 mora, exactly 10,000. That ought to buy a respectable house, even in the capital. Just as you prepared to head back to your inn for celebration, a gang of armed men blocked your path. Your brow furrowed. You sensed their ill intent through kinbunchaku and quietly tightened your fists. The leader, a hulking brute bearing a jagged scar across his face, stepped forward, pressing his blade against your chest and snarling, "Hey brat, do you know you need to pay protection fees to set up shop here? Daring to operate without paying. Do you dare defy the Black Tiger gang?" His gaze flickered greedily over the pile of mora. Then, seeing only a scrawny child before him, he lunged without hesitation, cleaving downward with his sword. The blade flashed with chilling brilliance, reflecting his ravenous grin. You narrowed your eyes slightly and slowly raised your hand. A sharp crack echoed. The sword shattered into fragments beneath your grip. You lifted your head, smiling innocently at him. How is this possible? A thunderous impact reverberated. You leapt lightly upward, performing a clean cranial incision. Crimson pulp splattered across his subordinates, who erupted into panicked shrieks. It's over. It's over. The chief is dead. Hurry, fetch the boss. They tried to flee, but you had already condemned them the moment they drew steel. In your mind, they were corpses before they moved. 1 minute later, the vibrant street lay strewn with headless bodies. You wiped blood from the mora pouches, then walked past the encircling royal army troops, ignoring their shouts, as you headed toward your inn. Hold, cease at once. A group broke through the royal army's cordon and rushed to you, none other than the hunters you'd saved earlier. Their bearded leader stepped forward. Young friend, though I do not know why you slew the Black Tiger gang, the royal army has arrived, and General Zyablu himself is here. but I have ties with him. If you surrender peacefully, I will plead for leniency. Perhaps your punishment may be reduced. A sharp slap resounded. You elbowed him aside and continued walking. What nonsense, surrender. Were it not for your aversion to soiling your clothes, these so-called royal soldiers would crumble at a mere gesture. Through Kinbunchaku you sensed one exceptionally strong aura among them, but only relative to the others. Before you he was no more significant than roadside dust. Bartoru, stop wasting words. This youth kills without remorse, heedless of life itself. Today I Ziabalu shall arrest him, by force if necessary. A roar erupted from the royal army ranks. A towering figure clad in crimson armor and wielding a long sword charged toward you with terrifying speed. No, Ziabalu. He's but a child. A thick line of silence settled over the scene. You glance back. The moment your gaze falls upon them, an overwhelming aura descends upon the crowd like wheat flattened by a gale. Xiaobuo, commander of the royal army, and his soldiers collapse instantly. Even the onlookers gathered around are not spared. Having accomplished this, you turn and stride away with effortless grace. Behind you only Bartolu remains standing, his mouth agape, whispering in awe, what terrifying power. Who then is that child? The next morning you awaken on a sumptuous bed. Your Kinbunchaku, a heightened sensory perception, alerts you that someone awaits downstairs. A faint smile plays upon your lips as you dress. Ha ha ha, the king of the capital himself. What brings you here? Downstairs a middle-aged man clad in brocade bows deeply the moment he sees you. Ah, esteemed lieutenant, you honor us. I am Santiago, sovereign of St. Mattis. My subordinate Xiaobuo acted most rashly yesterday. Please accept my sincerest apologies. And as restitution, I present 10,000 mora. With a wave of his hand, several royal guards enter bearing large chests. As they swing open, golden light blazes forth. The innkeeper beside you instinctively shields his eyes, unable to bear the glare. Heavens above, 10,000 mora. I've never laid eyes on such wealth in my entire life. You blink thoughtfully. Well then, if your majesty insists, I shall accept with due humility. Ha ha ha. Truly a paragon of elegance and charm, a dragon among men. Enough. Speak plainly. At your words, he gestures, his guards usher the innkeeper and others out, then close the doors and windows. In an instant the inn holds only the two of you. You remain utterly unruffled, not fearing treachery, for your strength alone could reduce this place to dust in a heartbeat. Ahem, forgive my hesitation, young master, but what you wielded yesterday, that extraordinary force, what is it? Is that all? Your jaw drops. You'd expected some grand revelation, yet all he produces is this trivial inquiry. Haki. Surely anyone with willpower can manifest it. Yet since birth you have never encountered another who possesses Haki. Initially you assumed this world was the four seas, but after consulting a map you discarded that hypothesis. It appears neither this land nor this world knows Haki at all. After a moment's contemplation you rise slowly. It is called Haki. He repeats the word breathless, Haki. Haki. What a magnificent name. With it the royal army would ascend to unprecedented might. Might I ask, lieutenant, would you be willing to impart its cultivation method? No mere title. I offer you the position of royal sage, should you consent. You shrug, readily agreeing. After all, Haki will emerge sooner or later. Why not claim generous recompense now, and savor the delight of introducing it prematurely into this world? When shall we begin? You set the time for tomorrow. The king escorts you to the royal palace, declaring that any residence within it shall be yours, even his own imperial quarters if you so desire. Before departing, the innkeeper tearfully returns 10,000 mora to you, covering yesterday's expenses himself. Impressive. You give him a thumbs up. Before you rises a resplendent palace. The king invites you to choose freely. You select a modest pavilion, modest only relative to the palace itself, yet still splendid from without. Santiago then assigns you a retinue of maidservants. Though you appear but a child, he tests whether beauty might sway you, believing as any prudent ruler would that such power must be anchored firmly under his control. You perceive his intent clearly, yet say nothing, accepting every maid whose features align with your aesthetic. That night you recline amid their gentle embrace. Fortunately, years of deliberate suppression have kept your physical development. You smack your lips. Wolf's milk cannot rival true maternal nourishment. Children, after all, are meant to drink. You step onto the vast plaza before the palace, where the king stands with several children near your apparent age. Master Sage, you've arrived. May I introduce Princess St. Gorling, aged 6, and Prince St. Gob, aged 5. You glance at the sniffling boy and the defiant girl beside him, then nod curtly. Very well. Today I shall teach the fundamentals of Haki. Listen closely. Santiago's face lights with fervent excitement. He bows deeply. Yes, sir. You begin instructing them according to your own understanding of Haki. The king listens intently. Prince St. Gob does likewise, though his constant sniffles grate upon your nerves. You glance sideways at Princess St. Gorling, who watches you with icy disdain, then continue teaching. Time slips swiftly. By dusk both Santiago and St. Gob lie exhausted upon the ground. Following your guidance, they strive to sense Haki, but no resonance stirs within them. Could it be that the physiology of this era differs fundamentally from what comes later? You rest your chin upon your palm, pondering the cause of this stagnation. So much theatrical posturing, yet not a single ripple. You deceive only fools like father. Princess St. Gorling cast you one haughty glance before turning sharply and striding away. Please forgive her, master sage. Her mother passed when she was young. She bears a solitary heart. No matter. It grows late. I shall return tomorrow morning to continue instruction. You wave dismissively. Years of simulated experience have forged your psyche into that of an ancient sage. You feel no ire toward a child's petulance. Back in your pavilion, you reflect on how to accelerate this era's mastery of hockey. Summoning several maidservants, you resolve first to study the anatomical distinctions between people of this age and those of the future, beginning naturally with the human body itself. Through thorough, insightful discourse, you uncover profound peculiarities unique to the physiology of this era. At midnight, you sit on the floor wide awake and trembling with exhilaration. Under the enhancement of a 1,000-fold increase in comprehension, you swiftly devise a method for cultivating hashiki, a unique martial aura suited to this era. At dawn, you rise early and gently pull the blanket over your attendant maidens. Last night's dedicated assistance from them had shaved days off your research. In the plaza stand only you and the 3 men from San Diego. Young hero. You interrupt. Call me Chinxia from now on. Young hero sounds far too awkward. He nods, and you hand him the newly formulated hashiki cultivation technique. Less than half an hour passes before San Diego opens his eyes, his expression alight with fervent triumph. It worked. It truly worked. At long last I have mastered hashiki. Ha. Soon after, even young St. Gob, the sniffling child, successfully grasps hashiki, though both their auras remain exceedingly feeble, barely sufficient to stir dust along a roadside. Their armament hashiki cannot yet achieve hardening. Their observation hashiki flickers unpredictably. Yet this breakthrough is historic, epic-defining. So what? Just hashiki. Even if mastered, could it possibly overpower 10,000 armored soldiers? St. Gellian crosses her arms, gazing disdainfully at the 2 celebrating men and delivering her critique without restraint. Hearing this, San Diego sheepishly scratches his head. Brother Chennai, I sincerely apologize. I shall discipline my daughter properly. Perhaps we should first share a hearty drink. A faint smile lifts your lips. The title Brother Chun pleases you. It places you on equal footing with St. Gellian's father. You glance at St. Gellian and offer a gentle, knowing smile. Overpower them. That remains uncertain. I recall a youth. If you can't argue, then don't argue. You watch St. Gellian turn her head away, smile faintly, and choose not to press further. Instead, you accompany San Diego to the royal palace for a lavish feast. By evening, you stagger back to your own palace, dazed and heavy-limbed. Even your attendants fail to steady you before you collapse into slumber. San Diego had meant exactly what he said. A drink meant one drink. But though it was merely ordinary wine, you still succumb to intoxication. The next day, you instruct San Diego and St. Gob on hashiki training in the battlefield, though St. Gellian, that stubborn girl, remains conspicuously absent. Time flows like wind. In the blink of an eye, 2 years pass. You stand upon the stone steps before your palace. A maidservant quietly drapes a heavy cloak over your shoulders. Snow falls in silent, feathery torrents. You pause, breath catching. How beautiful. This is the first snow you have ever seen in this life. Not during your years in the primeval forest where perpetual summer. Were you to unleash your full power unreservedly, a single punch, relying solely on raw physical might devoid of hashiki, would leave one of the 4 emperors gravely wounded. Your speed, enhanced by supreme physiology, renders the Soru technique indistinguishable from teleportation. All 3 hashiki types have long since reached divine tier mastery. Your predictive foresight extends precisely 5 seconds into the future, the absolute limit. Extending it further demands immense time and effort. Your armament hashiki effortlessly envelopes multiple kingdoms. Its density dwarfs even Vice Admiral Karp's by an astronomical margin. All 6 techniques have likewise ascended to divine mastery. Life return has awakened. You may alter your bodily size at will. You brush snow from your hair, then flick your fingers. Instantly, your frame surges upward. Within a breath, you stand 2 meters tall, your features reshaped into those of an 18-year-old. In essence, though, you are but 5 years. What? She's run off again. This child truly gives no peace. Guards, you raised a hand to interrupt. No need. I'll take her out myself, and soothe her heart while I'm at it. Hearing this, he hesitated, his expression troubled. Yet recalling your peerless strength, he reluctantly agreed. With a sharp whoosh, a single footprint remained in the snow as you vanished, reappearing a kilometer away in an instant. In rapid succession, you stepped across the sky and arrived above a bustling street. Such stubbornness, still sulking at your own father. Using your Kinbunchika haki, you instantly located Sainto Ling, the little girl hiding among the crowd beneath a wide-brimmed hat, and the several suspicious figures tailing her. Hey Ling, where on earth are you headed? Need me to escort you? Oh, Startled by your sudden appearance, Ling shrieked, and instinctively swung a lightning-fast slap. Hey, didn't your father teach you manners? You effortlessly caught her wrist, and simultaneously sent shockwaves rippling through the air, knocking the lurking traffickers unconscious. Ling turned her head away, pouting in silent indignation. You scooped her up without hesitation, though outwardly 18 you held her as tenderly as one would cradle a younger sister. No time for lengthy explanations. 2 years ago, didn't you say even the strongest couldn't stand against an army? Today I'll show you what true power looks like. With that you leapt forward, each step spanning a full kilometer. Though not yet rivaling Kizura's Yomi no Mi speed among non-devil fruit users, yours was unmatched. Too fast, slow down slow. I can't bear it. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured softly against your chest, tiny fists tapping your sternum. You unleashed your Haushika haki, shielding her from the violent rush of wind, then accelerated sharply. What royal aura? Take your grubby hands off my head. You chuckled awkwardly. Then your entire bearing shifted. Gazing toward the distant horizon where a massive coalition force, hundreds of thousands strong drawn from multiple nations, charged onward, you exuded an overwhelming presence. Thud, thud, thud. Ling's eyes widened as she clapped a hand over her mouth, transfixed as soldiers collapsed in mass. Within seconds the entire host lay motionless upon the plain. You teased well. Did I need more than a glance? She said nothing. Only a faint blush bloomed across her cheeks. Ignoring her feeble resistance, you swept her back into your arms and soared toward the capital. Less than half an hour later you landed gently before your palace. Ling stood frozen still, dazed by the spectacle of a single glance felling 1,000,000 warriors. You nudged her lightly. Hey Ling, don't you have somewhere to be? Your father has quite the surprise waiting for you. At that she bolted toward the royal palace, while you observed via Kinbunchiko Haki King Sani. The next day you found Ling again in the plaza, her face sullen, fresh welts visible on her bare skin. After training concluded you asked her to stay behind. As he departed, King Santiago cast a meaningful glance your way before hurrying off. What is it? I still have to return. You pressed a finger to her lips. Show. A pure soothing energy flowed into her body. Life energy born from mastering the Rokushiki, to its ultimate degree a restorative force capable of mending wounds. Yours uniquely could be channeled into others. Wow, so amazing. Ling watched enchanted as her bruises faded from her skin, her expression softening into a rare, unguarded smile. You smiled faintly. It was the first time you'd seen this proud, obstinate princess laugh, genuinely warmly, and those plump cheeks did look terribly tempting to pinch. Yet you restrained yourself. Once healed, you guided her through extra drills. The following day the entire nation reeled in shock. Word had spread. How you alone had shattered the 1,000,000-strong coalition. King Santiago, overjoyed, abandoned his queen mid-bed and rushed straight to your chambers, gripping your hands and effusively thanking you. You recoiled, startled, desperately pulling free. Had he not already fathered 2 children, you might have questioned his orientation. He decreed 3 days of nationwide celebration honoring the Grand Sage's triumphant return. For years your title had been known only to a handful of court ministers. Now, thanks to his fervent proclamation, you were a household nom. Though your tolerance had grown considerably over the years, enough to outdrink Santiago, you hadn't anticipated his tactic, having dozens of ministers take turns offering ceremonial toasts. Hundreds of cups later, even the hardiest man would collapse, and yet you managed to walk swaying but upright back to your own residence. Thereafter tranquility settled over the realm. The defeated kingdoms made no further aggressive moves, only sporadic espionage attempts, all swiftly thwarted by you. With Kinbunchiko Haki locking onto targets at range, and Haushika Haki striking with pinpoint precision, spies never even neared the capital before collapsing unconscious. You welcomed the quiet. Daily you trained Santiago's family in Haki. Afterward you gave Ling private instruction, so she soon matched both father and daughter in mastery. At one point Santiago approached privately, asking whether the Haki cultivation method could be taught to the royal army, a notion he'd nurtured since the Cole. Time flowed quietly. Though you reveled in it, you still devoted 1 hour each day to cultivating your physical prowess, mastering the Haushika Haki. In the 8th year, you continued guiding the Santiago family in their Haushika Haki training, imparting all 6 techniques to them one by one. Santiago's temples bore a few more streaks of silver this year. Ling, that ever-proud girl, remained as haughty as ever, yet occasionally brought you delicacies she deemed worthy. You had long transcended all rivals in this world. Ambition no longer stirred within you. Gastronomy, however, had become a rare and cherished delight. Under your tutelage over several years, the trio's Haushika Haki had matured into the advanced tier. Only a final threshold remained before reaching the apex. Upon their ascension, you would declare them graduates, and finally grant yourself a well-earned respite. In the 9th year, your routine persisted, instructing the Santiago family, sleeping soundly, and venturing out too. Before you could utter a word, Santiago seized Ling from behind and scolded her sharply. Return at once. The royal grandmaster has matters of grave import to attend to. How dare you accompany him? Utter nonsense. You knelt down and gently ruffled her hair. Ling, do you truly wish to go? She nodded solemnly. You exchanged a quiet glance with Santiago. After a moment's hesitation, he released her. She darted to your side and clutched your robe's hem. Let's go. Father may change his mind again if we delay. Very well, Santiago. We shall take our leave now. Do remember to host tonight's banquet and prepare plenty of delicacies. With that, you lifted Ling into your arms, only for your body to suddenly grow heavy. Ling, you've grown quite plump. I nearly failed to lift you. It's not me who's gained weight. It's you who's grown feeble. I am the most beautiful princess in all the world. How could I possibly fatten up? Oh, very well, very well. It is I who have grown weak. Ha ha ha. Laughing heartily, you stepped onto the moon walk and soared eastward, toward one of the kingdoms that had formed the coalition years earlier. Its name. You scratched your head, forgotten. Within half an hour you hovered above the kingdom's capital. Fierce winds howled at that altitude, whipping your white robes and streaming your long hair like celestial silk. Calmly your gaze descended upon the opulent golden-roofed royal palace below. How blindingly ostentatious. Even more decadent than father. Blinding. Then let us extinguish it, Ling. Hey, 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 who said I'd go with you? Put me down at once. I master the moon walk just fine. And you're squeezing me too tight. You set Ling down. Sure enough, a vivid bluish bruise marked her abdomen. You apologized instantly. I'm truly sorry, Ling. I didn't mean to hurt you. Let me make amends with a grand fireworks spectacle. With a gentle swing of your fist, 100-meter crimson armament hockey fist coalesced, then shot downward toward the palace 10,000 meters below. Dense armament hockey compressed the very fabric of space. Raw spilling energy ignited countless crimson lightning bolts across the sky. Of the three-colored hockey armament was the most fundamental, yet it had never imagined being elevated by you into a display rivaling the awe-inspiring majesty of Haoshiku itself. Is this your armament hockey? Truly terrifying. Were Ling to face you, she wouldn't last a single second. You knelt beside her and stroked her hair. Don't feel inferior, Ling. I believe, with unwavering faith, that one day you'll surpass me. I will wait, always. Your tenderness toward Ling ran deep, born of years shared. Even immortals are not immune to the quiet alchemy of time and emotion. Your gaze returned to the palace below, just as the 100-meter fist struck its center. Instantly searing crimson lightning erupted alongside a cataclysmic shockwave. Walls, roads, soldiers, palaces, all dissolved into dust without trace. Not even ash remained, let alone the king within. The final surge of force rocketed skyward, detonating beneath your feet in a radiant explosion of scarlet light. A true breathtaking fireworks spectacle. Ling stood speechless. To achieve such mastery demanded not only extraordinary quality and staggering quantity of armament hockey, but also peerless surgical control. Of these three she possessed none. Taking her hand you began walking, step by step, toward the next king. Another dazzling fireworks spectacle. Another royal palace, another monarch erased utterly from existence. Yet no innocence perished. Your unparalleled precision ensured safety even for those standing mere steps from the palace walls. Half an hour later, the third king fell. An hour later, the fourth king fell. Within 2 hours, all 5 monarchs lay dead. You were hailed across the land as the white-robed royal grandmaster. Your might legendary, your power unfathomable. As the sun sank westward, you brushed your hands together. All done. Time to return for the banquet. All you ever think about is banquets. Even Boo is stronger than you. Boy. A memory surfaced. The boy you'd first met, nose dripping, eyes wide with wonder. You tapped Ling's head lightly. Who truly is remarkable. He no longer sniffs? Oh, and shall I carry you home? You wretch, don't pat my head. It'll stunt my growth. And if I don't grow tall, I'll never marry. Ha ha ha. If you can't marry, then I'll marry you. A man as exceptional as I am. You must have fallen hopelessly in love with me long ago. Ha ha ha. Ling's cheeks flushed crimson, but she puffed her lips, leapt up, and landed 2 swift punches on you, you wretch. Don't be so brazen. You escorted Ling back to the royal palace under the cover of night, where lanterns blazed brilliantly and laughter echoed through the courtyards. It seems the banquet has already begun. Though I hope I'm not late, you said, glancing down at her with a gentle smile. Would you like to join me, Ling? Ling wriggled free from your arms, landed lightly on the marble floor, and planted her hands defiantly on her hips. As if I'd ever accompany a shameless rogue like you. I'll tell father right away. You just assaulted me. A mischievous grin flickered across your face as you watched her, just as a familiar figure slipped silently up behind her. Hey, what's that smirk for? If you keep grinning like that, you'll what? Threaten the grand sage himself. Then consider yourself sentenced to 10 laps around the palace grounds every morning, with Boo. A firm hand clamped onto her shoulder as Santiago reprimanded her sternly. Ling shot him a scathing glare, then stormed off in indignation. Please don't take it to heart, your eminence. The girl is still young. A touch of temper is only natural. Do bear with her. You laughed heartily and steered Santiago toward the banquet hall, utterly accustomed to Ling's antics. No need for concern. The feast stretched from dusk till dawn. You awoke on the cold marble floor, head throbbing, unable to recall how many cups had tipped you into oblivion. Days later, the five kingdoms jointly issued a formal declaration of fealty to Sanctum Taurus, pledging vassalage and sentage. Affection, after all, demanded patience and nurture. As for the simulated world's aftermath, its reality held little weight for you. Perhaps even you might live to witness it. You left your chambers and walked to the central plaza, only to find Ling already there. You greeted her lightly and asked whether she'd completed her 10 laps today. She responded with a sharp, dismissive glance before turning away without another word. TCH. How dull. You likewise turned aside and settled into silent cultivation. The next day you returned to the plaza, and again found Ling there, this time glistening with sweat, freshly finished with her run. You made no overture, instead claiming a secluded spot you deemed auspicious and resolved to fortify your physical foundation first. After all, the body remained the bedrock of all endeavor. At noon, Ling concluded her training and approached you where you sat deep in meditation, dropping a white cloth bundle at your feet. Here, father told me to deliver tea. In time, you noticed two furtive figures lurking among the trees near the plaza, Santiago and Bu, unmistakably. You recognized them, but chose not to expose them. Ling too seemed vaguely aware of the surveillance, yet said nothing. Years passed swiftly. This year you turned 16, Ling 18. During those years you trained without respite, the most relentless effort of your life, yielding extraordinary results. Your physique shattered its 35th limit. Regeneration and resilience were unparalleled. So long as a single drop of blood remained, you could resurrect. Your raw strength enabled you to lift the entire Panga continent with one hand alone, truly stellar tier power. Figures like Roger Whitebeard or Emu paled before you. Even the mightiest warriors fell short. Haki remained unsurpassable, still divine tier, while mastery over all techniques, including the 6 powers, had reached transcendental refinement. Life, return, had awakened within you. Standing upon the plaza, you gazed at the young woman nearby, drenched in sweat, yet radiant with vigor, and raised a hand in greeting. Ling, you've grown remarkably these past years. You're nearly surpassing your father, and perhaps even Bu wouldn't stand a chance against you now. Oh, still not stronger than you though. No, I must push harder. I must push harder. With that, she plunged once more into the monotonous rigor of training. You sighed, softly massaging your brow. Over the years, Ling's demeanor toward you had transformed profoundly, and you sensed unmistakably the same quiet devotion blooming within her. Yet she had fixated inexplicably on overtaking you, to become the strongest in Sanctum Taurus. Just months earlier, she'd issued her first formal challenge. The outcome was inevitable. A single finger subdued her effortlessly. That said, her weakness was illusory. Rather, your own power had spiraled beyond measure. In truth, you guided her daily. After so many years, her true strength rivaled that of the 4 emperors. 3 months later, Santiago, now well into his 50s, summoned you to the palace for a solemn audience between sovereign and sage. The subject: your willingness to wed Princess Ling. Your answer was immediate and unequivocal. 10 years of shared days had forged a bond too deep for hesitation. Santiago beamed with quiet. On the wedding day, you stood in a white suit, arm linked with Ling in a flowing white gown. The ceremony proceeded smoothly. Many powerful figures tried to ingratiate themselves with you, the enigmatic national preceptor, only to be rebuffed one by one. That night, you could not wait for the bridal chamber. Pushing Ling onto the opulent bed of golden threads, you two shared an intimate, tender exchange as husband and wife. The next morning, you strode out refreshed to the river, catching several sea leviathans with your own hands and preparing a restorative meal for Ling with your superior culinary skills. Within half a month, her belly began to swell, and your joy knew no bounds. You were astonished at your luck. One union had already borne fruit. When Sheng Diego and the others learned of the unexpected news, they proclaimed 3 years of tax exemption across the realm and held a grand feast in celebration. After the banquet, you took Ling's delicate hand, shared a lingering look, and how could you suffer complications in childbirth? You cannot die. Ling coughed and spat blood, apologizing hoarsely. Xia, I am so sorry. So sorry. We have not been together a year, and I must leave you. If I had known, I should have confessed sooner. Perhaps you would have struck me down, and I might have stayed a little longer. Cough, cough. With each sentence, she sprayed blood across you and the bed. You gripped her and howled in a madness of grief, railing at the injustice of fate. Why? After only a year, you are to leave me. I am invincible beneath the heavens. Why could I not protect the one I love? Why? Ling gently pinched your face, and with what strength she had tried to soothe you. Xia, perhaps I was too proud. In the next life, I will be your wife again. Don't worry, next time, I will be more forward. Her color faded with each word, her breath grew thin. The infant in her arms began to wail, drawing your attention. Ling looked down and stroked the child with trembling fingers. Xia, this is our child. If it is a boy, name him Sheng Xia. If a girl, Sheng Yimo. Will that do? Tears fell from your eyes onto the bed as you clutched her and nodded again and again. When your assent left your lips, Ling smiled and slipped away. Ling, you cried, seizing her body and screaming. Sheng Di Yago wiped his eyes and patted your shoulder chin. The dead cannot be brought back. Let Ling go in peace. You glanced at Sheng Di Yago and Sheng Gobu, who hunched and wept. Your heart ached. After a long hollow time, you took Ling to the square where the two of you had trained and dined together, and laid her to rest in a grave you had built there. Subsequent inquiry revealed that the midwife, for the sake of greed, had used birthing instruments decades old and had been stone drunk on Ling Ting the night before. Sheng Di Yago had her executed. You struck the woman down with a palm until she dissolved into a spray of blood, and further investigation led to the eradication of her entire 9 clans to atone and accompany Ling. That night you washed the blood from your body, and after a short rest in the town, you set out again. Before leaving, you bought Imu a bundle of supplies, milk powder, diapers, and a small cloth doll. At a roadside stall, she had wailed uncontrollably at the sight of the doll until you bought it and placed it in her arms. Only then did she quiet. You returned to the primeval forest and took in the familiar yet altered landscape with a complex ache in your chest. I wonder how the white wolf and her pack have fared, you murmured. With your keen sight, the entire forest felt stripped bare, and you found the white wolf and her pack at once. The sight was worse than you imagined. The white wolf was battered, one leg broken, once pristine fur matted and blackened. The other wolves bore wounds too, broken limbs, torn tails. Your fists clenched. From the white wolf you learned that after your departure the pack had initially held sway by sheer number, but one day a band of enormous black tigers had appeared from nowhere. They roused other predator. You hover above a dark water pond, gazing down at the pack of black tigers below. Your eyes gleam with cold, unrelenting fury. Old scores and new grudges alike shall be settled today. The annihilation of your entire clan begins now. As the words leave your lips, thunderous black lightning shatters the heavens, tearing the black tigers limb from limb. Your conqueror's haki has long transcended all known limits. Not only does it strike reality with devastating force, but its destructive power is so immense that even an admiral would suffer grievous injury. With conqueror's haki alone, you could wound an admiral. Even Shanks and Joy Boy would trail in your wake. After exterminating the black tigers, you return to the wolf pack. Over the following days you restore the wolves' dominion over the forest. Young Im greatly adores the white wolf, but Ling's dream was to journey across the world. Yet she is no longer among the living. Ling, let him and I fulfill your wish in your stead. At sunset you walk deep into the forest with him beside you, even as the white wolf and the pack plead for you to stay. This time you forego the moon walk, choosing instead to traverse the land as an ordinary mortal, truly reacquainting yourself with the ancient woods that raised you. Along the way you quench your thirst with morning dew and sate your hunger by roasting wild game. Your culinary skill improves markedly. After more than half a month you finally emerge from the forest. Half a month later you arrive at a walled city. You do not know its name, but one thing is certain: you have left the familiar kingdom far behind. Wandering its streets you buy a uniquely styled hat. She grasps it with her tiny hands, giggling softly, a clear sign of delight. Purchasing a map within the city you depart. With no fixed destination, Im points randomly at the map, and you decide that place shall be your next goal. Boy Kingdom, a modest realm on the far end of Panga continent, formerly of Vass. A few seconds later you arrive at a laboratory. Your Kinbunshiko haki envelopes the surrounding area, tens of thousands of meters in every direction, leaving nothing concealed. Under its sweeping perception, the towering ancient automaton inside the lab stands revealed in perfect clarity. So the ancient kingdom indeed possesses ancient automatons. Hardly surprising. Yet Shuka dared deceive me. When you first set foot in this kingdom, suspicions had already stirred within you. The origins of the One Piece world's history have long fascinated you. Who are you? Guards, seize him at once. White-coated researchers scatter in panic upon your sudden appearance. This is the heartland of the kingdom, a place even royal dignitaries must petition to enter. As guards converge, a faint smile curls at your lips. I'm afraid you'll need to rest, for a while. A flicker of obsidian lightning flashes, then silence falls. Now at last you may study this automaton destined to accompany every generation of Nico. Forged from an unknown metal, it gleams with radiant luster and looms colossal. Yet what stands before you is clearly unfinished. Only its lower half has been assembled. The upper torso remains absent, still deep in development. You leap 100 meters into the air and flick your wrist. A bolt of black lightning surges into its core. With but a thought that lightning, your conqueror's haki, could shatter it utterly. Big fellow, do not oppose little Emo. Otherwise, with that you brush dust from your sleeves and depart, leaving no trace, erasing all memory of your presence. From the moment little Emu drew her first breath, you knew she would one day become Emu, the sovereign who would rule the world for 800 years. Yet her destiny means nothing to you. She is solely the child born of your love for Ling, and no force in heaven or earth shall harm her. Upon returning, you find little Emu curled on the sofa in the restaurant, her tiny belly gently rounded, evidence of a meal thoroughly enjoyed. Emu, was it delicious? Shall father take you to try other delicacies? Yes, yes. Emu loves tasty food most of all. Father is the very best. At those words, little Emu springs upright and launches herself into your arms. That day the three of you traverse every restaurant in the ancient kingdom and empty each one's larder. 3 days later, Shuka presents you with a newly completed world map, meticulously charting every known location across the one-piece world down to the smallest islet. Its precision surpasses anything conceivable in this age, a true marvel of cartography. After thanking him, you depart the ancient kingdom with little Emu, just as her appetite for its cuisine begins to wane. Emu next stop, Elbaf. They say their Samura is unparalleled. Yes, I want Samura. I want Samura. Days pass as you journey toward the far end of the Panga continent. The map confirms Elbaf lies ahead. The road holds no incident, save for several bands of mountain bandits whose numbers here dwarf those of later eras. Half a month later you stand before Elbaf. Towering above all else rises the world tree. Little Emu bursts with excitement, tugging your hand and asking eagerly whether the tree bears fruit. You gently stroke her head and shake your own. Her shoulders droop, then lift again, instantly her face brightening into a radiant smile. Not only for the promise of Samura, but because she refuses to let sorrow dim your light. After all, you are the kindest father in all the world. The giants still dwell in the netherworld, the lower reaches of the world tree, and locating their village proves effortless. After explaining your purpose, an elder giant gestures for Samura to be brought forth. Chun, I never imagined a human would ever reach Elbaf. You are a truly great traveler. You offer a quiet, modest smile in acknowledgement. Soon a massive platter of Samura arrives, each piece as large as a grown adult, dusted thickly with crystalline sugar. Though such sweetness holds little appeal for you, little Emu and Yasi devour them joyfully one after another. In moments the entire platter vanishes, yet Samura grows abundantly in Elbaf and fresh platters soon follow. As dusk settles you lay little Emu, now round-bellied, upon her bed. She sleeps soundly, her body needing time to digest such indulgence. Stepping outside the wooden hut, you're met by a shadow vast enough to eclipse the sky, and a voice like thunder. Chun, dare you spar with me? You lift your gaze to meet the youthful face of a giant. Amanda, you Elbaf's strongest warrior challenging an ordinary man. Isn't that rather unfair? Chun, though I cannot explain it, my instincts tell me you are no mere mortal. Come, show me what lies beyond our borders. Let me witness the strength of the outer world. You smile faintly. Though Kinbunchika hockey does not yet exist in this era, Amanda still senses the immense power coiled within you, perhaps a gift innate to giants. Intuition. Then Amanda, prepare yourself well. At those words you surge forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, index finger raised, slim, precise, unwavering. Come. Amanda raises his colossal shield to block your strike, yet you channel no hockey, relying solely on raw physical might. Sensing no surge of inner energy, he frowns. Don't underestimate me. Finger meets shield, 30 meters tall, sparking a blinding eruption. The impact drives the earth inward by dozens of meters. The shockwave alone snaps trees across a kilometer radius. Crack. Silence follows. Amanda stares at the shattered remnants of his great shield, eyes wide-mouthed. Agape. And Nanny. It broke. Metal and flesh collide, ending with nothing more than a faint white mark upon your fingertip. Elbaf's strongest warrior cannot even breach the surface of a single finger. Were this feat to spread, it would echo through legend for millennia. I yield. Amanda's voice is clear, decisive. Even with his great sword still at his side, the outcome is undeniable. You utter no word in reply, turning instead toward the hut, fulfilling your promise to take little Emu to the crown of the world tree tomorrow. Amanda gathers the broken fragments and, gazing at your retreating back, shouts with newfound resolve, Chun, I will defeat you. The next day you departed from Elbaf. Your journey continued. Carrying young I map in hand, you traveled across the world to behold its wonders. 2.5 years later you cast the map into the sea. This priceless, singular, one-of-a-kind shard had long lost all meaning for you. You had walked every corner of the world, every landscape, every horizon had passed beneath your gaze. Ling, I have fulfilled your dream. Are you at peace where you rest? You stood with Yas and little Im upon the final island, the last stop of your voyage, and the place of parting. Yas, I am leaving now. Take care of yourself. Im, and I will visit you again someday. With those words you lifted him into your arms and departed. Treading the moon walk, the islands below shrank steadily beneath you. A gentle breeze brushed away the tears glistening at Im's eyes. 3 years of shared days had forged in her a deep, tender bond with Yas. Father, do you think we'll ever see Aunt Yas again? You said nothing, only gently ruffled her hair. At dawn, before sunlight had fully bathed the land, you returned to Sanctus Tus, the very place where your journey began. There you found Santiago, now silver-haired. 3 years earlier, upon your departure, he had abdicated the throne to Sangab, choosing instead to visit Ling's grave each day, recounting your story aloud. After entrusting him to his care, you entered the royal palace, the chamber where ministers deliberated state affairs and where the sovereign conducted daily governance. You were granted immediate audience with Sangab, the current king of Sanctus Tus. Ministers stared in stunned silence at you. The enigmatic royal sage who had appeared mysteriously vanished just as abruptly. You looked up. Seated upon the throne was a strikingly handsome young man. 3 years of kingship had softened his youthful innocence, replacing it with quiet gravitas. Yet that familiar aura remained unchanged. Long time no see, Len. Long time no. What a... The royal sage has shattered the sage's throne, shattered it. What does this mean? It seems the heavens themselves are shifting. Ministers murmured among themselves as you spoke, voice calm and unwavering. Today I, Chinxia, hereby relinquish the title of royal sage. Nanny, is his eminence jesting? Ministers could scarcely believe anyone would truly renounce the royal sage's post, a position equal in stature to the crown itself. Their eyes widened in disbelief, fixed upon you. You paid no heed to their astonishment. Instead, you turned your gaze directly toward Sangab, who, though startled, concealed it well. Master, you truly intend to... You gave a slight solemn nod. Then beneath the minister's stunned silence left the palace. You knew full well this act would ignite chaos across the realm, perhaps even spark civil unrest. Yet you cared not. And without you, Sangab would surely master the storm. By the next day, news of the royal sage's abdication had spread like wildfire, reaching even the vassal kingdoms. King Sangab summoned their sovereigns to the capital under the pretext of diplomatic consultation. On the 3rd day, you saw ornate carriages roll past the streets, undoubtedly the vassal kings arriving. By the 4th day, rumors erupted across the capital, the vassal king's s. Half a month later, you stood in a sun-dappled courtyard while little Im chased butterflies through the blossoms. A creak echoed. The courtyard gate swung open, pushed wide by a strong hand. You met the newcomer's gaze without surprise. Long time no see, master. I've brought some rare vintage. Shall we share a cup? Sangab held a sealed clay jar. Its aroma, rich, complex, ancient, filled the air. Even you, who rarely indulged in wine, recognized it instantly, a vintage of extraordinary rarity. Father, who is this uncle? He looks oddly familiar. You beckoned him gently, placing a handcrafted kite into her small hands. This is your maternal uncle, your true blood-born uncle. Be polite, take the kite, and go play. She had seen Sangab only briefly during her infancy and remembered nothing. She accepted the kite with a bright smile. Uncle, hello. I'm, but father usually calls me Little M. I'll go play now. Laughing, she dashed off with the kite fluttering behind her. Attendants and guards hurried after. What a lovely child. And here I stand, her uncle, empty-handed. How remiss of me. You smiled faintly, took the jar from Sangab's hands and raised it. Together you drank deeply. You and Saint Geb spent the entire night drinking together, exchanging stories. Him recounting the transformations that had reshaped Saint Mapthus over the past 3 years, you recounting the adventures and wonders you encountered along your journey. At dawn the next day, he staggered away, unsteady on his feet. From then on, you and Xiao Imu settled into the quiet courtyard, visiting Saint Geb's family from time to time. Time flows swiftly, whether wandering far or resting at home. And before long, another 3 years slipped by like mist. 3 years later, Saint Mapthus had firmly ascended to become the second greatest power on the Panga continent, surpassed only by the ancient kingdom. Notably, half a year prior, slaves across the kingdoms, weary of relentless oppression, had risen in rebellion, launching repeated uprisings. At first, no slave uprising was visible within the capital, but soon thereafter the slave army had already marched to the very gates of the city. Even the royal army masters of Hashiki, the supreme martial aura, seemed unable to halt their advance. Panic swept through the capital. Ministers scrambled to flee, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Saint Geb's iron hand. 3 months ago, the slave army launched its formal assault upon the capital. Should the city fall, the second greatest power on the continent would collapse, and with it the slaves would truly rise. The royal army numbered barely 100,000, yet they fought the slave host of 10 million for an entire month, clearly reaching their breaking point. A month ago, only about 10,000 royal soldiers remained retreating behind the capital walls. The slave army, too, had dwindled to roughly 5 million now, encircling the city with suffocating grip. Civilians fled in terror, some ministers even defected, betraying the city's defenses to the enemy. It seemed the capital could no longer hold. Yet you remained unruffled. Even if the slave army breached the gates, numbers meant nothing to you. Today, beneath skies trembling with dread, King Saint Geb, robed in regal splendor, sword drawn in his right hand, stepped alone beyond the city gate and plunged into the sea of 1,000,000 warriors. You closed your eyes, your kinbunshaku, divine perception, enveloping the entire battlefield. There Saint Geb moved like a storm clad in hardened Hashiki, his blade flashing death with every evasion. As the world's strongest man, the pinnacle of Hashiki mastery, you instantly perceived Saint Geb's true depth. His Hashiki rivaled that of an admiral, yet unlike those monstrous beings, his physical endurance was finite. His strength would wane completely within a single day. You did not intervene. You were no longer Grand Sage, nor did you wish to entangle yourself in others' affairs. You simply wished to spend this life quietly beside Xiao Imo. Father, why is it so noisy outside? Xiao Imu rushed into your arms, gazing curiously toward the courtyard sky, where thick smoke coiled upward and flames clawed at the heavens. Nothing to worry about. Perhaps they're just setting off firecrackers. I heard today marks some festival. She blinked several times, murmured an absent, "Oh," and trotted back to her room to sleep. Festivals had never held her interest. Outside the city, battle raged for a full day and night. Citizens climbed the ramparts to witness the carnage, silently weighing their own fates. Even the few surviving ministers assembled the remaining royal troops, standing ready to reinforce Saint Geb. Though they withheld action, obeying his decree, "This battle is mine alone. I wish to test the limits of my own strength." After 36 hours of relentless combat, Saint Geb bore not a single drop of blood, but his ragged, labored breathing betrayed his exhaustion. Though weariness clung to him like shadow, the surrounding slaves, terrified into paralysis, dared. You had never imagined Saint Geb had orchestrated everything, knowing full well that failure to annihilate the slave army in one decisive stroke would lead to stalemate, a scenario deeply unfavorable to him. You ordered the royal army to feign defeat, luring all the slaves into one concentrated force, and then challenged them alone. Was it for glory? For your name? You never expected such brilliance in this world where intellect ran shallow. Saint Geb was no less than a modern-day Zhuge Liang. On the battlefield, the pirate Zhuge Liang, Saint Geb, stood encircled, poised for annihilation by the waiting horde, when suddenly an overwhelming aura erupted. The heavens trembled, storm clouds shattered as spectators and soldiers alike collapsed in mass. Only those of unshakable will remained upright. Conqueror's Haki. That familiar, awe-inspiring sensation startled you. Saint Geb had shown no trace of royal potential in childhood. With Conqueror's Haki, the ultimate force for clearing legions, the slave army, mere rabble at best, stood no chance. Within seconds, fewer than 1,000 remained standing among the million, and even those swayed unsteadily, stripped of all combat efficacy. Victory was absolute. The so-called million-strong host crumbled before raw Haki, and Saint Geb triumphed, alone. You turned away from the battlefield. You knew the remnants faced only inevitable ruin. Indeed, by the following day, news of the slave army's catastrophic defeat spread across the Panga continent. Neighboring kingdoms, besieged by slave uprisings, urgently requested aid. Saint Map thus dispatched forces without hesitation, though behind the noble facade lay intricate webs of political interest. A year later, the slaves were hunted to extinction, rebellion seemingly extinguished, until fate intervened. There in Domitap. That day no one knew where you had gone. Not even Xiao Imu, your closest companion. Only that your departure had been swift and urgent. Slaves had seized control of the western expanse of the Panga continent, once a modest kingdom, now reduced to their stronghold. Covering nearly 10,000 li in mere hours, you traversed the distance with moonstep, a feat of breathtaking speed. Below, slaves forged weapons and drilled relentlessly, preparing for the final decisive battle. Your gaze settled calmly upon several mythical Zoan users and other devil fruit wielders stationed there. There was no personal vendetta, no love or hatred. Only divergent loyalties. If blame was due, it lay solely in their ill-timed ambition. With a subtle lift and gentle descent of your finger, the ultimate conqueror's Haki manifested for the first time. Its divine authority unveiled. Over 100 black and crimson lightning bolts descended from the heavens. Such so-called definitive answers. Mythical Zoans crumble. Thus the slave uprising that had ravaged the Panga continent for over half a year was brought to an end by Shung Gabu. His renown soared across the land, eclipsing all others. Once more the name, Shung Didus, echoed throughout the Panga continent. To prevent future slave rebellions, numerous kingdoms formed the 10,000 Nation Alliance, with Shung Gabu unanimously acclaimed as its sovereign lord. Your life settled into quietude, once more returning to serene stillness. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Imu blossomed into a graceful young woman, 16 years old, inheriting both your strength and Ling's refinement. Though you had never formally taught her Haki, she independently mastered the foundational dual-colored Haki, and possessed physical prowess far surpassing ordinary soldiers. Few could withstand even a single strike from her. For years you rarely returned to the royal palace, choosing instead the quiet seclusion of your small courtyard. Notably, Shung Daij had moved beside I. Yet you felt no anger, for the Nika in your eyes was but an insignificant insect easily crushed at will. With the Nika gone, you abandoned your journey to Elbaf. As you turned back, however, your planetary spanning observation Haki detected something profoundly wrong. A colossal meteor hurtled toward the world, its velocity terrifying, its trajectory inevitable. That meteorite, vast as an island, would upon impact not merely pierce the planet's crust, but trigger a mass extinction event. Though you could effortlessly obliterate it with your power, you chose not to intervene. For its trajectory led straight to Elbaf, and you trusted Amanda's strength to handle it. The meteorite plummeted at blinding speed, trailing incandescent fire. Even from thousands of miles away, its aura of annihilation pressed upon your senses. 1,000 meters, 100. At the very instant of impact, Amanda's entire body transformed into rubber. She leapt skyward, absorbed the meteorite entirely into her elastic form, then hurled it with immense force. Though its destructive potency diminished drastically after rubberization, the projectile retained formidable destructive potential. By sheer coincidence, it struck the sole land bridge connecting Panga continent to the sacred river, severing the continent permanently from the river, splitting it into two distinct lands. After witnessing this cataclysmic rebirth, you returned to the royal capital. Its citizens stood frozen in place, bewildered by the colossal arm that had just appeared in the sky. You proceeded to the imperial palace and recounted all that had transpired to him. She received the news with serene composure, no longer the lively girl of her youth. Time passed swiftly, years slipped by like breaths. You had long lost count of your age. For an immortal such as yourself, time held no weight, no urgency. It blossomed into breathtaking beauty, and in her bearing you glimpsed echoes of Ling. Yet where Ling embodied grace and warmth, irradiated the unmistakable authority of sovereign rule. Meanwhile, St. Gob continued his relentless quest for the Operation Fruit. His temples now bore streaks of silver, proof that even immense power could not shield him from time's slow erosion. With your kin Bunchaku enveloping the entire planet, you too began searching for the Operation Fruit. Not for St. Gob. Under cover of night, you approached a villa, the home of Gogo and his family. You stepped inside. In the courtyard, a handsome young man cradled a 3-month-old infant in his arms, while a beautiful woman playfully coaxed laughter from the child. The woman, startled by your sudden appearance, rose defensively and fixed you with a wary gaze. You remained silent, your eyes locked steadily on Gogo. Your name is Gogo, correct? The young man shivered under your unblinking stare and instinctively nodded. With a mere flick of your hand, overwhelming force compressed the air around him. Boom. A concussive blast of pressurized air instantly knocked both the woman and the infant unconscious. They collapsed at your feet. Gogo recoiled in shock, then erupted in fury. Any lingering doubt vanished. You were no guest, but a threat. Hey bastard, release my wife and daughter now. You ignored his outcry, instead releasing a sliver of Haushika haki, crushing him flat onto the ground beneath its suffocating weight. Do you want them back? Then come take them yourself. I will wait 3 years. If you do not appear by then, neither will they remain. With those words you vanished, leaving no trace. To ordinary eyes, your sheer speed, refined through the technique Rokushiki, was indistinguishable from teleportation. Gogo knelt there trembling, then threw back his head and roared toward the heavens. No. A strange, inexplicable urge to laugh flickered within you. Thereafter you brought Gogo's wife and child to the capital, lodging them securely within a secluded residence under discreet guard. You harbored no murderous intent toward them. On the contrary, they were treated with courtesy and comfort, leaving mother and daughter utterly bewildered. You were no bloodthirsty tyrant, you killed only when necessity demanded it. This act served a single purpose: to accelerate Gogo's mastery of his devil fruit. As expected, the moment you departed, Gogo shuttered his clinic, informed the city lord of his resolve, and set out alone upon the path of self-transcendence. He traversed distant lands, honing his body and spirit, while relentlessly pursuing your whereabouts. Alas, though he had seen your visage, you had vanished from public sight for decades. Rumors claimed you had long since ascended beyond mortality. Thus, despite journeying across half the world, he found no trace of you. Yet his strength surged dramatically. His Operation Fruit drew perilously. Reunion undeniably poignant. Yet you felt no kinship with villainy or tyranny, nor any perverse fascination with another spouse. Not once in that year had you so much as touched his wife. I said I'd return them if you found me within 3 years, and I keep my word. Your voice paused mid-sentence, your gaze sweeping over him. He broke out in gooseflesh, transported in that instant back to the terror of that moonless night. But you must do something for me first. A hush fell over the courtyard, still deep and heavy with unspoken consequence. You must have sensed a unique ability awakening within you after your fruit's manifestation. Immortality surgery. Upon hearing those words, Gogo felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He knew full well your purpose: immortality surgery, and its price was his life. No one would willingly sacrifice themselves for a stranger unless that stranger held their greatest vulnerability in hand. After a long, heavy silence, Gogo clenched his teeth, his gaze softening as it fell upon your wife and daughter beside you. Then with solemn resolve he nodded deeply. As for confronting you head-on, even after a year of arduous trials and fruit manifestation, he lacked the courage to raise a hand against you. He understood perfectly to strike would mean certain death, not only for himself, but for his wife and daughter, who would be left with no grave to call their own. Truly, the immortality fruit. When St. Gob saw Gogo, his expression twisted into manic frenzy, yet restraint held him back, tempered only by your presence. You led him to a secluded chamber deep within the palace, known to few and hidden from prying eyes. Assuring Gogo, you instructed him to perform the immortality surgery on him while you stood guard outside the chamber. The procedure was excruciatingly complex. Even with fruit manifestation, it demanded several days. and you seriously doubted whether the surgeon would perish from sheer exhaustion before completion. Soon thereafter you sensed stealthy presences, Saint Gob and his men creeping through the shadows. Obsession had consumed him utterly. He was willing to betray, even kin to seize immortality. You withheld your hand. Not yet, not unless he struck first, and out of regard for Lin you granted him one final chance. Yet he squandered it. His entourage laid unknown explosives around the chamber, intending to sabotage the surgery mid-process. You would not owl. Originally Saint Mapthus and the ancient kingdom coexisted in mutual non-interference, until the Saint Mapthus alliance drew its vassal states into its fold, igniting quiet enmity between the two powers. Even so, the ancient kingdom would not have acted rashly out of respect for you. Mere vassal states were beneath their concern. Yet you never anticipated their audacity to reach even into the capital itself. Later you discovered correspondence between Saint Gob and the ancient kingdom at his residence. Long unable to locate the immortality fruit, he had chosen collaboration with the ancient kingdom, pursuing immortality not through biology, but through mechanical ascension. This assault was but a trial set by the ancient kingdom succeed, and they would commence his path to immortality. You found the entire affair bitterly absurd. Even the king of the ancient kingdom remained mortal. How then could Saint Gob possibly achieve immortality under their guidance? It was akin to modern billionaires believing in hair transplants. If such procedures truly worked, the wealthy would have claimed them long ago. No commoner would ever get the chance. You shook your head. A clown indeed. Having gathered all evidence, you resumed your journey, this time alone and no longer at leisure. One day later, atop the crimson mountain gales whipped your robes as your gaze descended glacial and unyielding upon the figures below, where King Shuka of the ancient kingdom knelt with his high-ranking officials, faces bowed in fervent supplication. Can I confess, the attack was orchestrated by the ancient kingdom, and I bear sole responsibility. Please spare the others, they took no part in this. At those words you observed shifting expressions among the kneeling officials behind him. Clearly the truth ran deeper. After all, watching Saint Mapthus rise inexorably, its power now threatening the very supremacy of the ancient kingdom, how could they remain still? Clap, clap, clap. You applauded, slowly amused. Very well. If guilt lies with one man alone, I shall erase only that one man. Shuka visibly recoiled. He had assumed that shouldering full blame and offering concessions would suffice to close the matter. He was profoundly mistaken. You had never intended to spare him. Bang. Too late. Overwhelming conqueror's hockey crushed him instantly, reducing him to pulp fused deep into the earth. Before their very eyes their king perished, and the assembled officials trembled uncontrollably. They had never imagined it possible. Just days prior you had commissioned them to chart the world map. Surely such rapport would spare them. Calmly you spoke. Once today's affairs conclude, I shall vanish from this world, and you shall vanish with me. No, Lord, the true culprit is dead. Please spare the ancient kingdom. We pledge absolute obedience to your will. Panic erupted. Pleas rose in waves. You were no slaughterer. Your vanishing meant only isolation. The ancient kingdom would seal its borders, withdrawing entirely from global affairs. Once clarified, they wiped sweat from their brows and hastened to agree. Seclusion was preferable to annihilation. 3 days later, a seismic announcement reverberated across the world. The world's foremost and most enigmatic nation, the ancient kingdom, announced an indefinite closure of its borders, severing all ties with the outside world. Though no one knew the reason, global shock reverberated far and wide. Sanctus Magnus thus became in name alone the world's supreme superpower. You retreated to a secluded hamlet in a small obscure country. Exactly as you had declared, you vanished. I'm sensing your disappearance fell into panic. She mobilized the entire nation in search of you, offering 10,000 gold coins for any credible information, and perpetual nobility for whoever located you. A feverish manhunt swept across the globe. Yet you had long since altered your appearance and physique through life restoration, transforming yourself into a grizzled, bearded, middle-aged man. Not even those who possessed only your portrait could recognize you, let alone I'm herself, should she stand before you face to face. You settled on the village's periphery, avoiding Khan. It is him, the white-robed imperial grandmaster. Once again the grandmaster shields Sanctus Magnus. Their light shines anew upon the world. Magnificent, glorious. You had no idea how that veteran recognized your legend, perhaps from ancestral tales passed down through generations. But it mattered not. In an instant you stood at the heart of the maelstrom. A regal woman in violet imperial robes, radiant fierce, wielded her blade against a towering giant dozens of meters tall. Each impact unleashed gale force winds, reducing everything nearby to dust. Amanda, cease this folly, or do not blame me for severing our bond. Amanda, cease this folly, or do not blame me for severing our bond. A calm voice descended with the majesty of heaven, and Amanda's colossal form actually halted. He turned to look at you, his battle intent soaring to the sky. Chennai said, I would defeat you. Since you're here, let's fight again. Father Ima misses you so much. Before you could reply, a purple blur had already thrown itself into your arms. Emu clutched you with tears streaming down her face, her small hands gripping your clothes tightly. You stroked her head, comforting her gently, just as you did when she was a child. Don't be afraid. Father is here now. Stop crying. You'll ruin your pretty face. Emu said nothing, only wiped away her tears, and continued to savor this rare, familiar warmth. Turning your gaze to the giant before you, you formed a sword with one hand, and a power strong enough to destroy the world surged into the sky without concealment. The black lightning of Conqueror's hockey coalesced into a ferocious thunder dragon roaring high above the heavens. What rumble fruit? Not even a dog would eat it. Since I am here, no one can harm my daughter. Not you, not anyone. As his words fell, the thunder dragon's eyes seemed to gain a soul, roaring as it charged at Amanda, while terrifying thunderbolts descended from the sky and struck him. What a thrill. But I'm not the same as 100 years ago. Amanda's entire body transformed into rubber, his palms swelling to the size of a mountain range as he struck at the thunder dragon. The resulting gale was more terrifying than a Category 12 typhoon, instantly leveling the entire royal capital. Seeing this, Emu realized that Amanda had not been using his full strength when they fought earlier. After all, as the capital of the world's strongest nation spanning 100 li, it was casually destroyed by him. Such terror. You looked at the giant palm that blotted out the sky, remaining calm inside. If this is all you've got, it's not enough. You have already earned the path to death for daring to harm my daughter. As his words fell, the thunder dragon expanded again, instantly growing from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters in size. The terrifying power it contained even knocked unconscious the onlookers dozens of kilometers away. Don't underestimate me. The moment the thunder dragon clashed with the giant palm, the resulting shockwave directly depressed the entire royal capital by 100 meters. If not for your protection, even Emu, who was already at the super admiral level, would have been sent flying 100 meters. This battle was so terrifying that even admiral-level fighters had no qualification to participate. Its horror made the summit war look like a joke in comparison. Watching the stalemate between the thunder dragon and the giant palm, you released Emu from your embrace and cracked your wrists. Amanda, you are quite impressive. But the warm-up is over. What a... Before Amanda could react, you had already appeared before him. Bending down to gather power, you threw a punch. Before the fist even landed, the wind from the punch had already pierced through his abdomen, blood dripping onto the ruins. Boom. The fist landed on his bones, which could withstand any attack in the world, but they shattered like a joke. The immense impact sent Amanda flying like a baseball, crashing through several mountains before finally landing in a lake 1,000 miles away, eyes rolling back. You were also shocked that he didn't explode. Whether it was the giant's physique or the Nico fruit's tenacious ability, the punch that could destroy a continent didn't completely obliterate him. 5 seconds later, you appeared above Amanda. Now a whole dozens of meters wide was in his abdomen, flesh and bones gone. Though not dead, he was close. Why? Why, after all my hard work, I can't even withstand one of your punches? Why? Why are you so strong? Perhaps on the verge of death, Amanda voiced the question that had haunted him for 100 years. As a youth, he was already the strongest warrior of Elbaf. After eating the Nico fruit, he could even shatter meteors. With a century of accumulated experience, he thought he was invincible, yet he never expected that someone like you, even more monstrous, would kill him with a single punch. You said nothing but replied with contempt, because the power of a father's love is beyond your imagination. Stunned by this answer that defied his worldview, he could no longer hold on, spat out blood, and passed away. And so a war that could have overturned the world was ended by you with a single punch. Afterward, you lived with Emu for a time. Together you participated in the planning of the new royal capital, which was built on the western side of the original Panga continent and named Mali Chiaya. During this period, you rekindled your father-daughter bond, teaching her some techniques of in C Circle year 722, O Joy Boy and his companions formally rebelled against the alliance of 10,000 nations. Interestingly, he also ate the Nico fruit, becoming the second Nika. The emergence of Nika gave immense hope to the slaves, for 1,000 years ago Nika had led them to the royal capital of Shingdi Tusi, nearly succeeding before being stopped by a mysterious white-robed powerhouse. With the help of the ancient kingdom and his companions, Joyboy pushed the alliance of 10,000 nations back step by step. The scales of victory seemed to tip. Emu came out of seclusion, gathering the 19 strongest nations besides Shingdi Tusi to launch the final assault against Joyboy. On the eve of the final battle, you secretly visited Joyboy's companion Yehuadash, who turned out to be a giant. Your history with the giants ran deep. You coerced him with force, making him betray Joyboy during the final battle and deliver the fatal blow. The final battle came as promised. After the simulation concluded, evaluating rank. N rank achieved SSS. In assessment, the sole deity witness of worlds, cultivator of archvillains, nemesis of Nika, Chen Xiuzhu. Your life has been one of unparalleled turbulence and grandeur. Ending. Congratulations, host. You have attained the SSS rank and met the criteria for system upgrade. Upgrade initiated automatically. In upgrade duration 1 year. Upon completion, additional functions will be unlocked. Please await patiently. And thump, thump, thump. Boa Hancock stood frozen, gazing blankly as colossal sea kings, each thousands of meters long, rose one by one from the depths. All floated belly up, their eyes rolled white, deep in infantile slumber. On deck, the handsome young man's face paled with fury, his knuckles cracked incessantly, radiating incandescent rage. And System, where's my reward? Did you swallow it? After all I did to create you, you ungrateful wretch. No matter how fiercely Chunxia roared, that familiar voice remained silent in his mind. And he felt utterly undone. And fine, upgrade then. But why steal my reward? What are you doing, System? After stunning every sea king in these waters, Chunxia reluctantly accepted the system's departure. With his reward vanished into oblivion. None year. Just 1 year. And he'd hang that black-hearted capitalist system upside down and beat it senseless. In silence he issued its death warrant. And days passed uneventfully. The opulent, substance-deficient ship King docked smoothly at the port of Sebaidi Archipelago. And look, that is the sovereign of the new era, the king of the underworld, the fifth emperor of the Grand Line, and terrifying. Even his gaze alone leaves me paralyzed, utterly powerless. Is this truly the monster who slew an admiral? Chunxia withdrew his gaze, and he had heard whispers of those titles. In following the summit, War Morgan, heedless of the world government's warnings, had proclaimed him the sovereign of the new era, even placing him above the other 3 emperors. And before even stepping ashore, Chunxia saw Boa Hancock emerge from the cabin, her expression clouded with sorrow. And master, I'm afraid I cannot accompany you back to Sebaidi. A crisis has arisen in Amazon Lily. I must return immediately. And her reluctance was palpable. And she sensed that parting from him would trigger a mysterious, incurable ailment. Yet the urgency of Nine Snake Island left no choice. And how vexing. Once affairs there are settled, she would abdicate her throne and remain by her master's side forever. Chunxia nodded, asking no further. Some matters were best left unprobed, even between master and disciple. And if she wished to speak of it, she would do so without prompting. And, yes, go forth with peace of mind. In time I plan to sail to the new world, and Nine Snake Island shall be my first port of call. And truly, master, you're simply wonderful. And hearing this, Boa Hancock flushed crimson, her cheeks burning as she leapt into Chunxia's arms, secretly collecting his scent in a small vial before dashing off to board her vessel bound for Nine Snake Island. And days later at the Bamboo Beating Bar in Sebaidi Archipelago, in Chunxia, I'm sorry, we've barely reunited, yet already we must part. Oh, and when Luffy becomes Pirate King, and after I complete the world map, let's hold our wedding in Kokoyashi Village. Will you agree? Of course, Chunxia replied with a gentle smile, nodding as Nami wept uncontrollably in his arms. And I'll host a wedding grand enough to be witnessed by the entire world. And after brief farewells, Chunxia stepped outside the bar onto a quiet grassy slope. And so even Nami must depart now. Still, Ace has been rescued. Luffy, that reckless fool, no longer needs rigorous training. Adventure continues. In gazing upon the vast azure, see Chunxia's heart stilled. And swan, meow, nothing can halt a dreamer's journey. Nor mine. Onward I go, to savor the winds and flavors of distant lands. He had yet to set foot in the new world. Nas for joining the Straw Hat crew. He possessed his own vessel, and besides he had no desire to wake each morning facing a green-haired, 3-sword-wielding seaweed head. And since witnessing Chunxia effortlessly defeat Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro had challenged him daily before dawn. And though Mihawk still held the title in Zoro's heart, Chunxia had become the sole benchmark worth pursuing. And Chunxia found it exhausting. Each morning began with, "And I am the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. Accept my challenge." Fortunately, hiding in Nami's room spared him such encounters. And days later, after bidding farewell to the Straw Hat crew, Chunxia arrived at a magnificent villa, donated voluntarily, according to Beach, by some merchant consortium. And as he pushed open the door, he sensed a presence stirring within. "You wretch, who gave you permission to abduct me? Tashigi will never forgive you, Dike." Before he even crossed the threshold, a flying slash tore through the air. And Chunxia tilted aside, effortlessly evading the blade's edge, then fixed his sharp gaze upon the woman before him. "Hey Tashigi, weren't you knocked unconscious by the shockwave? I saved you. Is this how you repay your savior?" And her crimson marine uniform remained immaculate. Tashigi blinked, momentarily stunned. And it did sound plausible. And her uniform was undamaged, no violation occurred. Had she misjudged him? And with a huff she crossed her arms and scoffed in of, "Very well, I admit my error. Apology accepted. Yet I can no longer return to the Marines, so you still deserve to die." 666, and another flying slash hurtled toward him. Chunxia sighed inwardly, then with a flick of his fingers caught the blade mid-air and crushed it to dust before her astonished eyes. Impossible. Tashigi's flying slash is so potent, even Instructor Zephyr dares not block it directly, yet you shattered it barehanded. Ignoring her disbelief, Chunxia produced a den mushi. And no need to worry. I've already spoken with the world government. Should you wish, you may return to Marineford any time, without fear of punishment. In the Den Mushi had been delivered secretly by CP 9 days earlier. Through a confidential agreement with the 5 elders, Chunxia had acquired the status of an extraordinary celestial dragon, a title granted without stipulation. And why? Because his performance at the Summit War, slaying admirals overwhelming 2 simultaneously, had left the 5 elders profoundly shaken. Ni's power rivaled that of the legendary maritime sovereign rocks of the last age. With Roger gone, eliminating Chunxia would demand a cost too terrible to contemplate. And the celestial dragon status proved invaluable, not only for the ever-present CP0 guards, but also for the simple privilege of summoning the Navy's full compliance with a single call. Upon hearing this, Tina hastily clutched her stomach and said, "Cough, cough. I haven't been feeling well lately, so I'll reluctantly stay here for a few days. After all, the Marines don't seem to need me much these days." Seeing her painfully unconvincing performance, Chunxia nearly burst into laughter. Once he regained his composure, he replied, "I'm planning to set sail for the New World in a few days. Tina, would you like to join me?" Cough, cough, cough. I've heard fresh air benefits one's health, so I'll give it a try. Perhaps her heart had been wounded too deeply in the simulation, for since awakening, Tina had remained aloof and distant, cold, reserved, and radiating an aura that warned others not to approach. Chunxia shook his head at the sight, gave a quiet assent, and left the villa to prepare for his imminent voyage. Hardly had he departed when, thud, Tina's slender figure collapsed to the floor. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured to herself, Tina, how can you be so timid? You lack even the courage to confess your love to the one who holds your heart. So what if he's a pirate? He remains without question the one you cherish." Her words lingered in the silent villa, yet Chunxia, already gone, would never hear them. Had he done so, he'd surely have revealed his true identity as a celestial dragon, without hesitation. Pirate? Hardly. We are noble celestial dragons. The so-called pirate is merely a side occupation. Knock the bamboo bar. At that moment, Master Lei, just finished with a grueling day's work, had settled onto a stool ready to unwind with 2 glasses of fine liquor when out of the corner of his eye he spotted a familiar figure. "Young Master Chunxia, what brings you here? Let's share a drink." Lei Li waved casually for Shaki to pour, then gestured for Chunxia to sit beside him. Of course, he himself could hardly afford such indulgence. Normally, he'd first barter his physique for coin before treating himself to alcohol. Otherwise, the meager bellies earned from coating ships wouldn't even cover a single glass of Shaki's exorbitantly priced vintage. Hearing this, Lei Li perked up instantly, leaving his half-poured drink abandoned on the bar, and sprang to his feet, tools in hand, sprinting toward the harbor. As he ran, he turned back and shouted, "Young Master Chunxia, don't forget. Come pick up your ship in 2 days. 2 days? I don't recall Master Lei usually taking 3 days to coat a vessel. Sweetie, perhaps he was startled by your offer. After all, a month's worth of drinks at my bar isn't cheap." Chunxia sat comfortably in a booth, drained Lei Li's glass in one smooth motion, then raised it toward Shaki, her charm undimmed by time, and asked another round, "And Shaki, do you happen to know anything about the teleportation fruit?" The teleportation fruit. Though classified as a paramecia-type devil fruit, its godlike ability to instantaneously transport the user across space rendered it extraordinary, even surpassing certain mythical Zoan types in rarity and value. Yet, to the man before her, such a sum was but a trifle. After a brief silence, Shaki set down her glass. "I do have information, but in this world." Chunxia held up 2 fingers and smiled. 200 million belly. How does that sound? Deal. 200 million belly, a sum sufficient to purchase 2 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits, was staggering, especially for mere intelligence. This price far exceeded the information's intrinsic worth. Perhaps out of regard for Nami, Chunxia had offered such generosity. No wonder you're hailed as the shadow sovereign of the 4 seas, the undisputed ruler of the Grand Line's first half. How infinitely more generous you are than that perpetually broke miser who still runs tabs on his drinks. As she spoke, Shaki handed the intelligence dossier to Chunxia. Just days ago, the ogre pirates secured a fruit rumored to be the teleportation fruit in the New World, yet they appear unwilling to part with it. Having obtained the intel, Chunxia departed the bar immediately. Time pressed upon him. He needed to locate the teleportation fruit before departing in 2 days. But acting personally would waste precious time and diminish his stature. After all, the ogre pirates were but minor pirates. No. One day later, the freeride pirates issued a maritime bounty decree. Any crew that annihilated the ogre pirates would earn vassalage under the freeride pirates, and thereby gain the honor of serving the world's sovereign, one of the 4 emperors. News of the decree ignited the seas. As a newly ascended imperial power, and arguably the strongest among the 4 emperors, their influence required no elaboration. A single utterance could send the ocean's elite into frenzied pursuit. Countless warriors, drawn like sharks to blood and water, began scouring the New World for traces of the so-called ogre pirates. On a remote island in the New World. "Captain, what do we do? The 4 emperors themselves have declared us hunted." The island reeked of iron-rich blood. Once bustling village lanes now lay eerily still. Only the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of crimson droplets broke the silence. A hulking giant, 8 or 9 meters tall, wiped gore from his blade and glared with feral intensity at a trembling subordinate cowering nearby. With a contemptuous kick, he sent the man sprawling. Worthless coward. Even if they're emperors, what of it? I am Steve King, the ogre pirate, wanted for 980 million belly. Unless that madman Quantu himself comes, who dares slay me? Who dares? His thunderous declaration reignited the crew's flagging morale. Lesser pirates gazed upon their captain with starry-eyed awe, roaring in fervent adulation. Yet the same kicked crewman scrambled upright, limbs shaking violently, and pointed tremblingly behind the crowd. See, Captain, what if it's Dracula Myhawk, the world's strongest swordsman? Goddamn bastard, you're deliberately undermining me. Myhawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Have you come to claim my head too? Myhawk regarded the man's desperate shriek with serene indifference, and swung his blade once more. A kilometer-long emerald slash descended like divine judgment, carving a deep smoking furrow across the earth, and cleaving the village cleanly in two. Steve King stared at the gory ruin of his fallen crewman, clutched his mangled foot, and whirled around, only to freeze stunned at the lone figure standing ahead. Yet as a pirate who'd carved his name into the New World's annals, he swiftly recovered, his gaze sharpening into predatory fury as he locked eyes with the swordsman. Don't underestimate me. I am Steve King, the ogre pirate, wanted for 980 million belly. I will not die here. The instant his palm collided with the sword energy, it truly halted its advance, and even seemed to force it backward. No wonder he is a legendary pirate. He actually blocked the slash of the world's greatest swordsman. Boom. With a mighty thrust, he deflected the sword energy aside. Stephen King glanced at the shallow crimson gash across his palm, then at the silent, distant figure of Myhawk, and burst into thunderous laughter. What nonsense! World's greatest swordsman. You were once thrashed by a madman, and now you can't even defeat me. Truly pathetic. Haha. But perhaps it's understandable. I've consumed the power fruit, becoming a power human whose strength dwarfs even that of the giants. Having finished his mockery, he curled his lips into a grin and charged headlong toward the motionless Myhawk. Die! Just as his 100-yard colossal foot was about to strike Myhawk, an abrupt transformation occurred. Myhawk slowly raised his blade, his hawk-like eyes locking onto him with piercing intensity. You talk far too much. Swing sheath. Clean, decisive, devoid of a single superfluous motion, yet saturated with lethal intent. This is the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman. How is this possible? Staring in utter disbelief at the kilometer-long sword energy hurtling toward his face, Stephen King flailed desperately to block it. Yet how easily could one deflect the earnest strike of the world's greatest swordsman, especially at such close range? With a sharp whoosh, the island split cleanly in two. His 100-yard foot was reduced to 50 yards. On the shattered Myhawk surveyed the corpse before retrieving from Stephen King's severed half-body a peculiar fruit marked with spiral patterns. After a brief glance, he tucked it away and calmly sailed his black coffin ship toward the Sabedi archipelago. One day later, Chinxia sat in his villa leafing through an enlarged reproduction of the Poneglyph's historical text, a gift delivered yesterday by Katakuri, one of the 4 emperors of the Bigman pirates. Katakuri claimed it symbolized Bigman's goodwill and willingness to forge an alliance with the freeloading pirates, while subtly hinting that Big Mom still had several ma. On a desolate, uninhabited island near the Sabedi archipelago, 2 figures stood facing each other in the wind. Chinxia hadn't expected Myhawk's coffin ship to arrive so swiftly, having departed the New World just half a day earlier, yet arriving at Sabedi by afternoon. Did his black blade somehow accelerate the vessel? Though inwardly musing, Chinxia accorded the world's greatest swordsman due respect. After my last defeat at your hands, I returned and devoted myself to relentless cultivation. Now I wish to measure the true gap between us. TSK. No wonder he was Zoro's original target. Their temperaments are identical. Gap. The seas classify swordsmen into 3 tiers: swordsmen, swordmasters, and grand swordmasters. Yet I contend there exists a higher echelon, the sword saint realm. Now do you comprehend the chasm between us? At these words, Myhawk paused, his hand resting upon Yoru the Black Blade. I see. Still, retreat born of fear is no path for a swordsman. Very well. Accept my challenge, madman Chinxia. The moment the words faded, both drew their blades simultaneously. Sword energies hundreds, even thousands, of meters long clashed violently. Even mountains of stone would shatter beneath such terrifying slashes, not to mention icebergs. Clang, crash, shing. After dozens of exchanges, Chinxia seized his opening and unleashed a fully charged strike. A sword energy thousands of meters long erupting skyward, as if rending the heavens themselves. As a grand swordmaster capable of founding new schools of swordsmanship, he was no ordinary master. Beyond his peerless technique, even his foundational sword intent could pierce armament hockey's defenses. That familiar aura. You finally unleashed that strike. To ignore armament hockey is indeed troublesome, but not insurmountable. Godslayer. Just as the sword energy descended, Mihawk suddenly bent low, coiling like a spring. His eyes blazing with tangible sword intent, his aura surging to a terrifying apex. Previously, his swordsmanship could wound elite commanders akin to 4 Emperor's top lieutenants, but fell short against exceptional or supreme adversaries. Now, merely from the sheer oppressive weight of his presence, Chen Xia realized Mihawk at this moment could grievously wound even a stamina monster like Kaido with a single stroke. He swung, and a mere 10-meter sword energy erupted, colliding head-on with the kilometer-scale onslaught. Boom! In the end, time and foundation proved insufficient. The 10-meter sword energy held firm for a moment, then dissolved into thin air. Even having reached the Sword Saint realm, I remain unable to match you, even slightly, Chen Xia. I concede you are a formidable adversary. Gazing at the advancing sword energy, Mihawk stood unwavering, its searing force carving deep, grotesque wounds across his body, yet never prompting a single step back. This was the honor of a swordsman. Unfazed by death itself, he faced oblivion with unshaken courage, and still raised his blade. When the sword energy finally dissipated, he had vanished, leaving only a 100-meter deep crater. Not a single inch of the island remained intact. At its center stretched a trench over 10 kilometers long, the scar of that singular strike. Even without consuming a destructive devil fruit, Chen Xia's large-scale devastation now rivaled any top-tier devil fruit user. Tap tap tap. Strolling across the ruined isle, Chen Xia approached the crater's heart. There stood Mihawk, battered, bloodied, yet unbowed, his spine rigid as steel. Chen Xia sighed deeply. Well, looks like I'm footing the medical bill after all. Shabandi Archipelago Bamboo Rattling Bar. Xiachi, this is outrageous. It's only 38 fatal wounds, yet you're charging me 30 million belly. Chen Xia stared at the bill. 38 million belly in exorbitant medical fees, and roared. Had he known, a gentle tap of his fingers might have spared him those millions slipping into someone else's pocket. His heart ached with silent sorrow. Glancing at Mihawk sprawled on the sofa, swathed head to toe in bandages, Chen Xia felt an indescribable bitterness well up within him. Fine, 38 million it is. But tell me, Rayleigh drank 8 million belly worth of liquor in a single day? After settling the final payment of 38 million belly, Chen Xia stared dumbfounded at another bill Xiachi handed him. He had anticipated Rayleigh's legendary thirst and braced himself financially, but 8 million belly per day meant 80 million in 10 days, and a staggering 240 million in 1 month. Robbery couldn't be faster. Even printing presses would overheat before churning out such sums. After protracted haggling, Chen Xia finally paid Rayleigh 4 million belly for his wine. Back at the villa, he tidied up and fell asleep. Tina said nothing, merely adding an extra blanket over him. That night passed in silence. At dawn, standing on the deck of the King, Chen Xia teased the now vibrant Mihawk beside him. Never imagined Xiachi's craftsmanship was this exceptional. Or perhaps your constitution is simply extraordinary. Such grievous injuries healed in just 1 day. Mihawk ignored him. After 24 hours of coexistence, he had already grasped his captain's mercurial temperament, sometimes aloof and icy, sometimes absurdly playful, utterly unpredictable. Still playing the stoic little hawk. From now on, captain of this ship shall call you that, little hawk. Doesn't it sound rather splendid? Clang. Black blade Yoru descended, its blade cleaving the air as a razor-sharp sword aura shot forth instantly. Dodge. Staring at the distant mountain split cleanly in two, Chen Xia patted his chest in relief. Too close, far too close. Little hawk, how dare you raise your hand against your noble captain? As punishment, you'll cook for a full month and scrub the deck for another. Little hawk's expression darkened further, his black blade hummed faintly in his grip. Seeing murder gleam in his eyes, Chen Xia snapped his mouth shut and bolted toward the cabin, shouting over his shoulder. Don't forget dinner. Inside the cabin, a slender figure hidden beneath the quilt heard approaching footsteps, and her pulse quickened. Was she discovered? No, impossible. Tina's disguise techniques were peerless. This must be mere illusion. Wait, hold on. Chen Xia yanked back the quilt and stared speechless. Such flimsy sleight of hand couldn't possibly fool him. It was an outright insult to his eyes. Besides, Tina's silhouette, unmistakably voluptuous, betrayed her presence beneath the blanket. Those twin peaks had long given her away. Tina, I told you. If you wish to join us, just say so. No need for stealth. Humph. Tina merely missed her own quilt. Even if you're passably handsome, reasonably powerful, and surprisingly attentive, Tina still won't like you. Watching her bury her face deep into the quilt like an ostrich, Chen Xia merely reminded her of dinner time before heading to the stern training chamber. The system is gone for now. Henceforth, only hard work and sweat will forge my path forward. Though the system had temporarily withdrawn, its bestowed skill traits remained, solidified, permanent, and vastly amplifying his current capabilities beyond prior limits. The king unfurled its sails, not ascending via the world government's sky elevator, but charting the Fishman Island route instead. Half a day later, 10,000 meters beneath the sea. No incident had occurred en route. Sensing the distinctive aura of Fishman Island, Chun Xia opened his eyes. Stretching his limbs, his joints cracked like popping beans. Though half a day's cultivation yielded no dramatic breakthrough, his physical constitution had subtly improved. How eerily quiet. I wonder if Nami-san and the others have already departed Fishman Island. A month earlier, the Straw Hat Pirates had set sail for the New World. By now, they'd likely left Fishman Island for their next destination. The king carried only 3 souls, including Chun Xia. Beej and his subordinates remained ashore to maintain the vast under. Within the Ryugu Palace, King Neptune, elated after eliminating the pervert who harassed his daughter, listened to his ministers report, his expression turning grave. What business does the white-paid pirates, a Yonko, have at Fishman Island? Could it be the poneglyphs? Neptune pondered long and hard, yet failed to discern Chun Xia's true intent. He dismissed the notion of mere passage. No Yonko would ever visit so casually. Issue orders, permit the white-paid pirates entry through the gate, no resistance. Meanwhile, ready the royal army. With those words, unseen currents surged across Fishman Island. The Royal Army units, previously purging Hoodie Jones' remnants in Fishman Street, abruptly redirected toward Ryugu Palace. In the dim alleys of Fishman Street, fishmen watched the rapid withdrawal of royal troops, confused yet swiftly dispersing. Better to flee now, else they'd be branded Hoodie's accomplices upon the army's return. In the kingdom's navy, Jinbi, freshly returned from the Summit War, received a call from King Neptune and felt deeply puzzled. The arrival of a Yonko posed grave danger to Fishman Island, which lacked any warrior of Yonko caliber. From what I know of Chun Xia, he is not a man like Big Mom. His visit is likely no more than a casual stopover. Alas, may it be so, otherwise Fishman Island faces imminent peril. Hanging up, Jinbi hastened toward Ryugu Castle. At the island's entrance, Chun Xia observed the Fishman guards bowing with solemn deference, grasped the situation at once, and beckoned Shark Star and the others standing nearby. What on earth has happened now? Shark Star's heart pounded wildly at the sight. Panic seized him, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Steeling himself, he approached the starboard side of the king's ship and bowed deeply with clasped hands. Lord Chun Xia, what orders do you have for me? Nothing urgent. I'm merely passing through Fishman Island for a brief visit. As my crew knows little of these waters, might Prince Shark Star kindly serve as our guide? Hearing this, Shark Star exhaled in quiet relief and promptly agreed. Half a day later, having toured every corner of Fishman Island, Chun Xia accepted Shark Star's invitation to Ryugu Castle, Eagle and Tina accompanying him without question. Yet each time Chun Xia's gaze lingered upon the young, radiant mermaid women, Tina puffed her cheeks and glared at them with mechanical, ferocious intensity. So much so that scarcely any mermaid women dared appear along their path. Inside Ryugu Castle, King Neptune, having waited hours for Chun Xia's arrival, immediately ordered a lavish banquet prepared. Within moments, Chun Xia and his companions arrived. At the feast, Neptune and Chun Xia conversed warmly. Curious about his purpose in visiting, Neptune asked, and Chun Xia, equally intrigued, inquired how the king had conceived AC. To Neptune's question, Chun Xia offered no concealment, outlining his forthcoming itinerary in full. I see. I've heard that each Yonko claims dominion over a territory in the New World. Pray tell. At this, Chun Xia understood precisely what the king intended. Recalling newspaper reports of Big Mom's failed attempt to absorb Fishman Island into her domain, he ventured cautiously, I see. Your Majesty seeks our protection, for free, both as a deterrent against slavers and as a warning to Big Mom herself. Precisely. I sense you bear no bloodthirsty nature, and compared to Big Mom, the Whitebeard pirates suit Fishman Island's current predicament far better. Still, we shall not take this favor without reciprocity. Fishman Island will regularly offer tribute, our finest local delicacies, and belly. After brief reflection, Chun Xia slammed his palm upon the table and accepted. Very well. The Whitebeard pirates will guarantee Fishman Island's safety against all threats, personal or... Agreed. My deepest gratitude. After departing Fishman Island, Chun Xia followed the eternal pose island by island, though adventure hardly described it. His name as a Yonko now echoed across every sea known, even in the most remote coves. Wherever he landed, word of his arrival alone sent locals scrambling to attend to him with utmost reverence. In the New World lay Cake Island, once vibrant, now reduced to rubble. The Straw Hat Pirates had scattered, not by choice, but because Big Mom's insatiable hunger had flared anew. At the island's center, a giant-like figure raged uncontrollably, reducing everything within sight to ruins. Charlotte Leanlean's eyes blazed crimson as she roared, Mama, Mama. Samura? I demand Samura. Her voice shattered the air like lethal blades piercing eardrums across the battlefield. Below, torrents of white fluid surged upward, attempting to subdue her. Boom. The viscous mass splintered beneath a single stomp. Linlin brandished Napoleon, unleashing devastating slashes. Katakuri watched helplessly as guests fled in disarray. Though he'd strained every fiber to prevent Monkey D. Luffy from shattering the nun's portrait, he'd failed. Damn it. The future was never meant to unfold like this. Before he could act again, Lin vanished from sight, racing headlong toward the fleeing Straw Hats. Even in the throes of her hunger madness, her memory remained razor-sharp, the wretched vermin who desecrated the photograph of her dearest one. Now she would crush them, grind them into dust beneath her heel. Luffy. She's coming. We can't hold formation, scatter wider, or none of us escapes. Nami ducked a descending slash, then turned, her expression hardening as Lin's terrifying silhouette closed in. Chun Xia had averted the outcome, where Bartholomew Kuma blasted the Straw Hats apart, spare them the agony of separation, but in doing so slowed their growth. Even with King Neptune's tutelage on Fishman Island, only the trio, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, had mastered both forms of haki. Luffy alone wielded the Conqueror's haki. Yet such strength paled beside their 2-year-scarred future selves, and stood utterly no chance against a Yonko-level monster. Zoro parried a barrage of slashes while shouting to his crew, split up. Now, was history repeating itself? Were they doomed once more to flee blindly as they had 3 months prior at Sabaody Archipelago? Watching his comrades, bleeding, battered, yet unyielding before him, Nami's mind flashed back to that fateful day at Sabaody, helplessness, despair, anguish. Watching her friends fight and bleed to shield her, while she stood powerless, reduced to prayer. This time, even prayer had lost its weight. Wiggle. As Nami faltered, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted, blasting toward her at impossible speed. She had no time to react, only watched frozen as annihilation rushed forward. Is this the end? Perhaps it is best. Without me, a burden, they may yet escape. But, Chun Xia, forgive me, I broke my promise. Nami. No one harms my crew, not even you, Charlotte Lin. At that critical instant, Luffy activated Gear Second, his aura surging anew. If only I master that technique Rob Lucci used at Eni's lobby, I will save Nami. Whoosh. His feet hammered the ground, dozens of times in under a second, propelling him forward with explosive force. Boom. KRKOM. A familiar figure hurtled backward, his captain Monkey D. Luffy. Baka, you idiot. Zoro watched Luffy crash heavily into the distance, then slashed fiercely through the air with a flying slash to neutralize the remaining shockwave before sprinting swiftly to Luffy's side. Idiot captain. With practiced ease, he hoisted Luffy onto his shoulder while gripping a stunned Nami in his right hand, then bolted away with both. The others, seeing this, unleashed every technique at their disposal to buy time. Yet no matter how fierce their attacks, blasts, beams, or barges, they struck Charlotte Lin like rain against granite, leaving not so much as a scratch. Her body seemed harder than tempered steel. This was the apex talent of the pirate world, Steel Balloon, granting her unimaginable brute strength and absolute invulnerability even to cannon fire. Anyone who dares harm Carmel shall die. With that roar, Charlotte Lin leapt onto Zeus and shot toward the Straw Hats. The distance between them collapsed, kilometers. Hundreds of meters. 10 meters. Boom. Her colossal frame slammed down, cratering the earth beneath her feet. Gazing upon the group before her, she laughed with manic glee, and brought down Napoleon with crushing force. The blade, empowered by both her titanic might and the divine strength of her homies, carried enough destructive power to cleave steel and shatter souls alike. Clang. A long sword intercepted the descending blade with unwavering precision. Zoro stared at the figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he lowered Nami gently to the ground, eyes blazing with battle lust. Yet he knew now was no time for challenge. Didn't expect you'd catch up so fast. Thought it'd take much longer to see you again. Sheathing his blade, he straightened and retreated to the rear of the battlefield. Super. Truly, Nami-san's husband has arrived. Huff, huff. Looks like we're saved after all. Honestly, having a powerful, devoted husband is truly a blessing. It's you again, huh? You got crocodile fired. I'll admit your domineering style fits a Yonko perfectly. Reactions varied among the crew at Chun Xia's sudden arrival, but relief washed over every face, shoulders slackening with exhaustion. Usopp and Chopper exchanged glances, then sank into melancholy silence. Sigh. Chopper, does this mean it'll just be us 2 rookies left aboard? Well, seems so. With Nami-san now protected by Chun Xia, she'll surely thrash us both mercilessly. The once trembling trio had quietly become the heartbroken duo. Poor Luffy remained unconscious. Otherwise he'd surely have joined their lament. And he might well have sparked something unexpectedly entertaining. At the battlefield's center, Chun Xia effortlessly blocked Napoleon, then kicked it skyward in one fluid motion, shielding Nami securely within his arms. Chun Xia, it's really you. I. At the sight of Chun Xia, the last fortress within Nami's heart crumbled. The rigid mask she wore shattered, revealing her true self. Gently stroking her hair, he murmured, "It's all right. Your husband is here now. Don't be afraid. No mere Yonko can lay a finger on you while I stand beside you." Boom. The ground sank another fraction as a figure descended once more onto the battlefield. Glancing aside, Chun Xia gripped Zhan. Xiaoying, you'll guard Nami for now. Leave the rest to me. Without uttering a word, Xiaoying swiftly whisked Nami away from the fray, then dispatched nearby underlings with swift, precise cuts. Hey, Charlotte Linlin. You frightened my woman. Now I'll reclaim her dignity, for her sake. As those words faded, the sky tore open. Countless black lightning bolts writhed like serpents through the air, detonating with deafening thunderclaps. Kare. Even the straw hats standing far from the epicenter felt that overwhelming pressure, bending low instinctively to lessen its crushing weight. This was no deliberate display, rather Chun Xia's Haoshika haki had grown so terrifyingly potent that even with meticulous control, traces inevitably bled outward. Mere wisps sufficed to steal breath and extinguish will. One could scarcely imagine what Linlin endured at the storm's heart. Kare. Just as Chun Xia's Haoshiku surged across the entire Torabata, an equally formidable aura erupted in response. This ocean holds more than one king's qualification. Outlaw Chun Xia. Do you truly intend war with another Yanko? Though phrased as a question, the ever-rising pressure across heaven and earth betrayed its true nature. Facing Linlin's threat, Chun Xia offered only a disdainful smile. Yanko, sorry, but as of today you're no longer one. Kare. The moment those words fell, he ceased restraint. His Haoshiku exploded outward, shaking the entire Cake Island to its foundations. Even Xiaoying miles away felt the tremor beneath his feet, and though stoic by nature, he couldn't suppress a faint tremor of awe. Shanks could only fracture objects, yet you shake islands. This is your true power. A monster indeed. Hearing Chun Xia's declaration, Charlotte Linlin knew peaceful resolution was impossible. Retreat. Unthinkable. After all, it was Monkey D. Luffy, the straw hat, who had shattered her most treasured possession. Napoleon, rise up. Feeling the blade tremble violently in her grip beneath the oppressive haki, she roared, and brought it down with devastating force. King's state. Feeling the biting chill of the descending blade against his cheek, Chun Xia sharpened his focus and met the strike head-on. Immortal evasion. Though modeled after Roger's divine evasion, infusing Haoshiku into the blade, the sheer supremacy of Chun Xia's haki amplified its power beyond even its originators. In less than a heartbeat, the slashing wave cleaved cleanly through Linlin's shockwave and struck her directly. You dare wound me. Her fingers pressed into the deep gash across her abdomen as she locked eyes with him, fear flickering unmistakably in her gaze. That single cut revealed the truth. Though both were Yanko, they stood on different planes. Chun Xia was not merely equal, he was peerless among them. Yet if fear dictated retreat, then Charlotte Linlin, despite her godlike talent, could never have risen to become a Yanko. So without hesitation, she raised Napoleon again and rained blow after blow, while activating her soul fruit to animate everything around her into interference. Futile. Utterly futile. Your speed is too slow, and my Kinbunchika haki sees the future. In every possible tomorrow you hold not a single chance of victory. He evaded every attack with effortless grace, then casually swung his blade. A kilometer-long crescent of sword energy obliterated all nearby homies and scoured the entire Cake Island clean, reducing trees and boulders alike to dust. With no materials left to animate, Linlin could no longer generate homies, leaving her no choice but to meet him in direct combat. Meanwhile, at the island's edge, after safely escorting all his siblings aboard ship, Katakuri charged unhesitatingly toward the heart of battle. Cease your futile efforts. You cannot land a single blow. Haven't you noticed your Kinbunchika haki has failed? Chun Xia effortlessly evaded the strike, then lunged sideways with his blade, a torrent of Haoshiku haki coiling around its edge. A direct hit would cripple even an iron-skinned balloon, leaving it gravely wounded and incapable of further combat. Damn it, there's no escaping. Not even a trace of evasion possible. How could such a bizarre ability exist? The blade hurtled ever closer. Charlotte Linlin's eyes flared crimson as she strained to parry. Yet with her Kinbunchiku haki nullified, she couldn't even discern the weapon's trajectory. How then could she evade? Her massive frame was struck with crushing force and hurled backward, only to be caught midair by a silhouetted figure. Katakuri, you've come. Linlin murmured weakly, her eyelids drooping as she gazed up at him. Though Katakuri had saved his mother, his expression bore no relief. The Four Emperor, the madman Chun Xia. So it is you. Do you intend to wage war upon the Big Mom pirates? From afar, Chun Xia stood in silent stillness. He uttered no word, but the ever-intensifying aura of his Haoshiku haki left Katakuri utterly unable to relax, his gaze locked in rigid vigilance. Black lightning crackled violently in the air before dissipating into silence, and with it the suffocating pressure lifted. My first encounter with the Big Mom pirates, and my first meeting with the Whitebeard pirates, was unprepared. Consider this my gift, Katakuri. Having delivered his salutation, Chun Xia turned toward Nami. Only then did Katakuri feel his body grow suddenly light, his breath easing at last. What a terrifying man. His eyes lingered on the shattered cake island, its terrain cleaved into jagged fragments pockmarked and sunken over 100 meters deep, while seawater surged relentlessly onto its shores. Battles between emperors often reshaped continents, but aside from Whitebeard himself, few among the 4 emperors could sink an entire island in a single clash. It seems we must relocate. Yet tell me, Qianxia, what truly is your purpose? Alas, those words never reached Qianxia's ears. By now he had already arrived at another island within the Tolenbat archipelago, where every stone soil house, and even the garments worn by its people, were crafted entirely from confectionery. Perhaps due to its distance from Cake Island, this realm suffered only minor aftershocks. Its coastline merely chipped, though admittedly several kilometers had collapsed into the sea. After restocking supplies, Qianxia stood at the shore, withdrew a permanent pointer, and addressed the Straw Hat crew. Hey, you haven't visited Dressrosa yet, have you? They call it the island of love and passion, famed for its exquisite cuisine. What do you say, Straw Hat? Care to sail there with me? You wish to master advanced applications of hockey? Well, I'll teach you provided you accompany me. And oh, there's a particularly succulent giant beef bone awaiting us there. Yosh. Next destination, Dressrosa. Let's go. At the mention of the beef bone, Luffy vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly aboard the Sunny. Hey, Captain, you never got my consent. Blast it, Luffy. Don't drag me like that. Zoro scrambled aboard the Sunny moments later, tugging at Luffy's arm. Nico Robin watched the spectacle, sighing deeply as she adjusted her glasses. Oh dear, what am I to do with you? Such a willful captain. And so Luffy unilaterally decided their course toward Dressrosa. Though the crew grumbled, after all this detour reversed their progress, they ultimately indulged his whims, albeit reluctantly. Perhaps that was the unique charm of the Straw Hat Pirates. As Qianxia mused, he swept Nami into his arms, gripping her slender waist despite her protests, and carried her into the cabin. Several days later, inside Dressrosa's royal palace, a young man draped in a somber pink cloak listened to the telephone snail's report, and crushed his wineglass in his palm. Fufufu, a 4 emperor. I wonder what brings you to Dressrosa. Treble, have you prepared what I requested? Ho. Don Quixote, everything is ready, certain to satisfy the new 4 emperor. Fufufu. At Dressrosa's harbor, crowds thronged the docks, murmuring excitedly as 2 vessels drew near. Did you hear? The king declared that if the madman arrives today, he'll plant the Whitebeard pirates flag upon Dressrosa. Then we'll finally be safe from pirate raids. If not for the navy abolishing the Shichibukai system, His Majesty's status alone would render 4 emperor protection unnecessary. Such talk dominated the harbor. Barely months after the summit, where the navy had abolished the Shichibukai system, and recently their beloved king had announced the imminent protection of Dressrosa by a 4 emperor. On the deck of the King-class ship, Qianxia observed the overly enthusiastic populace with quiet bewilderment. No wonder, it's a nation ruled by pirates. No surprise they welcome pirates so warmly. Don Quixote certainly knows how to host. Recalling how he'd seized Don Quixote's enterprises in Sabaody Archipelago, and the venomous threats the man had spat behind his BSC. At that instant the air itself seemed to rend, as a figure descended slowly, stepping upon nothing but thin air, landing squarely upon the deck. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Danger! Qianxia, retreat now. He bears a grudge against us. Nami recognized the figure instantly, and cried out, her posture shifting into tense readiness. Memories of being hunted and toyed with by him a month prior, so thoroughly that even approaching Dressrosa had become unthinkable, made her limbs tremble. Hey Doflamingo, you frightened my wife. Do you wish to die? Thud. Qianxia stepped forward, 1 footfall alone unleashing a wave of crushing primordial pressure that settled upon Doflamingo like a collapsing sky. Cracks shimmered across the very air. Confronted by this sudden, overwhelming Haushiku haki, Doflamingo broke into cold sweat, attempting a sovereign clash only to find his own Haushiku recoiling in primal fear. A freak. Even my Haushiku cowers before him. Could he truly have bested Charlotte Linlin, the old hag herself? With immense effort, Doflamingo raised a trembling hand. Fufufu. My intentions were never ill-meant. My sincerest apologies, Miss Nami. I freely admit my past conduct was unforgivable. Your medical expenses, and those of your companions, shall be fully compensated. Glancing once more to confirm Qianxia harbored no lethal intent, Doflamingo produced a lacquered wooden box. Madman-sama, might you consider withdrawing your Haushiku? This may hold something of interest to you. Qianxia sneered coldly as he gazed at the wooden box in his hand, his observation, haki, sensing the aura emanating from within. He withdrew his conqueror's haki with a dismissive flicker. Feeling sudden lightness in his body, Doflamingo stretched his limbs and strode toward Qianxia, then opened the box. Fufufu. How does the paramecia-type teleportation fruit fare in your excellency's eyes? Once consumed, one becomes a teleporter, free to appear anywhere beneath heaven's vast expanse. Qianxia examined the devil fruit nestled inside, comparing it against his memory of the same fruit once obtained by Fanoka. He confirmed it was genuine, the authentic teleportation fruit. After all, Doflamingo, the underworld's most notorious broker, was widely known as the devil fruit wholesaler. Possessing such a rare fruit was hardly extraordinary. Speak plainly, what is your condition? Truly worthy of the 4 emperors, Doflamingo chuckled. You've already divined my purpose so effortlessly. Fufufu, my demand is simple, at least for someone like you. Help me reclaim my status as a celestial dragon. See, celestial dragon. Nami gasped beside them, visibly startled. But aren't you a pirate? Don't celestial dragons dwell exclusively in the holy land of Marijoa? How could one possibly become a pirate? In response to Nami's bewilderment, Xinxia offered a concise explanation, clarifying the broader context, and made her grasp just how formidable Doflamingo's request truly was. Hey, you're deliberately making this impossible. Even if Xinxia is a 4 emperor, accomplishing such a feat remains nearly unthinkable. Doflamingo showed no trace of impatience. Instead, he smiled faintly at Xinxia. To ordinary beings across this grand line, yes, it is insurmountable. Even the pirate king holds no bargaining power with the world government. But you, Lord Xinxia, are different. For you are a noble celestial dragon. Restoring your peer's status would require nothing more than a single word from your lips. Those 5 elders would dare utter no objection. Were he merely an ordinary celestial dragon, the 5 elders might well refuse. Yet a 4 emperor bearing that bloodline. That changed everything. In childhood, Doflamingo had once marched into Marijoa, clutching his father's severed head, desperate to reclaim his birthright, and witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of the holy knights. Still, even the sharpest spear of the celestial dragons paled before this man, as insignificant as Doflamingo himself stood before Kaido. He'd learned just 5 days prior how Xinxia had gravely wounded Charlotte. A flash of murderous intent crossed Doflamingo's face, swiftly masked by another mocking grin. Fufufu, I trust you are a man of wisdom. But let me remind you, the beast Kaido and I maintain an exceptionally close alliance. Ha ha ha. Very well, very well. I accept your proposal, but you must grant me one condition in return. Pausing briefly, Xinxia's mind conjured the grating visage of a certain bratty child, and a faint chilling smile curled his lips. I wish to kill someone. No, rather. A wretch, Momonosuke, son of the former shogun of Wano country, currently residing on Punk Hazard. Though the butterfly effect he'd unleashed had diverted Luffy's crew from reaching Punk Hazard this time, and spared Nami and the others from that despicable boy's lecherous advances, still, I will kill you. My heart cannot find peace. So forgive me. I shall have to make you suffer, Momonosuke. Doflamingo nodded slowly. Eliminating an orphaned brat posed no difficulty whatsoever, merely a matter of issuing a single command. Upon concluding their pact, Doflamingo extended an invitation for Xinxia to plant his Jolly Roger upon Dressrosa, an offer laden with unmistakable implication. Watching Doflamingo's retreating figure, Xinxia laughed softly. Father-in-law, how utterly tragic. Even Doflamingo has betrayed you. Tisk tisk tsk. Meanwhile, atop the red line, the holy land of Marijoa, tranquility had vanished. Though the gluttonous celestial dragons continued their hedonistic revelry, as ever the corridors of power lay unervingly still, like stagnant water. Slam. Saturn Gigalucius Saturn Saint slammed a dossier onto the table, his voice grave. Defeated for Emperor Charlotte Linlin in mere exchanges, unleashed conquerors hockey potent enough to sink islands. Even those dozens of kilometers distant trembled under its shockwave. His strength has surpassed the world government's capacity to control. Even lacking ambition, such a perilous entity must be eradicated, lest consequences spiral beyond imagination. He may become the next Rox, or something far more terrifying. Venus Izambalin v. Nazularong Saint finished reading, fingers trembling slightly, as he gripped the legendary sword Ikabansho. His tone dripped with lethal intent. The chamber of power froze, icy malice spreading outward until frost bloomed like crystalline flowers along the doorframe. Shall we seek the will of Emo? After all, he commanded his elevation to celestial dragon status. At these words, silence descended instantly. Even Nazularong Saint, who moments earlier had advo. Thus deliberations over how to handle Xinxia, the unaffiliated celestial dragon, dragged on interminably, until abruptly interrupted by a ringing call. Guru guru guru. Click. Madman. Saturn answered the din mushy, pausing briefly before speaking slowly. What is it? The scheduled modification is still 5 months away. Do you intend to return to Marijoa early? No. I require your assistance with something urgent. Are you familiar with Doflamingo? Doflamingo, not precisely. Rather, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The 5 elders remembered him vividly, the ruthless child who years ago had marched into Marijoa, bearing his own father's severed head, demanding reinstatement among the celestial dragons. He presented me an offer I could not refuse, to restore him to the Holy Land. You know well my principles, loyalty and righteousness above all. I've already accepted his gift. Surely you wouldn't wish to see this celestial dragon humiliated, would you, Saturn Gigalucius Saturn Saint? Saturn shuddered involuntarily. Scanning the chamber with observation, Haki revealed no anomalies. Regaining composure, he lifted the din mushy. Ah, This matter requires consultation with Emu himself. It is no trivial affair. After hanging up, Saturn wiped away beads of cold sweat, only to realize his back had soaked through without his noticing. Such overwhelming pressure. Conqueror's hockey. Its force had pierced even the din mushy, reaching clear across the line. As the five elders recoiled in shock at Chunxia's Haoshika hockey, they prepared to journey to the Hall of Flowers. After all, Im had issued a direct order, should Chunxia ever call, no matter the hour or urgency, word was to reach her instantly. Defying her command was unthinkable. Yet all this unfolded beneath the silent, watchful gaze of an unseen observer. High above Marijoa, 10,000 meters in the sky, a lone figure stood motionless. Gale-force winds whipped at Chunxia's black suit, intensifying his aura of icy, unyielding authority. Only moments earlier he had been indulged as an honored guest across the entire nation of Dressrosa in the New World. Now he stood atop the sacred plateau, separated by thousands of miles, and the colossal red line itself. With a flick of his palm, the dossier on him, compiled within the Hall of Authority, materialized in his hand. The teleportation fruit, truly one of the strongest Paramecia-class devil fruits. Its peerless mobility perfectly comp. Gazing upon the familiar face etched onto the bounty poster, Im's expression darkened with sorrow. To rewrite another's memories at will. You remain as formidable as ever, Father. Even if those centuries we shared were but a dream, I would gladly live it as truth. She carefully folded the poster and set it aside, then lifted her eyes toward the five elders kneeling below, her voice devoid of warmth or inflection. Speak. What is it? If it proves trivial, you may consider your positions forfeit. The five elders froze, struck as though by lightning, sweat pouring down their temples. Madam M. Chunxia, whom you instructed us to monitor closely, has just called. He demands that Don Quixote da Flamingo be reinstated as a celestial dragon. From this day forward, she cut in, you shall grant any request he makes, even if it commands you five to die. Do you understand? A Haoshiku hockey blast of island-level magnitude erupted, so overwhelming that the five elders trembled violently, drenched in cold sweat. Yes, yes. Once the five elders withdrew, Im waved her hand. Junzi, the attendant entrusted with her care, immediately departed and sealed the Hall of Flowers, forbidding entry to any living thing, not even a mosquito. Retrieving the bounty poster, she traced her slender fingers across Chun Xia's striking visage. A shiver ran through her frame, a faint flush bloomed across her cheeks. Father, you often said I resemble mother, but fearing affection born of touch, you secluded yourself in that quiet courtyard. This time let me remain with you forever, no burdensome statecraft, no detestable Nico. Only you and I. Unaware of these events unfolding within the Hall of Flowers, Chunxia had just returned to Dressrosa when his din mushy rang. Lord Chunxia, your request has been granted by Madame M. Don Quixote da Flamingo's status as a celestial dragon has been fully restored. Should you require anything further, name it. We will comply without hesitation. Hearing the reverent address, Lord Chunxia, have the five elders lost their minds? To speak so deferentially to a pirate, do they truly believe I would spare them if she learned? Shaking his head, Chunxia ended the call, then added almost as an afterthought, apologies, five elders, but I preferred your former defiance. Click. On the other end, the five elders stared blankly at one another. Though fury churned silently, within 8 centuries of disciplined cultivation had forged their composure to near perfection. In Dressrosa's royal palace, a young man with golden hair and a rose-pink cloak gazed up at the moon, raising his wine cup in a single solemn draught. Bururu, bururu, bururu. Click. Upon connection, the din mushy instantly transformed, its features sharpening into uncanny handsomeness, rivaling Peng Yu Yan among telephone mollusks. Da Flamingo, congratulations. The five elders have approved your reinstatement. You may return to Marijoa at any moment. Bang! The wine cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. Crimson liquid spilled across the carpet. But Da Flamingo scarcely noticed. His eyes widened, his mind roaring with static. Only after a long pause did he whisper, trembling, truly, is it real? Who knows the price I paid to reclaim the Holy Land? My own father, my blood kin. Yet for this, even my last remaining kin turned against me. I bore his severed head in my hands, weeping as I pleaded before those so-called brethren, only to be met with ruthless expulsion and relentless pursuit. Now with his wish fulfilled, his aura surged like chains shattered. Haoshika hockey erupted uncontrollably, its immense pressure jolting nearby officers awake. Treble sniffling loudly gaped at him beneath the moonlight. He's grown stronger again. This Haoshiku, it rivals even the four emperors now. Sensing the transformation within himself, Da Flamingo burst into manic, triumphant laughter. Fufufu. I told you I'd return one day. You can never banish me forever. Chunxia likewise in Dressrosa felt that surge of Haoshiku. Da Flamingo, I've upheld my end. Now where is your promise? Chunxia's voice echoed directly in his ear. Da Flamingo's smile froze, his laughter faltering, unnatural. He glanced around. The scene remained tranquil. The powerful Don Quixote family officer stood at ease, showing no sign of disturbance. Could it be that only he had heard it? This was unlike the ability of the Toku no Mi. Cold sweat streamed down his face. Startled, Doflamingo twisted his neck and chuckled. Fufufu. My lord, I have already issued the order. By tomorrow, I shall present Momonosuke's head before you. That is preferable. After Chinxia's voice faded, Doflamingo dared not stir a muscle, remaining utterly deferential. What kind of newly risen Yonko was this? His oppressive aura surpassed even Kaido, the veteran Yonko himself. Only after confirming absolute stillness in his surroundings did he summon his senior officers. Gazing upon those formidable figures radiating overwhelming presence, Doflamingo felt a sliver of reassurance, though barely more than that. He swirled a glass of vivid crimson wine and cast his gaze toward the artificial devil fruit beside him. Thanks to his swift intervention, rushing personally to punk hazard the moment news arrived of the Straw Hat Pirates' invasion, Caesar's laboratory remained intact. He had effortlessly crushed the Straw Hats and forged a bitter enmity with them. Fufufu. I remind you, the Don Quixote family has allied with Kaido for years, not months, but he remains stingy, now even attempting to further slash the price of artificial devil fruits. Tell me, what shall we do? Silence fell over the room, broken only by Treble's incessant sniffling. Treble, if you cannot control yourself, step outside. Doflamingo shot him a sharp, disdainful glance, the crimson lenses of his glasses failing to conceal his contempt. The sniffling ceased instantly. None of the officers dared speak. Kaido, the beast, was a Yonko of the New World, a man who leapt from 10,000 meters and landed unscathed, who survived our Fufufu. Since none of you will speak, I shall. I have just regained my status as a celestial dragon. Mere moments ago, Mary Geos itself formally acknowledged me as one. What a Doflamingo, you've truly reclaimed your celestial dragon heritage. Ho ho ho, how splendid. Then we need no longer bow to Kaido. What is Kaido after all? Can he stand against the world government? Even the strongest man in the world perished at Marineford. Doflamingo's words detonated like a depth charge, igniting waves of fervent discussion among his officers. When calm finally settled, he unfolded his plan with deliberate grace. Though I now bear the celestial dragon title, Kaido remains a Yonko. His beast pirates, composed almost entirely of devil fruit users, no easy foe. Yet, if another Yonko were to join us, breaking free from Kaido would be effortless, and we might even carve a piece of his empire away. Another Yonko. Their thoughts immediately turned to Chinxia, the infamous madman, whose recent exploits had electrified the Grand Line. Coincidentally stationed in Dressrosa, his coalition of 3 Yonkos rendered even Marine headquarters too wary to act. He roamed freely across the New World, subjugated Fishman Island, and seized control of its strategic gateway. Untouchable, unchallenged. Untouchable. If it is the madman, then success seems assured. But why would he aid the Don Quixote family? What precisely do we possess that could sway him? One officer voiced this skepticism. Doflamingo responded with slow, deliberate applause, his gaze lingering deeply upon the speaker. So the Don Quixote family did harbor intellect after all, not merely a cadre of fools. We command the majority of the underground world's enterprises, while Lord Madman himself seeks dominion over that very realm. Should he assist us in severing ties with Kaido, why not forge a new alliance? A symbiotic union between the Madman's pirate armada and the Don Quixote family, unstoppable in its might. Who then could oppose us? Kaido, Big Mom, the Marines, all shall kneel before our sovereignty. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the title, young master. Your brilliance dwarfs even our famed strategist. I already envision that glorious day. The officer who had spoken earlier surged with excitement, his flattery delivered with impeccable timing. Not only did Doflamingo take note, but every other officer now scrutinized him with intense, calculating eyes. Who is this man? How does he master flattery so deftly? He should enlist in the Marines. He might ascend to Fleet Admiral solely on sycophancy. Fufufu. I shall negotiate directly with Lord Madman tomorrow. You may all withdraw. You remain behind. I have instructions. Doflamingo pointed straight at the fawning officer. Jealousy flickered across the faces of the departing officers. Had I offered just a few more compliments, I might be the one staying behind. Damn it. That upstart has vaulted above me. Once the others departed, Doflamingo sank deep into a supple leather sofa, legs splayed wide, swirling his wineglass, its ruby liquid shimmering ominously. You're a new officer, aren't you? Your flattery was commendable. A few well-placed compliments coaxed the officer into scratching his head bashfully. Your guidance, young master, is unmatched. In truth, I hold his holiness, the celestial dragon, far above Lord Madman. That madman, merely some uncouth upstart sprung from nowhere. How? Before he could finish, Doflamingo raised a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. He rose, approached the eager officer, and placed a hand firmly upon his shoulder. You are indeed impressive, yet you erred gravely. Never lie to me. Remember that in your next life. Shink. Black strings severed his head in an instant. coated in armament hockey and honed by Doflamingo's mastery of the string fruit. The slash could cleave steel itself. Clearly the officer's skull possessed no greater resilience than tempered iron. Doflamingo glanced briefly at the corpse lying atop the crimson rug, then took a slow sip of wine. I despise spies above all, especially marine infiltrators. That you didn't know is forgivable, but remember it in your next life. He set the glass down, the vivid wine spilling across the rug, its scarlet hue indistinguishable from blood. Meanwhile at Marine headquarters, Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sat alone in his office late into the night, staring grimly at the rapidly burning life paper on his desk. He's been exposed. But who uncovered him? Doflamingo, or that accursed madman? If it's him, this grows perilous. The slain Don Quixote officer had been Sengoku's own operative, dispatched to monitor both the Don Quixote family and Shinseia. His death confirmed the infiltration had been discovered. After a long silence, Sengoku gazed out at the vast ink-black sea beyond his window, and let his brow relax just slightly. Enough. Once Marineford's reconstruction is complete, I shall retire. Dawn's golden light ascended slowly over Dressrosa, heralding a day of dynastic upheaval. Breaking news. Doflamingo has formally abdicated. Shinseia, the Emperor, known as the Rogue, has ascended as Dressrosa's new sovereign. A middle-aged man hastily paid 200 belly to a newspaper boy and snatched a fresh broadsheet. The skies of Dressrosa are shifting. The Rogue Sama's protection may transform this land into the safest haven in the new world. This place will soon be worth its weight in gold. I must raise funds immediately to secure a residence before it's too late. He dropped the paper and sprinted home. Elsewhere on the street, citizens clutched identical broadsheets, not issued by the World Economic News Agency, but published by the Don Quixote family. These papers typically carried state announcements or Doflamingo's official addresses. The scene rewinds to the previous night. After purging traitors within his own ranks, Doflamingo wasted no time dialing Shinsia's den mushi. Cooperation. What kind of cooperation do you propose? Do you seek my aid to sever your ties with Kaido, or is there something else? At those words, Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat. The freshly cleaned rug beneath him darkened instantly with moisture, and his hand trembled as he gripped the den mushi. Fufufu, truly worthy of a emperor. You've already divined my intent. Should you accept this alliance, I offer half of the Don Quixote family's equity. He held firm confidence in this bargaining chip. According to his intelligence, this emperor coveted wealth above all, especially gleaming belly. As a dominant force in the New World's underground economy, the Don Quixote family generated staggering annual profits. That half-share alone was priceless, far exceeding any sum in belly. Doflamingo, your sincerity is commendable, but it falls woefully short of what's required for me to intervene. Still, your audacity is remarkable. You dare contemplate betraying Kaido himself. On the other end, after a pause, Doflamingo ventured cautiously, then, a Zoan-type devil fruit. Do you take me for some backwater rube from paradise? You think a single low-tier Zoan fruit suffices to appease me? 2. No 3 devil fruits, including 1 Logia type. How does that sound? As he spoke, Doflamingo felt his heart bleed. These were devil fruits, not common cabbages. Even the lowest grade Zoan commanded at least 100 million belly and remained perpetually scarce. Very well. Since your sincerity impresses me, I'll grant you a secret reluctantly. I am in fact Kaido's son-in-law. So tell me, do you still wish my assistance? Or do you fear I'll seize you and deliver you straight into Kaido's hands? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's sunglasses clattered to the floor and shattered beneath his boot. Impossible. The Emperor Rogue and the Emperor Beast Kaido, bound by such a tie. This must be a lie. Doflamingo stood thunderstruck. Long before Shinsia's arrival in Dressrosa, he had conducted an exhaustive investigation into the man's origins, concluding with absolute certainty that Shinsia could never have crossed paths with Kaido, that reclusive sake-drenched tyrant of Wano country, let alone married his daughter. Disbelief paralyzed him. He could not fathom the existence of systems, illogical physics-defying phenomena beyond rational comprehension. Fufufu, so you intend to kill me? Calm returned, but with it came a savage glint in his eyes, his features twisting into grim ferocity. He was no coward. Should all else fail, the feral instinct coiled within his blood would erupt, shredding everything in its path. Ha ha ha, Doflamingo, you're acting rashly. I merely stated Kaido is my father-in-law. I never said I'd refuse your plea. Compose yourself. Here's my proposal. Swear fealty to the white-paid pirates, become my vassal, and I shall liberate you from Kaido's grasp. Beneath the moonlight in the royal palace, Doflamingo's elongated shadow stretched across the marble floor. He retrieved his broken glasses, gazed at Shinsia's guileless cherubic face on the den mushi, and bowed his spine in submission. Agreed. On behalf of the Don Quixote family, I accept. Remember your vow. By the way, Nami mentioned she'd like to experience governing a nation. I'm not entirely sure why. His jaw clenched. Only the last vestiges of reason kept him from lashing out. He simply nodded silently. Click. The den mushi went dead. Kaido convened all senior officers of his crew and publicly announced the matter. When they learned half the Don Quixote family's equity, and their young master's hard-won crown, had vanished overnight, some were bewildered, others enraged. Yet none dared confront that man. The chasm between their power and his rendered resistance futile, hopeless. Thus Chinxia's ascension to Dressrosa's throne proceeded unchallenged. And he savored it deeply. The intoxicating blend of reclining upon silk pillows beside beauties wielding life and death authority over an entire kingdom. Nami Tashiji and Xiao Wu were formally enshrined as royal consorts commanding authority, second only to the sovereign himself. Though precisely who ruled whom in the privacy of night remained delightfully ambiguous. When the world government received word, it responded with unprecedented restraint, dispatching no marines, voicing no protest, instead issuing an official proclamation recognizing Chinxia's sovereignty. Overnight, the white-paid pirates surged in strength. New factions pledged allegiance daily, their dominion expanding across the Tornbalt Sea. Just as the world assumed this four emperors' conquest had reached its zenith, Chinxia pressed onward. In March of the Marine calendar year 1521, orchestrated by Maria, a war erupted, spectacular, epical, rivaling even the Summit War itself. The white-paid pirates led by Chinxia clashed head-on with the four Emperor Bigman pirates. Later historians estimated total combatants at roughly 100,000, with 90,000. Notably under Chinxia's personal tutelage and rigorous sparring, Barrett had recently mastered Conqueror's Haki infusion, augmented further by his peerless martial arts, devil fruit abilities, and dual-colored armament and observation Haki, securing his status among the imperial tier. The war raged across the Tornbat Sea, naval clashes intertwined with brutal land combat. The sea bristled with countless pirate vessels, pirates and sharp-suited enforcers fought fiercely across every deck, while hundreds of artillery shells screamed through the sky each second. Keep firing. As the Godfather decreed, when overwhelming firepower is available, deploy it without restraint. Keep your fingers pressed firmly on the trigger. Every shell you fire spares one comrade from falling on the front lines. So unleash your fury unrelentingly. On a modified warship, a sharp-suited enforcer calmly directed its heavy armament, 10 custom-built rapid-firing 200mm cannons. Such vessels numbered over 100 within the Baipiao pirates' fleet, not to mention their other black-tech marvels. Under this devastating barrage, even Bigman pirates' elite officers were forced into a desperate fighting retreat all the way to Cake Island. The original Cake Island had long since sunk beneath the waves. The current one was a reconstituted fortress forged by Bigman's devil fruit abilities, engineered for extraordinary resilience. Even under such apocalyptic bombardment, it held firm, though its surface darkened considerably as if scorched by an African sun. Stand down. You've done more than enough. Now it's our turn. On the flagship, a handsome young man with a serene smile gently raised his hand, halting the enforcer poised to resume fire. Understood, Godfather. Chinxia gave a slight nod, then leapt forward, first onto Cake Island. Wei Chinxia. You don't possess Roger's captain's privilege, you know. Barrett surged after him, battle lust blazing, while Red Count and Saint One Wolf swiftly followed in their wake. Hee, you're standing on my shoulder, swordsman. Do you fear slicing me in half? Saint One Wolf glared upward at Mihawk, who stood atop his shoulders like a living mast, his voice thick with irritation. Mihawk drew Yoru, his eagle eyes already piercing the battlefield, dissecting every enemy's fatal flaw. A tedious game. With a single slash, a kilometer-long blade aura erupted, serpentine and unstoppable, ripping open the field like a dragon cleaving the sea. At once the others charged through the fissure. Thanks, Little Hawk. Chinxia engaged Charlotte Linlin head-on while the others each selected worthy adversaries. Red Count faced Concrete, Barrett clashed with Cracker, and Mihawk found himself matched against Smoothie, only to sheath his blade and declare, I do not raise my sword against women. Smoothie stared bewildered as he turned away, before a colossal figure barreled in. 100-meter-long pirate ship soared through the air, hurled like a stone. Saint One Wolf's fist descended with manic glee. If you won't fight, I will. The captain will surely reward me later. Thus began a profoundly uneven confrontation. No formal duels of captains or emperors, only raw, unbalanced supremacy. Within moments, only Karakuri remained standing among the three sweet commanders, bloodied, exhausted, watching family fall one by one, powerless to save them. A momentary lapse left him vulnerable, and Red Count struck with Bakurai, sealing his defeat. The battlefield fell quiet save for the titanic clash between Chinxia and Charlotte Linlin. Red Count and the others withdrew to observe. No treacherous ambushes like Blackbeard's. Even the tens of thousands of sharp-suited enforcers, though authorized by Beck to act freely, knew better than to intrude upon a four emperors tier conflict. 3 days later, Chinxia soared skyward, then descended in a single cataclysmic blow. Bakurai fused with supernatural strength, the temporal shift fruit, and Rokushiki techniques. Cake Island vanished, leaving behind only a chasm over 10 kilometers wide and unfathomably deep. Charlotte. In the aftermath of the Four Emperors War, the Bai Piao pirates swiftly absorbed Bigman's former territories, now commanding half the New World. Charlotte Linlin's death also crystallized global perception of Chen Xia's power. Four emperors were not invincible. True madness reigned supreme. Scarcely had the world recovered when another seismic announcement ignited universal frenzy: Red-Blue duel. Newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu versus Admiral Akiji, vying for the Admiralty. Akiji lost, and lost a leg. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, searing heat climbed relentlessly, melting floor tiles into viscous slag. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki stared at the newspaper, his face dark with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the messenger before him. Wasn't word of this suppressed? Then how did it leak? The messenger inwardly cursed, helpless. Admiral Morgan moves like a phantom. His spies infiltrate every corner of the four seas. Even the world government cannot rein him in. And we Navy. Excuses. All excuses. Incompetence. Report to the disciplinary division. Half your salary this month. The messenger sighed, sweat beading beneath the oppressive heat, and silently exited the office. High above the vast expanse of sky, barren, desolate, and endless, a shadow slowly emerged, a floating structure borne aloft by albatrosses. Inside, densely packed printing presses clattered ceaselessly as staff of the World Economic News Agency scrambled to publish their latest blockbuster headline. One avian journalist snatched up a freshly printed broadsheet, gazed upon the striking visage of a young man adorning its front page, and burst into hearty laughter. This scoop is bound to sell like wildfire. We've already raked in over 10 billion belly in just one day. All thanks to the madman, our very own harbinger of fortune, who's delivered this earth-shattering revelation. To slay four emperors and obliterate their crews. Merely imagining it ignites the blood. Only he could accomplish such a feat. Director, the Marines are on the line. A flustered clerk dashed over, clutching a den mushy. As an organization operating entirely independent of the world government, Morgan had long antagonized the Marines in his relentless pursuit of sensational news. A call from them could only mean trouble. His suspicion was well-founded. News of the Four Emperors' annihilation would inevitably plunge an already chaotic Grand Line into deeper turmoil. Most pirates, awestruck by Chen Xia's divine feat, would flock to join the freeloading pirate crew, propelling it toward an unimaginable zenith of power. And as self-proclaimed arbiters of justice upon these seas, the Marines naturally abhorred any force threatening to shatter the fragile equilibrium. Hello, this is Morgan speaking. What does the Marine Corps require? This is Akainu. Akainu, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral, the very man who shattered Kazan's leg during his brutal ascent to power. So he was calling trouble indeed. Yet even so, if Morgan chose to vanish, neither the world government nor the Marines could stop him. Ah, Fleet Admiral, what an unexpected honor. To what do I owe this distinguished visit? I have breaking news concerning the Four Emperor known as the Madman. I trust it will pique your interest. At those words, Morgan's expression lit up with unfeigned delight. Chen Xia was now the World Economic News Agency's golden goose. Oh, any story tied to him guaranteed astronomical sales. Excellent, truly excellent. But nothing in this world comes free. What's your price? Moments later, Morgan hung up, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Around him, presses roared like thunder. After a silent pause, he made the wisest decision of his life. I'll meet the madman shortly. Keep printing. Don't halt for a second. When I return, I may bring you a story capable of toppling the world order. With that, he transformed into a colossal albatross and soared skyward, vanishing in an instant. Though bewildered, his staff trusted their director implicitly, wheeling out additional presses primed to operate at full capacity. 3 days later, at the bustling port of Dressrosa, Chen Xia bid farewell to the Straw Hat Pirates before retreating to the royal palace for a clandestine meeting with an unusual guest. Morgan, I hadn't sought you out yet, and yet here you are? Speak plainly, how would you prefer to die? Huh? Morgan trembled violently, sweat drenching his brow, eyes wide with stunned disbelief as he stared at Chen Xia, whose serene devilish smile seemed to pierce straight through his soul. Wait, death. Right off the bat. Is this really appropriate? Hold on, your esteemed madman. Publishing your likeness without permission was gravely improper. However, I've come today to atone. Atonement. Chen Xia's sole notion of atonement involved Morgan voluntarily joining the freeloading pirate crew and laboring gratis for a century. Oh, then speak. Perhaps I shall pardon your transgression this time. Relief washed over Morgan's face, though his soaked back betrayed his lingering terror. After all, he stood before a man who'd annihilated 4 emperors. Any misstep might send him straight to join Charlotte Linlin in the afterlife. The Marines intend to move against you. No, rather, Akainu himself plans to strike. 3 days ago, he contacted me directly, offering staggering incentives to conspire with him against you. He proposed that I feign allegiance, lure you to a prearranged island where his forces lay in ambush, and there extinguish you once and for all. Chen Xia listened utterly unmoved. No anger, no outrage. Akainu was formidable. True, he'd left an aged white beard crippled and half paralyzed, even holding him captive at Marineford. But had Akainu mistaken him for some ordinary emperor, even Whitebeard at his peak would fall before Chinxia. As for Akainu, perhaps he'd be lucky to crawl back into his doghole stone-battered and broken only to be beaten in again. So tell me, do you kneel in genuine fealty or feigned submission? Can I trust every word you utter? Thud. Before the sentence even finished, Morgan collapsed to his knees, snot and tears streaming uncontrollably. My lord, my loyalty to you shines brighter than sun and moon. From childhood, I've been virtuous, never once uttered falsehood. Please believe me. Shhhhhhhhh. Indescribable viscous matter splattered outward. Facing nasal torrents rivaling trebles, Chinxia tilted slightly aside, then regarded Morgan with undisguised disdain. Enough. Truth or lie, I care not. Just ensure you don't regret your choice later. Rise now. Return to your post, maintain contact with Akainu as usual, and serve as my mole. Understood. Understood, understood, understood. Morgan scrambled upright, relief flooding his veins. He then lavished Chinxia with 360 degrees of flawless exhaustive praise, drawing upon his professional expertise, before departing. Meanwhile, Akainu, still seated in his office reviewing fleet admiral duties, remained blissfully unaware that his painstakingly negotiated, astronomically priced asset had already defected and launched a masterful operation of deep cover espionage. Following the eradication of the Bigman pirates, other major maritime powers remained eerily inert, while countless pirates streamed in from the paradise pledging allegiance to Chinxia. The remaining 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Shanks the Red, vanished into silence, their presence erased from the Grand Line. Even the world government and marines held their ground, though the marines quietly withdrew most of their New World fleet. Instantly, and without Chinxia's command, Buggy seized territory. Along the coastline, a stern marine officer wearing a hat gazed coldly at the island encircled by an impenetrable net. He lifted a din mushy to his ear. Blue blur blur blur. Morgan's, how goes it on your end? Hey Akainu, your terms need revising. To earn Chinxia's full trust, I've paid an enormous price. I'll consider it. How long until he arrives? 3 days. In 3 days, Chinxia will come to this island in search of the Nico fruit you mentioned. Hearing this, Akainu gave a slight nod. 3 days, that's about right. My preparations are nearly complete. Click. After hanging up, Akainu surveyed the bustling marine soldiers before him, and for once a faint smile flickered across his stern face. The final 3 days. Once Chinxia falls, this age of pirates shall vanish forever, reduced to mere history. This meticulously orchestrated assassination was not merely vengeance for the beating he'd suffered during the Summit War. It was Akainu's ultimate battle to end the age of pirates. Today, Chinxia's renown rivaled that of Gol D. Roger, the very man who had ignited this golden age of piracy. If Chinxia perished here, perhaps this age of pirates truly could be brought to its close by Sakazuki himself. Alas, he overestimated his own capacity, but that lay beyond the present moment. For now, Chinxia remained perfectly unharmed, resting comfortably within the royal palace of Dressrosa. In the chamber of power at Mary Geos, the 5 elders stared silently once more at the report before them. Today, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki has deployed warships and cutting-edge submarines en masse toward the island of Doros, suspected of laying an undisclosed trap. Slam! Saturn slammed his fist down hard, shattering the table into splinters. Sakazuki, don't think we're blind to your intentions. Daring to move against Chinxia, a mere dog bred by the world government. How audacious to defy even the will of Imusama. Nezutoro stroked the legendary blade Ichibutsu Kitetsu, his eyes glinting with icy contempt. Humph. It seems the Marines require a new, more obedient fleet admiral. In my view, Sakazuki should retire immediately. After deliberation, the 5 elders unanimously revoked Sakazuki's title as fleet admiral and appointed Admiral Kazuru as his successor. Poor Sakazuki, still feverishly preparing on Doros Island, slaving away to seal the age of pirates, remained utterly unaware that the world government had already cast him aside. Lifting the din mushy, Saturn dialed Chinxia, with trepidation in his voice. Lord Chinxia, have you eaten yet? On the other end, Chinxia, just finishing a plate of abalone, blinked in utter bewilderment before replying casually. Just did. What's up? Did you 5 elders eat too much and get indigestion? Hearing this, the 5 elders flushed with embarrassment, but inwardly exhaled in relief. It seemed Lord Chinxia was in high spirits. Even if he learned of this affair, he likely wouldn't hold it against them. Ahem, it's just that Sakazuki has recently begun preparing. Oh, that business with Sakazuki. I'm already aware. But don't warn him. I'll handle it myself. To avoid alerting Sakazuki prematurely, the 5 elders delayed the official decree by several days, granting him a few more days as fleet admiral. 3 days later, Chinxia departed precisely on schedule for Rosu Island. How Akainu had learned of the Nika fruit remained unclear, but he intended to use it as bait. Recalling Morgan's earlier briefing on Akainu's scheme, Chinxia quickened his pace. Minutes later, he appeared midair, Before the troops could even draw their weapons, morale had already crumbled to rock bottom. Akainu let out a sharp, disdainful snort, and instantly his aura erupted, no longer concealed the terrifying, overwhelming presence of a fleet admiral. Scorching magma radiated from him, forcing nearby marine officers to retreat hastily. Chinxia, long time no see. Our last meeting was at the Summit War. Though his greeting sounded cordial, Akainu's gaze darted ceaselessly, seeking weakness, probing for openings. Ha ha ha, long time. Chinxia hadn't finished speaking when Akainu lunged forward like a rabid hound, molten rock coalescing into a snarling canine head in his clenched fist. I found your opening, urine dog. Chinxia was no aging whitebeard. His body decayed, his vitality waning. He stood now at his absolute zenith, haki honed to perfection, reflexes razor-sharp, physique peerless. His god-tier Kinbunshika haki had already traced Gurren Dog's trajectory, so with a subtle sidestep he evaded effortlessly. As Akainu's momentum carried him forward, Chinxia seized the opening, delivering a devastating kick straight to his kidney. Thud! Boom! 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 Akainu rocketed backward, crashing into a towering mountain. The impact fractured its face with deep, jagged fissures, though the peak held intact. Seeing their fleet admiral hurled from the battlefield, the ambushing marines and warships offshore opened fire instantly. A deluge of cannon fire and bullets blotted out the sky, blinding flashes of flame illuminating the entire island. Even a Shichibukai-level warrior would be forced to retreat under such relentless bombardment. Standing firm would mean certain grievous injury. But Chinxia was no ordinary foe. He commanded a global empire. 3 emperors served directly beneath him, and had personally crushed Charlotte Lean, the sweet commander, whose rubbery resilience earned her the epithet rubber balloon. I have never known defeat since setting sail. Today, you fall far short of threatening me. An overwhelming aura surged upward, ancient, demonic, suffocating, striking dread into every heart present. Most Marines dropped their weapons, frozen in awe as a sea of lightning manifested overhead. Without warning, the heavens above Rosu Island tore open, a chasm hundreds of kilometers wide, roiling clouds churning within. His god-tier Haoshiku haki blanketed hundreds of kilometers. Black lightning detonated in thunderous bursts, divine retribution incarnate, leaving all breathless with sheer terror. Sir, I can't breathe. Sir, same here. Watching his men collapse one by one, a lieutenant fainted outright, muttering, me too. In an instant, every Marine on site collapsed, save Akainu alone. Even the torrent of artillery shells exploded midair, incinerated by black lightning, never so much as grazing Chinxia's hem. Yet this was still not the limit of his god-tier Haoshika haki. Soil, stone, and trees across Rosu Island were pulverized into fine dust. After leveling Rosu Island, the Sabaody Archipelago knock-on wood bar. A terrifying black flash streaked past with overwhelming speed and vanished. Rayleigh watched patrons collapse one after another inside the tavern, then drained his cup in one long draught. Tisich. What a fearsome conqueror's haki. Young Master Chinxia, just what are you planning? On Amazon Lily Island, Boa Hancock, having just repelled a marine incursion, was preparing to set sail in search of her master when she sensed that familiar conqueror's haki. Ah, truly worthy of my master's aura. It has felled me utterly. As she spoke, her lithe frame softened, a delicate flush bloomed across her cheeks, and her eyes shimmered with infatuated longing. Nearby, old lady Nico, though crushed beneath the oppressive weight of Chinxia's haki, labored to carry her to bed. Boa Hancock, you've fallen ill with lovesickness. Not only these islands, but Fishman Island, Dressrosa, Punk, Hazard, and countless others, felt that awe-inspiring, heaven-shaking conqueror's haki. Across millions of souls, the tremor resonated like divine wrath. Back on the battlefield, Ross Island, once lush and verdant, now lay barren and stripped bare, its surface cracked open to reveal raw bedrock beneath. Akainu bled profusely, his gaze sharp and wary as he stared at the solitary figure, standing motionless at the center. Astonishment flooded his thoughts, a single release of conqueror's haki, capable of such devastation. This is your true power, Chinxia. Akainu twisted his arm, readying his second assault. Though alone, and grievously wounded, he would uphold his justice, unwavering. Chinxia pirates must be eradicated. So long as you live, more lives will perish by your hand. As he spoke, he launched countless magma-fisted projectiles skyward, each searing with unbearable heat and colossal kinetic force capable of cratering the earth with a single impact. Gazing up at the meteoric descent, Chinxia advanced step by deliberate step, utterly unflinching, utterly unyielding. Boom, boom. Like a volcanic eruption, the magma fists slammed down, yet shattered midair before even nearing Chinxia, as though an invincible supreme-grade sword cleaved the very air around him. Sword intent. Were Mihawk present, he would instantly recognize the dense, swirling vortex of sword intent encircling Chinxia. Their prior duel had revealed only a fraction of his mastery. Now his swordsmanship had ascended to the absolute zenith this world could sustain. capable not only of binding sword intent to his blade, piercing even armament hockey defenses, but also projecting it outward as a sovereign domain where all within would be severed without mercy. Not even magma could withstand it, let alone the world's hardest poneglyph stone. Within Chen Xia's sword intent domain, even history itself would splinter into dust. Impossible. The gap cannot be this vast. Staring at Chen Xia, unscathed, unshaken, drawing ever closer, Akainu could no longer contain his fury. He roared his disbelief while unleashing wave after wave of magma fists desperate to shatter that impenetrable turtle shell. Thud, thud, thud. Even as Chen Xia approached, Akainu refused to cease his barrage, until Ross Island, already stripped bare, transformed entirely into a volcanic wasteland. No natural terrain remained, only endless rivers of magma, and the surrounding sea boiling violently. Yet despite Akainu's ability to reshape an entire island's ecology, at will he could not close even a single step toward Chen Xia. Eyes locked upon his foe mere inches away, he lunged without hesitation. A final devastating magma dog blast. Chen Xia, you cannot hide behind that shell forever. Akainu was formidable indeed. Intelligence reports noted Chen Xia's consumption of the teleportation fruit, yet never mentioned his acquisition of the mythical Zoan-type black tortoise form, a defense of unparalleled resilience. Watching Akainu strain against the outer edge of his sword intent domain, Chen Xia smiled faintly. Stand still. His words carried uncanny authority, and Akainu froze, rooted to the ground, utterly immobile. What did you do to me? After repeated futile struggles, Akainu's face darkened with grim realization. Nothing, merely preventing further collateral harm. Collateral? Innocent? What nonsense is this? If I've lost, execute me, or carve me apart as you please. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Xia. Look at your Marines. Chen Xia turned his gaze beyond the battlefield. Marines spared from the magma flow. Officers maimed by artillery blasts, limbs severed, sailors boiled alive upon the churning sea, and deep beneath the waves, submariners slowly cooked alive in their sealed vessels. Though Chen Xia had released only a single pulse of conqueror's haki, the marine forces lay nearly annihilated. Not slain by his hand, but consumed by the very power of their own admiral, scorched, boiled, roasted. Each death a grotesque torment. These were Marines, yet treated as disposable vermin by their self-proclaimed just commander. Perhaps Akainu had not intended it, perhaps his meteor volcano had never targeted them, but could anyone deny they died by his will? Akainu fell silent, his eyes unyielding as ever, resigned, unrepentant, defiant. Seeing this, Chen Xia clenched his fist and pointed toward the surviving soldiers struggling in agony. This is your Navy's justice, that a fleet admiral may slaughter his own men. Even during my battle with Big Mom, I exercised meticulous restraint, containing every ripple of destruction, ensuring no drop of my subordinates' blood stained my hands. And you, preaching justice with every breath, treat human life as expendable. 21 years ago you were so, today you remain unchanged. At those words the memory surfaced, the same unspeakable massacre 21 years prior. At O'Hara, to prevent even a single pirate from escaping, he personally sank a refugee vessel. That act fractured his bond with Kazan, and planted the first seed of irreconcilable enmity. Ha. And you pirates, are you truly virtuous? How many have you slaughtered each year? How many young women have you defiled, driven to suicide by your cruelty? Even if I disregard others' lives, I have preserved the balance of the Grand Line, shielding countless innocents from your savagery. Chen Xia regarded Akainu's furious roar in silence, for a long, heavy moment, then spoke. Perhaps your ideology holds merit, yet your indifference to life has narrowed your path irrevocably. You call all pirates monsters, bloodthirsty demons who kill without remorse. But you've never seen those driven to piracy by the world government's tyranny, those with no refuge, no hope, no choice but to take to the sea or perish. Who among them would choose this path, if given any alternative? Recalling his arrival in this world, wide-eyed, idealistic, determined to liberate all people, he paused. Then came a hollow laugh. Had it not been for the system, I'd long since have been discarded, used, broken, and cast aside like refuse. After a moment of silence, Akainu raised his head and delivered his verdict: a thief is always a thief. No matter how you justify yourself, you remain what you are, a criminal. Once a pirate, forever a pirate. Humph, Chen Xia replied with a faint chuckle. Then let us dispense with further words. He slowly raised Zhan Shan, its razor-sharp blade gleaming with an ominous, chilling light. I will not kill you. Instead, I shall ascend, step by step, to the pinnacle of this world and reshape it before your very eyes. The moment those words fell silent, the sword descended. Dream no more. A thief remains a thief, and dares to imagine changing the world. Akainu roared, launching a furious punch, though he knew full well that this blow could not halt Chen Xia's blade. Just as he knew the darkness of this world could never be eradicated, he persisted nonetheless, clinging fiercely to the justice he held sacred within his heart. Boom, crack, crunch. The earth split open, boulders melted into molten slag. When the dust settled, Rose Island, spanning thousands of square kilometers, had vanished entirely from the map. Chun Xia hovered in midair, gazing down, as the island sank deeper and deeper until it was swallowed whole by the abyssal sea. With a subtle flick of his fingers, a battered, broken figure materialized before him. Watch closely, Admiral Akainu. His gaze was resolute, unwavering, as if sealing an irrevocable vow. Then he dissolved into thin air. In the prison of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, once used to imprison civilians who dared resist the Don Quixote family's tyranny, Chun Xia, upon assuming authority, had released every inmate. Now only those truly guilty of grave offenses or disciplinary violations remained confined within its walls. Today, however, the prison welcomed a most distinguished guest, Admiral Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu. Hey, look, doesn't that newcomer seem oddly familiar? Inside the cell, a pirate stared wide-eyed at the figure being escorted by guards, shackled at wrists and ankles. Wait, could it possibly be Admiral Akainu himself? My crew was sunk by him. Ha. Divine retribution indeed. Even an admiral must now share our prison gruel. Surrounding pirates, Akainu's soon-to-be cellmates, glared at him with disdain and contempt, hurling sharp, mocking taunts. Clang, clang, clang. Silence, now, you lowly scum. One more peep, and your labor hours double. A guard struck the iron bars with his baton. At those words, the inmates, who knew all too well the grueling weight of forced labor, fell instantly quiet, their glares burning with venom toward Akainu. Cursed pirates, I swear I shall annihilate you all one day. With a metallic clang, his incarceration officially began. The next morning before dawn broke, an alarm pierced the silence. Akainu stirred awake on the cold concrete floor, watching as fellow prisoners grew restless around him. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. What was happening? Had the Marines launched a rescue operation? As Fleet Admiral, he possessed some knowledge of prison life: dim, damp, wretched cells, meager rations barely sustaining life. Nothing more. Yet, this place seemed markedly different. The cell doors swung open. Guards marched Akainu and the others toward the site where they would toil that day. After some time, Akainu understood his task. Before him stretched barren land, and neatly arranged farming tools lined the earthen ridges. They were to cultivate crops. These convicts once feared across the seas. Upon arrival, guards distributed meals. Akainu rubbed his stomach, then licked his parched, cracked lips. Exhausted from brutal combat and days without sustenance, hunger gnawed fiercely, but pride flared brighter. I am Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Even if I starve to death here, I will never touch food prepared by pirates. Not a single bite. The guard sighed, shaking his head at the man's stubborn defiance. He knew precisely who stood before him, and that higher authorities intended his thorough rehabilitation. Reaching into his cloth satchel, he withdrew a bento box and approached. Eat. This was made by my daughter, not by pirates. Sakazuki glanced up, then accepted the box. Thank you. When I escape, I shall take you with me. You must suffer terribly under this pirate regime. The guard laughed softly. No, Admiral Sakazuki, please spare me. I live joyfully in Dressrosa. Your kindness is unnecessary. Sakazuki paused, holding the bento, and asked, why do you say that? Though the Marine intelligence network was formidable, Chun Xia's counter-surveillance measures were equally formidable, especially given his status as a celestial dragon. The Marines had been expressly forbidden from investigating anything about him. Thus, Sakazuki knew nothing of Dressrosa under Chun Xia's rule. After a pause, the guard recounted his story. I was once a farmer, transformed into a toy soldier for resisting the Don Quixote family. My wife was persecuted, only my daughter survived. I thought I'd spend my life buried in darkness, until Lord Chun Xia arrived. He restored our bodies, secured us honest work, paid wages, provided medical subsidies, and even offered hardship allowances to the impoverished. Moreover, he ruthlessly purged domestic criminal syndicates. Now I walk the streets at night without fear, and any pirates daring to raid Dressrosa end up here laboring under his decree. Sakazuki listened breathless, until the bento in his hands grew cold. Still he ate ever. Though disbelief lingered, Sakazuki found himself believing much of it, especially after noticing the genuine smiles lighting the faces of passers-by along the field's edge. Taking up his hoe, he gazed down at the soil, and for a fleeting moment memory washed over him. Before joining the Marines, he too had known a gentle childhood, not wealthy, but warm, rooted in love. His parents had nurtured him despite poverty, until the day he witnessed the village chief colluding with pirates trafficking villagers. His parents died before his eyes, only his mother's final desperate embrace shielded him from death. Clang, clang. The hoe rose and fell rhythmically, striking the earth, tears falling silently with each stroke. As time passed, memories of his father teaching him to till the soil surfaced vividly. His movements grew fluid, precise, so natural that observers might mistake him for a humble, lifelong farmer. The guard watched quietly. In that instant, the towering, untouchable figure who had once seemed impossibly distant became at last human, incomprehensible. Upon completing his labor, Sakazuki received extra rations as a reward for his exceptional performance. As dusk settled over the prison, he gazed upward at the luminous full moon and sighed deeply. Some inner knot within him seemed to loosen at last. In the days that followed, Sakazuki labored alongside fellow inmates, tilling fields, helping villagers erect homes, constructing harbors. The physical strain was immense. Even a master of martial arts like himself felt his body nearing collapse. Yet his spirit paradoxically underwent profound purification. As Chen Xia once declared, these convicts are not yet human. Only through arduous labor can they be remolded into men. So drive them without mercy. Marineford. The Marine headquarters now lay in utter chaos. Inside the war room, officers of every rank sat grim-faced and silent. At the head of the chamber stood an elderly man with a goatee who surveyed the scene and shook his head in weary resignation. Sengoku had never imagined he would don the mantle of Fleet Admiral again after retirement. Yet this title brought no honor, only a scalding burden. No rewards awaited him, only crises piled high. And now one cataclysmic emergency loomed before him. Report: Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sakazuki was seized 3 days ago by Chen Xia, the so-called rampant tyrant captain of the white pillaging pirate crew known across the seas as the Emperor of the Ocean. His current whereabouts remain unknown. Please issue orders. 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 What nonsense. Were it not for the 5 elders' direct command, Sengoku would long since have retired to the rear lines, sipping tea, playing with his pet goats, living a life of tranquil ease. He scanned the room, noticing one familiar figure conspicuously absent. Where is Vice Admiral Garp, he asked. Has no one informed him of today's meeting? Meeting King Blunny scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Vice Admiral Garp said that Monkey D. Luffy shows signs of ascending to the 4 emperors, and so he's already set off to pursue him. He also added that he'd borrowed the sanbei and tea from your cabinet and promised to return them upon his return. Sengoku's face flushed crimson in an instant. Blunny, sensing imminent disaster, hastily dismissed the assembled officers, without even convening the meeting. GRP. You wretched fool. New World. Somewhere upon the open sea, a dog-headed warship drifted lazily across the waves. On deck, Vice Admiral Garp, whom Sengoku had just lamented, lay sprawled beneath the sun, utterly at ease. Boogert, any word on that insolent brat Luffy? Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. According to frontline reconnaissance, Luffy is preparing to sail for Wano country. Wano country. Isn't that Kaido's domain? With Luffy's temperament stepping foot, there will surely ignite a conflagration. Full speed ahead. Aye, sir. Dressrosa Palace. Since the battle at Ruzicana Island, Chen Xia had fully grasped the terrifying scale of his own power. Compared to the Summit War a year prior, his cultivation had deepened markedly through relentless refinement and quiet discipline. A standard admiral fell before him without resistance. Even Sakazuki, among admirals the most formidable, could be slain given sufficient preparation. Becky and his crew have begun quietly encroaching upon Shank's territories. Though covert, it won't be long before Red Hair notices. Still, with Red Baron and the others holding firm, that front remains secure, for now. Kaido, however, requires personal attention. I shall handle him myself. At that moment, slender arms encircled him from behind. Chen Xia, must you leave again? Can't you stay with me a little longer? Tina's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Months of shared time had drawn her irrevocably into his orbit, and on a rain-drenched night their bond had been sealed, not by her, but by him decisively. Ah, Tina, forgive me. I'll bring you something fine when I return. Time-pressed, Luffy had already departed for Wano country. Facing Kaido now, his crew would be shattered like glass. One final tender stroke to her hair, and Chen Xia vanished without trace. The vast palace fell into sudden hollow silence. Tina sat alone upon the marble steps, staring into the void where he had stood. But the gift I crave is simply your presence. Tap, tap, tap. A gentle hand settled upon her shoulder, a soft voice followed. Little sister Tina need not grieve. Our husband has always borne endless duties. She turned and met the serene, knowing gaze of Wu Mei. Overwhelmed, Tina buried her face against her elder sister's chest. Elder sister Wu Mei, I know. I just cannot bear to part with Chen Xia. Hush now. Word is Boa Hancock's affairs have been resolved. Shall we visit her? Perhaps a brief absence will make him value us all the more when he returns. Brilliant. Truly, your unmatched elder sister Wu Mei. Wano country, above the colossal waterfall. Chen Xia's Kinbunchiko haki enveloped the entire land, leaving no secret, no motion, no heartbeat concealed. His perception was nothing short of preternatural. Nami and the others haven't arrived yet, but Kaido's drunk again, courting death recklessly. Unwise, though I'd rather not lose a future father-in-law. His Kinbunchiku instantly locked onto a towering figure poised atop the 10,000-meter stratosphere, ready to leap. Chen Xia vanished. High above Ghost Island, Kaido swayed drunkenly, gripping the 8-sect staff, teetering perilously on the edge of oblivion. Below, the 3 disasters watched, knowing their captain would not perish so absurdly, yet trembling nonetheless. 10,000 meters, even an egg dropped from such height would strike with bullet-like force. For Kaido, impact would shatter Ghost Island itself. They dared not intervene, only frantically evacuated nearby pirates and closed their eyes awaiting annihilation as their captain plummeted, accelerating toward doom. Beside them stood two small figures, Dakai and Shao Kai. Under Kaido's boisterous unorthodox parenting, both boys had grown astonishingly powerful, not yet matching their father's monstrous might, yet already exhibiting prodigious talent. Even seasoned fighters of the Beast's pirates fell before them. They W. Waro waro waro. What sheer exhilaration. Fierce winds howled past his body. That intoxicating sensation of courting death yet refusing to yield spilled from his throat in wild laughter, until it abruptly ceased. Chinxia, you wretched bastard, what brings you here? Do you seek to steal my grandsons? I'll never let you succeed. His body twisted, momentum dissolved, and his gaze sharpened, wary and alert upon Chinxia's sudden appearance. Misunderstanding. I've no time to raise children. I'll need you to hold things together a while longer. Hearing he wasn't there for the boys, Kaido's suspicion melted away. He roared with laughter, suddenly boyish and unrestrained. Waro waro waro. Then come. Let's pay young Yamato a visit together. Moments later the two landed steadily. Boss, you're not jumping anymore. Izai Quinn stared wide-eyed at Kaido, unharmed and unruffled. What? Do you want me dead, or will you ascend to the top and become the new admiral of the Beast's pirates? No, boss. I didn't mean it that way. Upon hearing this, Quinn's tiny bead-like eyes bulged, cold sweat streaming down his face, his flustered expression amusing the two small children beside him. Daddy, why are you here? Grandpa said you'd never come back, and brother even cried until his nose turned red. You're the one who cried, big brother. I'm going to grow up brave, just like Daddy. How could I possibly cry? Facing his two long-absent children, Chinxia lifted one in each arm and carried them toward Yamato's chamber. Daddy, listen, I'll tell you about brother. Last night, he still wet the bed. Unlike me, I've never done that since I was a baby. Apparently furious at Dakai's slander, the little one puffed out his cheeks, stuck out his tongue, and made grotesque faces, relentlessly exposing his elder brother's secrets. You wretched little brother. You've clearly forgotten your elder brother's terror. Time to remind you. As the two were about to brawl, Chinxia set them down and bolted, escaping with palpable relief. Phew, childcare. Honestly, I'm utterly hopeless at it. Father-in-law, I leave them in your hands. See, Daddy fled because you scared him off. When we see Mama later, I'll definitely file a formal complaint against you. Dakai fell silent, clenching his fists wordlessly. Hey, what's this? Brawling all day? That's terribly rude. Come on, let Uncle take you outside to play. Izai Quinn approached with a smile, reaching out a massive hand, only for both pink tiny fists to strike it squarely. Oof. Staring at the rapidly bruising palm, Quinn sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder. They're the offspring of that man and young Master Yamato. Even at this tender age, their strength is astonishing. As adults, they'll surely become monsters rivaling Kurahara himself. Chinxia met Yamato without incident, and unexpectedly encountered another beautiful wife, Kazuki Hiyori. Gazing upon her elegance, he mused inwardly. Same bloodline. Yet why does Momonosuke's face look so disreputable? Poor Momonosuke will never lay eyes on his sister. For the very next day after Chinxia returned from Mary Geo's, agents dispatched by Doflamingo secretly murdered him on Punk Hazard. By now grass must already be growing over his grave. After a brief reconnection, Chinxia turned to business with Kaido. Glug, glug, glug. An entire gourd of sake vanished down his throat. Kaido's cheeks flushed faintly as he passed the gourd to Chinxia. Locally brewed in Wano country. Try some. Chinxia accepted without hesitation. Though he'd never drunk in his past life, kingship had taught him the art, and with a constitution exceeding 6,000 points, intoxication was impossible. He took a deep swig. The fierce burning warmth surged through him, exhilarating and pure. Phew, excellent sake. But I didn't come here just to share drinks with you. Tell me, do you know the 5 elders? The 5 elders. Those old men running the world government. Having served as an intern aboard the Rocks pirates during the God Valley War, he knew precisely who they were. 37 years ago, Saturn Gigalucius Satan Saint, one of the 5 elders, had orchestrated the God Valley massacre. Then let me tell you something, the 5 elders aren't the world government's ultimate authority. Do you believe that? Kaido took 2 sips, then waved dismissively. Impossible. The Holy Knights govern internal affairs, the 5 elders oversee external matters. That much I know. They sit atop the world's power structure. No one stands behind them. Though he joined that madman's Rocks pirates, he'd only been an intern, knowledgeable, yet incomplete. Chinxia didn't utter the name aloud. Instead, using observation haki, he projected the truth directly into Kaido's mind. Imu. That is its name, Imu. A being who has lived at least 8 centuries, whose power is unimaginably terrifying. Even I dare not claim victory against it. Silence lingered. After a pause, Kaido ventured cautiously. So, you intend to confront it? Chinxia rose to his feet and nodded. Precisely. I will confront it. and not half-heartedly but utterly decisively. Yet alone, or even with just the Whitebeard pirates, I cannot succeed. Thus I must unify the entire ocean's forces, gathering every viable ally to ensure absolute certainty. What are your odds? Currently roughly 50%. But with your alliance it rises to 60. If Red Baron successfully brings Shanks aboard, it climbs to 70%. 70%, that is significant. Still, Shanks may well refuse. After all, he inherited Roger's will. 2.5 days later, Chun Xia departed Wano country. Upon his departure, Kaido ordered rapid territorial expansion, lifted Wano's centuries-old isolation policy, and dispersed sea prism stone production across the 4 seas. Once more the Beast's pirates' name thundered across the Grand Line, and observers noted the Whitebeard pirates had halted their advance at the Beast's borders, refraining from invasion. Rumors exploded had the two Yonko alliances forged a pact, or even sworn a full-fledged alliance. A month later the Red Hair pirates set sail for Dressrosa, without announcement, without warning. Speculation ran rampant. Some claimed Shanks sought retribution for the Whitebeard pirates' territorial encroachment, others whispered he intended to join the Beast's Whitebeard alliance, forging a Tri-Yonko pact. The Marines responded swiftly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, now elderly, led the 3 admirals and tens of thousands of elite Marines vanishing mysteriously from Marineford. Powerful factions sensed an unprecedented shift in the tides. Pirates surged forth from ports across the globe. The Whitebeard pirates deployed 1st Division Commander Buggy to arrest young aspirants attempting to sail, and imprison them in Dressrosa's dungeons. Confusion reigned. Why would pirates turn on their own? Storm winds gathered over the sea, calm before cataclysm. 2 days after the Red Hair pirates' departure, the Beast's pirates formally announced their alliance with the Whitebeard pirates. The alliance of the 4 emperors struck like a deep-water bomb, sending shockwaves across the maritime world. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stared at the mountain of documents before him, his temples throbbing. He now fully understood why Kizaru had refused the mantle of Fleet Admiral. His salary remained unchanged, yet his workload had surged exponentially. Scanning just a few files only worsened his headache. Every report detailed the audacious maneuvers of the freeloading pirates, mass recruitment, drive subjugation of underworld sovereigns, and more. From these intelligence dossiers, Sengoku realized Chun Xia had unequivocally ascended as the shadow sovereign of the underworld itself. Bearing titles such as King of the Underworld, for Emperor, and King of Dressrosa, Chun Xia stood beyond the Navy's current capacity to confront. Even after the world recruitment campaign had partially replenished their ranks, the Navy remained woefully outmatched. Yes, the freeloading pirates have grown alarmingly active lately. I suspect they are preparing something momentous. Yet after the Summit War, and with Sakazuki now captured, the Navy has no capable commanders left. A heavy silence fell on the other end of the line. Then from Saturn Saint came the directive: for now the Navy must remain inactive. We will handle this matter. Click. After hanging up, the 5 elders adjusted their robes and proceeded toward the flower chamber. Within its hushed grandeur, Im sat holding Luffy's latest bounty poster, Straw Hat Luffy Bounty Berries, wanted dead or alive, crimes of utmost severity. Though defeated in his duel against Kaido, the world's strongest creature, on Onigashima, Luffy's miraculous escape earned him heightened scrutiny from the Marines and a substantial bounty increase. Through Chun Xia's covert intervention, Kaido, who would have otherwise perished in a grueling attrition battle, had not only triumphed over Luffy's awakened Gear 5th Nika form, but also narrowly avoided being consumed by magma. Luffy's bounty poster was shredded. Alongside it, Vivi's Nefertari Vivi Bounty Berries, wanted dead or alive, crimes of utmost severity. Though no evidence existed linking Vivi to piracy, her prolonged association with the freeloading pirates warranted an exorbitant bounty. Lily, you betrayed mother and dared covet father. You are utterly unforgivable. The moment those words left Im's lips, a suffocating aura erupted across the flower chamber. Black lightning crackled violently through the air, an Emperor-level conqueror's haki, so potent it rivaled island-shattering detonations. The 5 elders waited outside until the haki dissipated entirely before daring to enter. They knelt in perfect unison, then delivered a meticulous account of Chun Xia's deeds, after which they lowered their heads in silent submission. Moments later, Im spoke, voice calm and devoid of inflection. Mother declared he may act as he pleases, and judging by your tone you harbor resentment toward him. Saturn Saint recoiled violently, sweat drenching his back. I should never have reported this. If he'd angered on, there would be no mercy. Mercy, your majesty. His plea died mid-sentence. With a single effortless gesture, Im swept her hand, and Saturn Saint's face contorted in agony, limbs convulsing uncontrollably before his body desiccated into a shriveled husk. The sheer horror of it froze the surrounding 4 stars. In terror, a mere flicker of displeasure had cost a life. Im's wrath is beyond comprehension. This was only the second time they'd witnessed Im's fury, the first having occurred upon Queen Lily's betrayal. Appoint Figureland Garling Saint to succeed him, and dispatch agents to eliminate Nefertari D. Vivi. Yes, your majesty. Yes, your majesty. Returning to the chamber of power, the 5 elders convened once Figureland Garling Saint assumed office. Their deliberation on Nefertari D. Vivi culminated in Garling Saint's decision he would send his son, Figureland Shamrock, newly appointed commander of the Divine Knight Corps. A swordsman of peerless mastery, Shamrock could cleave even 10,000-meter sea kings with a single stroke, his talent rivaling his father's, his overall strength likely matching that of a 4 emperor. To eliminate a princess utterly devoid of combat prowess would be child's play. In Dressrosa's royal palace, Chen Xia sat serenely across from a crimson-haired man whose sword rested at his hip. The legendary red-haired Shanks. What brings you to my court? Clang. Drawing Griffin, he unleashed a torrent of haki. His scarlet mane billowed wildly in the wind. Is what Letfield claimed true? Answer me. Drawing steel at first sight hardly reflects good manners, Figureland Shanks. Figureland. At that name, Shanks lowered Griffin and fixed Chen Xia with a puzzled gaze. How do you know that surname? Who are you? Outside the palace, the usually bustling streets hung thick with tension. Hey, Ben Beckman. We won't let you disturb our captain. Ha ha ha. Young ones, if you insist on forcing your way through, then come forth and test your mettle. It's been far too long since I've stretched my bones. I am no swordsman, but for him I stand firm before you all, red-haired pirates. Before them stood Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, and the Crimson King, while Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Rakit Rue stood ready alongside Shanks' crew. Even among such legends, the Crimson King needed no introduction, a warrior who'd fought Shanks to a draw, and the very one who'd summoned them here. Kuma, formerly of the Roger Pirates, and Mihawk, the undisputed world's greatest swordsman, were both apex-tier titans, fearsome beyond measure. It seems reaching the boss will be exceedingly difficult. Originally, upon arriving in Dressrosa, Shanks had gone alone to meet Chen Xia, while the rest of the red-haired pirates remained aboard ship. But the sudden surge of that unmistakable conqueror's haki unsettled them. Worse, their observation haki failed utterly here. Not even Jesus Burgess's precognitive ability could pierce the veil. Fearing their captain was in peril, the Iron Wall pirates refused to wait idly and charged toward the palace. Ben Beckman spun his revolver, pressing the barrel to the Crimson King's temple. And if we do force our way in, if you insist on forcing your way through, then you'll have to taste the power of my fists. Even though they were a pirate crew formed by former apprentices of the Roger Pirates, Barrett showed no courtesy whatsoever. His beliefs had never aligned with theirs. He'd boarded Roger's ship solely to challenge that man. But now, Chen Xia clearly surpassed Roger in strength and was far more worthy of his challenge. Once I defeat Chen Xia, I'll vanish into the horizon. The moment those words fell, silent tension crackled like lightning between them. Any sudden movement would ignite an immediate brutal clash. Stand down, Beckman. We're leaving. A figure materialized between the two factions, barefoot in colossal sandals crowned with crimson hair, wearing a distinctive sword at his side. There could be no doubt it was Shanks. Once their captain had spoken, the red-hair pirates had no choice but to withdraw, not out of fear, but unwavering loyalty. Though they often joked freely aboard ship, in moments like this obedience was absolute. Perhaps this was the very charisma shared by both Shanks and Roger. Inside the royal palace there was no wreckage. Chen Xia and Shanks had never exchanged a single blow. Instead, Chen Xia revealed his plan, one even more audacious than crocodiles. Yet whatever Roger had whispered before surrendering, Chen Xia ultimately failed to recruit him. Still, isn't the palace unusually quiet? Where are Tina and Xiao Wu? Never mind. Let's find Dragon first and bring the Revolutionary Army aboard. He pulled out his Den Mushi, not dialing Dragon's number, but that of his 1st Division Commander Buggy. After all, Chen Xia's Den Mushi wasn't some omnipotent cross-realm device. It only connected to numbers he already possessed. Hey Buggy, I may vanish for a few days. Keep the underworld running smoothly, and track down Tina, Xiao Wu, and the others. Click. The line went dead. In an instant, Chen Xia vanished from sight. If my memory serves, without the Blackbeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters should still be here. Baratai Island, Balgeo. Within half an hour, Chen Xia hovered above Balgeo Island, white cliffs stretching beneath him. Before he could descend, a figure cloaked in emeralds swept across the sky to intercept him. Well, perseverance pays off. Uninvited intruder. What business brings you to the Revolutionary Army? A cold sweat traced Dragon's temples. Even he, a titan among titans, felt his pulse quicken in Chen Xia's presence. The stronger one becomes, the more acutely one perceives the chasm between oneself and true power. And in that moment, Dragon embodied those words perfectly. To him, Chen Xia was like a black hole, infinite, impenetrable, depthless. Clenching his fists, gales erupted around him, thunder split the heavens. The Revolutionary Army's location had been exposed. If Chen Xia came with malice, Dragon would stand firm, buying precious seconds for his comrades' escape, even if victory was impossible. Intent. Honestly, the wind-up here is rather fierce. Why don't we continue this conversation on solid ground? Truth be told, though Dragon's hurricane fruit could reduce an entire town to splinters, to Chen Xia, it merely felt like a brisk chill. Hold on, speak here. But first put these on. Seeing Chun Xia begin his descent, Dragon didn't hesitate. He knew letting him land would leave no room for retreat. His voice tightened with urgency as he produced a pair of seastone handcuffs. Chun Xia's consumption of the Yomi Yomi no Mi was no secret. The moment his Kinbunchika haki sensed him, Dragon had armed himself accordingly. Hey, Monkey D, Dragon, do you truly believe these can bind me? Still, Chun Xia slipped the cuffs onto his wrists. This wasn't a killing mission, it was diplomacy. Phew, what a terrifying man. Relief washed over Dragon as Chun Xia fastened the restraints. The gale subsided, he floated down to stand face to face with his guest. Chun Xia in turn drew upon the oratory techniques he'd learned from the little bearded man, and began negotiations in earnest. 3 days later, as an island sank beneath the waves, seamlessly erased from the map, Chun Xia knew Dragon and the Revolutionary Army had fully boarded his pirate ship. Though the little bearded man's rhetoric was masterful, persuasion alone couldn't sway Dragon. Their goals aligned, but the world government's 8th century legacy demanded proof. So Chun Xia offered a duel, leader versus leader, man versus man. For 2.5 days they fought, until an entire island vanished from the world's charts. Dragon's hurricane fruit proved formidable indeed. Even his slightly inferior conqueror's haki rivaled Shanks. Yet Chun Xia held several trump cards still unrevealed. Had he deployed them, the battle might have ended in under. Before the voice could finish, the din Mushy slumped lifeless in his hand. Clearly something had gone terribly wrong. Chun Xia's expression darkened instantly. Since ascending as the 4th emperor, no one had dared strike so brazenly at his people. It seemed too long since he'd shed blood. Mankind had forgotten his terror. To law-abiding humble souls, Chun Xia extended aid, not violence, as he had done for those transformed into toys. But for those who scorned life itself, or harmed those he cherished, he would descend with thunderous, unrelenting justice. His bones cracked like thunder. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xia vanished, his Kinbunchiko haki spanning over 100 kilometers, guiding him unerringly to Vivi's escort fleet. From call to arrival, 10 seconds. With the Yomi Yomi no Mi and God-tier Kinbunchika haki pushed to their limits, such speed was inevitable. Boom. He landed hard on the deck, eyes sharp and sweeping. Dozens of escort ships lay shattered, half submerged in the sea. Surviving vessels bore crews felled by sheer conqueror's haki. His gaze settled on the flagship, where a swordsman bearing uncanny resemblance to Shanks methodically slaughtered the remaining guard's blade at his hip. In an instant, Chun Xia reappeared, his massive hand clamped like iron around Shumrock's throat. Veins bulged across Shumrock's face. He hadn't sensed Chun Xia's approach. Not even a whisper. Thanks to the lethal edge of sword intent which rendered even supreme Kinbunchiku haki useless. So you're the one who sought to detain Princess Vivi. Fagaland Shumrock. I think this place suits you perfectly. Inside the ship's cabin, a pure-hearted young maiden heard the external commotion gradually subside, and mustering her strength peered out. Ah, brother Chun Xia. Hello, Xiaowei. It's been a long time. How radiant you've grown. Hearing his words, warmth bloomed in her heart at his timely rescue. Yet her delicate cheeks flushed faintly with embarrassment. Though they had spent little time together and met only sporadically, Princess Weiwei regarded him as an elder brother. And Chun Xia for his part saw her solely as a younger sister. After all, he already had more wives than he could comfortably manage. With a violent wrench, Shamrock recoiled 100 meters, unsheathing his blade. A cursed sword infused with the powers of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit hellhound, and wreathed himself in swirling crimson flames. Chun Xia. In an instant, the blade transformed into a 3-headed hound from the abyss, lunging forward with jaws wide enough to rend steel asunder. Brother Chun Xia, watch out. Weiwei gasped, torn between terror and concern, too frightened to flee alone. Before Chun Xia's arrival, she had witnessed this man's terrifying might firsthand. With a single stroke, he had cleaved a warship over 300 meters long cleanly in two. Brat of the Fagaland family, I am a celestial dragon. Without his decree, dare you raise a hand against me? Though Shamrock was undeniably formidable beside Chun Xia, he paled in comparison. Yet this was no ordinary moment. Slaying him risked provoking the Holy Land, jeopardizing Chun Xia's meticulously laid plans. Invoking the celestial dragon's authority, therefore, proved both timely and expedient. As expected, upon hearing the term celestial dragon, Shamrock froze, but his gaze remained sharp, wary, unyielding. You? A notorious pirate. Don't insult my intelligence. Still a memory flickered. His father once whispered that the Holy Land celestial dragon roster had recently acquired a mysterious new name, an absolute secret even beyond the reach of the Divine Night Order's commander. Ha ha ha. Truth or falsehood, you know well enough in your heart. Chun Xia's gaze held nothing but disdain as Shamrock was beneath his notice. Meanwhile, Weiwei stood utterly motionless, stunned. So, brother Chun Xia truly was a celestial dragon. Yet why did he differ so profoundly from all others of his kind? She knew of the celestial dragons, the apex beings of this world wielding absolute dominion. Any harm inflicted upon them would summon admirals without delay. Indeed, each celestial dragon stood far above even the Navy's most fearsome admirals, whose power required no elaboration. After a long silence, Shamrock broke into laughter, blade pointed squarely at Shinxia. Haha, almost fooled by a mere pirate. If you're truly a celestial dragon, then tell me, why is there no implant within your body? Unfazed, Shinxia calmly retrieved a mysterious Den Den mushi and tossed it toward him. Why not ask the 5 elders yourself and verify whether I am indeed a celestial dragon? Shamrock caught the device midair. Recognizing its distinctive form, his brow furrowed, doubt giving way to cautious belief. Still, this alone could not confirm his status. Only a direct call to the 5 elders would settle the matter. Blue blur blur. The line connected. A familiar voice emerged, jolting his heart with a violent thud. Father, how is it you? At that very moment in the Chamber of Authority, the 5 elders were no less bewildered. Fagalind Garansheng's expression darkened as he glared at his peers. His thoughts echoed silently among them. You claimed this Den Den mushi belonged to Lord Shinxia, yet now it's my son on the other end. Do you wish me to follow in the footsteps of Gigalucius Satanshing? Though perplexed, the other elders were equally baffled. The Den Den mushi had been delivered to Chunxia personally, without error. There could be no mistake. So what then had transpired? Garansheng seethed inwardly at their silent hesitation. His predecessor Saturnshing Satan had been executed by Im-sama herself for harboring even a sliver of dissent toward Shinxia. He had no intention of becoming the second Saturnshing, falling to the same fate. Rebellious son, how dare you possess Lord Shinxia's Den Den mushi? Speak, truthfully, Shamrock blurted instinctively. He gave it to me. But father, why do you call a pirate lord? At those audacious words, even Nashrishing, the calmest of the 5 elders, jerked involuntarily, gripping his blade tighter, inwardly marveling at such audacity. The others were left speechless. Wretched child, how could I have sired you? Why not emulate your younger brother? If Lord Shinxia offers it, you accept it. Do you think you can ascend to heaven itself? The torrent of scolding left Shamrock utterly dazed. What in the world was happening? Was this mere pirate truly so fearsome? Even if stronger than him, did reverence need to run this deep? Shinxia remained silent, observing impassively, while Wei Wei stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Shinxia was truly a celestial dragon, and evidently one of extraordinary standing. Yet celestial dragons forbade marriage with those of the lower world. Then how could he have multiple wives from the mortal realm, and children besides? Though questions swirled in her mind, she knew now was not the time to speak. She'd wait until Shamrock departed. Before she could even contemplate how to face Shinxia, whose gulf of status now yawned immeasurably before her. A colossal, unheralded wave of conqueror's haki erupted, striking her down into unconsciousness. Thereafter, only Shinxia and Shamrock remained aboard the deck. Even if you are a celestial dragon, I act under Im-sama's direct command. And you, as one of your kind, surely understand the gravity of her edicts, Lord Shinxiashing. Shinxiashing. Shamrock raised his hound blade, once more striding toward Wei Wei's motionless form, sprawled across the deck. Boom, crack, crunch, the sky rent open. The sea began to boil. Towering waves surged forth like primordial beasts awakening, instilling dread in every soul nearby. Chunxia's raven hair billowed wildly, yet could not obscure the piercing intensity of his gaze. Black lightning coalesced around him like loyal vassals crowning a sovereign. Don't grow too arrogant. Conqueror's haki belongs to all who wield true sovereignty. Shamrock lifted his chin high, the 3-headed hound roared fiercely in his grip as a terrifying crimson aura erupted skyward. Red clashed violently with black and crimson, yet the azure aura steadily receded. Boom, crack, crunch. The surrounding conqueror's haki thickened, until an overwhelming primordial will awoke, crushing the azure aura beneath its sheer, irresistible weight. How is this possible? Shamrock stared in terror as his own body trembled uncontrollably, so violently that even the hellhound, a manifestation of his blade's power, was forced back into the sword itself. He had long believed his conqueror's haki ranked among the absolute elite of the Holy Land, placing him firmly in the highest tier. Even against the 4 emperors, he had never imagined himself inferior. Yet now someone stood before him, whose mere conqueror's haki alone induced such paralyzing dread that he could not even lift his sword, nor could his devil fruit powers function. It was utterly inconceivable, an anomaly beyond all prior experience. Hey, young man of the Fegaland family, I spare you out of respect for our shared status as celestial dragons. As for your failed mission, convey my apology to Emu personally at the World Conference 3 months hence. 3 months hence marked not only the date of the World Conference, but also the scheduled commencement of his grand design. Upon hearing this, Shamrock fell silent, his gaze flickering with indecision, clearly swayed by Chunxia's proposal. Facing such a terrifying adversary, resistance would be like a mantis blocking a chariot or a mayfly challenging a towering tree, certain death. Better to preserve his strength and serve Lord Emu faithfully. With a quiet nod, he departed without uttering a word. Once certain Shamrock had truly vanished from the vicinity, Chen Xia aroused all those who had fallen unconscious, then phoned Beej to dispatch reinforcements, before vanishing from the spot altogether. 1 month later, Eni's lobby in the New World. The one-armed yellow monkey Ko. The Four Emperor, the madman. Though Vegapunk had never met Chen Xia in person, he recognized that face instantly, etched deeply into memory from countless bounty posters and news bulletins. In stark contrast to Vegapunk's shock, Admiral Yellow Monkey remained remarkably composed, not because of any recent revelations he'd uncovered, but because he understood full well that resistance would be futile, especially now that Chen Xia had consumed the teleportation fruit. Escape was impossible. Chen Xia, I know your intent, but heed this old man's counsel. The timing remains premature. Timing. Last time you told Shanks the same hollow excuse. Because Luffy had just awakened his Nika form, and his strength was still insufficient, so the timing wasn't right. Hearing these words, Chen Xia abandoned any notion of recruiting them. Instead, he seized full control over every Seraphim and Pacifista unit present. Yes, it was quintessentially pirate, traveling thousands of miles solely to seize what he desired. Vegapunk was genuinely devastated. Carrying away Vegapunk's research breakthroughs, Chen Xia returned to Dressrosa, where Tina and the others had already regrouped, accompanied by the long-absent Boa Hancock. After heartfelt reunions, Chen Xia journeyed to Wano country, extracting both Kazuki Toki and Yamato, then used his teleportation fruit to retrieve the ancient warship Pluton buried deep within the treacherous mountain ranges encircling Wano's borders. Since Emu wielded Poseidon, an ancient weapon capable of obliterating entire islands, Chen Xia deemed prudence paramount, even if he himself possessed comparable destructive capacity. A few days later, he revisited Eni's lobby to borrow Vegapunk's newly developed Allspark core integrity. Hurry! Every combatant aboard ship immediately. At the harbor, dozens of colossal vessels raised their sails, awaiting only the final boarding of Revolutionary Army troops before departure. Commander, must we truly launch our assault on the world government now? I fear our comrades' strength remains insufficient. The timing may yet be premature. Dragon stood resolute, gazing into the distance, his eyes seeming to pierce space itself, fixed upon Mary Geos, the holy city, perched atop the red line. I trust that man. Once all personnel were aboard, a sudden gale erupted from nowhere. With protective goggles secured, the entire force surged skyward toward Mary Geos, propelled by the tempest's might. On Onigashima, the beast's pirates mobilized en masse. No single crew member remained behind. Every warrior boarded ship. On the shore, 2 tiny silhouettes waved frantically at the departing fleet. Grandpa, please come home safely. My brother and I will wait for you to take us to the amusement park. The 2 children knew neither where their grandfather was going nor why, but they trusted he would return, for he always kept his promises. Crew, set sail. Let us turn this ocean upside down. Roha! Not only Onigashima and the Revolutionary Army stirred, the underworld itself roiled. Several underworld monarchs dispatched their most formidable forces toward a single destination, Mary Geos. On Sabaody Archipelago No. 1 island, the headquarters of the freeloading pirates, 10,000 loyal, impeccably dressed enforcers gathered. Clad in sharp suits and armed with cutting-edge weaponry supplied by Germa 66, they raised their fists high, roaring in unison, for the Godfather. For the Godfather. Loyalty. Loyalty. Beck and Crocodile stood above them, surveying the fervent ranks. With a sweeping gesture, Beck declared, "Advance, for the honor of the freeloading pirates." In Dressrosa, having accepted the invitation, Chen Xia immediately marshaled his forces and alerted allied factions. Inside, impelled down Sakazuki, while laboring, suddenly noticed the prison guards dwindling rapidly until only elderly, infirm, or otherwise unfit personnel remained. "Sir, what's happening?" He grabbed the guard who routinely brought him meals, desperate for answers. The guard's face lit up with unrestrained excitement. "His Majesty the King has been invited to the World Conference. Today he doubled everyone's wages." Yet Sakazuki sensed something far deeper beneath this cheerful announcement. Was he finally initiating his move? Recalling Chen Xia's earlier words to him, a bold hypothesis began to crystallize in his mind. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, initiate. Along the way, Chen Xia excitedly counted down. As he reached 1, a familiar voice, silent for an entire year, resounded once more within his mind. In an alert, the Penguin Brand simulation system has completed its upgrade and is now renamed the Penguin Brand Farming System. In new monthly subscription templates added, cultivator may purchase monthly passes to grant diverse enhancements to their kingdom. In note, monthly pass tiers descend in rank from white, blue, purple to gold. Now white pass costs 100 million belly per month, blue 1 billion, purple 10 billion, gold 100 billion. In hearing figures quoted in billions, Chen Xia recoiled inwardly, but recalling his dwindling lifespan, he swiftly commanded in, "System solidify the red tier trait, immortal." At his words, a massive sum vanished instantly from the royal treasury of Dressrosa. Now a warm, familiar surge flowed through him. Chen Xia distinctly felt his lifespan stretch into infinity. the most immediate manifestation being an inexhaust. The moment he spoke, his observation haki instantly locked onto the hundreds of thousands of troops concealed beneath the red line. Mary Geos shook as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Luxurious mansions crumbled, streets filled with figures bearing crimson armbands emerging from the rubble. From the ruins strode warriors radiating terrifying auras. In the Revolutionary Army Germa Kingdom, freeloading pirates, beasts, pirates. These figures materialized all around them. Marines could no longer suppress their terror, shrieking hoarsely, intruder, attack, attack. And before the word fully left his lips, a razor-sharp slash cleaved half the Marines cleanly into their severed halves, collapsing onto the ground. Dracul Mihawk arrived beside Chunxia, Black Blade Knight resting easily at his side. Not he alone, but distant figures converged rapidly upon the scene. Kaido of the Beast Dragon of the Revolutionaries, Red Count Bartholomew, Kuma Seraphim Pacifistas. Truly terrifying. You've brought all these monsters into Mary Geos. What a fearsome monster you are. A cold sweat beaded on Kizaru's brow. These warriors. He feared them not. What chilled him was Chunxia himself, a foe of unmatched mobility and lethality. Madness. If I weren't mad, what would I be called? The mild-mannered. Leave this to you. I'll deal with the 5 elders and him. His words barely faded before his figure vanished utterly, leaving the Marines helpless, staring into empty air. His speed defied even observation. Hakio pursuit would mean certain death. No good. Green Bull, suspected by many to be a 5 elders appointed admiral, instantly grasped the peril and turned to flee. But a figure materialized before him, arm outstretched in calm obstruction. Hey, I hear you're quite the fighter. Let's see just how formidable you really are. Devil's offspring, Bartholomew Kuma. Green Bull's expression hardened. Kuma had been legendary across the seas decades ago. After escaping impelled down, he mastered the supreme armament haki technique, known as Baku, ascending to true emperor tier might. Wait, just a moment. Before his plea could take shape, Kuma's fist, larger than a sack of grain, blurred toward him. They clashed instantly. Witnessing this, the others ceased standing idle, each selecting an opponent and engaging without hesitation. Mihawk versus Fujitora, both swordsmen. Red Count versus one-armed Kizu, each seeking to avoid full engagement. One disabled the other, aged. While Dragon and the rest led the Revolutionary Army toward the Celestial Dragon's residential quarter. Within the Hall of Power, the 5 elders had just received word of Chunxia's assault on Mary Geos, when in the next breath Chunxia himself stood before them. Lord Chunxia, stand down while you still may. Lordom will not punish you. At those words, the 5 elders knew negotiation was futile. War was inevitable. N4 transformed instantly into bestial forms, lunging into battle with Chunxia, while Fleet Admiral Fegelin Garland drew his blade, observed briefly, and then joined the fray. Against our combined might you stand no chance. Surrender now, Chunxia, and perhaps you shall yet be granted Celestial Dragon status. Facing their honeyed enticement, Chunxia kicked aside an incoming strike and gathered terrifying energy within his palms. In these past days, his teleportation fruit had awakened, a top-tier Paramecia-type devil fruit whose awakened state was profoundly devastating. Cosmic Gravitation Suicide Blade. The instant he spoke, the 5 elders felt their bodies wrench violently toward Chunxia, ensnared by an irresistible, overwhelming force, so potent even armament haki could not shatter it. Break free, old man. Fegelin Garland instantly coated his blade in supreme haki and swung with all his might, hoping to sever the devil fruit's hold. Yet he gravely underestimated the awakened teleportation fruit's power and overestimated his own haki mastery. Knee's strike failed utterly. What are you? In utter despair, the 5 elders stood frozen before Chunxia, paralyzed and immobile. He drew the war god blade, its edge wreathed in spatial energy born of his awakened fruit. Spatial energy, supreme haki sword, intent, monstrous strength, grandmaster level swordsmanship. Even the act of drawing the blade sent waves of primal dread crashing over them. Throats constricted, surrender rose unbidden, but no sound escaped their lips. Clang. 5 heads thudded to the ground in unison. Having dispatched the 5 elders, Chunxia raced without pause toward the Garden of Eden, ready to confront its final sovereign. The Garden of Eden. Outside, every event unfolded under M's watchful gaze, yet cherished memories of her time with Chunxia softened her resolve, rendering her unable to strike him down. Now it's your turn, Chunxia declared, materializing upon the garden's emerald grass. His divine-level conqueror's haki erupted unrestrained, unleashing a tempest of black lightning across the sacred grove. Even the attendants standing beside collapsed unconscious. Without preamble, Chunxia unleashed his full might, striking with fists and feet alike. He was no rocks. He had not come merely to issue threats. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Boom. A single punch hurtled toward him, The violent shockwaves stripped away her disguise, revealing a face of transcendent, world-shaking beauty. I never imagined a woman could rule the world for 8 centuries. Still, Chen Mao do not strike women. He paused mid-motion and stood silently gazing at her. Instinctively, shrank back, but then catching herself met his eyes openly. What irreconcilable conflict exists between us? Must it truly come to this, father? She voiced the words with quiet uncertainty. Her intelligence reports had long hinted at ambiguous ties between Philotari D. Vivi and Chinxia, and yet she had ordered Vivi's assassination, the so-called paramour of her father. In M's mind, this war had erupted only after that deed came to light, provoking her father's wrath. Father. So the system possessed genuine power, capable even of imprinting simulated memories upon her. Chinxia unilaterally awarded the system the title of Best Supporting MVP. Well, conflict does exist. I intend to forge a new world, a dynastic revolution. And you are the world's sovereign. Tell me, how could such ambitions coexist peacefully? At his words, M's furrowed brow relaxed. So that was it. Her father merely sought to ascend as the next world sovereign. A simple declaration would have sufficed. If father wishes him to abdicate, then him gladly surrenders the throne and pledges eternal companionship by your side. Though Chinxia had anticipated such devotion, hearing those words emerge from him, the absolute autocrat who towered above all mortals, still struck him dumbfounded. Had he known why prepare for an entire year? Why orchestrate such grand strategy, when one sentence would have settled everything? Half a day later, a lone figure emerged slowly from the Garden of Eden. The surrounding crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. This was their leader, their sovereign, their triumph incarnate. We won. This war is ours. While lesser figures rejoiced, elite warriors like Red Baron and Mihawk sensed another terrifying presence emanating from behind Chinxia, and instantly tensed, weapons drawn, ready to intervene. Noticing their alarm, Chinxia swiftly transmitted reassurance via spiritual voice, lest I'm already drained from battle and barely clinging to strength suffer further harm. Then, wielding mastery over spatial energy, he relocated the life-sustaining restriction implanted within M's body by the surgery fruit, liberating her mobility at last. Her immortality, granted solely through that fruit, bound her eternally to the room's boundaries, stepping beyond mid-instant death. Only Chinxia's terrifyingly advanced command over the teleportation fruit enabled such precision. No other devil fruit user, nor any ordinary being, could have accomplished it. The following day, news shattered the seas. Chinxia had seized Mary Geos and dismantled the world government. Soon thereafter came an even more SD. The Han dynasty rose with astonishing ease. No resistance, no dissent. System, I wish to purchase the golden monthly pass. Ding. 1 trillion belly deducted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden monthly pass permanent, granting the following effects. All subjects within your domain experience doubled growth rate, tenfold potential enhancement, and doubled intellect. 2. Within your domain you gain invincibility. You cannot be harmed or slain. 3. You may share any single trait with your consorts. 4. Loyalty among all subjects within your domain automatically reaches maximum. Upon reading these god-defying boons, Chinxia affirmed the trillion belly had been well spent. Without delay, he selected the immortal trait to share with his consorts, for eternity alone would be punishment if he outlived them all. Tina, Xiao Wu, Yamato, Kazuki, Toki, Boa, Hancock, all became immortals. Even him received the gift. In year 1523 of the Marine calendar, year 1 of the Han calendar, the emperor assembled a legion of 100,000 soldiers and boarded Empire I himself, leading humanity's first lunar colonization expedition. In Han year 13, the moon colony opened to civilians for 1 million belly. Any citizen could board Empire I and claim their own lunar territory. Overnight piracy faded from fashion, replaced by cosmic migration. A new vocation emerged: the space colonist. By Han year 100, the Han Emperor's banners fluttered across every corner of the star system. Empire I could no longer sustain imperial expansion. Thus the Emperor decreed Grand Scientist Vegapunk must develop Empire II, a vessel of superior design. Under the golden monthly passes, 100 intellect boost Empire II debuted 2 years later, armed with 500mm plasma cannons, antimatter energy shields, and the Emperor-class propulsion system. Its single volley could obliterate a small planet. Its hull endured solar surface temperatures. It traversed entire star systems via spatial leap. With Empire II spearheading expansion, Empire I entered civilian markets, sold secondhand at 9/10 condition for 10 million belly. The space colonist profession surged anew, becoming the Empire's dominant vocation. In Han year 280, imperial forces encountered and conquered an alien civilization. The Emperor celebrated with imperial favor, granting immortality to Gen, a modern evolution of ancient piracy, piloting starships across the void, plundering alien wealth, reinvesting spoils into ever more powerful vessels, then raiding again. This cycle defined their existence. In Han year 320, the first cosmic pirate king emerged, Baralik Leadfield, granted immortality through the vampire devil fruit, whose overwhelming might allowed him to strip an entire hostile civilization of its riches, earning him the Emperor's official Pirate King medal. Having expanded across the cosmos for untold eons, even their original homeworld now teemed with descendants transformed into a familial domain. Chen Xia led the Imperial Armada to defeat, annihilate, and entomb countless civilizations until the Empire's twilight glow bathed the entire universe. Even the desolate fringes of the void bore the Emperor's banner. Chen Xia withdrew from governance, entrusting all affairs to the Grand Council. Rumors spread across the stars. Some claimed he grew weary and vanished. Others whispered he fell to the vengeful spirits of civilizations he'd erased. Yet the next day those who spoke such words, and their entire species, disappeared from the Empire. Humanity understood he had not departed. He would never perish. He was omnipresent, enthroned upon the void throne, gazing down upon his eternal subjects.